Chapter 1: Activate the Godly Rich System after breaking up. Let's break up. Let's just stop here. Lin Haotian took out his cell phone and looked at the screen. The message was from his girlfriend of 4 years. He couldn't believe it and called her quickly. The phone rang a few times and a gentle but firm voice came from the other end. Haotian, I'm sorry, let's break up. You can't give me the life I want. Ting Ting, didn't we agree that we would work hard together, get married after graduation, and live a happy life? Have you forgotten our vows? Haotian, love can't be eaten, and neither can being handsome. We have different values. You poor loser, stop bothering me. I have found my Prince Charming. Ting Ting hung up the phone in a hurry. She didn't dare to give Haotian a chance to win her back. She was afraid that she would regret it. After all, Haotian was very good to her and even gave her his life. Hearing his girlfriend of 4 years say so firmly that they wanted to break up and not to be entangled anymore, Haotian's heart was as quiet as dead water. His mind recalled the ups and downs of the 4 years in college, with laughter, passion, sadness, and sorrow. He stood there for a long time like a statue, as if he was under a spell, unable to let go. It is often said that men do not shed tears easily, but he shed tears, tears of pain and regret like a flood. Think about it, I was the top scorer in the science subject of Jiangcheng province in the college entrance examination, and was admitted to Jiangda University of Finance and Economics, a first-class 985 school. I was also the school's most handsome boy. Unfortunately, I don't have a father like Wang Xikong. There was a sudden pain in my mind. The limited-time flash sale system is being bound. Who's talking? Haotian thought it must be an illusion caused by excessive sadness. Before he could figure out what was going on, another voice came from here. I am your exclusive sign-in system. The host needs to sign in every day to get unexpected surprises. So I can sign in every day. Yes, master. The system elf said mischievously. So, has the novel reflected reality? Has it hit me? Am I going to make a comeback? I don't have a father like Wang Xikong, but I have a daily sign-in system. Although Haotian had read countless novels about the system of the super rich, he had hoped that he could be the male protagonist at that time, but he did not expect that the system would actually choose him. Master, sign in today to receive a gift. Do you want to sign in? Where are you and how do I sign in? Master, please close your eyes and meditate. I am in your mind. Haotian closed his eyes tightly, and a two-dimensional interface flashed in his mind, like a computer interface. Host, have you signed in? Haotian's excited heart and trembling hands needed to calm down at this time and speak slowly and calmly. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 100% of the shares of Huawei Group, with a market value of 10.3 trillion yuan. The relevant systems have been stored in the system warehouse, please pick them up. Haotian closed his eyes and concentrated, as if he had entered a two-dimensional space. There really was a warehouse with a document bag stored in it. The bag contained a series of procedures and contracts for acquiring the company. At this time, Haotian took out the information bag and put it into his briefcase. Haotian was surprised and happy. That's it. It's so outrageous. It's finally my turn. Huawei Group was the company where he interned, but he didn't expect that he would become the boss now. Huawei Group, as one of the top 500 companies in the Great China, is like a bright star, shining brightly in the vast starry sky of business. Its strength is impressive. In the bustling city, the headquarters building of Huawei Group is towering into the sky and magnificent. This modern building is not only a symbol of the company, but also a testimony of its strength. Inside the building, busy employees shuttle between various departments. They are full of passion and work hard to achieve the company's goals. Huawei Group has a high-quality management team with rich experience and unique vision, leading the company to continue to grow and develop. The company focuses on technological innovation, invests a lot of money in research and development, and continuously launches products with market competitiveness. At the same time, Huawei Group is also actively expanding the international market and has established extensive cooperative relations with companies around the world, making the company's business spread all over the world. In terms of social responsibility, Huawei Group also actively fulfills its obligations. It pays attention to environmental protection and is committed to sustainable development. It cares about the welfare of employees and provides them with a good working environment and development space. It also actively participates in public welfare undertakings, gives back to the society, and contributes to the progress of the society. The strong strength of Huawei Group has not only brought huge economic benefits to the company, but also made important contributions to the development of society. I believe that in the future, Huawei Group will continue to maintain its strong development momentum and create more brilliant achievements. It was because of these factors that Haotian chose this company for internship. After returning to the rental house, I couldn't calm down for a long time. I didn't expect that the system would choose me. I thought Tingting didn't follow me because I had no money. Now that I have the system, money is no longer a problem. I plan to go to the Audi sales center where Tingting works to find Tingting tomorrow. Lin Haotian was thinking. It was still early, a little after 8 in the evening, so he went to the nearby Wanyue Plaza for a stroll. He held the salary card tightly, his palms sweating slightly. This was all his savings from his internship, although it was not much, but he decided to use the money to buy a ring for his beloved. He walked into the jewelry store and looked at the rings on the counter with a determined look. He carefully selected each ring, and each ring reminded him of her smile and tenderness. Finally, he found a simple and beautiful ring, its diamond shining like his love for her. He paid and walked out of the jewelry store, feeling extremely excited. He couldn't wait to see her, give her the ring, and tell her his feelings. Lin Haotian thought that there was a long time to come, and he would slowly tell Tingting about the system later. After all, this kind of thing was difficult for most people to accept. He thought that the fewer people who knew about it, the better. He was afraid that if too many people knew about it, they might catch him and do experiments and dissect him to find out where the system was stored. Then he would be finished. Thinking of this, he became more determined to keep a low profile. Moreover, money is a touchstone that can test people's hearts. He can't guarantee whether his girlfriend loves him for his money or for him as a person. After buying the ring, Lin Haotian returned to his rental house, feeling excited and disappointed. He spent the night lying in bed, half asleep and half awake. Chapter 2 Fired? The next day, Lin Haotian came to Huawei Group. Although he had already acquired the company, today was a special day after all. It was finally the day when his internship would end and he would be promoted to a full-time employee. After all, it was his first job in his life. When he arrived at the office, Zhao Rui secretly spoke to Haotian about something that happened to him and he was on good terms with. Brother Haotian, I just heard Brother Yong say in the restroom that you are on the list of candidates for regular employment this time. Lin Haotian thought to himself that if he worked diligently every day, and even though he had no background in the company, he had practical skills and was confident that he could be converted to a regular employee. Suddenly, a bald man was walking towards Lin Haotian and his friends. When Zhao Rui saw him, he said something to Haotian tacitly. Look, Brother Yong, the HR manager, is walking towards us. He must be here to announce your promotion. As he spoke, Brother Yong walked towards them. She walked to Lin Haotian, fiddled with her pink-framed glasses that were about to slip down, and said arrogantly, Lin Haotian, quickly pack up your work and hand it over to Wang Dahai. You pack up your things and go to the finance department to collect your salary. You have half a day to get out of Huawei Group. Lin Haotian said in astonishment. Brother Yong, did I hear correctly? I was fired? Yes, you are fired. Although I also value talent, you only have talent but no backing. I can't do anything about it. Brother, see you in the arena. Several colleagues nearby were whispering to each other. Looking at this, it must be correct. Wang Dahai is Wang Bo's nephew. How can Lin Haotian compare to someone with connections? Another person said, what a pity, it's because we don't have superpowers and we don't have a financial sponsor. Lin Haotian said unconvinced. Does having connections mean you can do whatever you want? I think the Huawei Group needs to be reorganized, otherwise it will be over sooner or later if it continues like this. Wang Dahai had a big round belly and spoke with a lisp. You poor loser, take your salary and leave quickly, otherwise I will ask my uncle to make sure you can't find a job in Jiangcheng and survive. Wang Dahai was sure that Lin Haotian, the poor loser, would not dare to resist. Looking around, anyone who dared to offend my uncle would be seeking death. My uncle is the general manager of Huawei Group. Wang Dahai continued. Get the hell out of here. Don't stay here and pollute Huawei's place. He pointed to Zhao Yong next to him. Brother Yong, go call the security guard. Zhao Yong said flatteringly, go call the security immediately and make them pay for what they have done. His face was full of flattering smiles, and his eyes revealed a hint of pride. He turned and walked towards the security room with a brisk pace, as if he was proud of being able to please Wang Dahai, who was a relative of his. Several colleagues looked at each other, thinking that Zhao Yong was just a greasy man at ordinary times, but now it seemed like he was a lackey, and they looked at Zhao Yong with contempt and disdain. After a while, Zhao Yong came back with several security guards. They walked towards Lin Haotian aggressively, waving their batons and making a whoosh sound. Zhao Yong stood aside, watching the scene smugly, and spoke to Wang Dahai in a flattering manner. "Dahai, the security guard has brought it to you. You must say a few nice words to the general manager when the time comes." Zhao Yong had been eyeing the position of Human Resources Director for a long time. Wang Dahai said with pride, "My uncle loves me the most. What I say has a very high status in his mind." "Don't worry," Lin Haotian said thoughtfully, "what a joke. Who do you think you are? If you dare to touch me, believe it or not, I can make your uncle unable to survive in Jiangcheng." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place was silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Several colleagues went in the direction of the general manager, no doubt going to tell tales. Lin Haotian continued. "Don't you believe it? Let's make a bet. I can touch your uncle, the general manager of Huawei Group." Wang Dahai looked disdainful, as if he had heard a huge joke. "Security, hurry up and get this lunatic Lin Haotian out." After hearing the order, the security captain quickly brought 20 people to Lin Haotian. When he was about to take action, Lin Haotian did a flip and threw several people led by the security captain out. Then several people came up one after another. Lin Haotian threw all 20 people to the ground in a few seconds. They tried to get up, but the pain was unbearable and they could only curse with gritted teeth. "You coward, you dare to hit me, you are dead, just wait for me to call for help." Lin Haotian was disdainful. "Come on, I'm waiting." The security captain and his group left the office hall dejectedly and went to call for help. Colleagues were shocked at first, but then they calmed down and secretly felt relieved. The security captain, Li Dezhuang, was the general manager's cousin's husband. He relied on this relationship to show off his power in the company. It was disgusting. He had inverted triangle eyes, eyebrows that were straight, nose hairs that were 3 centimeters long, and a fat face. Usually at the door, many female colleagues were stretched out their claws. Lin Haotian had learned martial arts. As his family was poor since childhood, when he was 8 years old, his family sent him to the Shaolin Temple to do odd jobs to make a living in order to save money. The master in the temple noticed that he had a natural talent for martial arts and decided to accept him as a disciple and teach him martial arts. He can now fight against 40 national soldiers, so it is a piece of cake for him to deal with the security guards just now. Wang Dahai cursed. "Is Huawei Group a place for you bastard to run wild? Just wait, I will call the police and have you spend the rest of your life in jail. Are you scared, poor loser? If you are, kneel down in front of me and I will spare your life." Lin Haotian said casually. "Silly sculpture." Wang Dahai was so angry that he wanted to tear him into pieces. He cursed all his ancestors. Colleagues looked at Wang Dahai with disdain, thinking that he was really uncultured and uneducated, and that if he didn't rely on connections, he was just a low-level scum. Lin Haotian couldn't stand him cursing his ancestors anymore, so he kicked Wang Dahai's little brother. Wang Dahai screamed in pain and cursed. "You little fucking bastard, you are a worthless person. If you offend me, just wait until I offend the general manager of Huawei Group. You are done. I am going to find my uncle, he said, holding his little brother in his hand, and walked towards the general manager in a dejected manner. Lin Haotian was thinking to himself, "The company belongs to me, the chairman is nothing, let alone the general manager." Just then the general manager came over, and next to him was Wang Dahai, who had just been beaten and was screaming with a look of grievance on his face. "Uncle, you love me the most. I am the only male in our family. How dare this ignorant loser to attack your nephew? Show him some color now." At this time, Wang Dahai seemed to have found support, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Haotian seemed to indicate that he could eat him up in the next step. General Manager Wang Bo was greatly shocked. At first he refused to believe it when Wang Dayan came to the manager's office to tell him what happened. How could there be such a bold and presumptuous person? Moreover, this person was of top-notch fighting skills and could fight against a security team of 20 people alone. He was definitely not an ordinary person and could not be defeated by force but only by wits. The general manager spoke. "Lin Haotian, what's going on? Please leave the company. The company will compensate you 3 times your internship salary. Otherwise, you won't get any salary at all, and you have to compensate the company for the economic losses you caused today. You see, it's not easy for you to go to work, so just accept the 3 times compensation. I can also write you a letter of recommendation so that it will be easier for you to find your next job. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Haotian thought to himself that Wang Dahai was not very smart, but Wang Bo must have some knowledge to be able to become the general manager. Chapter 3. The company is his, right? Lin Haotian looked displeased. If it were in the past, I would definitely choose to take triple the salary and leave, but things are different now. As the chosen one, owning 100% of the company's shares, I must have some integrity. My mind is full of thoughts, and I'm thinking, don't blame me if you go crazy and kill people. If you dare to challenge me, you must want to die. I also want to fight back for thousands of poor losers. At this time, Wang Bo saw that Lin Haotian did not reply, thinking that he had moved Lin Haotian, the corners of his mouth raised, thinking that the salary would be tripled, 8,000 a month, and the internship period would be 2 months, which would be nearly 50,000. Just wait and be happy. Then he spoke earnestly. Accept the conditions and leave quickly. Don't be so angry, young man. When you slowly take my position, you will know how tempting power is. It's okay to take the money and leave. Otherwise, I will use the power in my hands and make you unable to live in Jiangzhou in just one phone call. Lin Haotian laughed. Ha 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 ha, really? Do you believe me if I make you lose everything with just one phone call? Wang Bo was furious. He originally wanted to have a good talk with this intern who came out of nowhere and let him leave by paying some money. But who would have thought that he would be so ungrateful and arrogant? He dared to challenge my authority. Didn't he know that I was not someone to be trifled with? So Wang Bo gave up the thought of talking nicely and shouted angrily, "You are too arrogant. You have no respect for your elders. You are just an intern who just graduated. You are so arrogant. With my ability, I will send you to the police station." Just at this moment, Chairman Zhang Kai came over in a suit and tie, and seemed to have something on his mind. Just 10 minutes ago, he received a call saying that the company was acquired by a young man named Lin Haotian. Huiwei Group is one of the top real estate companies in Jiangzhou City, with a market value of 103 trillion yuan. It can come up with more than 10 trillion yuan to acquire this company. We still don't know where this young man comes from and what his character is like. This is related to his future. The chairman walked over slowly. When General Manager Wang saw him, he thought to himself, "You little bastard, the chairman is here, you are in big trouble." The other colleagues looked at the chairman coming over and greeted him respectfully, muttering in their hearts that Lin Haotian was in big trouble. Even if he had a lot of skills, he would have to bow down when he met the powerful. Wang Dahai, Zhao Yong, Wang Bo and the others all smiled widely, thinking that they could finally teach this arrogant brat a lesson. The chairman spoke. "What's going on? What happened? Why is the office so messy?" Zhao Yong reported what had just happened to the chairman like a servile person, and exaggerated what Lin Haotian had done. "Chairman, please be clear and expel Lin Haotian from the company and never hire him again. He is too arrogant." The chairman looked skeptical. "Who are you talking about? Who did you just talk about?" "Lin Haotian." The chairman muttered to himself, "Lin Haotian, is this the person who is going to acquire our company, or is he someone with the same name? If there is a misunderstanding, then my future will be ruined." To be on the safe side, the chairman picked up the phone and dialed Lin Haotian's number. At this time, Lin Haotian's phone rang. "The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the endless green hills." "Hello, who is this?" The person on the other end of the phone was the chairman, who was stunned. "Is this Mr. Lin?" "I am the chairman of Huiwei Group." Then the two men looked at each other, like two lightning bolts meeting in the air, while at the same time, the colleagues in the office hall were stunned, as if they were under a spell. Chairman Zhang Kai pushed Zhao Yong away and quickly walked up to Lin Haotian, then said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I hope I didn't scare you. It's my fault that I didn't recognize you just now. Please forgive me. I hope they didn't hurt you just now." The chairman is so humble, down to the dust. Everyone is wondering, what is the mysterious identity of Lin Haotian? Zhao Yong and the others were even more confused. They looked at General Manager Wang in bewilderment. General Manager Wang didn't understand why the chairman would treat an intern like this. General Manager Wang ran to the chairman and said to him, "Boss Zhang, you must have seen it wrong. Lin Haotian is just an intern. Why did you treat him like this? If you do this, I'm afraid other interns will follow suit. Then it will be difficult for our Huawei group to discipline them. The chairman said majestically. Are you teaching me how to do things? Other colleagues were speculating about Lin Haotian's identity. The chairman was so servile to him. Could it be that he was a second-generation rich man who came to the company to experience life? Or was he a gigolo kept by a rich woman? Some female colleagues even exaggeratedly said. He must have fallen in love with me and came to the company to pursue me. A girl with a pockmarked face proudly took out a mirror and quickly looked at her face, which she thought was playful. I've heard that some fathers of rich second generations are afraid that they are uneducated and unskilled, so they want to send them to the bottom of the company to hone their skills and then achieve great things. Could it be that Lin Haotian is really a rich second generation? Wow, my colleague is a rich second generation. I have a good relationship with him. I'll ask him to give me a department manager position later, he. Oh my god, Lin Haotian didn't have any money before, but he was handsome and capable. I didn't expect that even the chairman is so humble to him now. He is really my Prince Charming. Colleagues all looked at the former Lin Haotian enthusiastically and spoke to him in a fawning manner. Brother Haotian, I already know that you are different from usual. Brother Haotian, I like you. Please promise me, okay? It's so ridiculous, the second generation of rich people come to experience life right next to us. Everyone is guessing what Lin Haotian's identity is. At this time Wang Bo came over and said to the chairman. Chairman, what is Lin Haotian's identity? Why do you treat him like this? The chairman said helplessly. This company belongs to him. What do you think of his status? How dare you touch him today? You are usually a decent person, but why are you so disgraceful today? Be careful that you will lose your job. Everyone heard this and thought, the company is all his? What? Oh my god. Wang Bo thought about his position, and then spoke to his nephew in the spirit of sacrificing the pawn to save the king. Wang Dahai, apologize to Mr. Lin immediately and get out of the company. Wang Dahai looked surprised. What? Let me apologize to him. Then he added, if you offend Mr. Lin, no one can save you. If you don't apologize, I will ask your father to deal with you. When Wang Dahai heard the word dad, he collapsed and sat on the ground. His father drank every day and did nothing but beat him and drink. He did not educate him well since he was a child, which led to him being like his father, with no real talents or skills. If it were not for his uncle who got into the company through connections, he would have just been a walking corpse in society. So Wang Dahai knelt down with a plop, his previous arrogance gone, and said to Lin Haotian in a humble tone. Brother Haotian, Grandpa Haotian, please forgive me and don't let me leave the company, otherwise I will have no way to survive, please let me go. Lin Haotian said angrily. Get out of here, and you, Zhao Yong, get out of Huawei Group and I will never hire you again. Do you hear me? Zhao Yong collapsed to the ground in fear. You know, it was very hard for him to get the position of HR manager. He was in his 40s, with elderly parents and young children to take care of. It was over, completely over. General Manager Wang said with a flattering smile. Mr. Lin, I am a fool. I don't know your identity. I am sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. Lin Haotian thought to himself, even though Wang Bo treated him like this, there were still some tricks to deal with him. He should not do anything to him for now. It would not be too late to kill him after he has fattened him up. Then he said to Wang Bo. Manager Wang, you are not handling the issue properly. You will lose your quarterly bonus. Besides, Zhao Rui is a good guy. You can make the arrangements accordingly. Manager Wang was secretly delighted. Although he lost a quarterly bonus of 500,000 yuan, it was a blessing in disguise that he could stay here. He then notified the security team leader and his team not to come to work, and recruited another group of people. Although Lin Haotian did not mention the security team, we should think about what he thinks about, and we should also think about what he cannot think of. Then, Lin Haotian looked at the employees in the hall again. Dear colleagues, as a greeting gift, I will give each of you 20,000 yuan, which will be paid with next month's salary. Manager Wang, you will handle it when the time comes. What? A 20,000 yuan welcome gift. Awesome boss. Long live the boss. Everyone was shouting excitedly and everyone was in high spirits. It's so generous. What better benefit is there than giving out money? And they give out 20,000 yuan at a time. Afterwards, the chairman invited Lin Haotian into the office to discuss the company's future development prospects. Lin Haotian said, "The company is still in your hands. You just need to report the financial statements and profits and losses to me every month. I'm leaving now." Zhang Kai said happily and enthusiastically. "Then I'll take Mr. Lin downstairs. Mr. Lin is welcome to inspect our work at any time. No need to see me off, just stay." Zhang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself, "The company is under my control again." It seems that Mr. Lin's observation for a period of time before taking over is their routine. Smart, really smart. Chapter 4, Girlfriend's True Face. Master, sign-in system, please sign in. Ding, congratulations to the owner for doubling his consumption tenfold. I just happened to be going to the 4S store to look for Tingting. I had no means of transportation, so I hailed a taxi. Tingting's company is more than 20 kilometers away from Huawei Group, and it takes about 30 minutes to get there. Thinking that I would see Tingting soon, my heart was filled with joy and I wanted to share with my beloved her the incredible things that happened yesterday and today. Zhang Tingting is his high school classmate. They agreed to get into the same key university and put a lot of effort into it. They were both top students in the school. He doesn't believe that Tingting would despise him after graduating from university. They agreed to spend their lives together. Thinking of this, Lin Haotian thought, Tingting, I want to make you the happiest woman in the world, because I have the godly rich system, and I can give you everything you want. When a car passed by, Lin Haotian looked out the window, seeing young couples leaning on the boys' backs. He thought that he and Tingting were also in love, and that he was about to see his beloved lover, and his heart was filled with joy. The car drove to an Audi 4S sales store. The store was full of new Audi cars, and the salesmen and women in the store were all top handsome men and beautiful women. Lin Haotian got out of the car. Taxi fares are also doubled and cash back is credited to your account. 652 yuan. Wow, it's true. If I buy a car here, 10 times the money is not a lot. I feel happy just thinking about it. Lin Haotian arrived at Zhang Tingting's store and called Tingting to come down to see him. Tingting answered the phone, feeling guilty while staring at the rich second-generation Li Guanquan who was looking for her not far away, and replied, "What? You came to see me. Didn't I make it clear? Don't bother me anymore. Tingting, I have prepared a surprise for you, don't you want to come out and see it?" Tingting took a deep breath and said, "Okay, let's talk it out face to face. I just want to tell you something, and we won't get involved with each other anymore." After a while, Tingting came out of the 4S shop. She was wearing a professional suit. She was 1.68 centimeters tall, and the clothes wrapped her curvy figure. She had a pair of charming almond-shaped eyes and a fair face. The 10 centimeters high heels made her look taller and more charming, especially when she wore black stockings. Her figure became even hotter. No wonder Lin Haotian is so obsessed with her. How can he break up with a goddess-like person just over the phone? Everything should be discussed face to face. Tingting, I have prepared a surprise for you. Tingting was very embarrassed because Lin Haotian came to visit suddenly and the rich second-generation Li Guanquan who was pursuing him was also here. She did not agree to Li Guanquan's pursuit, and he happened to be in the store again, so it would not be difficult to avoid misunderstanding. Haotian, it's a good thing that you're here. I won't look at the surprise you gave me first. I want to tell you something first. What is it, you say? As it happened, before Tingting could speak, Li Guanquan touched Tingting's slim waist with his salty hands and looked at Lin Haotian with disdain. You are Tingting's ex-boyfriend, the poor loser with no money, right? Tingting, you had appendicitis in the middle of the night. Who carried you to the hospital for emergency treatment? You wanted the latest Huawei phone. Who worked part-time for 3 months to earn it for you? I tried my best to satisfy you with whatever you wanted. Do you think what he said was true? I want you to tell me in person. It's true. He is indeed my boyfriend. He can give me the new bags I want, which cost 100,000 yuan each. Can you give it to me? He can buy me a car, which is worth 300,000 yuan. Can you give it to me? You can't. What's the use of having a sincere heart? If you can't buy what I want, I am materialistic. How can I not be materialistic? Reality is too cruel. I don't want to live a life of charity anymore. After hearing this, Lin Haotian silently held the ring in his pocket that he was going to give to Tingting, shook his head, and thought to himself, I didn't expect that my girlfriend of 4 years would be so materialistic. The love that lasted for 4 years was shattered, but fortunately, I was able to see my girlfriend's true face at this time and avoid being cheated of money and sex in the end. Only consumption can relieve worries. The 4S store salesmen standing by were watching the excitement and pointing and talking. As a wealthy man, how can he get by without a car? He can't take a taxi to and from work every day. Besides, in this situation, Zhang Tingting, Li Guangquan and others are laughing at him. It's okay for him to be a poor loser before, but now he is a wealthy man and he can't lose face. All this prompted Lin Haotian to buy a new car. In the past, Lin Haotian also liked sports cars very much, but he knew that even if he worked for 3 years, he would not be able to afford the tires for a sports car. I had been planning to buy a car, but now the system offers a 10x cashback for signing in, so I headed straight into the store. Zhang Tingting and Li Guangquan were very surprised. Zhang Tingting thought, I've explained it to you so clearly. Do you want to destroy the store and ruin my job? Do you think I've pushed him too far and made him fight tooth and nail? So she quickly stopped Lin Haotian and said, I've explained it to you so clearly. Do you want to destroy my job? Lin Haotian, please leave quickly. What do you want to do in there? Let's part ways in peace. Do you want to smash the store? Can you afford to pay for the damages if you damage the luxury cars inside? I'm afraid one tire would keep you busy for a year. Lin Haotian, you poor loser, what are you pretending to be when you go in? Can you afford it? Even if I sell you, you still can't afford it. Lin Haotian ignored them and walked in quickly. He ran into Zhu Feng, Zhang Tingting's roommate. Xu Feng said disdainfully. Lin Haotian, I've already advised Tingting to break up with you. Look, this is the rich second-generation man I introduced to Tingting. His company is worth 50 million. You, a poor loser, have never seen this much money in your life. Xu Feng is Tingting's roommate. She is vain and loves to gossip. When Lin Haotian and Tingting were dating in their freshman year, she often advised them to break up. Lin Haotian ignored this person and looked at a salesperson next to him. This person's name was an intern named Yuan Huina. With a youthful face, she said enthusiastically, Sir, this is the largest Audi 4S store in Zhangzhou. We have all the Audi models. If you have any needs, please tell me. Xu Feng looked at Yuan Huina with disdain, and gossiped to Sister Lu next to her, Look, she's an intern, but she can eat anything when she's hungry. Lin Haotian looks so poor, and he wears ordinary clothes. How can he afford to buy a car, let alone a luxury car? I'm afraid he's worked in vain. Sister Lu was about to remind Yuan Huina, I've been in sales for so many years, and I can tell who can buy and who can't. This person doesn't have the financial resources, so he definitely can't buy. Stop wasting your time. Yuan Huina smiled and said, Sister Lu, it's okay, I'll just exercise. It doesn't matter whether they buy or not. I want to serve every customer who comes into the store warmly. Sister Lu shook her head in disappointment, muttering that young people nowadays are really hopeless. I want to buy an Audi R8. Do you have any in stock? Lin Haotian said directly. He was planning to buy this one anyway, so there was no need to look at other options. Yuan Huina was slightly stunned when she heard this. Audi R8 is the most expensive model in Audi system. Even the lowest configuration costs 1.8 million. A commission of 50,000 for a car is enough for several months' salary. Sister Lu and others beside her looked at this scene in disbelief. They thought that they must be playing tricks on the interns. Yuan Huina confirmed again, Sir, are you sure you want an Audi R8? Lin Haotian took out a card and gave it to Yuan Huina. Swipe your card and pick up your car. Everyone was stunned. Sister Lu reacted and quickly took the card from Yuan Huina. She eagerly and enthusiastically went up to Lin Haotian and said, Sir, Yuan Huina is an intern. She doesn't understand many of the procedures and is very slow in processing. If you are in a hurry, let me serve you. No, I'll just wait for her to process it for me. I have plenty of time. Besides, the commission for this order will be hers. Count it, it must be hers. Handle this gentleman's affairs properly, he said to Yuan Huina unconvincedly. Sir, everything is done. Here is your car purchase contract and temporary license plate. Here is your bank card and the paperwork. Please take them. Host, your bank card will be refunded 18 million, and you will also be given first-class driving skills. Lin Haotian took the file bag, took out his bank card, kissed it, put it away, and then walked towards the Audi, ignited the engine, and sped away. Wang Tingting was left behind, while Li Guanquan and his group stayed where they were with their mouths wide open. Chapter 5: Trapped in the Live Broadcast Room. Friends, today I'm going to take you to a barbecue restaurant. Although it's a little small, the food inside is really the best I've ever eaten at. I come here often. Friends in Jiangzhou can come and patronize it and meet by chance. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Wow, the snow goddess is waiting for me to meet her by chance. Swear is mine, no one can snatch it from me. Gave a rocket casually. Wait, what did I see? Goddess, please give the camera to the handsome guy next to you. Swear was stunned at first, then turned around and looked at Lin Haotian behind her. Those big, bright eyes, like two dazzling gems, were deeply embedded in Lin Haotian's body and could not be moved away. Yes, she had completely fallen for him. Lin Haotian was like a character from a comic book, handsome to the point of being breathtaking. His face seemed to exude the unique temperament of a melancholy prince, and his body was like a sculpture carefully crafted by a master sculptor, with 8 abdominal muscles looming, like a mysterious treasure waiting to be discovered. If anyone could become his girlfriend, wouldn't it be as happy as being in a dream that night? Thinking of this, Swear hurriedly shook off her evil thoughts that she shouldn't have. When Swear thought of this, she was like a shy little deer. She didn't dare to look up and kept her head down silently. Her rosy cheeks were tinged with a blush, just like the sunset in the sky. Some netizens in the live broadcast room started to refresh the screen like monkeys gloating over others' misfortune. Haha, look at the face of the goddess Swear, it's almost as red as an apple. She's been discovered, right? Will the snow goddess be reported? She's in trouble. This handsome guy is so good looking, I want to rush out of the screen to get his contact information. Will handsome brother punish our goddess Swear? Taking secret photos will be reported. If the case is investigated, we will be in big trouble. The live broadcast room was constantly refreshed with comments, some were gloating, some female viewers wanted Lin Haotian's contact information, and some felt sorry for Swear. The show has only been on for a month, and the number of fans is only 20,000, and this achievement is only achieved by daily broadcasting. If the live broadcast room is reported, all previous efforts will be in vain. Lin Haotian looked at the camera. The live broadcast was still gaining popularity and people were still pouring in. If he just left at this time, it would be too disrespectful to this little girl. Moreover, this little girl was more beautiful than Zhang Tingting. He thought that the best way to heal his emotional wounds was to start another relationship. Handsome brother, look at me, hey handsome guy. The live broadcast room was flooded with messages again. Then he looked at Swear's shy look and became interested. It was interesting. It was really interesting. So he asked, "Can I go live with you? How popular is your live room now? I can help you increase the popularity of your live broadcast." Swear asked sincerely with a look of disbelief on her face. Really? Thinking about what he just did, he didn't expect that a handsome stranger would be able to help him live broadcast, and he was also someone he admired. He was so happy. It's our first meeting. I'll treat you to a barbecue. My name is Lin Haotian, what's your name? Lin Haotian said enthusiastically. Swear. When I stepped into the barbecue restaurant, a plump lady came like a rolling meatball. She was the owner of the barbecue restaurant. Before she graduated from junior high school, her parents sent her here to learn barbecue techniques from a master chef and shouldered the responsibility of supporting her younger brothers and sisters. After more than 20 years of training, Sher Zhaoti's cooking skills have reached the pinnacle. In a moment, she serves grilled food that is golden in color, like gold ingots, and juicy and delicious, like nectar. Because of the handsome Lin Haotian, the popularity of the live broadcast increased by 200,000. Many people came to see the handsome guy. Lin Haotian picked up the menu and said to the boss, this, and this. Soon, the steaming barbecue was served on the table. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, kidneys, grilled leeks, garlic enoki mushrooms, garlic eggplant. Each skewer of barbecue is like a carnival feast for the taste buds. The heat is controlled to just the right degree, just like an experienced chef carefully carving a work of art, allowing the aroma of the barbecue and the deliciousness of the meat to blend perfectly, dancing on the tip of the tongue, leaving you with an endless aftertaste. I thought to myself that this store was really good, except that its location was a bit remote. If it was in the center of Jiangchang, it would be extremely popular. Then I asked Swear, "How does it taste?" Because Cher represents young people in their 20s, if she thinks it tastes good, then it will definitely suit everyone's taste buds. Brother Haotian, this barbecue is delicious. It's the best barbecue I've ever eaten. So Lin Haotian called the owner of the barbecue restaurant and asked, "Sister, your craftsmanship is really good. Are you interested in expanding it?" Cher Zhaodi was as confused as a monk. She looked Lin Haotian up and down carefully. Lin Haotian was wearing clothes as simple as a pool of clear water and shoes as ordinary as roadside weeds. He didn't look like a rich man at all. At most, he was as handsome as a star, but being handsome can't make a living. However, she still answered with a smile on her face. "Of course I do. I know my skills well and have been doing this for more than 20 years. I have accumulated many old customers, but I just don't have the capital to expand. If I can expand, it would be great. Well, I want to invest in your store. I don't have time to manage it, so I need you to manage it. I'll give you a budget of 5 million. You find a store in the center of Jiangcheng and renovate it. It must be big and luxurious. The condition is that I get 30% of every profit. How about it?" Cher Zhaodi was stunned at first, then said, "Sir, are you telling the truth?" He looked at Lin Haotian with disbelief, thinking in his mind, if this is true, then I will be rich. Before, due to lack of costs, the technology could not be perfectly demonstrated, and the monthly revenue was only about 150,000. If it is expanded, the monthly revenue will reach more than 2 million. For someone who has not even graduated from junior high school, it is much better than a white-collar worker sitting in an office. How are you thinking about it? Why don't we sign the contract now?" Cher Zhaodi said anxiously. She was afraid that the cooked duck would fly away. "Don't worry, I'll transfer the 5 million budget to you first, scan your Alipay, and you can arrange the follow-up work by yourself. You just need to report my monthly revenue." So Lin Haotian transferred 5 million to Cher Zhaodi, and Cher Zhaodi's payment SMS had a voice function. 5 million renminbi received in Alipay. "Ding dong, host, 50 million has arrived in your bank account, congratulations to the host." The live broadcast room exploded. What? Did I hear it right? Brother Haotian is not only handsome, but he also offers 5 million. He really is my Prince Charming. The topic in the live broadcast room suddenly reached a climax. Everyone is talking about the identity and who this handsome guy is. Soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. When Lin Haotian and others were full and ready to leave, Cher nodded and bowed to Lin Haotian and others to walk slowly, because she knew that Lin Haotian was her benefactor and the god of wealth. If she had not been lucky enough to meet him this time, she would not know when the store would expand. It was the most fortunate thing in her life for her to encounter this. She was really grateful to her ancestors for sending them to a far distance. She watched Lin Haotian leading Cher straight to the Audi R6. Lin Haotian took out the car keys and the car lights flashed. Brother Haotian, is this your car? Lin Haotian is not only handsome, but also drives a luxury car. He spends 5 million without blinking an eye. He is really rich. Cher closed the live broadcast room contentedly and checked the number of views and income for the day. It's simply off the charts, a 7-digit figure flashed by. I got it, it's really got it. I was happy for a week when I got 5 digits during the live broadcast, and now it's 7 digits. I have to thank Brother Haotian very much, it's all thanks to him. I'm willing to use this money to buy him gifts. Brother Haotian, you just treated me to a meal. I must go buy you a gift. Thank you so much today. Not only did you treat me to a meal, but you also made my live broadcast room have the most beautiful data ever. I am so happy. So, Lin Haotian and Cher drove to Asia Trade Mall. Arrived in 20 minutes. The front passenger door opened, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender legs as long as white onions. She was wearing a slim mini skirt, which made her slender legs look even more flawless. She got out of the car wearing 10-centimeter high heels. The breeze blew across her cheeks, and her waist-length, smooth hair made her look fresh and refined, like a fairy descending from heaven. She's so beautiful. As a woman, I can only envy her, not be jealous of her. She's so beautiful. If you want to be my wife, I would be willing to sacrifice 20 years of my life. Such long legs and such a great figure, she is truly the best in the world. The onlookers became more and more curious about the identity of the car owner. Which young master from Jiangcheng could win the favor of such a beautiful woman? When everyone's curiosity is overflowing. The next person was wearing an ordinary top, ordinary pants, and pirated shoes. The total value of his clothes was no more than 200 yuan. He is totally different from the imagined rich second generation, he is simply a poor loser. Could it be that he is a kept gigolo? He looks pretty good. Which rich lady is this kept gigolo? Schwer held Lin Haotian's arm and asked with concern. Brother Haotian, what are they looking at? Then he gently checked Lin Haotian's sweat. What? A liquor. A beauty licks the poor loser's liquor. Am I seeing right? What's his status? Why are all women like this now? I can do the same, hee hee. It would be great if I were him. At least I'm richer than him. Look at him, he's so poor, and yet a beautiful woman treats him like this. Chapter 6, Shopping Spree. Brother Haotian, let's go shopping. Let's buy whatever you want. Schwer will buy it for you. The passers-by fainted after hearing this. How come he didn't get such a good thing as a beautiful woman licking his dog? Schwer took Lin Haotian's arm and walked towards the Asia Trade Mall. Lin Haotian liked this feeling, the feeling of being a dog licker. He used to be Ting Ting's dog licker. No matter what Ting Ting wanted, he would give it to her. He had 10,000 yuan and he could spend it on Ting Ting. He would rather eat instant noodles for a month just to make her smile. Now it will never be like this again. Lin Haotian brought Schwer into the Patek Philippe store, which was filled with a wide variety of famous watches from various countries. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, so Lin Haotian decisively chose to buy a watch to enhance his temperament. The salesgirl saw someone coming and immediately went forward to greet him. After all, people who buy watches here are either rich or noble, and one transaction is enough to support one's life for a year. What catches your eye is a playful beauty with a beauty score of over 90%. Then look at the gentleman next to her. Apart from being handsome, he wears ordinary clothes and his entire outfit is worth only 200 yuan, no more. Miss, what kind of watch would you like to see? The salesgirl Lianren said respectfully, thinking that she must catch this rich woman. Brother Haotian, is there anything you like? Take out the most expensive men's watch in your store. Hello, sir. This is the most expensive watch in our store. You see, this watch integrates many complex functions, such as tourbillon, minute repeater, etc. Every component has been carefully designed and made. It is worth 30 million yuan and suits your temperament very well. Good, this is the one I'll take, just bring it and swipe the card. Schwer was anxious. She had only made 1 million yuan. How could she pay this money? So she lowered her head and said to Lin Haotian, Brother Haotian, I'm sorry, Schwer only has 1 million and can't afford the watch you like. How about we choose a different model? The salesperson next to him said with disdain. Look at Lianren, he welcomes everyone. He really disgraces us. Is this a place for poor losers to come? Can he afford a watch? I'm afraid he has to ask the rich woman next door to buy the cheapest one for him, pretty boy. That's right, you see she hasn't opened for business for 2 months. She's not in a hurry to boost sales. She doesn't even take a good look at this person. You can tell at first glance that she's a kept gigolo. The key is that this rich woman isn't rich. Judging from her appearance, she's just a pretty anchor at best. Salesgirl Lianren thought to herself, please let me make an order, because she has not opened the store for 2 months. The store manager just talked to her and said that if she doesn't open the store this month, she will pack up and leave. Thinking of this, the salesgirl spoke to Lin Haotian respectfully. Sir, are you sure you want this watch? We have cheaper watches in our store, which are over 800,000 and are also pretty good. That's all I want, pay by card. What? Pay by swiping a card? Then Lin Haotian handed the teller an ordinary bank card. It was neither a black gold card nor a platinum card, but just an ordinary bank card. Lianren reminded again. Sir, this watch costs 30 million yuan. Are you sure you want it? She was afraid that she had heard it wrong. Just swipe the card, the password is 6/8. Okay sir, please wait. Lianren took the card and swiped it at the counter POS. Wow, it worked. So she earned an astronomical amount of money in her life, 3 million commission. I jumped up with excitement. Finally, I didn't have to pack up and leave. No, even if I had to pack up and leave, it didn't matter. I had 3 million, enough money to buy a house. I wouldn't be a homeless poor kid anymore. Sir, this is your watch, are you wearing it now? Put it on now. The whole audience was in an uproar. The other salesmen were so angry that they hated themselves for being so blind. Such a big piece of fat meat was lost to Lianren, who had not made a single order for 2 months. They felt regretful and distressed. Ding, the host received a tenfold cashback of 300 million, please check it. Lin Haotian received a text message reminding him that 300 million yuan had arrived at China Merchants Bank. Lin Haotian raised the corner of his mouth. It turned out that the life of a super rich person was so boring. This money comes too easily, there is no challenge at all. Then he asked Lianren, "Do you have any women's watches in the store? I want to find the watch that the lady next to me is wearing." "Just this one, give it to me, how much is it?" The other salesman hurried forward to greet this piece of fat meat and said with a forced smile, "Sir, I am here to serve you. I am the gold medal salesperson of this company. My service will definitely satisfy you." "No, I'll let her serve me." Pointing at Lianren, who was standing next to him. Lianren trotted over happily and said enthusiastically, "Sir, this watch costs 20 million yuan, come here to pay." Swipe the card to pay. Consume as smoothly as flowing water. Lianren was really happy in his heart that he had won another bonus of 2 million. It was not a dream but real. He pinched his moist little face in disbelief and only believed it when marks were left on his watery skin that he believed it was real. He did not expect that he would have such luck. He was so happy. "Brother Haotian, your gift is too expensive. I don't want it. I bought it for you." "Why did you buy it for me? It's so expensive. I don't know how to repay you." "If you want to repay me, then help me pick out some clothes." Schwer agreed. "Okay, Brother Haotian, I will definitely pick out clothes that suit you. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse." Lin Haotian doesn't care whether he wears branded clothes or not, but now he is a super rich man. How can he live up to his status if he doesn't buy a few decent clothes? What's more, there is a tenfold cashback system now. The more he spends, the more he earns. Isn't that great? So the two of them left the store and walked to a men's clothing brand store next door. Louis Vuitton. Lin Haotian had heard of it before, but had never bought it. Several salesmen looked Lin Haotian up and down. He was wearing ordinary clothes and didn't look like someone who could afford the clothes in the store. But a sharp-eyed clerk noticed that the bracelets on Lin Haotian and Schwer's wrists were limited editions from the store next door, worth tens of millions. "Sir, do you have any favorites?" She looked at Lin Haotian with burning eyes, as if she wanted to eat him. Before the clerk took out the clothes, Schwer took a fancy to a black suit and said, "Brother Haotian, this suit is great. You have such a great figure, you will look very handsome in it. Sir, your girlfriend has a good eye. This dress is custom made here and has been reserved, but the full payment has not been made yet. If you buy it here, I can apply for it for you." So, Lin Haotian took the clothes to the fitting room to try them on. When he came out, he was stunningly charming. The clothes seemed tailor-made for him. When he wore them, it was not the clothes that set off him, but he set off the clothes. "I bought this one," the saleswoman said in surprise. "Don't you want to ask the price?" "What's there to ask? Just buy if it's suitable. Also, pack these and these for me and send them to the 8th floor of Building 28, Hanbei Road, Jiangcheng." When the clerk heard that it would be delivered to this location, he was a little surprised. This location is the old campus and all the people living there are migrant workers from other places. He really doesn't understand the hobbies of rich people. Lin Haotian was used to receiving strange looks, because he knew that it was unrealistic to buy clothes here if he lived in that environment. It would be a problem to store them. So he told the clerk, "Let's just take the one I'm wearing. I just need a villa, or I can book it and wear different clothes every day," Lin Haotian thought to himself. "Sir, this suit of clothes you are wearing costs 5 million. How can I pay for it?" Lin Haotian handed over an ordinary China Merchants Bank card. Swipe the card, the password is 68. "Please help me get rid of the clothes in the fitting room. Only by saying goodbye to the past can we embrace the future. It's time to say goodbye to the past." The female clerk took the card to the front desk to swipe it, and then after everything was done, she handed the receipt and card to Lin Haotian's phone respectfully and said with a smile, "Sir, it has been processed. Add me on WeChat and I will let you know when there are new models." Lin Haotian said, "No. Ding, 50 million has arrived in the host's account, please check. Lin Haotian happily put the bank card away. After buying clothes, Lin Haotian took Shuer away from Asia Trade Mall. Chapter 7, Zhangcheng Water Dream Manor Villa. Coming out of the mall and walking to the car, Lin Haotian opened the passenger door like a gentleman and let Shuer sit down. After settling Shuer down, he sat in the main driver's seat and said to Shuer, "Sit tight, I'm going to drive, I drive very fast." Before Shuer could come to her senses, the car had disappeared outside the mall. "Brother Haotian, drive slower, it's too fast." "If you beg me, I'll drive slower," Lin Haotian said jokingly. "Brother Haotian, Shuer begs you to drive slower, because this sports car is open air and it's so cold." "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Lin Haotian slowed down the car and asked, "Let me take you home now, it's getting late." Soon they arrived at the neighborhood where Shuer lived. Shuer said enthusiastically and charmingly, "Brother Haotian, do you want to go upstairs and have a cup of tea?" Lin Haotian said happily, Okay. So Shuer and I took the elevator to the room. It was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house. Although it was not big, it was very tidy and warm. One of the rooms was decorated in a princess style, probably used for live broadcasts. Shuer enthusiastically poured Lin Haotian a cup of tea. Lin Haotian took the tea from Shuer. Lin Haotian said, "Shuer, how long have you been live streaming?" Shuer replied, "It's been more than half a year since the show started." "Brother Haotian, this is the first time I've met someone who's so kind to me like you." Lin Haotian touched Shuer's forehead and said with a smile, "Silly girl, isn't it my duty to be nice to you?" Lin Haotian looked at his watch and it was getting late. Lin Haotian stood up and prepared to leave. He had to go home quickly because the system was calling him. The sign-in time was about to come, and he couldn't sign in here with Shuer. "Back to the old and dilapidated house I rented, start the system." So I closed my eyes and meditated. A large screen with a computer interface appears in front of you. "Master, today's sign-in time has come, do you want to sign in?" The system elf said mischievously. "Sign and press the sign-in button on the screen." Congratulations to the owner for signing in successfully and obtaining Villa number 1 of Zhangcheng Water Dream Manor. The real estate contract is stored in the system warehouse. Please pick it up by yourself. Lin Haotian happily took out the property certificate from the system warehouse. I have heard for a long time that the Zhangcheng Water Dream Manor villas cover a total area of 10,000 acres, but there are only 100 villas built on it. The cheapest one costs 80 million yuan, and it is Villa number 1, which has the best and most luxurious location among the 100 villas. The people who live here are either rich or noble. Even if you have money, you can't buy a villa here. Now it is in Lin Haotian's pocket. I smiled happily, this is really the world of rich people. I was thinking about getting some sleep first and then checking into the room tomorrow morning. The next day, Lin Haotian drove his Audi R8 and followed the navigation system to leisurely drive to the Water Dream Manor Villa. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at the gate of the villa. Lin Haotian was shocked when he saw the environment in front of him. Although he had imagined what the villa would look like in his mind last night, he was still shocked when he saw it in person. In the palace-like house, there were 2 rows of 20 maids. All of them were in their early 20s, tall, delicate and impeccable. Lin Haotian got out of the car and picked up the phone to call the property management. The person who answered the phone was a housekeeper named Li Yanran. A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Lin, I am your personal butler. I am happy to serve you. May I ask where you are?" "I've arrived at the manor." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'll go out to greet you right away." Then came a tall woman wearing glasses, wearing a suit jacket, a tight skirt, and black stockings that made her long legs look even straighter and longer. Her face was as smooth as an egg, and her appearance was above 9 points. Was she a property manager or a personal manager? She was so beautiful, the most stunning beauty in the world. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am your personal butler, and I am happy to check you in." "So I am your male master?" "Yes, master, please follow me." Lin Haotian was brought into the manor by Li Yanran. It looked magnificent from the outside, but it was an even more unique world inside. Li Yanran clapped her hands, and the 20 people who had just been standing at the door of the villa to greet them came to Lin Haotian, looking at this handsome man with aristocratic temperament and so rich. Most of the people living here are rich but greasy men or middle-aged and elderly men. They can work here for the handsome and wealthy young master, earn money and appreciate his 8-pack abs, tall and straight figure, and noble face like a prince. Maybe the young master and themselves will fall in love, and they will be lucky enough to marry this rich lady. Just thinking about it makes them happy. The 20 women have hot bodies, and the Cheongsams make their figures look even more dignified and beautiful. Each of them has a good figure, and can be called the best in the world. Master, my name is Tao Yao Yao, I just turned 19 this year. If you have any needs, you can come to me. I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Master, my name is Yuan Monair, and I work very efficiently. Then he looked at Lin Haotian passionately. Several others rushed forward, but were stopped by Li Yanran, who then introduced them to Lin Haotian. Master, these are your personal maids. They are always available at your beck and call. You can always contact them if you have any questions in the future. Then he ordered more than 20 people to leave. Master, please go inside. Yanran will take you in. The interior is as luxurious as a palace, it is simply beyond description. Full of high tech. Lin Haotian was very satisfied with everything inside. Thinking that this would be his home in the future, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "The 24-hour service Miss Yanran mentioned? Master, any service is available, at your beck and call." Okay, got it. You can go down first. I'll call you if there's anything else. Li Yanran left tactfully, leaving Lin Haotian alone to visit the villa. Li Yanran walked to the front door and suddenly a phone rang. She picked up the phone and heard a threatening voice from the other end. Li Yanran, give me the money quickly, or tell Mom. How much do you want? 10,000. What do you want 10,000 for? Didn't I just give you 5,000 a few days ago? My money didn't come from the wind. I have no money left. You work as a personal butler in such a big villa. Who are you trying to cheat if you don't have money? If you don't have money, ask your master for it. Li Yanran shook her head helplessly and could only transfer 10,000 yuan to her brother. Li Yanran has 3 children in her family, a younger sister and an older brother. She is the second oldest. Her parents are patriarchal and would unconditionally meet any request made by her brother. The only thing she wanted to do was to buy review materials, but her parents refused to buy them, saying they had no money. Fortunately, she worked hard and was a top student since she was a child. She relied on herself to get into a 985 university in Jiangchang. After graduating from university, she came to the manor to work as a housekeeper with her great beauty and high education. After receiving the 10,000 yuan, the brother hung up the phone, leaving Li Yanran standing there. She wanted to ask something. "Daqiang, how is it, did your sister give you the money?" "Of course. I'm the darling of the family. If she doesn't give it to me, I'll tell my mom. My mom loves me the most. Let's go have a drink. I heard that there are many beautiful girls in the new note bar next door. Let's go and have some fun. I'll pay the bill. Brother Chang, you are awesome. I will have a lot of fun if I follow you." A younger brother beside Li Daqiang said respectfully. Chapter 8. Don't worry, I'll support you. In the Water Dream Manor, Lin Haotian was bored, so he took out his phone and went into the leg-shaking live broadcast room. While he was watching the live broadcast, a text message came in. "Brother Haotian, what are you doing? Schwer misses you very much. I was bored in watching live broadcasts. Brother Haotian, come to my live broadcast room." So he sent a link. When Lin Haotian clicked on the link and entered Schwer's live broadcast room, he found that there were less than 100 people watching the live broadcast, so he prepared to warm up the atmosphere. 10 rocket launchers appeared in the air on the mobile phone screen, which means 100,000. Who is so generous? The otakus in the live broadcast room couldn't help but gasp, and quickly took a look. It turned out that the ID was very low level and named Ifei Chong Tian, Hao Tian Benzun. Schwer stared at the name with her big watery eyes and said excitedly, "Brother Haotian, I knew it was you. Schwer missed you so much. When you left yesterday, Schwer was still asleep." She thought Brother Haotian ignored her. The live broadcast room suddenly fell into a peak discussion period. What, did I hear wrongly? What's going on between the snow goddess and this unknown person called Feitian? No, Schwer is mine. Brother Haotian, do I look good today? Schwer demonstrated how a model walks in front of the screen. She was wearing a dress that fit her perfectly and brought out her perfect figure. After seeing this, the otakus stared at the screen intently, and they exclaimed in joy at Cher's hot body in the video. "Schwer, you are mine, mine." 15 rocket launchers appeared on the screen, which was 150,000. A bald, wretched man who coveted Schwer's body opened the recharge interface and recharged 150,000 at once, just to compete with Feitian. All of a sudden, rocket launchers, yachts, etc. filled the screen. They were all initiated by Haotian himself, whose ID is Yifi Changshan, and are worth 1 million. Schwer jumped up excitedly. "Brother Haotian, Schwer loves you." Brother Lonely left the live broadcast room. "Oh my god, I scared Lonely away. Who can resist spending 1 million at once? Who is this Haotian? He is so rich. He's so rich, he's my Prince Charming. Brother Haotian, you are so handsome." Suddenly, 100, 200, 300, and 100,000 people came to the live broadcast room. "Schwer, your live broadcast room needs some attention. Quickly find someone to play PK with," Lin Haotian said sincerely. He really wanted to help this cute girl. "Yes, let's play PK, Goddess Schwer, I support you too." A licking dog said. "Brother Haotian, I don't dare. I've only been live streaming for a month and don't have much traffic. I don't dare. What are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. I'll support you." Yes, with such an awesome master here, what is there to be afraid of? He can charge 1 million at once. Who has such courage? I'm afraid there are only a few people in Jiangcheng who dare to do this. Hit Lin Haotian simply and clearly typed a word in front of the screen, sent it out, and then sat leisurely on the sofa in Shuaziming manner. "Okay, I'll listen to my brother." Shui air clicks to find PK. The system is matching. A charming-looking woman came out, wearing a tube top, a miniskirt, and half stockings. When Schwer and her fans saw the ID, they were even more shocked. It turned out to be Yao Mayer, the top anchor on the list, with 100 million fans. Let us take a look at Schwer's live broadcast room. If Lin Haotian hadn't contributed 100,000 live broadcast viewers by giving gifts, there might be less than 100 people. This is simply a huge defeat. How could they win? I dare not even think about it. Schwer looked embarrassed and surprised and wanted to close the PK interface. "Hello, nice to meet you." Yao Mayer greeted him with a look of disdain, looking at the other party's live broadcast room with only 100,000 people, wondering how it was possible that he won the first place in the rankings and had a fan base of 100 million. They were simply not on the same level. "Hello, Sister Mayer, I'm sorry, I connected to the wrong number, please find someone else." She wanted to turn it off immediately. "Wait a minute, Sister Schwer, I won't bully you. My fans in the live broadcast room also want to get to know you." Mayer originally wanted to turn it off, but she watched the fans in the live broadcast room talking about it and getting excited. "That cute girl over there is really pretty. She has a different style from our Mayer. It's quite a different feeling. The girl on the other side is so delicate and pitiful, really lovable, I'm going to go support her. So pure and cute, but why are there so few people watching the live broadcast? I want to support it too." In a short while, 1 million fans flooded into Schwer's live broadcast room. Mayer's people ran to the other side. Maya thought to herself, this is so infuriating. With her small number of people, defeating her is not a piece of cake. I will keep her under control and beat her for a while to let her know how powerful I am. Yao Mayer was a jealous person to begin with, and now she had a grudge against Schwer. "Sister Schwer, since we are connected, it is fate. It's okay. I will let you go." Then he continued in a mocking tone. "Sister Schwer, it doesn't matter if you lose. You will gain a lot of fans by competing with the big anchors. Be content. Goddess Schwer, just fight her. I support you. Goddess Schwer, don't we have Brother Haotian? Why are we still afraid of her? What a joke. Yeah, by the way, is Brother Haotian still in the live broadcast room? Schwer still doesn't dare to fight. Schwer, just go ahead and fight, I'll back you up, don't be afraid." The ID soared into the sky, Haotian himself. Schwer finally mustered up the courage to say, "Sister Mayer, I want to fight you. We are just exchanging ideas. You have to give in to me." "Sister Schwer, I will give it to you." So he picked up his spare phone and typed messages to his sponsors, calling for their arrival. "Who is bullying our Mayer? I'm here to support her. Sponsor number 1 is online. Don't be afraid, Mayer, I'm here." Trojan horse sponsor number 2. Mayor, I'm here too. Brother is here to support you. Sponsor Daddy number 3. Mayor, just hit him. Sponsor Father number 4. The screen was flooded with messages, and the sponsor number 100 was online. All the wealthy and stupid sponsors came to support Mayor. The enthusiasm in Schwer's live broadcast room was instantly extinguished by half. How can we fight back? This old woman said she was giving in to the goddess Schwer, but she called so many sponsors. This woman is clearly a vicious woman who will take revenge for any slight. Can we, with only Haotian himself in our live broadcast room, defeat their thousands of financial sponsors? I think it's a close call. This is simply a sure win. At this time, the person sitting on the sofa in Shuaziming Manor was recharging 99.99 million to the platform, waiting to start the challenge. Sister Schwer, are you ready? Let's start, Yao Mayer said excitedly, because she felt that she would definitely win this game. Okay, Sister Mayor, you promised to let me go. The PK started, and for a moment, Yao Mayer's live broadcast room was bombarded with planes, rockets, lights, etc. The sponsors entered the recharge amount in one go, selected the rocket launcher, plane, and cannon and rushed forward. The live broadcast room was full of gifts, which was very lively. Gifts worth 5 figures filled the entire screen. Compared to Schwer's live broadcast room, it is empty, with just a few claps, emoticons and other worthless things. How can she win? It was a complete slam dunk. You also said that you would give in to our snow goddess. A jealous woman who doesn't keep her word, poor goddess Schwer. Goddess Schwer, I'm here to help you. Then 20 rockets and 5 planes appeared on the screen. Sent from an ID called Blue Sky. Wow, our Schwer is catching up. So Yao Mayer picked up her phone and called her financial sponsors. Brother, I absolutely cannot lose. Help me win, and I will satisfy any condition you give me. Any condition. 100 rockets appeared in Mayer's live broadcast room. One of them was called FAIFAFA from the consortium. Who can resist it? Call the Blue Sky, add more quickly. The Blue Sky has left the live broadcast room. It's over, the snow goddess has gotten involved. Who can resist this? Schwer's live broadcast room ID is Ifei Chong Tian, and Haotian himself sent out 1,000 rocket launchers. For a moment, he surpassed Yao Mayer's live broadcast room and gained the upper hand. It was no longer a challenge between live broadcast bloggers, but a challenge between 2 richest men. Yao Mayer anxiously sent a message to a man named Wang Sikong, asking him to help her quickly. Wang Sikong sent out another 1,500 rockets, which is the most he has ever sent out, and he can't send any more. Soaring into the sky, Haotian himself sent out 5,000 rocket launchers. 50 million renminbi. Chapter 9 Schwer wins. For a moment, the Dutui platform collapsed. A bald man with flowery glasses just came out of the bathroom and looked at the screen in front of him. The system was stuck with 5,000 rocket launchers. It was really scary. He is the back-end engineer of Dutui. So far, no one has been able to send out so much money at once, worth 50 million. He is afraid that someone is messing up, doing illegal things, or laundering money. Quickly notify the people below to pay attention to the network security environment. Oh my god, this is terrifyingly wealthy. Boss, I kneel down to you, please accept my kneeling. This is a big deal. They directly gave away 5,000 rocket launchers. This is really unprecedented on the entire Dutui platform. Ding dong, 500 million has been received in the host's account, please check it. Lin Haotian received a text message from the bank saying that 100 million renminbi. So happy, the happiness of rich people is unimaginable. So cool. Schwer topped the list, and Yao Mayer was left far behind. Thank you Brother Haotian, Schwer loves you. She made a heart shape to the live broadcast room, looking pure and lovely, blinking her big watery and expressive eyes. Oh my god, so many, Lord Haotian, I bow down to you. Yao Mayer was very unconvinced. Where did this stupid guy with so much money come from? How could he invest 50 million at once? At this time, Yao Mayer left the live broadcast room for a while, and when she appeared again, she was wearing another outfit. Yao Mayer didn't want to lose to an unknown little anchor here. That would be too embarrassing. She was determined to win this game. Lin Haotian looked at this scene and took a breath of cold air. This guy is really online. He is really willing to do this to win. Schwer looked at Mayer, who was showing off her hot body in such a big way, and thought to herself that I definitely couldn't compare to her. I was just a pure female warrior who had just arrived. I hadn't delivered my first time yet, so I just wanted to leave it to my beloved brother Haotian. Thinking of this, a shy and satisfied look appeared on her face. In fact, winning or losing this game is not important to Schwer. After all, she has few fans and she has no desire to win. It is only because of brother Haotian's support that she was able to surpass Sister Meyer. However, it also cost brother Haotian a lot of money. She is wondering how to pay it back. With the PK countdown of 10 minutes, Meyer became even more anxious. She couldn't lose. At this critical moment, she had to try harder. So she showed off her proud figure without reservation. It's really beautiful. Golden brothers, hurry up and rush over. Whoever helps me win will be his girlfriend. Who can resist this? In front of the screen, there is a wretched man who is over 70 years old, short and fat, and looks very wretched. He also has some special fetishes. He takes out his savings like a dog, just to get Meyer to be his girlfriend, inputs 100 million on the platform, and then swipes the super rocket. All channels are prompted to, the old man is very bad. In Meyer's live broadcast room, he gave away 10 million super rocket launchers and 100 million renminbi. A young woman accompanied this old man to watch the live broadcast and cheer him up. Master, this little goblin Meyer isn't that great. Is it necessary for you to spend so much money to support her? Mind your own business and do your job. I thought that Yao Meyer's hot body, which has been at the top of the leg-shaking rankings in recent years, was due to her high emotional intelligence and a 9.5-point appearance. I heard that she is very beautiful in real life, even more beautiful than celebrities. How many rich people and sponsors in the leg-shaking live broadcast rooms are obsessed with her? If she could be my girlfriend, wouldn't it be even more exciting? Wiping saliva with drooling eyes. The greasy man on the other side of the screen is named Wang Fugue. He has been wandering around various beauty live broadcast rooms all year round. When real estate was popular in the early years, he made a fortune. So when he was old, he completely let himself go, enjoyed life, and lived a life like an emperor. How many young and beautiful ladies have been experienced and desecrated by him? He gave power to his capable son. Fortunately, his son lived up to his expectations. His son, named Wang Xiong, was very capable and managed the company in an orderly manner. The market value increased by more than 100 times compared to when he was in office. As his son gradually consolidated his position, a major change took place, undermining his father's power and only giving his father 1 million yuan a month for living expenses. So the young woman continued to watch the live broadcast with the bald and greasy man. Yao Meyer saw that the live broadcast room gave away a rocket launcher worth 100 million yuan, and she jumped up happily and said, "Brother, let me dance for you. Meyer is about to become your girlfriend." She showed a playful and seductive expression. So I did splits and danced in front of the screen. The bald and wretched man Wang Fugue licked the screen excitedly and smiled wretchedly. What? My Meyer wants to be this old man's girlfriend. They look more like a grandfather and granddaughter. It's so fucking infuriating. It's because we are not big guys and don't have money. Nowadays, if you have money, you can get any woman you want. I want to be rich too. The other side's live broadcast room is definitely going to lose. Who would spend over 100 million to attack them? Schwer thought to herself, brother Haotian has already spent so much, I can't let him spend any more. At worst I can give all the money I earned today to brother Haotian. Schwer didn't want to compete anymore, it was too scary. So she discussed with Yao Meyer. Sister Meyer, Schwer doesn't want to compete anymore. Yao Meyer had a smug expression on her face. Sister Schwer, don't be like this. I said I would give in to you. Look, I didn't do anything. Your live broadcast room has too few people. Don't be discouraged. After all, I am a big anchor. It's your misfortune to meet me today. This is too bullying. You even said you would give in to Schwer. Isn't this a naked provocation? So hypocritical, you're still saying you're giving in, but you just seduced me so much. This old woman is so cunning. All channels are prompted to, soaring into the sky, Haotian himself gave away 80 million super rocket launchers in Schwer's live broadcast room, worth 800 million yuan. Ding dong, 1.6 billion has been received by the host, please check. Lin Haotian was a little tired, thinking about ending the battle quickly and taking a nap. He thought that there was no problem that money couldn't solve. If it couldn't, it only meant that he didn't have enough money. Now he was so poor that he only had money left, and he was still short of this little bit. There was still 1 minute left before the PK was about to end. Lin Houghton didn't want to stay any longer, so he gave 800 million and left the live broadcast room. The whole screen is full of rocket launchers. The whole audience was shocked. What? Just give away 800 million yuan. Who was that just now? Is he still online? It seems like he has already left the live broadcast room. Oh my god, the boss is the boss. Fans filled the screen with comments, and it was obvious that Cher won the game. The wretched man on the other end dropped his jaw, stared at the screen in disbelief for a minute, then jumped up and screamed loudly. Who the hell is this guy flying in the sky? Let me find him and skin him alive, you bastard. Then he sat down on the ground and said dejectedly. It's over, it's completely over. That 100 million is my only remaining pocket money. How can I support so many people in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards with the $1 million donated by those little bastards every month? The woman who was watching the live broadcast with him was scared. Master, calm down. Wang Fugue said angrily. Roll. So the woman hurriedly rolled and crawled away, leaving Wang Fugue with a helpless expression as if he had been drained of his body. Yao Meier looked at a loss. She couldn't accept that her big live broadcast that had been ranked first for many years was completely defeated by a small live broadcast that was not even ranked. She couldn't accept it at all. It's her fault that she doesn't have a big boss like Lin Houghton. It's also her bad luck to meet a financial sponsor like Lin Houghton. Who made her bully Schwer, the person who is dear to her heart? Many female fans wanted to add this guy's account, but he left too quickly. Wow, this brother Houghton is so awesome, I wish I could be his girlfriend. I wonder what he looks like. Does your family still need a nanny? It's fine to be his secret lover. There's so much money. I want to start broadcasting and ask him to send rocket launchers to my live broadcast room. I don't want many, just 10 will do, even just 1 will do. Everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing who this low-level person was, who could spend hundreds of millions at a time. Overnight, Schwer, Houghton's real self, and Yao Meier were rushed to the hot searches for shaking legs, becoming the electronic pickles and after-dinner talk of the majority of netizens. Everyone is digging deep into the true identity of Yifei Chong Tian Hao Tian. Chapter 10 High-End Hotel. Inside the Shuaziming Manor Villa, clothes were scattered on the carpet in the living room. Li Yanran was walking on the carpet with her bare white feet, searching for her clothes. And at this moment, a slender arm pulled her onto the sofa and made her lie in his arms. That person was none other than Lin Houghton, who had just supported Schwer on the live broadcast until Schwer won the live broadcast and then went offline directly. Master, why don't you take a rest for a while? Dragging his weak body, he clung to Lin Houghton, begging calmly as if all his strength had been drained away. So Lin Houghton looked at the 20-year-old girl with wet hair, disordered breathing, and red cheeks. His heart softened a little, and he carried her into the room and put her on the big bed. Li Yanran lay down for a while, looking at the sleeping Lin Houghton. Li Yanran showed a satisfied smile. She got up quickly because it was time to prepare dinner, and as the supervisor of the villa, she needed to make arrangements. Her clothes were not placed in the bedroom, but scattered around the villa. After a difficult search, she found that her top and tight skirt had been torn and could no longer be worn, and even the black stockings on her legs were torn to pieces. Li Yanran had no choice but to quickly find the shirt that had been prepared for the young master from his closet and put it on. But the shirt is too big, which makes Li Yanran look even more charming, especially the long white legs under the shirt, which makes people unable to stop looking at it. After quickly putting on his clothes, he slipped out while the young master was asleep. Li Yanran didn't want to stay any longer, fearing that the young master would cook another meal for her after waking up. Li Yanran pushed open the door, her steps were slightly staggering, her legs were weak and powerless, and her waist was aching unbearably. The sound of the door opening woke Lin Houghton from his drowsiness. Forget it, let her go. Li Yanran quickly left the room and went back to her room to pack her clothes. Lin Houghton slowly stood up and walked to the living room. His eyes fell on the dining table and saw a shocking bloodstain. Well, it turns out that she is still a virgin. Lin Houghton was happy that Schwer's live broadcast room won the competition, so he wanted to find Li Yanran to celebrate, so he called Li Yanran. Master, what can I do for you? You said during the day that I could come to you for anything I needed, right? Yes, master, Li Yanran replied calmly. Then come to me. Okay, young master, I'll be there right away, Li Yanran said calmly. So there is the scene above. After Li Yanran left, Lin Haotian remembered that he hadn't signed in yet, so he closed his eyes and meditated. Suddenly, a two-dimensional space interface appeared in front of my mind. Master, are you going to sign in today? Sign in. Lin Haotian pressed the sign in button without any doubt. Signed in successfully, obtained ownership of Shangyan Restaurant, all documents are in the warehouse, please pick it up. It is a high-end hotel with a market value of 500 million yuan. The average consumption per person is over 50,000 yuan and a seat is available only after reservation 3 days in advance. It is located in the most central part of Jiangchang and the dining area is at the top of the building. Sitting there, you can enjoy the delicious food and take in the beautiful scenery of the entire Jiangchang. The chefs here are all selected from the top 100 chefs in the world. Many wealthy people come here to try their luck. To consume here, it is not enough to have money, status is more important. Some rich people work very hard for a year to get a number, and they still jump for joy. Lin Haotian put away the paperwork, picked up the contact information and the contract and called the senior management of Shangyan Restaurant. Is this Yang Jiwei? I am Lin Haotian. Yang Jiwei, a man in his 40s, replied nervously on the other end of the line. Yes, Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Just now, the headquarters issued a red-headed document, and the company was acquired by a young man named Lin Haotian. There will be earth-shaking changes soon. It is the 5th year of my tenure, but the owner has changed. I am worried about where I will go in the future. It's like this. I'm going to check out our hotel tomorrow. It's nothing serious. After the inspection, I'll discuss our future development with you. Yang Jiwei said respectfully. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it. It's okay, don't be too nervous, I'm just going to take a look, see you tomorrow, and then hung up the phone. Leaving a helpless expression on the other end of the phone. Secretary Zhang Chang asked anxiously. Chairman, what do you say? Go and make some arrangements. Have your people prepare for tomorrow. Make all around preparations. The big boss is coming to inspect tomorrow. After receiving the instructions, Zhang Chan walked out of the chairman's office briskly, picked up the phone, and called manager Li Ningbo to give him instructions. Overnight, how many people were so worried that they couldn't sleep, and how many people were so happy and excited that they couldn't sleep? Chapter 11. Go meet Shuer. Lin Haotian picked up his phone and contacted Shuer. Shuer, do you want to have lunch together tomorrow? Shuer jumped off the bed happily. She was just having a great time in the live broadcast room. Brother Haotian recharged her with so much money. Before she could thank him, he logged off. She just sent a text message to Brother Haotian, but he didn't reply. She didn't expect that he really replied now. It seems that Brother Haotian didn't forget her. Okay, Shuer will come to see you tomorrow. No, I know your house address. I'll drive to see you tomorrow. Okay, Brother Haotian, see you tomorrow. Brother Haotian, go to bed early. Lin Haotian looked at the time and it was already 11:30 in the middle of the night, so he sent. Okay, wait for me tomorrow. Lin Haotian still has a good impression of Shuer. After all, after he was dumped by his girlfriend of 4 years, the woman he met was her. She is simple and cute, better than 10 Zhang Tingtings. He wants to make her regret it. The next morning, Lin Haotian got up. The housekeeper and waitress of the villa were all dressed neatly in the work clothes provided by the villa. Everyone was doing their job. Some were preparing breakfast, some were cleaning the villa, some were tidying up the owner's clothes, etc. Lin Haotian looked at these people who were busy while he was enjoying himself here alone, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Life with money is good, and life surrounded by beautiful women is really wonderful. Looking from afar, Li Yanran stood calmly in the distance, totally unlike the 20 girls who were so passionate. Recalling her shy and begging appearance last night, and looking at her cold and calm appearance today, it was like two completely different people. Could it be that she had a twin sister? So he ordered. Come here and help me pick out some clothes. Okay, master. The other waitresses all rushed to help the young master put on clothes, hoping to attract his attention and get a raise or something. Who wouldn't he like such a handsome and wealthy young master? I want her to pick out clothes for me, and everyone else can go out. Lin Haotian suddenly became very interested in Li Yanran's cold personality, especially after experiencing last night. He liked her even more. Master, this suits you very well. I'll put it on for you. Lin Haotian hugged Li Yanran from behind. Li Yanran said shyly. Master, don't be like this, there are people outside? That's just how I am. There are only 0 and countless times for this kind of thing. After trying it once, you will get addicted to it. Li Yanran put on her clothes silently, came to Lin Haotian's closet, and picked clothes for Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian's wardrobe is full of Armani men's clothing that Li Yanran bought at the mall yesterday. Picking out a black suit, Lin Haotian looked at Li Yanran and smiled with satisfaction. Master, let me put this on you. Okay, I trust your judgment. As expected, when worn by Lin Haotian, the clothes highlight his aristocratic temperament, making his handsome face even more handsome, and his good figure look even more muscular and attractive. After getting dressed, Li Yanran followed Lin Haotian out of the villa. Stay, I need to go out and do something now. Okay, young master. Please take care. After watching the young master leave, he couldn't help but touch his sore waist and inner thighs. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lin Haotian drove the R8 Audi car away from the villa. I ran to the downstairs of Schwer's house as fast as I could. The community where Schwer lived was a new community with a pretty good environment, and it was full of young people living there. Then he got out of the car and walked into the elevator to find Schwer in her apartment building. Ding dong, Lin Haotian rang the doorbell. Schwer saw through the peephole that it was Brother Haotian who came, and immediately said, Brother Haotian, you are here, open the door immediately and let Brother Haotian in. Lin Haotian looked at Schwer's delicate little face and her big, watery eyes, and asked, Schwer, have you had breakfast this morning? I have eaten, Brother Haotian. I also made a loving breakfast for you. Schwer received a text message from Brother Haotian last night. She got up at around 6 o'clock this morning, dressed herself up very beautifully and exquisitely, and also made a delicious breakfast. Then I'd like to try it. So she took her breakfast and started eating. The potatoes were very salty and the chicken wings were still bloody. Seeing Lin Haotian's painful expression while eating, Schwer took a bite. Puff, puff, it's too salty, Brother Haotian, please stop eating it. Then Schwer, I'll take you to a big dinner. So Lin Haotian and Schwer took the elevator down together and looked not far away. A fat young man was sitting on the Audi R8 taking pictures. Lin Haotian kindly reminded. Brother, get up, the car owner is here. He was not worried about the car being damaged, but he was in a hurry. He didn't have breakfast in the morning and it was almost noon now. He was already very busy. Now he was a wealthy man. What did a small amount of money mean to him? He couldn't go hungry. Mind your own business, I'm not riding in your car. Brother, you are sitting in my car. How is that possible? Hey, get up quickly. Don't be like my new yachty pet. I spent thousands of dollars on it. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. Lin Haotian picked up his Audi key and pressed it. The Audi's headlights flashed, and the young man next to him said, The fatty is really his car. The fat man fell off the Audi with a look of astonishment, and said tremblingly, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize a great man. He was so big, and sitting on the front of the Audi sports car, the car sank a little. He was afraid that Lin Haotian would ask him for compensation, and he really couldn't afford it. It's okay, Schwer, let's go. Lin Haotian drove away from the community quickly. Leaving the group in shock, the person next to them joked. You're afraid that someone will damage your yachty electric bike and ask them to pay for it. It's good enough that they didn't ask you to compensate for the Audi car. Yes, this Audi R8, I'm afraid one tire would be enough to keep you busy for a year without eating or drinking. Fat touched his chest, checked the balance of his bank card on his mobile phone, and smiled bitterly. Chapter 12 Feast Restaurant is mine. The Audi R8 drove out of the community and drove fast on the bustling streets of Jiangcheng. Brother Haotian, you are driving too fast. Brother Haotian, drive slower, it's so cold. Schwer held the seat belt tightly. She had experienced the speed at which Brother Haotian drove before. This experience really made her feel even more exhausted. The sweat on her face dripped onto her white shirt. Her little face flushed and she looked particularly panicked. It feels a bit cold. Yes, it's cold. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Brother Haotian is still the best. She is still a little girl after all. He slowly slowed down the car. Brother Haotian, where are we going? I'll take you to a feast. Are you hungry? I've been hungry for a long time. Now I'm so hungry that I can eat as much as a cow. Lin Haotian looked at Schwer lovingly as she blinked her big watery eyes, and said, Sit tight, it will be your turn soon. 10 minutes later, the car stopped downstairs of Shangyan Restaurant. A sharp-eyed doorman immediately stepped forward, opened the car door and said, "Welcome, sir, to the Feast restaurant. I wish you a pleasant meal." Lin Haotian and Schwer got out of the car and threw the car keys to the driver. "Park my car so it doesn't scratch anyone else." "Okay, sir, you and Miss go in to eat first. I'll keep an eye on the car, don't worry." This car boy was quite sensible, so I gave him a 500 yuan tip. The carriage boy happily went to the mule carriage. "Schwer, let's go in. Brother Haotian, this Shangyan restaurant is very popular. Even if you have money, you can't reserve a table. You have to make a reservation 3 days in advance. Is there a table for us to go in?" "Don't worry, I have my own way." Schwer hugged Lin Haotian's arm and wiped the sweat off his face. Her actions were very ambiguous and intimate. Of course, Lin Haotian also enjoyed it all. A group of security guards were standing in the hotel lobby. Security Captain Sun Lei was holding a meeting with the security guards. "Everyone, be extremely vigilant." A thin security guard next to him yawned. "Everyone, pay attention. Anyone who is breathing heavily should leave immediately." A fat guy next to him was. "I have been busy since last night. Even an Iron Man can't stand it." Manager Lee came over and said to the security captain next to him, "You must tell your men to be alert and not make any mistakes, otherwise you and I will be in trouble." "Do you understand?" Security Captain Sun Lei asked. "Brother Lee, which big shot is coming? Can you tell me?" Manager Lee said unhappily. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, okay? Just do your job." Manager Lee didn't know what the big boss looked like. He probably came to inspect the work. He heard that he was a young man who bought the hotel. He didn't know what kind of character he had. His future was all on this. Yesterday, Secretary Zhang told him to be careful and not to make any mistakes. So he didn't sleep since he received the call last night. He was like a spinning top, running up and down, telling his subordinates to do things, for fear that the subordinates would be careless and cause the big boss to misunderstand. Schwer took Lin Haotian's arm and walked into the hotel lobby. In the lobby, there was a woman in her 20s wearing a professional dress and a tight skirt. She had a hot body and her hair was tied up in a bun, which was particularly refreshing. Her appearance should be around 8 points. She asked with a smile showing 8 teeth. "Sir, miss, welcome to the Feast restaurant. Do you have a reservation?" "No," Lin Haotian said bluntly. "I'm sorry, sir, you can't be seated without a reservation," said a chubby waitress in her 30s. "Sir, we don't allow you to sit down here without a reservation. Please leave quickly, or I'll call security." "Can't you come to eat without a reservation? Please call your manager." "Yes, you can't come without a reservation. It's no use calling our manager." With a look of contempt on his face, the fat waiter thought to himself, "If you want to dine for free these days and dare to come to this high-end place, you are really looking for trouble. This hotel is open to both black and white gangs. I'm thinking of cutting off one of your arms to see if you can still act cool. I'm afraid you are like Yang Gui in the Return of the Condor Heroes, with one arm." "Really? Believe it or not, I can have a meal just by making a phone call. Get lost, stop pretending to be so high and mighty." Lin Haotian thought to himself that the attitude of this waiter was simply too bad and he looked at people with tinted glasses. It seemed that this place needed to be rectified and high-quality people should be replaced to match this one of the best hotels in Zhengcheng. So I picked up the phone and called. After a while, Manager Lee brought a group of more than 40 management staff, all of whom nodded and bowed as they trotted over to Lin Haotian and said, "Boss, I was negligent. Xiao Zhang, how do you manage your people? Just fire them and they don't need to come anymore." Manager Zhang and the fat waiter sat limply on the ground. The fat waiter never expected that he would offend a big shot who was heard to be coming. Wasn't that like walking into a trap? Manager Zhang stood there in shock. The fat waiter was his sister-in-law, and they had a sister-in-law and brother-in-law relationship. The fat waiter relied on her brother-in-law, who was an official, to do whatever she wanted in the hotel and did not take anyone in the hotel seriously. When the other employees saw the scene, they were secretly happy. Holding the card, he took Lin Haotian and others to the elevator at the VIP entrance and went directly to the 28th floor. The 28th floor is a restaurant. Each table is close to a large window. When dining here, you can not only taste the delicious food from top chefs from various countries, but also enjoy the beautiful scenery from the best location in Jiangcheng. Manager Lee arranged Lin Haotian in the best position number 1. Then he respectfully asked Lin Haotian. Boss, here is the menu. Lin Haotian asked Schwer. Schwer, what do you want to eat? Steak? Abalone, brother Haotian, I'm so hungry. Then let me serve all the signature dishes here. Manager Lee nodded and said. Okay, big boss, I'll go down and make arrangements. The food will be served within 10 minutes. Go down. So Manager Lee stepped back, walked quickly to the back kitchen to keep an eye on things. The elevator door was opened, and what came into view was a bald, wretched man in his 70s. Following him was none other than Zhang Tingting, Lin Haotian's ex-girlfriend who had dumped him. Chapter 13. The object of the grandfather-grandson relationship turned out to be the ex-girlfriend. Zhang Tingting held the old man's arm, just like a granddaughter holding her grandfather's arm. As the two were walking to the table to sit down, when they passed by the table of Lin Haotian and others, Zhang Tingting and Lin Haotian met each other's eyes. What Lin Haotian never expected was that he would meet his ex-girlfriend here after not seeing her for a few days, and in such a special way, with a wretched man next to her who could be her grandfather. Zhang Tingting said in astonishment. Lin Haotian, why are you here? Lin Haotian had a blank expression on his face. After the changes in the past few days, Zhang Tingting no longer had any appeal to him. Can't I be here? Who is this? Introduce me, my ex-boyfriend. The old man looked at Lin Haotian with disdain. Honey, he's just a poor loser. Brother Haotian, is she your ex-girlfriend? The man next to him looks so wretched, old, and ugly. He's almost his grandfather, how can he have the stomach for him? It's so disgusting. The guests present all laughed maliciously. The wretched old man took off his reading glasses, rubbed his eyes with his hands, opened his eyes wide and looked. Isn't this Schwer who was competing with Yao Meier on the leg-shaking table last night? The old man underestimated the pure and lovely girl on the live broadcast screen. In reality, she was pure and charming, which was really endearing. Then he looked at the handsome man next to her, who must be her kept gigolo. Especially her big watery eyes and hot body, which make people want to get her without waiting for a moment. Yes, how about that, who are you? I am the bad old man in the live broadcast room last night. Little sister, you know my strength, dump this pretty boy and follow me. Without getting a reply from the other party, I thought about continuing to bombard them with financial resources. Said to Schwer with a lewd look. Little sister, how about being your brother's girlfriend? So the salty pig put his hand and stroked Schwer's cheek. Lin Haotian beat the ugly old man with one punch, and the man couldn't get up. The whole place was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. The wretched old man lay there like a 1,000-year-old turtle, motionless. At this time, Zhang Tingting woke him up anxiously, because he was the financial sponsor on her list, and she had just hooked up with him today. She had not had time to gain any benefits from the old man. If the old man became paralyzed or something like that, then all her efforts would be in vain. The wretched old man moved slowly after 10 minutes. His face was swollen and painful to the touch. He had just fallen due to the impact and his bones were about to fall apart. The old man roared. Do you know who owns this feast restaurant? I know, it's mine. Damn it, stop bragging. Don't you believe it? I'll give you a call. Manager Lee, come here. Manager Lee, who was watching the kitchen, quickly waited for the elevator on the first floor to go to the 28th floor, but the elevator didn't come down after waiting for a minute. He couldn't wait any longer. So he told the assistant next to him to take the stairs. The assistant was surprised and said, Manager Lee thought, Lin Haotian is the big boss here, and he can get rid of him with just a word. Manager Lee, you have high blood pressure and high blood sugar, and you just came out of the hospital a few days ago. I'm afraid you can't climb the stairs, especially on the 28th floor. I'm afraid you'll faint in the middle of the stairs. I have to climb even if it costs my life. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. 5 minutes later. He was sweating profusely and his already sparse hair became even thinner. He walked to the 28th floor with limp legs and walked straight past Lin Haotian. Sir, what can I do for you? Manager Lee said respectfully. This guy is shouting in the hall, Lin Haotian pointed at the wretched old man. Seeing Manager Lee coming, the wretched old man hurriedly asked Zhang Tingting to support him and limped to Manager Lee's side and said to Manager Lee. Manager Lee, my son is a senior executive of Shangyan Restaurant. This person has offended me. Get him out immediately. Manager Lee said helplessly. This is the boss of our Shangyan Restaurant. Even if your son is a senior leader, his life and death in the company is decided by this gentleman. The whole audience was in uproar. What? He's the big boss. What? The feast restaurant is his. Zhang Tingting opened her mouth even wider. I originally thought that the person who came to my store to buy a car before was stimulated and bought the car with a loan shark for his vanity, but it turned out to be true. Is Lin Haotian really that rich? I went to the same high school and college with him, and we came from the same place. I know everything about what his parents do and what his family is like. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. So he still asked Lin Haotian in disbelief. Lin Haotian, is this true? Yes, I don't think I need to tell you so much. Kick him out, and our restaurant will never hire any of his sons, no matter who they are. Boss, we are late. Please tell us what to do with this old man. The wretched old man and Zhang Tingting stood there like petrified. The restaurant staff treated Lin Haotian like an emperor. Even Shuer, who was standing by, looked at Lin Haotian in shock, and felt a little more unfamiliar with this ambiguous object. At this moment, a man in his 50s, wearing a black suit, rushed to the restaurant. Just recently, the group headquarters issued a red speed document, expelling the restaurant's executive director Wang Xiong and never hiring him again. Wang Xiong was stunned when he received the notice. Being rational, he would not allow himself to feel sad at all. After making inquiries, he found out that his old and playboy father had offended Lin Haotian, a young man who had just purchased the restaurant in full. Wang Xiong came with full sincerity. It was none other than Wang Xiong, who was worth hundreds of billions, involved in various industries, and served as the executive director of a restaurant. He walked up to Lin Haotian, bowed deeply, and said humbly, "Mr. Lin, I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Especially since my old father offended you, I have severed the father-son relationship with him. Also, throw this old man out. Break off half of his leg. Let him still dare to cause trouble outside and offend Mr. Lin." Everyone looked at me and I looked at each other, all of us were stunned. It is true that a good father will have a good son, and a man without viciousness will not be a hero. Mr. Lin, can you calm down if I do this? I will transfer 50% of my assets to you, which is worth 50 billion. Are you satisfied? It's okay, so that's it. Lin Haotian said softly that although he was already a super rich man, 50 billion assets were still a lot, so he should forgive others when he could and not make too many enemies, otherwise, he would be assassinated without knowing when he would be killed just because he had money. Turning around and looking coldly at the bald and wretched old man. Pull him out, I don't want to see him. The wretched old man knelt down in shock. Mr. Lin, I am sorry for offending you. I have never even touched your girlfriend. I will return Miss Zhang to you now. Zhang Tingting's face was complicated. She thought she had gotten rid of the poor loser, but he turned out to be someone she couldn't even reach. She thought she had hooked up with an old man who was rich, a first-generation rich man with strong financial resources. She thought she would have no worries for the rest of her life, but he turned out to be a stinky old man who took the money earned by his son. Now his son severed the father-son relationship with him, and his source of income was cut off. She didn't get anything at all. Thinking of this, it was useless to regret. This slut who can be slept with by anyone, get the hell out of here. Someone throw them both out. Outside the restaurant, a grandfather and grandson were thrown out, and the wretched old man had one leg cut off. His miserable screams echoed throughout the 28th floor. Wang Xiong's cold face became even more gloomy. Sooner or later, he would ask Lin Haotian to return it. Turning around and flattering Lin Haotian. Mr. Lin, please enjoy your meal. I won't bother you anymore. I'll send the transfer documents to your phone after I go back to mail the contract. I wish you a pleasant meal. Chapter 14 Addicted. After all the signature dishes were served, Lin Haotian cleared the restaurant, leaving Shuer and him alone to have lunch on the 28th floor. Every dish is delicious, and the raw materials are imported from abroad, guaranteed to be fresh 24 hours a day. Combined with master-level cooking skills, the food is even more delicious. Lin Haotian was thinking how could delicious food be accompanied by a good wine, so he snapped his fingers and managerly came over as if on standby. Bring us the most expensive red wine in our store. Okay, I'll do it right away. A minute later, a hot girl wearing a V-neck tight mini dress, with seductive red lips raised with a charming smile said, Mr. Lin, this is the most expensive wine we have here, Lafite. It tastes great. I'll open it for you. Okay, thanks. The hot waiter picked up the wine opener, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. How about I come and teach you how to open it? The hot beauty winked at Lin Haotian charmingly with her big eyes. When she handed Lin Haotian the red wine, she said, "Mr. Lin, teach me." The hot beauty lost her balance and fell into Lin Haotian's arms. Lin Haotian caught her and prevented her from falling to the ground. The hot waitress quickly stood up, hurriedly tidied her clothes, her face flushed, and said shyly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't mean it." Lin Haotian smiled slightly, picked up the corkscrew, and pulled the cork out of the bottle. "Look, it's open now. Have you learned it?" The hot waitress smiled and said, "Mr. Lin seems to be very good at opening red wine. I will definitely ask you for advice next time. How about tonight?" Lin Haotian said with a smile. "No, forget it today. Let's make an appointment another day and I'll teach you in person. Okay, here's my phone number. Call me anytime. I'm always available." She walked away wearing high heels and twisting her plump hips. "Brother Haotian, you are so awesome. You can even open a bottle of red wine so coolly. I want to learn from you too." A pair of big watery eyes stared at Lin Haotian with admiration. Lin Haotian looked at the innocent and lovely Schwer, wondering if she was pretending or simply didn't understand the implication. "I'll teach you later." Looking out the window, the scenery of Zhangcheng is in full view. At this time, looking at Schwer was slightly drunk and said, "Brother Haotian, I won't go back tonight. I feel a little dizzy and uncomfortable." At this time, Manager Li came straight over. "Mr. Lin, the room is ready. Please check in with Miss Schwer." Manager Li is very sensible and thinks about what the boss is thinking. As the manager of the restaurant, how could he not know what the boss is thinking? He cannot drive after drinking, so he must have a place to sleep. And he has a beauty next to him. Coming here to eat is not as simple as just having a meal. After a full meal, he will think about other things. Lin Haotian supported the drunk Schwer, touched Schwer's hair and said, "Take me there." He gently embraced Schwer with both hands, and Schwer's hands were hooked around Lin Haotian's neck. Along the way, Schwer snuggled quietly in front of Lin Haotian, but Lin Haotian couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. After Manager Li brought Lin Haotian and others into the presidential suite, he stopped and said, "Mr. Lin, I wish you and Miss Schwer a wonderful night. I'm on call 24 hours a day. Go down." Lin Haotian carried Schwer into the presidential suite and gently placed her on the luxurious big bed. The presidential suite is really as luxurious as the rumors say it is. Everywhere you look is golden and magnificent. Even the carpet is high-quality wool carpet. The bed is soft and comfortable, lying on it feels like lying on a cloud. Lin Haotian was a little tired, so he walked into the bathroom. There was a large bathtub in the bathroom with all high-tech settings. From the moment the owner entered, water and milk were already filled in it. Lin Haotian took off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles, tall body, and perfect mermaid lines. A night just passed like this. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Haotian was already dressed and gently stroked Schwer's forehead. At this moment, I remembered that I haven't signed into the sign-in system yet. So I went to another room, closed my eyes and meditated. A two-dimensional space interface appears in my mind. "Host, it's time to sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have obtained superb medical skills. High-tech medical equipment is stored in this ring. If you want to take it, you can close your eyes and enter the ring space to take anything you want. This ring is the third space. It has an area of about 30,000 cubic meters and can hold about the entire Dahua. It not only contains high-tech medical equipment, but you can also put other important items. Before taking something out, silently say Oli Oli Hey in your heart. When putting something down, silently say Oli Oli Ha in your heart." Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared on Lin Haotian's body, and various medical information and medical technology appeared in Lin Haotian's mind and were transmitted in his mind. In an instant, Lin Haotian felt that his head could accommodate more medicinal materials, medical pathologies, etc. that he had never encountered before. It's amazing, just amazing. Host, the transmission is complete. The ring has been stored in the warehouse of the second dimension. The medical technology has been transmitted to your mind. Please check it carefully. Lin Haotian took the ring from the warehouse and put it on his hand. This ring was no different from other rings. Lin Haotian thought to himself, can this guy really take something out? So he silently chanted Oli hey in his mind, thinking about taking out the scalpel. Sure enough, he opened his eyes and saw the scalpel in his hand. After trying it this way, Lin Haotian became more and more fond of this ordinary ring and put it on his index finger. It will be very useful in the future, he jumped up happily. At this time, Schwer also woke up and was anxiously looking for Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian heard Schwer calling him from outside. He calmly exited the sign-in system and walked straight out of the room. Schwer, are you awake? Seeing Schwer's charm of a mature woman. It still hurts a little at this moment. I'm sorry, if you don't like it, I won't do that again in the future. Lin Haotian comforted. No. That's not the case, brother Haotian, Schwer really likes it, but I hope you can be gentler next time, this is Schwer's first experience. She shyly hid in front of Lin Haotian, her whole face became even redder. Brother Haotian, let us go out for a walk. Chapter 15 Assassination. On the other side, Wang Xiong came out of the restaurant with a gloomy face, so he took out his mobile phone and called his underworld brother Wang Gang. Deal with him tonight, without leaving any holes. Okay, big brother, send me his information and I'll get it done right away. Wang Gang is Wang Xiong's half-brother. Wang Gang has been involved in gangs for more than 20 years. He started out as a gangster and rose through the ranks. His brutal methods made people in Jiangqing terrified when they heard his name. No one knows the relationship between the two brothers, except their mother. This must be done in secrecy. Don't worry, you don't understand my methods yet, so you can't catch me. If you fail, just go abroad and hide for a few months and then come back. Brother, who are you looking down on? This yellow-haired boy is not even worth my personal efforts. I just need to arrange a few people under my command. I have already inquired about it. He is a college graduate who has acquired many companies in succession and has no bodyguards to protect him. I have a lot of money, but when the time comes, I will do this, and this. Well, let's hurry up and do it. Wang Xiong waved his hand to indicate that he was leaving. On the other side, after Lin Haotian and Schwer spent a few hours together, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Schwer wanted to take a walk with Lin Haotian. Schwer held Lin Haotian's strong arm with her tender white hands as green onions, and the two left the restaurant's presidential suite. Walking into the restaurant's main entrance, Manager Li and his group of more than 40 people said respectfully, Mr. Lin, take care. The restaurant will be closed for 3 days for rectification. All staff need training to cultivate high-quality service talents. In addition, each employee will receive a subsidy of 10,000 yuan, which will be paid together with this month's salary. You can take care of this. When the staff of the restaurant heard that they had a subsidy of 10,000 yuan, they all said in unison on WeChat, Thank you, Mr. Lin. We will definitely live up to your expectations. The new boss is so generous that he gave us a subsidy of 10,000 yuan right after he arrived, which is equivalent to more than 3 months' salary of mine. Yes, not only is he wealthy, he's also very handsome. Long live Mr. Lin. Please stay. Lin Haotian picked up his phone and called Yang Jiwei, the chairman of the restaurant. Are you there? I just inspected our restaurant and found a big problem. The restaurant needs to be rectified from top to bottom. Let's close it for 3 days to do the rectification. Please arrange it as soon as possible. I want the results in 3 days. Also, how do you handle your job as chairman? Didn't you notice these problems? I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. I'll deduct 1/4 bonus from you. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will make the corrections right away and give you a satisfactory result in 3 days. Yang Jiwei wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. You are still in charge of the restaurant. I will come to inspect it in 3 days. If you are satisfied, you will still be the chairman. If you are not satisfied, you know what will happen. Okay, Mr. Lin. Then Lin Haotian hung up the phone, leaving Yang Jiwei with a gloomy face. Yang Jiwei called his secretary, and then whispered something in the secretary's ear, instructing him on what to do next. After Lin Haotian left the restaurant, he and Schwer walked hand in hand on the busy street for 5 minutes. Walked to a remote grove. As soon as they arrived in the woods, a dozen big men in black suddenly jumped out. They surrounded Lin Haotian and Schwer, holding weapons in their hands. Who are you? Lin Haotian frowned. It was obvious that this group of people had bad intentions. I want to tell you something, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, the big man said with a grim look on his face. The girl next to you is pretty good looking. How about being my girlfriend? You bastards, all you do every day is do this, get back to work, said a man who seemed to be the leader of this group of men. Brother F.A., it's not easy to deal with him alone, but I can handle it by myself. So after the wretched little brother finished speaking, he rushed towards Lin Haotian first. Ah! When the wretched younger brother was about to touch Lin Haotian with the dagger in his hand, Lin Haotian grabbed his wrist. The next moment, the wretched little brother was thrown onto the tree and shouted, "Help, Brother F.A., save me!" Miserable cries rang out, filling every corner of the grove, and faces were distorted uncontrollably due to fear. For Lin Haotian, all this was as easy as eating and drinking. Sizzle, sizzle. The other men in black were shocked. You are the ones who are looking for death, you can't blame me. Brothers, grab your weapons and attack together. Lin Haotian comforted the panicked Schwer and said, Schwer, don't be afraid. I'm here. You can hide aside first and let me handle this. Lin Haotian said calmly. Okay, Brother Haotian, I'll listen to you. Schwer gritted her teeth and nodded, still a little shocked. This was the first time Schwer encountered such a scene, and she was inevitably shocked and panicked. A group of black-clad men holding daggers surrounded Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian jumped in the center and raised his middle finger and said, Come on, let's go together. The black-clad men instantly felt insulted and stabbed at Lin Haotian in unison. More than a dozen people were beaten to the ground screaming. Aha! Tell me, who filmed you here? Mr. Gang, my real name is Wang Gang. Who is he? He is the boss of the Jiangcheng underworld gang, and his methods are extremely brutal. When Lin Haotian was about to take action, another younger brother who was close to Schwer took advantage of Lin Haotian's speech and directly held Schwer hostage. No, don't come over here. We are also entrusted by others. As long as you spare our lives, I will let her go. Lin Haotian thought. Can I still be threatened by you? So say. Let him go quickly, I can still keep you intact, otherwise I will cut off your legs. The little brother excitedly picked up the dagger, pointed at Schwer's delicate face and said, If you don't let me live well, I will make the woman next to you pay the price. I will cut her face. Schwer stared at the fat man in black next to her with horror. She was really afraid that the man in black would accidentally cut her moist face. Lin Haotian said calmly, Let her go, or you'll be in trouble. Schwer and Lin Haotian looked at each other, then Schwer hit the black-clothed man on the head with her arm. Lin Haotian moved to Schwer's side like an arrow and knocked him down with one move. Good man, spare me. Ha, it's impossible for me to let you go. So he slapped the big man in black with his palm, and beat him till there was no trace of any injury on his body. The other men in black stepped back after seeing this. Lin Haotian punched through the air, shattering more than a dozen thugs. At a glance, more than a dozen thugs had been reduced to ashes. After Lin Haotian cleaned up the scene, he scattered the ashes into the rivers in Jiangcheng. Chapter 16 Buying a Villa. The Other Side. In a quiet, dilapidated thatched hut, a burly man in his 50s was sitting with his back to the wall, his cheek supported by one hand, thinking about something. This person is none other than Wang Gang. At this time, a man with a scar on his face came running over with a group of more than 50 men. The scarred man had more than 50 of his men standing in a row outside the door to keep watch. Did you kill that guy? He said with a ferocious look. Master Gang, something unexpected happened. All the people I sent to assassinate Lin Haotian have all lost contact. The scarred man lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. When Wang Gang heard this, he was shocked at first, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Lost contact? How could that happen? Wang Gang looked confused and asked in a questioning tone. In Wang Gang's eyes, it would be easy for him to help someone in Jiangcheng, so how come the person he sent disappeared? Master Gang, I don't know what happened. The people I sent out seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth, the scarred man said cautiously. Because the scarred man couldn't contact the people he sent out, and when he went to the plant grove, there was no trace of them at all, he had no idea what had happened. Does that mean that guy is still alive? Wang Gang asked coldly. The scarred man nodded cautiously. Waste, all of you are a bunch of waste. Wang Gang was furious and punched the scarred man hard. Blood spurted out of the scarred man and his two front teeth were knocked to the ground. In a rage, the 50 people outside heard the sounds of beating and scolding inside, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak or even to breathe. They knew that Master Gang had a hot temper, and if anyone offended him here, they would be skinned alive if not dead. The scarred man held his cheek with his hand, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then said cautiously, "Master Gang, the dozen or so people we sent out are not dead, are they? If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Jiangcheng is my territory. I don't believe anyone dares to go wild on my territory." Wang Gang yelled. Yes, I'll do it right away. By the way, Mr. Gang, should we send someone to assassinate Lin Haotian? Asked the man with the scar. Wang Gang said thoughtfully, "Don't act rashly before you find out his background." This assassination attempt failed. I underestimated this guy. Wang Gang said cautiously. Wang Gang has been able to develop to where he is today, from a low-level underworld brother to a Jiangcheng underworld boss. In addition to being vicious and cruel, he also has a certain amount of wisdom, otherwise he would have been eliminated long ago. Lin Haotian carried the frightened Schwer to his R8 car. Schwer said in horror, "Brother Haotian, who are those people? Why did they assassinate you?" "I don't know who it is. I guess I've fired too many people recently and I've encountered a vindictive employee." "Who is it?" So I picked up the phone and called Zhang Kai, the chairman of Huawei Group. "Is it Zhang Kai? Check the background of this guy named Gang Yi and who he has been hanging out with recently." "Mr. Lin, this." After all, the name Gang Yi is well known in Jiangcheng, especially to business tycoons like Zhang Kai. This person is extremely cruel and his methods are extremely powerful. This matter is really a bit difficult to deal with. But since it was Mr. Lin's order, he could only nod his head. "I understand, Mr. Lin. I will report to you after I have investigated thoroughly. That's all. I'm hanging up now." Lin Haotian said lightly. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I wish you a good night." Putting down the phone, Lin Haotian stretched lazily. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and the night wind in Jiangcheng was still quite cool. Lin Haotian and Yi Mingtian were walking on the side of the road, chatting and laughing. When they came to the park, there were many old men and women dancing square dance there. It was so lively. Time passes by little. Soon it was the next morning. Lin Haotian sent Schwer back to the rental house where she lived and said to her affectionately, "Schwer, your house is not safe. How about I change it to a villa for you? The villa has a security system. I guess you must have been frightened when you encountered the killer with me last night. You should have a good rest today. I will pick you up tomorrow and we will go to choose a big villa." Schwer said lightly. "Brother Haotian, don't spend money. Schwer is fine living here. No, listen to me. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. You were tired yesterday, so get some rest." "Okay, then Schwer, listen to Brother Haotian. Brother Haotian, please drive slowly." "Okay, got it." He touched Schwer's head lovingly. Lin Haotian drove the R8 and rushed all the way to the Water Dream Manor Villa. Chapter 17 Mysterious Gift. As soon as I entered the door, a group of villa waiters ran over. She skillfully took off Lin Haotian's suit jacket, picked up his slippers, and said shyly, "Master, you are finally back." A girl wearing a tight dress, her figure was well defined by the contours of her body. Lin Haotian looked up at the graceful girl, who was walking slowly towards him in high heels. Lin Haotian looked up and saw a delicate face with a charming and feminine look on the swan-like long neck. This person was none other than the housekeeper Li Yanran. Li Yanran held a beautifully packaged bag in her hand, gently placed it on the luxurious coffee table, and said with a charming smile, "Master, when you were away, the owner of Villa Number 8 sent a butler to deliver a gift. When her butler left, he left a message saying that his master wanted to meet you." "The owner of Villa Number 8? Male or female?" Lin Haotian thought deeply for a moment and said calmly, "Go and investigate who this owner is and where he came from." "Okay, master. I'll do it right away." "No hurry, let's see what the gift is." Li Yanran smiled and nodded. "From the outside packaging, I can't tell what's inside, I just think it's very beautifully wrapped." Li Yanran found a sharp knife and carefully opened the gift package. A bottle of white wine inlaid with more than 3,000 diamonds appeared. "This bottle of wine looks very expensive. Lin Haotian doesn't know what kind of wine it is." Li Yanran said cautiously. Master, let me help you take a look. Ah, this is billionaire vodka from Russia, priced at 3.7 million US dollars per bottle, equivalent to more than 20 million renminbi. Due to its high price, it once entered the ranks of the most expensive liquors in the world. Li Yanran said in surprise, thinking that the person who could give such a valuable gift must be of extraordinary status. Li Yanran's slender, white and tender hands were trembling slightly, for fear that she would accidentally drop the expensive bottle of wine. I have never met the owner of Villa Number 8. Why would he give me such a precious gift? What is his purpose? Lin Haotian asked in confusion. Yanran, take this wine to the wine cellar and refrigerate it. When it's ready, open it and let's taste this delicious wine. What? Did I hear you right? Can we drink this precious wine too? Master? Li Yanran flashed her big eyes like Carmen and asked doubtfully. It's just a bottle of wine, and good things must be shared with you. Lin Haotian said calmly. I'm so happy. I've never drunk such expensive wine before. One sip is equivalent to an apartment. What does such an expensive wine taste like? It must be delicious. Of course, the young master is really generous. We are so lucky to follow him. Young master is really the idol in my heart. Not only is he handsome, but he also dotes on us so much. A group of young girls in Cheongsams were talking to each other, expressing their admiration for their young master. Lin Haotian sighed from the bottom of his heart. He has been living a very comfortable life recently. It's great to have money. Soon, after sobering up, Li Yanran opened the bottle and poured a glass for everyone. Lin Haotian sat on the large open-air balcony, leisurely admiring this picturesque beauty. Master, cheers, Yanran offers you a drink. Lin Haotian took the wine glass and drank it. Yanran came over playfully. Chapter 18. The best relatives come to visit. Suddenly a phone rang. Grandma is sick, she has liver cancer, luckily it's in the early stages. Lin Haowen said on the phone, the doctor suggested that we go to the city hospital. You have worked in the city for so many years, so you must be familiar with the situation in the city. Please help us make some arrangements. We will leave soon to take Grandma to the city hospital. This way Grandma will get treatment right away. I heard you need to pay a deposit first, so remember to pay it. Even though your parents are gone, you and Grandpa also have a share. For many years, you have been studying and working outside, and you have never paid any alimony. Now that Grandma is sick, you should pay for her medical expenses, just as a way of repaying your grandparents for raising you for so many years. After hearing his eldest cousin's arrangement, Lin Haotian's face turned green. Raising? Lin Haotian lost his parents when he was 8 years old. The compensation his parents received in exchange for their lives was a total of 1 million yuan. It is reasonable for his grandparents to share it. After all, his grandparents are his father's biological parents. They bullied him because he was young and had no ability to protect himself, and the compensation they took away far exceeded what they deserved. In order to get more compensation, my grandparents said in front of the village cadres and my mother's family that they would not need him to support them in their old age, and they also signed the agreement. The grandparents had 4 children, and Lin Haotian's father was the second oldest. The grandparents took all the 1 million yuan in compensation and divided it among their eldest uncle, their third uncle, their third uncle, their aunt, and their aunt. The remaining 200,000 yuan was used for the grandparents' retirement. In the first 1 or 2 years, his grandparents, uncles, aunts and cousins were afraid that the villagers would point fingers at them, so they adopted Haotian. However, his life was worse than that of a dog at home. They ate cold rice and cold dishes every day and slept in a cave with the dog. After a year or two, they heard that there was a temple on the mountain at the entrance of the village and they could work as an apprentice for free. The most important thing was that they didn't charge any money. So they set their sights on Haotian and sent him directly to the mountain. No one cared about him for so many years, but fortunately, Lin Haotian met a good master in the temple. The master valued talent and thought that Lin Haotian was gifted. Since he had no children himself, he raised him as his son, taught him all his unique skills, and sent him to school. Now that the old lady is sick, she remembers that she has a grandson and asks him to pay for the medical expenses. It is not surprising that they can do this. Mr. Lin, I should be 10 years younger than you. When my parents got into trouble, I was only 8 years old, and you were already 18. You were very active in distributing the compensation for my parents. Don't you remember the agreement that I signed with my grandparents? Lin Haotian thought to himself, I am rich now, lots of money, but even though 15 years have passed, he will never forget what happened in the past, this kind of extreme relative who only cares about profit and doesn't care about family affection at all. When my parents' compensation was used, it seems like your family also benefited from it. You enjoyed the benefits, and now you have the nerve to accuse me of not paying alimony. May I ask how you can have the nerve to ask me to pay alimony? Have you supported me? If it weren't for my master back then, I might have been a dog in the family, or even worse than a dog. I'm probably dead now. Lin Haowen, I tell you, I don't care about this matter. After saying that, Lin Haotian hung up the phone. When Lin Haowen called, the call was already unreachable. Lin Haotian knew that these people were all vampires. Once he compromised, it would be difficult to get rid of them. As the saying goes, even a judge cannot judge family affairs. Lin Haotian knew clearly that before his parents passed away, they had just built a 5-story house. After his grandparents moved in, they made him and the dog live in the dog hole. They said the house was theirs, but his parents' names were written on the property certificate. Now he no longer had to care about family ties. They were the ones who let him down first. So Lin Haotian picked up the phone and called Zhang Kai, chairman of Huawei Group, and asked him to investigate all the information about Lin Haowen and the movements of the Lin family, young and old. Go back to County A and take photos of the houses in Lin Village, and then investigate what kind of work the Lin family does. After all, every ebb tide of the sea is not a retreat, but a more powerful formation of huge waves to hit the reef shore hard. On the other side, Lin Haowen, who couldn't get through on the phone, was furious and picked up his grandfather old man Lin's phone and called Lin Haotian. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Haotian saw that it was an unfamiliar number and wondered who was calling. But he had a hunch that it must be related to what had just happened. He had blocked his cousin's number, so was it someone else who called? Li Yanran looked at Lin Haotian's phone, which kept ringing, and said considerately, Master, your phone has been ringing for a long time. Is there something urgent? Maybe it was my awesome relatives calling. You'll know who it is after you answer it. Yanran has always been with you. The words always with you instantly made Lin Haotian feel warm in his heart. Although his original family was not happy, ever since he was summoned by the system, the beauty around him always made him feel comfortable and warm. Haotian, it's me, Grandpa. Who are you? Do we know each other? How do you have my phone number? Tell me now, or I'll call the police. Didn't your brother just call you to explain the situation? Your grandma is sick and needs to be hospitalized downtown, so he asked you to make an appointment. Why did you block your brother without saying anything? Do you still care about us, your elders and relatives? There are so many of us here, and we don't have a place to stay yet. Please send us your address and we will find you. Please arrange for us to stay for 2 nights and prepare dinner. If you think there will be too much noise with too many of us, please transfer money to me and we will stay in the hotel directly instead of your place. Lin Haotian suppressed his anger and asked, How did you get here? Your brothers each drove a car to bring us here. When the time comes, remember to reimburse your brothers for the gas and tolls. They spent a lot of money. I feel sorry for them. Where are those wealthy and filial children and grandchildren of you and my grandmother? They are so poor. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't curse my son and grandson, they are living well, they are all successful people with successful careers, especially your eldest brother Haowen, the general manager of the company, with an annual salary of 1 million, which makes our family proud, and... Beep 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 beep. Without waiting for old man Lin to finish speaking, Lin Haotian quickly hung up the phone. He knew that his grandfather could not keep secrets. If there was anything, he would tell everyone about it and it would spread throughout the village. He was a big liar and a megaphone. Since his filial children and grandchildren are so rich, they still have the nerve to ask him to reimburse the car expenses, fuel expenses, and hotel expenses. How shameless. The old man Lin on the other end of the phone was hung up before he finished speaking. He stared with wide eyes at first, then angrily. That bastard Lin Haotian actually dared to hang up on me. Haowen, do you know where he works? Can you find a way to force him out? We all need money for accommodation, food, and your grandmother's medical expenses. We must make him pay for everything. I don't know, but I have a way. Lin Haowen's eyes flashed with viciousness, and he decided to use his many years of connections to teach his little cousin Lin Haotian a lesson. Chapter 19 Let the bullets fly for a while. Within 10 minutes after Lin Haotian's order, Zhang Kai, chairman of Huawei Group, checked all the information about Lin Haowen and passed it to Lin Haotian. It turns out that the place where the grandson that old man Lin was so proud of worked as a manager was a small company that Wang Xiong had given 50% of the assets to Lin Haotian. Recalling his childhood experiences, Lin Haotian couldn't help but frown. Both his parents had passed away, and his grandparents were the people closest to him. However, not only did they not raise him, they also occupied the house left by his parents, leaving him homeless. He was young at the time, and although some people in the village felt pity for him, they could not defeat his grandparents. Grandma is a famous shrew in the village. Once she starts scolding someone, she can do so for 3 days and 3 nights. No one in the village dares to mess with her grandma. If they hadn't done the only conscientious thing, which was to send him to the temple on the mountain and meet his master, who knows what he is like now, and it's not certain whether he is still alive. Thinking of this, it's been a long time since I last saw my master. So Lin Haotian drove the Audi R8 in County A. Just after entering the village, he saw a few old ladies and old men sitting at the entrance of the village, eating melon seeds and chatting, gossiping about all sorts of things. Looking at the houses along the way, the most beautiful ones were a few self-built villas with 2 lions sitting on the ground at the door. Lin Haotian got down from the car seat. The aunties and uncles at the village entrance stared at the young man driving the luxury car. Who was he? They walked slowly towards him. One of the aunties asked in surprise. "You are Lin Haotian." Lin Haotian looks a lot like his mother. This auntie was a good friend of his mother when she was alive, so she recognized him at first sight. "It's me, you are Auntie Jin, right?" "Yes, why don't you come to my house and have a seat?" Auntie Jin said to Lin Haotian enthusiastically. She looked at the villa again and said to Lin Haotian, "I heard that your grandma is sick, so your grandpa took your uncle and his family to the city to get treatment. They drove a luxury car, and if you didn't know, you would think they were going to a wedding. I don't usually see them being so filial. You see, they became filial when your grandma got sick. I guess they were just pretending to be filial to us. Back then, you." Auntie Jin couldn't stop crying when she was halfway through her speech. "Aunt Jin, they are usually not nice to my grandparents? They don't usually come here. Every month when your grandparents receive their pension, they come to your grandparents' house in large numbers, bringing cheap fruits, eating a big meal, and then taking something away. I heard that your grandparents have 340,000 in private savings." Auntie Jin pointed to the several self-built villas next door and said, "Those villas belong to your uncles. They are the richest families in our village. Your grandfather likes to brag about how capable his children and grandchildren are. If your parents were still alive, you wouldn't have suffered so much." Aunt Ajin felt that the reason why Lin Haotian had such a hard life over the years and his uncles and grandparents had such a good life was because their parents died and they bullied the young Haotian, which gave them the capital to make a name for themselves. Nowadays, all of Lin Haotian's relatives are worth millions. "Haotian, you must not let your grandparents know that you are doing well. Now your grandma is sick. I heard that she has liver cancer and needs surgery. It will probably cost a lot of money. Given their selfishness, once they know you are rich, they will definitely shamelessly ask you for money. They said back then that if they didn't raise her when she was alive, she wouldn't bury her when she died. Besides, your grandmother has many children, so it's not your turn to pay for this. As long as you remember, right after your parents died, before they were even buried, they divided up the death compensation money, didn't support you, and occupied your house and land. You don't have to feel guilty if you don't pay." Aunt Ajin has a very good relationship with Lin Haotian's mother, so she naturally knows the whole process of what happened back then. Back then, after their uncles and aunts got their share of the money, they despised the fact that his parents had died a violent death at the age of less than 40, which was unlucky. Some of them pretended to be sick and refused to help with their parents' funeral arrangements. The village chief thought they were going a bit too far and scolded them severely. He was afraid that others would follow their example and make the village a chaotic place, and that the villagers would point fingers at them. So they came reluctantly to help with the funeral arrangements. They are really too much. Why didn't they say it was bad luck when we were dividing the money? They really are not afraid of retribution. The village is not big, and the gossipy aunties at the entrance of the village spread the news that Lin Haotian returned to the village. Upon hearing the news, the villagers came to visit Aunt Ajin's house one after another. Everyone knew that at this time, all the members of the Lin family had gone to the city in a large group, so they came to visit the poor Lin Haotian who lost his parents when he was young. When they talked about what happened in the past, they talked one after another, and their words expressed sympathy for Lin Haotian. On the other side, in the ward of Jiangqing First Hospital, there was an old lady in her 70s who was in high spirits and chatting with the patient in the next bed. Although she had liver cancer, she probably had no idea what it was, and was as healthy as anyone could be, even healthier than most. Old man Lin was peeling fruit for old lady Lin, who was lying in the hospital bed. While peeling the fruit, he asked, how is it? Is there any way to get Lin Haotian to pay for our medical expenses? We have been staying here for 2 days, and money is flowing out every day. I am so sad, Grandpa. When Mrs. Lin was enjoying her fortune, she didn't think of Lin Haotian, but when she was paying, she thought of him. It was like she wanted to drink Lin Haotian's blood. I have asked my longtime friend, who was also a famous editor, to write a blog post to expose him, saying that the grandmother was sick and didn't see her grandson, and people exposed his dirty laundry. Will he go online and explain? Then all our efforts will be in vain. We just made it up in the first place. Don't let that end up with us losing both our money and our lives. Who would believe him? I hired a lot of netizens to keep leaking information. Whenever he came out to explain, there would be keyboard warriors who would criticize him, blast him, and scold him. Old man Lin smiled happily. You are using your grandmother's phone to call him. Finally, ask him if he still wants to be enemies with us. If not, send the money quickly. Otherwise, he will lose his reputation and won't be able to find a job. Grandpa, we can't take the initiative to call. We have to let him call first. Otherwise, our momentum will be. If we lose, then we can achieve our desired goal. Old man Lin thought for a moment and realized that in this matter, whoever takes the initiative will lose. Here, this is a picture of him when he was a kid. I guess it's hard to recognize him from what he looks like now. Last time I saw him, he looked exactly like his dead dad. There's nothing we can do. We only have this one photo. We don't have any photos of them growing up. We hardly keep in touch, so where would we get the current photos? Then Lin Haowen sent the photo to a famous blogger. Brother, make it a hot topic, the title must be attractive, the price is negotiable, Lin Haotian said to his friend on WeChat. Okay, I'll do it right away. Don't worry, I'll do it. With a sly smile on his face. Chapter 20 Reversal. On the other hand, the blogger invited by Lin Haowen posted a hot search of unfilial descendants on Weibo, and forwarded it on WeChat Moments and public accounts. Lin Haowen spent 800,000 yuan to get to the top of the trending searches, and asked for help from media friends to help him forward the post, increase the number of readers, and expand his influence and scope. Netizens who don't know the truth are scolded to death by netizens. Under the guise of justice, they hide behind the internet and attack and abuse. In the evening, Aunt Ajin invited Lin Haotian to have a simple meal at her home. The villagers were very hospitable and they all came and sat at several tables. It was very lively. The villagers didn't know about the hot searches because the internet was not very developed in their place. Lin Haotian didn't pay attention to those things on the internet and just chatted with the villagers. Suddenly a phone call broke the lively scene. Mr. Lin, please check the trending searches to see if they are talking about you. They named you and even posted a photo. They said you were unfilial, didn't recognize your relatives, and only cared about enjoying yourself. Your grandmother was seriously ill, but you didn't care. You haven't gone back to visit them for more than 10 years. They said that the old lady is sick now because she missed you, her grandson, too much. When Lin Haotian heard this, his eyebrows jumped. It was so made up that it seemed just like the truth. I asked you to investigate the information of the Lin family and the current work and income of the Lin family's children and grandchildren. Please send me a copy immediately. Lin Haotian said calmly, he already had an idea in his mind. Then he spoke to Zhang Kai from Huawei Group. Make good use of the information in your hands and catch the turtle in the jar. Let the company's legal department handle it. My goal is to make them lose little by little. I want to see if their future will be as smooth as before after this incident. I don't want to suppress them to bankruptcy and make up for the injustice I have suffered over the years. Okay, I'll do it now. After watching the phone call being hung up, Zhang Kai instructed the person who received it to make sure to teach the Lin family a lesson. So Secretary Zhang Kai notified the company's legal department to handle these matters with all their strength and quickly. Unfilial grandson responds to hot searches became the #1 hot search and also dominated the gossip hot searches list. After seeing the response trending, netizens realized that they had been deceived and used as a pawn. The so-called grandparents did not work hard to raise him and support his education. Instead, they took away a large sum of money after their daughter-in-law and son passed away. They also let their 8-year-old grandson live with a puppy. In order to avoid wasting food, they ate, drank and slept with the puppy. In the end, he was even sent to a temple where he was provided with free food and drink to be raised. It must have been really not easy to survive. After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian chatted and laughed with the villagers as if nothing had happened, because he knew that this was the calm before the storm, and the Lin family would soon usher in a different life. The autumn leaves are falling, and it is time for the Lin family members who were standing on the top of the cloud to come down. At the beginning, the Weibo post unfilial grandson was as popular online as netizens are now. The people who originally scolded Lin Haotian all went to scold the blogger who posted the post unfilial grandson. As soon as the wind changed, this blogger immediately deleted the articles on Weibo and public account. On the other hand, the Lin family in the hospital suffered a storm on the internet. The internet is a double-edged sword. The Lin family did not use it well and ended up getting bitten back. The hospital director asked them to transfer to another hospital immediately, as it would have a huge impact and would affect patients in other wards. The work, income and housing situation of the eldest grandson of the Lin family were also exposed by keyboard warriors. They live in a self-built small villa, have decent jobs, and earn millions a year. Both elderly people have hundreds of thousands of dollars in their savings books. Despite having such good conditions, they let their grandson, who did not raise them, bear the medical expenses, hotel fees, and car reimbursement. My grandchildren are already a generation apart. What's more, the death compensation money for my parents' death was taken away by others, and they even threatened that they would not need to raise me when I am alive, or bury me when I die. Which Lin Haowen is the senior executive of Huawei Technology Company, Limited under Huawei Group. How dare Huawei employ such a person with bad character? The people below also add the official website of Huawei Group. The message asked Huawei Group to fire Lin Haowen. That bastard, does he want to kill me or my grandson? I'm going to settle the score with him. He is such an unfilial son. His grandma is sick, so what's wrong with taking some money? Old man Lin kept cursing Lin Haotian on the street. At this time, they had been kicked out of the hospital and were preparing to contact other hospitals for treatment. Old man Lin said angrily, "This is really outrageous. Just wait and see how I deal with you after I catch you. Haowen, quickly contact other hospitals for your grandma. This hospital is the same. They are really opportunistic. They won't let me stay even though I have money. This is too much. I'm going to sue them." Lin Haowen was even more worried at this time. His friends said that he had a very bad character. Not only did he implicate them, but he also accused them of being in cahoots with him. His friends were determined to cut off ties with him. Dad just read some comments, all of which are scolding our family. Those keyboard warriors are really powerful. They know everything about our family, our income, our jobs, etc. Especially, several netizens at Huawei Group's official website and demanded that Haowen be fired. We don't have to worry about the rest, but Haowen's job must be kept. Lin Haowen knew that things had taken a turn for the worse, and the first thing he did was to hire an army of internet trolls to help clear his family's name. He even wanted to spend more money to suppress the article in response to the hot search, but the strange thing was that no matter how much money he spent, the hot search could not be suppressed. Instead, the more they cleaned up, the more dirty stuff was uncovered. Netizens sprayed the internet trolls so hard that they didn't even recognize their own parents. It is said that for those who do good, although blessings have not yet arrived, misfortunes have already been far away. For those who do evil, although misfortunes have not yet arrived, blessings have already been far away. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, it's just a matter of whether it comes early or late. On the other side, night fell as well. Lin Haotian had driven the Audi R8 back to Villa number 1, turned on the system, and carried out today's sign-in task. Ding dong, host, do you want to sign in? A two-dimensional computer interface flashed in Lin Haotian's mind. Lin Haotian closed his eyes and started the system. Master, congratulations on signing in successfully. You have obtained 1,000 sets of high-quality residential housing in Changbei Mansion, which is worth about 10 billion renminbi. The relevant documents have been stored in the system warehouse. Please pick them up. Lin Haotian thought of Changbei Mansion. The community has a superior geographical location. It is located in the center of Jiangcheng, close to the subway on the left and Jiangcheng Science and Technology Museum on the right. Opposite is the government building, bank, and university. Considering that the housing prices are naturally not low, one unit would cost more than 10 million yuan, so if there are 1,000 units, that would be a full 10 billion yuan. I feel very happy when I think about this. Moreover, the houses in this community are not available even if you have money. Just imagine what to do with these 1,000 houses in the future. It definitely cannot be sold because the economy is developing and science is advancing. Housing prices in cities will only go up and not down, especially in first-tier cities like Jiangcheng, where housing prices have ranked first in the country for 20 consecutive years. It seems that I will become a landlord in the future. By the way, I don't know what the master is doing yet. I will go to visit him tomorrow. Chapter 21: The Calm Before the Storm. On the other side, when the Lin family was discussing what to do next, it was already past 2 a.m. When they were kicked out of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital in the afternoon, when they contacted the hospital, no regular tertiary or above hospital was willing to accept them. The trending search of unfilial grandson responds has spread throughout Jiangcheng. With Lin Haotian's current financial resources and Huayue Company's legal capabilities, it is hard for Jiangcheng people not to know about it. It has become a household name. Lin Haotian also has a cousin named Lin Haowu, who is the son of his second uncle and runs a business. He thinks that the internet issue will not affect his business. So he said to his uncle, "Uncle, brother Haowen has been running that company for many years and is deeply valued and trusted by the leaders. He will not lose his job because of such a small matter. Besides, how big a wave can that bastard Lin Haotian make? I will clarify this matter when the time comes. This matter has nothing to do with brother Haowen. It's all my fault." Uncle Lin felt relieved after hearing what his nephew said. He then comforted his son and asked him to explain online that he was not aware of the matter to avoid losing his job. That bastard Lin Haowen is so cruel. Not only does he not give us money, he also wants to kill us all. Now we have nowhere to go. At this time, Lin's aunt spoke. "When you did that, I told you not to do it, but you didn't listen. My parents signed an agreement with Lin Haotian saying that he didn't need to raise her when she was alive or bury her when she died. Now that mom is sick, you are forcing her to give you money. He's not the only grandson that mom and dad have. We have children, grandchildren, and granddaughters. We are well off and can definitely pay for mom's medical treatment. Why are you forcing Lin Haotian, your grandson whom you haven't even raised, to ask for money? Even a desperate dog will jump over the wall, and even a desperate rabbit will bite. After my second brother and his wife passed away, how did you treat Lin Haotian? You really have no idea at all. Do you think you can blackmail Lin Haotian for money just by writing a blog post that is not true and distorting right and wrong? Don't you think that we are a big family and he is the only one? If he is in trouble, who will suffer more, us or him?" The whole place was silent, no one spoke. We were of one mind when we asked for money, but now that something has gone wrong and we're suffering backlash, you blame me and I blame you. After a long time, Old Man Lin asked anxiously. "So what do we do now?" He now regretted looking for Lin Haotian. If he hadn't looked for Lin Haotian, none of these things would have happened, and they wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. For them, it would still be enough to pay a little money for the treatment of Mrs. Lin's early liver cancer. But they never thought that Lin Haotian was such a tough guy. "Haowu, please contact that bastard Lin Haotian and ask him to delete that Weibo post. Otherwise, the impact will get bigger and bigger, and none of us will benefit from it. On the contrary, the situation will be out of control. Haowu, contact him as soon as possible and ask him to delete his Weibo. At worst, he won't have to pay, we can pay for it ourselves." Mrs. Lin's idea was quite simple. "But he has blocked me." Lin Haowu shook his head shamelessly. Then he said, "How about I write a Weibo post to apologize to Lin Haotian in the name of Grandpa and Grandma, and then play the family card, saying that Grandpa and Grandma knew they were wrong back then and now they regret it so much, and now that they are old, they just want to see their grandson, so they use such extreme methods." Old Man Lin responded angrily. "You want me to apologize to that bastard? Is that possible? Even if we signed the agreement, aren't we his real grandparents? Grandma is sick, as a grandson, can't I come to visit her? Isn't it my duty to take some money? We don't need to read those comments, they can't hurt us." Old Man Lin is used to being arrogant and domineering in the village. He has always been strong and never bows to anyone. He also insisted on not letting his descendants apologize to Lin Haotian. He felt that he did nothing wrong, and there was nothing wrong with his grandson paying some money. It was only natural. Lin Haotian didn't know how those people from the Lin family got through this night, but he slept very comfortably on the soft bed in Villa number 1, with the stunning beauty Li Yanran by his side. After waking up in the morning, Li Yanran fed Lin Haotian breakfast leisurely with her hands. Lin Haotian enjoyed it all, then picked up his mobile phone and looked through the many unread text messages. They were all unfamiliar numbers, but the words between the lines were nothing more than the Lin family asking him to delete the Weibo post, saying that everyone shed the same blood. If they ask him to delete the Weibo post, they will not bother with him, and he won't have to pay for his grandmother's illness. Lin Haotian looked at it and suddenly sneered. Those people still think they are right. I don't know who started the dispute first, but they still morally blackmailed him, saying that he was too much and that he was trying to kill him. If it weren't for this system, I would have been killed by them by now. They never raised him, but now they have the nerve to ask him to be grateful. He doesn't even know what kindness they have done to him that he should repay. Could it be that he was repaying them for taking away all the compensation money his parents gave him after he lost them when he was only 8 years old? Was he repaying them for kicking him out of the house? Ha, I have to repay these vampires. Isn't old man Lin most optimistic about the work status of his eldest grandson Lin Haowen? Isn't he the most promising person of this generation of the Lin family? Then I will make all of this disappear. Come on, let the storm come even harder. So, I picked up the phone and called Zhang Kai, the chairman of Huawei Group. Fire Lin Haowen, Lin Haotian said calmly. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away. Also, let's use this lawsuit to sort out the real estate and land owned by my parents. There is also a man named Lin Haowu. I heard he runs a business, which makes it difficult for them to even beg on the street. Lin Haotian hung up the phone and handed it over to Zhang Kai. He was very relieved. Lin Haotian thought to himself that he would not reconcile anyway, and they did not really want to reconcile either. They were just under pressure from the internet. If such bad relatives did not cause any losses to them, they would not bow their heads even if they were beaten to death. It has been a hot topic on Weibo. Lin Haotian took the car keys and prepared to drive to the mountain to find the master, and soon arrived at the mountain. The air on the mountain is very fresh, and walking in it feels like entering a fairyland. The master is sitting cross-legged in front of the Buddhist hall, chanting with his eyes closed. Lin Haotian walked in from outside. The master heard the footsteps from a distance and slowly opened his eyes. The two looked at each other, their love for each other evident in their words. Lin Haotian walked over quickly and hugged his master. Although there are more signs of aging on his face after not seeing him for a long time, his body is still as strong as a young man. This may be due to his daily martial arts practice. Lin Haotian picked up the ring in his hand and muttered to himself, "Oh my god," and sure enough, a high-tech scanning device was in Lin Haotian's hand. This is a very small scanner that can scan the whole body and produce results in seconds. Lin Haotian wanted to give his master a full body checkup. Chapter 22. Is he poisoned? Master. Both of his parents died and he was bullied by his family when he was young. Fortunately, he was able to meet his master in this life. He was able to learn skills from his master and he felt a special kind of affection for his master. It's pretty good. Although Lin Haotian's master has no hair, he has great cultivation skills and looks very young. From a distance, he and Lin Haotian look like brothers. This is the 15th year since I met my master. In Lin Haotian's impression, my master's appearance seems to have never changed, and time seems to have left no trace on her. Lin Haotian met his master in a temple. He was 10 years old and his master was 25 years old. From then on, the master and he depended on each other. The master was very good to him. The master practiced in the mountains and avoided the worldly people and affairs down the mountain. When I first met my master at the age of 10, he was in good health. However, every night between 8 and 9 o'clock, his body would become out of control and he would suffer unbearable pain. During the day, he would return to normal, as if he had been put under a witchcraft spell. In the past 15 years, Master has visited countless hospitals, but the cause of his night pain has never been found. It's okay, Master, please sit down. I'll pour you a glass of water. Lin Haotian picked up the kettle and began to pour water for his master. While pouring water, he inadvertently asked, "Master, do you still have the pain you had at night?" "It's still the same. Every night from 8 to 9 o'clock, my body feels very uncomfortable, as if thousands of bugs are crawling on my body, drinking my blood and eating my flesh. Fortunately, I can now control my body's energy for half an hour, but the discomfort for another half an hour is like hell. These short 30 minutes seem like a century." Lin Haotian handed the tea to his master distressfully. Master, please have some tea. I'll help you check your condition, okay? The master took the water and drank a sip, then continued. This is an old problem of mine. I have been living like this for more than 10 years. I am used to it. Lin Haotian took out a mini scanner, and then mobilized the medical information and medical skills in his brain to give his master a full-scale scan. The scan results are out, and all displays are okay. How could that be? Master, I just scanned you with a scanner, and all the indicators are normal. Master, is this a problem that Western medicine cannot solve? Is it poisoned? So Lin Haotian used traditional Chinese medicine to check the master's pulse. From the pulse, the master was no different from an ordinary person. Lin Haotian speculated in his heart, the illness always occurred at that time in the evening, and after that time, he was just like an ordinary person. Could it be that there were two people living in the master's body, one from 8 to 9 p.m., and the other from 8 to 9 p.m.? Now, from the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, no problem can be found. If we wait until 8 to 9 p.m., the person in that body will come out, and then the cause of the illness will be found. Lin Haotian said to his master comfortingly. Master, it's okay. I will definitely be able to cure the torment that has been with you for so long and make you a normal person again. Haotian, don't be too stressed. This is an old problem of mine. Whether it can be cured or not, I no longer have any hope. Hearing what his master said, Lin Haotian became even more determined to find the flaw and cure his master. After talking for a long time, the master suddenly seemed to have thought of something and took out a pendant from his pocket. Pendant. Lin Haotian took the pendant and found that it seemed to be engraved with something very delicate. This is specially for you, to bless you. Lin Haotian looked at the carving carefully again. It was a Zhong Kuei in a red robe, standing with a sword in his hand, looking extremely majestic. Then he saw a golden light flashing on Zhong Kuei's sword, which disappeared in an instant. The image of Zhong Kuei looked even more righteous and awe-inspiring when he looked at it again. Master, did you draw this? This was given to me by my master. I am passing it to you now. May it bless you. Lin Haotian held the pendant in his hand and couldn't help but love it. When my master, your great master, was around, he was a powerful figure in the martial arts world, but he also had many enemies. That's why your great master and I couldn't hide in this temple on the mountain to seek peace and quiet. Later, our enemies came to our door, and we dealt with them all. This put an end to this troubled world, and now we have the tranquility of the temple. This morning, the master was reminiscing about the past with Lin Haotian. At noon. Master, how about we go to the city to eat? I'll take you to eat something delicious? No, I don't want to go out of the mountain, let's just eat on the mountain. Okay, then I'll have someone deliver it to us. Hot pot chicken. The other side. A private hospital in Zhangcheng. The old lady of the Lin family became a household name because of the hot search. No tertiary hospital or above was willing to take her in. She could only live in a private hospital because she had early-stage liver cancer and needed surgery as soon as possible. Just today, Mrs. Lin had an operation, which was very successful. However, she is still in the intensive care unit and needs to be observed for 2 days before she can be transferred to the general ward. The cost of the intensive care unit in a private hospital is not low. The bills that come in every day make the Lin family members hate it and feel heartbroken. And now, none of the so-called virtuous and filial descendants paid for this money, and it was all included in the old couple's private money. Old man Lin said that after his wife is discharged from the hospital, he will ask his children and grandchildren to share the money, and the old couple will pay it first. The old couple knew that they could not survive without money, and they knew the character of their children and grandchildren. Old man Lin hated his unfilial grandson Lin Haotian even more in his heart, for bringing them to this point. None of the great hospitals would accept them, so they had no choice but to go to private hospitals. Private hospitals were expensive, and there was no medical insurance to reimburse them, so they spent money like water every day. After a while, the nurse brought the bill again. When Mrs. Lin took the bill and looked at it, her face turned green with anger. Why are you spending so much again? To his eldest son Lin Hai. You can share the money equally, with each family paying tens of thousands. When you are discharged from the hospital, you can get a refund or a supplement. Lin Hai said, have you and my mother used up all our private savings? Old man Lin glared at Lin Hai fiercely and said, what? Your mother and I worked so hard to raise you. Your mother is sick and needs money, but you actually want to take my private money. This hospital spends money like water, and our private money can only last for a few days. We also want to use our private money for retirement. You should quickly count out the money. From the time your mother got sick until now, who among you has contributed money? You have only been talking nonsense. Now that you can't get money from Lin Haotian, as our descendants, what's wrong with you contributing some money? Isn't this justified? Lin Hai quickly explained, Dad, we can tell you, but you saw it today. The nurse brought out bills one after another, and the money was spent like water. I don't know how much Mom's hospitalization will cost this time. You are incompetent and can't even control a small Lin Haotian. If you can get Lin Haotian to pay, you won't have to pay. Everyone was silent. When you need them to spend money, it's like cutting off their flesh. At 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, Master Lin Haotian fell ill again. Chapter 23. Find out the cause. The master was lying on the bed, feeling uncomfortable all over, vomiting and having diarrhea, and he couldn't recognize Lin Haotian. He was screaming in agony. So Lin Haotian mobilized his medical wizard skills, took out a 1-inch needle and selected the acupoints of Fengqi, Jinjing, and Hoshi. Lin Haotian first pierced the Fengqi point and then the Jinjing point with the aim of removing the evil spirit from his master's body. As soon as the needle was inserted, a chill rushed straight to Lin Haotian's finger. Lin Haotian silently gathered his energy and used his body's true energy to fight against it. After only 2 minutes of movement, the needle was inserted. After a while, a group of people came to the mountain and brought 5 poisonous things, namely poisonous snakes, poisonous centipedes, poisonous geckos, poisonous scorpions, and poisonous toads, and brought them to Lin Haotian. That afternoon, Lin Haotian called Zhang Kai and asked him to send some people to look for the 5 poisonous creatures in the mountains, because it seemed that his master's body was too cold, and coupled with the fact that he had not received treatment for many years, he had become addicted to ice. The acupuncture Lin Haotian gave just now was only to temporarily relieve the master's pain. The important thing is to put these 5 poisonous creatures into the bathtub together with the master, to fight poison with poison. Just now, Lin Haotian took out another precious artifact from the ring. Through his third eye, he could see what disease the patient in front of him had and how he got sick. He could even restore the entire process of the illness and replay it like a movie. It turns out that when the master was young and following his master in the martial arts world, he accidentally met an enemy named Lanpa, who was best at witchcraft. She turned dead people into corpses, and the corpses would become hostages. After eating the corpses, the poisonous insects could attach themselves to the human body, and the flesh and blood of the human body provided nutrition for the poisonous insects. Back then, Master and Grandmaster offended this Lanpa and accidentally killed Lanpa's son, causing Lanpa to hate them to the core, so Lanpa put the golden goo worm that she had raised for 30 years into Master's body. This vicious method hurt Master so badly. This colorless, tasteless, senseless, and insensitive thing, the doctor can't detect any abnormality at all. It turns out that the master was poisoned by the golden insect. In order to detoxify, the only way is to use the 5 poisonous creatures to fight poison with poison. In a moment, Lin Haotian ordered people to prepare bath water, and then put poisonous snakes, poisonous centipedes, poisonous geckos, poisonous scorpions, and poisonous toads into the bathtub and let the master lie in it. Soon, these 5 poisonous creatures gathered on the master's body and sucked his blood. Soon, the water in the bathtub turned black, and soon the poisonous snakes, poisonous centipedes, poisonous geckos, poisonous scorpions, and poisonous toads all died and floated on the water. Lin Haotian ordered someone to bring a basin of water from the bathtub, and then send out a batch of poisonous snakes, poisonous centipedes, poisonous geckos, poisonous scorpions, and poisonous toads. Soon another batch of the 5 poisonous creatures died. Lin Haotian touched his master's hand and felt a chill that instantly penetrated his skin, causing him to shiver all over. To drive away the golden insect, more of the 5 poisonous things are needed, so Lin Haotian ordered people to go to the mountain to look for them. The master spat out a mouthful of black blood, then spoke weakly to Lin Haotian. Haotian, can this poisonous insect really be forced out? How did you know about this poisonous insect? How come you can use a needle now? You know so much? The master was a little confused. Lin Haotian had been growing up in front of the master, and the master taught him martial arts every day. He was never taught Chinese or Western medicine. Since Lin Haotian left his master and went to the city to study, he suddenly found himself in a very high position and had a very correct worldview and values on all kinds of things. Master, I have encountered some miraculous things recently. I will tell you when you get better. Okay. Master, let me force out some of your poison today. Lin Haotian took out a curved plate, a Mitsubishi bloodletting needle, and an alcohol lamp from the ring. Then he bled the master and said to him, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt, I don't feel anything." Then he took some medicinal wine and applied it to the place where the 5 poisonous creatures had just bitten him. After about 2 minutes, the wound on Master's body healed quickly. The original dark blood clots gradually faded in color, and the swelling on the skin also disappeared. Lin Haotian took out the blood collection needle again and poked around. In 1 second, the needle made 8 or 9 small holes, and then black blood like black ink came out in large pieces. Then he applied the medicinal wine and the bleeding stopped immediately. The master also recovered. "Master, can you come down and take a walk?" The master came down and walked around a few times, and he didn't feel any pain or itching anymore. Lin Haotian told his master, "Master, for the next 2 nights, take this pill first when you get sick. It can control the poisonous insects in your body. Then put the 5 poisonous things in the bathtub to dilute the poisonous insects in your body. After the nutrients of the poisonous insects are completely absorbed, I will give you a medicine to expel them directly. The poisonous insects in your body will disappear without a trace." "Okay, master, I'll listen to you. I feel much better now. I don't feel the poisonous insect in my body anymore." "Yes, master. The 5 poisons have just diluted 1/3 of the goo worm's energy. Now the goo worm is in a critical condition. We need 2 more nights to completely eliminate the goo worm. Master, the root cause of your years of suffering can finally be eliminated." "Yes, master is so happy. Haotian, rest here tonight. I'll arrange a room for you. We haven't had such a good chat like this for a long time." "Okay, master, Haotian will accompany you these days." Haotian helped the master into the master's bedroom and said to the master, "Master, why don't you come with me to the city to play in a few days? I haven't been out for more than 10 years. I don't know what it's like outside. I'm a little afraid to go out." Lin Haotian said excitedly, "Master, it's settled. After a few days, when you recover from your illness, I will take you out and let you experience the colorful world of the big city." "Okay, I'll go out with you when I get better." Lin Haotian walked out of his master's room and came to his own bedroom. In the long mist bedroom, there were photos of himself and his master. Looking at the familiar bed and quilt, his happiness was beyond words. "It's time to sign in again." Lin Haotian remembered that he had to sign in today, so he opened the system. Lin Haotian closed his eyes quietly, and then the system appeared like a 2-dimensional interface. "Sign in. Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully and have obtained 100% of Yunhai Airlines shares, with an estimated value of approximately 1.8 trillion renminbi. The relevant procedures have been stored in the system warehouse." Lin Haotian smiled, thinking that when his master gets better, it would be great to take him on a world tour on a plane. Think about what Yunhai Airlines is? So I picked up my phone and searched it, looked at the official website, and was stunned. Wow! Yunhai Airlines, headquartered in the United States, is the world's largest place for selling private jets. Most of the wealthy people buy their planes here. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Haotian took a look and saw that it was a strange call. "Hey, who are you?" "Hello, is this Lin Haotian, Mr. Lin?" "It's me, what's wrong?" "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Li Tiancheng, the president of Yunhai Airlines. You have just acquired 100% of our company's shares. I would like to invite you out to meet and discuss the future development of the company." "No need, I'm in Dahua now and don't have time, you just need to report the operating income and profits to me every month. Also, I will need 10 private jets in a few days, prepare them for me as well." Okay, I'll do it," Li Tiancheng said respectfully. "Okay, that's it, I'll hang up if there's nothing else." Beep, beep, beep. After Li Tiancheng was stunned for 3 seconds, he ordered his men to. Chapter 24, Encounter with the School Beauty. The next morning, Lin Haotian woke up from his dream and stretched. He was not wearing pajamas. He was naked except for a pair of briefs, and his good figure was clearly visible. Lin Haotian walked out of the room, opened the refrigerator and found it was empty, without any meat or drinks. He put on his clothes and went to his master's room and said to him, "Master, I'll go to the supermarket to buy some food and drinks first. You take care of yourself at home." Lin Haotian instructed his master as if he was comforting a child, reminding him of every detail. "Okay, I understand." So, Lin Haotian walked towards the Audi R8, opened the door, sat inside, and stepped on the accelerator until he arrived outside the largest shopping mall in Wucheng. After parking the car, I walked into the Yawoli supermarket inside the mall and ran towards the beverage area. In a short while, I bought a lot of drinks, including juice, soda, and about 10 to 20 kinds. Then I rushed to the snack area and bought a lot of snacks, such as potato chips and chicken feet. After finally filling up the cart, I was ready to check out and leave the supermarket. I swiped my card to pay the bill, and was about to leave with 2 large bags of food and drinks when I suddenly heard a girl's gentle voice behind me. Lin Haotian? The girl shouted his name in disbelief. When Lin Haotian heard it, he frowned and turned around. He saw a girl with a beauty score of more than 9, walking towards him, with her mouth opened in surprise. Lin Haotian couldn't believe it at first, but then he remembered something and said with a smile on his face. Yi Mingyue? The girl's slender hands like white onions pushed a strand of hair on the right side behind her ear, revealing a small cherry earring, and her pink little face said mischievously. It's me. I didn't expect that we haven't seen each other since graduation. I didn't expect to see you in my hometown. Lin Haotian, aren't you developing in Haicheng? Why are you in my hometown? Lin Haotian chuckled. Yes, it's been many years since I last saw you. You haven't changed at all. You're still as beautiful as ever. I had some things to deal with in my hometown, so I came back. What about you? Have you been in your hometown all the time? Yi Mingyue was his classmate in junior high and high school. She had excellent academic performance and ranked first in the grade every year. She was also very beautiful. Especially in high school, some male classmates always wrote love letters to her, but she ignored them and always focused on her studies. After that, I didn't have much contact with him when I went to college. I think he was admitted to the University of Finance and Economics. After I graduated, I didn't go to a big city to develop my career. I have been working in an accounting firm in my hometown. Yi Mingyue smiled shyly. Then he glanced at the 2 bags of snacks and drinks in Lin Haotian's hands, and said sarcastically, Why do you still like to eat junk food so much? Eating too much is not good for your health, especially for men. Lin Haotian smiled awkwardly and asked. Is everything okay at home? How is your father? I remember that when Yi Mingyue was in junior high school, he and his father seemed to have been in a serious car accident. In order to protect him, his father used his body to protect him, causing him to lose sensation in his legs, and he seemed to have been sitting in a wheelchair ever since. My dad is still sitting in a wheelchair. Yi Mingyue looked melancholy. Lin Haotian apologized. It's okay, everything will be fine. I believe there will be a skilled doctor who can help your father stand up again. Thank you for your concern, but after so many years, I have seen many doctors and went to big cities, but it's still the same. I don't have any extravagant hopes now, as long as my father is alive. Yi Mingyue's face flashed a trace of calmness, and she said, I'm taking a day off today. It's been a long time since we last met, old classmate. How about I treat you to a meal? Lin Haotian thought about it. His master was now recuperating in the mountains, and he had originally planned to have a quick bite to eat in the mall after shopping, but since they said they were treating him to a meal, he might as well go. So he smiled and said, How can I let a girl treat me to a meal? I'll treat you. Yi Mingyue said, Let's go AA now. The overall environment is not good and it's not easy to make money. Yi Mingyue heard from her classmates at a class reunion that Lin Haotian was interning in a company. His salary was not high, and he did not have much money, so she did not want him to spend any money. Lin Haotian said calmly. Okay, then I'll put these 2 big bags in the car first, and then we'll find a place to eat nearby. My stomach is still rumbling in protest. Yi Mingyue said in surprise. You bought a car because the other person had just started his internship, and in big cities, consumption is high and wages are low, so few people can afford a car. I just bought a means of transportation. It's convenient to have a car to go home, don't you think? Lin Haotian said lightly. Indeed. Let me help you carry one. You seem to have a lot of stuff. Yi Mingyue followed Lin Haotian to the underground parking lot. Next to the Audi R8 was the Harvard H6. Lin Haotian, you're doing great. You're even driving an SUV. It's not much money, it's just a means of transportation. Give me your stuff and I'll put it in the trunk. Yi Mingyue gave the things to Lin Haotian, and Lin Haotian walked to the Audi R8 next to the Harvard H6 and opened the trunk. Yi Mingyue was shocked. At first, he thought the Havel H6 was his car, but it turned out to be an Audi. He was stunned. Zhang opened his mouth and said, Lin Haotian, is this your car? She always thought that Lin Haotian was an intern at a company in Jiangcheng and had not yet been hired as a full-time employee. After all, he had only graduated for less than half a year and his family conditions were not good. Without the support of his parents, it was already very different for him to be able to drive a Harvard H6. Although Yi Mingyue didn't know much about cars, she could tell that this was an Audi logo, and it was a good car. She suspected that this car was rented by Lin Haotian, so she asked. You didn't rent this car, did you? Lin Haotian ignored her and said, let's go eat. I'm starving. Yi Mingyue finally reacted after a long time, and nodded like a wooden chicken. Okay. The two of them had a Chinese meal in the mall. When ordering, Lin Haotian ordered all the signature dishes in the store. Then he asked Yi Mingyue in a gentlemanly manner if she had any dietary restrictions. At this moment, Yi Mingyue had 100,000 questions in her mind, and said to Lin Haotian, I don't have any dietary restrictions. You should also eat less. The two of us can't eat so much. It's okay, if I can't finish it, I'll pack it up and bring some back to my master. After ordering the dishes, it's time to wait for the dishes to be served. At this time, Yi Mingyue blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Yi Mingyue couldn't control her inner doubts and asked Lin Haotian embarrassedly. Excuse me, what do you do in Jiangcheng? How can you make so much money and drive an Audi? Lin Haotian replied with a smile. The real economy is profitable. I think the group under Lin Haotian's name has villas, hotels, private jet companies, etc. Seeing that Lin Haotian did not continue to talk about this topic, Yi Mingyue did not want to ask any more questions. She held the water in her hand, thinking about something. At this time, the food had been served on the table. Lin Haotian called the waiter to pack some light food for his master, and the two began to eat. After finishing the meal, they left their contact information with each other and then parted ways. Lin Haotian ran to the garage with the packed food and drove the Audi back to his master's home on the mountain. He took out the food and drinks from the trunk and put them in the refrigerator. He packed the food for his master, heated it up in the microwave, and let his master eat. At this time, the phone kept ringing. Lin Haotian picked it up and saw that Yi Mingyue, whom he met during the day, had added him to a group of classmates, which contained 40 or 50 high school classmates. He vaguely remembered that there were more than 60 classmates in the class. It seemed that some classmates had not been in contact and therefore did not join the group. At this time, a handsome avatar with the group note Zhang Yang sent a message. Yi Mingyue, who did you just pull in? Please change the note. Zhang Yang, as his name suggests, is particularly flamboyant. His parents are leaders of a government department in Wucheng, so he is very arrogant, especially at school. How many classmates are in Wucheng? Let's get together this weekend so we can communicate and keep in touch. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Other students echoed. Chapter 25 Washington Hotel. Zhang Yang showed an arrogant smile on his face, thinking, if I do this, all the girls in the class will come to me and beg me to sleep with them. Wang Xiaofeng said, sorry, I just saw the message now. Wow, brother Haotian has also joined the group. Is he in his hometown? I am there too. Let's get together as brothers. Lin Haotian was shocked at first and wondered who this Wang Xiaofeng was. Recalling the scenes from high school in his mind, he remembered that it was this guy with a big and strong appearance. He was Lin Haotian's roommate in high school. He wore black glasses, was fat, and looked honest, but in fact he loved to tell dirty jokes. He and Lin Haotian had the best relationship, but they went their separate ways after graduating from high school and lost contact. Since the other party asked me, I should respond. Yes, I am taking care of some things in my hometown. Zhang Yang looked at Lin Haotian and didn't pay much attention to him. He was instantly displeased. He thought about how he could be the deputy director of the Wucheng Taxation Bureau with the help of his parents' government connections. Although it was not a regular position, he was young and compared to his high school classmates, he was already very impressive. Maybe some of your classmates are delivering takeaways, some are working as cogs in a factory, while you are the deputy director of a tax bureau, second only to the chief, and you can go to work easily and comfortably every day, with many people fawning over you. Zhang Yang typed a line of words playfully. How about we schedule it this Sunday at noon at the Washington Hotel? If you want to come, just tell me your name. I'll treat you. Everyone can come. The Washington Hotel is the only 4-star hotel in Wucheng. As soon as this message was released, the group exploded instantly. Director Zhang is so generous. I will definitely go back.
The main reason is to meet old classmates whom I haven't seen for many years.
Li Li said.
Brother Zhang is awesome, I want to go too, Wang Hui said.
Lu Tingting, Director Zhang is really a big shot. You are the best among all the students. When the old classmates are in trouble, they can ask Brother Zhang for help.
Zhang Yang said proudly.
Okay, we are old classmates after all. In the deputy director's office, Zhang Yang's mouth was cracked with laughter. Many classmates complimented him, and even some female classmates took the initiative to add him as a friend and flirt with him. But even so, Lin Haotian did not reply at all, and Yi Mingyue, whom he had admired for a long time, was not moved at all. Then he muttered in the corner of his mouth. This fucking poor loser Lin Haotian is so shameless. When we get together, I'll let you see how flamboyant I am. I'll use money to humiliate you. Let's see if you're still pretending to be deep and powerful. On the other hand, Lin Haotian didn't have the time to read the group messages, so Zhang Yang's pretense was of no use to Lin Haotian. He only saw a friend addition notification pop up on his phone. Then Lin Haotian clicked on it and saw that it was Wang Xiaofeng, who was honest but passionate at heart. Lin Haotian clicked agree to add him as a friend. Brother Haotian, why did you think of returning to your hometown? Are you planning to develop in your hometown?
Brother, I have been in my hometown all the time.
When are you free to come out for a few drinks?
I came back to see Master and take care of some things.
How about you? That's it. Life is not easy as a son-in-law. Lin Haotian joked. That's great.
You found a rich woman, so you can save yourself 20 years of hard work.
Brother Haotian, stop making fun of me. You don't understand the hardship of being a son-in-law. It's unbearable for ordinary people. Who made me grow up without a father and a mother? Brother Haotian, what about you? What do you do in Jiangcheng? Busy work. Will you go to the class reunion on Sunday? Look at that kid Zhang Yang. He relied on his parents' connections to get a position as deputy director of the tax bureau. He's so cocky in the group chat. He's just going to show off. I really don't want to go to this party.
Wang Xiaofeng thought to himself that class reunions are for those who are doing well to get together and brag to each other.
I am not doing that well either, and I am alive and son-in-law. I really don't want to go. I might as well sleep at home.
Lin Haotian said teasingly.
Let's go. There's nothing to do anyway. We can just have a good reunion then. It's been a while since we've been together.
Okay, Brother Haotian, if you go, I'll go too.
We'll have a companion. I'll accompany you so that you won't be isolated by them. I can still help you then.
Lin Haotian smiled thoughtfully.
Brother Haotian, let's stop talking. I have to go to work. After putting down his phone, Lin Haotian was not idle either. Lin Haotian calls up the sign-in system to sign in today.
Close your eyes quietly, and a two-dimensional interface will appear in your mind.
Host, do you want to sign in today? Today's sign-in.
Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 100% of the shares of Wuchang Washington Hotel, with a market value of 1 billion. The information and procedures have been put into the system warehouse, please check it. Lin Haotian nodded and smiled.
Isn't this the place Zhang Yang had chosen for the party? What a coincidence, what a coincidence. The phone beside me rang. Unknown call from Wuchang.
Lin Haotian paused for a moment, then answered.
Hello, are you Lin Haotian, Mr. Lin?
A girl in her 30s spoke softly but firmly on the other end of the line.
It's me. Who are you? Lin Haotian asked in confusion.
The other party was stunned for a moment, then slowly said.
Hello, Mr. Lin.
I am Lu Xiaoyu, the general manager of the Grand Washington Hotel.
You have just acquired this hotel. Could you please tell me about the future arrangements? Lu Xiaoyu said respectfully. Washington Hotel is the only 4-star hotel in Wuchang.
The former owner of the Grand Hotel lost a large sum of money gambling overseas and had to sell the hotel. Now that the boss has changed, and no one knows what the new boss's character is like, Lu Xiaoyu was very nervous, so she took the initiative and called to ask about the new boss's arrangements and deployments. Then please briefly tell me about the hotel. The hotel currently has 280 employees, including service charges, front desk security, and more than 30 management staff. The hotel has 20 executive suites, 10 presidential suites, 50 business suites, and the rest are boutique king-size rooms. All are of 4-star hotel standard and are capable of receiving foreign guests. And our turnover last month was 20 million.
I see.
This hotel still has great room for development. You will still be in charge of the management and report the operating income and profits to me every month.
Mr. Lin, why don't you come to our hotel and have a look? I will make an unannounced visit soon. There's nothing else to do. Go ahead and do your work. If there's anything urgent, call me.
For normal matters, just send me a message.
Okay, Mr. Lin. After putting down his phone, Lin Haotian showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth.
On the other side, in the manager's office of the Washington Hotel, a well-built woman in a business suit frowned.
This Mr. Lin is really not an ordinary person. I really want to see his true face. Chapter 26 Yi Mingyue's Secret.
Wuchang is a third-tier city after all.
The night in Wuchang comes much earlier than that in Zhangcheng. People have to go to bed at 7 o'clock. Especially in the mountains, there seems to be no colorful nightlife. As early as in the daytime, Lin Haotian ordered his men to catch a lot of poisonous insects on the mountain. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the master's poisonous insect broke out.
Lin Haotian ordered someone to help the master fill the bathtub with water, then led the master into the bathtub, and then took out acupuncture needles from the ring and pricked the master's temples, arms, and shoulders, which relieved the master's pain. At this time, the master was no longer controlled by the insect and felt a little relieved.
Slowly, the 5 poisons floated up, and then he ordered people to change the basin of water and pour the 5 poisons in.
Time passed little by little, and soon, after the master finished bathing, his body slowly recovered.
Lin Haotian helped the master to the bed and fell asleep.
Then Lin Haotian came to his bed and lay leisurely.
The phone on the side suddenly rang.
Lin Haotian picked up the phone and frowned slightly.
Why would this little girl call me? The person calling was none other than Yi Mingyue, a classmate he met today. Why was she calling him so late at night and not sleeping? Wasn't she afraid that his boyfriend would misunderstand her? Lin Haotian thought for a while and answered the call.
But after the call was connected, there was no sound on the other end of the phone.
What was this girl doing? Yi Mingyue, is there anything wrong with you? Lin Haotian asked first. Well, I'm just in a bad mood. I want to find someone to talk to and have a drink. Yi Mingyue's tone was a little shy and a little gentle. But when I listened carefully, there was something wrong. It seemed like he was drunk, and there was a very noisy sound on the other end of the phone, like he was in a bar. Before Lin Haotian could speak, Yi Mingyue shyly said, Lin Haotian, do you have time now? Can you come out with me for a drink? I'm at the Sty Bar now. Lin Haotian was surprised and underestimated. This little girl went to the bar late at night. Did something happen to her?
Lin Haotian hesitated for a while and said with some concern,
Send me the location. Thank you, Lin Haotian, I'm right here. Yi Mingyue's voice was intermittent, but the phone call was not disconnected.
After Lin Haotian packed up and prepared to leave, he drove the Audi R8 on the road to the bar.
Lin Haotian was thinking in the car.
When he saw Yi Mingyue during the day, she was still a lively and cheerful girl. How come she had so many worries at night that she even ran to the bar to drink to drown her sorrows?
Lin Haotian looked ahead and drove attentively, arriving at the bar 10 minutes later.
Lin Haotian came to the bar and looked at Yi Mingyue, who was lying on the bar counter, drunk. The bartender next to me said,
This is your friend's phone number, keep it. Okay, thank you. Then he supported Yi Mingyue. Lin Haotian, you are here, let's have a drink.
Yi Mingyue drank some wine, her face was rosy, her cherry lips were smelling of alcohol, and her mind was a little unclear.
Yi Mingyue pinched Lin Haotian's face teasingly.
This face is so tender, you can squeeze water out of it. The bartender next to him wanted to laugh out loud, but his professional ethics told him not to laugh.
Lin Haotian looked indifferent. Where is your home? I'll take you back. Home, I have no home, and kissed Lin Haotian's lips.
The bartender standing on the side saw this scene and felt that Lin Haotian was the boyfriend of this lady, so he said, This lady has been visiting our store for several days.
She comes alone every time. She might have encountered something. Please try to comfort her.
It's very dangerous for a young girl to do this. Lin Haotian nodded and said,
Thank you, and gave a 1,000 yuan tip. The bartender happily took the tip and said happily, "Thank you, sir." At this time, Yi Mingyue, who was beside Lin Haotian, was lying on Lin Haotian's shoulder, leaning against Lin Haotian, saying, "Mom, don't force me. I don't want to marry that old man." Lin Haotian then realized that the reason why Yi Mingyue had been suffering these days was because of this. Her mother forced her to marry someone who didn't love her. When asking Yi Mingyue was already unconscious. Lin Haotian shook his head shamelessly, saying that he didn't know where she lived. "I could only carry her to the Washington Hotel to book a room, and then drive the Audi R8 to the Washington Hotel." When I looked at Yi Mingyue again, she had fallen asleep in the passenger seat. What secrets does this woman have? Why did her mother force her to marry an old man? Arriving at Washington Hall, Lin Haotian took out his ID card and checked into a presidential suite. While he was checking the ID card information, Lu Xiaoyu was next to him. Suddenly seeing the name on the ID card, Lu Xiaoyu looked up. This is a 25-year-old boy with a handsome face and a strong body. Lu Xiaoyu is not sure whether this Lin Haotian is the person who called that day. So he picked up the phone and dialed Lin Haotian's number. At this time, the boy's phone rang. It turned out to be this Lin Haotian. "Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Lu Xiaoyu, I called you this morning." "Well, give us a presidential suite." "Okay, I'll do it right away." So Lu Xiaoyu led the way and brought Lin Haotian and others to the presidential suite. "Boss Lin, call me if you need anything. I'm on call 24 hours a day." "Got it, go get busy." After Lu Xiaoyu left, Lin Haotian took Yi Mingyue to the president's room. Just entered the room. Yi Mingyue vomited all over Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian quickly put Yi Mingyue on the bed, covered her with a blanket, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and came out wrapped in a bathrobe. Soon it was morning. Yi Mingyue woke up and saw herself lying on the bed. Thinking back to last night, her fair face flushed. "Speak." "Lin Haotian, thank you for sending me back yesterday and giving me a place to stay. I was willing to do it last night. Now that we're both so candid, can you tell me why you were drinking last night? Was there something sad?" Lin Haotian really wanted to know the reason, not because he was gossipy, but because he wanted to know what difficulties Yi Mingyue had encountered. Perhaps he had the ability to lend a helping hand to him. After all, after what happened last night, she was already his woman. Yi Mingyue hesitated for a moment, with a hint of sadness on her face. "When I was in junior high school, my father couldn't stand up because he wanted to protect me. He has been sitting in a wheelchair ever since. Since then, my family has lost his only source of labor. My mother has always regarded me as a thorn in her side and a thorn in her flesh. She always thinks I am a jinx in the family and wants to find a husband for me and sell me for a good price. I had no way to resist because my father was the only one who loved me at home. But my father was like this now, and my mother threatened me that if I didn't listen to her and married a rich man, she would not give my father treatment. Dad finally has some feeling in his legs. If he stops receiving treatment, I'm afraid he will never be able to stand up again. I feel so sad. On one side are the legs of my loving father, and on the other side is my lifelong happiness. It is really difficult to make a choice. So I just drank my sorrow away in the bar." After listening to Yi Mingyue's confession, Lin Haotian was startled at first, then said thoughtfully, "It's okay, I'm here with you." Lin Haotian thought to himself, it turns out that everyone has a painful secret behind them. He lifted up Yi Mingyue's slender waist and said, "I'll be there for you." After Yi Mingyue opened her heart to Lin Haotian, she had already accepted this man who gave her a sense of security. Her first experience was given to him. Chapter 27. It's night. Lin Haotian, thank you for picking me up yesterday. I was very happy last night. Oh? If you want to thank me, why not take some practical action? Yi Mingyue asked doubtfully. What actual action? Lin Haotian said with a smirk. How about we get some more sleep? Yi Mingyue's face was dark, and she said helplessly. Lin Haotian, why can't you think of something else in your mind? I just want to sleep a little longer. Lin Haotian pressed Yi Mingyue down and said. Aren't you going to thank me? How are you going to thank me? When Yi Mingyue was thinking about something, two people were already lying on the bed. Ever since the system in his body was upgraded, Lin Haotian has been full of energy, as if he never feels tired. Brother Haotian, I'm going to work. Lin Haotian let her go reluctantly. On the other side, Lu Xiaoyu didn't sleep all night. She didn't expect that her boss was a handsome young boy. After graduating from university, Lu Xiaoyu has been working in this hotel, starting from the bottom of the company and working her way up to her current position as manager. She has been immersed in her career and has never thought about matters between men and women, so she has been single until now. Since I was a top student in school, many people wrote me love letters, but I was focused on my studies at the time and didn't think about these things. After graduation, I have been working in the hotel and haven't met the right person. She is now in the prime of her life. Although she looks cold on the outside, she is soft-hearted and needs the nourishment and care of a man. Thinking about last night's big boss Lin Haotian, who was young and promising. Although he was only a few years older than me, my appearance was also extremely beautiful. Lu Xiaoyu was a campus beauty in school and had many suitors, but she had rejected many of them. Now she has been working for a long time and has not met the right person. This is her chance and also a challenge. As she thought about it, she felt an urge in her heart that made her take action. So this morning, he arrived at the Washington Hotel very early, guarded around, and watched the girl from last night go downstairs and leave. Then he went upstairs and came to the door of the presidential suite. She was still a little nervous inside, but when she thought of Lin Haotian's handsome face and aristocratic temperament last night, she knew that if she missed this opportunity, she would never have the chance to meet such an outstanding person again. Even though she knew that Lin Haotian was not short of women, she still couldn't control her inner thoughts. It would be worth it even if he was her lover. After knocking on the door, what came into view was a handsome face of a young man, with superior facial features and clear three-dimensional lines. His lower body was wrapped in a bath towel, and even though his upper body was half naked, his abstinence did not diminish in the slightest. Lu Xiaoyu looked away in panic, but Lin Haotian saw this scene clearly. "Manager Lu, what's going on?" Lu Xiaoyu's white and tender hands gently took off her small suit, walked into the presidential room and closed the door. Her fair face had a blush, and her legs wrapped in black stockings were particularly attractive. She said shyly, "Mr. Lin, I have admired you for a long time, I want to." Lin Haotian took a quick look around and saw that the girl had a beauty score of over 90%. She was wearing a professional suit and a tight skirt, which showed off her graceful figure. She had a fair face, a high nose bridge, a cherry-like mouth, willow-like eyebrows, delicate facial features, without a single flaw, and a hot body. Lin Haotian did not refuse such a proactive woman at all. Lu Xiaoyu's heart was beating wildly, her face was hot and burning. It seemed that all the blood in her body was rushing to her head, her hands were poking anxiously, although she was a manager and was a strong woman outside, but after all, it was her first time to have sex, she was still a little panicked and uneasy. Lin Haotian said calmly, "I'll give you 20 minutes. If I don't like it, just turn around and leave." Time passed by little, and soon it was noon. Lin Haotian was a little hungry. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu lying on the bed, he felt excited inside. His skills had improved a lot. Lin Haotian said, "From now on, you are my woman, and I will treat you well." Lu Xiaoyu said, "Okay, I love you too." When Lin Haotian said that she was his woman, a warm current surged into her heart. She had fallen deeply in love with this man who was only a few years older than her but was handsome and rich. Especially after they had experienced the affairs between men and women, it became even more difficult for her to extricate herself. Lin Haotian touched his belly and said, "I'm a little hungry, let's go eat something." So the two of them held hands and went to the dining room on the second floor of the Grand Washington Hotel to have dinner. "Go to the second floor dining room and sit down." A girl wearing a black jacket and a half-length skirt came over. "Sister Xiaoyu, is this your boyfriend?" Lu Xiaoyu introduced Lin Haotian. "Mr. Lin, this is the hotel's front desk manager, my colleague and good friend Li Ningyu. Ningyu, this is our new boss and my boyfriend." After Lu Xiaoyu finished speaking, she leaned her forehead on Lin Haotian's shoulder, looking like a little bird. Lin Haotian extends his hand like a gentleman, ready to shake hands with Li Ningyu. "Hello, my name is Lin Haotian." Li Ningyu was stunned for a long time, then said awkwardly, "No. I'm sorry, I was just being presumptuous." Then he looked at Lu Xiaoyu with envy and said, "Sister Xiaoyu, Mr. Lin, please enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you anymore." Then he left. Li Ningyu walked out, looked at Lin Haotian, retracted his eyes, and walked towards the front desk. After Lin Haotian and Lu Xiaoyu ordered their food, they sat down and started chatting. "Xiaoyu, has anyone named Zhang Yang made a reservation for you recently?" Lin Haotian asked indifferently. Yes, I remember.
It was made by Zhang Yang, deputy director of the Wuchang Taxation Bureau, and it was paid with public funds, Lu Xiaoyu answered naturally. He remembered Zhang Yang very clearly because he was an old customer of the hotel.
Oh? It's a public account?
Lin Haotian looked surprised, then said with a sinister look on his face, thinking that he could start planning.
Please keep all the evidence. I will need it later. Okay. The dishes have been served. After working hard last night and this morning, I am a little exhausted and my stomach is growling. There were chicken, duck, fish, meat, some vegetables, fruit, and snacks. The table was already full. Haotian, how about you try this? This is our restaurant's signature dish, braised lion's head. Lu Xiaoyu picked up a piece and put it in Haotian's bowl.
Lin Haotian tasted it and found it tasted really good. But compared to hers tastes better.
Lu Xiaoyu said. Haotian, I can also cook some dishes. You can come to my house and I will cook for you. My dishes are delicious.
Lin Haotian said.
Okay. Chapter 28: A Bigger Conspiracy. Two people sitting side by side. Haotian, let's go to the room. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked at first, then nodded obediently and said. Afterwards, the two of them were full and wanted to have sex. They came to the Audi R8 parked in the basement of the hotel. Time passed little by little, and at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a hot girl wearing ripped black stockings slowly walked down from the car. Her legs walked a little strangely, and her tired little face had a very satisfied feminine look. She said to Lin Haotian gently. Haotian, I'm going back to the hotel first. Take a rest today, don't go to work, and have a good sleep. Okay, Haotian, I'll listen to you. It's really tiring, but I'm satisfied. Okay, I'll come see you in a few days, Lin Haotian said calmly. On the other hand, Mrs. Lin had been staying in the general ward for several days and her body had almost recovered. As for the Lin family, except for old man Lin who stayed with them the whole time, the rest of the people were as anxious about their future as ants on fire. Lin Haowen is still in Jiangcheng, and he is still anxiously looking for a job. Zhang Kai, chairman of Huayue Company, followed Lin Haotian's arrangement and removed Lin Haowen from the company's senior management position. He issued an order within the industry that if you hire this employee, you will be an enemy of his Huayue group. Since Lin Haowen was fired, he seems to have had difficulty finding a job. The main reason is that Huayue Group has already issued this notice. Even if some companies think he is very capable, they regret it when they think it is not worth it to become an enemy of a Fortune 500 company for him. Lin Haowen spent some money and asked the human resources director of a rival company that had a grudge against the Huayue Group why they didn't hire him. The result he got was that the Huayue Group had already issued an order within the industry that whoever hired him would be an enemy of the Huayue Group. Lin Haowen was a bit confused. When did he have a conflict with Huayue Group? Why did Huayue Group target him? Could it be related to the hot search? What is the relationship between Lin Haotian and Huayue Group? The more I think about it, the more confused my mind becomes. What is the relationship between them? At this time, a scarred man passed by him and said lightly, Our master gang has something to ask you, come with me. The scarred man was followed by 5 or 6 younger brothers, all looking at Lin Haowen ferociously. He held a steel rod in his left hand and shook it up and down in his right hand. Lin Haowen had never encountered such a scene before, so he climbed down and said timidly, I'll go, okay? So several strong men took Lin Haowen to a dilapidated house. There was a 50-year-old man in the house with his back to the wall, but the air pressure was very strong and it was so quiet around that you could hear a pin drop. Scar Man came forward and reported, Master Gang, the person has been brought here. With a gesture, a younger brother dragged Lin Haowen over. Lin Haotian quickly knelt on the ground, his eyes emptied with fear as he said, Master Gang, what can I do for you? I will do it for you. What's your relationship with Lin Haotian? Wang Gang, who had been carrying him on his back, turned around and said fiercely. Reporting to Mr. Gang, Lin Haotian and I are cousins, Lin Haowen replied in surprise, wondering why he was asking Lin Haotian. Then tell me about your relationship with Lin Haotian. The relationship was not very good. His parents died in a car accident when he was 8 years old. When he was 10 years old, he was sent to a temple in the mountains near us. Then do you know his weakness? He grew up without a father or a mother, and we relatives weren't nice to him, either beating or scolding him. He lived a life worse than a dog in our place.
It seemed like he had a monk in the temple who treated him well. I heard that he is as close to him as his own son. The two depend on each other for survival. His master is his weak spot. But his master's fighting power is very high. Most people can't beat him. His master's fighting power is equivalent to an army of 300 people. I heard that his master has a disease that has been haunting him. It seems that at around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the disease will flare up. Once it flares up and is out of control, his martial arts will be gone. But once this time point passes, he will return to normal and his martial arts will be restored. Okay, very good. It's good enough to have a weakness. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you have to catch the leader first. After capturing his master, who knows if he won't surrender? A cunning smile appeared on Wang Gang's ferocious face. Lin Haowen was at a loss, still muttering in his heart, how could he easily deal with little Lin Haotian? Curiosity kills the cat. So he asked without fear of death. Master Gang, why do you want to deal with Lin Haotian? Lin Haotian is just a nobody, an intern who hasn't been hired yet. Is it worth it for you to go to such great lengths to deal with him? The scarred man on the side fiercely kicked Lin Haowen's leg and said angrily. Kid, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, or you'll die without knowing how. Wang Gang waved his hand and said. It's okay for you to know that Lin Haotian quietly made a dozen of my brothers disappear from the face of the earth. Not only that, he also offended people he shouldn't have offended. I want his life. When Lin Haowen heard Wang Gang say this, he was stunned at first, and then he thought, is Lin Haotian really that powerful? So he asked without fear of death. Master Gang, there is one thing I don't understand. Why did Huawei Group ban me? I have no grudges against them. Could it be that Huawei Group has some relationship with Lin Haotian? Lin Haowen couldn't figure out what the relationship between Lin Haotian and Huawei Group was. Huawei Group is his. He holds 100% of the shares. I heard he just bought it. It seems he spent more than 10 billion to buy it, Wang Gang replied calmly. What? Huawei Group belongs to Lin Haotian? He spent more than 10 billion to buy it? Where did he get so much money? Lin Haowen thought to himself that Lin Haotian had lost his parents, and his parents' compensation money was seized by relatives. His master was just the guardian of a broken temple, how much money could he have? No wonder no one dared to hire me after I was fired. No wonder Lin Haowen's small business was losing money and now even the factory has been mortgaged. Think about what my big family has encountered recently. Nothing goes as planned. I lost my job and my business suffered so much that I had to sell all my property to pay off my debts. My grandma was kicked out of the hospital where she lived and had to stay in a private hospital, spending high medical bills. It turns out that all this was caused by Lin Haotian. I will never coexist with him. At this time, Wang Gang roared and pulled Lin Haowen back to reality. Little brother, how about we cooperate? Wang Gang said confidently. Master Gang, Lin Haotian and I are irreconcilable, what kind of cooperation do you want to discuss? You lead Lin Haotian out first. At around 8 or 9 in the evening, we will go with a group of people and take him down while his master is ill. Then we will use his master to force him to surrender. Okay, I'll lead him out. So the two of them whispered to each other, and a bigger conspiracy was about to begin. Chapter 29 The poisonous insect was eliminated. On the other side, Lin Haotian drove back to the mountain. It was already 6:30 when he arrived at the mountain. Tonight was the most important moment. The poison of the master who has been dependent on me is about to disappear. During the day, Lin Haotian had ordered people to capture the 5 poisons on the mountain. Tonight is the most critical moment. He must accompany his master. Lin Haotian came to the master and said to him, Master, today is the 3rd night of your detoxification. It is very important. I will give you acupuncture to make you feel more comfortable. As Lin Haotian spoke, he took out a 10-centimeter long needle from the ring, as well as disinfectant and a small pill. He handed the small pill to the master and said slowly, Master, please take this pill first. It can relieve your pain for a while. The master took the pill, swallowed it, and said, I can finally get rid of these decades of torture. I am finally going to be free. Lin Haotian said jokingly, Master, when the time comes, please find me a beautiful mistress who will take good care of you. I don't want it. I'm already this old, why would I want a woman? It's so much easier to be alone.
Master, that's because you haven't tasted a woman yet. Once you have tasted her, you won't say you are happy alone.
The master's face was filled with pain, which lasted only a second, and then he threw away his worries and said,
Haotian, only villains and women are hard to raise.
Women are the poisonous snakes and fierce beasts in this world.
I don't want to get involved with them in this life. Lin Haotian looked confused as he had never heard his master mention anything about his youth.
I have always thought that my master has been single until now because of me.
Could it be that my master was hurt when he was young? So I asked. Master, I want to hear about your childhood. I rarely hear you mention it.
The master waved his hands and said, No, that happened a long time ago.
Talking about it will only make things more sad. Seeing that the master didn't want to talk about it now, Lin Haotian didn't ask any further.
He knew that the day would come when the master would tell it.
Master's secret will be revealed one day. Time always passes so fast when we are chatting. By 8 o'clock in the evening, after the first 2 treatments, Master was no longer in as much pain as before.
He could control the poison in his body like a normal person. He slowly walked into the bathtub, which was filled with water and the 5 poisons. The 5 poisons looked at his body and quickly came forward to suck the ink like black blood from his body. Time passed little by little, and a large number of corpses of the 5 poisonous creatures were floating above the bathtub. Yes, all 5 poisons are dead, and their bodies are pitch black. The poison in this master's body is too powerful. Lin Haotian ordered people to change the water in the bathtub, and then took a sack of 5 poisonous animals, including snakes, toads, etc., and poured them into the bathtub. The master entered the bathtub again, and this cycle repeated over and over again. The water in the medicine basin was changed 5 times in total. There were a total of 10 sacks full of the 5 poisonous animals. Having sucked the master's blood, they all floated in the bathtub and turned black. Lin Haotian helped his master up, then took out a silver needle, a 10-centimeter long thin needle, and stabbed it into his master's shoulders, back, waist, and arms. The master's body was covered with densely packed 10-centimeter long needles. 10 minutes later, black blood flowed out from the needle hole, and a fist-sized lump of flesh appeared in the master's abdomen.
The meatball in the abdomen was still moving happily.
It was probably because of the torment it had endured in the past few days that it was about to die and was in a state of last breath. Lin Haotian picked up a boiled egg and rubbed it on his master's abdomen. The egg white had turned black and the poisonous insect could be seen in the yolk. The poisonous insect had been sucked out.
There is a small 3-colored goo hidden in the egg.
Generally speaking, toxicity is divided into 3-color goo, 5-color goo, and 7-color goo from weak to strong according to the color of the poison. The 3-color goo is not very toxic and is not fatal, but it is extremely torturous. Generally, if you are infected with the 3-color goo, your life will be worse than death. Lin Haotian picked up a lighter and burned the 3-colored insect in the egg. This 3-colored insect had harmed the master for more than 10 years, and only by burning it could it be completely destroyed. The master said excitedly, I am so happy that I can see the poison remaining in my body and remove it in my lifetime. He has been suffering from this disease for 15 years and has no idea why it happens. Every time an attack occurs, he is in excruciating pain.
Master, here are the pills.
Take 1 after each meal, 3 pills a day, for 3 days. And you cannot use your physical strength during these 3 days, otherwise it will drain your body and damage your vitality.
Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm safe in the mountains. No one should come looking for me, so there's no need to use force. Ever since Lin Haotian came back this time, the poisonous insects that were entangled around his master were eliminated. He didn't know why Lin Haotian became so powerful in an instant. But Lin Haotian told him that he had encountered some magical things recently and would tell him later, so he didn't ask any more questions. Lin Haotian helped his master to the room, considerately helped him lie down, poured a glass of water by his bed, and then after telling his master some precautions, he quietly closed the door and let his master have a good rest. Lin Haotian returned to his room alone, thinking that today's sign-in task had not been completed yet. Then call the system to sign in.
Lin Haotian closed his eyes tightly, and a 2-dimensional interface appeared in Lin Haotian's mind.
Host, do you want to sign in today? System, sign in today.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% control of Wucheng Wallace accounting firm, with an estimated value of 80 million renminbi. The formalities and documents have been placed in the system warehouse, please pick them up yourself.
Wallace accounting firm? Lin Haotian showed a meaningful smile, this system is so humanized and intelligent. Love this system. Lin Haotian thought to himself, what's the point of having an accounting firm? Then he thought again. I seem to have heard Yi Mingyue say that she works in an accounting firm, but I didn't ask in detail which accounting firm it was.
The night in Wuchang seemed very quiet, and people went to bed early. Just when Lin Haotian was hesitating, the cell phone rang suddenly. Lin Haotian turned his thoughts back and saw that the number displayed on his phone was a stranger's. But when he thought about the fact that he would always receive a stranger's number every time he signed into the system, he was not so surprised.
So I got on the phone. Hello, who are you?
Lin Haotian said calmly.
Hello, I'm sorry to bother you so late.
I'm Song Sisi, the director of Wallace Accounting Firm.
You are our new boss. May I ask what arrangements you have for our next work?
A building in the central area of Wuchang is brightly lit.
This building is an office building for an accounting firm and has a total of 4 floors. In the 4th floor supervisor's office, a man in business attire. Chapter 30 Class Reunion. The woman has a queen-like appearance, with extremely beautiful facial features and skin that is so smooth that it can be broken with the touch of a finger. She wears a professional tight outfit, which makes her curvy figure look even more graceful. Tonight, the accounting firm held an emergency meeting. The old boss went abroad to gamble and lost, so he sold the firm to the new owner. After learning the news, the person with the highest position in the firm was holding a meeting with the accountants and assistants in the firm to discuss the latest developments. In the conference room, Song Sisi called her new boss in front of the whole company and asked anxiously about the next work arrangements. More than 20 executives in suits gathered in the conference room, silent. The air pressure is horrible. Their eyes were fixed on Song Sisi's cell phone playing loud music. The person who heard the voice was so young, but he was able to acquire the largest accounting firm in Wuchang by himself. They were all very worried.
Lin Haotian said calmly.
I'll arrange the next things for the office.
For the time being, everything in the firm will still follow the original procedures and regulations.
You are still in charge of management, and I will not interfere. I'm in Wuchang recently. I'll make a secret visit in the next 2 days and reorganize it then.
Also, I'm going to raise the salaries of the employees.
The salary increase will be 20% for the grassroots employees and 15% for the middle-level employees. If there are significant and outstanding contributions to the company, there will be additional rewards. We'll discuss the amount of the rewards when I go there. It will be implemented this month.
Lin Haotian smiled slightly, thinking that he did not come from the grassroots, and he knew best that the best way to win people's hearts was to increase their salaries.
Okay, that's all. Okay, I understand.
Mr. Lin, please go to bed early.
Sorry for disturbing you.
After saying that, Lin Haotian put down his phone and lay on the bed in the most comfortable way.
On the other side, the conference room in the office building. Boss Song, what does the new boss say?
An executive in a black suit nearby asked anxiously, and the others also looked at Song Sisi with expectant eyes.
Song Sisi said with a relaxed look. Everyone, relax a little.
The new boss said that everything in the company will remain the same and I will still be in charge.
President Lin has also given everyone a raise.
The increase for junior staff is 20%, and for mid-level staff is 15%. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone jumped up and the tense atmosphere gradually eased, especially with the salary increase. For them, not being fired was already good enough, but getting a salary increase was something they never expected.
It is said that a new emperor appoints new ministers.
I thought that the new boss would replace these old ministers and usher in new faces, but I didn't expect the new boss to do the opposite.
Everyone praised Lin Haotian as a good boss with great affinity. Song Sisi added.
However, Mr. Lin also said that he will come to inspect the company's work soon.
Please pay attention and don't let the new boss down. Mr. Song, we must work hard. It's not easy to meet a mentor these days.
Yes, yes. And from the voice I just heard, it seems like he is a very young boy. Being able to work under him makes us feel a lot younger at heart.
All right, stop joking, let's all go home. Time goes by little. It was the next morning, which was Sunday. Today is the day for Lin Haotian's classmates to have a reunion. Lin Haotian drove the Audi R8 to the Washington Hotel. When I arrived at the hall, I saw Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu ran to Lin Haotian happily, took Lin Haotian's arm, and asked considerately. Haotian, why are you here? Did you miss me?
Yes, my dear, I am here to attend the class reunion today.
Don't reveal your identity.
Lu Xiaoyu knew that Lin Haotian had always kept a low profile, so she agreed.
Okay, I got it. I'll go tell my subordinates right away. I'll be busy now.
Before leaving, Lu Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around Lin Haotian's neck, gave him a deep kiss, and then reluctantly let go. At this time, good brother Wang Xiaofeng called Lin Haotian.
Brother Haotian, are you here yet?
If you are, please wait for me.
I'm still delivering food. I'll leave after I finish delivering the last order. It will take about 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
I just got off the bus too. After Lin Haotian hung up the phone, he sat at the bar and waited. At this time,
a red Maserati, a very cool car, was parked in front of the entrance of the Grand Washington Hotel. Lin Haotian took a look and found that the car was not difficult to spot because of its red body. The red Maserati stopped at the door for a minute and then circled the hotel entrance for more than 10 times. A man with a very flamboyant look tipped the security guard at the door in a casual and relaxed manner. The security guard at the door was stunned because the car was so strange that it stopped for a minute. The security guard wanted to help open the car door to let the guest enter the hotel, but he refused to get out and circled around the hotel entrance.
The security guard was speechless. This person is none other than Zhang Yang, deputy director of the tax bureau.
Zhang Yang was just about to park his car when he noticed a few familiar faces at the door, so he took the opportunity to show off.
Lin Haotian, why are you still sitting at the bar? I've already booked a table in room 888. Just tell the waiter to take you there. Zhang Yang looked down on Lin Haotian and said.
I'm waiting for someone, you go in first, Lin Haotian said calmly. If there was no system, he would definitely be envious when he saw Zhang Yang driving a Maserati.
But now,
he has assets worth hundreds of billions, but this Maserati is nothing in his eyes, just like a toy car he played as a child, not worth mentioning.
It's just very ordinary, casual, and normal. And just now in front of the hotel, several girls also saw Zhang Yang driving a Maserati. Brother Zhang Yang, you are amazing. You actually drive a Maserati.
A girl who took a taxi said in surprise.
Zhang Xiaofei, it's you. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become prettier. How can I be pretty? I just didn't wear makeup when I was in school.
Now that I'm in society, I need to wear makeup, so I dressed up a little. Compared with your goddess Yi Mingyue, I definitely can't compare. Zhang Xiaofei said with a smile. Zhang Xiaofei noticed a man sitting at the bar who was wearing a simple suit jacket but looked very handsome and had a good figure.
Asked with interest. Who is this little brother?
He's so handsome, but his clothes are a bit ordinary.
He looks familiar.
Zhang Yang said with contempt.
Isn't that guy Lin Haotian? He was a nobody in high school. Don't you recognize him? Wow, it's him.
He seems to be different from high school, whether it's his figure or his temperament and appearance.
I ignored him before.
It turns out he has grown so tall and handsome.
I haven't seen him since I graduated from high school.
I didn't expect him to come this time.
Zhang Xiaofei looked surprised. And at this moment, Lin Haotian walked towards them, because Wang Xiaofeng met up with Lin Haotian after delivering the takeaway. Brother Haotian, you are too ordinary, aren't you?
You don't even try to style yourself. Look at me, even though I'm a delivery man, I still wear a suit and tie that I haven't worn for 100 years to attend the class reunion. Our classmates all look at you through tinted glasses.
No matter how well you do, they first look at your clothes. Clothes make the man.
Otherwise, it will be very uncomfortable to be criticized by them.
You have already been beaten up enough by society.
Now you just want to be a nobody and don't want to stand out. It's okay, this is just a class reunion, not a meeting with the president, just be casual.
Lin Haotian patted Wang Xiaofeng on the shoulder and said with a smile.
The two of them were arm in arm, behaving so intimately, just like a couple.
No, they are two men, good friends. Wang Xiaofeng whispered in Lin Haotian's ear. Yi Mingyue is coming today too. I know you had a crush on her in high school. Now I heard she doesn't have a boyfriend. Here's your chance, buddy. Why don't you dress up so she'll look at you differently? Lin Haotian seemed to be thinking about something.
Yi Mingyue was already in his pocket. He was afraid that by the time Wang Xiaofeng knew about it, he would have to open his mouth so wide that he could stuff even a goose egg in it.
I think I can do it this way. If I can win Yi Mingyue just by being handsome, then shouldn't Zhang Yang have won her over long ago? Soon. Chapter 31 The Cruel Reality.
Zhang Yang, Zhang Xiaofei, Lin Haotian, and Wang Xiaofeng came to box 888. This is a luxurious box. It is magnificent and large, and can accommodate 40 or 50 people.
There is also a piano in the room, which seems to be a Yamaha imported piano. The piano placed here makes this room more elegant. Although there are 50 or 60 students in a high school class, there are only 20 or so places available this time. Some have lost contact. Some have left the city and gone far away. Some drop out of school early after graduating from high school, enter society, suffer the beatings of society, and accept the cruelty of reality as early as possible. Some people with poor academic performance simply go to junior college. Everyone is rushing towards their own trains, heading for different tracks, and heading towards different lives. Some have disappeared from the world, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. This time, we finally gathered more than 20 people, most of them were boys, and the majority were girls. When they walked into the box, there were already more than a dozen people in it. The faces are both familiar and unfamiliar. I can only remember those who are the most outstanding or the most naughty in school, and I have almost forgotten the other mediocre people. Zhang Yang is among those who are remembered, while Lin Haotian is mediocre and completely forgotten. Wow, monitor, you're finally here. I heard you drove a Maserati here. That's amazing. You're the best in the class, right? Li Wei, a thin boy wearing black glasses, complimented. Lin Haotian remembered that this person was Zhang Yang's little follower.
When he was in class before, he always followed Zhang Yang's lead, was naughty in class every day, and also liked to study pornographic images in novels. It's nothing at all, Zhang Yang said modestly, and threw the keys to his Maserati on the dining table.
Everyone looked at Zhang Yang with envy. Zhang Yang is a typical second-generation official. Both his parents are leaders in government agencies.
As soon as he graduated, his parents arranged for him to work as a specialist in the taxation bureau. He was promoted all the way, and in less than 2 years, he became the deputy director of the taxation bureau. Zhang Yang struggled for decades less than ordinary people and was always at the top of the pyramid of life from the very beginning.
When we were in high school, we were all relatively innocent.
We never distinguished between high and low, and we didn't realize the importance of currying favor with this person or pleasing that person. After being beaten up by society, many people have learned the social routines, which are deep, and have also realized the importance of circles, so all kinds of flattery and sycophancy have emerged.
But there are some who are not sociable, such as Lin Haotian and Wang Xiaofeng. Brother Haotian, look at this Zhang Yang, he's so arrogant, isn't he just the deputy director of the tax bureau thanks to his parents? He's so cocky. I even heard the security guard at the gate say that there was an idiot driving a Maserati. He deliberately circled around the gate a few times, as if he was afraid that others didn't know he was driving. What an idiot. Some people are like this. Wasn't he like this when he was in school?
It's not the first day you've known him, Lin Haotian said calmly.
Brother Haotian, what are you doing now? I'm so tired of delivering food every day. My father-in-law looks down on me and wants his daughter to divorce me. I'm really scared. I can't lose my wife, who I worked so hard to get.
Wang Xiaofeng complained to Lin Haotian.
Then you have plans to develop in Jiangcheng? Most of my businesses are in Jiangcheng.
Yes, this way I can take my wife to Jiangcheng, and I don't have to live with my father-in-law, and we can have our own world. In fact, my wife and I have a good relationship, but my father-in-law is always trying to sow discord between us, which makes us so exhausted.
If we change the environment, maybe we can go back to the loving relationship we had before, so why not?
Well, then you can arrange your home, discuss with your wife and family, and then come directly to Jiangcheng to find me. Lin Haotian actually had this in mind, because Jiangcheng has 1,000 houses in the central city that need someone to take care of them, and it needs to be someone he trusts. Wang Xiaofeng was my good friend in high school, and we had a very good relationship.
Brother Haotian, is this true? Can I really go find you?
Wang Xiaofeng asked in disbelief. Don't worry, just come to Jiangcheng to find me when the time comes.
You have my contact information, so just come to me directly, Lin Haotian said calmly. Just then, a few more people came in. The first person to come in was Zhang Wenjing.
She is the vice monitor of the class and a person who loves making friends. She has strong organizational skills. Although she looks ordinary, she loves to laugh and has a good relationship with everyone and has strong coordination skills. There was another girl who slowly came over. She is very pretty, with a delicate face, and her appearance is above 9 points.
She is wearing a miniskirt and looks very pure and hot. Lin Haotian looked at her and couldn't remember who she was, so he quietly asked Wang Xiaofeng.
Wang Xiaofeng also touched his forehead and thought about it, but still couldn't remember who she was. Everyone was interested in this beautiful girl, but no one could guess who she was, so Li Wei asked Zhang Wenjing with a lewd smile.
Class monitor, who is this girl? Isn't she from our class? Why don't I have any impression of her at all? Others also echoed. I really have no impression of him at all. Who is he? Could it be that he is someone from our class who just had plastic surgery and we can't recognize him?
Yes, nowadays plastic surgery technology is so advanced that some people can be so completely reshaped that even their parents can't recognize them.
Who said he's not from our class? Li Jia, don't you guys recognize him? Ah. Li Jia? She is Li Jia.
Li Jia is the fattest girl in our class.
She weighs a full 200 kilograms. It's incredible. You are really Li Jia, the giant panda Li Jia. The giant panda has turned into a slim lady? It's true that every fat person has potential. Li Jia pursued me in high school, but I didn't agree. Otherwise, she would have been mine. I really lost out.
I didn't expect her to become so beautiful,
said a skinny boy.
The boys and girls in the room all looked at the beautiful girl in amazement, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Boys admire her beauty, girls envy her figure and face. Li Jia, a fat girl who was disliked in high school, has transformed into a beautiful girl with a beauty score of more than 9 points.
So amazing. While everyone was discussing,
the door was pushed open and she appeared.
It was none other than Yi Mingyue. Only she. The crescent eyes hide amber, the red lips are like a cherry.
Other women seem vulgar as rouge and powder in front of her, but her every frown and smile can touch people's heart.
The boys all turned their eyes to her. Mingyue, you're here, you're finally here.
You didn't come to the previous class reunion no matter how I invited you.
You finally came this time.
I haven't seen you for several years. You've become more beautiful and charming. Zhang Yang said like a dog licker. Zhang Yang is arrogant towards other girls, but when facing Yi Mingyue, he is shy and speaks softly, for fear of scaring away the goddess in his mind. I came here because there is someone I want to see inside, Yi Mingyue said directly.
Then Yi Mingyue walked forward.
Zhang Yang thought she was walking towards him, so he took Yi Mingyue and walked past him, then sat down next to Lin Haotian. Zhang Yang had a puzzled expression on his face.
When did Yi Mingyue and Lin Haotian get in touch? Chapter 32 Yi Mingyue's arrival.
Zhang Yang felt very unhappy when he saw his goddess Yi Mingyue walking past him and towards Lin Haotian.
Lin Haotian is just a nobody. A poor loser. Why don't you just continue to be an unknown person and eat melon seeds? Why do you have to compete with him for the person? How shameless.
Zhang Yang cursed in his heart. But on the surface, he still said to Lin Haotian gently. Lin Haotian, go outside and ask the waiter if our dishes are ready.
Urge them. Look, most of our classmates are here. I'm not going. If you want to go, you go. You invited my classmates, not me, so it's natural that you should arrange it. Why should I arrange it? Brother Zhang Yang asked you to go, so you should go. Why are you still wasting time?
Brother Zhang Yang will arrange a job for you in Wucheng. It will be better than your internship in Jiangcheng.
Why are you so ignorant? Said the flatterer Li Wei.
Lin Haotian remained unmoved. Seeing this, Li Wei continued.
You kid really think you are a nobody. Who cooked the pot for you? I gave you face. Li Wei said angrily. If you want to be a bootlicker, go ahead. Why are you ordering me around?
Lin Haotian said with a hint of meaning.
Lin Haotian, I find that you are getting bolder and bolder. How come I didn't notice you like this in high school? You are becoming more and more disobedient now. When I tell you to go, you go. Look, you come to the class reunion and eat and drink for free. Brother Zhang Yang invited us to dinner here, can't you just listen to him? Do you have to make the relationship so awkward? No wonder you are not doing well.
It turns out that this is the problem.
Li Wei said a lot of things.
Lin Haotian still ignored him and just ate melon seeds and chatted with Yi Mingyue and Wang Xiaofeng. He was not interested in what he said. Li Wei had no place to vent his anger at this time, so he can only turn his anger towards Wang Xiaofeng. Because he heard that after Wang Xiaofeng graduated from high school, he had to drop out of school because his family was poor and his grandparents didn't have the money to send him to college. Wang Xiaofeng, who dropped out of school, could only live at the bottom of society, delivering takeouts. I heard that he was even alive and son-in-law. His life was so miserable. Wang Xiaofeng, why don't you seize this opportunity to compliment our brother Zhang Yang and ask him to find you an easy job? Why are you still a scum at the bottom of society? When Wang Xiaofeng heard this, he almost vomited blood. You are the grandson of your own accord. No one forces you to do that. You can't let anyone be like you. If you were in the revolutionary period, you would be a traitor who sold out his master for fame and fortune. I despise you enough. At this moment, Lin Haotian discovered that Yi Mingyue, who was sitting next to him, made a small gesture to him. Everyone who was arguing just now looked over here. Yi Mingyue quickly put away her jade feet, put them obediently in her high heels, and sat there pretending to be calm, as if nothing had happened. Looking at Lin Haotian again, he was looking at Yi Mingyue with a smirk on his face, and he fell more and more in love with this little goblin. There are so many classmates around, but she is so bold. If the classmates bend down to pick up things, they will find out about the affair between the two. No, it's not an affair, it's love. Zhang Yang asked with concern. Mingyue, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Mingyue replied at a loss. No. Zhang Yang patted Li Jia, who was sitting next to him, and asked Li Jia to give him a seat. He wanted to sit here. Li Jia walked away silently, and Zhang Yang sat next to Yi Mingyue. Zhang Yang and Lin Haotian surrounded Yi Mingyue in the middle, and she only responded to Zhang Yang indifferently, as if Zhang Yang was just a stranger. Zhang Yang was a little frustrated. After all, given his status and position, other female classmates would have wanted to sit next to him, but Yi Mingyue always treated him indifferently. Why? Didn't she love money? Was she a fairy in heaven, not influenced by the secular world? But he likes her like this, because he is used to seeing other people throwing themselves at him, and he prefers her to be indifferent to him and not swayed by money. It gives him a greater sense of accomplishment to conquer her this way. When he sat down, he saw that besides Yi Mingyue, there were a few other girls who were winking at him. Then he looked at all the people, and it seemed that none of them were doing as well as him, nor as outstanding as him. Everyone, have fun today, eat and drink well. I'll pay for today, just enjoy yourself. Zhang Yang said calmly. He knew that some things were too deliberate if they were too deliberate. It would also annoy people. He would not do such a thankless task. So I asked the waiter to bring the menu and ordered 10 bottles of 1982 Lafite and some signature dishes of the Washington Hotel, all of which were very expensive. The other students all showed envious expressions. The flatterer Li Wei continued to flatter. Brother Zhang Yang, you are so generous. I have never tasted this 1982 Lafite. Following you really allows me to see the world. Other students also gave him enthusiastic looks. Brother Zhang Yang, do you have a girlfriend? Brother Zhang Yang is rich and powerful, and people who like him line up in Dajiang City, right, Brother Zhang Yang? Li Wei said jokingly. But Zhang Yang turned his eyes to Yi Mingyue, who was picking up some food for Lin Haotian, who was enjoying the food to his heart's content. The two seemed not to hear what they said, as if there were only these two people in this private room and no one else. Zhang Yang quickly picked up the chopsticks and picked up some food for Yi Mingyue, but Yi Mingyue still ignored him, was indifferent to him, but was very tender towards Lin Haotian. Zhang Yang picked up the red wine and said politely, Mingyue, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I toast you a glass of wine. Yi Mingyue said coldly, sorry, I don't drink. The smile that Zhang Yang had forced on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by embarrassment. He had never thought that this woman would reject him like this, in front of so many classmates, and then drink the wine in one gulp. Zhang Yang suddenly frowned. This wine is not right. Why is it different from what he usually drinks? He clearly ordered 1982 Lafite, but why does the wine taste so good? What's going on? But when he thought about how Yi Mingyue treated him, he could no longer think about the reason why the wine tasted good. He looked at Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian had a dull expression, as if he was laughing at his own joke. Lin Haotian has been an orphan since childhood. He was an unknown person in high school and has had no contact since then. I heard from my classmates in Jiangcheng that he was interning in a company. Without any background or connections, he would definitely not be able to make it in Jiangcheng. So I said boldly, Lin Haotian, how are you doing in Jiangcheng? Is your salary high?
Chapter 33, an episode in the bathroom.
I heard that you are an intern in a small company in Jiangcheng, and your monthly salary is more than 3,000 yuan.
How about it? Come to Wuching and work with me.
If you listen to me, I promise to increase your current salary by 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Zhang Yang's words clearly contained a tone of boasting and contempt.
Moreover, everyone present was whispering, and their expressions when looking at Lin Haotian were full of amusement, sarcasm, and contempt. No way, Lin Haotian's salary in Jiangcheng is only over 3,000, and it's a first-tier city.
I'm a person who has never been to college, but my salary in our third-tier city is higher than his,
said a girl disapprovingly. This is too absurd. I've wasted all these years studying at university.
I'm still a university student, but I'm worse than someone who has never received any education.
How did I get by? I'm so unmotivated. A grown man with a salary of just over 3,000, what can he do? In a big city, you can't even afford food and drink, and yet he's paying for it. Where does he get the confidence to yell at Zhang Yang, the best guy in our class? He's really giving himself away.
I'm afraid he'll never find a girlfriend in his life.
A man like him, a scum of society, which woman would be with him?
Lin Haotian felt speechless. These high school classmates were just repeating what others said without understanding the real situation. They were talking to each other one by one, and he seemed to have become the target of everyone's criticism.
If I had known it would be like this, I would rather not come. It's so boring. Yi Mingyue said. Don't talk about Brother Haotian like that. In fact, Brother Haotian. Lin Haotian stopped Yi Mingyue and said. It's okay. I won't bother with them. Otherwise, I will become like them. Zhang Yang became even angrier.
His goddess actually spoke for that poor loser Lin Haotian.
This was totally unreasonable. He thought that he was such a bootlicker, but she actually ignored him and went to help Lin Haotian.
Zhang Yang looked at the piano there, and then gave a look to the flatterer Li Wei.
Li Wei received Zhang Yang's gaze, so he said like a flatterer. You may not know that our class's Zhang Yang is known as the Little Prince of Piano. He plays the piano so well. He has won countless trophies, both domestic and foreign. How about we welcome our class's little piano prince to play a song? Let's sing a song, let's sing a song. Brother Zhang Yang, please sing a song quickly, we can't wait. Zhang Yang sneered in his heart, and he glanced at Lin Haotian intentionally or unintentionally. I thought Lin Haotian was a child from an ordinary family. I'm afraid you've never even seen what a piano looks like, and you don't even recognize the entire keyboard of a piano.
Children from poor families simply cannot afford to buy a piano, let alone have the spare money to cultivate such an expensive hobby. Zhang Yang wants to tell everyone today that he is not only the son of an official, rich and powerful, but also talented, so that the goddess of his dreams will favor him and look up to him.
Zhang Yang began to pretend to shirk responsibility and said, No, we are having a class reunion today, how can I steal the limelight? Brother Zhang Yang, please don't refuse. We are all waiting for you to play a song so that we can learn a lot. Mingyue, then I will give you a song. Yi Mingyue nodded lightly.
After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he sat elegantly on the piano chair and prepared to tune the piano. I saw him put his hands on the keys of the piano and began to play the familiar music. He closed his eyes and played Castle in the Sky. The melody is romantic, beautiful, and full of rich emotions. At this moment, Yi Mingyue went to the bathroom, and Lin Haotian followed closely behind. Lin Haotian explained to her, then gently stroked her forehead and said, You go out first, I'll be right back. Yi Mingyue nodded sensibly. Yi Mingyue tidied up her torn stockings and messy clothes, with a satisfied look on her face and a more charming and attractive look.
Yi Mingyue walked out of the bathroom and came to box 888.
At this time, Zhang Yang had finished playing and opened his eyes to see Yi Ming coming in from outside.
After the performance, everyone applauded. It's so beautiful.
I didn't expect Zhang Yang to play the piano so well.
I'm fascinated by it.
Brother Zhang Yang is really talented.
He is not like other second-generation officials or rich people.
Other second-generation officials are just idiots who spend money like water, know nothing, and brag everywhere.
It's really unbearable. Brother Zhang Yang is different.
Not only has he become the deputy director of the tax bureau at a young age, he is also so talented and plays the piano really well.
It's amazing. What a pity. Why didn't you give me this piece of music?
If you gave it to me, I would listen to it wholeheartedly.
Unlike Yi Mingyue, she walked away in the middle of the performance. It was so disrespectful. She doesn't deserve what brother Zhang Yang did to her. A group of girls have revealed their infatuated smiles and are envious and jealous of Yi Mingyue. Even the boys admired him. Not only did he come from a wealthy family, but he was also very hardworking and talented. On the other side, when Lin Haotian was about to come out of the bathroom, the system suddenly spoke. Congratulations to the host. Due to the host's continuous sign-in, the system rewards the host with a god-level piano art skill. Strengthening successful. It has been strengthened successfully. At this moment, countless piano knowledge emerged in Lin Haotian's mind. The piano keys that were originally unfamiliar to him were now recognized and extremely familiar, as if he had been born with them. At this moment, Lin Haotian showed a look of joy, thinking of letting Zhang Yang show off in order to destroy his prestige. At this time, Lin Haotian opened the door of the 888 private room. Everyone looked at him in surprise, especially Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang wondered where this guy had gone. Didn't he see how pretentious I was just now? But then he thought again, if he didn't see it, then he didn't see it. All we can say is that he is a poor loser who has no ears. Think about the songs he played, which can make people pregnant. He doesn't deserve it. Zhang Yang walked towards Yi Mingyue on WeChat and said, Mingyue, what do you think of my talk? Does it make you feel enlightened? Isn't it? Yi Mingyue said apologetically. I just went to the bathroom and didn't listen much. I'm so sorry. Zhang Yang's face was filled with black lines. What? I was so engrossed in the performance just now, but he didn't hear it? This is intolerable. I don't know what Yi Mingyue is thinking. Brother Zhang Yang has been pursuing her so much, but she is like this. It really hurts brother Zhang Yang's heart. And she is always indifferent to brother Zhang Yang. If brother Zhang Yang treated me like this, I wouldn't let him down like this. Look how devoted brother Zhang Yang is. Yi Mingyue is actually cold to brother Zhang Yang, but is very enthusiastic towards Lin Haotian, a poor loser. I don't know what she is thinking. Lin Haotian is just a little handsome, but he is useless otherwise. His salary is so low that he can't even support himself. The girls were talking about. Lin Haotian, why don't you play a song for us? Zhang Yang was angry, but he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and said calmly. He wanted to target Lin Haotian because Lin Haotian was always cold to him, which made him very unhappy. And Yi Mingyue was also cold to him, but she was passionate about Lin Haotian. This made him even more unhappy. He knew that Lin Haotian couldn't play the piano. How could a child from a poor family play the piano? He just wanted to make him look bad in front of everyone. Okay, since Zhang Yang wants me to play, then I will satisfy you. Lin Haotian showed a strange smile on his face. Everyone had an expression of watching the fun. Because they knew that Lin Haotian couldn't play the piano, and even if he could, he wasn't as good as Zhang Yang, who had 20 years of experience. Lin Haotian sat on the piano chair as everyone watched and was surprised. Chapter 34 Chopin's Nocturne. I saw him putting his hands on the piano keys. At this time, he looked at the piano keyboard, which he had never touched before, but now became so familiar. Lin Haotian pressed the keyboard elegantly. At this moment, he seemed like Chopin in a tuxedo. Playing Chopin's Nocturne. The others listened to the beginning and whispered a little. Isn't this Chopin's classic nocturne? Don't talk, just listen carefully. Everybody was so absorbed in this nocturne that they couldn't help themselves. As he played, everybody couldn't help but shed tears. People seemed to have walked into their own inner world, and heartbreaking scenes flooded into their eyes. The whole audience was in tears, and the moving notes touched everyone's fragile heartstrings. The emotions were completely drawn out, everyone's heart was tightly tied to the music, and they burst into tears. This nocturne by Chopin was performed by Lin Haotian to the level of a master. It's like a broken country with mountains and rivers in the city and thick grass and trees in spring, or it's like the sadness of a pair of lovers unable to be together. This song expresses deep sorrow, loneliness, and endless longing for a lost lover. After the song was finished, everyone's eyes had a feeling of wanting more. They were all stunned for a long time, their thoughts still lingering on the sadness and pain of losing their lovers. It was not until 5 minutes after Lin Haotian left the piano that people came to their senses and started applauding. Then, there was thunderous applause. Some girls were even wiping their tears, the tears kept flowing down and they were out of control. It's so beautiful. This is the best song I have ever heard, no doubt about it. I'm so surprised. When did Lin Haotian learn to play the piano, and he plays it so well?
Yes, I have also studied piano for more than 10 years.
This level is simply amazing.
The sense of substitution is so strong that I am afraid it can be on par with Chopin.
I just shot a video.
I was thinking of recording a loser making a fool of himself, but I didn't expect the loser to make a comeback.
That's amazing.
I'm going to post the video on Shaking Legs, and it will go viral.
I never thought that my classmate is so amazing. He plays the piano at the master level.
If I tell others about this, it will bring me great honor.
It turns out that Lin Haotian is so talented. No wonder Yi Mingyue is so enthusiastic about him.
So this is the case.
Have we missed something?
Zhang Yang was so upset at this time that he wanted to show off, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so hard. I didn't expect that Lin Haotian, a poor guy, could play the piano and play it so well.
I really underestimated him. Who is this guy? Yi Mingyue looked at Lin Haotian with an expression of admiration on her face.
She was completely conquered by Lin Haotian. She didn't expect that Lin Haotian was not only good in that aspect, but also considerate and never pretended, unlike someone who liked to show off every day.
He is so talented.
It seems that she did not make a mistake in choosing the right person.
Lin Haotian is her true love. This man is so charming.
Everyone also switched sides and sided with Lin Haotian.
Brother Haotian, can you add me on WeChat?
Li Jia, who had originally ignored Lin Haotian, now asked for Lin Haotian's contact information. Lin Haotian said calmly,
I don't have WeChat, sorry. Li Jia asked, what about QQ? Just add QQ, we are all old classmates.
Lin Haotian was not interested in Li Jia because he felt that Li Jia was a mean person who changed his attitude according to the situation, so he rejected her outright.
At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu walked in.
Because Zhang Yang was a frequent visitor here, he naturally knew the hotel manager Lu Xiaoyu, so he spoke.
Manager Lu, why are you here? Lu Xiaoyu was also walking towards Zhang Yang.
The other students were very curious and started to whisper.
Damn, isn't this Manager Lu from the Washington Hotel?
Why did she come to our private room in person? And you see she's walking towards Brother Zhang Yang. Brother Zhang Yang is really very prestigious.
Zhang Yang listened to other students' discussions and felt satisfied.
Zhang Yang stood up and said to Manager Lu.
Manager Lu, why are you here?
Manager Lu looked at Lin Haotian, who signaled him not to reveal his identity, so Manager Lu said.
You are a frequent visitor here, so of course I have to come and take a look. Here is your bill. The total amount is 5 million. How do you pay it?
When the other students heard 5 million, they were all shocked.
They spent 5 million on a meal today. Oh my god, this meal cost 5 million.
I don't even know if I can earn 5 million in my lifetime.
Brother Zhang Yang is so capable. 5 million is not 500 yuan. He didn't even blink an eye and was very calm.
Zhang Yang took the bill and was startled at first, then calmed down and said.
It's still the same as before, just use the public account.
Zhang Yang looked at the bill carefully.
The 1982 Lafite was replaced with other expensive wines.
The value of the wine alone was 3.5 million.
However, in front of so many classmates, he couldn't say anything in person.
He thought that it was not his money anyway, so it didn't matter if it was a little more expensive.
He just didn't care.
After Lu finished dealing with the matter here, he pushed open the door and said before leaving.
Then enjoy yourselves, I won't disturb you anymore.
When Manager Lu came out, he received a text message from Lin Haotian, which read,
Xiaoyu, it's time to close the net. So, Lu Xiaoyu called the Anti-Corruption Bureau and told them the whole truth. Inside the 888 box of the Washington Hotel, a group of classmates were talking about it.
Zhang Yang felt that he was very awesome, and then said modestly,
That's nothing. 5 million is just pocket money for me. Besides, we've been classmates for so many years, so I'm willing to treat everyone to the most expensive meal. After everyone has finished eating, let's go to the charm bar. I'll pay for the night, and everyone must have a great time.
Zhang Yang said, with a charming smile on his face.
Today is really a wonderful day for him. He shows his superiority in front of his classmates. He feels like the son of heaven or the emperor. He is flattered, admired, and licked by his classmates.
There were even several female classmates who cast passionate glances at him. If they couldn't catch up with Yi Mingyue, they could find another beautiful girl, book a room at the Washington Hotel, engage in double sports, and enjoy this beautiful night.
It would also be nice.
Zhang Yang thought about this and couldn't help but drool greedily.
Brother Zhang Yang, can I add you on WeChat? A charmingly dressed girl asked.
Of course, we are classmates. So the two of them scanned each other's WeChat, and several other female classmates also scanned WeChat because they didn't want to miss out on such a high-quality boy. Not only is he the son of an official, but he is also very rich and handsome.
After an hour, a dozen more people in police uniforms rushed into the box. Without any hesitation, they came directly to Zhang Yang.
The other students were frightened when they saw this scene. The leading police officer, who was in his 40s, asked,
"Are you Zhang Yang?"
Zhang Yang asked with a puzzled look on his face.
"It's me, what's wrong?" The police officers behind him took out handcuffs and handcuffed Zhang Yang. "Please come back with us and take it away."
Zhang Yang was stunned, and the others were also surprised.
Everyone is wondering. What happened to Zhang Yang? What did he do wrong? Why was he taken away? And so many police officers have come. Chapter 35 What is True?
At this time, Lu Xiaoyu also came in, walked to Lin Haotian, and said to Lin Haotian,
"Boss Lin, I have done everything you asked me to do. Do you have anything else to ask?" Lin Haotian waved his hand and said, "No more, go down."
At this time, Zhang Yang was still standing there in a daze, refusing to leave. He originally wanted to show off at this class reunion, but ended up showing off himself. The leading police officer urged again.
"Hurry up and go, why are you still standing there?" "Officer, what did I do wrong?"
Zhang Yang said with a look of grievance. "We have received reports from the public that you frequently embezzle public funds for your own personal gain.
You are being arrested for corruption and taken away." Zhang Yang understood immediately, but it was too late now, and then stared at Lin Haotian viciously.
Lin Haotian said calmly,
"Reform yourself in there and you'll be a brave man again when you come out." Zhang Yang was taken away by the police unconvinced, and the other students were shocked. This sudden change left everyone in the hall at a loss.
Everyone in the room fell silent, and even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. All the students opened their mouths so wide that they could fit a whole duck egg in.
"I never expected that Manager Lu would actually be called Lin Haotian, Mr. Lin?"
At this time everyone realized that the situation was developing in the opposite direction of theirs.
Lin Haotian's identity must be complicated. Who is he?
At this time, Wang Xiaofeng, a good friend of Lin Haotian, asked in panic.
"Brother Haotian, why does Manager Lu here call you Mr. Lin?" "Nothing, this hotel is mine,"
Lin Haotian said calmly.
The whole audience was in uproar. What? The largest hotel in Wuching belongs to Lin Haotian?
The most shocked person was Li Wei, who had flattered Zhang Yang. After knowing that Zhang Yang, this piece of fat meat, was removed from the throne, he thought about what to do. In order to flatter Zhang Yang, he repeatedly taught Lin Haotian a lesson. "I didn't expect that the person I looked down upon has now become someone I can't reach. What is wrong with this world?" So Li Wei said with a flattering look. "Brother Haotian, I was wrong just now. Zhang Yang is such an ungrateful person. He actually used public money to show off. Now he is in jail. He really deserves it." The other students looked down on Li Wei, a fence-sitter. Lin Haotian ignored Li Wei and continued to talk to Wang Xiaofeng. "There's a lot about me that you don't know. Mingyue, Xiaofeng, let's go." "I'll take you back," Lin Haotian said calmly. Lin Haotian didn't want to stay here any longer. Looking at the realistic faces of his classmates, he really felt that it would be better not to come to the party. Yi Mingyue held Lin Haotian's arm very obediently, leaned on Lin Haotian's chest like a little bird, and nodded gently. Wang Xiaofeng also strode forward and followed Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue out of box room 888. In box 888 of the Grand Washington Hotel. Everyone in the audience was shocked and even more unbelievable. Then some female students regretted it. "I realized it too late. I should have added Brother Haotian on WeChat earlier," a girl said regretfully. "I should have pretended to be drunk in Brother Haotian's arms just now. Why didn't I realize that Brother Haotian was so handsome before? Now that I think about it, Brother Haotian is so handsome." On the other side, Lin Haotian held Yi Mingyue's hand, walked side by side with Wang Xiaofeng, left the Washington Hotel, got got into the Audi R8 and was about to take them home. At this time, Wang Xiaofeng stared at this.
How is this possible? Brother Haotian, how many secrets do you have that I don't know about? You're actually looking at the Audi R8? Wang Xiaofeng was full of curiosity and had a lot of questions in his mind. Brother Haotian, do you treat me as a brother? We have been friends for so many years, and I didn't know you were so powerful? Lin Haotian looked at the two people in the car.
One was his good brother for more than 20 years, and the other was his close lover.
So he said without any taboo. To tell you the truth, one day I suddenly got a system. I signed in every day and there were different surprises. Then. Okay, Brother Haotian, you are not kidding me, right? We have been good brothers for so many years, you can't treat me like this, right? I am honest with you, even telling you the most unknown things about myself, but you don't tell me the truth. You are too mean, don't you? It hurts my heart so much, right? Wang Xiaofeng looked gloomy, as if he was really angry. Think about it from another perspective. You open your heart to your brother and treat him as a good brother. You even tell him about your family relationships, how you were looked down upon by your father-in-law for marrying into his wife's family, and how the relationship between you and your spouse was broken up. But he took this joking tone and perfunctorily dealt with it. And something was concealed from the beginning, how could you feel good about it? This kind of behavior is really disheartening. Yi Mingyue also blinked her eyes in doubt and asked. Brother Haotian, just tell us the truth. You are really chilling. You can't joke like this. What you said about encountering the system is too absurd. Lin Haotian was a little speechless about these two people. I told you the truth, but you think I was lying. Everything is fake, so what is true? Brother Haotian, I remember that when you were 8 years old, your parents died and your grandparents drove you away. You lived with your master in the mountains. How come you suddenly have so much money? You own the hotel and drive such a nice car. Do you have any secrets? Could it be that you have found your biological parents? Are they wealthy businessmen? I heard that when Principal Wang was studying abroad, he didn't know how much money his family had. He felt poor just like you. But when he returned to China, he found out that his father was the richest man. Then he started dating internet celebrities and lived a colorful life. Lin Haotian was driving the car and listening to Wang Xiaofeng's random guesses. He felt very upset. Time passed quickly as they chatted, and soon they arrived at Yi Mingyue's residence. This is a demolished community near a school. It looks a bit old and dilapidated. All the apartments are walk-up apartments without stairs. Not far away, a man in his 50s sitting in a wheelchair is looking at this side kindly. Yi Mingyue looked at Lin Haotian reluctantly and said to him, Brother Haotian, I'm here. Then Lin Haotian opened the car door, opened Yi Mingyue's door like a gentleman, and escorted her back. This scene was being watched by an old man sitting in a wheelchair, with an incredible smile on his face. You go back first, I'll come see you in a few days, we'll contact each other by phone, Lin Haotian said gently. Okay, Brother Haotian, drive slower. Be careful. Brother Xiaofeng, please drive faster. Wang Xiaofeng nodded and said. Okay, got it. I'll ask Brother Haotian to go slower. Lin Haotian and Wang Xiaofeng got in the car and prepared to go in another direction. Chapter 36 Selling Yi Mingyue? The two people in the car continued to chat. Brother Haotian, who is your biological father? Did he really come to recognize you? You are so lucky. Lin Haotian was no longer able to explain, and thought to himself, I told you the truth but you didn't believe it and insisted on making up a story here. Fine, then I will satisfy you. Like, I'm not actually a second-generation rich kid. My biological father has been looking for me. By chance, I saw a family search program on TV. He said that he accidentally lost me. I was only 2 years old when he got lost, but I remember there was a heart-shaped birthmark on my butt, so that's how I was found. My dad gave me a bank card with hundreds of billions of RMB in it, and told me to spend it as I pleased to make up for the loss and regret of my childhood. Lin Haotian spoke nonsense, and as he spoke, he began to believe it. And Wang Xiaofeng actually believed it. Come to think of it, the story I just told about encountering the system and the story I made up about being found by my biological parents is obviously more realistic and more reliable. After all, people would rather believe what they think than believe something that is illusory. That's what I said, all those systems are scams, right? This one is the real thing.
Lin Haotian shook his head helplessly, but it was not Wang Xiaofeng's fault.
If I told you, would you believe that there really was such a thing as a system in the world? I'm afraid a normal person would not be willing to accept this explanation.
The two chatted. Time passed little by little, Wang Xiaofeng said.
Brother Haotian, this is my father-in-law's house. I won't invite you in today.
It's a bit uncomfortable with my father-in-law here.
Can we go out for a drink and get together sometime?
Lin Haotian smiled and nodded in response.
Okay, I'll leave first then. Wang Xiaofeng waved his hand and said. Brother Haotian, see you next time, please drive slower. Lin Haotian is driving the Audi R8 back home.
On the other side, Yi Mingyue just got off the car and saw her father sitting in a wheelchair waiting for her to come back.
Her father smiled and said kindly. Mingyue, where have you been? Daddy is waiting for you so anxiously and is so worried about you. Yi Mingyue said. Dad, I'm going to a class reunion today. Yi Mingyue's father treats her very well.
He would wait for her downstairs every day when she goes to and comes home from work. Although he has difficulty in moving, in his mind Yi Mingyue is his only courage to live. Yi Mingyue helped her father into the house. They lived on the first floor. Inside the room, there was a woman who was slowly cracking melon seeds. She had long curly hair tied behind her ears and a beautiful appearance. Although she was old, she had a pair of phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, and a pretty face. At this moment, she revealed a slightly mean expression. This person is her mother Zhang Yazi.
Mom!
Yi Mingyue cried out in a low, hoarse voice, like a child who had made a mistake, and then she stopped talking and pushed her father's wheelchair towards the room.
There is no special relationship between mother and daughter. Zhang Yazi followed behind, looked Yi Mingyue up and down and said.
Now you have grown into such a graceful figure, but you never smile at all, just like your father, who always looks gloomy, as if your father has died.
Who would want you? Seeing you look so miserable affects my mood. It's really annoying.
Zhang Yazi kept talking incessantly, her voice was very harsh, but Yi Mingyue had already gotten used to it and there was no expression on her face.
Seeing that Yi Mingyue ignored her, Zhang Yazi felt bored and didn't say anything else. Yi Mingyue's father remained silent.
Every time he encountered such a situation, he would remain silent because he knew that speaking out would be useless and would only anger his mother, which would lead to quarrels, fights, and the house would be in a mess because his mother would throw him. So Zhang Yazi walked out the door, picked up her cell phone and made a call. On the other end of the line was an old man of the same age as her, discussing something inside. Then Zhang Yazi handed Yi Mingyue a very slim-fitting cheongsam.
Go put this on. Yi Mingyue asked hesitantly. Why did you ask me to change into this dress?
Zhang Yazi said impatiently.
Just change it if you're told to. Why are you asking so many questions?
After Zhang Yazi finished speaking, she pushed Yi Mingyue into the bedroom to change clothes, locked the door, and said at the door.
You must change into this dress today. I have locked the door. Otherwise, you can't get out of this room. You have to think it through.
Yi Mingyue was speechless about her mother. She didn't know if her mother was her biological mother.
Why did she treat her like an adopted daughter?
After Yi Mingyue came out after changing, Zhang Yazi cleaned her up, drew her eyebrows and put on delicate makeup. Looking at Yi Mingyue's handsome appearance, she smiled with satisfaction and said.
That's right. Someone will be here soon.
He's a high-quality man that your mother has found with great difficulty. His family is very rich.
You must not cause any trouble when the time comes, understand?
Yi Mingyue suddenly realized and looked at her in disbelief.
What? You're arranging a blind date for me? Didn't I threaten you with death last time? Mom, why don't you give up? Do you really want to force me to death?
Yi Mingyue's face turned very ugly.
Zhang Yazi said viciously. Stop talking nonsense. They're coming soon. Sit down quietly. Otherwise, I'll ruin your plan and make your father have no money for treatment. You'll regret it. Father Yi stood there in a daze, speechless.
Yi Mingyue seemed to be still thinking about resisting, but unexpectedly, a car horn sounded outside.
Yi Mingyue looked through the window and saw a black Audi slowly driving towards their house. Zhang Yazi made a gesture to Yi Mingyue, and then came out. Zhang Yazi went forward to greet them. The two seemed to be discussing something. The old man handed her a bag of white powdery substance and some wine. Said obscenely.
If I marry your daughter, I will give you 5 million, and I will also cover your husband's medical expenses.
Zhang Yazi nodded with satisfaction and said, Mr. Wu is so generous.
My daughter must have been blessed in her previous life to have met a loving and wealthy man like you.
Zhang Yazi brought the old man into the Yi family.
The living room of the Yi family was very simple, small and shabby, and the sofa was an old-fashioned one. Zhang Yazi asked old man Wu to sit on the sofa, and then Yi Mingyue was also pulled by her to sit opposite the old man. Old man Wu's gaze was not innocent. He looked Yi Mingyue up and down with naked eyes without any embellishment. Old man Wu said, Ms. Yi is really pretty, I like her very much.
How about we move to the Shangri-La Hotel?
I have booked a private room there, and we can discuss the follow-up progress.
Zhang Yazi said enthusiastically. Of course we have no objection. Let's get ready and set off right away. Yi Mingyue looked at Ye's mother ridiculously. Mom, I'm not going. Zhang Yazi quietly came to Yi Mingyue, with a smile on her face, but said viciously. Didn't I just warn you?
If you don't listen to me, I'll cut off your father's medicine and treatment.
Then your father might never be able to stand up again.
I told you to eat, but I didn't let you do anything.
Why are you so resistant?
Yi Bo, who was standing by, pulled Yi Mingyue's arm and said,
Just listen to your mother and talk about it when you get there.
Brother, why are you like this?
Why don't you help me?
It's not that I won't help you, you know that no one can resist mom's orders. Yi Bo was indifferent, as if this blind date had nothing to do with him.
Father, Yi said with great difficulty. Mingyue, Daddy is sorry for you. It's Daddy who has dragged you down. Just let Daddy die. Father Yi pushed the wheelchair and wanted to crash it into the wall. Yi Mingyue stopped Yi's father in time, nodded and said, Okay, Mom, I promise you, isn't that enough?
So, Ye's father, Ye's mother, and Yi Bo took old man Wu's car and came to the Shangri-La Hotel. Ye's mother quietly took the red wine and a bag of white powdery substance that old man Wu gave her into the car. On the way to Shangri-La Hotel, Yi Mingyue was very panicked, but then she thought, I'm just going to have a meal, nothing else.
Chapter 37 Save Me.
Yi Mingyue looked out the car window, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Suddenly I thought of Lin Haotian, who was alone and helpless in this family. His father was his only support. If he didn't listen to his mother, his father's life would be out of control. I saw the scene when I was young where my mother was so cruel and tortured my father. My poor father allowed his mother to torture him like this, and I had no ability to protect him. If Lin Haotian could fight alongside me, I wouldn't be so lonely and helpless.
As we were thinking, the car soon arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel.
Yi Mingyue didn't want to go, but her mother forced her to go, threatening her father's life and legs, so she had no choice but to go. They came to a luxurious private room 520, which was filled with delicious food and some drinks. Zhang Yazi smiled at old man Wu with a flattering look on her face, then pulled Yi Mingyue to sit next to old man Wu and whispered to Yi Mingyue.
If you want your father to feel better, then finish this meal honestly. Otherwise, you know the consequences.
Old man Wu stared at Yi Mingyue with a lewd look on his face and said, It's so beautiful. Looking at Yi Mingyue, old man Wu's saliva was about to flow out, thinking in his heart, this Zhang Yazi is really a piece of shit. Her daughter is so beautiful, but she was bribed for a mere 5 million. It's really worth it to get this beautiful young wife. Zhang Yazi said with a smile, as long as Mr. Wu likes it, it's a blessing for this little girl that Mr. Wu likes it.
Then he whispered to Yi Mingyue.
Smile more nicely, don't have a stern face every day, as if others owe you money.
Then he handed the wine to Yi Mingyue.
Hurry up and toast a glass of wine to Mr. Wu.
I, as your mother, need to teach you this. Mom, I don't know how to drink, Yi Mingyue said dissatisfiedly.
Then Zhang Yazi secretly poured a glass of juice, added a little bit of ingredients to it, and brought it up and said,
Girl, it's okay. We don't want to drink alcohol, but we can drink juice, right? Yi Mingyue took the juice and drank it.
Suddenly I felt that the taste was wrong, but I had already swallowed it.
Yi Mingyue thought about going to the bathroom to vomit. So I said to Zhang Yazi, Mom, I need to go to the bathroom.
Zhang Yazi looked at Yi Mingyue, who had already drunk the drink with the added ingredients, and said contentedly,
Go, come back soon.
After Yi Mingyue went out, Zhang Yazi felt a little worried, so she gestured to Yi Bo, asking him to follow her and keep a close eye on her and not let her escape. Yi Mingyue came to the bathroom, her head was getting more and more dizzy, her legs and feet were unstable, so she held onto the bathroom bar, thinking that this was a drink, not wine. It shouldn't be like this, could it be mixed with something?
Oh no, there must be something mixed in. Thinking of this, I became even more anxious, so I took out my phone. Called Lin Haotian.
After the phone rang for more than 10 seconds, no one answered. I called a few more times, but still no one answered. She was so anxious that she could only try her best to save the situation. So I sent a text message. Brother Haotian, save me, I'm in box 520 of the Shangri-La Hotel. Yi Bo, who was outside, saw that Yi Mingyue had been in there for 20 minutes and had not come out yet, so he went into the women's restroom. When the girls in the restroom saw the boy coming in, they all yelled. Sorry, my sister fell into the toilet, I came to rescue her. Yi Bo came to the toilet, looked at Yi Mingyue who was leaning against the bar, and said insincerely. Little sister, are you okay? Yi Mingyue pleaded with Yi Bo for the last time. Brother, save me, I seem to have been drugged, and I feel weak all over.
I can't go to the private room otherwise. Yi Bo said jokingly. My parents and I are here, what can we do to you? You are overthinking.
You may have had some alcohol just now, so you are just a little tipsy.
It's okay. Follow me to the box, everyone is waiting for you. So, Yi Bo dragged the powerless Yi Mingyue to the 520 box.
Yi Bo dragged Yi Mingyue to Old Man Wu's side, and then said to Zhang Yazi.
Mom, I brought the person to you. Zhang Yazi flattered and said to Old Man Wu. Mr. Wu, what happened to my daughter?
Zhang Yazi also knew that it was the white powder that caused it, so she asked Yi Bo to push his father out of the box and said to Yi Bo. Yi Bo, push your dad out first.
Mr. Wu and I have something to discuss.
You guys wait outside first. Yi Bo agreed, and then pushed his father out of the door.
Father, Yi asked anxiously. Mingyue, what happened? Why did you faint? Mingyue.
At this time, Yi's father had been pushed out by Yi Bo.
Zhang Yazi, Yi Mingyue and Old Man Wu were the only ones left in the box.
Old Man Wu said obscenely. This white powder I just gave you was bought from a special channel.
It's very effective. Even a little bit of it will make you behave. After tonight, we will be relatives, and I will be your son-in-law.
I promised you a betrothal gift of 5 million, and I'll keep my word.
Zhang Yazi heard the 5 million and said happily. Okay, then enjoy your meal, Mr. Wu. I won't bother you anymore.
Before leaving, he glanced at Yi Mingyue and said. Serve Mr. Wu well, or I will make sure you never see your father again. After Zhang Yazi left, Old Man Wu felt itchy and went forward to hug Yi Mingyue, wanting to take him to the guest room upstairs that had already been prepared.
My dear, you are mine tonight. Follow me from now on.
I will take good care of you and love you. Old Man Wu's mouth smelled of old people, and his breath blew on Yi Mingyue's face, making Yi Mingyue almost vomit. She pushed the man's hand away with great effort and said,
Don't touch me with your dirty hands, get out of here.
She moved quickly, and Old Man Wu was almost knocked to the ground. At this time, Old Man Wu was very angry. You little bitch, you dare to push me, you are so rebellious.
I just like your aggressive personality. Don't go to the bed, just stay here. You will know how powerful I am in a moment, little bitch.
He grabbed Yi Mingyue, slapped her, and then tore off the first button of Yi Mingyue's cheongsam. Yi Mingyue stared at Old Lady Wu in fear, her voice hoarse and her body trembling as she said.
Please, let me go. You have a daughter and a granddaughter, right?
If your granddaughter or your daughter knew what you were doing now, how would they see you, and how would you feel about yourself in their hearts? Mrs. Wu stopped what she was doing. Yi Mingyue felt that her words had touched him deeply, so she continued. Look, you are already a grandfather, and you still treat a girl who is almost the same age as your granddaughter like this.
Do you have a clear conscience? Don't you think your behavior is shameful?
When Old Lady Wu stopped writing, she was just tired and wanted to rest for a while.
She didn't take Yi Mingyue's words to heart and didn't listen to them. She just wanted the result and didn't care about anything else.
After Old Man Wu recovered his strength, he continued to pull Yi Mingyue. Yi Mingyue felt even more confused when Old Man Wu pulled her like this.
Wasn't he moved by her words? Why didn't he stop this ridiculous thing?
Yi Mingyue lost the strength to resist for a moment. Yi Mingyue was drugged and her body was soft and weak, unable to resist at all. Even if she was not drugged, how could a woman be a match for a man? My head is clear, but my body has no strength at all and I can only be controlled by others. Now Yi Mingyue can only hope that Lin Haotian will see the text message and come to save her quickly, otherwise she will really be violated by this old man.
The consequences are really unimaginable.
On the other side, after Lin Haotian finished his shower, he picked up his phone, looked at several missed calls, and then flipped through the text messages. There was one message.
Brother Haotian, save me, I'm in box 520 of the Shangri-La Hotel.
Lin Haotian was shocked and realized the seriousness of the matter. He saw that his master was safe in the mountains these 2 days, and thought that it would be convenient to let the 2 younger brothers take care of the aftermath, so he took the 2 younger brothers with him. Before leaving, he told his master that he went to his room and told him that he had important matters to attend to outside. Lin Haotian told his master to stay at home and not to get angry, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The master nodded and kept it in mind. He looked at the distance.
The mountain was about 20 minutes away from the city. He didn't know how long Yi Mingyue could hold on.
So he got in the car with his 2 younger brothers and rushed to the Shangri-La Hotel.
Pung!
The door of the box was forced open.
Lin Haotian walked in from outside. Chapter 38. I don't want to force people.
Yi Mingyue quickly broke free from Old Man Wu's arms and wanted to run to Lin Haotian, but after taking 2 steps, her legs went weak and she sat down on the ground. Lin Haotian hurried forward to support Yi Mingyue, took off his coat and put it on Yi Mingyue, then helped her sit on the chair. Old Man Wu said with a lewd look on his face.
This woman is mine. Do you know who I am? You want to snatch my woman from me? I think you don't want to live anymore, do you?
Lin Haotian's eyes were cold and his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled.
He raised his hand slightly and pushed the man against the wall. Get lost.
He has been learning martial arts with his master for many years, and his body has been completely upgraded by the system.
It is extremely easy for him to deal with an old fat pig whose chassis is not even stable.
Old Man Wu was shocked by Lin Haotian's cold eyes. He had been in the business world for many years, but he had never seen such a murderous look. He was so scared that he covered his bleeding nose and said weakly,
You little brat, put her down.
I won't hold you responsible for the time being and let you go.
Otherwise,
Lin Haotian said coldly.
Are you looking for death?
So he held down the old fat pig with an unstable chassis, knelt on the ground and said,
I'll give you a chance.
Apologize to her, or you'll die miserably. Old Man Wu was frightened by the sudden force and could not struggle.
He looked at Lin Haotian with murderous eyes and immediately kowtowed on the ground. Ms. Yi, I was wrong. I didn't know you were the young man's woman. Zhang Yazi gave you to me in exchange for a 5 million betrothal gift.
Lin Haotian looked at Yi Mingyue sitting on the chair. Her cheeks were red and swollen, and there were clear 5 fingerprints on her face.
Did you injure her on the face?
Old Man Wu said in a trembling voice.
Yes, it's me.
So he kept fanning his mouth and said,
Young man, I was wrong. I was blind. Can you please forgive me? One after another, the crackling sound echoed in the box. Was it the left hand or the right hand that hit Miss Yi?
That hand touched Miss Yi. Old Man Wu looked at his hands and said with a trembling face,
Young man, please forgive me if you are a big man.
Lin Haotian said,
When you did this, did you ever think about the consequences? Now that you know you were wrong, it's no use. She could be your daughter, and you violated her like this, you fat old pig. Go to hell, old fat pig.
Old Man Wu raised his hands and begged for mercy.
It was Zhang Yazi who begged me to do this.
She told me to bring these medicines so that her daughter and I could have an affair. Then Yi Mingyue would never be able to escape her clutches. She asked me for 5 million, and she will ask Yi Mingyue for more money in the future.
Young man, please forgive me. I will give you 10 million. Is it enough?
Please forgive me, said Old Man Wu while kneeling and begging for mercy.
I'm the least short of money. You want to bribe me with money?
You're really wrong, Lin Haotian said coldly. You should not refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit.
Do you know how powerful I am in Wuchun? Are you looking for death?
Said the Old Man Wu angrily.
Where do you say your power lies?
Tell me about it, said Lin Haotian.
I. Old Man Wu was suddenly speechless and choked.
Lin Haotian told his younger brother who was following him outside the door.
Come in.
Then he said coldly.
Drag him out and break his limbs. Don't let me see him again.
The 2 brothers said.
Okay, Mr. Lin.
So, the 2 thugs immediately dragged Old Man Wu out, and when Old Man Wu was dragged in front of Lin Haotian, he screamed.
Mr. Lin, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again.
Old Man Wu's screams filled the entire hotel with horrible, hellish wails. Lin Haotian picked up Yi Mingyue and was about to leave when he saw Zhang Yazi and her group on the way.
Zhang Yazi opened her mouth wide. She first saw Old Man Wu being dragged out of the hotel by two big men. Old Man Wu looked at Zhang Yazi and said viciously, "You bitch, you're the one who made me like this. I'm going to settle the score with you." Old Man Wu was dragged, his hands stretched out towards Zhang Yazi, which frightened Zhang Yazi. He retreated repeatedly, and Old Man Wu was restrained by two thugs, and his hands could no longer be stretched out. Zhang Yazi then touched her chest to calm down her fear. Then I saw a handsome young man appear in the box, holding a man wearing a men's suit jacket, and he didn't dare to say a word. In the car. Yi Mingyue felt so hot, as if she was on fire and was about to burn out. In a daze, she touched Lin Haotian all over, making her feel so comfortable leaning against him. Lin Haotian knew that Yi Mingyue had been drugged, and it was a drug that made him unable to express himself and could only endure it silently. The two were together for a long time before it ended. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Mingyue was exhausted and lay motionless in the car, while Lin Haotian lay down with his arms around Yi Mingyue, and the two of them hugged each other and slept for a while. On the other hand, after Wang Gang and Lin Haowen discussed how to deal with Lin Haotian's weakness, Wang Gang asked Lin Haowen to take his brothers to follow Lin Haotian these days.
Lin Haowen found that there were always a few thugs on the mountain these days, making it difficult to attack. Suddenly one day, for some reason, Lin Haotian brought his thugs down the mountain.
This means that Master Lin Haotian is the only one on the mountain right now.
If we take action now, we will have a better chance of winning. So, Lin Haowen came to a dilapidated thatched house and reported the matter to Wang Gang.
Wang Gang smiled maliciously and said, "Let's go and capture his master." Chapter 39, Master was captured? In a mountain temple. A team of nearly 100 people set off in a mighty procession. After several days of waiting, Master Lin Haotian was the only one on the mountain.
Master Lin Haotian's martial arts were still very powerful, so it never hurt to bring more people. Lin Haowen thought to himself, my current situation is all caused by Lin Haotian, so of course his master has to pay off these debts. On the slopes of Pongtua Mountain.
Light up the fire. After Lin Haotian drove out the poisonous insects in his master's body, he no longer had to endure the inhuman torture every night. Today is the third night since the poisonous insect was driven away.
Master drank the pill given by Lin Haotian and went to bed early. As long as I can get through this night safely, I will never suffer from the poisonous insects no matter when or where I am, and my strength will be restored. Lin Haowen and others looked at the map on the mountain and arranged people to guard all the exits. Lin Haotian's master had nowhere to escape. What is this called? This is called catching a turtle in a jar. Before they came, they had studied the map of Pongtua Mountain thoroughly. Although they still couldn't remember some of the intricate caves very clearly, the 8 exits had already been planned.
Master Gang, this old man is very powerful. We have arranged many people to block the intersection, but there are only 50 people left. I'm afraid we are no match for him," said the scarred man who led the group anxiously. "Relax, we've inquired about it before. The old man gets sick between 7 and 8 every night.
When he gets sick, he can't control himself and has no strength in his body.
This is a good opportunity. We can arrest him directly at this time," Wang Gang said lightly.
"That's right, he's sick and he's no longer a normal person. There are so many of us, if we find a chance, we will definitely be able to deal with him."
Another little brother nodded and said. In fact, what they didn't know was that today was the 3rd day of Master Lin Haotian's recovery. As long as it was past 8 to 9 o'clock today, how could they be his opponent? More than 100 people came to the mountain.
The scarred man in the lead carefully observed the surroundings and made sure that there was no one around.
He found an exit and arranged 7 people to guard it.
After walking back and forth for a while, he found a figure in the bushes. The man with the scar took out a dagger and stabbed the man's throat directly. As we walked further in, we found a man who had seen the whole process and was about to run away to report to the master in the room.
The head was completely cut off.
Just like that, the two disappeared in front of everyone. The scarred man ordered his men to dump the 2 bodies under a cliff 130 meters above sea level, and then cover up the smell of blood. Lin Haotian's master had already fallen asleep in bed.
No one had passed any message to him, and he didn't know what would happen next.
Lin Haowen sighed at this time, saying that Lin Haotian's master really brought trouble upon himself.
It was a pity that he met Lin Haotian, otherwise how could such a big grudge be created between them? If Lin Haotian hadn't responded to that trending search, he wouldn't have ended up without a job. Grandma didn't have to go to a private hospital, and her medical expenses were wasted every day. His cousin Lin Haowu used to be doing well in his small business, but because of Lin Haotian, he now has to sell his company and is insolvent. There are so many more. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but clench my fists. Lin Haowen took out his Huawei phone, checked the time, and said, "Uncle Gang, it's 6:30 now and there's still half an hour until the old man starts to work. Let's go in at 7. Master Gang, I have always had a question, why don't you just kill Lin Haotian as well?" Wang Gang glared at Lin Haowen fiercely and said, "I, Wang Gang, have been in the underworld for many years. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? I have my reasons for not taking action against him. He has harmed many of my brothers by himself. Now I don't know whether they are dead or alive. I haven't figured out his background yet, so I won't act rashly," Wang Gang said cautiously. Pa slap hit Lin Haowen's face, and the 5 finger marks became more and more obvious. Everyone was stunned. There was silence in the room. Only the chirping of crows could be heard. Wang Gang said impatiently, "Get rid of all these crows, they're making so much noise." The scarred man also clenched his fists. He also hated Lin Haotian to the core. All of his good brothers disappeared overnight, and it turned out to be related to this young boy Lin Haotian. We can take advantage of the time when Lin Haotian is away and his master is ill to cut off the source of his trouble. Catching his master is like catching Lin Haotian's lifeline. In this way, we can control Lin Haotian," said the scarred man. Time passed little by little, and soon it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Wang Gang gave the order. "Brothers, let's charge." At this time, Master Lin Haotian's door was knocked open by a force, and the door was scattered all over the place. Lin Haotian's master also slowly woke up from his sleep. He sat up and said coldly, "Who are you? Tell me your name?" Wang Gang said viciously, "The one who wants you dead." Master Lin Haotian opened his eyes in confusion and said, "Oh, my life, I wonder if you have the life to take it." Lin Haotian's master sat leisurely on the bed, showing no signs of illness. Lin Haowen carefully approached the scarred man and said to him, "Didn't they say he would have an attack at 7 p.m.? Why doesn't he look like he's going to have an attack at all? He will come even if he doesn't get sick. Are we afraid of him?" The scarred man said confidently, "Brothers, go ahead, don't hurt him at all, just capture him. Whoever catches him will be rewarded with 5 million cash." Wang Gang encouraged his men and said. Everyone was unmoved at first, because they saw that the old man showed no signs of illness and sat there calmly, eating melon seeds leisurely. Everyone exclaimed that this person was not an ordinary person. If ordinary people saw this grand scene, more than 50 strong men surrounded the room tightly, and they had tools, hammers and guns in their hands. Normally, they would urinate. But this old man is not in a hurry and is in excellent physical condition. But when they heard Gang Yi say that if they caught him, they would be rewarded with 5 million cash, such a profit made them bold enough to risk their lives. Everyone rushed in, ready to catch the old man. The old man sat there motionless, thinking. Haotian told me that we can't rely on luck or force at 7 or 8 tonight, otherwise we will be seriously injured and the consequences will be disastrous. I just heard this guy called Gang Yi say that we should catch him alive. So let's give him a chance and let him catch him. It won't be too late to escape after I recover. The old man thought so in his heart, so he appeared very calm on the surface. The scarred man and his brothers tied up the old man without any effort. But the old man still didn't move. The scarred man tied the man up and brought him to Wang Gang and said, "Master Gang, I have brought this man here. You have the final say on how to deal with him." Wang Gang said with a strange smile. "Okay, very good, you did a great job. I'm a man of my words. I'll have my assistant transfer the 5 million to your card later. You can decide how to divide it up." Scarman and several brothers jumped up happily and said, "Thank you, Mr. Gang." The other group of people regretted their lives so much. They could only regret why they were not brave enough, otherwise they could have gotten a share of the 5 million. I thought this old man was calm in the face of danger and was someone not to be trifled with, but I didn't expect him to be subdued so easily. Wang Gang said with a smile. "Don't be discouraged.
You all who followed me up and down the mountain have also made a lot of efforts. I, Gang Yi, am a person who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments.
How about this? Everyone will be rewarded 10,000 yuan in cash. When the time comes, go directly to the finance department to collect it. Everyone said excitedly.
Long live Master Gang, long live Master Gang. Lin Haowen was also very regretful. He should have participated in catching the old man. He thought that the old man was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so cowardly.
Now I have nothing, so I asked shamelessly. Master Gang, I also contributed, what reward do I get? Okay, I'm happy today, so I'll give you 10,000 like everyone else.
Lin Haowen nodded happily.
But that's not the point.
At this moment, the most important thing for him is to make Lin Haowen disappear. At this time, Wang Gang asked the scarred man to take a pen.
Everyone is wondering, what can you write with a pen? Chapter 40 Yi Mingyue returns home. Everyone stared at Wang Gang's pen, wondering what he would write and what he would do next.
Wang Gang took the pen from his younger brother and wrote on the paper. If you want to save your master, come to me at the thatched cottage in Shangshan alone.
Remember to come alone.
Then he used a sharp dagger to place the note on a prominent spot on the wall.
Then he ordered everyone to leave.
On the other side, Lin Haoyan and Yi Mingyue were both exhausted after being in the car for a few times.
Lin Haoyan asked. Mingyue, can I take you home now?
Yi Mingyue said aggrievedly.
I want to go back and get my household registration book. My mother always forces me to marry someone she doesn't like.
As long as I get the household registration book, she will let me marry anyone. As long as I get the household registration book, I won't be threatened anymore.
Brother Haoyan, can you go home with me? I'm afraid my mom will lock me in the room and I won't be able to get out once I get home.
Lin Haoyan said calmly.
Okay, I'll go back with you.
I'll be waiting outside your house. If you have any emergency, please call me or send me a WeChat message. I'll be waiting for you downstairs.
Well, thank you, Brother Haoyan. It's a small matter, let's go. Lin Haoyan took Yi Mingyue and drove towards Yi Mingyue's home. In a dilapidated house. Zhang Yazi, Yi Bo, and his father were already at home.
Yi Mingyue went upstairs, walked straight to the room, and began to look for something in the drawers and cabinets at home.
Zhang Yazi scolded. What are you doing? Stop it. What have you done to the house? Yi Mingyue said coldly.
Looking for the household registration book. Zhang Yazi rolled up her sleeves, slapped her in the face, and said.
This is outrageous. You actually dared to take away the household registration book. I think you need to be disciplined.
Yi Mingyue felt a burning sensation on her face from the slap. When she was about to fight back, she was pushed to the ground by Zhang Yazi again.
You little bitch actually dared to fight back. This is outrageous. I told you to stop looking for her. Did you hear me?
Yi Mingyue was pushed to the ground and her eyes went dark. The scene of her childhood appeared in her mind. When she was a child, she was disliked by her mother and was beaten every day. Zhang Yazi likes to pull her hair and bang her against the cabinet. When she was young, she could only beg Zhang Yazi. Mom, please don't hit me, I don't dare to do it anymore, please don't hit me, my head is bleeding, it hurts so much. But Zhang Yazi said viciously. You little bitch, you dare to steal your brother's book?
Are you worthy of studying? I will beat you to death.
I let you steal your brother's things, I let you steal them.
The head was hit again and again.
Yi Mingyue didn't know if this was a memory or if it had just happened, she just felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Yi Mingyue just felt very uncomfortable, so she picked up her phone and called Lin Haoyan. Lin Haoyan hurried upstairs and saw Yi Mingyue lying on the ground, feeling very distressed.
Lin Haoyan slapped him back with a warning. Although you are Mingyue's mother, you are unworthy of being a mother. Zhang Yazi looked at the handsome Lin Haoyan, driving an Audi, and felt a liking for him. No matter how hot her face was, she asked. Who are you?
Lin Haoyan said calmly.
It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your daughter is mine now. If you dare to bully her again, I won't allow you to do that even if you are her biological mother.
Yi Mingyue got up, came to Lin Haoyan's side, stretched out her hands and hooked Lin Haoyan's neck and said.
Brother Haoyan, I will always be by your side. Silly girl, why are you crying? Stay by my side, I will never allow you to be bullied like this again. Mingyue, let's go. Yi Mingyue said, but the household registration booklet is still not found. What should I do?
Lin Haotian said threateningly.
Take out your household registration book, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Yazi said viciously.
Little bitch, your father is still in my hands. If you take the household registration booklet away now, you will be free, but your father will never be able to stand up again.
How could Lin Haotian bear this kind of threat and couldn't stand up? Okay, I'll let him stand up now. So I asked. Mingyue, bring your father to your room.
Yi Mingyue looked doubtful, but still did as she was told and pushed Ye's father into the room. So Lin Haotian and Ye's father were in Yi Mingyue's room, and Zhang Yazi was stopped outside the door by Yi Mingyue.
Lin Haotian locked the door and said to Ye's father.
Uncle Yi, I know you are the person Mingyue cares about the most.
Now Mother Yi always uses your leg to threaten Mingyue. Father Yi shed tears of guilt and said. Yes, Mingyue is a good and sensible child. Mingyue's mother favors boys over girls. In addition, that year, Mingyue and I had an accident on the road, which made me unable to walk.
All the burdens fell on her mother, making her character even more mean over the years. Lin Haotian said coldly.
If I help you heal your leg, will your family let Mingyue go free? Father Lin showed a surprised expression and said. What? You said you can heal my leg.
Don't joke with me, a man who is about to die. My leg has been in pain for more than 10 years and doctors can't heal it.
Can you? Lin Haotian looked at Ye's father coldly and said. Indeed. Lin Haotian then said. I've cured your leg. You must hand over Mingyue's household registration booklet. You can't hurt him again. Take care of your wife. Even though she is Mingyue's mother, I won't let you off easily if you dare to bully Mingyue again. Remember that. Father Yi nodded and said. As long as my legs can be cured, Zhang Yazi won't be a threat to Mingyue anymore.
I can stand in front of Mingyue to protect her and won't let her be bullied again. Mingyue has always felt guilty and thinks that the car accident that year was caused by her. I kept explaining to her that the car hit us on purpose that day, and maybe I had been targeted by someone.
Lin Haotian asked. Then why do you feel like you're being targeted? Do you have any secrets? Father Yi wanted to say something, but finally stopped himself. He closed his eyes in pain.
His already scarred face had become even older due to the humiliation and inhuman torture he had suffered over the years. His face was filled with guilt. In his heart, he felt sorry for Mingyue. He couldn't tell the truth of that year. Lin Haotian said calmly.
If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. But I hope you can do what you say. If you can't, I can heal your legs, or I can destroy them.
Lin Haotian closed his eyes and took out some medicinal herbs and silver needles from the ring to treat his leg injury. Treating Mr. Ye's numb legs. Lin Haotian took Ye's father's pulse, checked his physical condition, and then started silver needle puncture.
Outside the door, Zhang Yazi was cursing Yi Mingyue like a shrew. You little bitch, are you clinging to a man? Does this man have money?
If he does, give us some.
Mom, that's enough. You have treated me like a jinx since I was a child. You. Suddenly the door opened, and Yi Mingyue and Zhang Yazi stared blankly. Chapter 41 Father Yi's Secret. Father Yi walked out of the room, he got out of the wheelchair and stood up. Dad, can you stand up now? Honey, you actually stood up? Dad, are you standing up?
Zhang Yazi, Yi Mingyue, and Yi Bo asked curiously.
Father Yi said gratefully.
It was this gentleman who cured me.
I can stand up now. I can finally stand up. Zhang Yazi said viciously. You jinx, you finally did something useful today. You brought someone here to heal your dad's leg.
Lin Haotian slapped him and said.
Although you are Mingyue's mother, you can't bully her. Father Yi roared angrily and said.
She's not a jinx, she's not. You've been saying she's a jinx for so many years, but it's all because of me.
Father Yi used all his strength to roar out these words, his voice was unprecedentedly deafening. Zhang Yazi was startled by his roar and yelled out of nowhere. You are protecting her, right? Don't think you can speak tough now that you can stand up.
Yi Mingyue didn't expect that her old father, who had been honest all his life, suddenly lost his temper.
Father Yi's face was filled with guilt. He took a deep breath and said tremblingly.
It's been more than 10 years. This matter has suppressed my heart for a long time. I didn't get injured while trying to save Mingyue when I got into the car accident that year, which caused me to lose feeling in my legs. I deserved it. I did something I shouldn't have done, and brought about a fatal disaster. That car was premeditated and was supposed to hit and kill me. The whole audience was stunned.
No one can react. Father Yi continued. The person who wanted to kill me back then was someone else. Then he walked towards Yi Mingyue and said guiltily, Mingyue, it's all my fault. Yi Mingyue didn't understand what Yi's father meant at all. Dad, what are you talking about?
Father Yi felt very ashamed.
Back then, I was just a worker. Someone gave me some money and asked me to help him transport something to the mountain. When I got there, I found out that the thing was a dissected corpse. When I found out, I didn't call the police, but they found out I knew and wanted to get rid of me. There are several big men following me every day. That day I went to school to pick you up, and suddenly a big truck drove over and headed straight for me.
If I hadn't dodged and saved you, you would not only have a problem with your legs, but you might even have lost your life.
You saved Dad's life. Yi Mingyue's mind is in a mess.
It turns out that my father's leg condition was not caused by me, and my family's poverty was not caused by me. It turns out that I am not the jinx my mother said I was. But she was scolded by her mother for more than 10 years, and she suffered both mentally and physically. She was called a little bitch and a jinx by Zhang Yazi and was treated coldly by her own brother. I am still foolishly feeling guilty that I am the jinx that has caused my family to be in such poverty.
Yi Mingyue looked at Yi's father and asked, Then why didn't you tell the truth every time Mom scolded me and hit me? Every time her mother beat her to the point of doubting her life, her father never said a word or responded?
Father Yi felt even more guilty, and he didn't dare to look into Yi Mingyue's eyes. He said with a shudder in his heart,
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid that if I become paralyzed, your mother will no longer care about me and divorce me. Then no one will take care of me.
Yi Mingyue said speechlessly. So, if you want someone to take care of you, you'll sacrifice my childhood, let me live in the shadow, let my mother scold me with ugly words, and beat me with a stick? Yi Mingyue started to cry as she spoke.
Lin Haotian listened, put Yi Mingyue's forehead close to his shoulder, and said distressfully,
Mingyue, I will be your support from now on. Ye's father said with an ugly face.
They beat you and scold you, but at least you still have a place to live. As for me, if I offend someone, and your mother knew about it, she would definitely be afraid that I would be a burden to them, and would definitely kick me out early. If they chase me away, I'll become a desperado. Now it's up to fate whether I live or die.
Ye's father has been keeping this secret and dared not tell it out. He was afraid that if he told it out, everyone would abandon him. How could he live with his disability? Now that he can stand on his own feet, if he speaks out, he won't be afraid that others will abandon him or ignore him. He can be self-reliant.
More importantly, Yi Mingyue has been tortured by Zhang Yazi all this time, and she feels even more guilty.
Yi Mingyue still couldn't believe every word her father said.
Because since she was a child, she thought her father loved her. Even if her mother and brother don't love her, her father still loves her. Every day, whether I go to work or school, he will sit outside the door in a wheelchair waiting for me to come home. No matter how late I come back, he will leave a light on for me. But now, Yi Mingyue is confused. Lin Haotian looked at Yi Mingyue crying pitifully, like an unwanted puppy. Lin Haotian caressed him and gave her a loving hug. Yi Mingyue hugged him tightly, and her tears wet Lin Haotian's shirt. Lin Haotian threatened.
Hurry up and bring Mingyue's household registration book here. I can save your legs and let you walk again, or I can cripple your legs. Father Lin did as he was told and searched for the household registration book in the bedroom.
After finding it, he brought it to Lin Haotian and said, Take good care of Mingyue for me. I feel so guilty towards her. I hope you will always treat her well.
Lin Haotian said. Of course, my woman, I will spoil her. Yi Mingyue followed Lin Haotian out of the house without looking back. After these things happened and I learned the truth, I was very disappointed with everyone in my family. My father, who was so kind to me, turned out to be so hypocritical, timid, and cowardly. As for her mother and brother, there is no family affection at all. She probably never wants to return to this home again in her life. She wiped away her tears, showed a free and liberated smile, held Lin Haotian's hand, and said to him gently, Haotian, let's go. Okay, I'll take you out for a nice meal and buy you a house.
Lin Haotian held Yi Mingyue's hand and walked towards the Audi R8 parked on the side of the road. Meanwhile, Ye's father, Zhang Yazi and Yi Bo were all eclipsed.
They could only let Yi Mingyue leave. Zhang Yazi stamped her feet and said,
"I'll never get a penny from this little bitch again."
Ye's father yelled, "How much money have you spent on Mingyue? You didn't spend any money on Mingyue's 9 years of compulsory education. Mingyue's tuition and living expenses for college were all earned through work-study programs. How dare you ask her for money? Then once she leaves, won't we have no money for this month's living expenses?"
She paid 6,000 yuan for living expenses every month.
Now that she's gone, what's going to happen to our family? Are we going to starve? Father Yi said, "I am able to walk well now.
I will find a job and earn money to support you and your son. We have treated Mingyue so badly since she was a child, why not let her go free now?" No, she is free, but we are living in dire straits.
Father Lin said calmly,
"Your son has hands and feet, and he can go out and earn money, but he stays at home every day without any education, and he still hasn't found a wife."
Zhang Yazi cursed. It's because he doesn't have a rich father. Who made his father a useless man? Father Yi didn't want to say anything more, so he ignored it.
Zhang Yazi wanted to say more, but seeing that Father Yi ignored her, she shut up. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Audi, Yi Mingyue watched the Yi family quarreling and blaming each other through the rearview mirror.
My heart aches.
A few tears flowed from his eyes. At this moment, Lin Haotian held Yi Mingyue in both hands and said gently,
"Mingyue, don't think too much and don't cry anymore. It's not worth it. If you cry your face off and look like a kitten, it won't look good anymore. You have to promise me that you won't cry anymore. I will always stay by your side." Lin Haotian comforted Yi Mingyue, with a smile on his face, full of doting.
Yi Mingyue turned her head and looked at Lin Haotian.
Her handsome face had a more mature charm. She nodded and agreed. "Well, I promise you, I won't cry." In addition to admiration, Yi Mingyue also feels gratitude towards Lin Haotian. Because it was he who pulled her away from her broken home.
If I hadn't met him that time, perhaps I would have lived in pain all my life, suffering mentally and physically, and lived my whole life like this.
It feels so good to be truly loved and pampered by someone. Chapter 42: The Ability to Predict the Future. Lin Haotian brought Yi Mingyue to the Washington Hotel.
As soon as I got off the bus, a driver came over and bowed respectfully to me.
"Good evening, boss,"
Lin Haotian said with a smile.
"Great, here's a tip for you, park my car."
He stole $100 bills and handed them to the boy. The drivers next to them were extremely envious, as this was a tip that they couldn't earn in a whole night.
The boy took the receipt and said with great joy, "Thank you, boss. Enjoy your meal."
The car boy was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. Everyone would like such a boss to come more often every day.
He was dreaming about it. Yi Mingyue blushed and asked Lin Haotian, "Haotian, why did you bring me to the hotel? Didn't we just do that?" Lin Haotian touched Yi Mingyue's nose with interest and said mischievously, "Of course I'm here to eat. If you still want to do something, we can continue. I'll keep you company."
Yi Mingyue shyly hid her face in Lin Haotian's arms and said shyly,
"Haotian, you are so bad." Lin Haotian walked into the hall and happened to meet Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu said mischievously, "Haotian, you are here."
Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of Yi Mingyue, who was holding Lin Haotian's arm, and he was stunned for a moment.
"This woman is extremely beautiful and looks familiar, but I can't remember who she is. I am in danger."
However, her professional ethics told her to smile and stay calm. She knew that a big boss like Lin Haotian was young, handsome, rich, and had no shortage of women around him. She was just one of them, so she had to be sensible and well-behaved.
So Lu Xiaoyu changed the address and said respectfully, "Boss Lin, are you here to eat?"
"Well, we're just passing through, so prepare whatever you want, don't be too reserved, we'll just eat something."
Lin Haotian took Yi Mingyue to the private room.
Yi Mingyue then realized that during a previous class reunion, he had said that the hotel was his.
Yi Mingyue was very curious about how Lin Haotian was so capable.
Not only is the hotel his, but it is also one of the best hotels in Wuching.
It must be very valuable. And he even made his hypocritical father stand up.
Doctor said that it was a medical miracle that my father was able to stand up, and the chance of him being able to stand up was 1%.
I didn't expect Lin Haotian to do it.
I couldn't help but feel shocked. After a while, the dishes were all served, and Lin Haotian gently picked up some food for Yi Mingyue.
Mingyue, eat more. You seem to be a little thin these days.
Yi Mingyue was eating the food, but her mind didn't seem to be on it, so she ate slowly.
Lin Haotian looked at Yi Mingyue's actions and asked, Mingyue, what's wrong with you? Why don't you move your chopsticks? Yi Mingyue said delicately. Haotian, can I ask you something?
Lin Haotian said calmly.
What is it?
Yi Mingyue blinked her big eyes and said,
Haotian, how come you are so rich? And you are also proficient in medicine. You cured my dad's leg and made him stand up?
Mingyue, I told you last time in the car that I encountered a system one day, and I kept upgrading it.
Yi Mingyue said in disbelief. Haotian, don't lie to me anymore. How can there be such a thing as a system in the world? It's so illusory.
Lin Haotian was speechless, but after thinking about it, he found this really hard to accept, so he made up a reason.
Actually, it was my biological parents who found me. They gave me these things, money, and taught me everything about medicine. Yi Mingyue said confidently. That's what I said.
This is the real truth. What you just said about the system is just a lie, right? Lin Haotian shook his head helplessly, thinking darkly in his heart, to be honest, I didn't believe it, but they had to make up such a brainless plot to believe it. I really admired it.
Brother Haotian, now that you are so rich, will you always be nice to me? Yi Mingyue said anxiously. I said, I will always treat you well. Brother Haotian, you also know that my family background is not good. My parents and brother are not good to me. I lack a sense of security. If you don't treat me well in the future, then I will really be alone and helpless. Lin Haotian said distressedly, Mingyue, don't think that way. What happened in the past is over. Let's look forward to it. Do you still not trust me? Yi Mingyue said, it's not that I don't trust you. Isn't there a saying that men become bad once they have money? I'm just afraid that you will no longer like me and abandon me. Once the novelty of me wears off, you'll leave me.
Lin Haotian held Yi Mingyue's hands with both hands and said, No, Mingyue, our relationship didn't just happen overnight.
We started as classmates and know each other well. You also know my character. How could I be the kind of person you are talking about?
Yi Mingyue said happily, as long as Brother Haotian doesn't abandon me, I will definitely stay by Brother Haotian's side for the rest of my life and love and care for you forever.
Lin Haotian said, I also promise that I will not abandon you and will always be by your side. You can rest assured. The two of them chatted happily and ate delicious food. After this series of troubles, they are both tired. After finishing their meal, Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue stayed in the presidential suite of the Grand Washington Hotel. It was still the presidential suite from that day, and the furnishings in the room were still the same as before. Yi Mingyue recalled the passion of that day. They were very close before, so close that they could hear each other's breathing. Lin Haotian seemed tireless in his love for Yi Mingyue, tasting the taste and experience she brought him again and again. It was too late and he was too tired, so Lin Haotian did not go back to the mountain to accompany his master and stayed in the hotel. He carried her to the bed with very gentle movements, and took a quilt to cover her. Lin Haotian went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, Yi Mingyue was already sleeping soundly. Lin Haotian gently stroked Yi Mingyue's forehead and kissed her on the cheek. After a moment's thought, it seems that today's sign-in system has not been signed in yet. So call the system. Close your eyes tightly, and the system will bring up a two-dimensional space interface in your mind. Host, are you signing in today? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and gaining the ability to predict the future. Lin Haotian opened his mouth in surprise. I am already very rich and don't need too many assets. I didn't expect the system to give me the ability to predict the future. It's great, I can predict which stock will rise, which property will rise, etc. Thinking of this, Lin Haotian jumped up happily. In the past, no matter how much assets he had, he was never happy. But now he has the ability to predict the future, he is so happy. Would you like to know which property is selling best right now? Chapter 43, Desolate Land, Tianxiong Palace. A building comes to mind. It's a desolate place, where even birds don't shit. Located in the suburbs in the north of Wucheng, where transportation is inconvenient, the Tianxiong Huafu real estate is located here.
The property is deserted, but just yesterday the provincial government designated this area as the Yangtze River New Area, vigorously developing the northern region and creating the next urban center CBD. That is to say, since yesterday, the government has held a meeting to discuss the matter, and the approval document has been put in the urban area of Wuchang government, with almost no objections. A press conference will be arranged the day after tomorrow morning to make full preparations for attracting investment. This means that no one is interested in this property now, but starting the day after tomorrow, it will suddenly become very popular, people will rush to buy it, and the housing prices will rise sharply.
The current selling price of Tianqiong Huafu is 5,000 yuan per square meter.
Once this policy is announced, the housing prices will reach more than 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. When he thought of this, Lin Haotian decided to take Yi Mingyue to the sales office tomorrow to sit down and buy 1 or 2 buildings at the same time. Lin Haotian hugged Yi Yu's waist contentedly and fell asleep with a smile.
Time passes by little by little. At 8 o'clock the next morning,
Yi Mingyue woke up from a sweet dream and found her forehead resting on Lin Haotian's shoulder.
Lin Haotian was holding her tightly. The two of them looked so intimate, like a newlywed couple.
Lin Haotian felt that Yi Mingyue had woken up. So he sat up and pulled Yi Mingyue into his arms, saying softly,
"Mingyue, what are your dreams for the future?"
Mingyue didn't expect him to ask her this question suddenly, so she didn't want to answer honestly.
"I want to earn money to buy my own house."
Lin Haotian smiled and said, "Your dream is so materialistic." Yi Mingyue curled her lips and said,
"This is pragmatic. Children from ordinary families don't have dreams at all. It's such a luxury to talk about dreams. I just want a house of my own."
Her dream is to own a house of her own, have the skills to make money, and have food and a place to live. Lin Haotian smiled and said,
"Mingyue, I'll give you 2 million to buy a house."
Yi Mingyue was shocked by his words.
Why did he give her money? Did he want to support him and make her his mistress? Yi Mingyue said, "Haotian, what do you mean by giving me money? I slept with you, and you gave me money?
What do you think of me as your lover?
Do you want to support me?"
Lin Haotian felt that what she said was a little ridiculous, but then he thought about it and realized that it was hard not to think wrongly that he had spent 2 million without giving a reason.
Yi Mingyue said stubbornly, "I don't want your money, I can make money myself." Lin Haotian touched her head and said, "Can you please stop being so resistant to my money?
Maybe I didn't make it clear to you just now and you misunderstood.
I didn't ask you to be my mistress or my girlfriend. Isn't it normal to spend money on your girlfriend?"
Yi Mingyue shyly covered her blushing face. It turned out that she really misunderstood him.
In order to make up for the oolong incident just now, Yi Mingyue said, "Haotian, do you have any clothes to wash?"
It turns out that he really doesn't treat her as an outsider. Lin Haotian said gently, "This needs to be washed by hand."
Yi Mingyue had a dark face. At this time, Lin Haotian was already lying on the bed. Yi Mingyue walked into the bathroom and washed clothes.
She quickly turned on the faucet, washed, and then hung them up to dry. Her movements were quick and without any sign of dragging her feet.
After doing all this, I came to the bed. Lin Haotian put his hand on Yi Mingyue's shoulder and said,
"Mingyue, I'll give you 2 million, just take it."
"Didn't you say you wanted to buy a house?" Yi Mingyue said. "Then I borrowed it from you. When I have money, I will pay you back." "No need to pay back. I have to pay it back. I think our relationship is based on equality. I don't want it to be unequal. If I take your money, then this relationship will no longer be unequal."
Lin Haotian knew that he couldn't persuade Yi Mingyue because Yi Mingyue had a strong self-esteem and no one could change her mind once she made up her mind.
So he agreed. "Okay, then I'll lend you the 2 million. Mingyue, have you heard of the Tianqiong Huafu property?" Yi Mingyue looked at Lin Haotian with a puzzled look.
This property was discussed by her colleagues at work, and she just listened to some of the discussions. There were no supporting facilities around it, and it was deserted.
So I asked curiously, "Haotian, why are you asking about this property? There's nothing good about this property. There's no use for it. There are no facilities around it. It's very inconvenient to go to work or school if you buy it."
Lin Haotian said, "Yes, I want to buy there, not to live there, but to invest."
"Investment? There is no investment potential there at all. Ha, it's just for fun.
You can also buy something there with the 2 million I gave you."
There's really no need to buy anything there. Anyway, I gave you these 2 million, why not try it with me? Yi Mingyue was speechless.
She really didn't understand the thoughts of rich people, and she couldn't figure out the world of rich people.
Yi Mingyue could only respond obediently. All right. Then let's pack up and go take a look. Haotian, are you serious? Do you really want to go to that desolate place to take a look? Do you really want to buy a house there for investment?
Yi Mingyue could hardly believe what she heard. He thought Lin Haotian had money but nowhere to spend it, so he wanted to invest in this place.
It was crazy. Crazy. But it won't be long before Yi Mingyue's current thoughts will be overturned. When Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue had packed up and were ready to leave, they met Lu Xiaoyu at the entrance of the Washington Hotel.
Lu Xiaoyu was able to become the manager of one of the best hotels in Wuchang and has stayed in Wuchang all the time.
She must have a wide network of contacts, right?
So Lin Haotian asked.
Does Director Zhao know the mayor of Wuchang?
Lu Xiaoyu asked hesitantly. I don't know the mayor very well, but the mayor's son, Zhang Yon, is my classmate.
We have a good relationship, so I can let you two get to know each other. Lin Haotian said happily.
Then you can arrange it, and we'll meet at our hotel.
Lu Xiaoyu asked in bewilderment. Mr. Lin, what are you planning to do? Lin Haotian looked a little unhappy. Don't ask me any more questions. I will tell you when I can. Lu Xiaoyu said respectfully. Okay, Mr. Lin.
Lu Xiaoyu thought to herself that although she had already given herself to Lin Haotian, the thoughts of a rich man like Lin Haotian were indeed unpredictable.
He could be sweet and passionate one second and cold as ice the next.
Xiaoyu had no hope that she would always be favored by Lin Haotian. She just hoped that he would not dump her so quickly.
She felt extremely humble.
Lin Haotian took Yi Mingyue's hand, got into the Audi R8, and prepared to go to Tianxiang Huafu.
Lu Xiaoyu was left with a depressed and helpless look on her face.
She knew that her position in Lin Haotian's heart was insignificant. Compared with the beautiful woman who had just walked away hand in hand, she could not compare in any way. He could only complete the task assigned by Lin Haotian and use his classmate, the mayor's son Zhang Yon, as a matchmaker to help Lin Haotian catch the big fish of the mayor of Wuchang City. So I picked up my phone and called my classmate and good friend Zhang Yon.
Chapter 44. But I only recognize her. Wuchang City, Northern Region. Tianxiang Huafu.
Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue came here and they both sat on the sofa. The sales staff here have no enthusiasm at all, and they all keep their heads down playing with their phones.
Yi Mingyue said. Haotian, you see the salespeople aren't very enthusiastic, and there aren't many people here. Do we really want to buy a house here? Lin Haotian didn't say anything.
Because they drove over in an Audi R8, the salesmen were not moved by the luxury cars coming, because they thought that it was impossible for rich people to buy such a car in this desolate place.
The sales staff see these people coming and going every day. The transaction rate is very low and they hardly sell a house in a day.
There are only a few scattered sales staff here. Other ambitious sales staff have already gone to other properties, and those who stay are just trying to get by. Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue have been here for such a long time, but no one has greeted them, let alone poured them tea. The receptionist, who looked like she had just started working, saw that they had been sitting there for 30 minutes, feeling all alone and helpless. She felt embarrassed to leave them alone and decided to pour them a cup of tea to ease the awkwardness.
Yi Mingyue said impatiently. Haotian, do we really want to buy a house here? Look at these salesmen, they are like lost souls.
We have been here for such a long time, but no one has paid any attention to us. The salesperson, who was brushing shoes and shaking legs on the side, listened to them talking about buying a house here with a look of disdain on his face. He thought that they were rich people with a lot of time and were deliberately playing tricks on them.
Lin Haotian said gently. Look, there's no one here. Who do you think he's going to entertain? Yi Mingyue said. Aren't we human beings? Look, there's not even any tea.
Just at this time, the lady at the front desk came over with 2 glasses of water.
Said gently.
Sir, miss, please drink some water, with a charming smile showing 8 teeth. Her enthusiastic attitude is in stark contrast to the sales here. When the receptionist was about to leave, Lin Haotian called her.
Wait a minute.
The receptionist was a little scared, afraid that they would transfer their anger to her, because she had encountered this situation countless times. Because the sales here don't pay attention to people and have no enthusiasm, they act as if it's up to you to buy the house or not, which makes people who come to see the house angry. They feel that they come here to look at houses and spend their life's hard-earned money to buy a house.
Is this the attitude of your sales staff? So many people directed their anger at the receptionist. Sir, is there something I can help you with?
The receptionist said in a trembling voice. Although she thought the gentleman was very handsome, there are many people who have beastly hearts.
Lin Haotian said. Can you sign the contract?
The receptionist was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said in surprise. Well, I'm not a salesperson, but if you want to buy a house, I can help you find a salesperson.
Lin Haotian said calmly. No, just you. I believe you can do it. Yuan Yue had just graduated from university and had little experience.
She was always instructed by her seniors to serve tea and water, and had never formally signed a contract. So when Lin Haotian thought she could do it, she was grateful in her heart. Because in the eyes of the sales staff and the sales department, no customer would give a college graduate a multi-million-dollar order. After all, she was too young, had no experience, and would not have any preferential benefits or anything like that.
Lin Haotian looked at Yuan Yue again and asked. How much is the house price here now?
The price here is 5,000 per square meter, but I'm not sure about the specific floor.
I'll ask for you. Yuan Yue said nervously. Lin Haotian said on WeChat.
How about this, we bought a lot today, you call your manager over here.
Yuan Yue said.
Okay. He trotted over to Manager Li's office.
Yi Mingyue said with a look of disbelief. Haotian, are you really planning to buy a house here?
Lin Haotian said.
Since you're here, you can't be kidding. You must be here to buy a house. Yi Mingyue didn't say much.
Not long after, Manager Li and Yuan Yue came over from a distance, and Manager Li looked more scheming. Manager Li came over and introduced himself.
Hello, my name is Li Wenjie, and I am the sales manager of Tianxiong Huafu. Hello, Manager Li, my name is Lin Haotian. Let me get straight to the point.
I want to buy more than 600 houses this time.
I just asked your Miss Yuan Yue. The housing price here is 5,000 per square meter. If I buy so many houses, can the price be reduced?
When they heard that they wanted to buy more than 600 houses, everyone was shocked, including Yi Mingyue. The salesmen who had been playing with their mobile phones were even more confused and panicked.
Manager Li responded immediately and said. Sir, you are serious, right? More than 600 houses? Do you think I'm kidding?
If the price is okay, just sign the contract and we'll pay in full.
But the sales will be blamed on her.
Lin Haotian pointed at Yuan Yue, who was equally shocked.
But, Yuan Yue has only been here for a short time, I'm afraid she doesn't have.
Manager Li explained. Lin Haotian said.
But I only recognize her.
Manager Li said with a puzzled look on his face.
Why? Because she just poured me a glass of water.
Lin Haotian said calmly. Yuan Yue was so happy when she followed Manager Li to work on the contract. She felt like she was going to get rich. She even thought she must be dreaming. Then, while working on the contract, he pinched his face until it turned red before he was willing to believe that this was indeed true.
I was still thinking about what Lin Haotian had just said to Manager Li. Because she just poured me a glass of water. Just because you poured a glass of water, you changed your destiny. She knows that she works diligently every day. Even if other colleagues have become experienced and sloppy at work, she does not follow the crowd. Stick to her bottom line. Do everything seriously. Sometimes a word or an action can really affect your whole life.
About half an hour later, Manager Li and Yuan Yue came over with a pile of contracts.
Watching Lin Haotian signing the contract was like watching a huge injustice.
Lin Haotian chose the best floors and buildings, with house areas ranging from 120 to 1,400 square meters, which would be easy to sell when the time comes. There are more than 600 sets in total. Yi Mingyue has 40 sets, and the rest are Lin Haotian's. Lin Haotian said. Mingyue, with the 2 million you have from me, use it to buy 40 houses here.
Haotian, are you sure you can buy the house here? You can buy it, you have to believe me.
Okay, I believe you. A total of 600 houses were ordered, with a total payment of 450 million renminbi.
Payment was made by swiping a credit card.
The entire property complex has more than 1,600 units, which were previously abandoned and had been sold sporadically. This time, Lin Haotian consumed more than 600 units, 1/3.
Manager Lee said. It's a pleasure to work with you. After all the contracts were signed, Manager Lee extended his hand again. From the launch to now, I have never been so passionate as I am now. It was so frustrating before. There were so few people coming every day and the houses were not available. Now so many are being consumed at once. He thought about rewarding himself tonight, finding a girl, venting his frustration for a long time, and enjoying a happy moment. Lin Haotian also stretched out his hand and said, Happy cooperation. We have signed the contract, so we are leaving now. Suddenly, a sound came from the distant nose. Host, the system has rebated 10 times the amount, 4.5 billion renminbi, and has been credited. Lin Haotian almost forgot about the cash back. Ding ding ding. Lin Haotian's mobile banking notification indicated that he had received 4.5 billion renminbi. Lin Haotian laughed loudly, showing 8 teeth. Manager Lee said with a smile on his face, then drive carefully, both of you. Mr. Lin. Yuan Yue suddenly trotted over from behind. Chapter 45 Wallace Accounting Firm? Thank you very much for only recognizing me. Can I add you on WeChat? If you need help with housing, you can ask me directly. I am always available. Yuan Yue spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito, her cheeks already flushed. She paused when she mentioned the word room. When she and Manager Lee went to the office to sign the contract, Manager Lee had already given her instructions. Yuan Yue didn't refuse too much, because Lin Haotian was not only handsome and young, but also very rich. When buying the house, he directly said that he only recognized her, which made her feel that Lin Haotian seemed to be interested in her. Was he trying to seduce me? Moreover, Lin Haotian repeatedly emphasized to Manager Lee that the commission was hers and that he should stand on her side and consider her. If Lin Haotian did not say so. She is a rookie in the workplace who has only been working here for a short time and has not sold a single house. She must have been taken advantage of by Manager Lee and those scheming seniors. So now she is particularly grateful to Lin Haotian. For such a young and handsome man, she is willing to give herself to him. And she is quite confident about her appearance. Her looks are above 9 points. Lin Haotian glanced at Yi Mingyue, took Yi Mingyue into his arms and said, I already have a girlfriend and I love her very much. Yuan Yue glanced at Yi Mingyue next to her. She had an enchanting appearance and almost no flaws on her face. She was extremely delicate. Even without makeup, she was still charming and lovable. Compared with her, she was indeed a little overshadowed. But I still have to seize the opportunity. Maybe this man is accompanied by a female companion and it is not convenient to add WeChat. I thought to myself and masturbated, it's okay, his contact information is on the contract anyway, it's not too late to contact him later. When I slowed down again, Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue had already left this place. They drove away in an Audi R8. At this time, a group of salesmen ran towards Yuan Yue and said sarcastically, What a pity that Mr. Lin didn't add you on WeChat, otherwise you would have become a rich lady. But you're going to make a fortune this time. The transaction price is 450 million, and your commission is over 4 million. That's amazing. A salesman slapped his regretful thigh and said, Oh my, how could I be so blind that I didn't recognize that this person was rich? The key is that he could buy more than 600 houses here. I really regret it. If I had received him, the 4 million commission would have been mine. I regret it so much. I don't have the chance to do that. Xiao Yuan, although that gentleman's girlfriend is very beautiful, you are not bad either. You are young. Men like young girls. You can give it a try. Let's see who can last longer. Men like novelty. Our Xiao Yuan is young, so he will definitely be able to get it. If it really doesn't work, being a mistress wouldn't be bad either. Giving you tens of thousands or millions of dollars a month for living expenses every year? Isn't that better than working? A few salesmen were joking with each other, but most of them were not sincere, they were just saying sour words out of jealousy. I am very grateful to the seniors who looked down on me and saw through me to give me this opportunity and let me get such a large commission. Otherwise, the seniors would grab the orders every day, so how could I get such fat meat? Yuan Yue said bluntly that she now had a commission of more than 4 million, so it didn't matter even if she resigned and left, so there was no need to endure the sour words of these seniors. There's no need to treat me. The age gap between me and the seniors is too big. We can't get along, and I don't have time. After saying that, he turned around and left. The remaining salesmen looked at each other with gnashing teeth. But they still had no way to deal with Yuan Yue. The two people who left the sales office chatted leisurely in the car, but never mentioned the house again. Brother Haotian, please send me to the accounting firm. I have a difficult client who needs my help. Lin Haotian said. You guys are working overtime this Saturday and Sunday. Yi Mingyue said. We are on call. I heard from our leader that the company has changed its boss. The boss is very nice and gave us a raise. We have to work harder to repay our boss. Lin Haotian said. That's true. I'll take you there now. What's the name of your company? Yi Mingyue said. Wallace Accounting Firm. Wallace Accounting Firm? Lin Haotian was a little surprised. Wasn't this the company that his system had assigned to him a few days ago? It turned out that the boss that Mingyue was talking about was him. He smiled with relief. Yi Mingyue saw all of this. Lin Haotian was startled at first, then nodded with satisfaction. She was very curious, so she said. Haotian, what's wrong? Why do you look like that? Haotian said with a smile. Nothing, just curious about your leader's name. Do you know our leader? Our leader is Song Sisi, President Song. Lin Haotian seemed to have heard of this name, and this person seemed to have called that day. Then say. I know Mr. Song. Yi Mingyue was very surprised, because Lin Haotian had nothing to do with the accounting firm at all, which was unimaginable. Yi Mingyue said. What a coincidence. Everyone in our company is working overtime today, and our CEO Song is here too. Lin Haotian thought to himself that this was a good time, as everyone was there and he could go on site to inspect the company's environment and situation. Well, we caught up then. Haotian, how did you get to know our President Song? This is a long story. I'll tell you in detail later. Mingyue, can you tell me about your work at the company? Why? I want to hear it. I want to know if my girlfriend has been bullied in the company. If she has been bullied, I will help you vent your anger. This is the right time. Haotian, you are so kind. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever been so kind to me except my father. But now my father is so kind to me out of guilt. Haotian, you are the only one who treats me well now, can you always be nice to me? Of course, I will always treat you well, Lin Haotian said to Yi Mingyue, because Mingyue was Lin Haotian's classmate, and he had always had a crush on her when he was in school. She was the white moonlight in his mind, a goddess-like existence. When I was young, I had no money and the goddess was devoted to studying, so I kept this love in my heart. After I started working, she always had a place in my heart. Yi Mingyue said. The company now has a supervisor position, and Bai Weiwei and I are competing for it. Because Bai Weiwei is the niece of an important client of the company, 50% of the company's annual business comes from this client, so she is very arrogant in the company and has no real skills. When you go there, you will be able to see it at a glance. Oh? Did she bully you? Not really, we are just rivals. She thinks of me as her imaginary enemy and targets me everywhere. Okay, I'll remember her, right Bai Weiwei? Haotian, it's nothing, I can handle it. It's okay, you are not alone now, you have me, I will be your support now. Haotian, you are so kind, Yi Mingyue said with tears in her eyes. Because of his original family, he really lacks love. His mother and brother don't love him, and even his father's love is hypocritical. She feels warm inside when others give her a little love, and she is easily moved. Soon we arrived at the Wallace accounting firm building. Lin Haotian got out of the car, ran to the passenger side like a gentleman, opened the door, and held it with his right hand to prevent Yi Mingyue from lying on her head. Yi Mingyue was very touched by his considerate side. Yi Mingyue took Lin Haotian's arm and walked towards the office area of the building. Chapter 46 Courtship in the Office Lobby. Inside the Wallace CPA building. Yi Mingyue took Lin Haotian's arm and walked in. At this time, a woman dressed in a seductive and arrogant manner came over and snorted coldly. Yi Mingyue, you've messed up this project. I told you that you don't have the ability, so I should do this project, but you took it away by yourself. To tell you the truth, this client no longer wants to cooperate with you. He has specifically asked me to solve the problem before he can cooperate with the company. After hearing this, Yi Mingyue was very angry. There were probably several people who had followed this project, and he had been working from dawn to dusk every day.
He was tortured by the client to change the plan every day, and now the project was almost finished, but he said this.
This charming woman was none other than Yi Mingyue's archenemy Bai Weiwei.
After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, she glanced at Lin Haotian beside her and said with a pout.
Yi Mingyue, you have such a bad eye for men. Our big client's son Chen Bing is pursuing you so much, why don't you agree and find a man like this? Is the man you are holding arm in arm rich besides being handsome?
If he is a poor loser, then you really need to see an ophthalmologist.
The clothes Lin Haotian wore today were high-end custom-made.
Although it was very expensive, probably several million, because it was custom-made and had no brand logo, ordinary people could not tell that the clothes were valuable.
Bai Weiwei looked Lin Haotian up and down.
She felt that apart from being handsome, Lin Haotian seemed incomparable to the big client's son.
After all, the latter was rich. Bai smiled disdainfully and said, Yi Mingyue, how come you know this poor loser?
But Lin Haotian listened and simply ignored it. When Bai Weiwei was about to say something, she suddenly saw Chen Bing driving a blue Lamborghini here. Chen Bing got out of the car, holding a bunch of bright red roses, about 999 in total. There was a bank card sandwiched between the roses.
He walked in arrogantly.
If someone proposes to me in a Lamborghini, holding a big bouquet of roses and money, I will agree to it immediately.
He must be here to look for Yi Mingyue again.
You know, Yi Mingyue must have done something lucky that Master Chen would do this for her.
She actually rejected Master Chen over and over again.
With such excellent conditions, I wonder how many girls would envy her, but she is like this. Colleagues in the office were all talking about it, and some unmarried colleagues even had a crazy look on their faces.
Chen Bing was handsome, wearing a suit, and walked in with a very sunny and confident look. Mingyue, accept my love? Chen Bing walked in and saw Yi Mingyue holding a man's arm, and said a little jealously. Mingyue, who is he?
He is my boyfriend. Chen Bing is the son of the chairman of a large company and works as the company's financial director. Yi Mingyue met him when she was working on a project in their company. Ever since working on their company's project, Chen Bing always invites Yi Mingyue out for dinner on the pretext of work. Because Chen Bing was the financial director of the project she was in charge of, she wanted to have dinner with him and talk about work, so she promised him 3 times. But at that time, Yi Mingyue always talked about work, but Chen Bing didn't want to talk about work and directly said that he wanted her to be his girlfriend. The meal was very unpleasant. Yi Mingyue had no interest in Chen Bing at all. Even though Chen Bing was handsome and rich, she had heard gossip from colleagues that Chen Bing was a playboy. Since that time, Yi Mingyue was never asked out for anything other than work matters, and Yi Mingyue also refused several times in person. At that time, Yi Mingyue thought that he had accepted the fact and would not bother her anymore.
But she didn't expect that he would come again today and make such a big fuss. Yi Mingyue wanted to ignore it if Lin Haotian wasn't here. Mr. Chen, I really can't promise you, I already have a boyfriend, you can see it too. Yi Mingyue's refusal shocked everyone present.
Because before they knew Lin Haotian, they felt that Lin Haotian was as different from Chen Bing as heaven and earth.
She actually refused?
If it were me, I would agree immediately.
Even if I have a boyfriend, I will choose Master Chen. There are really not many high-quality men like him. In the eyes of colleagues in the hall, Yi Mingyue's boyfriend is very ordinary and doesn't even have a decent brand of clothes.
Chen Bing, on the other hand, is a second-generation rich man and is also handsome.
They really can't figure out why Yi Mingyue would reject Chen Bing for this ordinary boyfriend.
Chen Bing glanced at Lin Haotian and felt that he was not worthy of being her competitor, not even worthy of being her shoe carrier, so she continued with a smile.
Mingyue, please think about this carefully.
There is a card inside this bouquet of roses with 1 million in it.
If you accept the roses, the 1 million will be yours.
Then I will drive you to a hotel in a Lamborghini sports car to have a good meal to celebrate.
At this time, Bai Weiwei said. Yi Mingyue, you are pretending to be reserved, right?
I have seen many green tea lovers like you. You rejected me at first, but now you want to play a trick of flirting with me.
I was just talking about this project. I don't want to cooperate with you anymore.
If you agree to it now and sell your body and body to agree to it, maybe the position of the director of our competition may be yours.
Yi Mingyue said. If I don't like it, I don't like it.
There's no need for me to sacrifice my body for this project.
There's no need.
Yi Mingyue said to Chen Bing again. Chen Bing, I already have a boyfriend, please take back your flowers and cards, I won't accept them. Chen Bing heard her say that she wanted to use force, so she said.
Mingyue, are you embarrassed? Then let me take the initiative. I will carry you to my car and take you for a ride.
Having said that, he rushed towards Yi Mingyue, ready to pick her up by force. And when his action fell in mid-air, Lin Haotian sensed it. There was a flash of coldness in Lin Haotian's eyes, and his body reacted quickly. He slapped Chen Bing, leaving 5 slap marks on Chen Bing's face, which was burning with pain. Everyone has rejected you, but you still shamelessly force yourself.
Are you a man? You wretched man.
Lin Haotian said coldly. Chen Bing touched his face, which was burning and swollen like a pig. His eyes were red as if he wanted to eat someone.
He was so angry that he wanted to eat someone. He roared. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is, you little jerk, poor loser?
Lin Haotian's face was filled with black lines.
There was actually someone who didn't know who his father was. This showed how dissolute his mother was.
Lin Haotian said calmly.
Did your mother tell you who your father is? The whole audience burst into laughter. Yi Mingyue said.
Haotian, it seems that he is an illegitimate child.
He doesn't even know who his father is.
It seems that his mother is not a good person either.
Fortunately, I didn't agree to him. His family is really unlucky.
This time, Yi Mingyue's great assist completely angered Chen Bing.
Chen Bing's face was very gloomy. If he were given a knife, he would have wanted to cut Lin Haotian into pieces.
Bai Weiwei on the side said threateningly.
His father is the chairman of our Wucheng Fengye Group, worth billions, and half of our business comes from his company. Your boyfriend actually dared to offend his son. He really doesn't know whether to live or die. If you apologize now, maybe Master Chen will forgive you. Otherwise, you, Yi Mingyue, can't afford the company's losses. Just wait for the company to fire you. If you have a falling out with Fengye Group, I'm afraid Mr. Song won't be able to protect you.
Hurry up and apologize to Master Chen, otherwise the consequences will be serious.
Don't blame me for not reminding you.
Oh?
Really?
Lin Haotian raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. Even if his father is the king of the world, he can't bully people like this, right?
Is it a big deal to be rich?
His eyes were firm and confident, as if he was not afraid of the other party's power at all. Yi Mingyue was moved when she heard Lin Haotian's words. She held Lin Haotian's hand tightly and nodded to show her support. People around were whispering. Some thought Lin Haotian was too impulsive, while others admired his courage. Chen Bing was so angry when he saw this, but he couldn't lose his temper again in public. He could only glare at Lin Haotian fiercely and said harshly, "Just wait for me."
Then he turned and left. Chapter 47. Issue a military order. When he was leaving, he said loudly, "Poor loser, just wait, you actually dare to hit me, you will pay a heavy price for your actions, including you, Yi Mingyue. I will let my father's company terminate the cooperation with your company."
Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows and said lightly,
"I'll wait here. I want to see how you can make me pay a heavy price." Not long ago, Lin Haotian's superpower, the ability to foresee the future, told him that Fengye Group would suffer an unprecedented stock decline.
The towering buildings in Wucheng, which were once so prosperous, would face an unprecedented blow in a sudden storm. Not only will you be hit by your peers, but in the near future you will be heavily in debt. Fengye Group is a brand agent for selling cars, and it is the agent of Feipao Automobile. Just a few days ago, at the Feipao Automobile show, a middle-aged man was holding a loudspeaker and calling, "Dear fellow enthusiasts and car fans of Feipao, I am forced to do this today. Feipao's after-sales service is the worst I have ever seen. The Feipao Q3 model I bought is worth 1 million yuan, which should be a mid to high-end car among Feipao cars. Since the first half of this year, my car has been having numerous problems. I went to the 4S store to ask for after-sales service, but they postponed the repair plan because there were too many people in line. I had no choice but to drive away. Just last month, my car suddenly broke down while driving, and I was forced to crash into a wall. Fortunately, I survived the accident, but I also suffered multiple fractures. And when my head hit the steering wheel, the airbag protecting my head did not deploy. When I prepared my disability assessment and went to after-sales service, I realized what it meant to be a big store bullying customers. They said my disability assessment was fake and that the failure was caused by my inability to operate the machine. At that time, the public relations department of Feipao Automobile had been pampered for many years, so when it came to dealing with this kind of problem, I don't know if it was because they were too arrogant or they hadn't dealt with it for a long time and didn't know how to deal with it, so they just let it go. As a result, there are more and more negative news about Fapao Automobile, and the stock price will fall more and more. This series of reactions directly led to the collapse of the company's stock, more and more after sales, and the financial chain was broken. However, the leader of this incident, the chairman of Fengye Group, did not notice it and did not handle it properly. In the past 2 days, the debtors also ran into the building to make trouble. In order to quell the storm, the headquarters decided to make Fengye Group the scapegoat. The headquarters will no longer support or interfere in this matter. Fengye Group will face bankruptcy in the next few days and will be insolvent. I'm afraid Chen Xiangbing is already too busy now to have the mood or energy to take care of this matter. I'm afraid his own company can't even save itself. On the other side, after Chen Bing came out of the office lobby, he quickly picked up his mobile phone to call his father, but the call was always unanswered. Lin Haotian then sent a concise text message to Song Cici. "I'll come find you in a minute." In the office lobby. Song Cici was very frightened when she saw the text message from her boss, because the sudden visit made her at a loss. She came down from the 5th floor to the 1st floor lobby. Seeing the mess in the lobby, she asked Bai Weiwei next to her. "Weiwei, what happened? Why is the office such a mess?" Bai Weiwei told Song Cici everything that had happened, and even exaggerated some of the details. When Song Cici heard this, she was shocked at first, then she calmed down. When she heard that Yi Mingyue had offended the son of the company's largest customer, she couldn't help feeling a little angry, but now was not the time to be angry, as the company's boss was about to arrive. Song Cici thought that the big boss was coming soon, so he said to several colleagues, "Xiaojiang, Xiaohai, Mani, yeah, you guys hurry up and clean up the office to welcome the new boss to inspect the company." Several colleagues heard that a new boss was coming. After all, when the boss changed before, every employee got a salary increase. Now they finally see the true face of the new boss, and they are all a little excited. Song Cici suddenly noticed Lin Haotian next to Yi Mingyue and asked, "Mingyue, is this the person who just injured Chen Bing?" Mingyue explained. "Boss Song, it was Chen Bing who tried to force himself on me. My boyfriend couldn't stand it, so he slapped him. He deserved it." Lin Haotian watched to see how Song Cici handled the situation. Bai Weiwei said, "Boss Song, young Master Chen just said that he would go back and tell his father that he would no longer cooperate with us. Mr. Song, if Fengye Group really doesn't cooperate with us, we will lose half of our money. We rely mostly on them. Boss Song, if you ask Yi Mingyue to apologize to young Master Chen, maybe you can save the loss. Doesn't young Master Chen like Yi Mingyue?" "No, I won't go," Yi Mingyue said. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. I've long wanted to stop cooperating with them because of what they did. Both father and son are extremely lustful. It's just right that we won't serve them anymore." Lin Haotian suddenly clapped his hands at this time. "Well." Colleagues in the hall looked puzzled. Song Cici asked, "Good." Lin Haotian extended his hand and introduced himself. "Formally introduce myself, my name is Lin Haotian, and I acquired your company a few days ago." The whole audience was in uproar. What? Everyone was shocked. The person Bai Weiwei looked down upon turned out to be her boss. Song Cici was even more shocked, then she stretched out her hand and shook hands with Lin Haotian, saying, "Boss Lin, I'm so sorry for being so rude and embarrassing you." Lin Haotian said calmly, "It's okay. I just decided to come and see you at the last minute. There's no point in being rude." The first thing Lin Haotian did after admitting his identity was to fire Bai Weiwei. "Bai Weiwei, you've been fired from the company," Lin Haotian said coldly. What, I was fired, I'm the niece of Mr. Bai from Fengye Group. No matter what he does, it won't work. I'm afraid that the Fengye Group is already in trouble now." At this time, a male colleague who was watching the news said, "This time, Fengye Group is in big trouble. They are too arrogant this time. They actually used force on their customer God in broad daylight. Isn't this courting death? The Scotiabank Group has always been domineering." At this moment, the whole office fell into a strange silence. Several colleagues who had just mocked Lin Haotian did not dare to look at Lin Haotian. They were afraid that they would be fired like Bai Weiwei. They thought that Bai Weiwei had just mocked Lin Haotian and offended Lin Haotian, so she was fired. When Chen Bing was proposing to them, they felt that Chen Bing was 1,000 times stronger than Lin Haotian, one was as good as the other. Chen Bing has now turned from a rich second generation into a pauper. With this blow, Fengye Group may be heavily in debt.
And now, Lin Haotian's words can decide their careers.
Song Sisi actually wanted to fire Bai Weiwei, because Bai Weiwei came in as a customer relations officer and was not active at work all day.
On the contrary, she liked to sow discord, making the office a mess.
I didn't expect the big boss to solve this problem this time.
Song Sisi said, Mr. Lin, please move to the conference room so that I can report to you on the company's progress and how the company will develop in the future. Song Sisi brought Lin Haotian to the conference room on the 5th floor.
After sitting down, she asked her assistant to make a cup of coffee.
The assistant happily prepared coffee for the boss.
When he brought it in, he accidentally jumped on Lin Haotian.
The assistant's 2 round balls pressed on Lin Haotian's face. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, are you okay?
The assistant stood up, his face flushed, and said in panic. When Song Sisi saw the scene, she hurriedly urged her assistant to go down, and the assistant went down shyly.
Boss Lin, this is our company's financial report for the past year. This is the traffic share of our customers. Obviously, Fengye Group accounts for 50%.
Without their support, it would be very difficult for our company to survive. Lin Haotian said calmly.
Then calculate how much investment would be needed if we don't want their company to cooperate? Song Sisi calculated and said. No less than 5 billion. Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows and said. I see. Song Sisi thought Lin Haotian was frightened, and quickly said, 2 billion is also fine.
Lin Haotian smiled faintly and said. I want to build one of the best accounting firms in Wuchang, first class in both staffing and resources. If you have confidence in yourself, I will give you 10 billion. But you must sign a pledge to reach the top level in the industry within 5 years.
10 billion? Song Sisi nodded heavily and said.
Boss Lin, since you have given us such great resources, I will sign a pledge now. If I fail to achieve results for the company within a year, I will resign.
Chapter 48 Disaster?
At this time, Lu Xiaoyu, the manager of Washington Hotel, called. At 12 o'clock noon today, I made an appointment to meet Lu Xiaoyu's classmate, Zhang Yong, the son of the mayor of Wuchang, at the Washington Hotel. Lu Xiaoyu acted as a go-between, and Zhang Yong had actually always been interested in Lu Xiaoyu, so he agreed to the meeting. At this time, Lin Haotian said hello to Song Sisi and left Wallace accounting firm with Yi Mingyue, leaving colleagues in the firm envious and shocked. Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue arrived at the Audi R8 parking lot, got in the car, and prepared to drive to the Washington Hotel.
After arriving at the Washington Hotel,
at the entrance of the hotel, a doorman in a black tuxedo said with a smile.
Respectful tone.
Because Lin Haotian has been to the hotel several times, and manager Lu has also told their subordinates that this is the big boss here. The doorman immediately ran forward, opened the car door, bowed deeply and said.
Welcome to the Washington Hotel. Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue got out of the car.
Lin Haotian took out a tip from his pocket, which contained 10 red bills, and handed them to the doorman, then handed him the key and said.
Here's a tip for you, park my car.
Okay, boss, you and the lady go in first, I'll park the car. The moment the boy received the money, he was stunned.
No way, 1,000 yuan.
Then I thought, this little money from a rich man is just a drop in the bucket. Said happily.
Thank you, boss. Please come in. Mingyue, let's go in. Haotian, who are you going to meet today? You'll know in a moment. Lin Haotian pointed at Yi Mingyue's nose and said.
Mingyue hugged Lin Haotian's arm, just like a couple. The hotel lobby, Lu Xiaoyu was standing in the lobby to greet. Zhang Yong was already waiting in room 502. Lu Xiaoyu saw the two people walking towards the hall and hurried forward to greet them. Boss Lin, Zhang Yong is already in room 502.
Well, then take us there, Lin Haotian said lightly. Lu Xiaoyu brought Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue to the box.
There was a handsome young man in the box, dressed very fashionably, but one could clearly feel his arrogance. Zhang Yong said coldly.
Xiaoyu, is this the one you were talking about? Yes, Ayong, he is Mr. Lin Haotian. Mr. Lin is the big boss of our Grand Washington Hotel. Oh, that's it. I see.
Lin Haotian originally wanted to make friends with the mayor and build up his network.
Who would have thought that Zhang Yong was so arrogant? Lu Xiaoyu said quickly. Boss Lin, don't mind it. Ayong has always been like this because he has a very straightforward personality. I don't know how many people he has offended.
In fact, he is not a bad person.
He just doesn't understand you and is very defensive. This is also related to the environment he grew up in.
Don't tell me, sometimes when I see him like this, I want to beat him up. Lu Xiaoyu said, patting Zhang Yong with her little hand.
Zhang Yong didn't say anything more.
But it can be seen that Zhang Yong and Lu Xiaoyu must have a very good relationship in private.
Lin Haotian stood up and said, I asked Master Zhang to come here today.
I wanted to save him from a disaster. But if Master Zhang doesn't welcome me, then I don't think there's any need for me to come here with such a flattering face.
When Lin Haotian was about to pull Yi Mingyue out, Zhang Yong said, Oh? What do you mean by that? Are you cursing me? If you don't believe me, just wait and see.
As he said that, he pulled Yi Mingyue to leave.
At this time, Lu Xiaoyu blocked Lin Haotian in the other's way and said, Boss Lin, please stay. Ayong is ignorant. Please give him some advice. Lu Xiaoyu and Zhang Yong have a very good relationship. She doesn't want Zhang Yong to encounter any disaster.
If that happens, she will feel very uncomfortable.
Lu Xiaoyu turned around and spoke to Zhang Yong. Ayong, listen to what Mr. Lin has to say first. You won't suffer any loss, right? Don't be so impulsive. Zhang Yong said. Okay, then I'll apologize to you, Mr. Lin. I was impulsive just now. So please tell me, what disaster did I suffer?
Lin Haotian returned to his seat, because he felt that if this disaster could be averted, it would be a great thing for the people of Wucheng.
Does Mr. Zhang have a batch of red wine imported from abroad? Zhang Yong said. I'm in the wine business. It's not unusual to have wine. Let alone one batch, I have 10 batches.
1,000 bottles of wine were shipped from a Dutch winery, worth 80 million, said Lin Haotian. At this time, Zhang Yong stood up from his chair and asked in surprise.
How do you know about this? I just shipped this batch of wine a few days ago. No one else knows except my dad and my assistant. It has always been a company secret. I just want to make a splash and take my company to the next level.
Lin Haotian said coldly. I don't know whether this batch of wine can make your company take off, but I know that this batch of wine is fake and can kill people.
How is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yong roared.
All of my company's funds are invested in this batch of wine.
How can the wine from the Dutch winery be fake? This is a world-famous wine, and the quality is absolutely up to standard. You are lying and spreading rumors.
What Zhang Yong said was right. This batch of wine came from a special channel, and it was neither illegal nor against regulations. It's just that other competitors didn't know about it. Many dignitaries have already secretly reserved this batch of wine from him, and are waiting to show their support when it is officially released.
But now Lin Haotian actually says it is fake?
It's like a person has just entered the G-spot and then found out that the other person is a man.
How do you feel?
Zhang Yong's eyes turned red and he said angrily.
Boss Lin, you are spreading rumors like this, do you have any evidence?
I came here today to give Xiaoyu face, but you spread rumors that there was something wrong with my wine.
If you don't tell me the truth, I won't give Xiaoyu face anymore. Don't blame me for turning my back on you.
Lin Haotian said.
If you really bet the entire worth of the company on this batch of wine, then Mr. Zhang, have you ever asked someone to test the wine? Wine testing.
This was something Zhang Yong had not thought about, because he had cooperated with Dutch wineries many times, and there had been no problems every time. Dutch wineries had never had fake wine, so why should he spend money to test something that had never happened? Lin Haotian said calmly.
It seems that Master Zhang really doesn't have it. Then check the bar. I'll make a bet with you. If there's no problem with the wine test, I'll pay for it. You're so stingy. You can quickly come to a conclusion by testing a bottle of wine. It's only a matter of 6,000 yuan.
I, Lin Haotian, have no shortage of money.
I just want to make friends with you.
Zhang Yong couldn't help but panic when he heard Lin Haotian confidently say that the batch of wine was fake. If what Lin Haotian said is true, if this batch of wine is fake,
that's not about the money.
Fake wine can kill people, and those who drank this wine are all dignitaries and officials.
If it is true as Lin Haotian said, people will die. Not only will you be sent to operate a sewing machine, my own father and even my retired grandfather will suffer.
Thinking of this, Zhang Yong suddenly had an idea and quickly picked up the phone to call his assistant.
Chapter 49, Surviving the Disaster.
Xiaoming, take 5 bottles of the red wine we brought back from the Dutch winery to the Quality Management Bureau to test their authenticity.
Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll do it right away.
Xiaoming heard Zhang Yang ask him to take the wine for testing. Knowing Mr. Zhang's character, he did not dare to neglect it and quickly went to the wine cellar to get 5 bottles of wine for testing. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang stared at Lin Haotian.
Why are you staring at me? Zhang Yang ignored Lin Haotian.
As for Lin Haotian, he already had the answer in his mind as to whether this batch of wine was genuine or not. Because in the recent past, the system gave him the ability to predict the future. He could predict that if Zhang Yang had not been reminded during this meeting, this batch of wine would have killed more than a dozen people in the near future, all of whom were sons of officials.
As the news spread on the internet, Zhang Yang was taken away and spent the rest of his life in prison. Zhang Yang's father, Wuqing Mayor Zhang Jiwei, was expelled from the party and removed from office. Zhang Jiwei was an honest and upright person all his life. He could not bear to see his son making such a mistake, so he committed suicide. Zhang Mingli, Zhang Yang's grandfather, was once the governor of Jiangcheng province.
He had already retired and returned to his hometown, but after learning that his grandson was operating a sewing machine in prison and that his son could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide, he died under the double blow of all the bad news.
If Lin Haotian hadn't reminded me, the Zhang family would have been destroyed because of this batch of fake red wine.
When Zhang Mingli took office as the governor of Jiangcheng province, he did an excellent job in clean government, was honest and self-disciplined, and enjoyed high prestige among the people. During his tenure as mayor of Wuqing, Zhang Jiwei was upright and dedicated to the people, and did many good things for the people of Wuqing. Therefore, this time I intentionally reminded Zhang Yang not just to make friends with Zhang Yang, but for the sake of this rare people's official and honest official.
Time passed little by little, half an hour ago.
There was a serious atmosphere in the room. Only Lin Haotian was drinking water leisurely. Yi Mingyue looked like she was on pins and needles. She wanted to ask Lin Haotian what was going on, but she didn't dare to ask too much.
Lu Xiaoyu was in an even more dilemma. On one side was her good friend of many years, Zhang Yang, and on the other was her boss and lover, Lin Haotian. She was deeply afraid that Lin Haotian had guessed wrong, and the consequences would be a real mess. Just thinking about it gave her a headache.
However, as the manager of the hotel, Lu Xiaoyu had a lot of experience and was quite tactful. She would occasionally say a few words to ease the awkward atmosphere. But seeing that both parties remained silent, there was no point in her saying more, so she just sat and waited for the result. Just like that, half an hour passed in such a torturous environment. You are my little apple, and I can never love you enough. The ringing of the cell phone eased the serious atmosphere a little. Zhang Yang saw that it was his assistant Xiaoming calling, so he quickly picked up the phone and asked, "How is it? Are the results out?" "Mr. Zhang, this is bad. These 5 bottles of wine are all fake." Zhang Yang immediately stood up from his chair and asked in disbelief, "What, are you telling the truth? Is it fake wine?" Xiaoming almost cried out loud. "Boss Zhang, this wine is mixed with a lot of dangerous substances that are not up to standard. Drinking it will kill you." Zhang Yang was speechless after hearing this. Xiaoming's voice continued to be heard from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Zhang, I also investigated the agency that supplied us with wine and found that this company frequently had dealings with our competitors. They were deliberately working together to set a trap for us. Because we had a pleasant cooperation with them before and there had never been any mistakes, we trusted them too much. They were sure that we would not test the wine, so they mixed dangerous goods into this batch of wine for us, with the purpose of making us die without a burial place. They also know that this batch of wine is for high-ranking officials. If something goes wrong, it will be explosive news in Wuqing, and we will definitely be in big trouble." I also called the supplier of the Dutch winery, but the phone was no longer connected. I asked someone to go to the supplier company, but the person had already left. At this moment, Zhang Yang's cell phone slipped from his hand. He no longer wanted to listen to what Xiaoming said. Now all that comes to his mind is what Xiaoming said. "Fake wine, it can kill people if you drink it." And when he came to his senses, he smashed the phone to pieces. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu said to Lin Haotian, "Mr. Lin, thank you for saving Zhang Yang." Lin Haotian said calmly,
"No need to thank me. In fact, I not only saved him, but also the entire Zhang family." When Lin Haotian said this, he deliberately emphasized the importance of the entire Zhang family. At this time, Zhang Yang had already woken up from his irrationality. When he heard the name of the Zhang family, his whole body was trembling.
Then, he knelt down in front of Lin Haotian. At this moment, he no longer showed his previous arrogance, but only heartfelt gratitude.
Lu Xiaoyu quickly supported Zhang Yong. "Ion, what are you doing?" And Lin Haotian also said lightly, "What is Master Zhang doing?"
Zhang Yong knew that he had just been arrogant and challenged Lin Haotian. If it were someone else, they would have ignored him long ago.
How could they have reminded him?
If Lin Haotian hadn't reminded him, he would never have gone to test the wine. You have to know that once this batch of wine is sold, the consequences will be disastrous. Those who buy the wine are either rich or noble.
If something happens to them, I'm afraid I would have died more than a dozen times.
And his whole family will suffer an unexpected disaster. Think about it, his father and grandfather have been honest in officialdom all their lives. If they suffer this disaster, they will be directly dismissed from their official positions. As for myself, I trusted the supplier of that batch of wine too much, and I was too naive. Others were setting up a trap, but I foolishly jumped in. Just now, when Lin Haotian wanted to help me, I was still stubborn and wanted to jump in quickly. The more Zhang Yong thought about it, the more he felt like a bastard. He slapped himself and said to Lin Haotian,
"Brother Haotian, I really know I was wrong. If you hadn't helped me, I would have been ruined.
I sincerely apologize to you for my reckless behavior before." Zhang Yong bowed deeply to Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian said with a smile,
"Mr. Zhang, you are too serious. That kind of thing hasn't happened yet. You are not a bad person, but you are stubborn. Besides, you listen to advice. If you don't listen to advice, 10 cows can't pull you back. How can I pull you back? Don't you think so?" Zhang Yong felt even more ashamed when he heard Lin Haotian say these words, and then continued. "Brother Haotian, don't be so modest. Even if you saved me, if I really sold the fake wine and killed those high-ranking officials and wealthy people, our Zhang family would die miserably. Brother Haotian, you are the great benefactor of our Zhang family and also the benefactor of me, Zhang Yong. If you think highly of me, then you are my real brother and I am your real brother. If you need me, Zhang Yong, in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water for you."
Lin Haotian said with a smile.
"I am indeed a few years older than you, so it's understandable for you to call me brother. So from now on, we can call each other brothers?"
Zhang Yong said excitedly.
"Really? Brother Haotian, as long as you don't mind my previous reckless behavior." Yi Mingyue and Lu Xiaoyu were even more shocked. Yi Mingyue was confused.
How did Lin Haotian know that Zhang Yong's wine was fake, and he was so sure about it?
Lu Xiaoyu was even more surprised, because before this, Zhang Yong and Lin Haotian didn't know each other at all. How did Lin Haotian know that Zhang Yong was a wine seller and had a batch of fake wine? This was really unbelievable.
Zhang Yong said excitedly.
"Xiaoyu, quickly serve the hotel's best signature dishes. My brother Hao Tian is also hungry. I want to have a drink with him." Lu Xiaoyu joked.
"Ion, although you have resolved the disaster, you have lost all the assets of the company.
Don't you feel bad?" Zhang Yong said. "It's not a big deal to lose money. What's scary is that if the fake wine is really sold, will I still be able to chat and laugh here alive? I've just survived a disaster. The atmosphere in the box is now very lively, there is no longer the cold and awkward atmosphere from before." Chapter 50 Zhang Family Courtyard. Grand Washington Hotel. In box 502.
Zhang Yong looked towards Lin Haotian.
He was so arrogant before that he didn't even notice that Lin Haotian was coming over with a female companion.
Zhang Yong's eyes flashed with shock.
Lu Xiaoyu was already very beautiful, but he didn't expect that the woman Lin Haotian brought was even more beautiful. Zhang Yong said,
"This must be Brother Haotian's girlfriend, oh my god, she is so beautiful."
Lin Haotian said dissatisfiedly,
"If you keep staring at my girlfriend like that, I'll dig your eyes out."
Zhang Yong said jokingly,
"Brother Haotian, your girlfriend is so beautiful, just like a fairy from heaven, please let me take a few more glances at her."
Lin Haotian gently hit Zhang Yong with one hand and said, "You are really asking for a fight." At this time, Lu Xiaoyu pouted and said, "Am I not beautiful, Ion? You were not like this before."
Zhang Yong quickly said in a flattering manner,
"Miss Lu is definitely beautiful. It's not an exaggeration to describe her as stunning as the moon and the flowers." Zhang Yong said, "I was just joking.
I hope Brother Haotian and sister-in-law don't take it to heart.
Just order whatever you want to eat."
It will all be charged to my account.
Brother Haotian helped me a lot today.
Lin Haotian said calmly.
Let's not talk too much about politeness. You are my brother now, so I want you to get back the money you lost for the red wine?
Zhang Yang said excitedly.
Really, Brother Haotian?
Lin Haotian said.
Is this true? You know Tianxiang Huafu, right? Zhang Yang nodded and said, I know.
It's that place where no birds even shit. It's in the northern suburbs of Wuching.
That's good to know.
Then take some money and go to the sales office to buy houses there.
The current house price is 5,000 yuan per square meter. Buy 100 units. The house type is about 120 square meters. It will be easier to sell them when the time comes. It will probably cost 50 to 60 million yuan. Zhang Yang asked doubtfully. Brother Haotian, why is it Tianxiang Huafu?
Tianxiang Huafu's location is not very good, and no development has been done there. It is now 5,000 yuan per square meter, and it may fall further. It is the least promising property in Wucheng. I heard that no one bought it, and the developer is almost going bankrupt. Lin Haotian frowned and said.
You don't believe me?
Zhang Yang hurriedly explained.
Brother Haotian, how could that be?
I lost so much money on this wine, and I can't even take out 50 or 60 million at once. I'm going to talk to my grandfather and ask him to support me a little.
Okay, then don't be too late. After today, it will be too late.
Zhang Yang thought that if it had happened in the past, Brother Haotian's way of collecting money would have seemed a bit like pyramid schemes and fraud, but ever since Lin Haotian pulled Zhang Yang out of the abyss, Zhang Yang trusted him very much. Zhang Yang quickly raised the wine glass in his hand and said, Brother Haotian, if you hadn't asked me to test the fake wine and reminded me, I'm afraid a disaster would happen in the near future.
Not only me, but also my whole family, has to thank you.
Lin Haotian said.
Nothing.
After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes,
Lin Haotian wiped his mouth and said to Zhang Yang and Lu Xiaoyu,
Mingyue and I have something to do this afternoon, so we'll leave first.
Zhang Yang said. Brother Haotian, I will raise money this afternoon to buy a house in Tianxiang Huafu. Well, how much money you make depends on how much money you prepare.
Zhang Yang also plans to leave the Washington Hotel. The other side. In the Zhang family courtyard, in the center of Wucheng.
Zhang Jiwei, who is about 70 years old, is the former governor of Jiangcheng province and Zhang Yang's grandfather.
He is leisurely watering the flowers, while Zhang Mingli, the current mayor of Wucheng, is discussing the next developments with the director of the provincial government's housing authority. At this time, Zhang Yong had just returned from the Washington Hotel. Zhang Yong has been very interested in doing business since he was a child. Although his grandfather and father are both in politics, he doesn't like it. He still prefers to do business on his own. Although he doesn't like to be in politics, he is indeed good at business and is doing very well. Although some of them were for the old man's sake, most of them were built by Zhang Yong. After Zhang Yong came back, he called his father and grandfather to the Zhang family study and told them what happened this afternoon with Lin Haotian and others. When they heard about the fake wine, they were obviously shocked, because in a few days, this batch of wine would be released.
If it weren't for Lin Haotian's reminder to test the wine, the consequences would be immeasurable.
Although Zhang Yong also mentioned this batch of wine at that time, every time Zhang Yong wholesaled the wine, his father would ask him to go through all the formalities, including wine testing and so on. But every time, Zhang Yong just listened with one ear and out the other. This time was no exception, he didn't listen. What no one would have thought was that if this negligence was allowed to continue, the Zhang family would face a sudden disaster.
Father Zhang and old man Zhang were very grateful to Lin Haotian. If it weren't for Lin Haotian's reminder, the Zhou family would have been in irretrievable danger. Zhang Yong continued to say to Zhang's father and Mr. Zhang, Brother Haotian said he would give me some money back. There is a real estate complex in the northern part of Wucheng called Tianxiang Huafu. He asked me to take the money and buy 100 units there so that I can get rich. But I thought, no one wants to buy Tianxiang Huafu. It's in a remote place with inconvenient transportation. The developer is about to run away. Can I make money if I buy this kind of property?
When Zhang's father and Mr. Zhang heard about the northern part of Wucheng, they were shocked, because ordinary people would never know that the northern part of Wucheng would be developed in the future. Just the day before yesterday morning, the provincial government decided to develop the northern part of Wucheng and turn it into the Wucheng CBD.
The approval has not come yet. The development of Wucheng North District will drive the surrounding supporting facilities.
Starting tomorrow, the unpopular Tianxiong Huafu will become a hot new property. At that time, there were very few people queuing up to buy houses, which is in stark contrast to the current place where no one even shits. House prices will also rise wildly. However, this matter is kept very confidential, and the provincial government has issued strict orders that no information can leak out, otherwise you will bear the consequences.
Zhang's father and Mr. Zhang were both very shocked and felt that Lin Haotian was not an ordinary person.
Since he saved the lives of the Zhang family, let Zhang Yong follow him. Zhang Yong said to Mr. Zhang coquettishly.
Grandpa, my good grandpa, that batch of fake wine caused me to lose 50 or 60 million. Can you compensate me? Otherwise, it will be really difficult for me to do business. Mr. Zhang said. This is also a lesson for you. You are too arrogant in doing business. You should be careful in the business world. There are always people who deliberately set traps for you and trick you into falling into them. Zhang Yong nodded and said. Grandpa, I understand. Mr. Zhang said. I only have 30 million here, you can take it. Remember to listen more, watch more, and think more in the business world. A reckless person won't go far. Zhang Yong said. Thank you, Grandpa. You are the best.
Zhang Yong took the money and went to the Tianxiong Huafu sales center in the northern part of Wucheng.
Chapter 51, The Invulnerable Body. North of Wucheng. Tianxiong Huafu.
Zhang Yong came to the sales office with 30 million given by Mr. Zhang and 20 million of his own money, a total of 50 million. At this time, the sales office was still as empty as usual. Zhang Yong looked around and saw that the place was deserted. Then he sat on the sofa and waited for the salesperson from the sales office to come and talk to him. However, the salesmen were staring at their phones and shaking their legs, as if they had nothing to do with whether the customers came or not.
At this time, Zhang Yong muttered in his heart, what kind of sales department is this? Everyone is playing with their phones and looking so carefree. Why did Brother Haotian ask me to buy a house here? One of the male salesmen heard Zhang Yong's muttering and quickly came over and said enthusiastically. Sir, are you going to buy the house here? Zhang Yong said, I do want to buy a house here. Can you make a contract? Do you know how much it costs per square meter? The male salesperson said, of course I know. The houses here are 5,000 yuan per square meter. If you buy two, I can apply for a discount for you. Zhang Yong said, then I'll get straight to the point. I want to buy a house between 100 and 120 square meters here, and I want a house on the edge. I want about 100 units. The male salesperson said with a surprised expression, what? 100 sets, sir, you are not kidding me, are you? Zhang Yong said, why would I lie to you? I want 100 sets.
The male salesperson opened his mouth in disbelief, and after hearing this, several salespeople nearby hurried forward. Their previous cold expressions disappeared, and they all greeted him with smiles. The male salesperson said, sir, please follow me and let's sign the contract in the conference room. Just like that, when Zhang Yong came out, he had already paid 50 million and got the purchase contracts for more than 100 houses. At this time, Lin Haotian's cell phone rang, and he knew who was calling without having to guess. Lin Haotian said with a smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Brother Haotian, I bought houses in Tianxiong Huafu, 100 units, a full 100 units. But I feel like I'm going to lose these houses. When I went to the sales office, the sales staff seemed to have lost their souls and were lazy and didn't even receive me. I still can't understand why I should buy a house here. Zhang Yong kept saying. Lin Haotian said calmly, you'll know tomorrow. Meng Yue and I also bought more than 600 sets there. Zhang Yong said, what? You bought more than 600 sets. Brother Haotian, you are really rich. More than 600 sets must be worth tens of billions, right? Lin Haotian said calmly, Zhang Yong said excitedly, Brother Haotian, I was worried at first, but now that you have bought it, I am relieved, ha ha ha. Lin Haotian said, just get ready to count the money. Lin Haotian hung up the phone, thinking that he still had to sign into the system today, so he called out the system, closed his eyes, and the system presented a two-dimensional interface. Host, do you want to sign in today? Said the system elf. Sign in. Lin Haotian pressed the button on the two-dimensional interface. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully signed in and gained the invulnerable body. Vidra invulnerable body? Lin Haotian asked doubtfully. Host, your invulnerable body can block guns and knives.
Guns and knives will not enter your body and will not hurt you at all," said the system elf.
Lin Haotian jumped up excitedly and thought to himself, I already have money, and now with this, if someone attacks me again in the future, I'm afraid they will have no way to deal with me.
Sure enough, after a while, Lin Haotian's body became very strong.
Lin Haotian took a knife and tried to cut his finger, but it was not cut and no blood came out.
It was really so magical. Lin Haotian thought to himself, this will be very useful in the future.
Although it is a peaceful era now, he has so many businesses now and has to deal with many people.
Sometimes he offends someone inadvertently, and he doesn't know that he will be secretly harmed.
With the invulnerable body granted by this system, he can guard against those who want to harm him.
Time passed quickly and it was the next morning.
Wuchang City held a press conference and released the following content, intending to build the northern region into a new technology service development zone.
The approval document was officially issued at 9 o'clock this morning, and no one had any objections.
The investment channel has also been officially opened, the government vigorously supports new policies, gives companies preferential policies, etc.
Inside the beef noodle restaurant, the TV in the store was playing the news. Are the northern suburbs going to be developed?
I saw on the news that they are going to vigorously develop the northern suburbs, and that companies that move in there will be given preferential policies. Looking at this situation, the government's investment is not small.
What a pity.
I've been to a property in the suburbs, but I didn't buy one.
I wonder if I can still buy one now. That property?
There seems to be a property called Tianqiong Huafu there.
I think the price will double now. That's right. Do you know the location of that property?
It happens to be in the central area of the northern city developed by the government.
If the government is supportive, a large number of companies will move in. Once the development is completed, this will be the CBD of the high-tech zone.
Indeed, the price of Tianqiong Huafu was so low back then, it is estimated that it will increase by more than 10 times.
I slapped my thighs. I really didn't buy it. I regret it.
Lin Haotian and Yi Mingyue were eating beef noodles in the hall, listening to people around them talking about these things.
Yi Mingyue was also very excited. She watched the news on TV and jumped up from her chair. Lin Haotian pulled Yi Mingyue and said, Mingyue, don't be so excited. Yi Mingyue said, Brother Haotian, how can I not be excited? We bought so many houses there. We are rich, really rich. At this moment, Lin Haotian's phone rang, and he picked up the phone. Why are you calling me?
Lin Haotian said calmly.
Brother Haotian, I must have something to talk to you about, and it must be a great thing.
Zhang Yang said excitedly.
Brother Haotian, you are such a good brother to me.
You just saved me from a life and death situation, and now you have made me rich.
I have become rich overnight.
Lin Haotian said, don't get excited and talk slowly.
Brother Haotian, did you know that the northern region was going to be developed a long time ago? But how did you know? Fortunately, I bought a house at that time.
After watching the news, Zhang Yang, who was sitting at home, immediately called Lin Haotian. He now finally understood why his father and grandfather asked him to learn more from Brother Haotian and listen to Brother Haotian more after he told his father and grandfather about the fake liquor today.
Don't be too excited. You're yelling like that as if you're afraid that others don't know.
Lin Haotian said.
Wow, how can I not be happy? I have 100 houses now.
The north is going to develop.
Tianqiong Huafu will also increase in price. When the price goes up, I will make a lot of money by selling them. I am happy just thinking about it.
Zhang Yang was very excited and couldn't control his emotions. It is true that you can sell it for a good price, but have you ever thought that if the sales department finds excuses to say that there is something wrong with the house and that they cannot deliver it on time, and they want to breach the contract and directly refund the penalty, your house will not be yours?
Lin Haotian said. Brother Haotian, I didn't expect this.
But if he dares to do this, who am I, Zhang Yang, to be bullied by a small sales department? I'm afraid it's not the sales department, but the powerful force behind the sales department.
Lin Haotian said sinisterly. Chapter 52 800 Houses.
Lin Haotian said, go and see if any of your friends are willing to take over the houses we have.
There are more than 800 houses in total.
There must be a lot of speculators eyeing Tianqiong Huafu. Zhang Yang said, Brother Haotian, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter properly.
Although Lin Haotian is rich, he lacks in terms of personal network.
After all, Zhang Yong has lived in Wuchang for many years, and his father is the mayor of Wuchang, and his grandfather is the former governor of Jiangcheng province. He has been under the protection of these two towering trees for many years, so his personal network must be wider than Lin Haotian's. I didn't expect Zhang Yong to be so smart. He understood everything as soon as he said it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian looked at Yi Mingyue's happy expression and said, "Mingyue, I've already told you to trust me." On the other hand, the sales office of Tianqiong Huafu, which was previously deserted, was now very busy with many people queuing up to grab houses. It was obvious that the few lazy salesmen before were unable to handle so many people. The company transferred more than 30 salesmen from other sales departments. Everyone had customers and was signing contracts. They had no time to play with their mobile phones. They didn't even have time to drink water or eat. The entire sales department was extremely busy. In the office on the 5th floor, a man with a cigarette in his mouth and a sad face was looking at the long queue of people waiting to buy houses outside the sales office. This man was Li Wenjie, the sales manager of Tianqiong Huafu sales office. He just received a call from the chairman, who clearly stated that the price per square meter would increase by 40,000 to 80,000 yuan. This price was unheard of in the entire city of Wuchang. If the most expensive property in the city center of Wuchang was 80,000 yuan, and this property was almost catching up with the center of Wuchang, this price was also above average in the entire city of Wuchang. Such a crazy price increase, which increased 8 to 10 times, but Li Wenjie was not happy at all. Because just yesterday, 3 people bought more than 800 houses here and sold them at a price of 5,000 per square meter. At that time, Wang Wenjie was very excited, thinking that these people were the ones who made the mistake of buying in this barren and desolate place. Now it seems that he is the one who made the mistake. Moreover, they all chose the best floors, which are also the most popular floors. If calculated based on today's housing prices, with a discount of 50,000 per square meter, they will still lose more than 4 billion. I didn't dare report this matter to my superiors. I had planned to report it to the group today in order to give the group a surprise. I thought that by selling more than 800 houses at once, I could become a senior executive in the company and achieve financial freedom. However, no one could have expected that things would turn out like this after one night. Li Wenjie could imagine that if the superiors knew that more than 800 houses were sold at a price of 5,000 and that they were sold just yesterday, they would definitely be furious. If he reports it right after the sale, the responsibility will no longer be on him. Originally, the price was set by the board of directors, but Li Wenjie did not report it on the same day, but wanted to report it today, which led to the delay in reporting and caused big trouble. This is obviously not something I can control. I was happy yesterday, so why did it become like this today? I really do not have the tears to cry. Li Wenjie was in the office, smoking one cigarette after another. It seemed that he had made an important decision and could not keep silent any longer. Li Wenjie took out his cell phone and made a call. The person on the other end of the line responded, "Is that Xiaoli?" Opposite him was the general manager of the group, Wang Rohai, who was now very happy. "Xiaoli, do you want to report to me about Tianqiong Huafu? I've also read the news. The group just held an emergency meeting. We have more than 1,600 houses in Tianqiong Huafu that are not for sale. According to the policies given by the government at this press conference, our real estate project has also developed. The group held a meeting to discuss giving strong support to your sales department, including human, financial and material resources. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. The group will try its best to meet your needs. Now the group is focusing on your real estate project. You work hard and wait for appreciation and salary increase." Wang Rohai was smoking a cigar and talking to Li Wenjie happily. Wang Rohai was in a very good mood. He said so much to a small sales manager in the sales department. You can imagine how happy he was, otherwise he would not say these things to such a small employee. Li Wenjie listened and became more and more worried, especially when he heard the group's analysis that Tianqiong Huafu had more than 1,600 houses for sale, but more than 800 houses had been sold yesterday. The group still didn't know, and Li Wenjie concealed it and didn't report it. It's conceivable what the consequences would be if the group knew. Why aren't you talking? Are you too happy to speak? Wang Rohai said jokingly. Li Wenjie thought to himself that he was going to die anyway, and the longer he put it off, the more panicked and frightened he became, so he heaved a long sigh and said, "Mr. Wang, I have something I want to report to you." Wang Rohai said lightly, "Go ahead and talk. I'm listening." Mr. Wang, 2 people came yesterday morning and bought more than 600 houses in our sales office. Another person came in the afternoon and bought 200 houses. Their transaction prices were all
5,000 yuan per square meter.
There was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time.
The atmosphere was so depressing that you could hear a pin drop.
Li Wenjie's heart kept beating, cold sweat kept streaming down his face, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably.
He was waiting for orders like the king of hell.
Although he had mentally prepared for the storm, when the storm really came, his physiological reaction was still out of control.
Wang Ruihai said softly, "What did you say? How much is it per square meter?" 5,000 yuan per square meter. Did I hear it right? Or did you miss a zero?
Li Wenjie said with trembling lips, "Mr. Wang, you heard it right, 5,000 yuan per square meter. More than 800 units have been sold in total, and there are more than 800 units left."
Wang Ruihai then asked, "What are the sizes of the more than 800 units sold, and which floors are they located on?" Wang Ruihai asked precise and targeted questions.
A leader is worthy of being a leader.
His questions are so to the point.
Li Wenjie couldn't control his trembling as he said, all are the best floors in building numbers, and 90% of them are top-notch locations, all around 120 to 140 square meters.
There was no response from the other end of the phone for a long time, so Li Wenjie asked tentatively, Mr. Wang, are you still listening?" Wang Ruihai was furious and yelled, "What do you do? Why are you reporting such a big thing only now? Why didn't you tell us about what happened yesterday? It was such a big thing. What are you hiding?" Li Wenjie was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and said softly, "Boss Wang, I was expecting to give the group a surprise today, but I didn't expect it." When he said this, Li Wenjie burst into tears out of grievance.
Although it is said that men do not shed tears easily, he really felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. Thinking about the company's loss of more than 4 billion yuan, with such a huge loss, how would he cope with himself and the company in the future?
Wang Ruihai continued to roar like thunder, "Li Wenjie, you are finished."
Wang Ruihai hung up the phone after saying this. Li Wenjie could only hear the beeping sound, and Wang Ruihai's last words echoed in his mind, "You're finished.
You're finished." Wang Ruihai was completely exhausted and slumped on the sofa, not knowing what to do. He wanted to take out his anger on the phone, but then he thought, now is not the time to do so and he should stay calm, as President Wang will call him again after he reports to the company. Chapter 53 Lawless. Half an hour later, Li Wenjie's cell phone rang. Li Wenjie picked it up immediately. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "This call is from Wang Ruihai." "Who signed it yesterday?" Wang Ruihai wanted to confirm again.
"Yes, I signed it yesterday."
"Then why did they come to buy houses yesterday and buy so many? Why did the house prices skyrocket today? Did they know some inside information?" "I don't know. The 2 people who came in the morning were a man and a woman.
The woman was very disgusted with us, but the man said confidently that he would buy this place. The man's name was Lin Haotian, and I don't know where he came from."
The woman's name was Yi Mingwei.
"A man came in the afternoon and booked 100 houses straight away. And they all paid in full, without any loans."
Li Wenjie told Wang Ruihai everything that happened yesterday.
Wang Ruihai thought to himself, these 2 men are definitely people we cannot afford to offend. They can buy hundreds of houses at once, and they don't even take out loans.
It's obvious that they have thought it through. Wang Ruihai was even more shocked.
When he bought the house yesterday, there was no news about the development of a new district in the northern part of Wuchang or the establishment of a high-tech zone.
How could these people be so sure that Tianqiong Huafu would increase its price? If they were not sure that the price of Tianqiong Huafu would increase, how could they have bought more than 800 houses? However, it was true that the group lost 40 to 50 billion yuan, and they had to find a way to recover the loss. So they talked to Li Wenjie. "Contact these people immediately and tell them that we are willing to pay the penalty."
Li Wenjie was stunned at first, then he reacted after a while and said, "Boss Wang, I'll do it now."
5 minutes later, Lin Haotian received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, who are you?" The other party smiled and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Haotian?"
"I am Li Wenjie, the sales director of Tianqiong Huafu.
We just met yesterday. Do you remember?"
Lin Haotian said calmly, "Oh, I remember. It's Manager Li should be very busy now. I heard that Wuchang City is going to develop the northern region. The price of your Tianqiong Huafu has increased dramatically.
Many people are scrambling to buy this house. Congratulations, you are going to make a fortune.
Li Wenjie was stunned for a moment, then said, Mr. Lin, this is what happened. We checked the quality of the house overnight last night and found that many places were unqualified and needed to be rectified.
We held a meeting that night.
Your house may be delivered later, but the specific time of delivery is still not guaranteed.
If it affects your living, do you think you can terminate the contract? Lin Haotian said calmly, cancel the contract?
I'm not waiting for a house to live in, so it doesn't matter where I put it. Li Wenjie continued, the group means that we don't know when the rectification will be completed, which has greatly affected your experience.
We want to compensate you.
And this is our own fault, so we will give you triple compensation.
Do you think it's okay?
I'm not in a hurry to move into the house, so it doesn't matter to me when it is delivered.
Besides, I'm planning to sell the house. I don't need so many houses anyway.
Lin Haotian said. Sell it, Mr. Lin, you may not know that what you are doing is selling a large amount of property privately, which is illegal. Moreover, the group is now undergoing rectification, and the houses under rectification are not allowed to be sold privately, said Li Wenjie.
How can I explain this?
I violated the regulations by selling the house privately, but there is no mandatory legal prohibition on selling it privately. Now that the house prices are rising, it is reasonable for me to sell it.
You have no right to interfere.
Lin Haotian said.
The group cannot understand and will not allow you to do this, Li Wenjie said. Then managerly means that the contract must be terminated?
Lin Haotian said coldly.
With Mr. Wang's instructions, Li Wenjie also said arrogantly, this is what our group means. We are also considering you. I am just an employee. I have no choice. I hope Mr. Lin can understand. I remember you didn't look like this when we signed the contract yesterday morning. You were eager for me to buy the house. Now that the price of the house has increased, you're turning your back on me? Luckily, I had a plan. Li Wenjie no longer pretended and said angrily. Mr. Lin, I have been considering the issue from your perspective. How can you not understand me?
There is a problem with the house, and the group has agreed to pay 3 times the penalty for breach of contract.
And Mr. Lin, you've heard of Wucheng Huaxing Real Estate, right? Tianxiong Huafu is a property under Huaxing Real Estate. Huaxing Real Estate has always paid great attention to the quality of its properties. We found out last night that there are problems with the property and it needs to be rectified. We can't let Huaxing Real Estate's reputation be ruined just because of you, right, Mr. Lin?
Our group is willing to compensate you 3 times the penalty for breach of contract. If you still disagree, I'm sorry, but we can only let the legal department of Huaxing Real Estate come to negotiate with you. My suggestion is that you tell this to Zhang Yang, who is going to buy a house at your building this afternoon, and see what he says, Lin Haotian said coldly.
Do you two know each other?
Don't worry, I will convey the same message to him.
Li Wenjie hung up the phone after saying this, with an extremely arrogant attitude. Yesterday and today are 2 completely different faces. He just came to inform, without any negotiation, as if Lin Haotian was a lamb to be slaughtered. Maybe in the near future, he will regret his action.
Lin Haotian was not angry about this, because he knew that Zhang Yang had that kind of personality, and if he hit him, he would definitely curse him to death. Moreover, he already had a perfect countermeasure for what Li Wenjie did. Every evildoer will receive his due punishment.
Grand Washington Hotel.
Zhang Yang came to see Lu Xiaoyu again.
Zhang Yang was sitting in box 502.
He was having dinner with Lu Xiaoyu when a strange phone call came in.
Zhang Yang thought it was a real estate speculator in his network, so he picked up the phone. The other end of the phone started talking, Zhang Yang, right? I'm Li Wenjie.
Li Wenjie on the other end didn't even bother to address him, and just called him by his name. On behalf of the group, I am informing you that the group has decided to terminate your contract. As the party in breach of contract, you will be compensated 3 times the amount.
Zhang Yang was surprised and asked, what did you say? Say it again?
Li Wenjie said, I think you must have heard it, but you are just pretending to be confused, so there is no need for me to say it a second time.
Zhang Yongqi said angrily, you are just sending away beggars. Triple compensation.
The price of Tianxiong Huafu has increased by more than 3 times, right?
Zhang Yong's roar startled Lu Xiaoyu, who was standing beside him. Lu Xiaoyu comforted him and said, Ayong, if you have something to say, just take your time. Why are you in such a hurry?
Zhang Yong said, I wanted to talk properly, but did the other party let me speak? I have just called Mr. Lin Haotian and informed him.
This time I am just notifying you.
If you disagree, please talk directly to the legal department of Huaxing Real Estate.
Li Wenjie said arrogantly. In contrast to his previous humble appearance, this time he was arrogant and domineering.
After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhang Yong was left with a frustrated look on his face as he stomped his feet.
A sales manager in a sales department actually treated him like this. It was simply lawless.
He had never suffered such a great injustice in his life.
Chapter 54. The fire department arrives.
After Zhang Yong hung up the phone, he muttered,
Fuck you, how dare you talk to me like that?
From childhood to adulthood, except for my parents and grandparents, no one dares to talk to me like that.
No one dares to be so arrogant. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu burst out laughing and said, Ion, finally someone is here to cure you, huh? Zhang Yong said. Xiaoyu, how could you say that? I'm so angry that my lungs are about to explode.
Not only did you not comfort me, but you also said that.
Lu Xiaoyu said. Alright, I was just kidding. By the way, are you so angry that you're confused?
Hurry up and call Brother Haotian to ask him what to do next.
We can't let the people from Tianxiong Huafu get there first.
After Lu Xiaoyu reminded him, Zhang Yong immediately picked up the phone and called Lin Haotian.
Brother Haotian, did that damn Li Wenjie call you just now? Zhang Yong said angrily. Lin Haotian had just sent Yi Mingyue back home when he received a call from Zhang Yong.
Lin Haotian said calmly.
Yes, he just called me. Tianxiong Huafu wants to use triple compensation to break the contract and get rid of beggars? I, the great master Zhang, am not yet at the point where I can't afford to eat.
Zhang Yong said, suppressing the anger in his heart.
Zhang Yong continued. Tianxiong Huafu can break the contract if they want. What does the contract we sign mean to them? Brother Haotian, I'm so angry. You don't even know how arrogant that bastard Li Wenjie was when he called me just now. He acted like he wasn't discussing this with you, and he told you that if you don't agree, you can talk directly to the legal department of Huaxing Real Estate. When I went to buy a house, he looked so arrogant. He begged me to buy his house. Now he is so arrogant.
We are his clients and gods, but he treats us like his grandsons. The initiative is clearly in our hands. Lin Haotian said calmly. I had thought of this result. After all, we have more than 800 houses in total, bought at 5,000 yuan per square meter. According to the current price increase trend of Tianxiong Huafu, it is very likely that the price will continue to rise in the future. Tianxiong Huafu has suffered heavy losses, and a desperate dog will do anything. But if they do this, don't blame us. Lin Haotian said coldly. Brother Haotian, do you have any solution? Zhang Yong asked impatiently. What did Li Wenjie tell you? He said Tianxiong Huafu wants to terminate the contract with me. If I disagree, I can go directly to the company's legal department. Zhang Yong said. Didn't he tell you the reason for terminating the contract? Lin Haotian said. No, they just said they wanted to terminate the contract, and the tone was just a notification. Zhang Yong said. When Lin Haotian heard this, he instantly understood why Zhang Yong was so angry. Li Wenjie directly told him to terminate the contract without giving a reason. It is conceivable that Li Wenjie was so arrogant on the phone at that time. Lin Haotian could guess his tone and expression. Lin Haotian said. Li Wenjie called me and said the reason for the termination of the contract was that there were problems with the house and it needed to be rectified. However, there was no clear time for the rectification. He was afraid that it would affect our experience, so for our sake, he had no choice but to terminate the contract, but he would give us triple compensation. Ha, what are you talking about? He's still considering us. Do I have to thank him? I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen one as thick-skinned as this one. Zhang Yong said with a sneer. Lin Haotian said. Since he needs to make corrections, let's give him an unlimited amount of time to do so. We have plenty of time to waste with him anyway. Zhang Yong said. Brother Haotian, what do you mean? Lin Haotian said. Nowadays, construction workers cannot withstand inspections. A firefighter can kill them. Didn't he say that rectification is needed? Let's add fuel to the fire and give him a good beating. Zhang Yong nodded in understanding and said. Brother Haotian, I understand. I'll make arrangements now.
I want to see what they need to correct. Brother Haotian, I'm going to hang up first. After Zhang Yong hung up the phone, he said to Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I won't eat. I'm leaving now. I have something urgent to do. Lu Xiaoyu said.
Slow down and handle things more carefully. Zhang Yong touched his head and said embarrassedly.
Xiaoyu, I understand. Tiansheng Huafu. There are more and more people lining up here.
I told you to come early to queue up to buy a house, but you didn't listen to me.
Look how many people are here now. Can we get a number?
Said a noble lady in gorgeous clothes complainingly.
How would I know that so many people are coming here now?
They looked down on this place before, but now they are rushing to buy it like crazy. The house prices here are between 40,000 and 80,000, but they are rushing to buy it like they are buying vegetables in the market.
Who could have thought?
Said a middle-aged man with emotion.
I don't care. We have to buy here.
It's said that this place will be developed.
There will be key schools in the future plans. We all have children.
If not ourselves, we should consider the next generation.
Do you know anyone in this property? Spend some money to smooth over the relationship and let us book a house quickly. The young woman said anxiously. It's no use.
I called my friend early this morning, and he called the sales manager directly, who asked his name, Li Wenjie. He said that there were few houses available and many people were asking for help from others, so it's hard to say whether he can get the house for one person or not. So we can only compete fairly and queue up to buy the house ourselves.
There is no special channel, so I have no choice. How about we go back first and buy it after the peak period? Look how crowded there are,
said the middle-aged man. The young woman glanced at the man and said,
Are you stupid? Didn't you hear the sales manager say that there are not enough houses available? If you can't buy one now, you will never be able to buy one in the future. 5th floor office. Li Wenjie held a cigar in his mouth and looked at the scene outside the window. At this moment, he no longer felt the panic he had at the beginning. The sales office is still crowded, and the queues stretch for miles. Li Wenjie wondered how a few ordinary people could defeat the legal staff of Huaxing Real Estate. He was secretly glad that he had told Mr. Wang, the manager of the headquarters, about the matter of the more than 800 houses this morning. Li Wenjie was sure that the contract could be breached, and the company would compensate him triple the compensation. Compared with the price increase, it would reduce the company's losses more. He would not allow himself to be punished because of this small amount of compensation. On the contrary, the skyrocketing housing prices in Tiansheng Huafu allowed him to move up to a higher level in his position. Just when he was thinking that his career was about to reach the peak, the hurried knock on the office door brought him back to his senses. Come in.
The secretary, dressed in a smart business suit, ran in a panic, her face flushed with fear.
Xiao Zhang, why are you so flustered? Li Wenjie said dissatisfiedly. Is there another fight downstairs over housing? Tell them everything will be decided by lottery.
While saying these words, his eyes unconsciously scanned up and down the secretary's charming, curvy figure with lustful eyes.
Xiao Zhang said in a panic. Manager Li.
Manager Li, people from the fire department are here.
Li Wenjie was shocked when he heard this. Why did the fire department come at this critical moment? Wouldn't this just cause trouble? What are they doing here? Xiao Zhang said. They said they wanted to see you. Chapter 55 Father-Son Relationship.
Li Wenjie thought to himself, I am a salesperson, when the fire department people come, it shouldn't be him who is going to be seen. At this time, a large group of people went to the office of the sales manager of the sales department. Li Wenjie was looking at them in confusion. There were more than 20 people coming, and the leader was Zhou Wenxiang, the head of the fire department. Li Wenjie shouted respectfully with doubt.
Director Zhou?
Li Wenjie was terrified and felt that things were becoming complicated. Under normal circumstances, Director Zhou would not lead the team himself unless something big happened, and today he brought more than 20 people.
And everyone here appeared in work clothes, and everyone had a serious expression, making the atmosphere tense. Li Wenjie came over quickly and said with a smile on his face. Director Zhou, how come you have time to come here today? Please have a cup of tea. Director Zhou glanced at Li Wenjie and said.
We received a report that many of your houses in Tiansheng Huafu do not meet the standards and need to be rectified, including the fire protection.
I am here today for this matter. Li Wenjie thought that it must be his peers who saw the huge price increase of their property and sabotaged it. He quickly handed the tea to Director Zhou and said with a smile, "Director Zhou, our Tianqiong Huafu is a project of Huaxing Real Estate. As you know, Huaxing Real Estate pays attention to quality and safety. When the property was delivered, the fire department came to inspect it. There is no way there will be any problems. Someone must have reported it maliciously. Why bother you to make this trip?" Zhou Ju said calmly. "No quality issues? How come the whistleblower said that Tianqiong Huafu found many unqualified parts during an overnight inspection last night and needed to be rectified? How come Manager Li just said it was qualified now?" Manager Li wanted to say something else, but Director Zhou waved his hands and said, "Don't say anything more. We will check if there are any quality problems. We will naturally check the quality of fire protection facilities and equipment." After Director Zhou finished speaking, he arranged for more than 20 of his men to conduct a comprehensive inspection of Tianqiong Huafu from top to bottom. When Li Wenjie heard what Director Zhou said, he felt very upset. You know, once the fire department starts an inspection, no matter how well they do, there will be small mistakes. Besides, now is the best time for the sales office to sell, and they can't be delayed by this. Li Wenjie is really like an ant on hot pot now, running around in circles in a panic. Zhou Ju said, "Manager Li, please call the person in charge of the fire protection of the sales department over so that we can make a connection. Before the acceptance results come out, Tianqiong Huafu will stop construction and sales from now on." Li Wenjie was so angry when he heard this. There were so many people queuing outside the sales office waiting to buy the house, and now they just said they wouldn't sell it? Moreover, now is the time when the sales office is raising the price. If they say they want to sell it, then they want to sell it. What if peers spread the news that there are quality issues with the house and it becomes unsaleable again? Li Wenjie said nervously. "Director Zhou, can you please let us go for the sake of your relationship with Mr. Wang?" When Director Zhou heard this, he said unsatisfiedly, "It's a matter of impartiality. No one's relationship matters. This concerns the interests of the people." When Li Wenjie heard Director Zhou say this, he slumped down on the sofa and thought to himself, "It must be those two people from this morning, they are trying to kill him. Director Zhou, please sit here for a while. I will contact Manager Goulet who is in charge of fire protection to come here to meet you." Li Wenjie said respectfully. "Okay, go ahead," said Director Zhou. When Li Wenjie left the office, the first person he contacted was not Manager Goulet, but Mr. Wang, the general manager of the headquarters. Li Wenjie picked up the phone and called Mr. Wang. "Boss Wang, something bad has happened. The chief of the fire department is here." "Fire department? Chief? Why are they here?" Mr. Wang asked puzzledly. "Boss Wang, it's Director Zhou. He came here in person and brought more than 20 people with him. He said he wanted to check the fire safety issues of our Tianqiong Huafu. Until the results are out, all construction and sales of Tianqiong Huafu will be suspended. I just called the two people who sold more than 800 houses to us yesterday this morning and expressed the company's intention." Li Wenjie told Mr. Wang everything he had said to Lin Haotian and Zhang Yong in the morning. Li Wenjie said again, "I just called in the morning to say that many parts of the house were not up to standard and needed to be rectified." In the afternoon, Director Zhou personally brought people to the company to inspect the fire protection. "This is too coincidental," Mr. Wang said meaningfully. "These two people are not simple. Let me check their background first. What did you say their names were? Also, please let Xiao Wu go first. I will call you back later," Li Wenjie said. "Okay, Mr. Wang, one of them is called Lin Haotian and the other is called Zhang Yong. Wait for my call." After saying that, Mr. Wang hung up the phone. After hearing the beeping sound on the phone, Li Wenjie quickly called Manager Wu Leiyu and asked him to come to his office. Director Zhou from the fire department was waiting there. Not long after, Wu Lei came over with a stack of information. Li Wenjie quickly picked up the teacup and handed it to Director Zhou. "Director Zhou, please have some tea. Here is all the fire protection information of Tianqiong Huafu. Please take a look." Director Zhou did not take the tea, but looked through the materials carefully. At this time, Li Wenjie and Wu Lei were motionless, not daring to breathe, and the atmosphere became very serious. "Okay, we've looked at the things on paper, but we still need to go and inspect them on site to see if they are really qualified?" When Wu Lei heard this, he became even more panicked.
In the past, fire inspections were always carried out according to a set process and there was no real inspection. But this time, they actually took a serious approach. It seems like things are getting more and more out of control. Director Zhou arranged for someone to go to the construction site with Wu Lei's people to inspect. Director Zhou, Li Wenjie, and others were waiting for the results here. Time passed by little by little. Li Wenjie was extremely nervous, while Director Zhou was drinking tea calmly. 30 minutes later, the person sent by Director Zhou came back and whispered something in Director Zhou's ear. His face turned gloomy. He said angrily, "How dare you fool me with just a few pieces of paper? The on-site inspection found so many problems. This house is for ordinary people, how can ordinary people live there?" When Li Wenjie and Wu Lei heard this, they immediately felt something was wrong, because firefighting was not done like this in the past. Director Zhou glanced at them coldly and said, "Tianxiong Huafu will never be able to start operations or sell its products until these problems are properly dealt with." Director Zhou said angrily, "Let's go." Li Wenjie and the others quickly chased after him and said, "Director Zhou, why is this happening? You have to let us know the reason, right?" Director Zhou slowed down and said, "You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended." Li Wenjie said, "Please explain it more clearly, Director Zhou." Director Zhou asked, "Who did you offend? Don't you know? Think about it carefully. My visit today is just the beginning, and it's also a warning to you. The next one won't be as easy to talk to as me. The next one might be the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau." Li Wenjie and the others were stunned when they heard this. Housing and Construction Bureau? They are not easy to deal with. If they come, they will stop the construction immediately. Then Tianxiong Huafu will be ruined. Li Wenjie and Wu Lei look at me and I look at you. Wu Lei asked doubtfully, "Lao Li, who did you offend?" Li Wenjie said, "I called 2 buyers this morning, and the fire department came this afternoon. Do you think it has something to do with them?" Wu Lei said, "Oh? Who are they?" Li Wenjie said, "One of them is called Lin Haotian, and the other is called Zhang Yong." Wu Lei suddenly realized and said, "Oh, I see. Do you know the last name of the mayor of Wuchen? Your last name is Zhang." Li Wenjie covered his mouth and said in surprise, "Are they related?" So I opened the computer and searched, and the computer screen showed the father-son relationship. Li Wenjie and Wu Lei opened their mouths wide. Chapter 56, Have a bowl of chicken soup to replenish your body. On the other side, Lin Haotian suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Shuer for a long time. He missed her more and more. When he thought of her pure and lovely face, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Haotian drove the Audi R8 towards Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng was not far from Wucheng, just over 100 kilometers away. Time passed little by little, and the car soon arrived at the community where Shuer lived. It was a relatively new community with a pretty good environment. An old man in the guardroom was watching the news on his mobile phone and did not notice the arrival of the vehicles outside. At this time, Lin Haotian honked the horn and urged them to raise the barrier. The old guard looked up and said dissatisfiedly, "This is an upscale residential area. People who are not from this area are not allowed to enter. Do you know anyone in the area?" Lin Haotian took out a pile of tips, about 100 red bills, and said, "Can we go in now?" The old security guard took the red ticket with great joy and immediately took out the key and pressed it. The pole was raised and he said respectfully, "Sir, please come in, I will find a parking space for you." The old man trotted over, immediately found a parking space, and then happily followed the car. "Sir, please lean over here again." After parking the car, Lin Haotian got out of the car. The old security guard sent Lin Haotian to the elevator, bowed deeply and said, "Sir, walk slowly." After entering the elevator, Lin Haotian took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Shuer, "Shuer, I'm at your house." Lin Haotian rang the doorbell and heard footsteps inside. After a while, the door was opened and Shuer said in surprise, "Brother Haotian, why are you here?" Shuer took Lin Haotian's hand and led him into the house. Lin Haotian looked at the 2-bedroom, 1 living room house. It was the same as the first time he came here, with no changes. What caught his eye was a bedroom decorated in pink. Lin Haotian guessed that this bedroom must be where Shuer usually broadcasts live. Just now Shuer was busy with a live broadcast. When she heard the doorbell ring, she didn't have time to turn off the live broadcast and thought it was a package or something. There are tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room. Ever since she won the PK with Yao Mayer last time, the number of fans in Schweer's live broadcast room has skyrocketed. Most of the fans came for Ife Chong Tian Haotian himself. However, for many days, there has been no news about him in the live broadcast room, and many people have stopped paying attention to him. The only ones left are Schweer's die-hard fans. Where did the snow goddess go? Oh my god, why is there a man here? Goddess Schwer has a boyfriend? This guy is so handsome, I think I've seen him somewhere before? Said an old fan. Yes, I remember now. Maybe it was at the barbecue restaurant that Schwer ran into when she went to check out the store. Oh, now I remember, why did he appear in Schwer's bedroom? Is this something we can watch for free? Schwer lowered her head shyly, leaned on Lin Haotian's shoulder, and said shyly. Brother Haotian, why did you come here suddenly today? Schwer is not ready yet? No need to prepare, I will be very gentle today, Lin Haotian said, touching Schwer's hair. The following scene speaks for itself. At this moment, the live broadcast room that was not turned off suddenly exploded. This scene is so fucking exciting. Goddess Schwer, no. You are my goddess. I didn't give any gifts, is this something I can see? This body is so fucking awesome, even a man like me gets excited just by looking at it. This body is too strong. Our snow goddess is so flexible. Can she bear it? This is too shameful. I really don't dare to watch it anymore. Schwer blushed. Although it was not the first time with Lin Haotian, she was still shocked by the scene before her. Time passed by little by little. Schwer was so engrossed that she forgot to turn off the live broadcast. By the time she realized what was happening, a long time had passed. My dears, I'm sorry, I'm going to stop here today. I have something to deal with, so I'll end the show now. Bye. Schwer quickly turned off the live broadcast. The group of fans left in the live broadcast room looked confused and had not yet reacted before the live broadcast was turned off. Schwer shouted with a blush on her face. Brother Haotian. Some indescribable scenes come to mind. Because there was no sound insulation between the floors, a young man who was playing games downstairs heard the noise upstairs and shouted fuck and turned up the volume of his headphones to the maximum. What are you doing upstairs? It's so loud. Then continue to wear headphones and watch the learning materials. Suddenly, the sound from the headphones stopped. The young man looked up and saw that the door was kicked open. A middle-aged man walked in with a stick in his hand and hit the young man. An unsightly picture appeared on the computer screen, and the sound was played loudly. Ah! Some unbearable sound spread, and the young man quickly ran over to turn off the computer and said with an embarrassed look. Dad, listen to me and let me explain. No. Explain. I saw a middle-aged man holding a stick chasing after the young man, shouting. Just so you don't learn well, I work hard outside to earn a few dollars and enroll you in expensive cram schools and training courses, just to let you watch these inferior things? The fighting sounds downstairs and the noises upstairs seemed to make the whole floor lively. Time passed little by little. The sound from upstairs has stopped. Lin Haotian was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and from time to time he glanced at Schwer in the kitchen, who was busy stewing chicken soup for her beloved. After finishing the work just now, Schwer insisted on making chicken soup for Lin Haotian to nourish his body. But an hour had passed, and there was no chicken soup. All he could smell was something burnt. Lin Haotian quickly ran over to see what was going on. Schwer drove him out of the kitchen and pouted and said playfully. Brother Haotian, don't you believe in Schwer's cooking skills? It's not like Lin Haotian hasn't tasted Schwer's cooking before. He remembered that when he first came to Schwer's house, she actually mistook salt for sugar, making the dishes she cooked difficult to swallow. However, Lin Haotian didn't want to spoil Schwer's interest, so he said, I believe you. He tapped Schwer's nose with his finger. Schwer said gently. Brother Haotian, then you just sit on the sofa and wait. Lin Haotian returned to the sofa and watched TV when he suddenly received a call from Zhang Yong. Brother Haotian, I have already handled it. The people from the fire department have also gone to Tianxiong Huafu. Okay, any news on the house speculator you found? Not yet. Then let's do it ourselves. Do you know anyone who knows about construction engineering? We can also build a business district around here, including food, drink, entertainment, etc.
Brother Haotian, I know him, I'll do it right away. Okay, go ahead and do it. Lin Haotian hung up the phone. Brother Haotian, the chicken soup is here. Schwer brought chicken soup from the kitchen. Lin Haotian opened the lid and saw that it was simply a biological weapon. It was not a question of whether to eat it or not, but whether it would kill people. Schwer said with a disappointed expression. I followed the recipe, how could this happen? What went wrong? I'm so stupid, Brother Haotian, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lin Haotian gently touched Schwer's hair and said. It's okay. If it doesn't work this time, it will definitely work next time. I believe you. How about we order takeout today? But when Lin Haotian finished speaking, Schwer seemed to have thought of something and said. By the way, are you Brother Haotian? You reminded me. If it doesn't work once, let's try again. I just bought 2 old hens. I'll go prepare them now. There will be no problem this time. Brother Haotian, just wait for the chicken soup. Lin Haotian was speechless. He had only verbally comforted the little girl, but she actually took it seriously. And he didn't expect there was another one. But a few minutes later, there was a sudden explosion from the kitchen. Boom boom boom. Chapter 57 Imperial Meal. Lin Haotian hurried to the kitchen, looked at Schwer in the kitchen, and asked. Schwer, how are you okay? Schwer came out from the smoky kitchen, her face dark, and said to Lin Haotian in a wrong tone. Brother Haotian, the stew pot burned dry and exploded, and the chicken soup spilled all over the floor. I'm afraid you can't drink the chicken soup I stewed for you. Lin Haotian said with concern. Are you okay? Go wash your face quickly. It doesn't matter if you don't drink the chicken soup. As long as you're okay, it's fine. You scared me, did you know that? As he said that, he held Schwer tightly in his arms, not minding the black stuff on Schwer's face and hands. Schwer's 2 hands covered with chicken soup were suspended in the air, and she said aggrievedly. Brother Haotian, I'll go wash first. I'm afraid the dirt on my hands and face will stain your clothes. You can change it if it gets dirty. As long as you're okay, I'm glad you're fine. You must have been scared just now. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. I won't allow you to enter the kitchen again. Okay, Brother Haotian, I'll listen to you. What should we eat now? Schwer said as her stomach started to growl. Then we can only order takeout. Schwer, what do you want to eat? I want to eat Chinese food. I know a place called Imperial Kitchen. It's really delicious and the food is fresh, but it seems they don't deliver. Why don't we go eat there? You don't accept takeout? Yes, there is a long queue when you go there, it is very popular. Then we have to queue up if we go there. Forget it. I don't want to go out anymore. Let's go to this place. I want to see if they will deliver or not. Lin Haotian searched for Imperial cuisine on the internet and found a phone number. He then dialed the number and heard a lady's voice on the other end of the line. On the other side, in the center of Jiangqing City, there was a popular restaurant with a long line of people outside the door. At this time, the front desk phone rang. Hello, this is Imperial Kitchen. How many people would you like to reserve? I have 2 of you here. No need to make an appointment. Just deliver it directly. Sir, we don't accept takeout here. If you want to eat here, you have to queue up on site. There are more than 1,000 people in the queue now. I'm afraid you'll have to wait 5 hours if you want to eat here. The female receptionist picked up the phone, and when she heard the other party say that the food could be delivered directly without an appointment, she thought to herself, this is another statement made by someone who has never seen the world. Yushan has been open for more than 20 years. Why has it never accepted takeout? It is to keep the food fresh. Why is the imperial cuisine so famous? If it were 100 years ago, it would be Zigong cuisine, the dishes coming out of the imperial kitchen, which only the concubines, royal relatives, and nobles could eat. Ordinary people simply couldn't have it. What I ordered is takeout. I'll give you a chance. Let your boss deliver it personally. I'll buy your store for 50 million. Sir, you are kidding. The female receptionist looked incredulous. I'm hungry now, so I don't have time to joke with you. Are you bored? Give your boss 5 minutes and give me an answer. Lin Haotian said coldly. Okay, I'll go talk to our boss now, the female receptionist said cautiously. The female receptionist ran to the office on the third floor in a panic.
The boss, Wang Yongren, was sitting on the sofa in the office, leisurely smoking a cigar and admiring the disgusting picture on the computer screen.
Boom, boom, boom.
A hurried knock on the door disturbed the leisurely atmosphere.
Wang Yongren switched the interface dissatisfiedly and said,
"Come in," he said, looking up at the panicked female receptionist.
"You are also a veteran employee of the store. Can you be more steady in your work? Why are you so anxious? Tell me what has happened that has made you so anxious." The front desk said,
"Boss Wang, there's a gentleman who wants to order takeout here, and he wants to buy our Imperial restaurant for 50 million.
Wang Yongren said angrily. "You are so flustered about this. If he wants to eat, he can come to our restaurant and eat. We will send it to him. What do you think our Imperial cuisine is?"
The rules set by our ancestors cannot be changed. Although the times are developing and mankind is progressing, our Imperial cuisine must remain unchanged.
Everything must follow the rules, no one can break the rules. Wait, what did you say later? Say it again.
He said he wants to buy our Imperial kitchen for 50 million. At this time, Wang Yongren was no longer as fierce as before, and now he said with an ecstatic expression,
"But rules are made by people. The takeaway industry is developing vigorously now, so we should keep up with the times, right? What's his phone number? Call him right away. I want to discuss this cooperation. I want to personally deliver the dishes to him with the chef." The female receptionist was speechless after hearing this. It turns out that money really does make the world go round. After the call, Wang Yongren said respectfully, "Hello, sir. I am the owner of this store. You just said that you want to buy our store for 50 million. Is that true?" "Yes, please contact Li Wentao from Shangyan Restaurant directly. He is my employee. I have just called him and I believe he will contact you soon. Before that, please arrange for someone to deliver the food to me. I hope to be able to eat the delicious food of my own restaurant in half an hour." Feast Restaurant, Manager Li Wentao. Shangyan Restaurant is one of the best sky-high restaurants in Jiangcheng. The gentleman on the phone just now said that Manager Li Wentao is his employee. Could he be the owner of Shangyan Restaurant? Wang Yongren was shocked.
He almost offended the person who should not be offended. If he had offended him, he would have died a miserable death. Thinking of this, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead.
"Sir, I understand. What would you like to eat? I'll arrange it right away. There are only two of us. Please make a few of your signature dishes and send them over so I can try the Imperial cuisine I purchased and see if it's really as delicious as the legend says." Wang Yongren said respectfully. "Okay, I'll arrange it now."
Lin Haotian said the address and hung up the phone.
Soon, Wang Yongren received a strange call. "Hello, is this Wang Yongren? I'm Li Wentao, the manager of Shangyan Restaurant. Our boss just said he wants to buy your restaurant?" "Yes, Manager Li." "Okay, I've prepared a check for 50 million. If you have time, send someone to pick it up." Wang Yongren said excitedly. "Okay." Li Wentao said. "Yeah, that's it." 10 minutes later, the doorbell of Cher's house rang. Lin Haotian was a little confused that the takeaway arrived so quickly, but he still opened the door.
A man wearing a white chef hat and chef's overalls and a slightly plump man brought the food in, along with a few waiters in work clothes.
The slightly plump man was Wang Yongren, the owner of Yushan.
He said with a smile, "Sir, I'm worried that the takeaway delivery will affect the freshness of the food, so I brought our best chef and fresh ingredients, as well as tools."
"Can I borrow the kitchen?"
Lin Haotian was shocked when he saw that they brought a lot of things and some people. But when he thought about it, he was their boss now, so the service was really good. Lin Haotian said calmly,
"Come in, the kitchen is over there, thank you very much."
Wang Yongren said with a smile,
"Sir, you're welcome. This is what we should do." Chapter 58 Huaping Technology Company, Limited. After the chefs and waiters entered the kitchen, they were busy, taking out the tools and fresh food they brought with them, and everyone had something to do. Wang Yongren was watching from the side of the kitchen, fearing that there would be any mistake.
At this time, Lin Haotian signaled Wang Yongren to come over.
Wang Yongren came to the living room happily. Lin Haotian asked him to sit down and said, "How many years has our Imperial kitchen been open?"
"Sir, it has been open for more than 20 years.
"Is there a branch there?" Not yet. Is there a lot of customer traffic every day?
It's so big that sometimes others have to make an appointment 3 days in advance.
Oh. Have you ever thought about opening a branch?
I have thought about it, of course, but now we are short of funds and staff.
Well, that's easy.
I plan to invest 5 billion in your store and open branches.
And not just 1 or 2 branches, but chain stores. Not just in Jiangcheng, but all over the country. Let more people eat the imperial cuisine, and even more foreign friends can eat our imperial cuisine.
Sir, really? I actually had this idea before, but I never had such a large amount of funds, so many ideas were shelved.
You should have heard of the Feast Restaurant? Of course, Feast Restaurant is the largest sky restaurant in Jiangcheng. I want to add some of the concepts of Shangyan Restaurant to our imperial restaurant. Do you have Manager Li's phone number?
You can discuss the specific matters with him when the time comes. I will give him the full power of the 5 billion, so you can just contact him directly.
Wang Yongren said excitedly. Okay, Mr. Lin.
After a short while, a table of home-cooked meals was ready. Lin Haotian and Schwer sat at the dining table.
The dishes were steaming and the aroma was wafting in the air.
There were corn ribs, steamed sea bass, spicy crab, sweet and sour spare ribs, etc. Although they are all home-cooked dishes, each one has its own unique flavor, which is a little different from what I have eaten before. Even the ordinary stir-fried Chinese cabbage can be so delicious. It makes people sigh that it is worthy of being a restaurant that came out of the imperial kitchen.
The taste is really wow.
After the dishes were placed on the table, Wang Yongren took out a bottle of expensive red wine from the toolkit and said, "Sir, this is the red wine I brought specially for you and the lady to taste."
Lin Haotian took the red wine with a smile and said, "Yes, good food, good wine, and beautiful women are enough for life."
Then he waved his hand and said,
"Then you guys go back first."
Wang Yongren said respectfully, "Sir, we won't disturb you and this lady from dining.
Enjoy your meal." Wang Yongren quickly left with a large group of chefs and waiters. The meal took half an hour.
Because of the wine, Schwer's face was flushed. She leaned softly against Lin Haotian, blinking her big eyes at Lin Haotian and said coquettishly,
"Brother Haotian, I feel a little dizzy. Can you carry me to the bed and lie down for a while?"
Lin Haotian picked up Schwer. Her delicate appearance was so endearing. Her snow-white skin was rosy due to the alcohol. Her delicate facial features and seductive figure made Lin Haotian swallow his saliva and walk straight to the bedroom with her in his arms. After placing Schwer on the soft big bed, he gently stroked Schwer's forehead and said,
"She looks like nothing's going to happen for a while."
When Lin Haotian covered Schwer with a quilt and turned off the lights to leave, her waist was suddenly hugged by a pair of small hands. It turned out that the little guy was not asleep but still awake. I only heard Schwer say vaguely,
"Brother Haotian, don't leave, stay with me, okay?"
Lin Haotian frowned and said,
"Schwer, didn't you fall asleep drunk?" Schwer said mischievously, "Brother Haotian, Schwer is pretending to be drunk, otherwise how could she trick Brother Haotian into carrying me to bed? Can you stay with me tonight?"
she pleaded in a delicate voice. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye it was already midnight. Looking down at Schwer in his arms, she was immersed in a sweet dream. Lin Haotian didn't want to disturb Schwer's sweet dream, and was about to go to the living room to sit down, because he hadn't signed in yet. Just as she was about to leave, Schwer opened her eyes and asked in confusion,
"Brother Haotian, are you planning to leave?"
Lin Haotian came back to his senses and found Schwer looking at him charmingly, then said,
"Just now I saw you sleeping soundly.
I woke up and planned to sit in the living room so as not to wake you up, my dear." Schwer directly lifted the quilt, revealing her hot body, which made Lin Haotian unable to move his feet. Just like that, the two of them happily began another few hours of shameless fun. A few hours passed by little, and Schwer fell asleep due to exhaustion.
Lin Haotian seemed tireless. He put on his clothes, stood up and sat on the sofa. Lin Haotian closed his eyes and started today's sign-in.
A two-dimensional space interface appears in my mind.
"Host, are you going to sign in today?"
The system wizard said.
"Sign in."
Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully and have obtained 100% of the shares of Huaping Technology Company, Limited, with an estimated value of approximately 800 billion renminbi.
Lin Haotian was shocked.
Huaping Technology Company, Limited is a company that produces mobile phones, new energy vehicles and other high-tech fields.
It is a leader in our great country and is far ahead.
Because of the recent sanctions from the United States, they cannot use 5G chips, while other mobile phone brands in China can use 5G chips. Even so, some Chinese people still insist on choosing Huawei phones.
Support Chinese products. Then a strange phone call came. Hello, is this Lin Haotian, Mr. Lin? I'm sorry to bother you so late. I'm Lu Dong, the person in charge of Huaping Technology Company, Limited. Just now, you acquired our company in full. I would like to find a time to talk to you about the future development of the company. Are you free tomorrow? Where is your address? I will visit you in person tomorrow.
Lin Haotian said calmly.
Water Dream Manor Villa number 8.
The other party was not surprised at all. After all, they were able to invest 800 billion yuan to buy a company, so one can imagine how rich their assets were. There was nothing wrong with them living here.
Mr. Lin, are you free tomorrow? Let's have lunch at home tomorrow at noon. Okay, I'll come tomorrow at noon. Does Mr. Lin have any other plans? Not yet, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay, then I won't bother you, Mr. Lin. I wish you a happy life.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian searched for the latest information about Huaping technology on his phone, and what caught his eye was: the President of the United States, Trash, delivered a speech in Iowa, continuing to block 5G, semiconductors, high-tech, etc. from my country, and restricting the export of soybeans and other food.
Lin Haotian seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 59 Incredible. The next morning, Lin Haotian came out of Schwer's house happily, driving his Audi R8, humming Jay Chou's little song. He was so happy.
Just when he was happy, his cell phone suddenly rang, which disturbed Lin Haotian's good mood. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhang Yong calling, so he tapped his finger and answered the call.
Hey, Zhang, what's going on?
Zhang Yong on the other end of the phone said.
Brother Haotian, my old man wants to see you. Do you have time?
The old man is the former governor of Jiangcheng.
He has done so many good things for the people. It is my honor to meet him. Many people want to meet him but cannot. Of course I have time. Brother Haotian, I thought you were unhappy at first. I definitely couldn't hide the fake wine incident any longer, so I told my father and grandfather about it.
I also told them about our plan to buy a house in Tiansheng Huafu. I didn't have that much money at the time, so I told them too. They were all shocked when I told them that I was going to buy a house there, because the government strictly requires every official to block the news. My old man has an appointment at the Zhang family compound at 7 o'clock tonight.
Zhang Yong said. Okay, see you tonight.
Lin Haotian was thinking that last night Lu Dong, the person in charge of Huaping, had arranged to meet at Shui Jimeng Villa at noon today. However, Shui Jimeng Villa was still a bit far away from Zhang's compound in Jiangcheng, so he should change the appointment with Lu Dong to tomorrow. So after hanging up Zhang Yong's phone, he called Lu Dong again.
Hello, is this Lu Dong? Hello, Mr. Lin.
I'm really sorry, I have something urgent to do today, so I may not be able to meet you.
How about we make an appointment for tomorrow? The specific time. Come over tomorrow at noon and have lunch together. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll come to visit you tomorrow at noon. Do you have any other instructions? Not for now. Then I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Lin. I wish you a happy life.
After Lin Haotian hung up the phone, he continued driving back to Villa number 8.
Back in the villa, Li Yanran looked at Lin Haotian with her watery eyes for a long while.
After she came to her senses, she quickly ran over and threw herself into Lin Haotian's arms.
Brother Haotian, Yanran finally sees you. You haven't been back for a long time.
Yanran missed you so much. Lin Haotian felt the soft body in his arms, with a happy and excited face, rubbed her hair and said,
I'm back now, I missed you too. Brother Haotian, we haven't seen each other for so long, you won't forget Yanran, right? How could that be?
I just had some urgent matters to deal with in Wuching, so I haven't been back for so long. By the way, Yanran, please buy me some famous paintings and some good tea.
I need to visit a guest in the evening. Okay, Yanran, I'll do it right away.
Lin Haotian hasn't been back for a long time, but the villa is still as clean and tidy as ever. I guess the housekeeper and the waiter have kept the place very clean during the days he was away. Lin Haotian had just laid down on the soft sofa when a girl in a maid uniform came over, took off his shoes for him, and placed her legs on hers to massage him.
Sir, are you comfortable? How's the strength? It's not bad. Tao Tao misses you so much, sir. By the way, where did Yanran go?
Lin Haotian looked around and saw that there was no trace of Li Yanran, so he asked in confusion.
Tao Tao, who was having a massage at the side, said with a little jealousy, Sir, you only remember Sister Yanran? Are you uncomfortable with Tao Tao's massage for you? Comfortable, comfortable. Master, Sister Yanran is preparing a gift for you. Didn't you just ask her to prepare some famous paintings and tea for you? She is practicing now. Okay, got it.
Lin Haotian said calmly. After a while, Li Yanran brought over the famous paintings and tea she had collected.
Sir, Yanran has collected ancient paintings and some fine tea. Lin Haotian took the painting and spread it out to look at it.
He found that the content of the painting was very simple.
There was nothing special about it. There was just a thatched house and an apricot tree. He shook his head and said, Is this painting so simple? Li Yanran explained, Sir, this is Tang Bowa's thatched cottage with apricot blossoms. The painting is first-rate, and it perfectly expresses the vicissitudes of life in old age.
Sir, you see, although the apricot tree is crooked, it expresses its artistic conception.
Lin Haotian said. Well, very good, this Mr. Song, he must like it very much. Yanran, you did a great job. Wrap them up and put these gifts in my car. I have to go out this afternoon. Yes, sir, I'll go now. Soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Haotian came to the Zhang family compound with gifts. Zhang family courtyard is a very old building, it should have a history of several hundred years.
It was very quiet inside. Lin Haotian walked in carrying a gift.
Zhang Yang was waiting at the door to greet his brother Haotian. Mr. Zhang is over 70 years old this year. His head is full of white hair and there are age spots on his face. However, he looks still strong, especially his eyes, which reveal the alertness of an eagle.
When Lin Haotian was walking towards the old man was watering the flowers leisurely. Hello, Grandpa.
Lin Haotian greeted Grandpa Zhang. Mr. Zhang stopped what he was doing, looked up at Lin Haotian, and said elegantly, Xiao Lin, you are here, come and sit down. Lin Haotian handed the gift to the old man and said politely, I heard that the old man likes these, so I came here specially.
Haha, it's enough for you to come. Why bring any gifts?
Come and sit down and try the tea I made, said Mr. Zhang with a smile.
Old man, to be honest, I don't have any particularity about tea. I don't understand tea. Haha, that's it. I just like chatting with you young people.
No need to beat around the bush, just be direct.
Old man, I have heard about your deeds a long time ago.
You have done so many good things for the people of Zhangcheng. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. When Mr. Zhang heard this, he felt a little happy and prepared to refill Lin Haotian's tea.
Lin Haotian quickly took the teapot and said, Grandpa, I'll do it myself.
Old Master Zhang looked at Lin Haotian and asked, How did you know about Zhang Yong's batch of red wine? Because when the batch of red wine was shipped back, Zhang Yong kept it a secret.
Only his father, his assistant, and I knew about it.
Lin Haotian smiled and said, I want to say that I have the ability to predict the future.
Do you believe it? Mr. Zhang was stunned at first, then smiled and said, If I were a young boy, I might believe you, but I am already half buried in the ground. Do you think I would believe such an illusory thing? Although Zhang Yong told the old man about the red wine and even Tianxiong Huafu, one thing was a coincidence, could both things still be coincidences? This is incredible to Mr. Zhang. You may say that he has the ability to predict things before they happen, but Mr. Zhang has lived to such an old age and has seen all kinds of people. How could such an incredible thing be possible? You say he didn't know, but how did he know about the wine, and how did he know that Tianxiong Huafu was going to increase the price? This is really unbelievable. Old man, whether you believe it or not, this is the fact, Lin Haotian said calmly. Old Master Zhang smiled awkwardly and said, There's another friend coming over later. He's had a problem these past few days that's made him unable to eat or sleep. Would you mind my honor and help him take a look? Can you help him? At this time, Zhang Yong said in frustration, Grandpa, what do you mean? You don't believe that my brother Haotian has the ability to predict the future, but you want my brother Haotian to help you. Are you being hypocritical? Old Master Zhang glared at Zhang Yong and said, You rude boy, your uncle Wang has encountered a difficult case and hasn't had a good night's sleep for a month. I just want to help. Chapter 60 Horrible. Zhang Yong pouted and said, Although Uncle Wang has watched me grow up, you don't trust Brother Haotian, and then you ask him for help. This is too much. Mr. Zhang said, if Xiaolin feels embarrassed, then forget it, just pretend I didn't say this just now. Lin Haotian smiled and said, Grandpa, are you talking about Director Wang Ke, the director of Jianghan District, Wucheng?
Old Master Zhang was stunned at first and looked at Lin Haotian as if he was looking at a hermit, but then he calmed down and spoke lightly.
Have you also been following the recent news?
Just as Lin Haotian was about to speak, he looked up and saw that today's protagonist had arrived.
A man in police uniform walked in slowly.
His face looked extremely ugly, as if he had been up all night for several consecutive nights. His eyes were bloodshot, red as if stained with blood, and his eyes revealed deep fatigue and helplessness. His face was as dark as the sky covered with dark clouds, without a trace of life. And the originally straight back was now slightly bent, as if carrying a heavy burden. His steps were heavy and slow, and each step seemed so difficult, as if his legs could no longer support the weight of his body. This person is none other than Wang Ke, director of the Wucheng Jianghan Bureau.
Hello, Grandpa.
Wang Ke nodded to Grandpa Zhang, then found a place to sit down.
You look exhausted. Have you stayed up all night again?
Please take care of yourself.
How can I sleep peacefully without catching those damned bastards? The people of Wucheng are in a state of panic now.
Zhang Yang said in surprise, Uncle Wang, what happened?
Wang Ke asked back, didn't you watch the news?
Zhang Yang picked up his mobile phone and captured what had happened recently.
No wonder Uncle Wang was so angry and tired.
On the Dragon Boat Festival, a murder occurred in Wucheng. When several thieves were stealing, a family of 3 just came back. The 2 sides ran into each other and the criminals killed all 3 of them. The means were horrible.
2 adults and a 5-year-old child.
On the second day after this incident, 3 more cases occurred, and the method of murder was the same as that on the Dragon Boat Festival. 4 elderly widows and 3 children under the age of 7 were brutally murdered.
Stealing money and killing people.
A month has passed, and there has been no progress. The people of Wucheng are living in fear. Wang Ke is the director of the Jianghan district of Wucheng. There has been no news, forcing him to stay in the office for a month, watching the surveillance every day, analyzing the case, and trying to find a breakthrough as soon as possible.
But after so many days, there is still no news.
Wucheng also attached great importance to these cases and dispatched a large number of armed police, but still failed to capture the suspects. Wang Ke angrily threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. How could they have the heart to do this to 3 children who are not even 7 years old, and their methods are so brutal? If they really wanted money, they would have just taken the money and left. The old man and the child had no strength to fight back.
How could they be so cruel? Besides, what can a 7-year-old child remember? The children are innocent. Zhang Yang was also very angry after hearing this. He finally understood why the old man wanted to help Uncle Wang.
If this group of social cancers is not eliminated, Wucheng will never have peace. Mr. Zhang said, I also saw the news that there were 3 of them.
Wang Ke responded, yes, there are 3.
Wang Ke continued, for the past month, we have been investigating, watching surveillance footage, and looking at the tools used in the crime.
We have basically determined that there were 3 people.
Although they were wearing masks at the time, judging from their figures in the surveillance footage, they were 3 young men. Their tools were chairs, hammers, kitchen knives, etc.
Zhang Yang asked anxiously, Uncle Wang, didn't they leave fingerprints?
Wang Ke said angrily, they wiped off their fingerprints when they left, so there were no fingerprints left.
Wang Ke thought for a moment and said, now I am worried that they will commit crimes again. We don't have any clues about them now.
We only know that there are 3 of them, and they are all young people. We don't know their whereabouts at all.
Now the people of Wucheng are in danger. At this time, Mr. Zhang glanced at Lin Haotian and asked, Shaolin? Wang Ke then noticed the young man sitting next to him and said disdainfully, Old man, is this the person you said you would introduce me to? Mr. Zhang nodded and said, yes.
Wang Ke glanced at Lin Haotian, greeted him, and said with a worried look on his face, Grandpa, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
I really can't delay even a moment.
Lin Haotian said at this time, the perpetrators should not be 3 people, but 5 people.
After hearing this, Wang Ke asked in confusion, how do you know there are 5 people? Guess. After hearing this, Wang Ke became even angrier.
He had come here today for Mr. Zhang's sake, and had also heard Mr. Zhang talk about Lin Haotian's deeds. What kind of fake wine is this?
But Wang Ke didn't believe it.
He respected the old man, so when the old man told him all this on the phone and invited him to come, he didn't show that he didn't believe it and just came.
But when Lin Haotian said that he was just guessing, Wang Ke was furious. Boy, this is a real murder case, not a joke for your entertainment. Please be careful with your words. I was already busy with the case, and this guy actually came here to cheat. Wang Ke stood up and said, "Old man, I'm leaving first. There are still many things to deal with in the police station." Mr. Zhang stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It won't be too late for you to listen to what he has to say first." Wang Ke said, "Grandpa, I really have to go. He said he was just guessing. Who would believe that?" In the past month, whether we looked at the surveillance or investigated the scene, it showed that there were 3 people. He said there were 5 people, and he said he was just guessing. What does he think of our Public Security Bureau? Lin Haotian explained, "Director Wang, I understand your anger, but things have to be resolved, right? If these people are not caught, I think you, Director Wang, will also be unable to sleep or eat, right? Believe me, I am not a charlatan, please listen to my analysis." Lin Haotian continued, "There were indeed 5 people at the crime scene. The reason why you saw the surveillance footage saying there were 3 was because there were 2 people who were not under surveillance, so you didn't notice them." Wang Ke asked in confusion, "How do you know there are 5 people?" Lin Haotian did not answer this question. After a while, Lin Haotian said, "Tonight, they will commit another crime, and the location of the crime will be at your home, Director Wang." The whole audience was shocked. Wang Ke, Zhang Yang, and Old Man Zhang stared at Lin Haotian with disbelief on their faces. Chapter 61:3 Nanomanufacturing Blueprints. After hearing what Lin Haotian said, Wang Ke's whole body trembled, because he hadn't been home for a month. He was in the director's office every day, lying on the sofa to rest when he was tired. His wife and daughter were his weaknesses. If something happened to them, how would he continue his life? Lin Haotian continued, "Director Wang, you live in Wansanjuan community. Your daughter's dance class should start at 6 tonight and end at 9, right?" Wang Ke was surprised and said, "How do you know this?" "You can ask Zhang Yang and others about where I live, but few people know about my daughter's dance class." Lin Haotian said, "The criminals will knock on your door at 10 o'clock tonight, and your wife will open the door." Wang Ke asked, "Why knock on the door instead of picking the lock? Why bother?" Lin Haotian said, "Because your house is unlocked with fingerprints, it is difficult to pry open the door, so I can only knock on the door." Wang Ke asked, "Then why did they choose our family? Is it to take revenge on me?" Lin Haotian said, "It's not revenge. The criminals have been staking out the house where there are no men but only old people and children, so it's easy to attack. And Director Wang, you haven't been home for a month, right?" Wang Ke said, "There are many families with no men but only old people and children. Why did you choose our family?" Lin Haotian looked at his watch and it showed 9 o'clock in the evening. "Whether you believe it or not, the criminals will be here at 10 o'clock tonight. Director Wang doesn't have much time left. Please arrange for the police to go out quickly, otherwise." When Wang Ke heard Lin Haotian say this, he quickly stood up and said, "Boy, if the information is inaccurate, you are disrupting the time of the people's police." Lin Haotian said, "Director Wang, time is running out. I suggest you don't wear police uniforms when you go there. Wear plain clothes instead. It's best to go in through the underground garage. The criminals are already guarding your door." Wang Ke quickly signaled to Mr. Zhang that he was leaving. Mr. Zhang did not dare to stay any longer and told him to leave quickly. At this time, Lin Haotian also stood up and said to Mr. Zhang, "Old man, it's getting late. I should go back too. You should go to bed early." Zhang Yang hurriedly followed, wanting to see Lin Haotian off. At this time, only Old Man Zhang was left in the Zhang family's yard, sitting under a big tree, thinking about something. Lin Haotian and Zhang Yang walked out of the compound, and Zhang Yang asked, "Brother Haotian, we can catch the criminals tonight, I'm so happy." Lin Haotian smiled and said, "I can't bear it either. There are really not many good police officers like Director Wang who are dedicated to the people. I don't want his family to suffer." Zhang Yang said, "Brother Haotian, you have now rescued Director Wang's family. If it weren't for you, Director Wang's family might have." Lin Haotian said jokingly, "You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I'm just making it up?" Zhang Yang glanced at Lin Haotian and said confidently, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes last time, the fake wine incident, and the Tianqian Huafu incident, I would have followed you, Brother Haotian, forever. I will hate you wherever you point me now." Zhang Yang looked at Lin Haotian with fanboy eyes. Lin Haotian said, "Last time I mentioned to you about buying a piece of land in the northern part of Wucheng, have you heard about it?"
Zhang Yong said, I heard from my father that there are several plots of land to be auctioned in the northern part of Wuchang in the next few days. This time the Land Bureau has 6 plots of land to auction here. The largest plot covers an area of 2,400 acres. It is located in the northern part of Wuchang, very close to our Tianxiong Huafu. Lin Haotian said, remind me in a few days, and I will go to the auction site with you. I want to buy the largest piece of land and build a large shopping mall, entertainment, food, etc. Create the largest and most luxurious business district in Dahua. When the time comes, you can also invest, and I will help you make money together.
Zhang Yong said happily, Brother Haotian is so good to me.
If I follow Brother Haotian, I can eat meat. Lin Haotian walked to the Audi R8 and said, okay, I'll go back now.
I'll contact you at the auction.
Zhang Yong said, okay, then Brother Haotian, drive slower.
Bye. Lin Haotian drove the Audi R8 into the manor villa. Li Yanran was already waiting for Lin Haotian at the door. It's already 11 o'clock when I get home. Li Yanran took Lin Haotian's arm and walked into the hall. Lin Haotian wanted to take a shower, and soon he was already in the bathtub and the bathroom.
Li Yanran came to the bathroom, opened the door, took off her clothes very skillfully, and then walked into the bathtub.
Master, let me rub your back. Lin Haotian grabbed Li Yanran, and the two were in the bathtub.
Then an unbearable sound was heard. The other maids in the villa were already accustomed to these sounds, so it was nothing special to them and they continued to be busy with their own things. After half an hour, these sounds showed no sign of stopping. After more than an hour, the sounds finally stopped. The bathroom door slowly opened and Li Yanran was already dressed. She walked out as if nothing had happened, but she exuded the signs of a mature woman. Li Yanran returned to her room, lay on the bed, thinking about what had just happened, a look of satisfaction on her lips, and then she fell into a deep sleep. After a while, Lin Haotian also walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a woolen bathrobe, and stood up to go back to the bedroom to sleep. Just when Lin Haotian was about to fall asleep, he remembered that he had not signed in today, so he called out the system to sign in for today. Lin Haotian closed his eyes tightly, and the system appeared in his mind like a two-dimensional interface.
Host, do you want to sign in today? Sign in. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the 3-nanometer manufacturing blueprints.
They have been stored in the system warehouse.
Please pick them up yourself. Lin Haotian jumped for joy.
It would come in handy when he met Lu Dong the day after tomorrow.
Lin Haotian took out the manufacturing drawings from the system warehouse.
The drawings were in a 5-inch thick booklet. When he opened it, he saw some steps for manufacturing nanomachines. Lin Haotian was not an engineering student, so he still couldn't understand some parts.
Forget it.
When I meet Lu Dong the day after tomorrow, I'll just let him do the research. After all, professionals should do professional things. After Lin Haotian put the booklet into his ring space, he lay on the bed and fell asleep.
On the other side. 8:30 p.m. Wansanjuan Community.
Because it is a month after the Dragon Boat Festival, it is still very hot outside and there are not many people walking downstairs. There were lights on in the community, and a private car entered from the underground garage.
At 8:40. 2 drunk people are being polite to each other.
I'm happy today, I'll treat you, let's get together often in the future.
My wife is very strict and doesn't allow me to drink. Otherwise, we can get together every day.
So you're also henpecked. I'm not afraid, I have 3 highs, and my wife is right not to let me drink.
Otherwise, I might die suddenly from drinking and I won't know it.
The two of them were talking to each other and walked to the side of the gate. They saw 2 dark shadows not far away. I couldn't see their specific appearance clearly, but I could sense that there were 2 dark shadows waiting there.
The 2 drunks continued, okay, let's get together next time. As they were talking, 2 people had already entered the gate. They were none other than Director Wang Ku and his colleague. The private car had already stopped in the underground garage, and more than a dozen people came out. Chapter 62, Get Started. When Director Wang Ku and his colleagues walked into the gate, Director Wang Ku's face was filled with shock. He stamped his feet and said, he really guessed it right. There are indeed people waiting at the gate. If he hadn't reminded us, we would have alerted the enemy directly if we had gone in through the gate. The colleague next to him supported the pale and weak Director Wang Ku and said, then I will notify the brothers now. Director Wang Ku thought for a while and said, damn it, we finally waited for them this time, we must not let them get away. When we notify the brothers later, don't alert them, we must take down these bastards tonight. Bring them to justice. We need to find someone to control those two figures. Please inform Xiaowu and Xiaoshi to guard here. Okay, Director Wang, I'll contact you right away. After the two finished talking, they met up with the brothers in the underground garage and got on the elevator. Director Wang lived in room 1101, Unit 1, 11th floor, but they did not go down directly on the 11th floor, but sat on the 15th floor before getting off the elevator. Before getting off the elevator, the stairs pressed the 18th and 24th floors. After Director Wang and his team came down from the 15th floor, they went down along the safety staircase of Unit 2 and directly entered the fire corridor of room 1102 on the 11th floor. Through the lights outside, they could see everything that was happening at the door of Director Wang Ko's house. 8:50 p.m. Director Wang Ko had cold sweat on his forehead and he kept staring at the watch on his wrist. Time passed slowly, the night was quiet and silent, the movements of cats and dogs could be clearly heard. Wang Ku and his group were on high alert, sitting upright, their eyes fixed on the door of room 1101. When the time came to 8:58, three people suddenly appeared. They came up from the safety stairs of Unit 1. Each of them was wearing a mask, and it was impossible to tell what they looked like. When Wang Ku and his team saw this scene, they felt that this police call was a very correct choice, and everyone was fully prepared. One of the three people took a lock-picking tool and tried to pry open the door lock, but the door lock seemed to be a smart lock, which was different from a regular lock. After prying for half a minute, there was still no progress. The three people looked at each other, and one of them instructed the other to knock on the door directly. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The man raised his hand and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Is Lao Wang back? The person outside did not answer. Just when the door was about to open, Director Wang Ke's face was full of bulging veins, and his expression was ferocious. He ordered, "Hurry up." Wang Ku and his group, about a dozen people in total, pinned the three masked men to the ground and controlled them before they could take any further action. Wang Ku closed the door as quickly as possible and did not open it until the three people were under control. Seeing his wife and daughter preparing to open the door, Wang Ku's eyes turned red and tears could not stop flowing. He has spent these days in the police station and has not been with his wife and daughter. If he had not listened to Lin Haotian's words tonight, perhaps his wife and daughter would have been brutally murdered like the murder that happened a few days ago. Thinking of this, he felt a chill on his back. He had thought about it before, whether he should tell his wife all this directly, but he didn't believe what Lin Haotian said at the time, let alone his wife. The three were controlled. After Wang Ku calmed his wife and daughter, he looked at the three fiercely. He was very angry and kicked them several times and cursed. "You bastards, damn it, I finally caught you." Director Wang, Xiaowu, and Xiaoshi have already controlled the two people outside the community gate. Xiaowu asked with concern, "Director Wang, are my sister-in-law and the child okay? Are they not frightened?" After Xiaowu finished speaking, he walked into the room and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you okay? Pan, are you scared?" "It's okay, it's a good thing you came, otherwise I really don't know what to do," Mrs. Wang said with lingering fear. Director Wang and his team took the five suspects away. Director Wang couldn't help but want to call Lin Haotian to thank him. If it weren't for him, who knows what would have happened to their family. But when he looked at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, so Lin Haotian must have gone to bed. 9 o'clock in the morning. After an all-night interrogation last night, all five suspects confessed that the previous four cases were committed by these five people. Zhang Shui was the leader of the criminal gang. He had been idle since childhood and had made friends with a group of bad people, engaging in theft and robbery. The five people committed intentional homicide and robbery, and their behavior was particularly cruel, which fully constituted the crime of intentional homicide. At this point, Wu Cheng's horrific case that had been going on for a long time finally came to an end. Wang Ku was in such a good mood at the moment. He sat leisurely in the Public Security Bureau office, smoking a cigarette happily. He was thinking that he should call Brother Lin to thank him properly. So he picked up his phone and dialed the number. Lin Haotian on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "Congratulations, Director Wang. You don't have to sleep in the police station anymore. You don't have to stay up all night. You can have a good sleep now." Director Wang was silent for a while and then said, "Then I have to thank Brother Lin for providing me with clues that allowed us to catch these five bastards in one fell swoop. Thank you also for saving my wife and children, and even our entire family." Lin Haotian smiled bitterly and said, "Director Wang Ku, you can just call me Xiao Lin, or my full name Lin Haotian. You are Zhang Yong's Uncle Wang."
Zhang Yong and I call each other brother and younger brother. You calling me brother Lin makes me feel a little weird. Director Wang laughed and said, "Ha, you reminded me this time and saved my wife and children. I have to be friends with you no matter what." Lin Haotian was silent for a while. Director Wang Ku was in a very good mood now. First, he finally caught 5 suspects for the sake of the people. The sky of Wuchang finally cleared and the moon was bright. Second, his wife and children were not harmed this time. As the saying goes, you will know how precious it is to have something only after you have tasted the pain of loss. Cherish everything you have now. Wang Ke smoked a cigarette, exhaled and said, "Mrs. Lin is really powerful. I, Wang Ke, have finally seen it. But thank you so much for saving my wife and children." Director Wang, you're too polite. Protecting social stability is something that every citizen must do. Lin Haotian said easily. Wang Ke was silent for a while and said ashamedly, "I'm not very good at talking, but thank you anyway. I thought what you said before was arrogant. Now that I think about it, I really shouldn't have disrespected you like that. It's very offensive to you, so please don't take it to heart." Lin Haotian said jokingly, "Director Wang, you and I are now on good terms. Can I feel that I have a wife in our Wuchang Public Security Bureau?" Wang Ke paused and did not answer the question, but asked, "I'm still a little curious, how did you guess that the criminals would be in our house?" Chapter 63 is like finding a treasure. Lin Haotian smiled and said, "I told you, I was just guessing." Wang Ke said seriously, Okay. Brother Lin is really powerful. I admire you so much. With your ability, it would be a pity if you don't become a policeman. I wonder if you are interested in developing in our Public Security Bureau? With your strength and talent, if you come here, you will definitely be able to show your talents. At that time, we will definitely provide you with the best resources and opportunities to let you give full play to your talents. With your joining, I believe that the efficiency of solving cases in our Public Security Bureau will be greatly improved and become the leader in the industry. Moreover, with your wisdom and judgment, I believe you will be able to help us solve various complex cases and maintain social peace and justice. How about it? Do you want to consider it?" Lin Haotian decisively refused. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ke looked at the phone solemnly and was silent for a long time. The other side. Back at the manor villa, Lin Haotian lay on the sofa, looking at the main hall of the villa, where several maids were busy cleaning. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the villa. When Li Yanran walked over to open the door, she looked through the peephole and saw a man standing outside the door. He was wearing an exquisite black suit, looking particularly solemn and professional. He held a briefcase tightly in his hand, which seemed to contain important documents or items. There was a hint of anxiety on his face, and his eyes kept looking at the door, as if he was waiting for someone to show up. The man leaned forward slightly, showing his inner anxiety and uneasiness. His brows were slightly furrowed and his lips were tightly pursed, revealing a nervous mood. His eyes were sometimes anxious and sometimes firm, as if he was thinking about something important. He stood straight and tall, but at the same time he was uncomfortable. His feet kept shifting, showing his inner restlessness. His fingers kept fidgeting with the handle of his briefcase, as if he was trying to relieve his anxiety in this way. The whole scene gave people a tense and depressing atmosphere, which made people wonder what kind of emergency this man in a black suit and holding a briefcase encountered. Li Yanran opened the door and asked politely, "Sir, who are you looking for?" "Hello, I am Lu Dong, the person in charge of Huaping Technology Company, Limited. I made an appointment with Mr. Lin yesterday to meet today." "Oh, then please come in, our master is sitting in the hall, I'll take you there right away." Li Yanran brought the man in, and the man followed closely behind. He looked around and saw a dozen girls dressed as maids busy cleaning. Everyone had a great figure. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva unconsciously. Li Yanran said to the young master lying in the hall, "Sir, someone is looking for you." Lin Haotian sat up from the soft sofa, looked up at the man, and said lightly, "Lu Dong, you're here. Have you had breakfast this morning?" "Mr. Lin, I came here after having breakfast this morning." "Yanran, go prepare some fruit plates and desserts, and then go to the wine cellar to get a bottle of better red wine." "Okay, sir." After receiving the instructions, Li Yanran turned around and left, telling the maids to start preparing. "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Don't bother me," Lu Dong said hurriedly when he saw this scene. Lin Haotian asked directly, "Lu Dong, let's get straight to the point. Tell me what problems Huaping Technology Company, Limited encountered?"
Why can't we use 5G?
Lu Dong slapped the table and said angrily, because our Huaping has developed rapidly and has surpassed the United States. The United States has used such despicable means to restrict us, such as 5G and chips.
Because we use their chips. Then can we produce chips?
If we don't use theirs and produce them directly, we won't be subject to these economic sanctions.
We won't be threatened by them. Lin Haotian asked.
We also tried to use our own chips, but there was always something missing that got us stuck here.
Lin Haotian then took out the 3-nanometer manufacturing blueprint from the ring space and handed it to Lu Dong, which was 5 centimeters thick. This is a 3-nanometer manufacturing blueprint.
It contains the manufacturing process.
Take it back and study it carefully. Lu Dong took the booklet and couldn't wait to open it.
Looking at the detailed manufacturing process, Lu Dong seemed to have entered a high-tech page, intoxicated and unable to escape.
The expression on his face was also shocked for a while, and laughed for a while.
Mr. Lin, this booklet is really a treasure.
With this booklet, I believe that if you give me 15 days, my technical team and I will be able to produce the first 3-nanometer lithography machine in Dahua country.
Lu Dong took the booklet and put it into his briefcase as if it were a treasure.
With tears in his eyes, he said to Lin Haotian excitedly, Mr. Lin, your booklet is really a relief for my urgent need.
I will go back now and work with my technical team to produce 3-nanometer lithography machines, and strive to produce our own chips in Great China as soon as possible. This way, we will no longer be subject to economic sanctions from Great America, and we will have our own voice.
Lin Haotian smiled and said, Lu Dong, do you have any needs in terms of funding and talent?
Lu Dong touched his head and said, Mr. Lin, our team is still lacking.
The 3-nanometer lithography machine is not a small project.
If we want to develop it in a short period of time, we need a large number of scientific research talents.
Lin Haotian said, well, I've thought about this too. I'll give you 500 billion renminbi first. You're an expert in this area. I hope our company will expand its laboratory.
Then we'll recruit some high-end scientific research talents and strive to break through 1 nanometer within a year, surpassing those countries such as the United States, Kimchi, and the island countries.
Let everyone in the world know that our great China is a technological power.
After hearing this, Lu Dong was so excited that he couldn't speak. He thought to himself, it turns out that Mr. Lin is as concerned about Dahua as he is. Such a person is really a blessing for our Dahua. He not only has outstanding talent and wisdom, but also has deep feelings for the country and the people. His existence makes us feel extremely proud, and it also inspires more people to work hard for the prosperity of Dahua. I believe that under the leadership of people like Mr. Lin, our Dahua will surely achieve greater achievements and realize a better future. I originally thought that I would come here just to report on my work and then deploy the company's future development. I didn't expect to gain so much today.
Not only did I get 3-nanometer production drawings, but I also got 500 billion renminbi to form a high-end scientific research team.
Lu Dong held the briefcase and said confidently, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will complete the task. Lin Haotian patted Lu Dong on the shoulder and said, well, I believe you. Lu Dong stood up hurriedly and said, Mr. Lin, I won't eat here anymore.
I need to go back to see my team. We can't waste a moment. Take care, Mr. Lin. I'll take my leave now.
At the moment, Lu Dong only has the 3-nanometer manufacturing drawings in his mind, nothing else.
If possible, he would like to fly back and stay in the laboratory all day. Lin Haotian smiled and said, okay, let's go back. Chapter 64 Wang Kurson appears. Brother Haotian, why did you think of me?
It's only been such a short time since we last separated and you miss me already, Zhang Yong said shamelessly.
After Lu Dong left, Lin Haotian picked up the phone and called Zhang Yong. Brother Haotian, I heard about what happened last night. This morning, all the headlines in Wuchang were full of news, saying that 5 suspects were arrested in Wansanjuan community.
Yes, Director Wang called me this morning, Lin Haotian said calmly.
Brother Haotian, you are so awesome. I can't even imagine what would have happened if you hadn't gone to our house yesterday and reminded Uncle Wang.
Zhang Yong said excitedly.
Uncle Wang was very good to his wife and daughter. If he had really been killed by those criminals yesterday, I think Uncle Wang would not want to live.
Zhang Yong said with a sigh.
Lin Haotian comforted her and said, it's okay, it's all over, as long as they are okay now.
Lin Haotian continued, I want to start a physical business in Wuchang.
Do you want to join us? Zhang Yong said excitedly, Brother Haotian, what kind of physical business is this? Tell me about it.
Lin Haotian smoked a cigarette, exhaled and said, "Where I live is in a town in Wuchang. There is a large sea area. I want to contract the sea area and produce seafood. I found that the seafood market is really profitable." Zhang Yong was stunned at first, then he stared at Lin Haotian and said, "Contracting the sea area, so this is what my brother Haotian is thinking." Lin Haotian said, "Wuchang is originally a sea area, and the town where I live is a place with a good geographical location and good water quality."
Brother Haotian, don't say so much. Anyway, I believe in you and I will just follow you. Anyway, I will definitely get rich if I follow Brother Haotian.
Well, you know a lot of people in Wuchang, so you can use them to help us avoid running around like directionless mosquitoes.
Okay, I understand, Zhang Yong said. By the way, Brother Haotian, the auction will be held tomorrow.
Well, that's it, bye.
Lin Haotian hung up the phone.
At this time, Li Yanran came over, followed by a man in his 50s or 60s wearing a black suit. "Mr. Lin, this is Uncle Li, the housekeeper of Villa Number 8.
He is here to visit you on the orders of his master."
Lin Haotian frowned slightly.
Although Uncle Li looked to be over 50 years old, he seemed to be in excellent physical condition. "Tell me, what do you want from me?"
Uncle Li bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin.
I am Li Kangon, the butler of Villa Number 8. The ladies usually call me Uncle Li.
My lady wants to invite Mr. Lin to dinner at home. She has prepared a rich meal.
Could Mr. Lin come?"
Lin Haotian did not directly answer whether to go or not, but asked, "Uncle Li, who is your young lady?"
"I believe Mr. Lin has heard of the four major families, the Jia family, the Shi family, the Wang family and the Shui family. My young lady is from the Wang family. Since my master is old and has retired long ago, all family affairs are managed by my young lady."
Uncle Li said this with a proud look on his face, as if he was talking about his own child. The Jia family, the Shi family, the Wang family, and the Shui family are powerful and are the four most powerful, wealthy, and noble official families in Jiangcheng.
The four families are intricately intertwined, mutually restrained, and have huge assets. They are among the best in the entire Jiangcheng. If they are mentioned outside, everyone in the common people will know about them."
Lin Haotian said calmly, "I know, but I'm not very familiar with it." Uncle Li was stunned when he heard this. He didn't know what Lin Haotian meant. He always felt that he was cold.
If it were someone else, they would have flattered the four major families long ago, but what about him? Not familiar with a word? Lin Haotian said calmly, "Okay, since you are so sincere, I will go." Uncle Li nodded quickly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your presence."
Uncle Li was waiting on the side, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see Lin Haotian change his clothes and was still wearing pajamas, so he couldn't help but ask,
"Mr. Lin, why don't you go change your clothes? Isn't it just a quick meal? Let's do whatever is convenient. As for my clothes, I won't change them. They are comfortable like this,"
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Uncle Li didn't know what to say anymore.
After all, Mr. Lin had finally agreed to come. If he annoyed him and didn't come, the young lady would blame him.
So Uncle Li had to lead the way. Inside Villa Number 8.
Lin Haotian walked into the villa in his pajamas with Uncle Li. Uncle Li invited Lin Haotian to sit on the sofa in the hall. After Lin Haotian sat down, he looked around and found 6 maids coming towards him with some cakes, fruits, etc. Uncle Li told the maids, "Put these on the coffee table first, and then go downstairs." After the 6 servants put away the things, they said to Uncle Li respectfully,
"Okay, Manager Li."
Then they all went downstairs. At this time, Uncle Li bowed to Lin Haotian and said, "Mr. Lin, please wait here for a moment. I will go and talk to our young lady." After Uncle Li finished speaking, he went to the elevator, took the elevator, and went to the 3rd floor to find the lady. Lin Haotian was lying on the sofa, eating delicious pastries. After a while, a woman in a light yellow tube-top dress came over. She was in her 20s, with delicate features, a cherry mouth, straight legs and 8-centimeter high heels.
She was elegant and noble, like a princess. Lin Haotian was stunned.
When the woman came down the stairs, when there were still 2 steps left, she noticed that Lin Haotian was wearing home pajamas and flip-flops. She was stunned for a moment and felt that he was different from the people she knew. When others heard that they were going to meet the Wang family, one of the 4 major families, or the young lady who was in charge of the entire Wang family, they would dress up specially, but this man actually came in pajamas. At this moment, the woman suddenly fell down the stairs because she didn't walk steadily.
Lin Haotian quickly took over Miss Wang.
The woman in his arms looked at Lin Haotian, her fair face flushed, and she even forgot that she was still in his arms. After Miss Wang reacted, she stood up quickly, and her blushing face became even redder, like a red apple.
Are you the daughter of the Wang family? Lin Haotian asked. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Wang Kurson, you can just call me Kurson. Lin Haotian raised a smile and said, what a nice name, but I don't know what Miss Wang's intention is in inviting me to dinner. Lin Haotian doesn't believe that there is such a thing as a free dinner in the world. There must be a purpose for eating, otherwise what is the point? Wang Kurson said respectfully, Mr. Lin, you think too much. I have heard of you for a long time and wanted to visit you for a long time, but you were not away all the time. I only saw you return to the villa these few days and had the opportunity to meet you in person. Lin Haotian didn't really take this polite remark to heart, but instead praised her like Wang Kurson and said, Miss Kurson, you are beautiful, wealthy, and have high emotional intelligence. There must be a lot of people chasing after you, right? The two of them were praising each other's business, talking back and forth, which immediately set the atmosphere into high gear. Chapter 65, Sonata Pathetique. At this time, Uncle Lee flattered and said, Mr. Lin, the food is ready. Please move to the restaurant and have dinner. After the two sat down, Uncle Lee waved his hand, and a dozen maids brought out a variety of delicious food from the kitchen and placed them on the dining table. Lin Haotian noticed that the plates, bowls, and even chopsticks were all made of gold, and he was a little shocked. As expected of the four major families in Jiangcheng, even the tableware they use is made of gold. The dishes on the table are very rich, including Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and local cuisine. Wang Kurson looked at Lin Haotian with her beautiful eyes. It was obvious that her mind was no longer on eating. This handsome young man had already entered her heart the moment he caught her. She covered her mouth and smiled, Mr. Lin, please try this dish. This dish is a specialty of Wucheng. I heard that Mr. Lin's hometown is Wucheng. Come and see if it is authentic. Lin Haotian picked up the chopsticks and took 2 sips, then said politely, it tastes authentic. Thank you, Miss Kurson, for your hospitality. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with the gift that Xin gave you before? Lin Haotian smiled faintly and said, satisfied, satisfied. I will prepare a return gift for Miss Kurson someday. As long as Mr. Lin is satisfied, I'm glad. I was wondering if my gift didn't catch Mr. Lin's eye, why didn't he respond? Now it seems that I was overthinking. A bottle of vodka worth more than 20 million, such an expensive thing, is actually not attractive to him. You must be overthinking it. Lin Haotian thought that he had been busy with Wucheng's affairs recently, so he put this matter out of his mind. Mr. Lin, this is the red wine I just took out from the wine cellar. Please taste it and see how it tastes. As Uncle Lee spoke, he carefully opened a bottle of red wine with a cap opener. The aroma of the wine filled the air, making people feel refreshed. Then Uncle Lee respectfully poured Lin Haotian a glass of wine, handed it to him and said, Mr. Lin, please. Lin Haotian took the red wine, took a sip, and felt that it tasted very good. The aroma of grapes was still lingering on the tip of his tongue. Wang Kurson motioned for a few servants to come over and told them to move a piano to the center of the hall. After a while, the piano was moved here. This piano was an acrylic crystal piano made of pure crystal. Because it is made of pure crystal, its appearance is naturally beyond words. This piano is worth a lot of money at first glance. Wang Kurson stood up and walked over, lifted the black cloth covering the piano, and asked curiously, I wonder if Mr. Lin can play the piano. Eating is not the ultimate goal today, playing the piano can liven up the atmosphere. Ever since Lin Haotian was rewarded with master-level piano skills by the system, he has nothing to do now, so it doesn't hurt to show it off. Lin Haotian agreed immediately and said, I only know a little bit. I learned a little bit before. That's great. I recently bought a new piano. Could you try it, Mr. Lin, to see how it sounds? Of course you can. Actually, I've only learned piano for a few days. If I don't play well, please don't laugh at me, Miss Xin. Lin Haotian stood up with a smile. Lin Haotian walked towards the hall. There was silence all around. Under the watchful eyes of Uncle Lee, a dozen servants and Wang Kurson, he sat on the piano chair. The moment his hands placed on the keyboard of the piano, his temperament changed completely, as if he was wearing a tuxedo, and his temperament became fresh and refined. So charming. When the piano sound rang out, a pathetique sonata shocked the whole audience. Sonata Pathetique was originally a work by the world-renowned pianist Beethoven.
This piece of music has solemn tones, passionate emotions, and is full of sadness. The melody is melodious and tear-jerking.
And everyone is familiar with this song. But because it is so familiar, there is no way to surpass the classic in my interpretation. After all, it is a classic.
This piece of music is not difficult, but it is very difficult to play it in a way that can arouse people's empathy. Many beginners can perform it easily, but it is quite difficult to play out that kind of heart-wrenching feeling, which even masters cannot do. A piano piece, if you can bring emotion into it, will directly elevate the piece to a higher level. Looking at Lin Haotian again, his piano skills have been upgraded to the grandmaster level by the system. Whether it is the sense of immersion or the sense of technique, he handles it very well. His performance of Sonata Pathetic almost allows people to enter their most sensitive and untouchable inner world.
Everyone present seemed to be immersed in their inner world, unable to extricate themselves. They all felt the helplessness, pain, and regret in their inner world. Their emotions were moved again by the piano melody. The unknown emotions that were immersed in the depths of their hearts completely burst out at this moment. They couldn't help but think of the helplessness of missing out on learning opportunities and wasting their best years of youth when they were young and ignorant. They thought of the regret that they had not disciplined their children well and let their children go astray. They also remembered that they were young and frivolous, and the woman they loved had already married, but they still couldn't forget her. My whole heart trembles at this.
As the melody rose and fell, everyone at the scene unknowingly shed tears of helplessness, regret, remorse, or disappointment.
This melody makes me want to cry, and I can't control it," said a maid, wiping her tears.
"Although I don't understand what he is playing, the rhythm he plays always makes me follow it and reminds me of my past miserable self," said one maid to another.
"Miss, have you learned a little bit?"
"I, Uncle Lee, have also been influenced by it, but I have never heard anything so beautiful," Uncle Lee said, wiping his tears with his left hand. Everyone was shocked, and no one's heart could calm down for a long time.
A maid was looking at Lin Haotian, who was sitting next to the piano with obsession.
His elegant temperament made her fall in love with him. Wang Kerson's face was flushed and her heart beat faster towards Lin Haotian. She was shocked by Lin Haotian's excellent piano skills. The way this man played the piano just now was so fascinating. He played the piano with great skills, and he was also very gentlemanly and handsome. As an expert, Wang Kerson could naturally hear how brilliantly the piece was played. Although she had been learning piano since she was 5 years old, and had been doing so for more than 20 years, compared to Lin Haotian, she was not even an elementary school student.
After Lin Haotian finished his song, the whole villa fell into silence.
There were tears on everyone's face, as if they had not yet come out of their sadness. It was not until 5 minutes later that everyone came out of the sad emotional world.
Pa pa pa. Wang Kerson clapped her hands and said to Lin Haotian with admiration,
"Mr. Lin's piano skills are really first-rate. This pathetic sonata is almost exactly the same as Beethoven's original performance.
I am really impressed.
I originally wanted to show Mr. Lin my piano skills, but after listening to Mr. Lin's piece, I don't want to teach him anymore.
I need to learn more from Mr. Lin. Can you please teach me?"
"That's easy.
Next time Miss Kuxian comes to my house, I'll teach you,"
Lin Haotian said with a smile.
Then he looked at the time and it was getting late. Lin Haotian said calmly, "Ms. Kuxian, it's getting late. Thank you for inviting me to dinner today. Please come to my house some other day."
"I'll be leaving first."
Wang Kerson hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, please take care. I'll see you off." After Wang Kerson sent Lin Haotian out of the villa, she stopped smiling and became aloof. "Uncle Lee, what do you think of Mr. Lin?" Uncle Lee on the side thought for a moment and said slowly, "People are fine, but I wonder if they can be used by us. We need to plan this carefully,"
Wang Kerson said coldly.
Chapter 66 1000 Houses. The main hall of Villa Number 1.
As soon as Lin Haotian came back, his cell phone rang. He took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number.
"Hello, is this Mr. Lin Haotian?"
said a sweet-voiced girl on the other end of the phone.
"Yes, it's me. Who are you?"
Lin Haotian frowned and asked in confusion.
"Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you.
I'm Jiang Kaitong, the property manager of Changbei Mansion.
I'm calling you because you haven't come to sign for the house. Do you have time to come over recently? It's like this.
You need to pay property fees for the 1,000 fully renovated houses here, and the fee is about 30 million renminbi.
There are also some other procedures that you need to handle in person.
When Jiang Kaitong mentioned 30 million, her voice trembled. She has been engaged in property management for many years. Although she has seen some speculators, she has never seen 1,000 houses in one community.
Moreover, the property fee alone is 30 million yuan. You can imagine how high the house price is. People living here are all well off.
Lin Haotian thought to himself that he almost forgot about the 1,000 houses in the North City mansion that were given as a gift when he signed in through the system.
It was only after she reminded him that he remembered. It just so happens that I have some free time now, so I'll go over there right now and take a look at the environment around the houses, and also see how to deal with the next 1,000 houses.
Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll wait for you at the gate of the community.
I'll add you on WeChat and send you the location of the community. See you later. Lin Haotian hung up the phone, walked to the garage, and drove the Audi R8. At this moment, a WeChat window popped up to add a friend.
A lady with a professional suit as an avatar applied to be added as a friend, and then pushed his location to him.
20 minutes later, they arrived at the North City mansion. A young girl in professional attire was standing at the gate of the North City mansion.
Jiang Kaitong was wearing a professional suit, a white shirt and a short suit on the upper body, and a lined tight skirt, black stockings, and a pair of 8 cm high heels. Her figure was well proportioned, and her eyes kept looking at the passing vehicles. She waited anxiously, and looked at the watch on her wrist from time to time.
It's almost time, it should be here soon, Jiang Kaitong said a little confused.
At this moment, an Audi R8 drove towards her. After parking the car, a handsome young man opened the door and slowly walked towards her.
Lin Haotian walked up to the lady and asked calmly, "Are you Jiang Kaitong?"
Jiang Kaitong was stunned for a moment, then she recovered and nodded, saying, "You are Mr. Lin, right?
I'll take you in right now.
Our property management has prepared some small surprises." Jiang Kaitong didn't expect that Mr. Lin, who was so young, owned so many properties, 1,000 houses.
It's worth showing off for ordinary people to own a house in this community.
After all, the houses here are not only about the layout and supporting facilities, but also school district houses. Not only does he have a lot of houses, but he's also so handsome, which makes people kind of interested in him.
Little surprise?
Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows, feeling puzzled, and followed Jiang Kaitong into the residential area. At this time, the entrance of the property was decorated with lights and a large banner with the words "Welcome Home, Mr. Lin" written on it. There were 70 or 80 people standing next to it, and the scene was very lively. At this time Lin Haotian's face darkened.
He didn't like being so high profile. The community didn't belong to him alone. There were other residents as well.
Especially at this time, the property management doing this was simply disturbing the residents. At this time, a fat, bald man came over respectfully and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, welcome home. I am Lu Haoren, the property manager here."
Lin Haotian glanced at him coldly and said, "Did you prepare this?"
Lu Haoren said happily, "Mr. Lin, I prepared it. This is Mr. Lin's first time here, so we must prepare it carefully."
"Are you satisfied?"
Lu Haoren thought that doing this would please the second-generation rich man in front of him.
Don't second-generation rich people generally like to be the center of attention?
Lin Haotian's face darkened, and he stared at Lu Haoren fiercely and said word by word,
"Who gave you the right to do this? Do you know that this disturbs the public? Quickly remove all of these, or you will have to leave as well, and the other people in the property management department should do what they are supposed to do." Lu Haoren was shocked. Why was this rich second generation different from what he thought?
Other rich second generations didn't care about others and only cared about their own happiness, but he was different. He felt an inexplicable jealousy in his heart.
"Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go right away," Lu Haoren said hurriedly, beads of sweat dripping down his head. He ordered the people around him to move the things away quickly. When he left, he apologized and said, "Mr. Lin, it was all my fault for not thinking it through. Please don't be angry." Jiang Kaitong, who was standing next to Lin Haotian, was even more adoring of Lin Haotian. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very polite. He was not like other rich people who liked to show off and wanted to have the word rich written on their faces. He was truly unique. At this time, Jiang Kaitong didn't dare to look at him a third time, for fear that she would be conquered by Lin Haotian's temperament, fall for him, and even be unable to extricate herself. Lu Haoren and the others had almost packed up their things, then quickly ran to Lin Haotian and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Lin, is there anything else you can do for me?" Lin Haotian waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." Lu Haorun left with the other property managers. Before leaving, he signaled Jiang Kaitong next to Lin Haotian to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Kaitong nodded in understanding. At this time, only Lin Haotian and Jiang Kaitong were here. Lin Haotian looked her up and down. Her appearance here scores 9.5 points, with long black hair that reaches her waist, a slightly flushed face, and two restless little hands clasping the corners of her clothes. Perhaps she knows that Lin Haotian is looking at her, so her heartbeat is even faster. Her hot body makes her professional attire look like a hot girl outfit. Lin Haotian is really attracted by her looks. After all, men like hot things. Lin Haotian raised the corners of his mouth, smiled playfully and said, let's go see what the house I bought is like. I haven't seen it yet. They came to a 120 square meter top floor, which had a great location and offered a panoramic view of the river city. Lin Haotian looked out the window at the busy main road of Jiangchang and the bustling urban environment, and sighed in his heart. What a wonderful world, what a wonderful life. Thinking back to a few months ago, I was just an ordinary person in this city and couldn't even imagine such a life. I have lived in this city for several years, and I have never felt as comfortable as I have in the past few months. If it weren't for the system, I might still be living in a daze in the rental house, like an ant in this river city, and would never be able to reach these mountains. Life is like this, just like a bow that can make a woman fall asleep. Although we are powerless to resist, let's just enjoy this beauty. Chapter 67. Do you know who my dad is? At this time, Lin Haotian fell into deep thought and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? Jiang Kaitong, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Haotian motionlessly, in a daze, as if he was thinking about something. The sunlight outside the window shone on Lin Haotian's face, making the aura of Lin Haotian, the melancholy prince, more distinct, sometimes sad and sometimes happy. Lin Haotian suddenly turned around. Jiang Kaitong, who was standing beside him, did not notice the sudden turn and fell directly into Lin Haotian's arms. At this moment, her heart was beating like a rabbit, and Lin Haotian also felt the heartbeat of the woman in his arms. At this time, the house was empty, with only two people, a man and a woman, and the ambiguous atmosphere became even stronger. It took Jiang Kaitong half a minute to realize that she was still in Lin Haotian's arms. She stood up in shock and said in panic, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't see you turn around just now, so I'm really sorry. Lin Haotian said calmly, it's okay. Jiang Kaitong has been working in this company since he graduated from university. The company's employees are all security guards and so on. He has never met anyone who matches him, and his social circle is not wide, so he has never met the right one. Today, seeing Lin Haotian's handsome face and unique temperament, she was deeply attracted to him. Yes, she has fallen in love with him. She worships him. At this moment, Jiang Kaitong took the initiative to confess to Lin Haotian, Mr. Lin, I like you. She said shyly, her face red as an apple. This was the first time she confessed to a man. Because I have no experience, I speak very frankly. No fancy words, only sincerity. Lin Haotian smiled. He would not force anyone, but he would not reject such a sincere woman. Since she was so proactive, how could a man resist? So the two of them began their shameless exercise. It is really an ultimate enjoyment to look out at the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Time passes little by little. Lin Haotian said calmly. This house is left to you. You can live here in the future. Jiang Kaitong held Lin Haotian's hand tightly and said, Brother Haotian, is this true? Can I really live here? You are my woman now, you must have a place to live, this must be true. Thank you, Brother Haotian. Brother Haotian is the best to me. Jiang Kaitong lay in Lin Haotian's arms, acting coquettishly. In fact, I also want to buy a house here on my own, but the housing prices here are too expensive. A working-class person like me simply can't afford it. Even if I can scrape together the down payment, the repayment pressure will be too great. Some people are born with everything, but some people are born with nothing, and it will be impossible to have anything even if they work hard all their lives. I seized this opportunity, and Brother Haotian gave me a house, so I don't have to worry about renting a house anymore, and I don't have to worry about moving every time. When Lin Haotian said that she was his woman, she felt very warm in her heart. He accepted her. She has fallen in love with him, and can't help herself, she has fallen in love with him uncontrollably. Even if she is not his only woman, but only the woman beside him, she is already very satisfied. Also, please help me rent out my remaining house. Okay, Brother Haotian. Brother Haotian, are you hungry? How about we go downstairs and eat something? Well, I'm hungry too, so let's clean up and go. Brother Haotian, I just happen to know a delicious restaurant, why don't we go there to eat? Okay, let's go eat there. After they had packed up, they took the elevator together. When they reached the first floor, the elevator door opened and a man in a suit came forward with a lady next to him. The men wore brand-name suits and the women were dressed up beautifully. Lin Haotian, is this you? Lin Haotian looked in the direction of the voice in confusion, and saw a man wearing black-framed glasses who thought for a long time. Who is this man? Suddenly, the ferocious face of the person who was bullied during my sophomore year emerged in my mind. It turns out he is the school bully. Li Wenxiang? Li Wenxiang said with disdain, "What have you done to me, working in a real estate agency?" He grew up in a well-off family. His father seemed to run a company and had a relationship with the president of the university. So every time he bullied students at school, he was suppressed by the president. When Lin Haotian was a sophomore, he was also bullied by him, but this matter must have been suppressed by the president. Li Wenxiang looked Lin Haotian up and down and found that he was just wearing an ordinary suit, nothing valuable. Zizizi, you are a graduate of our finance class, but you don't even have a proper job. You work as a salesperson in a real estate agency. This kind of job is probably available to people who have never been to school. You can't find a job, right? You are really embarrassing our school and our class. Don't say you are Li Wenxiang's classmate when you go out. I will be embarrassed. The lady next to him, who was dressed in fancy clothes, looked up at Lin Haotian and thought that he was a poor loser except for his handsome appearance. She said with contempt, "Brother Chang, how do you know this poor loser?" "Oh, he is our college classmate. You see, all of our college classmates are decent people, but look at him, he looks like a piece of shit." The lady in gorgeous clothes took Li Wenxiang's arm and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Chang, they are not as good as you are the best." Li Wenxiang raised a smile and said, "Since we are classmates, I have a few houses here. You can help me rent them out. Look at me, I'm giving you the opportunity to make a fortune. It depends on whether you can grasp it or not." The gorgeously dressed lady at the side said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Chang, I didn't expect you to be so good in that aspect. You are also quite kind. I really love you so much." Then he looked at Lin Haotian with disdain and said, "Poor loser, why don't you thank my brother Chang quickly? Look how powerful my brother Chang is." Lin Haotian ignored the two of them and prepared to. Li Wenxiang noticed Jiang Kaitong next to Lin Haotian, stared at her with lustful eyes, and said with a lewd smile, "This woman is so beautiful, come to my arms quickly, follow me, I will let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks." Lin Haotian couldn't bear it any longer and punched Li Wenxiang in the face, knocking out his two front teeth. Li Wenxiang covered his mouth with one hand and tried to fight back with the other hand, but Lin Haotian took a quick step and handcuffed Li Wenxiang behind his back, making him unable to move. He said viciously, "You dare to touch my woman? You are courting death." Li Wenxiang had never suffered such injustice. When he was in school, he was the only one who bullied and beat others, but no one beat him. After graduating from university and entering the society, as a rich second generation, he was surrounded by many bootlickers, but he had never seen anyone like Lin Haotian. He didn't react for a moment and looked at Lin Haotian in shock. Lin Haotian said, "Why are you looking at your grandfather?" Li Wenxiang finally reacted, his eyes bloodshot, and he yelled, "How dare you do this to me? This is outrageous. You poor loser, do you know who my father is?" Lin Haotian shook his head speechlessly and said, "How should I know who your father is? Are you an illegitimate child?" Chapter 68. Kneel down and apologize. Jiang Kaitong, who was standing next to him, covered her face and laughed, "Brother Haotian, he doesn't even know who his father is? How romantic must his mother be? So pitiful, could he be an illegitimate child raised outside?" Lin Haotian also started laughing. The laughter of the two made Li Wenxiang even more angry, and he even wanted to kill someone. The gorgeously dressed girl wiped the sweat off Li Wenxiang's face with concern and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Chang, please don't get angry with them. It will hurt my heart if you get angry. You poor loser, my brother Chang has bodyguards, I will ask them to come and arrest you. You know that my brother Chang's father is a famous real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng, worth hundreds of millions, so hurry up and apologize to my brother Chang. You kid, I won't make it difficult for you. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I will consider letting you walk out in one piece today. Otherwise, you will have to walk out lying down." Snap. As soon as Li Wenxiang finished speaking, he felt a burning sensation on his face.
It turned out that he was slapped in the face by Lin Haotian.
Fuck you, you dare to hit me, I'll kill you.
When Lin Haotian heard what Li Wenxiang said, he just smiled calmly and said, I hope you can still be so stubborn later. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, found the phone number and dialed it.
Li Wenxiang on the side laughed and said, You poor loser, are you going to make me laugh to death? You have no parents, no one to rely on, who are you going to call? Who are you going to scare? He.
Lin Haotian sneered and said nothing. The phone was answered after 2 rings.
Hello, Mr. Lin, it's so late, what can I do for you? Is there a supplier named Li in our group's underground?
Stop supplying his goods, and then send someone to carefully check the quality and source of their previous supplies.
I want to make the Li family disappear.
Lin Haotian said calmly to the person on the other end of the phone.
Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it now.
Lin Haotian hung up the phone, and Li Wenxiang beside him laughed even harder.
You poor loser, stop pretending to be so high and mighty, it's making me laugh to death. But after a few minutes, Li Wenxiang's cell phone suddenly rang.
He took out his cell phone and was very happy when he saw that it was his father calling.
Dad.
I was bullied, and he even said that our Li family should disappear.
What a joke.
Boy, it turns out that you are the one who got into trouble outside.
Why did you have to pick on young Master Lin when you could pick on anyone else?
Quickly kowtow to young Master Lin and admit your mistake, and ask him to let our family go. Li Wenxiang had a confused look on his face, staring blankly at Lin Haotian. His heart was in turmoil and he was in a state of panic.
Dad, did I hear you correctly? You want me to kneel down and apologize to this poor loser? You heard me right. You must sincerely apologize to Mr. Lin until he forgives you.
Otherwise, I will not acknowledge you as my son and will cut off your pocket money.
Do you hear me? He hung up the phone. Li Wenxiang was almost frightened to death and his legs felt weak. Li Wenxiang, are you sure you want me to kneel down and apologize to you?
Lin Haotian said calmly. There was an astonishing sense of kingship in his words.
It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. How can I ask Master Lin to apologize to me?
I was blind and didn't recognize the great man.
I apologize.
Lin Haotian thought to himself, it's really like that.
Li Wenxiang, is this just the little misunderstanding you mentioned? You just blocked my way and tried to desecrate my woman. Do you want to play mahjong with us?
No, that's not the case. Li Wenxiang is now regretting so much that his intestines are turning green. He knew that if Lin Haotian did not accept his apology and did not withdraw the thorough investigation of their company would be finished. He realized that he had hit a wall, and it was made of titanium alloy.
A phone call from Lin Haotian could make his father so nervous. This was enough to show how strong Lin Haotian was.
The person who was once stepped under his feet has now become someone he can't afford to offend. If you kneel down and admit your mistake, I might give you a chance and let your family get through this safely.
Li Wenxiang, what do you think?
Lin Haotian had just finished speaking.
Li Wenxiang's face turned gloomy.
He is also in his 30s, and his girlfriend is right next to him.
How can he feel bad for a grown man to kneel down? Mr. Lin, I've already apologized. What do you want? Do you really want me to kneel down? Li Wenxiang looked left and right in embarrassment. My girlfriend is still here, and I can't get over this mental hurdle. I've never been treated like this before. Of course, if you don't want to, I'm a very reasonable person, I won't force you.
Lin Haotian smiled faintly. There was no threat in his words, and it sounded like this person was very generous and polite, not caring at all about the bad things that had happened before. But just a few light words made Li Wenxiang's hair stand on end, and his anus couldn't help but tighten. Because he was thinking of Jaha in Zhangcheng. Everyone knows what kind of person Master Jaha is. He never shows his emotions on his face. He is also very polite and gentle to others. He never loses his temper or has conflicts with others. But this is the kind of person who looks gentle on the surface, but is actually as venomous as a snake. If you accidentally offend him, he certainly won't say anything to you. But in secret, you will know the consequences of offending him. It is simply worse than death. Death is not terrible. What is terrible is that you cannot die, but have to live in this world and suffer inhuman torture. Lin Haotian's few words just now were so similar to Jaha, who was known as the devil of Zhangcheng. Li Wenxiang was so frightened that he stood there in a daze.
If Lin Haotian had a tougher attitude, perhaps Li Wenxiang would have been even tougher and would have resisted. But Lin Haotian posed no threat, which made Li Wenxiang even more afraid. Because everything probably comes from the unknown. Plop.
When Lin Haotian was about to take Jiang Kaitong away, Li Wenxiang actually knelt down.
Shocked, dumbfounded even.
Mr. Lin, I was wrong, please forgive me. Li Wenxiang said aggrievedly.
Li Wenxiang, why did you kneel down? I was just joking with you, why did you take it seriously?
He didn't expect that his domineering aura would scare Li Wenxiang silly. After all, there was no threatening tone in his voice just now, and he was gentle throughout. At this moment, Jiang Kaitong admired the brother in front of her even more.
He was such a king.
Lin Haotian thought to himself, he just made a phone call and stirred things up a bit, and this was the result.
Women are born to admire strong men, that's their nature. The girlfriend who was dressed up beside him also looked at Lin Haotian with admiration. She said tenderly, Brother Lin, you are so great.
Her boyfriend, a wealthy second-generation man in Jiangcheng, was actually kneeling in front of this poor loser. Oh no, Mr. Lin.
This was simply unimaginable. She looked at Lin Haotian's temperament and became even more fascinated.
Get up, Lin Haotian said calmly.
Then he took Jiang Kaitong away. Li Wenxiang stood up from the ground. His face was gloomy.
Even though he has apologized, his girlfriend has already started to distance herself from him. When he just got up from the ground, his girlfriend didn't come to support him. He felt that his girlfriend looked at him with contempt and disdain.
He remembered what happened today. He felt this was a great humiliation. He simply couldn't accept it.
Lin Haotian, wait for me, I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge.
Li Wenxiang's teeth were almost broken, and the blue veins on his forehead were visible. He looked at Lin Haotian's receding back with a gloomy face, as if he was planning something. Chapter 69 Assassination. Cut the grass at its roots. There was a hint of murderous intent on Li Wenxiang's face. Brother Chang, can you tolerate this kind of injustice? Said the beautifully dressed girl at the side. This is absolutely unbearable. Tell Wan Lin that he can take action now.
Li Wenxiang said viciously.
In a fast food restaurant.
Lin Haotian and Jiang Kaitong sat down. When the boss saw Jiang Kaitong coming, he immediately came over and looked at the handsome man next to him and said happily.
Atong, you're here. Is this your boyfriend? You finally got it. Uncle Zhao, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Kaitong blushed and said shyly.
Uncle Zhao, I'll give you one portion as before, and one portion of the signature dish as well.
Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Lin Haotian watched Jiang Kaitong talking to the owner of the store. He could tell that she was a regular customer, and this Uncle Zhao treated her as warmly as a relative. After a while, all the dishes were served. Lin Haotian looked at these home-cooked dishes and felt a little hungry. The battle just now had indeed consumed a lot of physical energy. Brother Haotian, I come to this small restaurant often. Don't be fooled by its small size, but the dishes here are very authentic and delicious.
Jiang Kaitong picked up a piece of crispy meat and fed it into Lin Haotian's mouth. Lin Haotian took the crispy meat, tasted it and nodded.
Well, it tastes really good and authentic.
It tastes exactly the same as what I ate when I was a child. Lin Haotian said excitedly. But before I could finish my words, I suddenly felt something touching the inside of my thigh.
I lowered my head in confusion.
At this time, Jiang Kaitong actually took off her high heels and rubbed her jade feet in black stockings against Lin Haotian's thighs.
There are a lot of people in the small restaurant now.
If someone bends down to pick up something, they can see some unsightly scenes under the table.
You? Are you teasing me?
Lin Haotian smiled playfully.
Brother Haotian, I didn't hear you clearly, can you say it again? No. Don't.
Jiang Kaitong bit her lip and held back a sound. The people next to them looked towards their table and looked at them with confusion. Uncle Zhao, who was still busy in the kitchen, also heard the sound. He rushed over before he could put down the spatula in his hand. He said to Jiang Kaitong with concern, Atong, what's wrong with you?
Are you okay?
Jiang Kaitong smiled awkwardly and said, Uncle Zhao, I'm fine, go and do your work, don't worry about me. Uncle Zhao looked at himself still holding the shovel, touched his head and said, sorry, it turns out I was too concerned.
I'll go get busy now, you guys enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, order more. Brother Haotian, I know I was wrong, please let me go.
Jiang Kaitong bit her lip, her face still flushed, and said pleadingly.
Let go? Didn't you take action first? Didn't you take action first? Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows. Brother Haotian, please let me go. I beg you.
Jiang Kaitong still begged. Lin Haotian then let go of his hand. At this time, Jiang Kaitong quickly retracted her jade feet wearing black silk stockings.
Her panicked face turned even redder.
She thought that she was almost discovered just now.
It was so embarrassing. But there is still a secret feeling of pleasure in my heart.
It turns out that other people like secret relationships and extramarital affairs, and this is what it feels like.
Haotian, I want to go back. How about we go back?
Jiang Kaitong blushed and spoke awkwardly while biting her lip.
Go back? How about we sit in the car for a while? Lin Haotian raised the corner of his mouth.
Jiang Kaitong was stunned at first, with a surprised expression on her face, then she nodded and spoke obediently.
I listened to Brother Haotian. The two quickly came out of the diner and into the parking lot.
The Audi R8 has a very good sound insulation effect inside. They had a deep communication inside and no sound could be heard from outside.
Time passed by little. It was soon evening.
The door of the Audi R8 was opened, and Jiang Kaitong walked out. Her face looked a little tired, but also a little satisfied, and her black stockings had several small holes.
Jiang Kaitong was shocked and felt that her brother Haotian was so powerful. He seemed tireless and occupied the territory like a wild beast. Brother Haotian, I'll go back first. Please drive slowly. Jiang Kaitong said. Bye, go back and have a good rest. You won't have to go to work tomorrow, so take a good rest. I'll come to see you when I'm free.
Lin Haotian said lightly.
After systematic strengthening, Lin Haotian's body is incomparable to that of ordinary people.
Lin Haotian stepped on the accelerator and the Audi R8 ran on the bustling streets of Jiangcheng.
Suddenly he walked into a small alley and a car blocked his way. Who is it? Lin Haotian sneered. It seems that I can't hide anymore. Since I was seen as soon as I came in, he must have noticed my license plate number. Lin Haotian thought secretly in his heart. There were not many people on this street, and because it was night, the lights were very dim. A young man wearing a hood and combat uniform walked out of the car. Lin Haotian looked the man up and down. There was a murderous aura about him. Tell me, who sent you here?
Lin Haotian said indifferently. The man opposite him did not answer his question, but stared at him fiercely, holding a combat dagger in his hand ready to attack. The man rushed forward with a dagger. He was so fast that every stab of the knife was aimed at Lin Haotian's vitals, but Lin Haotian dodged them easily. The man looked at Lin Haotian, who was able to dodge his knife every time, and he couldn't help but think of something. Then he made the most fatal attack and stabbed the dagger towards Lin Haotian's head.
This time Lin Haotian did not dodge, but snatched the man's knife away a second before he stabbed his head.
The man had no weapons left, so Lin Haotian put the knife against the man's neck.
I underestimated you. The man said coldly. You are also very strong, but you met me.
Lin Haotian said with a smile. Who do you work for? Perhaps the man knew that he was no longer able to resist, or perhaps he felt that he would surely die today, so the man actually answered. I have no choice. My mother is terminally ill. I can only be a killer. It makes money quickly. Wait a minute. The man felt that he was doomed and wanted to end his life. Lin Haotian stopped the man. Can you talk to me now? I didn't say I wanted your life. Do you want to die now? The man immediately pleaded. Please let me go. My mother at home is waiting for me to pay for her medical treatment. But I'm just curious. It's a pity for you. With your skills, you could have a bright future. Why do you want to be a killer? And what disease did your mother have that made you like this? When the man heard Lin Haotian's question, he collapsed and sat on the ground. If possible, who would want to be a desperado? Who doesn't want to do an honest job? My mother raised me and could have lived out her life in peace, but this year she was diagnosed with cancer and has to rely on dialysis and chemotherapy to survive. The medical bills are very high and an ordinary job is not enough to support her. She has no choice but to do this kind of murder business. Chapter 70. The killer surrenders to me. Looking at your skills, I think you should be a soldier, right? I have served in the United States before.
I am considered a mercenary there. So do you have a murder case on your hands? Is it clean?
No, this is the first time I've killed someone. Besides, the people I dealt with before were all gangsters, and they all deserve to be put to death.
I'm not from the underworld, so why did you kill me? Who sent you here? I have no money left.
My mother is lying in bed and needs money for treatment.
They offer a lot of money, so I have no choice. If possible, who would want to do this? The man replied honestly. Now that you know, you can kill me.
But before you kill me, please promise me not to hurt my mother.
She has had a hard time already.
The man said helplessly.
Aren't you afraid of death?
Lin Haotian asked. I am afraid, but I had anticipated this when I took on this mission.
If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. If you die like this, what will happen to your mother?
She still needs a lot of medical expenses waiting for treatment. The only way is to have my mother be my child in the next life, and I will be her father and treat her well.
Oh? You're pretty nice to your mother. What if I say I can cure your mother's illness? What did you say? Can you cure my mother's illness? My mother has cancer, and it's in the late stage.
The doctors said there is no cure.
The man looked at Lin Haotian in disbelief. If I tell you that I can cure your mother's illness, what will you do? Lin Haotian said seriously and looked at him sincerely. Hearing Lin Haotian's words, the man immediately knelt down. If you can cure my mother's illness, I can follow you and be the sword in your hand. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I can even kill Li Wenxian to show my loyalty. When the man heard Lin Haotian say that he could cure his mother's illness, he was ecstatic. If his mother could survive, he would have the courage to live. His mother was the most important person in his life. I admire you for being so good and filial to your mother.
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Come on, take me to see your mother. Lin Haotian got in the car, and seeing the man standing there in a daze, he said, What? Aren't you getting in the car yet?
The man was shivering at this moment. The two of them were life and death rivals just a moment ago, but now Lin Haotian could actually let go of the past and take the initiative to save his mother.
So he asked in disbelief. You can really save my mother? Are you really willing to help me?
I need someone as loyal as you by my side, and you're just the right person.
I will be loyal to you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west.
The man sat in the passenger seat, and the two chatted on the way to the man's house.
It turns out that the man's name is Lung Feng.
He lost his father when he was young and depended on his mother for everything. His mother raised him with great difficulty. When Lung Feng grew up, he had good physical fitness. He heard that foreign mercenaries paid a lot of money, so he went to the United States to become a mercenary. His old mother had been waiting for his return for 10 years. Every day for 10 years, the old mother sat at the entrance of the village waiting for Lung Feng to come back. Finally, Lung Feng came back, but a few days after the reunion, the mother felt unwell one day and went to the hospital for a checkup.
The result was shocking.
The mother was diagnosed with advanced cancer.
My mother has never enjoyed any happiness and has never traveled far.
When Lung Feng came back this time, he wanted to take his mother to travel around, but this verdict shattered all his beautiful fantasies. In order not to burden her son, the mother drank pesticides and attempted suicide at home. Fortunately, she was discovered in time by Lung Feng and sent to the hospital for gastric lavage, saving her life. Lung Feng begged his mother to let him live well, otherwise he didn't know how he would live if his mother passed away. Only then did his mother agree to let him live well. However, faced with the high medical costs of these cancer drugs, ordinary workers are simply unable to afford it, so they choose to take this killer path of no return. Today, the assassination of Lin Haotian was the first order Lung Feng received. When he took the business, he hesitated for a long time, because the other party asked him to kill someone, and kill an ordinary person. If he killed someone, he would have a murder case. The laws in our Great Hua country are very strict. Anyone who kills someone will go to jail, or even be sentenced to life imprisonment or death penalty. But looking at his dying mother on the hospital bed, Lung Feng could only grit his teeth and embark on this road of no return. Unexpectedly, he met Lin Haotian today. Lin Haotian was not killed by him, but said that he could save his mother. Lin Haotian not only pulled him up from the road of no return, but also gave him hope for life. Time passed by little during the chat, and soon, we arrived at Lung Feng's residence, which was a very dilapidated tube building. Electric wires were intertwined next to it, and because it was night in the alley, the lights were also very dark, and the sound of dogs barking could be heard from time to time.
We're here. This is my home. Please come in, Mr. Lin.
Lang Feng got out of the car and led the way, asking Lin Haotian to be careful of the water on the ground.
Lin Haotian smiled and got out of the car.
Lang Feng led the way in front, and soon they reached the 5th floor. Because it was an old residential area, there was no elevator, so they could only climb the stairs. Fortunately, they had enough physical strength, so the 5th floor was not a big problem for them.
Lang Feng opened the door and was greeted by a strong smell of medicine. Don't be disgusted.
Lang Feng said awkwardly.
Take me to see your mother quickly.
Lin Haotian said with a smile. Lang Feng walked towards the south gate and opened the bedroom door.
Feng, you're back.
The old woman said weakly. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Haotian saw a white-haired old woman lying on a sickbed with tubes inserted into her body and the medical equipment next to her was working. The old woman was about to get up, but Lang Feng hurried forward to stop her. The moment she got up, she saw the man next to Lang Feng and asked in confusion.
Feng, who is this gentleman? Lin Haotian observed the old woman.
She looked pale, spoke unclearly, and had no strength to get up. The system gave Lin Haotian medical knowledge, through which he could feel that the old woman was already terminally ill. At this time, Lang Feng felt very distressed when he saw his old mother like this.
Thinking about what Lin Haotian had just said about saving his old mother, he immediately knelt on the ground and pleaded. Mr. Lin, please save my mother, I beg you.
When Lin Haotian saw Lang Feng kneeling, he was shocked, and the old woman lying on the hospital bed was also shocked.
Lin Haotian hurriedly pulled up Lang Feng, who was kneeling on the ground.
The old woman lying on the hospital bed felt very upset when she saw her son begging others for her and she got up involuntarily. Lin Haotian said comfortingly, I said I would save your mother, and I will definitely save your mother. Lang Feng stood up when he heard Lin Haotian say this, and said to his mother excitedly.
Mom, this is my boss. My boss said he can save you. He will definitely save you.
But I have a terminal illness, and the doctors are helpless. Lin Haotian asked Lang Feng to wait outside, then activated the divine doctor in his mind, and took out a bottle of cancer treatment medicine from the ring space, as well as nutrient solution.
Lin Haotian injected the cancer treatment drug into the old woman beside him.
When Lin Haotian completed these steps, the old woman fell asleep.
Chapter 71, Excellent Medical Skills.
Lin Haotian watched the old woman fall asleep, then he pushed the door open and went out. As he left, he said to Lang Feng,
Go in and see your mother.
Lang Feng hurried in and saw that his mother had closed her eyes.
He was shocked. What was going on? Was she dead?
Then he hurriedly used his left hand to tentatively touch his mother's nose to see if she was breathing. He saw that his mother was breathing like a normal person. Lang Feng then took back his left hand and wiped the tears from his face with his left hand. He was afraid that his mother would leave him like this. Fortunately, she was still breathing, and then he walked out and asked Lin Haotian anxiously.
Mr. Lin, what happened to my mother? Why did she close her eyes tightly?
She just fell asleep. She hasn't slept peacefully like this for a long time because of this disease.
She is sleeping now just to recover better.
I just injected her with a cancer treatment drug, and the drug is taking effect. Lin Haotian said comfortingly. At this time, the old woman was still sleeping. Lin Haotian and Lang Feng could only wait by the bed.
Lang Feng asked, Mr. Lin, when will my mother wake up?
It will only take half an hour for him to wake up, so just wait patiently. When Lang Feng heard Lin Haotian say this, he was so excited that tears were about to fall. Half an hour passed quickly, and the old woman slowly opened her eyes, looked at her son and a man beside the bed, and spoke.
Feng, I'm thirsty, I want to drink some water.
Lang Feng hurried to the living room to pour water for his mother, then carefully brought it over and hurriedly sat down in front of his mother's bed to hand her the water. The old woman took the water and drank it in a few gulps. At this time Lang Feng asked anxiously.
Mom, how do you feel now?
The old woman put the water on the bedside table beside the bed and thought about sitting up. At this time, Lang Feng saw his mother's action and hurried forward to help her. The old woman felt that she was in much better health than before and had more strength. She waved her hand, rejected Lang Feng's kindness, and climbed up by herself, as if nothing had happened. Lang Feng, who was standing by, looked at his mother's actions with a look of surprise on his face and some tears in his eyes. It has been more than a month, and he has watched his mother become increasingly haggard and weaker due to the physical torture. But now his mother can actually stand up on her own, which shows that Lin Haotian can really save his mother. Lang Feng was even more grateful to the benefactor he met today. Seeing his mother's originally pale face, which had now slowly become as rosy as that of a normal person, Lang Feng knelt down in front of Lin Haotian, and then kowtowed several times on the ground.
Mr. Lin, you are truly my benefactor. I have no way of repaying your kindness. I will follow you and become your loyal warrior.
Lin Haotian hurriedly helped Lang Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, up and said with a smile. "Ha, you don't have to kneel down to thank me, as long as you stay by my side to protect me. I will use my life as a shield to protect you." Lang Feng's words were as firm as steel, as if he had already made a vow in his heart to protect Lin Haotian with his life. Since the moment his mother was rescued, Lang Feng has been like a loyal guard, silently guarding Lin Haotian, ready to sacrifice his life for him at any time. At this time, the old woman sat on the bed like a sculpture, watching her son kneeling down to someone else. That someone was not just another person, but her mentor who saved her from danger. She was very grateful to him. In a flash, she got out of bed like a gust of wind and knelt down before her teacher. This sudden action was like a thunderbolt, which frightened Lin Haotian to death. He hurriedly helped the old woman up, anxious like an ant on a hot pot, and kept muttering, "No, no. Auntie, you are still recovering, how can you do this? I am just a junior, how dare I accept your greeting? Isn't this going to cost me my life?" Lang Feng supported his old mother tightly, his eyes were already filled with tears like a flood, and he choked up and said to Lin Haotian, "My great benefactor, your kindness is so great that my mother and I are truly unable to repay you. I will definitely follow you like a loyal hound and repay your kindness." Lin Haotian was completely frightened by the mother and son's behavior of kneeling down at every turn, and said hurriedly, "Don't kneel down to me all the time. If you want to report me, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Lang Feng stared at the mother in front of him. She had recovered to be exactly like a normal person. His heart was like a vast ocean and he was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. He witnessed his mother's transformation from a normal person to a terminally ill woman like a candle in the wind, lying in bed like a statue, relying on the nutritional injections that were like a life-saving straw to survive every day. But at this moment, his mother miraculously recovered to normal, and he was so excited that he felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat and couldn't say a word. "I can finally make up for my previous regrets. My mother is like the warm sun in winter. She is alive and well now. I can repay her well." At this time, Lin Haotian handed Lang Feng a bottle of nutrient solution and spoke to Lang Feng earnestly. "You should give your mother this nutrient solution 3 times a day, morning, noon and night, with warm water. After 3 days of use, your mother should be completely recovered. When she was sick before, her cells were already damaged. The cancer treatment just injected only completely destroyed the cancer cells. This nutrient solution also has a supporting effect, which can allow your mother's body to slowly recover." Lang Feng took the nutrient solution with trembling hands. Seeing this, Lin Haotian said jokingly, "Hold it carefully, don't drop it on the ground and break it." Lang Feng took the nutrient solution more carefully this time and said, "I will protect this nutrient solution with my life." The old woman sat on the bed, bowed to Lin Haotian, and said sincerely, "Mr. Lin, you are the person I am most grateful to. If you hadn't begged me, I would have known that I didn't have much time left. It is you who allowed me to see more of this world." Feng said, "You are his boss. You are so nice to him. Our Feng is a good kid. He will definitely go through fire and water for you. It is an honor for our family that Feng can work under you. It is an honor for us to have a kind person like you." Lin Haotian comforted the old woman and said, "Your son is very filial. I like his filial piety. Filial people are not bad in character. I need such a person around me, and he happens to be suitable." Lin Haotian was about to leave. Lang Feng wanted to see him off, but was rejected by Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian said, "You should stay at home and spend some time with your mother. By the way, you should prepare to move in the next few days. I have a house in the northern city mansion. You can move there directly when the time comes. You can't live here anymore. I'm afraid that Li Wenxiang and his men will harm you. Also, please don't tell anyone about how I saved your mother today. What I fear most in my life is trouble." Lang Feng hurriedly expressed his loyalty and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will never tell anyone about this even if I die." Lang Feng knew that cancer was incurable. If someone with ulterior motives really knew that his mother was saved by Lin Haotian and became a normal person, it would definitely bring unnecessary trouble to Lin Haotian.
Just keep it in mind. Okay, I'll be leaving first then.
Lin Haotian waved his hand and told Lang Feng not to see him off and to stay at home and spend time with his elderly mother. Lang Feng stood at the door, looking at Lin Haotian's back as he walked away, and vowed in his heart that he would use his life to protect the master he had followed all his life. Tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 72: The Twin Female Killers Attack. After leaving Lang Feng's house, Lin Haotian drove the Audi R8 back to the villa. Back in the villa, Li Yanran and a dozen maids came towards them and saw that Mr. Lin's clothes were in tatters.
Li Yanran asked worriedly. Brother Haotian, what's wrong with you? Why are your clothes so torn as if you were torn by someone else?
Lin Haotian said calmly.
It's okay, I was scratched by a kitten. Lin Haotian walked into his bedroom, thinking about having a good rest as there would be an auction tomorrow. Lin Haotian lay on the bed with his eyes closed and meditated.
Oh, he hasn't signed in yet today.
So I called out the system to sign in. At this time, the system presented a two-dimensional interface in Lin Haotian's mind. Host, do you want to sign in today? Sign in.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2 second-ranked killers among the top 10 killers of the Blood Rose Killer Organization.
Their codenames are the Jinling sisters, Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue respectively. Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows. Top 10 organizations? He had never heard of them. Then he picked up his phone and looked it up on the internet.
He found nothing and was shocked. He looked at what was said online and his face instantly turned cold. The Blood Rose Killer Organization is the largest killer organization in the world. The two Jinling sisters once completed the assassination of the president of a certain country and succeeded in the mission. The two Jinling sisters will come to your villa tomorrow morning, please check it out,
said the system elf. Lin Haotian wondered in his heart, could these two killers be strong Barbies? After all, they train every day.
Lin Haotian lay on the bed and soon fell into a sweet dream.
Soon it was the next morning, and I heard the doorbell ringing outside the villa.
Li Yanran hurried out and saw two twin sisters who looked exactly the same standing at the door, each carrying a big box in their hands, so she asked with a smile.
Hello, who are you looking for? Let's go find Mr. Lin. Yi Hanbing said coldly. Okay, I'll report to my master right away. Please wait a moment.
Li Yanran hurried to Lin Haotian's bedroom. At this time, Lin Haotian had already put on his clothes. Hearing the movement outside the door, he asked lightly.
Yanran, what happened? Why are you so flustered?
Brother Haotian, two people who look exactly the same have come to the outside of the villa. They have murderous looks on their faces and I feel like they are here with ill intentions.
Oh? Then take me to see it. Lin Haotian thought to himself that it must be the killer sisters.
Li Yanran followed Lin Haotian to the villa hall, and then Li Yanran led the sisters into the hall.
Lin Haotian saw two girls carrying suitcases at a glance.
They were carrying two black suitcases that looked very heavy. Although the two girls looked exactly the same, their personalities were completely different. One looked cold, as if untouchable, and gave people a strong sense of pressure.
The other girl was curious about everything in the villa and looked around, but the figures of the two were so beautiful.
Although they were both wearing leather jackets and leather pants, they had graceful figures.
When the two twins saw Lin Haotian, they knelt down in tacit understanding. Meet the master. Their actions shocked Li Yanran and a dozen maids standing by. Lin Haotian quickly pulled the two sisters up from the ground.
The moment he pulled them up, he felt the softness of the two girls. They were not like the Barbie dolls he had imagined last night, but delicate, beautiful girls.
Hurry up and get up. Why are you kneeling down? How will others see you like this?
Lin Haotian said in confusion.
Master, we are here to say hello to you, said the innocent girl. If you want to say hello, just say it directly. Why are you kneeling on the ground? If others see me, they will think I'm something strange.
Lin Haotian said.
But this is how we are in our bones. You are our master, and I must kneel down to you,
explained the simple girl.
Do you kneel down when you see someone? Lin Haotian asked in confusion. No, it depends on who it is. We kneel to you only because you are our master. We have only kneeled to two people, one is our leader and the other is you, our master, said the innocent girl. The sisters on the side remained cool and calm, not saying a word. You don't have to kneel here anymore.
This is the Great Hua Kingdom, Lin Haotian said in a commanding tone.
Okay. Okay.
The two sisters said in unison.
What are your names?
Lin Haotian asked.
Master, my name is Yi Jingxue, the innocent girl said first. Master, my name is Yi Hanbing, the girl said coldly. Oh, I guess Yi Hanbing is the elder sister? Master, yes, Yi Hanbing said coldly. Master, please don't blame my sister. My sister has always been like this, always aloof. I understand. Also, please don't call me master. It's awkward. Okay, then what should we call you? Yi Jingxue said.
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Lin Haotian. You can call me Haotian, or Brother Haotian or whatever. Then let's call you Brother Haotian. Yeah, sure. What's in your boxes? Brother Haotian, this is our secret. Can we tell it here? Yi Jingxue said.
Well, I can say that these are my personal maids and housekeepers, and they are trustworthy.
This is Li Yanran, the housekeeper of my villa. Lin Haotian pointed at Li Yanran and said. Hello, my name is Li Yanran, and I'm the housekeeper of the villa. You can call me Sister Yanran.
Li Yanran said with a smile on her face.
Hello, Sister Yanran. Hello, Sister Yanran. The two sisters greeted Li Yanran in unison. Li Yanran nodded politely to them. Lin Haotian smiled and said, Yanran, they just came to Dahua country and are not very familiar with the social environment of our country.
You can help them adapt to life in China. Also, it's not appropriate for them to dress like this. They can wear your clothes later, and then I will take her to the mall to buy some clothes.
Okay, Brother Haotian, I've got it. I'll bring down some clothes now. Li Yanran said with a smile. Well, don't worry. I think Jingxue and Hanbing should be hungry.
You guys go downstairs and prepare some food first.
Lin Haotian noticed that the two sisters beside him licked their lips.
He thought that they had traveled a long way from the Great Beauty Country to the Great Hua Country, and they probably hadn't eaten yet, so they must be starving.
This action was sensitively discovered by Lin Haotian. After a while, Li Yanran and a group of maids had brought a sumptuous breakfast to the table. Li Yanran said to Lin Haotian with a smile. Brother Haotian, breakfast is ready.
Please go to the restaurant to eat.
Lin Haotian took Jingxue and Hanbing to the restaurant.
After several people sat down, Lin Haotian picked up the food and prepared to put it in his mouth. Jingxue and Hanbing stopped Lin Haotian.
Hanbing was very cautious. He took out a silver needle and said cautiously, Brother Haotian, wait a minute. Don't eat these foods before checking them. Let me check them. There's no need. Everyone here is my people. Lin Haotian raised his eyebrows and said, It's better to be cautious. I'm your bodyguard, so I have to protect your safety. Lin Haotian had no choice but to wave his hand and let them check.
After the inspection, they confirmed that there was no poison, and then they allowed Lin Haotian to eat.
Chapter 73 Heart of the Ocean. After dinner, Lin Haotian brought Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue to the study. Then Lin Haotian stared at the two people's black suitcases and asked, Now can you tell me what secrets you have here?
Of course, you are our master, and these are filled with weapons.
Yi Hanbing said, taking the box and opening it.
After the box was opened, there were various weapons inside, mostly guns and knives, and some grenades.
Lin Haotian was shocked when he saw them.
You have to know that this is the territory of the Great Hua Country, and you are not allowed to carry guns. It is illegal to carry guns. Lin Haotian asked hurriedly.
Where did you get these contraband items? We brought it from the beautiful country. It's our weapon to protect you. Jingxue replied. You can't carry these with you.
You know that this is the Great Hua Country.
You can't carry guns. Otherwise, once you are discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Haotian explained earnestly. What should we do? How can we protect you? Jingxue said hurriedly.
This is the Great Hua Country.
No one has a gun. I believe in your skills. You don't need guns.
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Leave these things with me first. I'll keep them for you. You can only take some daggers in your hands. Okay. Okay.
Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue said in unison.
Pick a few daggers here and take them with you. Leave the rest with me.
When the two sisters heard Lin Haotian say this, they hurriedly picked out daggers from the box. They presented the daggers they had chosen to Lin Haotian for inspection. Lin Haotian looked at the things they picked and asked in confusion.
Are these the ones you picked? Lin Haotian casually picked up the ring that Yi Jingxue picked and said, Jingxue, what's the point of picking this ring? Don't underestimate this ring. It's my unique weapon. Look. Yi Jingxue said, holding the ring to demonstrate to Lin Haotian.
The needle in the ring shot out directly.
What about this necklace? Don't tell me that this necklace also has a hidden weapon? Lin Haotian asked Yi Jingxue while holding the necklace. This necklace and ring work together. There are chemical substances mixed in them.
If they interact with each other, they will become a hand grenade.
No way, these two inconspicuous things are actually hidden weapons, and they can actually be turned into grenades. Lin Haotian opened his mouth in surprise.
It turned out that the killer was worthy of being a killer. If the killer really wanted to kill him, he would not know how he died. Yi Jingxue introduced other things to Lin Haotian that looked inconspicuous but were extremely powerful, which opened Lin Haotian's eyes. The world of assassins was really amazing.
Lin Haotian said to Yi Jingxue. Yi Jingxue. Yi Hanbing. I'm going to the auction soon, you two just follow me. Yes. Yes. Change into the clothes Yanran prepared for you, and we'll be ready to set off soon.
Lin Haotian said.
When Yi Hanbing went upstairs to change clothes, Lin Haotian put the 2 boxes of weapons into his ring space for storage. About 30 minutes later, Lin Haotian brought Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue to the Wucheng Land and Resources Bureau. There were quite a few people standing outside the Land and Resources Bureau.
Zhang Yang was waiting for Lin Haotian outside. In fact, Zhang Yang didn't sleep the whole night because today's auction was too important to him and he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Lin Haotian brought here 2 women who were beautiful in both figure and appearance, which caused some sensation among the people around.
Zhang Yang looked at the 2 of them and asked in surprise. Brother Haotian, who are these 2? Oh, they are my bodyguards. Hello, my name is Yi Jingxue. Hello, my name is Yi Hanbing. Hello, my name is Zhang Yang. That's how the 3 of them got to know each other. A man in formal attire came over immediately. Master Zhang, you are here. Director Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Lin Haotian, my brother.
Zhang Yang used the word my brother seriously. Director Zhang at the side immediately realized that Lin Haotian's identity was not simple.
Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Director Zhang. Lin Haotian nodded and said with a smile. The auction is about to begin. Please follow me in. Today's auction starts at 9 o'clock. There are a lot of people here today, so the price shouldn't be outrageously high. Of course there are a lot.
These are the new policies for the northern part of Wucheng. The northern area is going to be developed, and everyone is scrambling to develop this area.
Zhang Yang said.
After entering the auction site, Lin Haotian, Zhang Yang and the sisters found a seat and sat down. Zhang Yang suddenly pointed to a middle-aged man in the distance and said, he is the most powerful person in Wucheng. I heard that he also wants to auction the 2,400 acres of land we are interested in. When Lin Haotian heard Zhang Yang say this, he looked up at the middle-aged man. Zhang Yang continued, this man is called Li Haicheng. He started out in real estate in Wucheng and is now involved in all walks of life. It seems that he is our biggest competitor this time. Lin Haotian didn't know this person named Li Qinghai, but he knew that the largest real estate company in Wucheng was called Hengqi Group, with assets exceeding 10 billion.
Lin Haotian lowered his head, smiled and said, are you so confident in me? Zhang Yang said proudly, who is my brother Haotian? To say that he is our competitor is flattering him.
Lin Haotian smiled playfully.
Just at this moment, a tall woman wearing simple casual clothes and a baseball cap sat next to Lin Haotian. The woman had no makeup on her face and was dressed casually. At this time, Zhang Yang introduced to Lin Haotian, this is our Wucheng secretary Lu's daughter, Lu Chuchu. Lin Haotian glanced at the woman next to him and nodded to her, but she became aloof and ignored his advances. When a person is cold to you, it may not be because she is really cold, but because she looks down on you and thinks you are not worthy of her. So naturally I became aloof. The time came to 9 o'clock. The person who hosted this auction was Director Zhang, whom I had just met. Everyone, today's auction begins. The first part is a charity auction. I think everyone should be very interested. The items to be auctioned today include gems, necklaces, and land.
When Lin Haotian heard that the first part was a charity auction, he became very interested. He originally thought it was a land auction, but he didn't expect that there would be jewelry, etc. Thank you very much for taking the time to attend this auction.
I am Zhang Chenggong. Everyone, the first item to be auctioned today is the highlight. This item is called the Heart of the Ocean. There is only one necklace in the world, the starting price is 50 million.
The auctioneer had just finished speaking. The whole place was silent.
No one expected that the first item to appear would be the Ocean Heart necklace.
All the girls present were stunned by the perfect workmanship of the necklace. Its beauty made all women obsessed with it.
Chapter 74 Auction. I believe everyone is familiar with the classic love movie Titanic. The first item auctioned today is the Heart of the Ocean, which is based on the most precious gem necklace in the movie.
This dazzling ocean star is carefully crafted by a famous jewelry designer.
Oh my god, it's actually a starfish.
If any man here buys it for me, I will satisfy all his needs.
It's so romantic.
And the girl in the baseball cap was also looking at the Heart of the Ocean with an obsessed look.
80 million.
There was silence for 10 seconds, and finally someone shouted a price.
90 million. 100 million. 120 million. Prices go up and down. 200 million. Like a proud king, Lin Haotian raised the sign without hesitation and shouted lightly.
As soon as these words came out, the whole place was as if they were cast under a spell, and there was a dead silence. Lu Chu, who was wearing a peaked cap, looked at the person next to him in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that this plain-looking guy was so rich.
The gentleman in the second row has offered 200 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The auctioneer asked. 200 million at a time. 200 million twice. 200 million 3 times. Make a deal.
The auctioneer made the final decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, our second auction item is a piano.
It is not an ordinary piano, but one of the top 20 famous pianos in the world.
Without further ado, the starting price of this piano is 20 million renminbi. Bidding will begin now.
As the auctioneer finished speaking, the black cloth covering the piano was lifted, and the whole audience was shocked. This is an old piano with a very beautiful appearance, and its manufacturing technology is also at the world's top level.
What a beautiful piano! Look at the workmanship. The 20 famous pianos are indeed extraordinary.
In the hall, a group of people were talking. This piano has room for value preservation. After all, it is ranked among the top 20 pianos in the world, and its workmanship is first class.
Even if you can't play the piano, it's worth collecting it. I'll give you 25 million. 30 million. 35 million. 40 million.
In this way, many people placed bids, and in less than 5 minutes, the piano was sold for 100 million yuan.
200 million. Lin Haotian held up the sign. 210 million. A lady in the distance called out a price. Lin Haotian was very eager to get this piano because the villa just happened to need a piano. 400 million.
Lin Haotian raised the price, and the lady stopped raising the price. When the bid of 400 million was announced, the whole place was silent. You know, the bidding price of 20 million yuan was finally called up to 400 million, which increased several times. The gentleman sitting in the second row has bid 400 million.
Is there anyone who can bid higher? Asked the auctioneer. No one in the audience spoke. 400 million at a time. 400 million times. 400 million 3 times. Make a deal. The auctioneer continued, I wonder if this gentleman can play the piano, or if someone can play a piece so that we can also feel what the piano sounds like.
Lin Haotian can play the piano, and he would not refuse to play it on this occasion because he is a very generous person.
Okay, I only know how to play a little.
If I don't play well, please don't laugh at me.
Lin Haotian stood up and said.
Yi Hanbing, Yi Jingxue and Zhang Yang on the side looked at Lin Haotian, who stood up in surprise, because they didn't know whether Lin Haotian could play or not.
Zhang Yang even tugged at the corner of Lin Haotian's clothes and whispered.
Brother Haotian, if you don't know how to play the piano in this kind of situation, don't play it, otherwise everyone will laugh at you. Lin Haotian said calmly.
It's okay, I'll try. Zhang Yang couldn't believe his ears. What do you mean, let me try? What kind of occasion was this? This was an auction, and the people gathered here were all famous families, not ordinary people. If I didn't play well today and the news got out, wouldn't that be? At this moment, the whole place fell silent. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Lin Haotian, who was sitting on the piano chair in front of them. Lin Haotian sat on the piano chair. When his hands were on the keys, he closed his eyes and mobilized the piano skills bestowed by his body system. When the piano sounded, it was a symphony of fate. This song is so melodious and lingering that it makes people shed tears. Everyone's heart follows the ups and downs of the tone. Their emotions are also involved. As the music reached its climax, tears filled everyone's face, and they had unconsciously shed tears of regret, remorse, and sadness. This is Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. It's as good as Beethoven himself. It's played really well. This is simply amazing. Sister, Brother Haotian can actually play the piano, and he plays so beautifully, Yi Jingshu said to Yi Hanbing. Zhang Yong listened to Lin Haotian playing. Although Zhang Yong had no artistic talent and didn't know how to play the piano, he thought it sounded very good and was shocked by the scene. Everyone's heart was touched, and it took 5 minutes for everyone to pull their emotions back to reality from the sadness. After Lin Haotian finished the song, he returned to his seat. About 10 minutes passed before everyone reacted, followed by thunderous applause. This moment. Everyone in the audience, whether female or male, looked at Lin Haotian with admiration in their eyes. And Lu Chuchu, who had just ignored Lin Haotian, actually started talking to Lin Haotian. I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. You really can't show off your skills. No, just so. Zhang Yong, who was standing by, was shocked to see Lu Chuchu actively chatting up Lin Haotian. In fact, because of her identity, Lu Chuchu was often approached by people with ulterior motives. Before, a close friend of hers took advantage of her because she was the daughter of Secretary Lu of Wuching City. That incident almost caused his father to lose his official position. From then on, she was suspicious of everyone and felt that people who approached her had ulterior motives. So when Lin Haotian started to greet her and show his goodwill, she ignored him, thinking that he was deliberately getting closer to her because he was attracted by her status. But Lu Chuchu is also a woman. When she found out that Lin Haotian, who was sitting next to her, was not only rich but also talented, she admired Lin Haotian even more. When Lu Chuchu took the initiative to look for Lin Haotian, many men who pursued Lu Chuchu looked at Lin Haotian with dissatisfaction. Everyone, our third auction today is the 2,400-acre piece of land in Wuching North District. The starting price is 1 billion. What Lin Haotian didn't expect was that the first person to hold up the sign was Li Haiqing from Hengqi Group. 1 billion and 10 million Li Haiqing raised the sign. 1 billion and 20 million Lin Haotian also raised his sign. It seems that only Lin Haotian and Li Haiqing are interested in this piece of land. When Lin Haotian raised the sign, Li Haiqing looked at Lin Haotian in the second row, and Lin Haotian nodded in response, and Li Haiqing also nodded to him. The two people kept holding up signs, and the bidding price kept rising, and it was actually auctioned off to 2 billion. Everyone else in the hall looked at the two men. When Lin Haotian offered 2.5 billion, Li Haiqing thought about it again and did not follow up. He did not dare to bet. If this guy named Lin Haotian suddenly stopped, he would spend more than 2 billion to buy a piece of land. He did not have so much money. If he did not buy it at that time, he would offend the government. Forget it, I still have another piece of land. Although it's not as good as this one, it can be used. Li Haiqing comforted himself. At the same time, I also remember this young man Lin Haotian. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding for the 2,400-acre land in the northern district of Wuching. Zheng Chenggong said excitedly. Brother Haotian, I almost thought we couldn't take the photo just now. I was scared to death. Zhang Yong said excitedly. Chapter 75, Getting into Trouble. Don't you still believe in your brother Haotian's courage that is as strong as Mount Tai? Lin Haotian said happily. Of course I believed it without a doubt. However, before I took the picture, my heart was like the vast ocean. It was difficult to calm down and I was full of anxiety, said Zhang Yong. About 5 minutes later, the fourth item was auctioned. This is 1,500 acres of land in the northern district of Wuching, and its location is not as good as the 2,400 acres just now. A plot of land of 1,500 mu in Wuching North District has a starting price of 800 million. Everyone in the hall was interested in this piece of land because it was the last item for auction. If they didn't bid for it, there would be nothing else to bid for.
So the price quickly reached 2 billion.
2 billion and 10 million. 2 billion and 20 million. 2 billion and 30 million.
The price is still rising, but it is increasing by 10 million at a time.
3 billion. Li Haiqing said. 3 billion and 10 million. Lin Haotian suddenly auctioned. This made Li Haiqing guess that Lin Haotian estimated the reserve price to be 3.2 billion, and he bid 3.2 billion without even thinking about it.
At this time, Li Haiqing thought that Lin Haotian would follow, but Lin Haotian's bidding suddenly stopped. This operation made Li Haiqing completely confused.
Li Haiqing asked loudly, "Why don't you follow?"
"I don't want to follow anymore," Lin Haotian said lightly.
Li Haiqing was so angry that he was like a lit bomb.
With a bang, he fainted on the spot. He had not originally bid for the 2,400-acre piece of land in Wuchang that he wanted, but he had 3.2 billion yuan. In order to take a gamble with Lin Haotian, he ended up getting himself involved. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted. The auction scene was like a pot of boiling water, in chaos. Soon someone called an ambulance, which took Li Haiqing out of the auction area like a whirlwind.
Zhang Yong said with a smile. This Li Haiqing is really asking for trouble. He dared to go against us. He really won't know how he died.
He directed and acted in the play himself, and ended up getting himself into trouble. He deserves to die.
Although the auction was in chaos just now, it returned to its usual calm after 10 minutes.
Lu Chuchu on the side became more and more interested in Lin Haotian. Lu Chuchu said to the secretary beside her, "Go and help me find out where Lin Haotian came from. He is rich and talented." This auction cost tens of billions of dollars in total, and many wealthy businessmen present noticed the young man Lin Haotian.
"Hello, sir. This is my business card. I'm from Huayu Group." "Hello, I'm from Lia Group, this is my business card."
"Hello, sir.
I'm from the construction group. This is my business card."
After the auction, a large group of people surrounded Lin Haotian, all of them were wealthy people. He took the business cards handed over by everyone, nodded and smiled. At this time, Lu Chuchu came over. It could be said that Zhang Yong and Lu Chuchu only knew each other and had met a few times, because their fathers were both officials in Wuchang City. One was the mayor of Wuchang City, and the other was the secretary of Wuchang City. Both of the second-generation officials are engaged in business, but Zhang Yong's business is not as big as Lu Chuchu's, so Lu Chuchu never looks down on Zhang Yong from the bottom of her heart. Zhang Yong walked over and greeted Lu Chuchu, but Lu Chuchu ignored him, which made him very unhappy.
Lin Haotian smiled and said, "You have 5 beauty salons opening at the same time tomorrow?" Lu Chuchu looked at Lin Haotian with dull eyes and asked in surprise, "How do you know that?" "You don't need to know how I know this.
I'm telling you as a friend that the store in Huayan District, Wuchang, should not set off fireworks tomorrow, lest it bring trouble upon itself." After Lin Haotian finished speaking, he took the 2 beautiful bodyguards and Zhang Yong to the registration desk backstage to register for the receipt for the items being auctioned at today's auction. Before leaving, Captain Zhang Yong said to Lu Chuchu, "I know you, Miss Lu, are arrogant and don't listen to anyone, but my brother Haotian pointed out this disaster to you. I hope you take it seriously and don't let it go in one ear and out the other. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it later." After they all left, Lu Chuchu was left standing there in a daze. At this time, Lu Chuchu was left with a look of disdain. Obviously, she did not listen to Lin Haotian's warning. Maybe tomorrow we will be able to witness the moment when Lu Chuchu drops her jaw in shock, and then she won't be so arrogant anymore. Lu Chuchu's face was a little gloomy at this time. She didn't know why Lin Haotian knew that she would open 5 beauty salons tomorrow, and how he was so sure that the one in Huayan District, Wuchang, could not set off fireworks.
But Lu Chuchu remembered Lin Haotian's last sentence and became very angry.
She was a cautious person to begin with, and when Lin Haotian finished speaking, her left eyelid twitched. So he picked up his phone and dialed a number. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Mr. Lu, are you back?"
The other party asked.
"No, I'm still at the auction. I want to ask you, have we prepared everything needed for the opening ceremony of our 5 beauty salons tomorrow?" Lu Chuchu asked. "Mr. Lu, don't worry about me.
Everything is ready for tomorrow's opening ceremony," the other party said with a smile.
"Are all the fireworks ready for tomorrow?"
"Everything is ready. We bought them from the most famous fireworks company in Wuchang.
The quality is absolutely good. Mr. Lu, all you have to do is pick up the fireworks tomorrow. Okay, that's the best. Lu Chuchu felt relieved. Mr. Lu, is this what you're calling about? Asked the woman on the other side. This woman is Lu Chuchu's assistant.
Generally, Lu has never been seen asking about such matters, especially such trivial matters as fireworks and firecrackers.
Lu Chuchu said sarcastically.
Today at the auction, I met a charlatan who said there was something wrong with my opening ceremony tomorrow, specifically the one in Huayang District, Wucheng. I was too cautious and actually believed this nonsense. Lu Chuchu thought to herself that even if there were any quality problems with fireworks, it would not cause any consequences.
After all, they were not cannons. Tomorrow's opening ceremony will have many people coming to support us. If we don't even set off fireworks, that would be too petty and make others laugh at us. Yes, what you said makes sense. When I, Lu Chuchu, open a shop, I must do it in a grand manner, otherwise my competitors will laugh at me. Not only must we set off fireworks, but we must also set them off in a big way. You should prepare well and make sure the quality is up to standard. I have something else to do today, so I won't be there.
When Lu Chuchu heard the assistant say that the quality of the fireworks and firecrackers was up to standard, she finally felt relieved.
Mr. Lu, leave this matter to me, don't worry. If you still have concerns, I will buy some more fire extinguishers. If there is any danger at that time, we will be able to deal with it, said the female assistant. That is fine. Lu Chuchu hung up the phone. Chapter 76: The Smell of Fireworks. Inside Wucheng First People's Hospital.
Li Haiqing, who had just gone against Lin Haotian at the auction and fainted from anger, has woken up. He was so angry that he slammed the table and yelled at the secretary beside him.
Go check quickly to find out where that guy called Lin Haotian came from. How dare he go against me? I'm really pissed off.
I don't care who he is or where he came from.
He has become a thorn in my side. I'm going to contact the gang members right away. I'm going to teach this guy a lesson. At this moment, he hated Lin Haotian to the core. If it weren't for Lin Haotian, how could he have spent so much money to buy the 1,300 acres of land?
It was much worse than he had expected.
He didn't have such a cash flow.
He was so angry that he fainted at the auction site, making a fool of himself in front of so many wealthy businessmen. Li Haiqing was planning to hire a killer from the gang to teach Lin Haotian a lesson, but Lin Haotian was obviously unaware of this.
On the other side, Lin Haotian, Yi Hanbing, Yi Jingxue and Zhang Yon left the auction site.
When leaving, Lin Haotian handed the signed industrial documents for 2,400 acres of land in Wucheng Northern Development Zone to Zhang Yong and said to Zhang Yong,
"This piece of land will be given to you first. You are familiar with Wucheng.
Before handing over this land, appease the residents who live here and arrange for them to move out properly. Then we will find a construction team to carry out the construction and build a large commercial district."
By the way, are you familiar with the construction team? Can you give me some advice on who would be better to take on this project? Lin Haotian asked. Yes, my friend's father is in the construction business and has opened a company. He guarantees that the task will be completed. Okay, then I'll do it for you.
After Lin Haotian explained the matter, Zhang Yong said goodbye to Lin Haotian and his group in a hurry, and hurried to arrange things.
Lin Haotian looked at the time, it was still early. 12 o'clock noon.
Lin Haotian asked the sisters sitting in the car.
Have you ever eaten Dahua country's stinky tofu or something like that?
No, although we are from the Great Hua country, we have been strictly trained in the Great Pao country since childhood and have never eaten it.
Yi Jingxue said. Brother Haotian, are you going to take us to eat delicious food?
I've heard that the food in Dahua is a temptation to the tongue. Yi Jingxue said, blinking her charming big eyes. Her sister Yi Hanbing standing beside her was still as cold as ever.
Okay, let's go to the food street to eat. There are all kinds of delicious food there, and you will definitely like it.
Lin Haotian replied.
In the center of Wucheng City, an Audi R8 was driving smoothly on the road.
Sister Yi Hanbing looked at the car, staring straight ahead, and followed the navigation to the food street. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at a very busy street corner, with snacks lined up on the roadside. There were crowds of people and the air was filled with an enchanting fragrance. The stalls have grilled skewers, grilled tofu, grilled potato skin, grilled gluten, pancakes, fried chicken legs, oden.
Dear readers, are you feeling hungry just by listening to this?
Everywhere you look, there are delicious foods, and the streets are filled with the strong smell of fireworks.
This is what life is all about.
As soon as the Audi R8 stopped, it attracted the attention of a large number of people in the snack street. Passers-by stopped and looked at the handsome men and pretty women sitting in the car. They didn't believe that the people sitting in this luxury car would come to the snack street to eat. After all, the people who eat in this snack street are ordinary people, working people. Rich people would go to stylish restaurants to eat. Rich people only dislike the messy and poor hygiene of the snack street. How could they possibly come here? Yi Hanbing parked the car on the side of the road so as not to affect the traffic, and said to Lin Haotian coldly,
"Brother Haotian, the car has stopped, we can get off now."
When the three got off the car, the whole audience was shocked. First of all, there was Lin Haotian, who was wearing a suit and tie. He looked elegant and handsome, exuding an aristocratic aura, and was extremely handsome. Yi Hanbing also got out of the car. Although she was wearing a professional suit prepared by Li Yanran, she had a graceful figure that was wrapped in a curvy figure.
She was simply a beauty.
There was a faint aloofness on her face, which made it difficult for people to approach her. She also had a strong aura. Yi Jingxue also got out of the car. She looked exactly like the girl driving the car, but she looked more lively and cute, and had a perfect figure. On the snack street, especially the men, they couldn't take their eyes off the food, their saliva flowed unconsciously, and some even had nosebleeds. A lady grabbed the drooling man and said,
"Who are you looking at? Who are your eyes looking at?"
The man cried out in pain, then he withdrew his eyes and quickly explained to his wife beside him.
"I didn't watch it, I really didn't watch it."
The woman turned and walked away, leaving the man to quickly catch up.
Still shouting, Yeah, wait for me, I didn't see it just now, really didn't, the one I love is you."
Yi Hanbing remained vigilant and kept watching the movements around him, while Yi Jingxue pulled Lin Haotian and took things from this stall and that stall.
Lin Haotian paid for the meal like he was pampering his younger sister.
After more than 10 minutes, Lin Haotian already had a lot of delicious food in his hands. So they found a place to sit down and ate grilled squid and stinky tofu, which made their whole mouths feel delicious. The two twin girls have been living abroad for a long time and are particularly curious about things in China.
They have tried all the delicacies in the food street. After eating the delicious food, the three of them ordered milk tea.
At this time, a young anchor who was visiting the store suddenly turned the camera towards the three of them. The three of them were eating delicious food and were confused by the sudden shot. Lin Haotian no longer had any desire to eat at this time, and said to the young anchor who was visiting the store,
"Sorry, we are not in the shot, please delete the video." After the young anchor watched the three people enter the camera, more and more people came in. They were all attracted by the three's good looks and didn't want to miss this opportunity to become famous.
The male anchor said with a slight smile,
"Hello handsome guy, I'm here to explore the store, can I bother you to join me?"
Lin Haotian's face was filled with black lines. He had already made it very clear that this person should not be cameraed.
"Is this person deaf?" Lin Haotian said to the male anchor.
"I'll say it again, the three of us are not on camera, please delete the video. I'm still being polite to you now, but if you do this again, I won't be polite anymore." The male anchor had no choice but to delete the video because the two beautiful twin girls had murderous looks on their faces and their eyes were extremely scary. After strolling around the snack street for a while, Lin Haotian, Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing were about to return to the car. On the way back, they found a girl pushing a bicycle waiting anxiously by the side. The anxious girl was a college student. She carried a guitar on her back, had a high ponytail, wore tight jeans, a white t-shirt, and canvas shoes. She was tall and had a fair and shiny face.
The girl looked a little panicked.
Her little hands grabbed the corner of her white t-shirt and rubbed it repeatedly. There was a 1-meter-long scratch on the side of the Audi R8. She was anxiously waiting for the owner of the car to come back, because there was no information on the car and it was obvious that she had accidentally hit the car while riding her bicycle. The moment she hit it, she was extremely worried. Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew that all the cars in the four circles were autos. She also thought that if there was no one in the car at the moment of the collision and she had just left, would she be able to avoid compensation this time? But her heart told her that she couldn't do this, and that passers-by were watching and there were cameras nearby. If she really ran away, she would still have to pay compensation if she was caught by the camera.
Chapter 77 The Beautiful Girl from Wuchang Conservatory of Music.
At this moment, Lin Haotian, Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing had already arrived next to the Audi car.
After seeing this scene, Lin Haotian also understood the general situation.
Lin Haotian pressed the car key of the Audi R8, and the car flashed twice. The girl next to him hurried over, feeling very nervous and speaking stutteringly. Sir, I'm sorry. I was in a hurry to go to class, so I accidentally hit your car. Please tell me how much it is. I will compensate you. The passers-by standing on the roadside were gloating and looked like they were watching the fun. Oh my God, this girl is so unlucky. She crashed into this luxury car and left such a long scratch. I'm afraid she will have to pay a lot of money, right? Yeah, this scratch is probably difficult to repair. I'd have to replace the entire car body, which would cost a lot of money. This girl looks like a college student. I'm afraid she hasn't started working yet. Where does this money come from? It's really pitiful that he is in debt at such a young age. I don't know if this car owner is a good person. Will he let this little girl lose everything she has, or will he let her off this time? This little girl is so unlucky. For no reason, a disaster befell her. Why is this car parked here? Why would a rich person come here to eat? The onlookers on the road were talking about this little girl, pointing and commenting. Some of them were pitying her, some were laughing at her. Lin Haotian looked at the girl beside him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he said lightly, I'm sorry, this is not your fault. We parked in the wrong place, so you bumped into us and got scared. The young girl standing by was looking at the gentle, handsome and charming smile of the man in front of her in disbelief. Her heart was beating fast. She had never expected that this gentleman would not ask her to pay but take all the blame on himself. What a gentleman he was. She instantly had a great impression of Lin Haotian. Sir, you are too polite. I should be the one to say sorry to you. I am really sorry that your car got such a big scratch because of me. Sir, how much does it cost to repair this car scratch? Although I am a student and have no money now, I will find a way to pay you. Ha, no need. You are still a student, right? Didn't you just say you were in a hurry to go to school? Is your bicycle okay? Can you still ride it? Oh, I can't ride it anymore. When I crashed into it just now, the handlebars of the bicycle were not crooked. The girl said with a red face. You can't ride anymore, right? Then let me take you to school. Aren't you almost late? Where is your school? Lin Haotian asked. The girl showed a shy expression on her face. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but she nodded involuntarily. My school is just ahead, at Wuchang Conservatory of Music. Thank you for taking me there. Thank you so much. After getting in the car, the girl bowed deeply to Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian smiled and said, Oh, it's okay, it's just something that happens easily. Lin Haotian, Yi Jingxue, and the young girl were sitting in the back seat of the Audi R8, while Yi Hanbing was sitting in the driver's seat. They drove away from the noisy snack street and soon arrived at the gate of Wuchang Conservatory of Music. 4 girls stood at the school gate, anxiously waiting for their teammates. They also carried violins, guitars, and other musical instruments. Why hasn't Inger come yet? A young girl asked anxiously. I just sent a text message saying that I was delayed due to urgent matters. Another girl replied. What's going on? Do you need our help? Class is about to start. It seems that there was a car accident on the road. Oh, there was a car accident. Is it serious? Is everyone okay? No one is wrong, it just hit a luxury car. Ah, a luxury car, no way, that would cost a lot of money. Let's think of a way for Inger. What can we do? Inger's family isn't very wealthy to begin with. How about we take some time off and go over there to see if we can help you? Several girls were discussing it. At this moment, Inger got out of the Audi R8. They were all shocked. Everyone exclaimed at the same time, why did Inger get out of the luxury car? What happened? At this time, Inger stood next to the car and spoke to Lin Haotian, who was in the car. Brother, thank you for sending me back to school. My name is Zhao Inger. I'm glad to meet you and 2 beautiful sisters. Brother, what's your name? Can I add your WeChat? I'll treat you to dinner next time. Thank you. Hello, my name is Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian picked up his phone, took out the WeChat friend QR code, and asked Zhao Inger to scan it. After the two added each other on WeChat, Lin Haotian said, Okay, go to class now, don't be late. Well, then, Brother Haotian, I'm going to class now. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Bye, 2 beautiful sisters. After Zhao Inger finished speaking, she quickly ran to the school gate with a happy and excited smile on her face, and even shouted yeah.
Lin Haotian looked at the innocent and lovely girl outside the window with a smile on his face. He said to Yi Hanbing, who was sitting in the driver's seat, Bing, let's go to Wanda Mall. I'll take you to buy some clothes. The twin sisters sitting in the car said in unison. Good. Good. The four girls who were standing at the school gate waiting for Zhao Inger opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. When Zhao Inger ran in front of the four men took Zhao Inger's arms and asked with a look of surprise on their faces. Inger, how did you get out of the luxury car? How's your car accident going? Is it resolved? Do you need our help? If you need us, just tell me. You're not someone's mistress out there, are you? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Zhao Inger said angrily. She hated the word mistress the most in her life. Her mother was angered to death because of her mistress outside. Then why are you in the luxury car? Just tell us everything. We are really curious. I said the wrong thing just now. I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay. We have such a close relationship. I will definitely forgive you. Who do you think that man in the car is? That's right, Inger, the man in the car just now was so handsome. What's your relationship with him and why are you sitting in his car? We are all very curious. Oh, don't worry about it. Actually, he and I have nothing to do with each other. I just hit his car, and then he didn't ask me to pay for it, and he even sent me back to school. That's it. Oh no. My bicycle is still in the snack street. What should I do? When the other girls heard this, they immediately felt as if they had just heard the explosive news, and suddenly someone said that their bicycle was in the snack street. How much could the bicycle be worth? It was really boring. Inger, don't think about your bike. Look at the time. You're going to be late. Inger, tell us what it feels like to sit in a luxury car. The few of them chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they were almost in the classroom. Zhao Inger didn't say anything, but just recalled the moment in the car. The handsome face and perfect figure of the man appeared in front of her, making her face blush. The girl next to him said jokingly, Look, our Inger is having a wet dream, thinking about that wild man. Chapter 78 Yellow-Haired Man. Soon, the car arrived at Wanda Plaza in Wucheng. This time, Lin Haotian brought two sisters with him to buy them some daily clothes. After Lin Haotian asked Yi Hanbing to park the car, Lin Haotian brought two beautiful girls to the mall. Lin Haotian walked in front, and the two sisters followed behind. Because the two sisters not only look exactly the same, but also have stunning figures and even more alluring faces. People shopping in the square were all men and women. Many men who came with their girlfriends were so envious when they saw the beauties following Lin Haotian. They stared at the two girls. A man stopped and stared at the girl behind Lin Haotian with lustful eyes, his saliva almost dripping. When his female companion saw this, she pulled his ear viciously, but the man acted as if the ear was not his and did not feel any pain at all, still staring at the two girls with lustful eyes. Only after Lin Haotian and the others walked away did the man put away his lustful eyes. Only then did he feel the pain in his ears being transmitted to his brain, and he quickly covered his ears and screamed. Ouch, it hurts. Be gentle. The female companion next to him spat at the man and said, Scumbag, let's break up. The man covered his ears and hurriedly chased after him, shouting, Lily, it's not like that. I love you. Please wait for me. Please listen to my excuses. No, please listen to my explanations. The female companion walked away quickly, and the man followed closely, still saying something. Lin Haotian took Yi Hanbing and her sister into a fashionable women's clothing store and spoke to the shopping guide as soon as they entered. Give these two behind me some nice clothes. The shopping guide came over and said, Okay, sir, please sit on the sofa and wait. Two beauties, please follow me, the female shopping guide said politely. The two sisters looked at Lin Haotian, who was standing beside them, and gestured for them to follow, so they followed the female shopping guide. While Lin Haotian was sitting on the sofa waiting, he opened Zhao Inger's WeChat and then her moments. He found that the moments posted by this girl were all some daily photos and some selfies with friends. When scrolling down, he found a video that caught Lin Haotian's attention. It was a song played by Zhao Inger and several other girls on the school playground. The song was beautiful and the five girls looked charming. Especially Zhao Inger's bulging breasts. He roughly calculated them with his hands and was shocked. She was really a beauty. This is too big, isn't it? Lin Haotian raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. At this moment, a female shopping guide next to him brought a glass of water to Lin Haotian and said politely, "Sir, please have some tea." Lin Haotian took the tea and said something to the shopping guide. "Thanks." Just at this moment, a man came into the store holding a girl's hand. The girl was wearing very cool clothes, especially around her chest. The man spoke arrogantly to the girl. "Yi Zi, buy whatever clothes you like here. I have plenty of money. I only have cash left." Lin Haotian heard the arrogant man talking, looked up at him, and saw that he had dyed yellow hair. He shook his head silently and ignored him, but continued to play with his phone. "Thank you, brother. You are so awesome," said the girl named Yi Zi in a sweet voice. The girl, led by the female shopping guide, went to choose clothes, while the man with yellow hair sat next to Lin Haotian, crossed his legs and waited for his girlfriend to come out. At this moment, Yi Jingxue, wearing a white shirt, a skirt and black stockings, came in front of Lin Haotian. This outfit made everyone present unable to take their eyes off her. She already had an attractive appearance, and wearing this outfit, her figure was even more exposed, making her look even more charming and attractive. Yi Jingxue stood in front of Lin Haotian and said while twisting her slender waist, "Brother Haotian, how is it, does it look good?" Lin Haotian looked at Yi Jingxue's outfit and his smile became even brighter. "It's really beautiful. Our Ashue looks good in anything. But we can't always wear formal clothes like this. We need some casual clothes and try more clothes of different styles." At this moment, Yi Hanbing also walked out of the dressing room. Yi Hanbing was wearing a handsome leather jacket and leather skirt. The leather jacket and leather skirt made Yi Hanbing look even more cool and his aura was even stronger. Yi Hanbing said lightly, "Brother Haotian, how is it?" Lin Haotian said with a smile, "You have such a strong aura." "Oh? Then how about I change one and don't want this one anymore?" "No, I want this one too. Go pick a few more." "Okay, brother Haotian." The two beautiful twin girls went into the fitting room to try on clothes. The yellow-haired man at the side was so happy when he saw the two twin sisters that his mouth dropped and he stared at others with lustful eyes. After watching the two twin sisters disappear from his sight, the yellow-haired man couldn't help it anymore and spoke to Lin Haotian. "Excuse me, I want to ask, what is your relationship with those two people just now?" "They are my sisters." "Didn't you just hear them call me brother?" "Dude, stop beating around the bush. Don't the girls we bring here all call us brothers? How about this? I like these two twin sisters. Can you give me a price and let them be mine for one day?" "What did you say?" Lin Haotian actually already knew that the yellow-haired man had already developed sexual intentions, but he didn't expect that he would say it so directly, even to the point of demanding the person from him. "I said, I'll make an offer, you give up the two twin sisters for one day, and I'll give you 1 million for one day, how about that?" "Fuck you." Lin Haotian angrily kicked the man in the crotch. The yellow-haired man covered his little brother and said in pain, You are so bold, you actually dare to hit me." The yellow-haired man calmed down for a while, his little brother didn't hurt anymore, and then he was ready to raise his hand to hit Lin Haotian. At this time, Lin Haotian had already guessed his move. He did a side flip and pinned the yellow-haired man to the ground. The yellow-haired man cried out in pain and said something. You should let me go, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." Lin Haotian said coldly. "Boy, you dare to threaten me, who do you think you are?" At this time, other customers and shopping guides in the store were so scared when they saw this scene that they hid aside. Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing also came out of the fitting room. "Brother Haotian, are you okay?" "Fine." "Ashue, Bing, have you made your selections?" "Waiter, we'll take all of these by card." The shopping guide hurriedly took the bank card, swiped it to pay, put the clothes in order, and handed them to Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing. "Axu, Abing, let's go." Lin Haotian let go of the yellow-haired man, thinking that he just needed to teach him a lesson and not cause any more trouble. The moment the yellow-haired man was released, he quickly picked up the phone and started making a call. "Brotherly, I was beaten up in your square, come here quickly," said the person on the other end of the phone. "Who dares to bully my brother Zhang? I'll be there right now." After the yellow-haired man hung up the phone, he felt that someone was coming to support him, so he immediately blocked Lin Haotian and the others' way and said arrogantly, "Stop right there. You want to leave after you beat someone up? Where is my face going to be?" Chapter 79 Wang Sikong? Kneel down before me now and apologize to me. Then give me the two beautiful twin girls beside you, and I will let you go. Otherwise, when brotherly comes, you will be in big trouble. Humph. Lin Haotian looked at the yellow-haired man shouting over there, so he became interested. He looked the yellow-haired man up and down and asked with contempt. I just want to know who the brotherly you mentioned is. He has put me in such a difficult situation. I want to see who is so capable. Humph, the brotherly I'm talking about is the manager of the mall. He's bringing people here now. You're going to be in trouble soon, ha ha ha. Just at this moment, Lin Haotian's phone rang. You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you it's never enough. Lin Haotian took out the phone from his pocket and saw that it was Zhang Yong calling, so he answered the call. Hey, brother Haotian, are you still in Wucheng now? Zhang Yang asked. Yes, I'm here. Lin Haotian replied. Brother Haotian, didn't we get the piece of land in the northern district of Wucheng? To celebrate, how about going out for a few drinks tonight? I know a high-end nightclub that has just opened in Wucheng. It's very big. How about coming out to have some fun? Zhang Yong said on the other end of the phone. Well, sure, let's get the location first. The name of this bar is MK Bar. Many celebrities go there. It's a big place with many beautiful girls. I have reserved a seat. Zhang Yong said excitedly when he heard Lin Haotian say that he could come. Well, I encountered some problems in the square. I will come after I finish dealing with them. Lin Haotian said lightly. Ha! Brother Haotian, you are in that square. I'll come over now. Zhang Yong said anxiously when he heard Lin Haotian say that he encountered some problems. It's at Wanda Plaza in Wucheng. Lin Haotian replied. Wucheng Wanda Plaza belongs to a buddy of mine. So, I'll take my buddy with me right now, and you two can get to know each other, okay? Brother Haotian. Sure, come on. After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian put the phone in his pocket. At this time, the yellow-haired man stared at Lin Haotian, thinking that Lin Haotian was about to get into bad luck. Do you know who I am? The yellow-haired man said arrogantly. After a minute, seeing that Lin Haotian ignored him, the yellow-haired man continued. My father owns more than a dozen stores in this square, and I have a good relationship with Manager Li here. I believe you will be in trouble if he comes. Because my dad has a lot of connections, the property managers here have to give him some respect when they see him. Lin Haotian looked at the yellow-haired man indifferently and still ignored him. Yi Hanbing, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand the yellow-haired man's continuous output anymore, so he pleaded with Lin Haotian. Brother Haotian, let me knock this stinky yellow-haired guy down. He really deserves a beating. Yeah, beat him up and he will be obedient. He kept chattering there and it was so annoying. Yi Jingxue also couldn't stand this yellow-haired guy and said with disgust. Don't keep thinking about fighting. Let him pretend for a while. He will get what he deserves soon. Just wait and see. Lin Haotian said to comfort the two twins. Well, have you made up your mind? Do you want to kneel down and apologize to me now? Then let the two beautiful twin sisters next to you come to my place and play for a day, and I will consider letting you go. Otherwise, when brotherly comes, I will not have the final say. The yellow-haired man said arrogantly. Lin Haotian ignored the yellow-haired man and sat on the sofa, drinking tea leisurely. Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing beside him obediently fed Lin Haotian fruits, pinched his shoulders, and asked Lin Haotian, how is it? Is your strength still okay? Lin Haotian was treated like an emperor while sitting on the sofa, which made the yellow-haired man next to him very angry. He kept asking why brotherly hadn't come yet. Just at this moment, a tall man wearing a black suit and about 1.8 meters tall came with several security guards. When the yellow-haired man saw the tall man coming, he hurried over as if he had seen a savior. Brotherly, this is the guy who beat me in the square. You must avenge me. The yellow-haired man said hurriedly. Don't worry, your brotherly is doing things, so if you are still worried, it's okay, I will support you. Then let me thank you here, brother. Let's go to the bar for a couple of drinks in the evening. When Manager Li heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up, thinking about hugging a few beauties in the evening. Then he spoke to Lin Haotian and others. You, come with us. It's not okay to hit someone in the square. You just did it. When Lin Haotian heard that Manager Li was so disrespectful to him, he felt there was no need to save face for him. You can take me away, but you don't have the right to do so. Lin Haotian said lightly.
Although we don't have the right, you have already disrupted the order of the square, so you have no choice but to come with us.
Hee hee, I disturbed the public order of the square. Why didn't you ask why I hit him? Lin Haotian asked back.
Although I don't know what happened between you, the fact is that you beat Mr. Zhang and left him with a black eye and swollen face.
That's a fact. So you have to come with us.
If you don't come with us, we'll have to use force. Manager Li said, and took a few security guards to take action. At this time, Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue hurriedly stood in front of Lin Haotian to protect him. At this moment, several security guards looked at the twin sisters standing in front of them and thought that they were nothing and did not take them seriously at all. They were ready to use force. However, when they took action, they were knocked to the ground by Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue and could only cry out in pain. The yellow-haired man and Manager Li opened their mouths in surprise when they saw this scene. They never expected that the two twin sisters next to Lin Haotian could actually fight 8 people alone and knock down these 8 tall and mighty men. At this moment, Zhang Yong and his good friend Wang Xikong also arrived at the scene. After seeing Lin Haotian, Zhang Yong quickly introduced his good friend Wang Xikong to Lin Haotian. The two shook hands, and Zhang Yong also told Wang Xikong about the fake wine. Wang Xikong was also very interested in Lin Haotian and wanted to make friends with this person.
That's how the two people got to know each other.
Manager Li, who was standing by, watched Wang Xikong and Lin Haotian shaking hands. He knew that their relationship was definitely not ordinary, so he collapsed and sat down on the ground.
Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang.
Manager Li was so nervous that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Now anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Xikong, who shook hands with Lin Haotian, must be someone of high rank, otherwise, Manager Li wouldn't be so nervous and even sat on the ground in fear.
Chapter 80, How to Deal with It.
Wang Xikong saw all this, frowned and asked.
Manager Li, what's going on?
Mr. Wang, I didn't know this gentleman was your friend, otherwise I wouldn't be like this. Manager Li stuttered. At this time, his face was covered with sweat, and he was getting more and more nervous. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and his official hat would be in jeopardy. He glared at the yellow-haired man next to him viciously. Call your general manager over here.
I have something to discuss with him.
Wang Xikong said coldly. Manager Li quickly ordered his men to call General Manager Yi Hanqing. At this time, the women's clothing area on the 6th floor of the square was surrounded by people. On the other side, the men sent by Manager Li hurried to the general manager's office on the 10th floor to find Yi Hanqing.
Something bad has happened, Mr. Yi. Xiao Wang said.
Just now in the women's clothing area on the 5th floor, Mr. Wang came. Mr. Wang's friend beat someone up for some unknown reason, and Manager Li tried to teach Mr. Wang's friend a lesson.
Now Mr. Wang wants you to go over there.
When Yi Hanqing heard this, his face instantly turned ugly. Without even thinking, he quickly ran over. On the way there, Xiao Wang told Yi Hanqing the whole story of what had just happened. After hearing the whole story, Yi Hanqing anticipated that something bad was going to happen, so he quickened his pace and ran to the 6th floor of the plaza. As soon as they arrived at the women's clothing area on the 6th floor, they found it was crowded with people. Yi Hanqing and Xiao Wang had to work very hard to break out of the crowd and arrived at the scene. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw Manager Li sitting limply on the ground. Next to him were Lin Haotian and the two twin sisters, President Wang Xikong and a man, and a yellow-haired man. He knew the yellow-haired man because he had dealt with his father and they had met several times.
Mr. Wang, you're here.
Yi Hanqing quickly walked up to Wang Xikong.
Mr. Yi, is this the square you manage? You should give me an explanation for what happened.
Wang Xikong said coldly from the side. Yi Hanqing was so frightened when he heard Wang Xikong's words that cold sweat ran down his face. He quickly spoke in a low voice. Mr. Wang, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Yi Hanqing hurried over and asked Manager Li.
What on earth happened? How did you leave the square in such a mess?
Then he looked at the yellow-haired man next to him and said. Zhang Shuai, please tell me what happened. Why did this gentleman hit you?
Uncle Yi, I know I was wrong.
The yellow-haired man saw Yi Hanqing being respectful to Wang Xikong next to Lin Haotian, and Wang Xikong and Lin Haotian had an unusual relationship, so he felt that he had met someone he shouldn't have offended at noon today, and he had hit a steel plate. So he had no choice but to apologize and give in.
Zhang Shuai, it's useless to talk to me. I just want to ask you, how did you offend this gentleman? Why did he hit you? You should apologize to this gentleman and see if he forgives you?
Yi Hanqing said helplessly. He knew the yellow-haired man too well. He knew that the yellow-haired man had always been lustful and must have offended someone else's woman. Seeing that it was useless to apologize to Yi Hanqing, the yellow-haired man could only tell Yi Hanqing everything that had just happened. When Yi Hanqing heard what the yellow-haired man said, his legs went weak, cold sweat ran down his face, and he roared angrily.
You are acting wildly at the feet of the prince.
You are usually lustful, and now you dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Wang's friends.
I can't help you like this.
I can only call your father and let him solve this matter. After hearing what the yellow-haired man said, Yi Hanqing felt that he could not protect himself and could only take out his cell phone and prepare to make a call. At this moment, the yellow-haired man spoke in a crying voice.
Uncle Yi, please don't call my dad.
If he knows that I have offended Mr. Wang, he will beat me to death. Yi Hanqing didn't listen to the yellow-haired man, but took out his cell phone and called. After the call was connected, Yi Hanqing told the whole story of what happened here and how his son offended Mr. Wang's friend. The person on the other end of the phone heard that his son had caused such a big trouble in the square, and he instantly flew into a rage and smashed the cup. Then he asked Yi Hanqing to calm the situation while he would go over in 15 minutes to personally apologize to Mr. Wang. A noble lady on the other end of the phone asked hurriedly.
Husband, why are you so angry? Who has offended you?
It's because you didn't discipline your son well, and he caused me a lot of trouble outside.
What trouble has our son caused you? He just offended Mr. Wang's friend in the square. Mr. Wang is in the square now. I won't say anything more.
I have to solve this matter quickly, otherwise our family will be finished. As Zhang Jiwei said this, he quickly put on his clothes, went out to drive, and arrived at Wanda Plaza at lightning speed. And the women's clothing store on the 5th floor of the plaza. After Yi Hanqing hung up the phone, he said to the yellow-haired man, Your dad will be here in 15 minutes. Then he spoke to Manager Li, who was already collapsed on the ground in fear.
Manager Li, why are you still standing there? Apologize to this gentleman and see if he will forgive you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I didn't recognize a great man and offended you.
Can you forgive me? Manager Li quickly ran over and pulled Lin Haotian's thigh and said tremblingly.
Lin Haotian, who was standing aside, had long lost his good impression of Manager Li, a bully who only cared about the strong. He ignored his apology and turned around to speak to Wang Xikong.
Mr. Wang, this is your company's business. Logically, I have no right to interfere.
But this happened to me, so I can't just ignore it. This Manager Li abused his power.
If I were just an ordinary person, not your friend, Mr. Wang, how would this Manager Li deal with me today?
Wang Xikong nodded in agreement.
Mr. Lin, what do you think is the best way to deal with this? That depends on how Mr. Yi handles it.
After all, he is the general manager here.
Oh? Then, Mr. Yi, let's see how you handle this matter next. You have to take full responsibility for what happened in the square.
If you don't handle it to my satisfaction this time, I will fire you directly.
Thank you, Mr. Wang, for giving me this opportunity.
Yi Hanqing said with tears of gratitude. Then he turned and walked towards Manager Li, who at this time collapsed to the ground like a lamb to be slaughtered. He knew that his job was no longer secure. You are fired, please leave immediately. At this moment, Manager Li seemed to be making a final struggle. He quickly stepped forward, hugged Lin Haotian's thighs, and cried. Sir, please forgive me, I didn't mean to do this to you. Yi Hanqing said coldly at this time.
Please let go of Mr. Lin. I will give you a dignified departure. If you continue to pester me like this, I'm afraid it will not be very dignified. You need to think clearly about what to do next.
When Manager Li heard Yi Hanqing say this, he knew that he had the upper hand over him and he dared not argue any further. He could only speak listlessly like a deflated ball.
Okay, I understand. I will go and resign now. I will leave now.
After Yi Hanqing dealt with Manager Li, he walked towards the 8 security guards and said coldly.
You just acted unreasonably towards Mr. Lin. Please leave now. This square cannot accommodate you anymore.
After hearing what Yi Hanqing said, the 8 security guards could only sigh and leave. At this moment, the yellow-haired man's father also arrived at the scene.
Chapter 81 Apologize. Where is my trouble-making son?
I'm going to beat him up so he doesn't even recognize his own mother. A middle-aged man with white hair on his temples ran over and said to Yi Hanqing angrily and anxiously. The yellow-haired man standing by, when he saw his old father coming, hid behind the sofa like a turtle and dared not show his face. The middle-aged man's name is Zhang Jiwei, and he owns more than a dozen shops in this square. The man looked around but couldn't find his son, so he hurriedly walked up to Yi Hanqing and asked anxiously.
Boss Yi, what do you think we should do about this? I have no choice. Who made your son offend someone he shouldn't have? You see, I'm useless.
Yi Hanqing said coldly on the side. I can barely take care of myself now, so how can I have the energy and time to care about the lives of others? Just now, President Wang said that he would give me a chance to deal with Manager Li and those security guards. The most important thing next is how to deal with the trouble caused by Zhang Shuai. Seeing that Yi Hanqing was ignoring him, Zhang Jiwei could only hurry up to find Wang Xikong.
Hello, you must be Mr. Wang. Today is the first time we meet. My son bumped into your friend. I will teach him a lesson after I find him.
Wang Xikong on the side said with a sneer. Mr. Zhang, you should ask my friend whether he wants to forgive your son. Wang Xikong said, pointing at Lin Haotian next to him. Zhang Jiwei ran to Lin Haotian again and saw Zhang Shuai hiding on the side of the sofa. He ran over quickly, pulled Zhang Shuai out, and then brought him in front of Lin Haotian and said, Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin, otherwise I will skin you alive, the middle-aged man said viciously while staring at the yellow-haired man. After hearing what his father said, the yellow-haired man knelt down on the ground.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm blind. Can you please forgive me this time?
The yellow-haired man glanced at his father, and the middle-aged man slapped him directly.
5 slap marks were clearly visible, and he said angrily, Look at me, what am I doing?
Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin.
If Mr. Lin doesn't forgive you, you're dead this time.
I'll beat you with a belt until you don't know who you are. After hearing his father say this, the yellow-haired man became even more frightened and immediately cowed out on the ground and said, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me. If you don't forgive me, my dad will beat me to death.
If you feel unsatisfied, just beat me up.
Anyway, you must forgive me, otherwise my dad will really beat me to death. Lin Haotian looked at the humble yellow-haired man beside him. He no longer had the arrogance he had before, and there was no trace of emotion on his face. The middle-aged man saw that Lin Haotian on the side was not at all disturbed, so he quickly kicked the yellow-haired man again and said viciously,
Get out of my way, don't be an eyesore here.
The middle-aged man turned around and said to Lin Haotian with an apologetic smile, Mr. Lin, my disappointing son just offended the 2 ladies behind you. I am willing to give them 3 million yuan and hope to get their forgiveness. This man was very smart, he knew that Lin Haotian was not short of money and would not look down upon a mere 3 million. He did not say that he would give the money to Lin Haotian, but instead gave it to the 2 ladies behind him. This made Lin Haotian feel that these 2 men were very smart and knew how to behave themselves. After the middle-aged man said this, he looked at Yi Hanqing beside him with a look of help, hoping that the smooth-talking Yi Hanqing would say a few good words to Lin Haotian. However, Yi Hanqing did not respond to the look because he felt that he was about to lose his job, so how could he care about others? People are so selfish.
Not bad, not bad. I think you are very smart.
Lin Haotian said lightly. At this time, the middle-aged man showed a long-lost smile on his face and said nothing more. Lin Haotian continued.
All right, let's leave it at that. I see you beat your son and he must have been scared. I believe he won't do it again. I forgive him.
After hearing what Lin Haotian said, the middle-aged man finally cracked a smile and said excitedly,
Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Then he glanced at the yellow-haired man and signaled with his eyes.
Why don't you kneel down and thank Mr. Lin?
The yellow-haired man immediately knelt down and spoke to Lin Haotian.
Thank you so much, I won't dare to do it again. Well, remember this in the future.
Don't think that just because your family is rich, you can do whatever you want.
There are always people better than you. Don't be so arrogant.
Lin Haotian said coldly. The middle-aged man on the side said,
Yes, Mr. Lin, you are right. When I return, I will definitely discipline this rebellious son. How about how to give you the 3 million I just mentioned? How about you leave me your phone number and I will send it to you when the time comes?
Said the middle-aged man. In fact, it is possible to transfer 3 million yuan, so why did the middle-aged man want to leave his phone number? He must want to keep Lin Haotian's contact information so that he can contact him in the future.
This Lin Haotian must have an extraordinary identity.
To be able to become friends with Wang Xikong, he must be an even more powerful person.
This is my business card. I admire you very much.
Lin Haotian handed the business card to the middle-aged man.
After taking the business card, the middle-aged man held it tightly with excitement.
I, Zheng Jiwei, will follow your lead.
After hearing this, Lin Haotian didn't say much. Wang Xikong asked at this time.
Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with this way of handling the matter? Lin Haotian said lightly.
It's okay. Now that we've dealt with it, should we go?
Then Zhang Yong and others prepared to leave.
You are a rebellious son. You cause trouble outside every day. Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson when I get back.
Zhang Jiwei said viciously.
The yellow-haired man on the side said. Dad, if it weren't for me, would you have this Mr. Lin's business card? After hearing this, Zhang Jiwei shook his head and said. I really don't know what's going on in your head. You provoked someone we can't afford to offend today. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's consideration, and if it weren't for your old father's flattery and perfect handling of the problem, our family would have gone bankrupt long ago.
The yellow-haired man said in disbelief.
Dad, no way, our family will go bankrupt because of this Lin or something?
Zhang Jiwei patted the yellow-haired man on the head and said with a disappointed look on his face. I, Zhang Jiwei, have been smart my whole life, but how could I give birth to a useless person like you, with your head stuck in the door?
We have more than a dozen stores in this square.
If Mr. Lin says something, and Mr. Wang is friends with Mr. Lin, and doesn't allow us to do business in this square, all the customers we have accumulated will become nothing.
We will have to find a new square and start all over again. Do you think he can bankrupt us with just one word?
The yellow-haired man suddenly realized, nodded, and said with fear in his heart.
Dad, I know I was wrong. I will never do evil again just because my family is rich. I will definitely change my ways in the future.
When Zhang Jiwei heard his son say this, he felt relieved. He thought that if his son didn't cause trouble again in the future, he could still talk to him nicely.
Chapter 82 MK Bar.
Yi Hanqing on the side said to Wang Xikong. Boss Wang, when I return, I will definitely rectify those employees who abused their power in the plaza and give you a satisfactory answer. And in this incident, I am the general manager of this plaza and bear the main responsibility. I should be punished. I will take out 3 months' salary of my own to properly tidy up our plaza bar.
Okay, then I'll give you this chance. I'll come again next time. Don't let me down then.
After Wang Xikong finished speaking, he left the square with Lin Haotian and his group. Lin Haotian brought Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue with him. The two twin sisters came to the outer 8 carrying large and small bags of clothes. Yi Jingxue put the clothes and other things into the trunk of the car. Zhang Yong was driving a Porsche 918 next to him.
Wang Xikong drove a cool blue supercar, which was a domestically produced Hongqi concept supercar. Several people drove 3 sports cars to the outside of MK Bar.
There are also many luxury cars outside this bar, especially Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, and Lamborghini can be seen everywhere.
When 3 sports cars arrived at MK Bar, everyone was shocked. Wow, this is the Hongqi concept sports car from the auto show. It's limited to 1 in the world and costs tens of millions. It really looks good. With a blue body, a Chinese car can actually look this good. I love it. Not only does it look good, it also has great performance, much better than any Porsche from abroad.
Handsome men and beautiful women came out of the 3 sports cars.
Just before they set off, Wang Xikong also brought a female internet celebrity, Chen Sisi, and a lovely beauty, Yi Qin, appeared next to Zhang Yong. The 2 top-notch twin beauties beside Lin Haotian also came down. The street lights at Wucheng MK Bar are bright and bustling. The nightlife has just begun at this time.
Zhang Yong said excitedly. Brother Haotian, let me tell you something. This MK Bar is the largest bar in the entire Wucheng.
It is the top bar.
Zhang Yong is a real bar hanger-on. When talking about bar matters, he is very talkative and very excited. Wang Xikong standing next to him is a frequent visitor of this MK.
Oh. Hearing you say that, it does sound awesome. What's the consumption level of this booth? Lin Haotian asked calmly.
Lin Haotian seldom goes to bars, and he knows even less about this MK Bar, and he is not very clear about the consumption level there. MK Bar is divided into several areas. with different levels and different consumption. For example, the minimum consumption in Area 1 is 100,000, the minimum consumption in Area 0 is 300,000, and the consumption in the Supreme Area is 1 million. Oh? Which district did you choose? Brother Haotian, I booked a seat in Area 1 because this bar is very popular and good seats have to be reserved several months in advance. I only managed to get one on short notice with the help of my connections.
It was not easy. Wang Sikong on the side said. Yes, you need connections to book this MK bar.
Ayang found me and was able to book this area in the first zone.
Otherwise, there wouldn't even be any area in the first zone.
When entering the bar, there were many beautiful nightclub girls wearing scantily clad clothes, swaying their bodies to the sound of the DJs.
And look at Area 1, Area 0, and the Supreme Area.
The difference between them is that the higher the price, the more beautiful the beauty is, the better her figure is, and the cooler she wears. Zhang Yong led his group to the booth in area that he had reserved in advance. At this time, a bar salesman rushed to Zhang Yong with a slightly flustered look on his face.
Mr. Zhang, this is bad, your booth has been taken away. Fuck, what happened? Did that bastard take my seat? Zhang Yong roared.
He was so furious that the seat he had managed to get with the help of his connections was snatched away by someone else. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Qin from the Supreme District has spoken, and there's nothing we can do. The bar's marketer said with a pout.
He couldn't afford to offend young Master Qin from the Supreme Area.
When young Master Qin asked him to give up his seat, he, as a salesman, had no right to offend the guests from the Supreme Area, so he could only let it be taken away. I don't care who he is, he can't take my seat. Zhang Yong grabbed the salesman's collar and yelled.
Zhang Yong, the son of the mayor of Wuching City, has never suffered such injustice. Who the hell is this young Master Qin? He actually dared to snatch his seat. This is outrageous.
Soon Zhang Yong rushed to the booth in Area 1 that he had originally reserved. There were already a few young men and women sitting in the booths in Area 1, playing rock paper scissors and drinking.
Fuck you, Mr. Chow, you actually dared to grab the seat I reserved. Did I give you face? Zhang Yong knew this Mr. Chow.
He was a second-generation rich man, but not very rich.
He just liked to show off.
Brother Yong, this booth was given to me by young Master Qin. If you have the guts, go and argue with him.
Why are you looking for me? Chao Shang glanced at Zhang Yong, obviously not intending to leave.
Because Chao Shang is following behind young Master Qin. If you have the guts, Zhang Yong, go find young Master Qin.
Why are you looking for me? I don't know this Mr. Qin you're talking about. This seat is mine now. Get out of my way.
Seeing that Chao Shang had no intention of leaving, Zhang Yong became even angrier and roared. At this time, a young man came to the booth in Area 1 and said proudly.
Isn't this Mr. Zhang? How come even the Emperor Qin doesn't recognize him?
This Emperor Qin is one of the top second-generation rich people in Wuching, and his Qin family has assets worth hundreds of billions.
I don't care who you are, I reserved this seat, tell him to get out of here.
Emperor Qin glanced at the people Zhang Yong brought with him.
Except for Wang Sikong, Lin Haotian was a stranger whom he had never seen before.
It was obvious that this person was not from our aristocratic circle. As for Wang Sikong, he is not in the same level as these second-generation rich people. He is below him, so there is no need for him to give him face. But when he saw two beautiful twin girls standing next to Lin Haotian, his eyes lit up. Two women who look exactly the same are so beautiful, especially their devilish figures, which make every man fall in love with them. So Emperor Qin took the initiative to come to Lin Haotian and spoke to the two twin sisters next to Lin Haotian.
My two beauties, my name is Qin Huang. I have reserved a seat in the Supreme Area. Are you two interested in coming over for a drink?
Lin Haotian on the side had a cold look in his eyes.
This Qin Huang actually bypassed him and tried to seduce his female bodyguard. No, Yi Han said coldly with a strong aura.
Emperor Qin glanced at Yi Hanbing and was startled by her cold expression. Then she looked at Yi Jingxue on the other side. The expression on Yi Jingxue's face was not as cold as hers, so she asked with longing eyes.
Beautiful lady, would you please do me the honor of having a drink over there? I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in you. After being rejected twice, Emperor Qin was obviously stunned. What went wrong? He revealed that he was in the Supreme Area, but two beauties rejected him. Unheard of, unseen. With his status as a top rich second generation, he rarely encountered rejection.
But today he encountered it, and was rejected twice, which made him feel incredible. However, he did not continue to bother the two twin sisters, but spoke to Zhang Yon.
Zhang Yon, I'm not bullying you. I'm telling you the truth.
I'm in the Supreme Box and I'm the top guest of MK Bar, so I have the rights.
So, you can't do anything to me, right? Chapter 83 Master Lin will pay for tonight as expenses.
The two twin sisters rejected Qin Huang.
He was already feeling angry, so how could he give up this booth?
Zhang Yong was even more furious.
What's wrong with booking a seat in the Supreme area?
We all come here to consume and have reserved seats in advance.
You can't book a seat in the Supreme area and then come and take my seat. Zhang Yong roared. Is this bar yours? Why are you shouting here? I have reserved a seat in the Supreme area. If you have the ability, you can also reserve a seat in the Supreme area.
You can't even afford the expenses in the Supreme area, but you are still rushing here to pay for me.
Don't embarrass yourself here. Get out of here now.
Qin Huang looked at Lin Haotian, Zhang Yon, Wang Xikon, and others on the side with a trace of contempt in his eyes.
Emperor Qin looked at the indifferent people and became even more proud. He waved his hand and said, If you can't afford it, don't come to MK Bar. Get out of here, guys. Wait, I bought this bar. Lin Haotian was angry. What? Buy it? Everyone present thought they had heard wrongly. What kind of place is MK Bar?
It is the largest and most luxurious bar in Wuchang, with a daily turnover of over 50 million.
Brother Haotian, are we really going to buy it? Zhang Yon looked at Lin Haotian in shock.
You have to know that the purchase of this MK bar would cost at least 5 billion, and this is still a conservative estimate. It is not worth it to do this for such a person.
Wouldn't it be nice to use this money to invest in other real estate?
Qin Huan, who had not walked far, was even more incredulous when he heard what Lin Haotian said. He, a top-rich second generation, did not have the courage to buy this bar, and this seemingly ordinary Lin Haotian actually said he would buy it for him.
Did I hear you correctly? What did you just say? You want to buy this bar?
Lin Haotian did not answer Qin Huang's question, but spoke to the salesperson next to him.
Go call your boss over here and tell him I want to buy this bar.
The salesperson at the side looked at Lin Haotian, who was not very familiar to him, with disbelief in his eyes and asked doubtfully.
Sir, you are serious. Do you really want to buy our bar? Why are you talking so much nonsense? I told you to call your boss over. I want to talk to him.
Lin Haotian said impatiently. The salesman hurried to inform the general manager of the bar, but he could not contact the owner of the bar because he was not qualified. After a long while, suddenly there was a loud shouting from the crowd again. A stunning beauty with charming looks and hot body came to Lin Haotian surrounded by many bodyguards. This charming woman walked with great aura and instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Wow, she's so beautiful and walks so confidently. She is simply a beauty, and she is followed by so many bodyguards, who are also very manly.
Look, there's a man following her. Do you know who the man in white is? He's the general manager of MK Bar.
No way, the general manager of MK Bar follows her.
Could she be the mysterious boss in the legend?
The men and women in the bar were discussing the identity of this charming woman. They were curious about her aura and appearance. They had never seen such a beautiful person before. The Emperor Qin, who had not yet walked far, saw this charming woman and opened his mouth in shock and shouted.
Leng Qingqiu?
Qin Huang knew the owner of MK Bar, and Leng Qingqiu was the owner of this bar. She is not only the owner of MK Bar, but also the first head of the Leng family.
The Leng family's business involves cross-industry development such as real estate, catering, and jewelry.
Under her leadership, the Leng family quickly occupied Wuchang and even had stores around the world. Every time Qin Huang came to this bar, he would ask if Leng Qingqiu would come, and every time he came he would spend money, hoping to get Leng Qingqiu's attention. Even so, Leng Qingqiu was still cold to him. When Emperor Qin saw Leng Qingqiu coming, he quickly ran over and said to Leng Qingqiu with a smile on his face.
Miss Qingqiu, you are here.
Leng Qingqiu was stunned for a moment and looked at him, then turned around and left.
This made Emperor Qin very embarrassed.
He had just been rejected by the twins, and now Leng Qingqiu ignored him, making him feel ashamed. He stood there in a daze, unable to let go for a long time.
Leng Qingqiu walked up to Lin Haotian and his group, stretched out his hand and said coldly. Hello, I'm Leng Qingqiu, the owner of MK Bar. I heard you want to buy this MK bar? Lin Haotian was shocked when he saw Leng Qingxiu. This woman was extremely beautiful and had a strong aura. Hello, my name is Lin Haotian, and I plan to buy this bar. Oh? You said you wanted to buy this bar? Yes, how much do you think it will cost? 10 billion renminbi, but in cash.
Leng Qingxiu thought that even if he had trillions of assets, those assets were real estate and some stock funds, not cash that could be taken out at will.
Well, I'll call now, wait.
After completing this step, Leng Qingxiu received 10 billion yuan and said with a smile, "Sir, this bar is yours.
Just go through the formalities when you have time." At this time, Lin Haotian received a text message of 100 billion renminbi from China Merchants Bank on his mobile phone. Lin Haotian looked at his mobile phone. How could he have forgotten this? The system offers a tenfold cashback.
Wang Xikong and others on the side were stunned. Lin Haotian said proudly,
"Tonight's consumption is free."
The whole audience cheered and screamed. At this moment, the music in the bar stopped, and the salesman signaled everyone to be quiet. Then the exciting music sounded.
My Radisson fans, I have good news for you. All meals at MK Bar are free. This Mr. Lin will pay for the drinks tonight. Everybody cheer, cheer up, cheer with the loudest voice.
At this moment, all the beauties in the bar looked over here, casting envious and admiring eyes. They were so excited that they couldn't close their legs.
Lin Haotian said to Qin Huang and others standing aside. They are not welcome in this bar tonight. Get them out of here.
When Emperor Qin heard what Lin Haotian said, he said angrily,
What did you say? You want us to get out of the bar? Yes, you guys can get out now. This bar is mine now, and I have the final say.
Then he looked at Leng Qingxiu and said coldly, Boss Leng, please tell Mr. Qin whether this bar belongs to me or not.
Do I have the right to ask him to leave? Leng Qingxiu nodded and said,
Yes, the bar is yours now, Mr. Lin.
You can make the decision now.
But before the bar became yours, I had already booked the supreme area.
Now you want to kick me out, isn't that unreasonable?
Qin Huang was anxious, because he had booked the supreme area with great difficulty, and now he was kicked out in front of so many people. Where would he put his face as a top-rich second generation? I'll give you a free bill for tonight's supreme area consumption. You just offended my friend and were disrespectful to me. From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in this bar again. Zhao Sheng, who was standing by, saw that the Emperor Qin was about to be driven out and thought he would be driven out too, so he said to the Emperor Qin, Master Qin, how can we tolerate this? When Emperor Qin heard about this fat guy who embarrassed him in the bar, he was so angry that he kicked Zhao Sheng on the butt and roared, Fuck you, if I hadn't saved the seat for you, would I have done this? If you can't fucking talk, then stop talking nonsense. Stay away from me. Qin Huang and his men left the scene in disgrace.
Chapter 84, Only School Beauties Can Enter. At this time, Lin Haotian and his team were arranged in the supreme area. At this time, Lin Haotian waved to the general manager beside him.
The general manager hurried over and said respectfully,
Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions?
Spread the word. Anyone who comes to the bar tonight and has a school beauty level will be let in directly.
If not, then don't let in. Men are not allowed in for now. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it now.
The bar manager hurried down to make arrangements.
The bar is free tonight. If we don't make this rule, I'm afraid it will be overcrowded. This news soon spread to young people in Wucheng. Students from Wucheng Conservatory of Music are watching short videos.
Suddenly, a beautiful girl in Zhao Inger's dormitory screamed, Inger, look, Wucheng MK Bar is offering free meals tonight.
Anyone who is a school beauty can eat, drink and have fun for free. There are also many wealthy people at the scene. Ah, is it very expensive there? I haven't even been there, but the minimum cost there is tens of thousands. Yes, so now as long as you have good looks, it's free. What are you waiting for, sisters? Let's go. But I don't really want to go.
Zhao Inger said with a pout.
Inger, come on, just stay with us, okay?
The remaining 4 people walked to Zhao Inger's bed, took her hands and said,
Okay, then I'll accompany you. Zhao Inger said embarrassedly.
In addition to some pretty female college students, there were also some white-collar workers in the workplace, all of whom rushed to the MK Bar.
And inside the MK Bar,
many beautiful women dressed coolly looked towards Lin Haotian from time to time, hoping to get to the rich man's side and throw themselves directly into his arms.
Brother Lin, you are so awesome. Wang Xikong, who was sitting next to Lin Haotian, raised his glass and looked at Lin Haotian with admiration.
Although Wang Xikong is also a top second-generation rich man and his father is one of the richest people in Wuchang, he still cannot afford to take out 10 billion in cash to buy MK with real money. After all, the money belongs to his father, and his father may not have that much cash flow. Thinking about Qin Huang, the top rich second generation, who was usually like a crab, he was so arrogant and walked sideways in Wuchang, but now he was kicked out of the bar by Lin Haotian.
Chen Sisi, the little internet celebrity brought by Wang Xikong, also toasted Lin Haotian with a glass of wine.
She also cast a wink at Lin Haotian intentionally or unintentionally. In fact, Chen Sisi is like a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of the beautiful women in the entire bar, she seems to be a level lower. At this time, several beauties from Wuchang Conservatory of Music came to MK Bar. The 5 of them were in the same dormitory, and all of them were good-looking, except for one girl who was not as pretty as a school beauty.
She was stopped outside the MK Bar.
The 2 girls who were stopped outside had tears of grievance on their faces.
Inger, what should I do? I'm stopped outside and can't get in. The girl who was stopped outside was named Zhang Li and said in an aggrieved and crying voice. Then I won't go in either. I'll just stay outside with you. Zhao Inger said comfortingly.
Inger, let's go in first and get to know that rich man. Then we can ask him to let our Lily in,
said a sexy girl at the side. Okay, then after you go in, ask them to let me in quickly. I don't want to stay outside anymore. It's so cold outside. Zhang Li said. Don't worry, Lily, if they don't let you in, I will come out and we will go back to school. I will accompany you. Zhao Inger said.
The 4 beauties went in quickly. After Zhao Inger went in, she looked left and right at the bright lights and feasting inside.
Suddenly she looked at a familiar figure in the supreme position.
After a closer look, it turned out to be Lin Haotian, the one she had crashed into during the day. She opened her mouth in surprise and said to Wang Ko, who was wearing a low-cut skirt next to her.
Kiki, the man sitting in the supreme seat is the one whose car I hit in the car accident this morning, Brother Haotian. Ah, really? Are you telling the truth? Wang Ko asked in disbelief. The other 3 girls also stared at Zhao Inger with suspicion. Then take us to meet your brother Haotian, said Wang Ko, who was wearing a low-cut skirt. But, I'm afraid. Zhao Inger replied. What are you afraid of? By the way, I have brother Haotian's WeChat. Why don't I ask him on WeChat? Zhao Inger picked up her phone and opened WeChat. Open Lin Haotian's dialog box and enter. Brother Haotian, are you at MK Bar?
Lin Haotian, who was sitting in the supreme seat, heard his cell phone ring.
He picked up the phone, put a playful smile on his face, and replied. Yes, I'm in the supreme booth. Do you want to bring your roommates to play with us?
Brother Haotian, I'm at MK Bar right now, but my roommate Zhang Li is blocked outside the bar.
Can you let him in?
A minute later, Zhao Inger looked at Lin Haotian's chat window, but there was no message.
Yi Ko beside him asked. Inger, what's going on? Is he back?
I just told him all this, and he replied quite quickly.
But when I asked if my roommate had another one outside and asked if he could be let in, he didn't reply. What should I do? Zhao Inger said anxiously. He must be angry. Think about it, the rule of this bar is that only those with school beauty levels can enter. But you made this request, which violated the rule and should not be told. Yika said on the side. But I'm worried about Lily being outside. How about this? Actually, I also want to play here. Since he doesn't reply, I will accompany Lily back to the dormitory first. You guys have fun here. Zhao Inger said.
When Zhao Inger was about to leave, she suddenly saw Zhang Li walking in led by the general manager. When Lin Haotian saw Zhao Inger say that there was a roommate waiting outside, he immediately ordered the general manager here to bring in the girl named Zhang Li at the door, and then bring them together to the supreme seat. Zhao Inger and several other girls looked at Zhang Li in disbelief, and Zhang Li came to the bar under the guidance of the general manager. At this time, the general manager spoke. Come with me, Master Lin is waiting for you in the supreme booth. Led by the general manager, several people came to the supreme booth. In their hearts, they admired and worshipped Mr. Lin, or Brother Haotian as Zhao Inger called him. They didn't expect that this rich man could satisfy their small request. Several people quickly came to the Supreme booth, and Zhao Inger went straight up and spoke to Lin Haotian.
Brother Haotian, you are such a nice person, thank you. Inger, are you giving me a nice guy card?
No, Brother Haotian is really nice to me, and he doesn't have the bad temper of those rich people.
Brother Haotian, these are my roommates and good friends. Brother Haotian, hello, my name is Zhang Li. Brother Haotian, hello, my name is Yi Ku. Brother Haotian, hello, my name is Wang Yuan. Brother Haotian, hello, my name is Han Wenjing.
After several beauties introduced themselves, Lin Haotian motioned for them to sit down, and they sat down happily. Asked Yi Ku, a charming girl wearing a tube-top dress and with a curvy figure, who was sitting in the seat.
Brother Haotian, can I take some photos and send a short video? Sure, go ahead and take the photo. Brother Haotian, can I broadcast live?
After I posted the short video just now, many fans asked me to start the broadcast. They all want to see who is the richest man tonight.
They are all very curious. Yi Ku said. Well, you can do the live broadcast, but I won't enter the country.
Lin Haotian said lightly that he had entered the country through Schwerer's live broadcast room before, but now as his assets are increasing, he still has to keep a low profile.
All right.
Wang Ku was very happy when he first heard Lin Haotian say that he could start a live broadcast, but he felt sorry when he heard that he would not be on camera. After all, those fans came to see the rich man tonight, and if this happened, he would miss the chance to become popular. Soon, Yi Ku opened the leg-shaking live broadcast room.
The live broadcast quickly attracted a lot of people. Chapter 85. The DJ Queen sets the whole audience on fire.
The scene at MK Bar is very popular, so Yi Ku's live broadcast can only let the fans in the live broadcast room see the scene.
Little Princess Kiki, I want to see the rich man. Little Princess Kiki, where is the rich man? Some fans shouted below.
The number of fans is still increasing, and everyone is here to see the rich man who has booked the entire theater tonight.
My dear children, the rich man refuses to appear on camera, so I have no choice.
Yi Ku explained weakly to the fans in the live broadcast room. At this time, gifts were being given in the live broadcast room. The rocket launcher directly bombarded the live broadcast room.
A man named Ji Shanghuan got 7 rocket launchers. Little Princess Kiki, please let the rich man appear on camera.
Yi Ku looked at Lin Haotian with pleading eyes, hoping that he would show his face.
Brother Haotian, my fans all want to see your face, can you show it?
Sorry, Sister Ku, I'm not convenient. Lin Haotian said coldly. And at this moment, the music in the bar stopped and the whole place was silent. A man in cool clothes on the podium picked up the microphone and spoke in an excited and high-pitched voice.
Now we welcome our DJ Queen tonight. Where are the cheers and screams?
At this time, a woman wearing 8-centimeter high heels and a black tight skirt came over. She had a hot body and walked onto the stage with her slender waist twisted amid everyone's cheers and screams. At this moment, everyone was staring at this person intently, feeling that he looked a little familiar.
Oh my god, isn't this Leng Qingqiu, the female boss behind MK? No way, she can actually DJ?
She's so beautiful, and she can DJ.
I've been to this bar a few times, but I've never heard that this female owner can DJ.
At this time, Leng Qiuyu has started to play DJ skillfully. Her movements were very cool, and the whole audience was very excited, and their bodies were swaying to the music. Her fingers moved quickly on the disc, as nimbly as if she were dancing. The beautiful melody and moving notes made the whole audience even more excited. This scene was also recorded in Yi Ku's live broadcast room, and the fans in the room were stunned instantly. Although they were not in the bar, they felt as if they were there when they heard the DJ, and their bodies swayed along.
It's so immersive and magical. Leng Qiuyu's DJing skills have reached perfection. Everyone in the bar was having a blast.
Zhang Yong and his friends in the Supreme booth reached a climax when they heard this DJing technique.
Brother Haotian, this female boss is really surprising. She can actually play DJ and she plays so well. She is also very beautiful.
Zhang Yong said to Lin Haotian with admiration.
Actually, I can DJ, too.
Lin Haotian said calmly. The system previously gave Lin Haotian the piano skill. In fact, all music is interconnected. While acquiring the piano skill, he can also understand other music at a glance.
This is the musical talent bestowed by the system. Brother Haotian, can you really do it?
Zhang Yong asked in surprise, his mouth wide open.
Well, I know a little bit.
Lin Haotian said modestly. Zhang Yong hurriedly called the bar manager and said.
Please ask your former boss who was DJing on stage to come over later.
The bar manager nodded quickly.
Okay, Mr. Zhang. After a while, the DJing on the stage came to an end and was completed.
Lang Xiaoyue walked off the stage and the bar manager hurried over to tell her that Mr. Zhang from the Supreme booth wanted to invite her for a drink.
Want to see her?
She wanted to refuse, but changed her mind after hearing Lin Haotian's name. Walking to the booth, Zhang Yong warmly invited her to play a disc again and said he was willing to pay a high fee.
However, Lang Qiuyue smiled and refused, saying that she was just playing around.
Zhang Yong felt very sorry.
At this time Lin Haotian stood up. How about I go and take over for Miss Ling for a while? Zhang Yong looked at Lin Haotian excitedly. After Lin Haotian came on stage, he operated the DJ with ease.
The strong rhythm of the music drew cheers from the audience.
Lang Qiuyue stared at Lin Haotian and thought to herself, how many hidden abilities does this man have? Isn't this the wealthy man who bought the MK bar? Not only is he handsome, he's also a great DJ, and he's rich. Wow, Master Lin can really play DJ, and his skills are so good, so amazing. Mr. Lin, I love you so much.
The whole audience was in an uproar, and the whole place was on fire.
In an instant, Lin Haotian attracted the admiring gazes of countless people. That look was burning, passionate, and fiery.
Lang Qingqiu also looked at the handsome man on the stage in surprise, her heart beating like a deer. Lang Qingqiu has a cold personality and is not very interested in ordinary men, but the guy on the stage is not only rich, but also has such unpopular DJing skills. At this moment, she felt that Lin Haotian was so charming. She wanted to know more about him and wondered why this man was full of surprises.
After Lin Haotian came off the stage and walked to the Supreme booth, the 5 girls from Wuchang Conservatory of Music who were sitting in the Supreme booth also looked at Lin Haotian with admiration.
Then Lin Haotian and Lang Qingqiu exchanged their contact numbers, and Lang Qingqiu left.
Brother Haotian, can you DJ? Is there anything you can't do?
The twin sisters sitting in the Supreme booth asked in admiration. Brother Haotian, you really are a hidden talent. Just now you were DJing on the stage and fired up the whole audience.
That was amazing. Zhang Yong also looked at Lin Haotian with admiration.
Although Zhang Yong has only known Lin Haotian for a short time, he always gives him surprises.
First, the fake wine incident saved their family from a space disaster.
The second time was in Tianqiong Huafu, a remote place where no one lives, and he made billions with it. The third time was when he spent 10 billion to buy this bar. The fourth time is that DJing is so amazing, and such an unpopular technique can be performed so well on stage. I originally thought Lang Qingqiu was already great at DJing on stage. But when I heard Lin Haotian DJing on the stage, I realized what it meant to be a witch meeting a witch. He was at God level and crushed the ordinary witch directly.
Brother Haotian, you are really awesome. Inger was screaming in the audience.
Zhao Inger came over with her red little face and said. Perhaps because of the alcohol, several girls who had been very shy also came forward and showed great enthusiasm.
It's nothing, just basic operation.
Lin Haotian said lightly. Lin Haotian suddenly remembered that he had not signed in for tonight, so he told everyone that he would be leaving for the moment.
Lin Haotian came to the bathroom and prepared to sign in for today.
He closed his eyes tightly, and a two-dimensional interface appeared in his mind.
Host, do you want to sign in today? Sign in. Lin Haotian clicked on the interface.
Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 100% of the shares of Tencent Entertainment, which is valued at 10 billion renminbi. The relevant procedures have been stored in the system warehouse, please check them.
Tencent Entertainment? Why does this name sound so familiar? Lin Haotian exited the system interface.
So I picked up my phone and searched online, and was surprised to find that the goddess I once pursued was also in this company. However, he was slandered by his own biological parents and had a chaotic private life, which led to a lot of negative news, but in fact, these were all false. She is Zhang Yunhan, who has a small body but great energy and a unique singing voice that sounds great. However, she was betrayed by her parents and her best friend. She has a lot of negative news about her and has been kept in the dark.
Now Lin Haotian is the boss of Tencent Entertainment. Let me rescue the star I once idolized and let her carve out a place for herself in the entertainment industry. Chapter 86: The Fire is Coming.
Time passed quickly, and several people continued to party in MK Bar until 1 or 2 in the morning, when some of them were already a little drunk.
At this time Lin Haotian suggested that everyone stop here today and get together again next time. After the few people left the bar, the doorman outside drove 3 cars over early.
Because they were all drunk, no one could drive, so Lin Haotian made a phone call to arrange a driver and a car.
The first thing was to arrange a car to take Xiaoyinger and her roommates back to school.
Although Yiku was slightly drunk at this time, she still wanted something to happen between her and Lin Haotian today.
Unexpectedly, Lin Haotian directly sent them back to school, which made her look a little disappointed.
But then I thought everyone was too tired today. After all, we played so late and didn't have the energy to keep up, so I let it go. After all, there is still a long time to come. I already have Lin Haotian's contact information, so I can make an appointment with him alone later. At this time, Zhang Yong and Wang Xikong gradually sobered up after leaving the bar. After saying goodbye to Lin Haotian, they had already found a designated driver in advance without waiting for Lin Haotian to make arrangements, so the designated driver drove their car to take them back.
Lin Haotian and the twin sisters were sent back to the presidential suite of Wuchang Washington Hotel. A night in silence.
Inside a beauty salon in Huayang District, Wuchang.
10 o'clock in the morning.
There were firecrackers on both sides of the store entrance, and there were more than 20 fireworks. Many important people came to the door, all of them came for Lu Chuchu. After all, Lu Chuchu was the daughter of Secretary Wuchang. At this time, Lu Chuchu was like a proud peacock, standing at the gate, proudly telling some friends about the future plans of the beauty salon, and her expression seemed as if she was pointing out the way forward. Because they had just cut the ribbon at the gate and were waiting to set off firecrackers before holding the opening ceremony in the store. Because Lu Chuchu's identity is different, many people come here for her, so business is booming as soon as it opens and many people come. At the auction, Lin Haotian said that the Huayang district of Wuchang would be in trouble because of fireworks and firecrackers, and Lu Chuchu had already forgotten about today's grand opening. Mr. Lu, the auspicious time has arrived.
Shall we start lighting the fire? A girl with delicate makeup hurried over and said to Lu Chuchu.
Well, okay, let's light the firecrackers.
Lu Chuchu spoke to the young woman, as if he was giving orders and making plans. Ignition!
The young woman shouted, and everyone, including those inside, gathered outside to watch the grand scene, while firecrackers were already lit. All that could be heard was the crackling sound of firecrackers. This lively scene instantly attracted more passers-by's attention to the newly opened beauty salon, and everyone came here one after another. When the sound of firecrackers was about to stop, fireworks bloomed in the sky. Although it was daytime and the colors of the fireworks could not be seen, the scene of more than 20 fireworks being set off at the same time would have been even more shocking at night, like a fireworks show. When the 20th firework was set off, the cigarette bomb inside did not pop up into the sky, but with a bang. The sound was like thunder, and suddenly a layer of protective paper exploded. The temperature was extremely high, and the flames rushed directly into the beauty salon. What followed was that the next 5 people did the same and rushed directly into the beauty salon. There are all kinds of instruments in the beauty salon, and on them are flammable dressings like alcohol. When the fireworks rush into the beauty salon, it is like a smoke bomb. At this time, the fire in the beauty salon was getting bigger and bigger. And there were still explosions inside. Fortunately, the lively scene outside attracted everyone in the store to leave, otherwise people would have died, and not just 1 or 2, but everyone in the beauty salon would have been killed. Everyone outside the door was trembling with fear at this scene, especially the customers who had just done a project in the beauty salon, who were still in shock. Fortunately, they came out to watch the fun.
Lu Chuchu was stunned outside the beauty salon for a moment.
She saw that the beauty salon was on fire. At this moment, the words said by the charlatan at the auction flashed in her mind, and kept echoing in her mind, drawing fire upon yourself, drawing fire upon yourself.
How could he know? How could he know? Lu Chuchu muttered to the side. Could it be that this charlatan arranged it?
He arranged it in advance, but that's impossible. He has no reason to arrange this.
And if it was really arranged by that charlatan, why did he inform us in advance? Lu Chuchu had a headache at this time.
The incident in the beauty salon was a sudden incident. Now she had to think about putting out the fire immediately instead of thinking about these things. Lu Chuchu stroked her chest, trying to calm herself down.
She took a deep breath and then spoke loudly to the employees in the store.
Quick, quick, put out the fire.
Li Jing, where are you? Didn't you assure me that there was nothing wrong with these fireworks and that they were all from legitimate channels? Explain to me what's going on.
Also, quickly get the fire extinguisher out and put out the fire. At the time, I also said that we should prepare more fire extinguishers.
Put out the fire quickly. After 5 minutes, the fire was finally brought under control.
The 5 beauty machines in the store were burned beyond recognition and had to be scrapped. Although the outer shells of other beauty machines were burned, fortunately the inside of the machines were still intact. The interior decoration of the store has been destroyed, and it will definitely need to be redecorated when the time comes.
These losses amounted to 20 million renminbi.
Fortunately, there were no casualties in the store, and the damage to the machines was also due to the fire extinguishing being well prepared with fire extinguishers.
Otherwise, the fire would have grown bigger and bigger, causing casualties. In addition, the store next door is a new energy vehicle store.
If the fire is not controlled in time and spreads, new energy vehicles are flammable and explosive.
This street is also a busy street in the city with many people coming and going.
Although Lu Chuchu did not believe what Lin Haotian said at the auction, and did not prepare a fire extinguisher at the time, it was only after she made that phone call to her assistant that she prepared the fire extinguisher. If they hadn't prepared more fire extinguishers, the ones in the store would not be enough, and the fire would not have been brought under control so quickly. By then, I'm afraid the entire store would have been burned, and the neighboring streets would have been burned as well, and there would have been casualties. After all, this is a busy street. The loss at that time could not be described by money alone.
He might even face imprisonment, and it would also have a certain impact on his father's official career.
When Lu Chuchu thought of this at this moment, she felt a chill on her back.
She was relying on Lin Haotian's help. If it weren't for Lin Haotian's reminder, this would be terrifying.
And the other side.
At this time, Lin Haotian and the twin sisters were having dinner in the Wuchang Washington Hotel.
At this time, Zhang Yong called.
"Brother Haotian, are you sober?"
"Ha ha, I can drink a lot and I've sobered up a long time ago,"
Lin Haotian said with a hearty laugh. "Brother Haotian, Lu Chuchu just called me and asked for your contact information. I think she will call you soon."
"When she asked me for your phone number, she was very polite, not at all rebellious."
"Have you seen the leg shaking video?" The fire in the beauty salon in Huayang district, Wuchang, was really severe.
Fortunately, it was put out by a fire extinguisher within 5 minutes. But the loss was still more than 20 million.
And the root cause of this is the poor quality of the fireworks. You said that she treated you like a charlatan at the auction.
If she had listened to you earlier, it would have been more than this. Zhang Yong laughed and said on the other end of the phone. At this time, a strange phone call came in to Lin Haotian's phone. Lin Haotian and Zhang Yong said,
"I got a strange phone call. Can you guess if it's her?" Chapter 87: The Pattern of Rich People.
"Speak of the devil, and he'll appear."
"I guess it must be Lu Chuchu. Brother Haotian, will you answer it?" "Answer it."
Lin Haotian replied with one word. After hanging up the phone with Zhang Yong, Lin Haotian answered the strange call.
"Hello,"
Lin Haotian said.
"How, Brother Haotian?" Lu Chuchu's embarrassed voice came from the other end of the phone. "Who are you?"
Lin Haotian actually knew who was inside, but he just asked in a puzzled manner. Lu Chuchu on the other end of the phone said shamelessly,
Brother Haotian, it's me, I'm Lu Chuchu." "Oh? It's Miss Lu, why are you calling me?"
"Wait, don't call me brother, I don't deserve it," Lin Haotian said jokingly. Actually, he wanted to get to know the daughter of Secretary Wuchang. After all, if he wanted to make a name for himself in the business world, he could go further and do things more conveniently if he had the support of the officialdom.
"Brother Haotian, I was wrong. I apologize to you.
If I had listened to you at the time, the fire in the beauty salon might have been avoided.
I called you today to thank you.
Although I didn't listen to what you said, it was because you reminded me that I asked the people below to prepare a lot of fire extinguishers.
Otherwise, the consequences would be really disastrous." When hearing these words, Lin Haotian had no doubt that this was indeed the fact.
"You, Miss Lu, were the first to hear my reminder, but you ignored it." Lu Chuchu is such a shrewd person that as soon as Lin Haotian said this, she could guess the implication of Lin Haotian's words.
It seems that Lu Chuchu is not the only one Lin Haotian reminded. Zhang Yong is also among them.
Otherwise, with Zhang Yong's personality, there is no one he would respect. But now he worships and admires Lin Haotian to the point of prostrating himself.
It seems that Zhang Yong did receive Lin Haotian's reminder.
Otherwise, with Zhang Yong's character, he would never be so polite to Lin Haotian, and he would always call him brother as if he was really his biological brother.
"Brother Haotian, I was really wrong, can you forgive me?" Lu Chuchu said aggrievedly. Please forgive me for my youth and ignorance. I will never be so self-righteous again. At this time, Lu Chuchu was so humble that perhaps everyone would think that how could the son of a wealthy family, especially the son of an official, be so flexible? Because they have all been educated since childhood, they can be very arrogant, but they can also put aside their pride. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. If there is someone like Lin Haotian around you who can predict what will happen in the future so accurately. If you can become friends with such a person, how much is your face worth? This is the mentality of rich people. Face is important, but it also depends on the occasion. Lin Haotian still wanted to make friends with the second generation of officials like Lu Chuchu. Otherwise, he would not have reminded Lu Chuchu about the beauty salon at the auction. After all, Lu Chuchu at that time had her eyes in the sky and looked down on people like Lin Haotian. Just like that, when Lu Chuchu asked for forgiveness, Lin Haotian stopped mocking her. After all, they have already put down their attitude. If he continues to mock them, then he will be narrow-minded. It's like a villain who has succeeded. So I comforted him kindly. The loss of the beauty salon is indeed heavy, but you can make money even if you lose it. I heard from Zhang Yong that there is a new energy vehicle next to your beauty salon. If the fire had not been put out, it would not be as simple as losing money. It could even cost lives. Okay, I won't talk about your pain points anymore. I now have a way to make a fortune, and I can take you with me. As for the details, we can discuss it when we meet. Thank you, Brother Haotian. As long as Brother Haotian forgives me, that's all. I'll arrange the dinner when Brother Haotian is free. Lu Chuchu showed a long-lost smile on her face at this time. When she heard that Lin Haotian would take her to make money together, she had already forgotten about the beauty salon matter. I have time tonight. I'll call Zhang Yong later and ask him to call Wang Sikong. We can chat while we have dinner. Okay, Brother Haotian, I'll arrange the dinner and send the address to your WeChat. Is this phone number your WeChat ID? Well, yes. Lin Haotian said lightly. Okay, Brother Haotian, let's meet in the evening. I won't bother you anymore. At Lu Chuchu's compliment, Lin Haotian hung up the phone. Then he picked up the phone and called Zhang Yong again. Zhang Yong, we can take Lu Chuchu and the friend you brought yesterday to the stock market to have some fun. Lu Chuchu will organize a party tonight and we can talk about it in detail in the evening. You can call your friend Wang Sikong. When we make money, Lu Chuchu won't show off in front of you like before. Lin Haotian said lightly. Take her? Why should we take her? Zhang Yong asked with a puzzled look on his face. Well, what we need is connections. Actually, Lu Chuchu is not a bad person, and she has good IQ and EQ. I admire such people. Okay, I'll contact Wang Sikong right away. After the two hung up the phone. Soon, Lu Chuchu sent a copy of the hotel address to Lin Haotian and also sent a copy to Zhang Yong. Blue Whale Hotel. Time soon came to evening. Lin Haotian drove an Audi R8 and brought the twin sisters, Yi Jingshuet and Yi Hanbing, to the Blue Sky Hotel. Blue Whale Hotel is a relatively famous hotel in Wuching City. It integrates food, drink, entertainment and accommodation, and has a total of 60 floors. Zhang Yong said that this was built at the home of Lu Chuchu's best friend Li Sisi, and the private room booked this time is one of the most luxurious rooms on the 58th floor. After a while, Zhang Yong, Wang Sikong and others also arrived here, and everyone got on the direct elevator together. The private room that Lin Haotian and his friends stayed in was called Tianhai Pavilion. The decoration here was extremely luxurious, revealing a modern architectural style everywhere. After arriving at the private room of Tianhai Pavilion, everyone took their seats. Lu Chuchu, as the initiator of the dinner, introduced the dishes one by one, and then everyone finished ordering. Lu Chuchu looked at Lin Haotian and said, Brother Haotian, my best friend Li Sisi knows everything about me, including the anger you reminded me of. She heard that you are coming today, and she wants to see you in person no matter what. Is this not to disturb you? What's the point of disturbing her? She's the daughter of the Blue Whale Group. I've wanted to meet her but haven't been able to. This time I just happened to have the chance to meet her. Lin Haotian said with a big laugh. Well, that's good. I was just afraid that I would disturb you if I didn't tell you in advance. It might be a bit abrupt. Lu Chuchu nodded and said, Lin Haotian? Just when everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a man's voice was heard outside the box, and the voice looked very familiar. Because everyone in the box had not arrived yet,
the door was ajar, and people passing by outside could see into the box through the small gap. At this time, Lin Haotian heard someone calling him, and the voice was so familiar, so he turned around and looked towards the direction of the voice. This man was the same age as Lin Haotian, his hair had turned into a Mediterranean style, he was fat, and he wore a pair of black-framed glasses. Following behind him were two other men who were also wearing suits.
Who is this person? How did he know Lin Haotian? What is he to Lin Haotian?
Lin Haotian thought carefully and finally figured out who this person was.
Chapter 88 Unworthy?
Lin Haotian thought about it carefully and remembered that this person was his college classmate named Li Guang. Li Guang and Lin Haotian had been at odds since college, because Lin Haotian was a school idol and was very popular with girls.
Li Guang's family is well off and his academic performance is among the best in the class.
I heard that he was hired by a Fortune 500 company right after graduating from university. Lin Haotian was really surprised that they would meet here more than a year after graduation. After all, they went to college in Zhangchang.
Lin Haotian stood up politely, prepared to greet Li Guang and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to see you here.
We haven't seen each other since we graduated from college."
"It seems like you're doing very well."
Lin Haotian said this, looking at the two men in formal attire behind Li Guang. When the people in the private room saw Lin Haotian stand up and greet the other party, they also stood up and prepared to greet Li Guang outside the door. But at this moment, Li Guang directly opened the door of the private room, walked into the room with a step that showed no regard for his relatives, and said with a smug look on his face, "Of course. Who would be like you, a famous person in school, but when you enter the society, without the support of connections and relationships, you can only be at the bottom of society." The mocking tone instantly made the smiles on Zhang Yang and others' faces, who were about to say hello, disappear, and turned into expressions of confusion and anger.
Lin Haotian also frowned.
He didn't expect that they were all college classmates, but some unpleasant things happened in college.
But now they have entered society, why do they still remember it so much?
In college, although Lin Haotian came from a poor family, he was handsome and a good student, so he was the center of attention.
Many people were jealous of Lin Haotian, including Li Guang.
Li Guang walked into the box, looked at the twin sisters next to Lin Haotian, and said with a greedy look on his face, "Hey, these two girls are pretty good. Don't be fooled by this kid Lin Haotian. He's popular with girls in school because he's handsome, but being handsome is useless." Yi Hanbing, who was standing by, gave Li Guang a look that made him break out in a cold sweat. Then he turned to the two younger brothers behind him and said, "Bring the bag here." The two people standing outside the private room immediately handed a briefcase to Li Guang. After Li Guang took it, he unzipped the bag, took out a stack of banknotes from it, threw them viciously on the table, and said with a disdainful smile,
"Here is 30,000 yuan. You are a poor man, right? Get under my crotch and the money will be yours."
After hearing this, Zhang Yang and others couldn't stand it anymore. For just 30,000 yuan, their brother had to crawl under someone else's crotch.
Is this fucking tired of living? Brother Haotian, do you want me to teach him a lesson?
Zhang Yang looked at Lin Haotian.
The others also looked at Lin Haotian.
Everyone was waiting for Lin Haotian to give orders, but Lin Haotian's face was calm and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Li Guang looked at Lin Haotian in silence with an expressionless face, thinking that Lin Haotian was just a poor guy like he was in school, and now he was beaten up in society. He wanted the 30,000 yuan, but his self-esteem was trampled upon, so he could only be angry but not say anything.
"What? You call him Brother Haotian? And you said you wanted to teach me a lesson." I'm dying of laughter. "You're a young boy younger than me, who are you going to teach a lesson to?"
Li Guang said as he rubbed Zhang Yang's hair. At this time, Zhang Yang was already furious and his face turned red.
"Fuck it, no one has ever touched my head since I was a child, and you dare to touch my head? Who gave you the courage? Don't you want to live? Don't call me old man all the time, you little brat. Why are you calling me old man all the time? Are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, then hit me. Come on, hit me."
Li Guang said this and rubbed it a few more times, almost making Zhang Yang scared. Zhang Yang kicked Li Guang out of the private room. After Li Guang was kicked out, two younger brothers rushed forward to help him up. He touched his buttocks and kept shouting ouch, ouch. Li Guang stood up, came into the box again, pointed his finger at Wang Xizong's chest, and said arrogantly,
"Don't say I didn't warn you, Grandpa.
If you hang out with this poor guy, you'll get into trouble sooner or later."
Zhang Yong looked at Li Guang pointing at his good friend and preparing to take action, when Li Guang quickly hid and spoke loudly. You young brat, you seriously injured me. I will go to the hospital for a checkup soon. If there is any problem, I will sue you directly and make you bankrupt. Wang Xikong was pointed at his chest and was very angry, so he asked. You seem to be quite impressive. Tell me what you are up to. What's my way? You don't deserve to hear it even if I tell you. Li Guang said.
At this time, Zhang Yong had a bad temper and had long been gritting his teeth at Li Guang.
He was just about to take action again.
Li Guang said to Wang Xikong with disdain on his face.
You are hanging out with Lin Haotian, who do you think you are? How dare you ask about my connections? Seeing you like this, tell me what your connections are, so that I can see if you are qualified to listen to me.
Wang Xikong said word by word.
Wanda Group, I am Wang Jianlin's son. Wang Jianlin is of course well known to everyone.
His small goal that year was 100 million yuan.
You?
Li Guang's face had turned red and cold sweat kept pouring out of his body.
He didn't believe that Lin Haotian could sit at the same table with Master Wang and chat and laugh with him. Obviously, Wang Xizong's identity had shocked him, and he subconsciously looked at Zhang Yong and Lu Chuchu.
At this time Lin Haotian said lightly.
You don't need to know about these two people, because their identities would scare you to death, and you don't need to know them, because you don't deserve to know them.
When Lin Haotian saw Zhang Yong was about to speak, he immediately waved at Zhang Yong. Only then did Zhang Yong realize that his brother Haotian was helping him out and doing it for his own good, because he and Lu Chuchu were both children of officials and were somewhat special. If someone really made a fuss about it, it would be troublesome. After all, if someone spreads the rumor that the son of the mayor of Wuching City bullies people in the hotel, no matter whether it is true or not, the rumor will spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Even if it is not true, it will become true, and it will affect his father. The same is true for Lu Chuchu. Zhang Yong and Lu Chuchu quickly gave Lin Haotian a look of gratitude. They knew that Lin Haotian was thinking about them and was so thoughtful for them. In fact, there is no need for Zhang Yong and Lu Chuchu. Wang Xikong alone is enough to scare Li Guang so much that his legs go weak and he stands there in a daze.
Wang Xikong is an internet celebrity.
His father owns many shares in Wanda Group and has a large family business. There are also two people whose identities I don't deserve to know.
It's scary just to think about it.
Li Guang was really regretting it now and he wanted to slap himself twice. He had just been hurt so badly by his own outrageous behavior. He just called himself a grandfather in front of these people, and even ruffled the hair of a young man who was not worthy of his knowledge. He really deserves to die.
Ha ha, Chuchu, you guys are here, are you anxious waiting?
At this moment, a hearty laughter like that of Wang Shifeng came from outside the private room. I heard the voice before I saw the person. This person is Lu Chuchu's best friend Li Sisi.
Chapter 89, I provoked the wrong person.
Li Sisi looks cheerful and is about the same age as Lu Chuchu, but she is chubby and about 1.7 meters tall. She is the kind of person who can do well wherever she goes. She has a halter-neck hairstyle that just covers her round face, and her clothes are very ordinary. If you meet her on the street, who would have thought that she is the daughter of the Blue Whale Group, the head of the group with a net worth of tens of billions? Li Sisi showed a bright smile on her face, and she didn't notice that there was anything wrong with the atmosphere in the box. When she walked into the box, she found that Li Guang was also in the box. At this time, Li Guang had collapsed and sat on the ground.
Manager Li? Li Sisi looked at Li Guang puzzledly and asked. Why are you here? Do you know them?
The hot-tempered Zhang Yong roared directly.
You know him? We just had a fight. Li Sisi looked at Lu Chuchu with disbelief.
Lu Chuchu shrugged and shook her head.
Hey Sisi, how come anyone, ghost, god or beast can enter your hotel? Li Sisi frowned and looked at the expressions on everyone's faces. She could probably guess what was going on.
Looking at Li Guang's eyes, you can tell that Li Guang has hit a wall today.
Manager Li came here today to discuss cooperation with our hotel. Did something happen? Li Sisi asked.
Zhang Yong asked hurriedly.
So, have you guys come to an agreement?
Lu Chuchu also wanted to know, and said while staring at Li Sisi.
Yeah, have you guys come to an agreement? It's almost done, all that's left is the signature, what's the matter? Then this deal cannot be negotiated. It's over. This person has bad character.
I have already verified it in advance.
Zhang Yong said.
When Li Guang, who was lying limp on the ground, heard the word failed, his face looked like he was about to cry. He thought that if he could make the deal, he could directly become the director, which was something the company boss had already promised him. In order to cooperate with Blue Whale Hotel, he did a lot of work, worked overtime day and night, and modified the plan. The company provided enough resources just to promote this cooperation, which would bring the company to a higher level and also bring his own career to a higher level. For this cooperation, I have worked hard in overtime. Finally, everything has been agreed upon. The only thing left is the signature, and I am here to sign today. Now that the negotiation is over, wouldn't all the efforts I made before be in vain? Wouldn't the gray hairs I had before be in vain? Not only would I lose my position as director, but how would I explain to the company the consequences of my quick talk? Thinking of this, Li Guang quickly hugged Zhang Yong's thighs and said pleadingly, "Grandpa, I was wrong. Can't I just call you Grandpa? It took me a long time to get this cooperation right." Then he knelt down in front of Lin Haotian and begged while crying, "Brother Lin, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have acted so hastily just now. Damn it. I offended you. Could you please ask your friends not to treat me like this?" Then he spoke to Li Sisi, who was standing beside him, in a crying voice. "Mr. Li, you have also read this plan. In terms of concessions, I can give up 1 percentage point of profit. I believe that our cooperation will definitely achieve a win-win situation. Do you want to?" Li Sisi interrupted Li Guang and waved her hand. "Don't talk yet. Let me figure out the whole story first." He looked towards Lu Chuchu again and asked, "Chuchu, I want to know what happened." Lu Chuchu smiled and pointed at Zhang Yong's hair. "Do you think his hair looks nice?" Li Sisi laughed impolitely. Zhang Yong's hair was like a chicken coop. "Your hair. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it just now, it's like a chicken coop. What did you do? Did a chicken do something to your head?" "He just messed up the hair like this," Lu Chuchu said, pointing at Li Guang. Li Sisi showed a look of surprise. Although she was not familiar with Zhang Yong, she knew him. The son of the mayor of Wuching City was actually rubbed on the head by Li Guang. This was intolerable. Li Sisi's face gradually became colder, and she walked up to Li Guang and asked, "Did you ruffle his hair?" Li Guang kowtowed several times on the ground and said tremblingly, "Boss Li, I am blind. I didn't know I had offended such a powerful person today. I deserve to die." As he spoke, he fanned his face with his hands, again and again. The only sound in the box was the sound of slapping, which was particularly loud. Li Sisi grabbed Li Guang's collar and said viciously, "You deserve to die. You provoked the wrong person today." Due to Li Sisi's big size, she threw Li Guang directly out of the private room. At this time, there were already 5 deep slap marks on Li Guang's face, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. His 2 front teeth were also hit against the wall by the impact, causing the front teeth to fall out. The glasses on his face were also thrown to the ground. The 2 people behind Li Guang did not say anything. They could only stand there and watch Li Guang being thrown out. 5 minutes later, they helped Li Guang up. When Zhang Yang was about to kick him again, Lin Haotian suddenly spoke. All right, just teach him a lesson. If you do it again, it will be troublesome if someone dies." At this time, Li Sisi looked at Lin Haotian, who was speaking. He was so handsome, like the male protagonist who walked out of a comic book. Lu Chuchu said hurriedly, "Sisi, this is what I told you." The fire reminded me of this, Lin Haotian, brother Haotian. Hearing Lin Haotian's words, Zhang Yang also stopped and said to Li Guang, "Since my brother Haotian has said so, I will spare your life for now. Don't let me see you next time." Lin Haotian nodded to Li Sisi, then walked up to Li Guang and said, "We are classmates, why are you so arrogant? I told you not to make things so embarrassing, but you didn't listen to me. You even shamelessly set your sights on the sisters behind me." Li Guang quickly stepped forward, hugged Lin Haotian's thighs, and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Lin Haotian, brother Lin, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please let me go. I beg you. I am a bastard, a beast, please let me go. You are a great man and you should not bear grudges. Please forgive me, a villain. I was actually very polite to you, thinking we were classmates, but I never expected you to let me crawl under your crotch. You really went too far." Lin Haotian said this without even looking at Li Guang. Li Sisi looked at Lin Haotian and said to Li Guang, then waved her hand.
Get out of here now. If you don't, I'm afraid Zhang Yang will beat you up again.
When Li Guang heard that he was asked to leave, he crawled out of the box.
Etc. Li Sisi shouted.
Li Guang had just walked to the door when he stopped and his face turned gloomy.
The one who shouldn't have come still came.
Go back and tell your boss that our cooperation is over.
Li Guang walked out of the hotel with a pale face. Chapter 90 Can't Get Married?
Lin Haotian looked at Li Guang who was leaving, his eyes darkened, and he remained silent. Yi Hanbing on the side whispered in Lin Haotian's ear.
Brother Haotian, do you want me to deal with him? Well, we must deal with it, but not now. After all, he died right after he left. This will easily arouse suspicion.
Lin Haotian said in a cold tone. Then let him live in peace for a few days.
I will notify you to get rid of him when the time comes. If anyone dares to let me get under his crotch, I will kill him.
Lin Haotian said coldly.
After Li Guang left, the room returned to its previous lively atmosphere of chatting and laughing. Brother Haotian, let me introduce you.
This is my best friend Li Sisi that I told you about. At this time, Li Sisi nodded towards Lin Haotian and said. Chu Chu calls you Brother Haotian, so I will also call you Brother Haotian from now on.
Today is the first time we meet, and I hope Brother Haotian can take good care of me. Ha ha ha, what do you mean by caring about me? You are too polite.
Lin Haotian said with a smile. Everyone was chatting, and soon, the delicious food was placed on the table.
Brother Haotian, try this king crab. It's all flown in, and the ingredients are very fresh.
As Li Sisi spoke, she picked up the fattest one with a serving chopstick and put it in Lin Haotian's bowl. After the fire broke out in Lu Chuchu's beauty salon, Li Sisi called her again and told her the detailed process. She was very grateful to Lin Haotian for saving her childhood friend, so she was particularly enthusiastic and grateful to Lin Haotian.
Lin Haotian looked at such a big king crab and thought that the maids in the villa hadn't eaten it yet. He would bring some back later so that they could have a taste.
Just as he was lost in deep thought, Zhang Yong's voice interrupted his thoughts.
Brother Haotian, why don't you start eating? Don't you like it?
Of course I like it, but I want to bring some back for the girls in our family to try. Lin Haotian started eating with big mouthfuls, and during the meal he asked Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue who were sitting next to him if the food was delicious. They both had lived abroad for many years and had never eaten domestic food. They were very happy with what they had eaten at the food court last time. Today's seafood was not only big in size, but also very delicious. Wang Sikong was also eating, praising the Blue Whale Hotel for its fresh ingredients and delicious dishes made by the chef. He said that an ordinary Chinese cabbage could taste so ridiculously good.
The meal was a pleasant one.
No one felt awkward because of their status or because they had just met.
Everyone talked freely.
On the other side, after Li Guang came out of the hotel, he got into the BMW X series that he drove. Li Guang sat in the back seat, while there was one person sitting in the front driver's seat and another sitting in the passenger seat.
The person sitting in the passenger seat spoke up.
Managerly, those people are so arrogant.
We live in a society ruled by law. They actually dared to beat you up, and beat you so hard. This is illegal. Should we call the police? The person sitting in the driving seat also echoed. Yes, we can call the police. I don't believe that the police won't stand on our side.
Managerly, you can go to the hospital to get a medical report and leave evidence.
Then call the police.
And I was watching TikTok videos a while ago and saw a video of people being beaten.
The police came and didn't care who you were, they just took you away. Who is that guy whose head you rubbed? He said he was not worthy of us knowing. Who are they? Their name seems to be Zhang Yong. There is also a girl whose name seems to be Lu Chuchu. They are not worthy of us knowing. Who do you think they are?
That's right, even the King of Heaven is not as arrogant as them.
All right, shut up now. When I was beaten just now, I didn't see you standing by to offer any advice. What are you saying now?
Li Guang didn't even want to look at them, his face darkened. But he really wanted to call the police.
Li Sisi was too strong just now and threw him out, and his head hit the wall.
Now his two front teeth have fallen out and his head is still dizzy. If he goes to the hospital for a checkup now, he will definitely have a concussion.
Although Li Sisi is the owner of the Blue Whale Hotel, you can't treat him like this. We now live in a society ruled by law.
But he was really curious about who those two people were who were not worthy of him knowing. So I took out my phone and searched for the name Zhang Yong on Baidu.
The first to appear was a certain wine company owned by Zhang Yong. Is XX Liquor Company not worthy of my knowing?
Li Guang muttered to himself. So I searched for relevant information again, and it directly popped up that Wucheng Mayor Zhang Jiwei and Zhang Yong are father and son. At this time, Li Guang's eyes turned black and his mind was blank. When searching for Lu Chuchu, chain beauty salons, hotels and other industries pop up directly.
There is a link further down.
When you click on it, you will see that the secretary of the Wucheng Municipal Party Committee and Lu Chuchu are father and daughter.
Oh my god.
Li Guang sighed deeply, turned off his phone, and spoke to the two people in front of him.
Don't tell anyone about what happened today. If I find out who told others, I will make that person pay for it. Remember that?
The two of them could already tell that Li Guang was suppressing his anger, so they spoke in a trembling voice.
Yes, we keep silent about it. Li Guang took a deep breath.
He actually met these two big shots today, and he even rubbed the head of the son of the mayor of Wucheng City. Thinking of this, he looked at the hand that had just rubbed Zhang Yong's hair and began to tremble.
The other side. Blue Whale Hotel. In the private room.
Everyone had already had enough food and drink.
Lin Haotian wiped his mouth and said to Li Sisi, I'm really happy today.
At this time, Wang Xikong looked at Lin Haotian and said softly,
Brother Haotian, I've also heard from Zhang Yong about your strengths, and I want you to help me take a look, is that okay? Lin Haotian smiled and was silent for a while.
In fact, he can't tell fortunes, but he can predict the future. He can actually do this little thing that Wang Xikong did, so he said it readily.
Ha ha ha, of course.
Wang Xikong is Zhang Yong's friend, and they will work together to carve out a path in the financial street in the future. Originally, he thought there was nothing he could do to help Wang Xikong, but since Wang Xikong brought it up and helped him, he also owed him this favor.
Wang Xikong, I guessed correctly.
You should be 25 years old this year, and you should not be married yet.
What do you want to see? Ha, you don't have to worry about Wang Xikong's love and marriage.
He changes a dozen or 20 internet celebrities a year and lives a carefree life.
Zhang Yong said jokingly. Zhang Yong, don't talk about me. I think you are gay. You don't even have a girlfriend. I don't know what you want to do.
Wang Xikong glanced at Zhang Yong, then turned to look at Lin Haotian and asked anxiously.
Brother Haotian, what did you just say? Is there something wrong with my marriage?
Wang Xikong has many beautiful women around him. If he wants to get married, he can do so at any time. But he has never thought about getting married and just wants to live like this.
If you weren't sitting here today, you might not be able to get married.
Lin Haotian said lightly. Everyone looked at each other. Being unable to get married and not wanting to get married are two different things.
What does Lin Haotian mean when he says that he can't get married? If you don't want to get married, it means you don't want to get married. And the inability to get married is forced. It is passive. There are still essential differences between the two. Wang Xikong asked hurriedly. Brother Haotian, what do you mean by this? Chapter 91 Cracking the Disaster. Lin Haotian asked back.
Are you scheduled to go to Brazil the day after tomorrow, November 13th? Wang Xikong was stunned for a moment and replied.
Yes, I have booked a trip to Brazil on November 13th. It should be a flight ticket for 8 p.m. on November 13th, right? Brazil Volpass Flight 2283?
Lin Haotian spoke word by word. After hearing this, Wang Xikong's head started buzzing. Because no one knew about this trip to Brazil, including my best friend Zhang Yong. But Lin Haotian could tell the time on the flight so accurately that Wang Xikong, who was sitting on the chair, almost fell off.
He now finally understood Zhang Yong's feelings at the time.
Although he didn't believe it this time, he did believe it because of the previous experience of Zhang Yong and Lu Chuchu.
Zhang Yong asked in surprise. Why are you going to Brazil? Brazil is not fun.
Wang Xikong glanced at Zhang Yong and said.
You are a man who doesn't like women, what do you know? Wang Xikong looked at Lin Haotian impatiently and asked. Brother Haotian, what do you think will happen if I take this plane? Nothing unexpected will happen, right?
Lin Haotian nodded and said. That flight will crash in Sao Paulo, southeastern Brazil, at 10 p.m. on November 13th. All 62 passengers on board will die. I advise you to change your flight or get a refund.
You're going to Brazil to find a lover, right?
Lin Haotian looked at Wang Xikong with amusement,
thinking that this man was really playful, with many lovers both at home and abroad. Wang Xikong was drinking water at this time. When he heard what Lin Haotian said, he almost sprayed the water at everyone. Wang Xikong was choked by the water and said after taking a breath, "Brother Haotian, you are awesome. You even know that I have a lover in Brazil." Wang Xikong wondered in his heart whether Lin Haotian had X-ray vision, as he could tell how long and how big that organ in his body was. At this time, Lin Haotian didn't know what Wang Xikong was thinking. Lin Haotian continued, "I also advise you to break up with your lover in Brazil as soon as possible. You should know Huang Zitao, right? Yes, he is my mortal enemy." At this time, Wang Xikong did not speak, waiting for Lin Haotian to continue. "Well, the lover of yours in Brazil was arranged by him to be by your side, ready to spread dirt on you online anytime." When Wang Xikong heard it, he understood it instantly, and bowed to Lin Haotian with tears of gratitude. "Brother Haotian, you really saved my life. Just as you said, if the plane had crashed, I would have definitely died. This is one reason. The second reason is that if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have discovered that the lover in Brazil was a spy sent by Huang Zitao. Haha, you are Zhang Yong's good buddy, right? Zhang Yong now treats me as his biological brother, so it is only natural for me to help my brother's friends avoid disaster," Lin Haotian said with a hearty laugh. At this time, Lu Chuchu looked at Li Sisi. In fact, the two of them had been best friends since childhood. Both of them were the only children in their families, so they had long regarded each other as their own biological sisters. Lu Chuchu looked at Lin Haotian and said with a smile, "Brother Haotian, since you have already shown it to Wang Xikong, can you also show it to my good friend Sisi?" At this time, Li Sisi heard that there would be disasters after they let Lin Haotian look at them, so would there also be disasters when they looked at herself? She simply didn't want to look at it, because if she didn't look, there would be no disaster. So Li Sisi waved her hand and said, "I just don't believe it. Anyway, I won't watch it. I've been tough since I was a child." Lu Chuchu nudged Li Sisi with her elbow and said, "Sisi, you should just take a look. It's a blessing for you that Brother Haotian can show it to you. Don't talk about it anymore. It won't be good if you make Brother Haotian angry." Lu Chuchu thought to herself, it was so hard to get to know someone who could predict the future, and if Li Sisi offended Lin Haotian like this and got angry, that would be terrible. Women are more delicate in their thoughts. After all, Lin Haotian is a man with a good personality. He will not get angry because of what others say. Such words are too petty. Lin Haotian said with a smile. "Ah, indeed, Sisi is lucky, and no disaster will happen for the time being. I told you I'm lucky, right? Chuchu, don't make a fuss about it anymore." At this time, Li Sisi finally felt relieved when she heard that no disaster had happened. Although she had just said that she was lucky and did not believe in such charlatan ideas, she was still a little scared after experiencing what really happened to Zhang Yong and Lu Chuchu. Although I just said that Wang Xikong had two disasters, these two disasters did not happen. Who knows? It is still hard to believe if you tell me about something that has not happened. When Lu Chuchu heard Lin Haotian say this, she breathed a sigh of relief, but she still felt a bit uncomfortable when she heard that there was no disaster for the time being. It was just temporarily, not forever, so it was still unsafe. So Lu Chuchu continued to ask, "Brother Haotian, you said Sisi is temporarily safe from disaster. Is that temporary?" Lin Haotian smiled and said, "Well, not yet. But the things that happen later can only be said a few days before they happen. It would be a bit against the will of God to say it now." Lin Haotian was able to predict what was going to happen with almost no uncertainty. But you cannot change a person's destiny, otherwise you will suffer backlash. After eating and drinking, Lin Haotian was thinking about going to Tencent Entertainment Company tomorrow. Li Sisi instructed the kitchen to pack food for more than a dozen people. There are king crabs, hualong crabs, gentleman crabs, and other delicacies. And some desserts, cakes and the like. All are made with fresh ingredients and taste delicious. At this time Lin Haotian told Yi Jinghan to use his card to pay, but Li Sisi refused to accept it. Lin Haotian thought that he had not helped Li Sisi and did not want to owe her a favor. At this time, Wang Xikong quickly took out the card and swiped it. Wang Xikong felt that Lin Haotian had helped him a lot in the two disasters just now, and he should definitely pay for this meal. Just now at the dinner table, everyone drank some wine, except Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue, because they had to protect their master's safety at all times. Li Sisi arranged a car to take Lu Chuchu, Zhang Yon, and Wang Xikong home.
They should all be in Wuching, so it would be very convenient for them to go back.
As for Lin Haotian, Yi Hanbing drove the car back to the villa.
When Lin Haotian left,
Li Sisi asked Lu Chuchu puzzledly.
"This, Brother Haotian, is he really so magical that he can predict the future? It's fine if you don't believe me, but my beauty salon suffered a fire when it opened. If he hadn't reminded me, I would have ended up in jail sooner or later."
Zhang Yong also nodded and said, "Brother Haotian is my biological brother. If he hadn't reminded me about the fake wine, our Zhou family might not exist anymore."
Zhang Yong looked at Wang Xikong and said,
"What happened to your Brazilian lover? Why did you go to Brazil to see her in person?"
"I think if it wasn't for Brother Haotian's reminder today, you would have been killed in this plane crash.
Sitsong, as a brother, I still want to advise you not to play too hard. If you get some dirty disease, it will be too late to regret it then."
Wang Xikong stared at Zhang Yong fiercely and said,
"You are cursing me, kid." "No, I'm asking you to take care of your body." "Okay, got it, buddy. I was wondering why you don't even have a girlfriend. Don't tell me you're gay." "Fuck you, I have someone I'm pursuing, I just haven't made the move yet." "Speaking of which, why does Huang Zitao not get along with you? He even sent someone to be by your side. He really took great pains to do that. It's a long story about this wine.
I'll tell you more about it later. To be honest, before this happened to me, I really thought our Brother Haotian was a charlatan. But when Brother Haotian told me exactly the time and location of the flight I took, I became a little panicked.
I'm going to watch the news the day after tomorrow and I'll know the answer." Chapter 92 Tencent Entertainment Company.
Lin Haotian took Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing into the Audi R8, holding a dozen packing boxes of various sizes and placing them in the trunk. 30 minutes later, the Audi R8 stopped at the Manor Villa. As soon as he got home, more than a dozen maids rushed towards Lin Haotian, took the packing boxes from his hands, and placed them in the living room. Lin Haotian lay down on the soft sofa in the living room. At this time, a maid came and massaged Lin Haotian's legs and shoulders, and asked in a delicate voice from time to time,
"Master, is your strength still okay?" Lin Haotian said with a look of enjoyment. "Yeah, it's okay."
At this time Li Yanran came in and asked someone to put the food that Lin Haotian brought back on the dining table in the living room and asked Lin Haotian,
"Master, the food is ready. Would you, Jingxue, and Hanbing like to have some more?" Lin Haotian waved his hand and said,
"Jingxue, Hanbing, and I just ate this at the hotel. We thought it tasted good, so we brought it back especially for you."
"Wow, Master still remembers us. I'm so happy. This king crab is so big. I've never eaten it before. Woohoo! The young master is quite nice." A dozen maids were talking among themselves.
When Lin Haotian returned to the bedroom, a strange phone call came in.
Lin Haotian picked up the phone and asked, "Hello, who is it?" "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Xu Qi from Tencent Entertainment. I'm calling to ask you when you will come to the company." Xu Qi is the chairman of Tencent Entertainment.
Last night he heard that a young man had acquired Tencent Entertainment, but after waiting for a whole day, there was no call, so he took the initiative to make the call.
"Oh. I'll go tomorrow morning."
Lin Haotian then remembered that when he signed into the system last night, he already held 100% of the controlling stake in the company.
"Okay, then I and the company's senior management will be waiting for you at the company." "Yeah," Lin Haotian said and hung up the phone.
Lin Haotian thought that the system sign-in for tonight had not been completed yet, so he called out the sign-in system and signed in.
A two-dimensional interface appeared in Lin Haotian's mind. "Host, do you want to sign in today?" "Sign in."
Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Disneyland Dahua region. The procedures have been placed in the system warehouse, please check them.
"Oh, an amusement park?"
Disney theme parks are located in major cities in various countries around the world. They have all kinds of facilities and most of the people who go there are young people. But the cost there is not low either, the most common ticket costs 1,000 yuan. Although Lin Haotian had never been there once, now that he has become the boss of the Dahua district, he naturally has to go there.
"I already have someone in mind to go with." When Lin Haotian was chatting with Zhao Enger on WeChat, a strange call suddenly interrupted their conversation. Hello, who is this?"
Lin Haotian took the phone and asked directly. After a long silence on the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice was heard.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Joe Chong, the person in charge of the Dahua District Disneyland. I am sorry to bother you so late. You have just acquired the Dahua District of Disneyland. I would like to make an appointment with you to meet with you and talk about the future plans of the group. Hi Chang. A conference room in a high-end office building.
More than a dozen executives in suits gathered in the conference room.
No one spoke.
Everyone stared at Joe Chong, who was on the phone. Because the person on the other end of the call was their new boss. Because the phone was on a public speaker, everyone could hear it clearly.
The man on the other end of the phone was very young.
They were all afraid that the new boss might dislike them and fire them, so they all paid special attention to every move on the other end of the phone.
Well, let me arrange the direction of the company now.
Lin Haoyan said lightly.
Please ask Mr. Lin to arrange it.
Joe Chong said respectfully.
I will go to the company to inspect it in the near future. After the inspection, I will arrange the latest direction.
For now, we will manage it according to the previous management model. You will still be in charge of the Dahua area.
In addition, the salaries of grassroots employees will be increased by 10%, the salaries of middle-level employees will be increased by 15%, and the salaries of senior employees will be increased by between 15% and 20% based on their contribution to the company. This will be implemented this month. Lin Haoyan raised the corners of his mouth.
After all, he had worked at the grassroots level before. Now that he has become a boss, he must spend money on them.
Anyway, he has a lot of money now.
Moreover, I had just taken over the company and its foundation was unstable, so it was inevitable that the employees would be resentful. The best way to win over these employees was to increase their wages.
After all, money makes the world go round. Okay, I'll do it right away. Joe Chong said.
After Lin Haoyan hung up the phone, he stretched and thought about taking them to Disneyland in a few days.
After the other end of the phone hung up,
everyone else also heard that there would be a salary increase, and the gloomy clouds on their faces disappeared in an instant, replaced by excited laughter that spread to every corner of the conference room. Lin Haoyan was feeling a little tired, and when he was lying on the bed to sleep, there was a knock on the door suddenly.
Brother Haoyan, it's me, Yin Ran.
Lin Haoyan said lightly.
Come in.
At this moment, Li Yanran came in from outside. She was graceful, wearing cool pajamas and a short skirt. She came and sat on Lin Haoyan's bed.
Brother Haoyan, it's getting late. When are we going to do it? What time is it now? It's 10 o'clock now. Is it 10 o'clock? Li Yanran shyly hit on Lin Haoyan's shoulder and said coquettishly. Brother Haoyan, you are annoying, what should I do now?
Lin Haoyan touched Li Yanran's hair, tapped her cherry lips with his finger and said.
Ha ha ha, was it 10 o'clock when I said that? Ah, but Yanran now wants to.
Lin Haoyan said lightly.
Woman, is that what you think? Li Yanran licked her lips, looked at Lin Haoyan charmingly, and said with fiery eyes. As long as Brother Haoyan gives it to me, I want it. An hour later, the traffic was smooth.
They both fell into a deep sleep.
A night in silence.
The next morning, Lin Haoyan woke up and found that the person next to him was gone. Lin Haoyan recalled the wonderful time he spent with Li Yanran last night, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise.
After Lin Haoyan got dressed, he was thinking about going to Tencent Entertainment today.
As soon as he walked to the lobby on the first floor, he saw Yi Jingxue standing in the living room. Yi Hanbing was already waiting for him downstairs.
Brother Haoyan, good morning. You must have slept well last night, right? Yi Jingxue was the first to greet Lin Haoyan. You guys are really early. Good morning. Yanran and the others will prepare breakfast soon. Let's eat and then go to Tingfei Entertainment. Lin Haoyan talked as he walked. Okay, we'll listen to Brother Haoyan. After a quick breakfast,
Lin Haoyan, Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing left the villa together and headed for Tencent Entertainment. The three of them got into the Audi R8.
This time Lin Haoyan was driving the car.
The car rushed out of the gate of the villa at a high speed. Lin Haoyan has superb driving skills, after all, he has the support of the system. Along the way, the car was driving very fast and arrived at the downstairs of Tencent Entertainment Company in less than 30 minutes. Chapter 93 Closing the Net. After Lin Haoyan and his friends parked the car and were about to get out, they saw the basement of the office building was full of people.
Lin Haotian walked up to them with Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing.
Looking at a bald man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing in front of the group of people, this person must be Zhou Chong who talked to Lin Haotian on the phone last night. So Lin Haotian took the initiative to reach out and said,
"Hello, I'm Lin Haotian."
The bald man was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses and couldn't help but marvel that the boss was so young.
"Hello, Mr. Lin."
Zhou Chong grinned, stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Lin Haotian vigorously.
"Welcome, Mr. Lin. These people behind are all senior managers of Tencent Entertainment."
When they heard that you were coming to the company, they all took the initiative to stand downstairs and wait for your arrival.
Lin Haotian nodded politely to the executives. Thank you everyone. Let's go into the company and find out more about the situation." Zhou Chong led the way and took Lin Haotian and others into the company. "Boss Lin, let me show you around our company." Other executives of the company followed suit.
Lin Haotian looked at the office building, which was divided into more than 10 floors. Tencent Entertainment not only had celebrities but also the most popular anchors.
Lin Haotian spoke directly to Zhou Chong.
"Mr. Zhou, I need to see the detailed information of the company's personnel now." Zhou Chong hurriedly took out a stack of information that he had prepared last night and said, "Boss Lin, everything has been prepared in advance and is here."
Lin Haotian took the information and asked, "Then you don't mind if I watch it now?"
Zhou Chong smiled and said, "Boss Lin, the company is yours now, please do as you please."
Lin Haotian started flipping through it.
"There are several first-line stars in the company that I was following some time ago, such as Yang Mi, Yang Zi, etc. I didn't expect that the star I chased after would now become my employee.
It's incredible to think about it.
Suddenly seeing a star caused the company to lose tens of millions."
At this time, Lin Haotian looked at Zhou Chong on the side and asked puzzledly, "What's up with this celebrity?"
And judging from her profile, she's been involved in a lot of scandals and has a messy private life.
Why would the company keep someone like her?
At this time, Zhou Chong glanced at Lin Haotian, and his face turned pale.
"Boss Lin, this is a long story." Lin Haotian looked at Zhou Chang's embarrassment, and his curiosity grew stronger.
He waved his hand, signaling other employees to leave, creating a relatively private space for himself and Zhou Chong. After everyone else had gone away, Lin Haotian approached Zhou Chong and asked softly,
"What's wrong, Mr. Zhou? You look like you have something to hide." Zhou Chang's eyes flickered and his lips trembled slightly, but he seemed to be hesitant to speak.
Seeing this, Lin Haotian patted his shoulder.
"Okay, now that they're gone, can you tell me what happened?" Zhou Chong took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Boss Lin, actually, this female artist has some relationship with me." Lin Haotian listened to Zhou Chang's story.
When he heard the last part, Lin Haotian was so shocked that his double chin dropped. "I only knew about the unspoken rules before, but I didn't expect that after taking over the entertainment company, I realized that the unspoken rules were happening around me." It turned out that this scandalous artist had an improper relationship with Zhou Chong, and was followed by paparazzi when they checked into a hotel. Then the photos and videos were uploaded to the internet, and the matter continued to ferment.
The male protagonist in the photos and videos is Zhou Chong.
For the sake of his reputation, Zhou Chong spent money to suppress the matter.
I didn't expect you to play such a big game, Mr. Zhou,"
Lin Haotian said with a smile.
"Then let me ask you now, besides this scandalous female star, do you have anyone else in the company now?" Zhou Chong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke tremblingly. "There are 4 more, but they are all small anchors in the company and can't cause any big waves."
"I didn't expect that, Mr. Zhou. You have 5 mistresses at once, aren't you afraid of getting sick?" Lin Haotian said with a smile.
"I can't help it.
Dealing with these beauties every day, there are too many temptations.
I can't handle it at all,"
Zhou Chong said awkwardly.
At this moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
Well, it's normal for men to not be able to resist temptation.
This is understandable.
But now that I'm in charge of the company, I don't want the company to lose money due to rumors. I give you 3 days to terminate the contract with the rumored girlfriend.
You should be able to do this. Lin Haotian stood up and said, "Okay, I can do it. I guarantee I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Zhou Chong said eagerly. "Well, that's good,"
Lin Haotian said.
"Okay, let's stop here today. I've also visited the company. I want to see the results of your rectification within 3 days." Do you still remember the night of May 16th, 5 years ago?
Lin Haotian looked at Zhou Chong coldly. When Zhou Chong heard this, he still didn't react. Lin Haotian continued. Zhang Lingling, 20 years old, 8 months pregnant.
When Zhou Chong heard the name Zhang Lingling, his face turned pale instantly, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably.
He stood there for a while, and said in fear.
How did you know that? Zhou Chong was so frightened that he couldn't speak normally. Don't worry about how I know this. Do you think you can keep this secret from the world? You are wrong. There is no impenetrable wall in the world.
Lin Haotian still looked at him coldly.
No, that's impossible. I have kept this very secret. You are definitely trying to trick me. Zhou Chong yelled almost hysterically. It seems Mr. Zhou won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. Then let me tell you the key points. Under the Yellow Mountain, there is a skeleton. No. Don't say any more.
When Zhou Chong heard the exact location where Zhang Lingling was murdered, he was so frightened that his legs became weak and he collapsed to the ground.
Boss Lin, I was wrong. Please don't report me and don't tell anyone about this.
Zhou Chong knelt on the ground, hugged Lin Haotian's thighs, and begged.
He now knew that Lin Haotian was not trying to trick him and had actually told him the location.
He was the only one who knew about this, and no one would find it in such a desolate place like Huangshan. But he was still very confused about how Lin Haotian knew it.
But that was not the point. The point was that Lin Haotian should not tell anyone, otherwise he would go to jail.
Boss Lin, as long as you don't tell anyone and let me go, I will give you 2 billion to buy out the information.
2 billion, who are you looking down on? Do you think I need this little money from you?
Lin Haotian said coldly.
Mr. Lin, 3 billion, how about 3 billion? I just hope Mr. Lin can show mercy and spare me.
At this time, Zhou Chong just wanted to use money to shut Lin Haotian up.
Do you think these 3 billion can satisfy me? 4 billion, I really can't give any more.
I have shown my sincerity, and I hope Mr. Lin can let me go. I really can't give any more, otherwise I will surrender myself.
Zhou Chong said bluntly. Lin Haotian looked at Zhou Chong.
He knew that Zhou Chong's bottom line was only 4 billion, so he agreed.
Okay, then 4 billion, and there's one more condition. Oh? Mr. Lin, what are the conditions? What do you think? Zhou Chong asked. Everyone is a treasure in the eyes of their parents.
Zhang Lingling was killed by you when she was in her prime. Her family must have suffered a lot. You should give her family 100 million now.
Transfer it right away. Once it's done, I'll keep it a secret for you. I, Lin Haotian, keep my word. Zhou Chong said immediately. Okay, I'll go to the bank right away.
Zhou Chong said, and hurried outside. Zhou Chong thought that as long as he was not thrown into jail, he would agree to it.
Lin Haotian said to Yi Jingxue. Once Zhou Chong has finished these things, we can close the net. Yi Jingxue asked in surprise. Brother Haotian, what do you mean? Lin Haotian smiled thoughtfully and did not answer. Perhaps only he himself knew what he was thinking. Chapter 94, Take a Gamble?
Lin Haotian and the twin sisters Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing returned to the manor villa together.
At this time, Lin Haotian picked up the phone and called Zhang Yong. Brother Haotian, you finally called me. I've been waiting for you.
Zhang Yong said with a smile.
You just said goodbye last night, and today you can't wait for my call. You sound like a young wife waiting for a call. There's no passion between us.
Lin Haotian said jokingly.
Brother Haotian, from what you said, I feel like you're in a good mood. Do you remember what I told you about stocks last time? Remember. Have you found the traders? Are you ready? Well, everything is ready. We are just waiting for Brother Haotian to speak.
You're making it seem like we're heading to a battlefield.
Now listen to me. Nasdaq opens at 1:30 p.m. Don't rush to borrow money.
Wait until around 5 p.m., when Feipao stock market will reach its daily limit.
At 5:30 p.m., let the trader borrow money and operate the leverage at the same time. The higher the ratio, the better. Brother Haotian, you are really a master.
You can calculate the time so clearly.
I really admire you. Can you even calculate how much money we can make?
Zhang Yong stuck out his tongue and said.
Ha ha ha, I can't calculate how much money you make. It depends on how much money you invest. Lin Haotian said with a laugh. Follow Brother Haotian. I will hit wherever Brother Haotian points.
Zhang Yong said with admiration.
Well, okay, then I have transferred my money to you. Have you received the money from others? Since Lin Haotian had already told Lu Chuchu, Li Sisi, Wang Sikong and others about the stock market, they had already transferred the money to Zhang Yong.
Ha, Brother Haotian, they have already told me, and all the funds have been collected.
Okay, that's it. If you have any questions, call me.
Lin Haotian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. In fact, he didn't know much about the stock market, so he asked Zhang Yong to find a trader. I just have a little ability, which is the ability to predict the future.
Causeway Bay Community, Wucheng.
Zhang Yong and 3 traders are in a suite in this community. The suite in this community is Zhang Yong's residence.
The community environment is very good and the sound insulation is also very good. It is very quiet to live in the house and there is no interference from the outside world at all.
The living room table in this suite was filled with snacks and desserts, as well as some fruit wine, red wine, etc. Zhang Yong sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and leisurely played with the ball in his hand. A boy of the same age as Zhang Yong who was wearing glasses asked in surprise.
This is one of the 3 traders, named Wang Jin, and also Zhang Yong's college classmate. Are you sure you want to do this?
Zhang Yong didn't even look at him, continued to play with the ball in his hand, and said confidently.
That's natural. I think you've been in trouble. Do you know that the Feipao stock market is still falling? Are you sure you want to short it? What's the big deal? The stock market is all about your heartbeat. You have to do what others dare not do, but you dare to do. Just think about it, it's great to grab money from global capital.
Zhang Yong said excitedly.
You feel good, but have you ever thought about what would happen if you lose money? Ah, you won't lose anything, it's a guaranteed profit.
Zhang Yong said this confidently, because he had witnessed Lin Haotian's abilities several times, so he was so decisive.
I've been a trader for so many years, and I've seen countless investors lose everything. How can you be so sure that you can make a profit? Don't worry about it. I have a way to make money anyway. Why don't you do something else with your 200 million? Why do you have to speculate in the stock market?
Wang Jin frowned and said.
Apparently, Zhang Yong didn't hear a word Wang Jin said, but just smiled and spoke. Wang Jin, don't say that I didn't help you make money. Why don't you join me and invest 300 or 400 million in it? Let's gamble and see if we can make money. Get lost. I'm betting 300 or 400 million. I don't know if I'm crazy or you are.
Wang Jin thought to himself, you didn't listen to a word I said just now, and you set a trap for me, am I crazy?
Zhang Yong looked at the 2 traders next to him and asked. What about you two? Do you want to get rich with me?
When the 2 traders next to him saw Zhang Yong like this, they shook their heads like rattles.
Well, you guys are really not destined to get rich.
Zhang Yong sighed as he spoke. He had now begun to imagine the expressions of the 3 men as they rubbed their chests and beat the ground in regret after this incident. Thinking of this, a sly grin appeared on his face. Several people were silent, but staring closely at the stock market on the computer screens, not allowing themselves to miss a single thing. When it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market began to soar. However, Wang Jin and the other 3 traders did not feel that there was anything abnormal about this trend. By 5:30, the stock had reached its daily limit. At this time, Zhang Yong said to Wang Jin and others. Let's get started, brothers. Are you sure? Wang Jin still looked at Zhang Yong in disbelief. Ha, when I get rich, don't be jealous of me. Zhang Yong said with a laugh. I think you've really gone insane. If you lose everything, don't come looking for me. Wang Jin spoke directly, but Zhang Yong didn't take it to heart at this time, because he knew that he would make a fortune in the stock market this time. Wang Jin looked at Zhang Yong. After all, he was the boss, so he had to do whatever the boss said. So he started to operate on the keyboard with the 2 keyboard players next to him. 5 minutes later, the 3 traders completed the operation. The funds were gone at once. Zhang Yong pretended to be aggrieved. Oh my, in just a few minutes, the money is gone. I can't laugh or cry about this. Zhang Yong has never been involved in gambling, because he knows that once he gets involved in gambling, he will lose everything. If he didn't know that Lin Haotian had this ability, Zhang Yong would never touch it.
6 o'clock p.m.
Lin Haotian drove an Audi R8 to Wuchang Conservatory of Music.
Last night, Zhao Inger made an appointment with Lin Haotian to go out and play tonight.
20 minutes later, the sports car slowly stopped in front of the gate of Wuchang Conservatory of Music. Standing outside the gate was a girl who looked above 9 points in appearance. She was wearing a JK uniform, a black pleated skirt, and her long beautiful legs were wrapped in white calf socks.
Passers-by couldn't help but take a few more glances at this stunning beauty.
At this moment, Zhao Inger recognized Lin Haotian's Audi R8 at a glance. A charming smile appeared on her face. She quickly ran forward, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat, and said with a smile,
"Brother Haotian, thank you for coming." Lin Haotian said to Zhao Inger with a smile. "Come on, I'll take you for a ride."
"Oh, thank you, Brother Haotian. By the way, Brother Haotian, our school will hold a graduation ceremony in a few days.
Are you free to attend? We are all looking forward to your coming,"
Lin Haotian said with a smile.
"Okay, you guys are definitely going to be performing at your graduation ceremony, right? Do you have the clothes for the stage?"
"Well, no," Zhao Inger said with an embarrassed look.
"Oh, then I'll take you to buy it." "Ah, Brother Haotian, you don't have to buy it. The clothes we wear on stage are only worn once. There is no need to buy them. It's a waste of money. We students don't have much money either."
"Well, this is easy, leave it to me."
Chapter 95. Can you take me in?
The Audi R8 sped along the busy street and soon stopped outside a shopping mall.
"Here are the clothes you want, let's go in and take a look,"
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Zhao Inger took a look at the mall.
It was very luxurious and the things inside must not be cheap. So she tugged at Lin Haotian's sleeve and spoke timidly.
"Brother Haotian, let's go to another place. This mall is a high-end mall and the things inside are not cheap."
"We are students and we don't need to buy such expensive things for the time being, and they are the kind that we will not wear again after just one time." Hearing Zhao Inger say this, Lin Haotian smiled and said,
"Don't worry about the money.
I'll pay for you."
"Oh, that's so embarrassing,"
Zhao Inger said shyly.
"Ah,
just treat me to a meal when the time comes," Lin Haotian said lightly. As soon as the two got out of the car, a carriage boy came over and said respectfully, "Welcome to Joy City Shopping Mall, sir.
Let me park your car for you."
Lin Haotian nodded lightly to the carriage boy, then took out a stack of red bills.
"Well, park my car."
The boy took the stack of red bills and said excitedly, "Don't worry, sir and madam, please come in." After Lin Haotian and Zhao Inger walked into the Joy City Shopping Mall, the car boy nearby came over enviously and spoke to the car boy who had just parked the car for Lin Haotian.
"Brotherly, you have a sharp eye. This tip is enough for half a month's salary." "Ha, that's what I saw."
A rich boy like this who goes out with a beautiful woman would at least care about his reputation.
"If I say a few nice words, the money will come naturally."
As he spoke, he rubbed his hands.
Inside the mall, Lin Haotian brought Zhao Inger to the Balenciaga store. Just entered the store,
a shopping guide came forward hurriedly.
"Sir, miss, what kind of clothes are you looking for today?"
Lin Haotian said lightly.
"Well, do you have formal wear?"
"Yes, sir, please sit here for a while. I will take the lady to our dress area to choose."
"Well, then choose the most expensive one."
"Okay." The shopping guide looked surprised. It seemed that there was a big order today. At this time, Zhao Inger was taken to the dress area by the shopping guide to choose clothes, and another shopping guide brought a cup of tea, placed it in front of Lin Haotian, and said with a smile,
"Sir, please have some tea." "Okay, thanks."
Lin Haotian sat on the sofa and waited.
After more than 10 minutes, a girl in a white dress came out.
The long skirt with a waist tie showed off her graceful figure, and her long beautiful legs were wearing a pair of crystal high heels.
Zhao Inger walked up to Lin Haotian and said shyly, "Brother Haotian, what do you think of this?" "Well, it looks good. Wrap it up."
Zhao Inger looked at the label and was shocked when he saw the price.
It was so expensive.
She spoke to Lin Haotian nervously.
"Brother Haotian, I think we should just forget it. This dress is too expensive. It's not worth spending so much money for a party." Lin Haotian waved his hand and said lightly,
"You only have one graduation party, and I hope you won't have any regrets, so I think this money is well spent." Lin Haotian thought to himself, "I can get 10 times the cash back, the more I spend, the more I get back, so what is there to be afraid of?"
Besides, I am already very rich now. Zhao Inger looked at Lin Haotian with gratitude. Her favor towards Lin Haotian deepened again. Her face flushed and she nodded. Thank you, Brother Haotian. Brother Haotian is the best. By the way, do some of you guys also want evening gowns? Yes, there are 5 of us in the dormitory, including me. Lin Haotian said to the shopping guide beside him. Get a few more similar to this one. The shopping guide hurried to the dress section to get them and introduced to the 2 the special features of these dresses. Okay, that's all. Swipe the card. Lin Haotian took out a card and handed it to the shopping guide beside him. Okay, sir, 5 dresses, a total of 1 million. When the shopping guide swiped the card, Lin Haotian received a text message from China Merchants Bank on his mobile phone, indicating that 10 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Lin Haotian looked at his phone with a smile on his face. After the shopping guide swiped the card, he handed the card to Lin Haotian with both hands and said respectfully, Sir, please keep your card. Excuse me, do you have any other instructions? The shopping guide asked. Well, please send these 5 evening gowns to Wucheng Conservatory of Music. It's inconvenient for us to carry them. We'll leave first. The shopping guide accompanied the 2 of them to a place far away from the door before returning to the store. After walking around the mall for a while, they felt a little hungry, so they went to a restaurant inside the mall and ordered something to eat. After eating, the 2 came to the parking lot. When Lin Haotian was about to start the Audi R8, Zhao Inger, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke. Brother Haotian, it's too late tonight. The door to our school dormitory is closed. I might end up on the street. Can you take me in? Lin Haotian looked at the time and it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Lin Haotian looked at Zhao Inger's red face and immediately understood, and said with a smile on his face. So what should we do? Where should we stay tonight? Zhao Inger buried her head in Lin Haotian's shoulder and stammered a few words. Brother Haotian, I'm a little scared to be alone in the hotel. Can you stay with me? Lin Haotian thought that the hint had been so obvious that it would be against the will of heaven if he didn't go ahead. So he spread his hands and said it reluctantly. Okay, since Inger wants me to accompany you, then I will accompany you. Zhao Inger hugged Lin Haotian tighter and said excitedly. Brother Haotian, I will thank you very much. Lin Haotian looked at Inger without saying anything more. Instead, he started the engine, stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the Venice Hotel. Zhao Inger, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the luxury hotel outside the car window and asked in surprise. Brother Haotian, isn't this one of the best 5-star hotels in Wucheng? I heard from my classmates that the cost of living here is very high, and it costs more than 100,000 yuan to stay a night. Well, it's okay. Money is not a problem. The most important thing is to live comfortably, right? Lin Haotian said this calmly, because for a wealthy man like him, money really meant nothing, and enjoying life was what he wanted to do now. Lin Haotian and Zhao Inger got out of the car and walked into the hotel lobby. A receptionist in the hotel lobby said in a gentle voice. Hello, sir, miss, what kind of room would you like to book? Please arrange a presidential suite for us. Lin Haotian took out his card and swiped it. After completing the formalities, the lady at the front desk took the 2 of them over. Sir, miss, please get in the elevator. After a while, several people arrived at the door of the presidential suite. The receptionist inserted the room card, the door opened, and then she spoke respectfully. I wish you a pleasant stay, sir and madam. I won't bother you anymore. If you have anything to say, just call the landline on the bedside table. After the receptionist left, Lin Haotian and Zhao Inger went in, and Lin Haotian closed the door. Chapter 96. Do you dare to threaten me? Lin Haotian took off his suit jacket, looked at the shy Zhao Inger beside him, and leaned over to ask softly in her ear. Will you wash first or should I? Feeling a warm current near her ears, her body trembled slightly as if it was electrocuted. Zhao Inger looked shy and said softly. Brother Haotian, you take a shower first. Inger is waiting for you in bed. Lin Haotian smiled faintly, walked to the bathroom and said playfully. Well, I'll wash first. Wait until I'm done. You can play on the bed for a while. After Lin Haotian disappeared from the room, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Zhao Inger took off her shoes and lay down on the soft big bed. She imagined his strong body in her mind, bit her red lips and shyly buried her head in the quilt. Although she was ready, she felt a little nervous and her heartbeat quickened when it was about to come. She liked Lin Haotian and was willing to do all this.
But we have only known each other for a few days.
Am I being too proactive? Will I give Lin Haotian the impression that I am a girl who doesn't love herself?
Zhao Ying'er had never been in a relationship from elementary school to college. Although there was a rich second-generation man pursuing her in college, she didn't like him, so she never agreed. I didn't expect that I would meet the man I liked in a car accident, and I fell in love with him so quickly. As she was thinking, Zhao Ying'er's fair little face had turned as red as an apple, and it was red from her face to her ears.
Just when I was lost in thought,
the bathroom door opened. Zhao Ying'er withdrew her thoughts, and a pair of big hands hugged her from behind, leaving her no time to think. She could vaguely smell the fragrance of shower gel, and her whole body felt numb as if it was electrocuted.
Wait a moment.
Seeing Lin Haotian's big hand continue to reach inside, she shouted.
What's wrong? Do you regret it? Lin Haotian spoke softly into her ear. No, brother Haotian, I'm a little nervous.
Zhao Ying'er hurried to explain to him.
Brother Haotian, can you wait for me? I'll go wash first and come back later. Well, go ahead.
I'll wait for you. Lin Haotian let her go reluctantly. Half an hour later, she came out in a white bathrobe, with two slender white legs and pink and beautiful feet, which made people want to go up to her.
Time passes by little.
After the battle, Lin Haotian felt so relieved. He turned his head happily, glanced at Zhao Ying'er who was sleeping, and kissed her on the forehead.
Sighed softly. Wow, this college life is simply wonderful.
I haven't done the daily sign-in tonight yet. So I sat on the sofa and called out the sign-in system. At this time, Lin Haotian closed his eyes and a two-dimensional interface appeared in his mind.
Host, do you want to sign in today? Sign in.
Congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully and received 5 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, worth 300 million. When Lin Haotian heard this, he swallowed.
Wow, 5 Rolls-Royces, that would be really cool to drive out.
Host, the 5 Rolls-Royces and related documents have been placed in your system warehouse, please check them.
Wow, 5 luxury cars.
It's still early, we can drive them back to the villa parking lot tomorrow morning and leave them there.
A night in silence. In the blink of an eye, it was already morning.
Lin Haotian sat on the bed, reached out and touched Zhao Ying'er's delicate little face, pinched it, and felt her skin was soft and elastic.
Zhao Ying'er moaned softly.
She slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was Lin Haotian's handsome face. Looking at Lin Haotian's face, she remembered how crazy she was last night. Thinking of this, her face turned red and she quickly leaned her head into Lin Haotian's arms.
Lin Haotian asked with a smile. Ying'er, are you awake? Did I wake you up? No, I woke up on my own.
Zhao Ying'er said shyly.
Oh, I still have classes this morning, brother Haotian, what time is it now?
As he said that, he stood up, his whole body naked.
Naked in front of Lin Haotian. As Lin Haotian looked at the scene in front of him, a warm current surged into his heart. Who could resist this?
He felt that his brother had begun to raise his head.
The two of them happily cuddled in bed for a while. An hour later,
the two of them got dressed and prepared to go downstairs to eat something.
After finishing their meal at the restaurant, Lin Haotian drove his Audi R8 to take Zhao Ying'er back to Wucheng Conservatory of Music.
At the school gate, Zhao Ying'er looked at Lin Haotian reluctantly, the two of them like a young couple about to part ways. She said shyly,
Brother Haotian, close your eyes and I will give you a gift. Oh? Give me a present?
Although Lin Haotian had some doubts, he still obediently closed his eyes. Zhao Ying'er kissed him gently on the face and left reluctantly.
At this time Lin Haotian opened his eyes and Zhao Ying'er said shyly, Brother Haotian, I love you. Silly girl, I love you too. You will come to see me again, right? Yes. Brother Haotian, I'm going to class first. Let's contact each other by phone.
After Zhao Ying'er finished speaking, she walked towards the school reluctantly. Lin Haotian looked at her leaving back, and felt both funny and sad. What was funny was that she walked slowly and limped, and what was sad was that this girl was also very interesting.
We were honest with each other last night, so why did she act like a young wife again in the morning? After sending Zhao Ying'er off, Lin Haotian drove the Audi R8 back to the villa.
At this time, Yi Binghan and Yi Jingxue came towards Lin Haotian and said,
Brother Haotian, you are back.
Lin Haotian nodded in agreement.
Suddenly a phone call came in. It was from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Lin," a computer-synthesized voice came over the phone. Hearing this sound, Lin Haotian immediately became alert. "Who are you and why are you calling me?" Lin Haotian asked. "Ha, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have the person you want." "Ha? What? I still don't understand." At this moment, Lin Haotian received a text message with a photo of his master. In the photo, his master was locked in a water dungeon in a small space, and his mouth was covered with tape. "Where is my master now?" When Lin Haotian saw the photo, he saw his master had become emaciated due to torture after only a few days, so he roared. "That depends on your sincerity." A computer-synthesized voice came from the other side again. "How much do you want?" Lin Haotian touched his chest at this moment, trying to calm himself down. "Ha ha, we don't want money, we want to cripple both of your legs." "Ha? You want to cripple my legs? Who are you? Is there some deep hatred between us?" When Lin Haotian heard that they were not here for money, they must be here for him, and he guessed that someone must have come to seek revenge. "Wouldn't you know everything if you came here? Do you dare to come? You dare to threaten me?" "Ha, I'm not threatening you. I'm holding you in check. You have no choice now. We have the person you want. If you don't come, we'll kill him. You should know that there is no good outcome if you offend me." Lin Haotian scolded harshly. "Boss Lin, I think you haven't seen the situation clearly yet. Now the hostages are in our hands. Do you still have the right to choose? Where is the location?" Lin Haotian said grimly. "I'll send it to you in a minute, provided you come alone. If I find out you brought someone here or the police come, you'll never see your master again." After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian received a text message on his phone. Lin Haotian looked at the location sent to him and instantly had an idea in his mind. He smiled grimly. Chapter 97, Headshot. A thatched house in Xiangshan. A very deep pit was dug here, 1 person tall, narrow and small, with many nails on the ground and no place to stand. It was filled with feces and the water level was just enough to submerge a person's nasal cavity. It is a place where people feel suffocated but cannot die immediately, a place where they can neither live nor die. This is called a water dungeon. There were many people imprisoned inside, one of whom was Lin Haotian's master. Wang Gang stood there majestically, his hands still behind his back, cold and silent. At this time, the master had been tortured beyond recognition. Although the poisonous insects in his body had been removed by Lin Haotian, once he came to this place, he would be hung up and beaten, forbidden to eat, and locked in a water dungeon where he could neither live nor die, or in an iron dog cage. The master was drowned in a dark water dungeon. The water around him was extremely dirty. There were some things floating on the water, which looked like dead rats and snakes. The water was above the master's chin. The others had numb and dazed expressions, and their minds were tortured to the point of being abnormal. The cold-faced man muttered to himself. Once he comes to this place, he will never leave. There were screams, electric sounds, and the sounds of punches and kicks coming from all around. The stern-faced man watched the scene coldly. On the other side, Lin Haotian took out his cell phone and called Lang Feng, telling him the whole story and asking him to come to the Shuaziming Villa area as soon as possible. "Han Bing, Jing Shui, get ready, we are going to a place." "Yes, brother Haotian." When Lin Haotian called Lang Feng just now, they had already heard the whole story. 10 minutes later, Lang Feng came. Lin Haotian came to the underground garage and took out a Rolls-Royce that the system rewarded him last night. At this time, 2 cars drove out of the manor villa, 1 car carried Lin Haotian and Yi Jingxue, and the other car carried Lang Feng and Yi Hanbing. Lin Haotian had already given instructions before departure. Let Lang Feng and Yi Hanbing follow Lin Haotian and his group's car closely, and meet up with them when the opportunity arises. Lin Haotian opened the ring space, took out the suitcase that Yi Jingxue and the others had brought with them, put it on the ground and let them choose the tools for battle. When Lang Feng saw the box being opened, he was shocked. It was full of pistols, grenades, and some military combat tools. He hadn't touched a real gun for many years. When he was a mercenary in the United States, he often played with these guns. Since returning home, he has never touched these things again. At this time, he was a little excited to see these guys. When Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing saw these, they became even more excited and quickly picked out the items in the box, unable to let go. Mr. Lin, I'm so excited now.
I haven't touched a gun since I returned to China. Now when I see a gun, I feel nostalgic and excited as if I saw my first love.
Brother Haotian, let's set off quickly. I can't wait any longer. Half an hour later.
Headlights were on in the distance. The sound of a car was heard.
He is coming.
Lin Haowen stood in the room on the top floor of Shangshan and looked down, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. After waiting for a few days, Lin Haotian's legs were finally crippled and he could finally get his revenge. The cold-faced man watched the car getting closer and closer, and in the darkness he stared at the scarred man, his eyes as deep as ice. I'm going to see how his master is doing. You guys wait here first. Lin Haowen said with a smile.
Well, we'll wait here. Go quickly, Master Gang.
The cold-faced man turned around quickly and disappeared into the night. The scarred man played with the gun in his hand, glanced down, and asked Lin Haowen.
Is your cousin Lin Haotian below?
Lin Haowen leaned over and looked over. There was an Audi R8 below, and a man and a woman walked out of the car.
The man was indeed Lin Haotian.
He pointed with his finger.
That's right, I didn't expect him to actually come.
It seems his master is really his weak spot. At this time, the scarred man raised his mouth into a wicked smile and casually opened the safety bolt of his pistol. In the next second, the black muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of Lin Haowen's head. At this moment, Lin Haowen felt something hard pressing against his head. When he turned around, he saw the scarred man's pistol pressed against his forehead. He immediately asked in panic.
Brother, what are you doing?
There was panic on his face, and he looked at the scarred man with disbelief. The scarred man said expressionlessly.
You've been here too long and know too many secrets. Only the dead won't tell secrets.
Lin Haowen's eyes widened, and before he could ask anything, he was shot in the head by the scarred man.
A gunshot shook the quiet night in Xiangshan.
At this time, Lin Haowen had been knocked to the ground. The scarred man pushed Lin Haowen down the stairs. He fell heavily to the ground, right in front of Lin Haotian. Yi Jingxue on the side said to Lin Haotian. This man is dead.
Lin Haotian looked at the person on the ground.
The man on the concrete floor was already lying there motionless, having long since stopped breathing. He was Lin Haowen. There was no emotion on Lin Haotian's face, because of his childhood experiences. Although Lin Haowen was his uncle's son and also his cousin, he was unfamiliar with this cousin and even hated him to the extreme. Lin Haotian took Yi Jingxue upstairs, where a man with a scar was waiting for him.
Mr. Lin, didn't our boss tell you to come alone? What's the matter with you bringing someone with you? The scarred man looked at Yi Jingxue behind Lin Haotian with lustful eyes.
Yi Jingxue was stared at by the scarred man and wanted to kill him, but since Lin Haotian didn't say anything, she didn't attack.
Why did you kill Lin Haowen?
Lin Haotian did not answer the scarred man's question, but looked at him coldly. Because I want Mr. Lin to experience the feeling of losing a loved one first. The scarred man asked relentlessly.
Don't you want to save your master?
Our boss has already said that you only need to come alone.
Will you bring people? This is my driver, just a weak woman.
The scarred man stared at Yi Jingxue from head to toe with lustful eyes. Seeing Yi Jingxue's perfect figure and looks, he was completely conquered and even started bleeding from his nose.
I thought to myself,
it will be fun to play with this woman later.
Come on, follow me, I'll take you to see the boss.
The scarred man led him into a dark room in twists and turns.
When I arrived at a room, I saw a dozen people wearing black silk masks. One of the people wearing a black silk mask started speaking. Mr. Lin, I left you a note on the mountain a few days ago. Why didn't you come here on your own initiative? I'm unhappy and angry now.
Lin Haotian then remembered that he had been running between Wucheng and Jiangcheng in those days, so he had no time to visit his master. During these days, his master was kidnapped.
Mr. Lin, it seems you are a very busy man. It's really troublesome to ask you to come here. The others wearing black silk masks looked at Yi Jingxue behind Lin Haotian with lustful eyes. Who are you? Where is my master?
Lin Haotian said coldly.
Ha ha, it doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that we need your 2 legs.
Oh? I want to see if you have the ability to take away my 2 legs. Brothers, go. When the other thugs wearing black stockings heard that Gang Yi had spoken, they slowly surrounded Lin Haotian and Yi Jingxue.
Chapter 98 Gunfight.
Brother Haotian, be careful, there is a sneak attack from behind. Yi Jingshue's face darkened, and she shouted, "Bold lunatic." At the same time, she quickly raised her right hand, and the seemingly ordinary ring on her finger instantly emitted a cold light. She shook her wrist slightly, and the cold light shot towards the attacker like lightning. There was only a muffled puff sound, and the attacker fell backwards to the ground before he could even scream, raising a cloud of dust. In his chest, there was a small but deadly hidden weapon, which was shot out from the ring in Yi Jingshue's hand.
The other person just shot at them with a gun. Brother Haotian, they have automatic weapons. Jingshue, get rid of them.
Lin Haotian's eyes were sharp, and his hand, as hard as steel, tightly grasped the gun in his hand. Without any hesitation, he swung his arm and pointed the gun directly at the people who surrounded them. The next second, a loud bang broke the tense and suffocating silence at the scene, and bullets flew towards the enemy like lightning. The group of people wearing black silk masks opened their mouths in astonishment when they saw the black muzzles of the guns in Lin Haotian's hands. Their eyes were wide open, as if their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets at any time. The faces that were mostly covered by the masks were distorted because of extreme fear. Some people were even so scared that their legs became weak and they retreated involuntarily. Didn't they agree that they didn't have guns? Where did this gun come from? The cooperation between the two of them was perfect. One was in charge of attack, the other was in charge of defense, and their coordination was like a telepathic connection. They formed an airtight defense line that prevented those black silk-masked men from getting close. Only screams could be heard one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the dozen or so men in black silk masks around had fallen to the ground one after another. As another wave of people wearing black silk masks rushed up, Lung Feng and Yi Hanbing also came over. Four figures were seen standing close together, back to back, forming an impenetrable defensive circle. In front of them was a group of mysterious people wearing black silk masks. These people were tall and mighty, exuding a chilling aura. Facing such a powerful enemy, these four people showed no fear. They cooperated with each other tacitly, and their movements were in unison, like a precision-operated machine. When those wearing black silk masks attacked, they responded quickly or dodged and moved to avoid the sharp edge. As gunshots rang out one after another, the kidnappers in black silk masks were killed again, and 5 or 6 were injured. Wang Gang looked at his younger brothers who had suffered heavy casualties, and he just held his machine gun and fired wildly at where the 4 of them were.
Thump, 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 thump. Lin Haotian and the other 3 were not hurt at all because they were wearing bulletproof vests. Yi Hanbing looked at Wang Gang with cold eyes. Brother Haotian, please watch from the side first, let me bring him here. After Leng Hanbing finished his instructions, he pointed his gun at the leader who was shooting wildly. Bump! 2 gunshots rang out, and Wang Gang was shot directly in the shoulder and one leg by Yi Hanbing. Damn it, brothers, come on. Wang Gang covered his injured shoulder and leg and hid behind a wall and shouted to the other brothers. When the other brothers heard Gang Ye's order, they quickly looked for an opportunity and launched a counterattack against Lin Haotian. Countless gunshots intertwined, and Lin Haotian and his men were suppressed and could not even raise their heads. After all, the other party has been doing underworld business at home and abroad for many years and has received professional training. Even if there are 2 top killers plus Leng Feng, it will be difficult for them to deal with a large number of professionals. Wang Gang said to 2 of his younger brothers who were shooting. You 2 come here first, sneak into the enemy's interior, and then attack those 2 female killers. After hearing what their boss said, the 2 younger brothers took their guns and sneaked up to Lin Haotian and the others. In order to help the 2 younger brothers sneak past, Wang Gang and his men fired covering shots and tried to use smoke to cover the younger brothers' passage. Thump, 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 thump. Wang Gang and his men fired crazily, and the firepower of both sides was equal. Brother Haotian, the enemy's firepower is too strong. Let's use our ultimate move. I will combine the necklace and ring and throw a grenade at them. Yi Hanbing said to Lin Haotian who was standing beside him. Lin Haotian and his men had just been shooting at Wang Gang and his men. Although they shot down a group of them, another group came up. Wang Gang's men kept coming up, and they were exhausted from fighting. Yi Jinghan combined the necklace and the ring, and then aimed at Wang Gang and the others. The 2 little brothers had sneaked up to Lin Haotian and shot him several times in the chest. Bang, bang, bang. Then Lin Haotian already had an indestructible body, and these few shots were like a body massage for him, without any harm to him. The 2 younger brothers looked at Lin Haotian in surprise as he was shot, but stood beside them unharmed, with expressions of shock and fear on their faces. Lin Haotian held the gun in both hands and shot at his 2 younger brothers. Seeing 2 figures fall down, Yi Jingshue came to Lin Haotian and asked him. Brother Haotian, are you okay just now?
Lin Haotian smiled with his stern face.
I'm fine, how could I be hit?
Yi Hanbing held a gun and shot at them.
The power was too strong.
Wang Gang looked at the situation and fled with his brothers. Lin Haotian and his men chased inside, but the further they went inside, the more it felt like a maze. Just now, Wang Gang and his men had already opened the door of the secret room and entered through the door, which led directly to the outside. After Lin Haotian and the others went in, there was no movement and no one was there. At this time Lin Haotian said coldly,
I must find the mastermind behind this.
They searched the place where the battle had just taken place, but only found a scarred man whose legs had been blown off. His condition is not optimistic. He has just lost too much blood and is now breathing more than he is breathing in. But when Lin Haotian thought about the fact that his master was not asked for help, he was so angry that he didn't care about anything else. He just took a sharp knife and hit the scarred man's arm hard.
No, don't.
The scarred man screamed. Now listen carefully. You have to answer me carefully what I'm going to say, otherwise I'll make your life worse than death. Lin Haotian squatted in front of the scarred man and spoke in a cold tone. The man with the scar saw Lin Haotian like this, trembling, and his arm hurt even more. He thought that since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die in pain.
And for someone who was about to die, what difference does it make to say it out?
So the scarred man, feeling hopeless, revealed the secret of the secret passage and Wang Gang's identity, and also revealed that there was not only the master in prison inside, but also the men and women who made money for Wang Gang. Now they have moved to another place. The man with the scar is the person Wang Gang trusts the most.
He also knows this place, so he told Lin Haotian everything.
But no one said who sent Wang Gang, because only Wang Gang himself knew, and no one else knew. So that's how it is. If the master is not found, you will all have to be found even if you run abroad, and you will all have to die. Lin Haotian narrowed his eyes and spoke to himself. Looking at the scarred man lying on the ground dying, Lin Haotian asked him one last question.
I really want to know why you have guns in your hands. These are not allowed in our territory of Dahua. Lin Haotian was very confused about this.
After all, in the country of Dahua, guns were not allowed, and very few ordinary people had guns.
How did these people get so many guns and how did they bring them here?
Seeing Lin Haotian asking this, Lung Feng and the others were also very curious and stared at the scarred man on the ground. The scarred man was only breathing his last breath. With his dying breath he told the whole story of how he carried the gun, then he collapsed and passed out. It turned out that they had official connections and someone to cover for them, so they were able to successfully bring these weapons to the Great Hua Kingdom.
Brother Haotian, what should we do next?
Yi Jinghan suddenly asked. Lin Haotian looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly a bold plan formed in his mind.
Chapter 99 Master is saved.
On the other side, during the fierce battle, Wang Gang knew that he could not beat Lin Haotian and his group, so he took his brothers and the tortured master with him.
The group followed Wang Gang's steps in 2 steps.
Wang Gang walked slowly through the long and dim corridor with steady and firm steps. His figure was elongated by the weak light and projected on the walls and the ground, like a lonely silhouette painting. Finally, he reached the end of the corridor and stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary wall. This wall blended into the surrounding environment, and if you didn't look closely, it would be difficult to find out what secrets it hid.
Wang Gang stretched out his right hand and gently pressed 3 different positions on the wall.
Each time he pressed, there was a slight mechanical sound, as if some mysterious mechanism had been triggered. As the last push was completed, the wall that had been tightly closed suddenly began to tremble slightly. Then, a narrow gap appeared in the center of the wall, and gradually expanded to both sides, eventually forming a secret door that was only wide enough for one person to pass through. This secret door is hidden so deeply that if Wang Gang was not familiar with the secret, he would probably never have been able to detect its existence.
Wang Gang swiftly waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow him.
Then, like lightning, he led everyone to quickly enter an entrance that looked ordinary but was full of mysteries.
Everyone followed Wang Gang closely, and soon they arrived at a well-hidden elevator.
The elevator looked unremarkable, but when Wang Gang pressed the button, the elevator door slowly opened, as if welcoming them into a mysterious underground world.
Without any hesitation, Wang Gang was the first to enter the elevator, followed by others. The elevator was completely silent, with only the slight sound of mechanical operation echoing in the ears. As Wang Gang pressed the button again, the elevator began to descend steadily and quickly, taking them straight into the unknown depths. At this time, the master was already drowsy. The younger brother leading the group asked, Master Gang, where are we going? Go abroad to hide from the limelight. Wang Gang and his group went out directly from the back door, got into the car and gave the order. To the dock. The car was flying on the road.
Many girls imprisoned in the water dungeon were not brought out. The master was originally in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, his head was very dizzy, but suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in his sleepy eyes. The figure appeared not far outside the car window. Although there was a layer of glass and a little mist between them, the master still felt vaguely that the figure seemed familiar. As the sight gradually became clearer, the master's heart skipped a beat, because the figure was very similar to his beloved disciple Lin Haotian. The man was tall and slender, wearing a black gown, the corners of which fluttered gently in the wind. Although he could only see the back, the familiar figure, the unique posture when walking, and the temperament he exuded made the master more and more certain that he had not recognized the wrong person. He wanted to shout out loudly, as if only in this way could he vent the surging emotions in his heart. However, reality gave him a heavy blow. Mercilessly the car sped away like a wild horse, at a speed so fast that it was shocking. The howling wind passed by his ears, bringing with it a piercing whirring sound, instantly swallowing up all his efforts to make a sound. He opened his mouth wide, trying his best to make his voice penetrate this barrier of lightning speed, but he could only squeeze out a faint and powerless whimper from his throat. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the surrounding scenery quickly receded, forming a blurred picture.
And he seemed to be abandoned outside this fast-moving world, isolated and helpless. The master was sitting in the back seat and saw through the black window a tall dark shadow facing away from him. He stared at the shadow as it got smaller and farther away. He wanted to roll down the window. Suddenly, a black gun muzzle was pointed at his forehead. Recognize him? Wang Gang looked at the person in front of him with a cold and resolute look, and said word by word. There are only two options before you now. Either you die here and become a ghost in this wilderness, or you follow me to northern Myanmar. That is the only place where you can survive. There is absolutely no third way for you to choose. After saying this, Wang Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a chilling chill, as if the other party hesitated for a moment, Wang Gang would not hesitate to take his life. The master just lay there quietly, unable to move, as if the whole world was isolated from him. You know, in just this short period of time, masters suffered unimaginable torture and suffering, so that now he has become unrecognizable and horrible. The original aura of vitality and majesty was long gone, replaced by endless haggardness and fatigue. Due to the long-term torture, the master's energy was almost exhausted, and he was like a candle in the wind, shaky and on the verge of collapse. What's worse is that he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for several days. His cracked lips are pale and bloodless. His sunken eye sockets are covered with dark blue shadows. He looks like he has been through a long and cruel nightmare. At this moment, the master's frail body seemed like he would collapse at any time, which made people feel pity and worry. The master said after he calmed down. Okay, I'll go with you. Wang Gang laughed and still pointed at his master's head. At this time, the master was sitting in the back seat, his face becoming increasingly heavy. After driving for over an hour, the road was bumpy, but we drove very fast and finally reached the destination and stopped at the pier. In the distance, I saw a huge cargo ship anchored on the sea. And there were several people on land who were meeting Wang Gang and others. Wang Gang and his group got off the car and asked his younger brother to carry the master onto the boat. Leave immediately, Wang Gang ordered. On the other hand, Lin Haotian got news from the scarred man that they also had a hideout in northern Myanmar, and they were going there by ship. So Lin Haotian took out a good thing from the ring. Han Bing, I just saw a river next to Xiangshan. Throw all the bodies into the river, and then pour this thing in. Soon they will disappear without a trace. So Yi Hanbing, Yi Jingshuet and Lang Feng threw all the bodies of these people into the river, and then poured the good things given by Lin Haotian into the river. Soon, the bodies in the river disappeared without a trace. Lang Feng on the side opened his mouth in surprise and said with emotion, "This good thing Mr. Lin gave me is really magical." In a short while, these corpses disappeared. After dealing with these, the three of them cleaned up the scene. No fingerprints or anything. Then Lin Haotian took out another good thing and gave it to Yi Jinghan, and said to her, "Spray this good stuff into the air, and our smell will disappear without a trace, and our footprints will also be cleared away without a trace." After doing all this, Lin Haotian and the other three left this place and came to the dock. At this time, Wang Gang and his group got on the boat. They had happy smiles on their faces, as they had finally escaped. "Ha, it seems your disciple can't save you." The master leaned on the deck,
feeling extremely desolate. There was a sudden sound from the shore. It was another ship that went out to sea. The master was still feeling sad when he heard a hurried voice coming from outside the door.
Oh no, there's a ship chasing us.
Oh?
Who is it? Did you see the person inside clearly?
We just used binoculars to see that they were the 4 people who had a gunfight with us.
They caught up with us. Damn it, how did they know we were here?
Wang Gang smashed the cup in his hand and cursed angrily.
I don't know, but they've caught up with me, Master Gang. What should I do? Don't panic.
Tell the captain to speed up and head for the deep sea.
Once you enter the deep sea area, shoot me. Don't let anyone survive.
Yes. Brothers, get the snipers ready, we'll shoot them later. The boat behind was getting faster and faster, and it seemed to be catching up.
Bang bang.
2 gunshots suddenly rang out, hitting the iron railing on the deck.
At this time, there were 2 black bullet holes in the railing.
At this time, the master looked at the pistol on Wang Gang's waist, and he endured the pain. At the critical moment, the master suddenly pulled out the pistol from Wang Gang's waist, quickly loaded the gun, opened the safety, aimed at Wang Gang and pulled the trigger.
Bang bang. Clean and neat. Chapter 100. Master jumped into the sea. At that moment, Wang Gang didn't even have time to react.
He only felt a sharp pain in his leg. He looked down in astonishment, only to see a horrifying bloody hole that had appeared on his thigh without him noticing. Blood was gushing out, instantly staining the ground beneath his feet red. The bloody hole looked shocking, as if it had been pierced by some extremely sharp weapon. At this critical moment, Wang Gang's face was as gloomy as water, and there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He quickly pulled out another pistol from his waist with clean and neat movements, as if he was prepared to deal with any danger. On the other side, Lin Haotian was as sharp as a cheetah, his eyes fixed on Wang Gang's every move.
The moment he saw Wang Gang take out his pistol, Lin Haotian raised his weapon without hesitation and aimed at Wang Gang's gun-holding hand with incredible precision.
As a crisp gunshot pierced the sky, the bullet rushed out like lightning and hit the back of Wang Gang's hand accurately. The huge impact force caused the gun in Wang Gang's hand to fly out of his hand, and after drawing an arc in the air, it fell heavily to the ground.
Wang Gang clenched his teeth tightly, with a trace of pain and determination on his face.
His once vigorous steps now became unsteady, and every step seemed extremely difficult, as if he was carrying a heavy burden on his back. Despite this, he still endured the pain and limped towards the ship, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. After entering the cabin, Wang Gang panted and leaned against the cabin wall to take a short rest. He looked back outside and prayed silently in his heart that everything would go smoothly. Then, he gave an order to his brothers beside him, "Quick! Capture Master for me." After receiving the order, the brothers took action immediately. They rushed towards their target like hungry wolves, weapons in their hands flashing cold light. For a moment, the sounds of shouting and footsteps intertwined together, breaking the tranquility of the night. At this time, Wang Gang sat quietly in the corner, watching all this with cold eyes, waiting for the final result. The master raised the spear in his hand with a fierce look in his eyes and stabbed out several times in succession, each of which was as powerful as thunder. The brothers who were confronting him had no time to dodge and were instantly hit by their master's gun skills. They fell to the ground with screams. However, due to the lack of adequate nutrition for a long time, the master's body was already exhausted, and at this moment it was even more shaky, as if he would faint at any time. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, which slid down his cheeks and soaked his clothes. Despite this, the master still managed to hold himself back from falling. His hand gripping the spear was trembling slightly, but his eyes were still firm and fierce. At that moment, the crew members who were originally scattered and busy caught the sudden sound with their keen ears. As if being pulled by an invisible force, they quickly dropped the work in their hands and ran towards the direction of the sound as fast as possible. They all looked nervous and anxious, and their eyes revealed worry and concern about the unknown situation. When they finally arrived at the source of the sound, they found that the master was in trouble. Without any hesitation, these brave and fearless crew members rushed towards the master like a group of hungry wolves. I saw the master tightly holding the gun that had no bullets left, his hands trembling slightly, as if the gun weighed 1,000 pounds. At this moment, the master's body was extremely weak, his steps were staggering, and every step he took seemed extremely difficult. However, those enemies approached step by step without mercy. Their hideous faces and cold eyes made people terrified. The master opened his eyes wide and stared at the approaching enemy, his heart filled with despair and unwillingness. He knew very well that if he was caught by these people, What awaited him would be being thrown into that terrible water dungeon again, living a life worse than death. The master shuddered at the thought of that dark, damp, and foul-smelling dungeon. It was an endless torment, an abyss of pain, and once trapped it was difficult to escape. At this moment, he has been forced into a desperate situation. Behind him are a group of crew members who are pressing forward step by step with fierce looks on their faces, and in front of him is a vast, turbulent, bottomless ocean. However, faced with this seemingly hopeless situation, he had no intention of retreating. I saw that he was clenching his teeth tightly, and his lips, which turned slightly pale due to excessive force, showed his inner determination and firmness. In the next second, he jumped without hesitation, like a brave and fearless bird, and jumped straight into the sea outside the ship's side. With a loud splash, his figure instantly disappeared in the surging waves with white foam, leaving only circles of ripples that gradually spread out, as if telling the thrilling scene that had just happened. There were a few bubbles in the sea. Although the master had the skill of swimming, his already weak body could no longer sustain the strength to continue swimming. Every time he paddled his arms vigorously, it seemed as if he was fighting a desperate battle with fate, but in the end he could not bear the heavy burden brought by his weak body. His breathing became more and more rapid, his face was full of fatigue and despair, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead and merging into the surrounding water. The once agile and flexible body has now become so clumsy and weak that it can only float slowly with the current, getting farther and farther away from the shore. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world had left him. Everything that was originally clear in front of his eyes suddenly became pitch black. No matter how hard he tried to open his eyes, he still could not catch a trace of light. At the same time, all the sounds around seemed to be instantly wiped out by an invisible big hand, and the silence made people feel fear and despair. He was like a heavy stone, slowly sinking into the bottomless sea. The freezing cold seawater squeezed his body mercilessly, and the pressure became stronger with every inch he sank. He was no longer able to struggle and could only let himself continue to fall. Gradually, his consciousness began to become blurred, and his mind seemed to be trapped in a thick fog, difficult to break free. Fragments of past memories flash through my mind like flickering meteors, but they are fleeting and I cannot grasp any complete picture. At this moment, he seemed to be gradually losing contact with this world, step by step towards the unknown dark abyss. He felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Every inch of his muscle became extremely heavy and even breathing became difficult. His consciousness gradually became blurred, his vision became dimmer and dimmer, and his whole body sank straight down like a stone. Just when he thought he was about to fall into endless darkness. Suddenly, a strong arm reached out like lightning, grabbed his arm tightly, and pulled him back from the brink of death with amazing strength. That arm was full of strength and warmth, giving him hope of life. When the master wanted to open his eyes, he couldn't open them. Chapter 101, taking the lead in causing trouble. At this time, Lin Haotian jumped into the sea to save his master, while Yi Jingxue, Yi Hanbing, Lung Feng and others started a fierce gun battle with the opposite ship. Before jumping into the sea, he said to the 3 bodyguards, "Go and capture their leader alive." When the master woke up again, there was a blinding light before my eyes. "You are awake." A girl's voice came. "Are you feeling uncomfortable in any way?" The master subconsciously looked over and found a playful and handsome face. "Who are you?" he asked puzzledly. "Don't move, we are on the boat, you have been rescued to shore. I'm Brother Haotian's bodyguard. When Brother Haotian was rescuing you just now, the water flooded and we need to rest for a while." Another girl who looked exactly like her ran away quickly. She went to inform Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian immediately came to his master's side, hugged him, his eyes red. He checked the master's injuries and found nothing serious. It was just that he had not eaten for the past few days, so his body functions were declining. The master asked subconsciously, "By the way, has Wang Gang been caught?" "He ran away." Lin Haotian replied. "Ah. He has suffered an extremely heavy blow and has lost his most capable right-hand man. Now he is like a wounded lone wolf. Although he still has fangs, he is no longer as majestic as before. However, we cannot let our guard down, because a cunning man like him will not be willing to be caught like this. I believe that it won't be long before he, with nowhere else to go, will try every possible way to contact the big fish hiding behind him. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for us. As long as we can closely monitor his every move and follow the clues, we will be able to uncover the mystery and find out who is the umbrella behind the scenes that has been protecting him and allowing him to act so recklessly." Master, you've been exhausted in there. When we get to the shore, you will come back with me to where I live.
Don't leave me again. Good.
The boat slowly docked at the shore. Lin Houghton helped his master get into the Audi R8, while Long Feng drove another car, and they returned to the manor villa together. When stepping onto land, the master was glad that he was still alive. It felt so good to be alive. He looked up at the half-moon hanging in the sky, and felt much more at ease. The two cars drove on the road and soon arrived at the manor villa. It was already very late, so Lin Houghton arranged for several people to sleep in an empty room in the villa.
A night in silence. Early the next morning. Villa number 1 of the manor. After breakfast, Lin Houghton was lying leisurely on the sofa when suddenly his cell phone rang. Lin Houghton picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhang Yong calling. Brother Houghton, good morning. Morning, what do you want to talk to me about? Brother Houghton, the land in Wuching North District is about to be completed. I have invited many media to broadcast live. Can you come to the ribbon-cutting ceremony? A ribbon-cutting ceremony?
Lin Houghton thought about it and decided to let his master have a good rest in the villa today, and leave Lang Feng in the villa area to protect everyone's safety.
Yeah, sure. I'll be there in 30 minutes.
After putting down their phones, everyone who was having breakfast looked at Lin Houghton.
Brother Houghton, are you going out? Yi Jingshui asked. Well, Wuching needs to cut the ribbon. Master, you should rest at home today. Good.
Jingshui and Hanbing will go with me, and Lang Feng will stay at home to protect my master.
Yes, sir.
Lang Feng said respectfully. Lin Houghton went to the bathroom to wash up, put on the business suit that Li Yanran had prepared in advance, and prepared to go out.
Half an hour later, we arrived at the North District of Wuching.
There were colorful balloons floating in the air and banners hanging.
A large group of reporters with cameras and some invited entrepreneurs gathered in an open space. Everyone is always ready.
I heard that super rich guy will also be here today.
Really? Really? Did you hear about the big guy who stole the show at the auction? People are discussing it. Suddenly a handsome man in a black suit walked out. I'm so excited.
I must take a photo of the real boss.
Don't get excited. You stepped on my foot.
Everyone's eyes were focused on this handsome man. Behind this man were two twin girls with beautiful faces. Zhang Yong then brought them to the conference site.
Then some reporters started taking pictures of Lin Houghton.
Zhang Yong stepped onto the temporary stage built for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, picked up the microphone and said with a smile.
Thank you all for coming to the completion ceremony of Jiangqing North District. We have invited Mr. Lin Houghton, the major shareholder of Jiangqing North District, and we warmly welcome him.
There was the sound of camera clicking again. And the applause continued.
At this time, Lin Houghton walked onto the stage, followed by two beautiful twin girls. The reporters in the audience started taking pictures again. Dear journalists, my name is Lin Houghton. I believe you must have many questions to ask. Please ask them as soon as possible. Thank you for participating in this completion ceremony. Thank you.
Lin Houghton spoke passionately. When he finished speaking, a reporter raised his hand to ask a question.
Boss Lin, I want to ask you what you are going to do with this piece of land?
More than a dozen cameras were pointed at Lin Houghton, waiting for his speech. I plan to build the world's largest commercial district on this land, with entertainment, restaurants, and everything else.
Did you know the news in advance when you got this land? Do you have any inside information?
Lin Houghton said lightly. If I had known the news in advance, I would have bought it from the government instead of at the auction.
Then, the reporter asked other questions, and Lin Houghton answered them one by one.
There were not only reporters in the audience, but also some residents whose homes were being relocated.
After the construction and development of this area, the land here became precious. When the completion ceremony was coming to an end, Lin Houghton and Zhang Yong were preparing to cut the ribbon.
Suddenly, several young people in plain clothes rushed out, jumped directly onto the stage, grabbed the microphone, and spoke loudly into it. They demolished our house without giving us adequate compensation, so we refused to move out. When they knew we were unwilling to move out, they not only did not resolve the issue, but also forcibly demolished it.
Yes, yes, yes.
We were still living there, but they forcibly demolished it. My 80-year-old mother is paralyzed in bed. They demolished it all day long, which made my mother restless and unable to sleep well. They are evil forces. We tried to call the police, but they were biased towards them.
It's really hard for us ordinary people. They broke one of my legs. You have to take care of me. The scene was in chaos, and the reporters raised their cameras to record it all. At this moment, Zhang Yong was even more confused. Today was a happy day, so where on earth did these people come from? Zhang Yong, what's going on? Are we really being demolished by force as they said? Brother Haotian, no, absolutely not. We have paid all the compensation. I think these people are here to cause trouble. Lin Haotian looked at the man in black who was leading the group. His leg was no different from that of a normal person. It was obviously fake. Zhang Yong suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I remember now. When we came here to relocate people, there was a representative who was particularly arrogant and domineering. No matter how we persuaded him, he just refused to move. He asked for an exorbitant price and also encouraged several other households." Chapter 102. Who is the mastermind behind this? Lin Haotian said coldly to the man in black. If it is true as you said, that I did not give you the appropriate compensation, or even used violence to drive you away, I will definitely deal with it impartially. On the contrary, if you are the one who spread rumors and caused trouble here, I will not be polite. All I know is that you built illegal houses on this land. Is that true? When the man in black heard that the house was built in violation of regulations, his heart trembled, and he obviously felt that he was in the wrong. However, he thought that if he could get more compensation, he should still give it a try. The male leaders who were in the lead stepped back slightly, feeling a little uneasy. No. No. Lin Haotian smiled. Then you guys go away first. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is really as you said, I will take full responsibility. If not, then. Friends from the news media at the scene, bear witness for me. I will give you a satisfactory answer within 1 day. When the young people who were causing trouble saw Lin Haotian making assurances to the news media, they became more or less fearful, so they did not cause any more trouble. At this time, the man in black stood up and said coldly, "Well, I'll give you 1 day. If you don't solve the problem for us within 1 day, I will not just bring a few people to cause trouble now. I will bring 50 households nearby, and then you can start working on the construction site at your leisure time." After the man in black finished speaking, he left with a group of people. After they left, Lin Haotian looked at their departing backs with a hint of coldness in his eyes, because he had not been threatened by anyone for a long time. A reporter took the microphone and asked a very sharp question. "Mr. Lin, how are you going to solve this problem next?" Friends from the news media, please rest assured. I have just said that I will solve this problem within a day. Please give me some time, but I, Lin, also promise that I am a law-abiding citizen and I will not use violence to solve problems. Lin Haotian had just finished saying this and was about to leave. "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." Other reporters swarmed in and wanted to ask other questions, but were stopped by the two beautiful bodyguards around Lin Haotian. At this time, Zhang Yong followed behind Lin Haotian and said nervously, "Brother Haotian, how should we handle this matter? If we handle it well, it's fine. But if we don't handle it well and the government intervenes, I'm afraid we will be in a passive position." Lin Haotian raised the corner of his mouth, as if he had an idea. "Don't worry, I have a plan. Bring me a pen and paper. I've written it down. You can follow the instructions." Zhang Yong went backstage to find paper and pen for Lin Haotian and handed them to Lin Haotian. At this time, Lin Haotian was writing on the paper and pen. "Wang Mozi's address," he said to Zhang Yong. "Let's go to this place and see some good shows." Immediately afterwards, Lin Haotian, Yi Jingxue and Yi Hanbing got into the Audi R8, while Zhang Yong drove the Porsche 918. Yi Hanbing was driving, Lin Haotian and Yi Jingxue sat in the back seat of the car. He closed his eyes to conserve his energy. Zhang Yong navigated to the location Lin Haotian had just given him, and Yi Hanbing followed behind Zhang Yong's car. In the Audi R8, Yi Jingxue said angrily, "Haotian, just now, that man in black dared to threaten you, why don't I go and kill him now?" Lin Haotian said lightly, "What do you plan to do after you kill him?" "Killing him will make me feel better. I actually haven't thought about what to do next." For Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue, killing a person is as easy as stepping on an ant. The training they received from foreign organizations is to kill those who do not obey. But now it was the territory of the Great Hua Kingdom, and they couldn't just kill anyone they wanted. And what would they do if they killed the man in black? It still wouldn't solve the problem. The key to the problem now was to find out the mastermind behind it. Brother Haotian, what do you think we should do? Lin Haotian explained with a smile. Ha, the group of people who just came here are just a group of chess pieces. What's the point of moving the chess pieces? As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. As long as we find the mastermind, these people will be scattered soldiers and will not be able to make any moves. Yi Jingxue nodded and said, Brother Haotian, you are really smart. Where are we going now?
Lin Haotian closed his eyes, opened his mouth and spoke slowly.
Go to the mastermind's house and take a look. Brother Haotian, do you know where the mastermind's home is? Yes, I have already given the address to Zhang Yong. He is leading the way ahead of us. We will be there soon. Brother Haotian, are you telling us who the mastermind is? Yi Jingxue asked curiously. Although Yi Hanbing was driving, his face was full of curiosity. His name is Wang Mozi. He is a resident of the Wuqing North District Development Zone. He is a second-rate person in society. He is idle and his family is poor. His mother died of a serious illness when he was young. His father plays cards outside all day and has almost ruined the family. So Wang Mozi dropped out of junior high school.
Although he has a good brain, he uses it for crooked ways.
A few days ago, he stole gold from a gold shop and sold it on the black market.
With the money from the sale, they added a few more floors to the original house.
The purpose was to get more money from the demolition.
While they were talking, they arrived near Wang Mozi's home. There was a Haval H6 and a motorcycle parked outside the gate.
Zhang Yong pointed at the Haval H6 car and said, Brother Haotian, isn't this the car of the group of people who were causing trouble at the completion site just now? They actually came too. Let's go upstairs and take a look. When Lin Haotian and his group walked into the courtyard, a wolfhound suddenly jumped out. Woof 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 woof. The ferocious wolf dog barked at Lin Haotian and his group.
At this time, Yi Hanbing used the weapon on his ring to shoot a silver needle into the wolf dog's forehead.
Woo woo woo. The big wolf dog suddenly collapsed to the ground, its breath gradually weakened, and it fainted.
At this moment, the window on the second floor was opened, and a head appeared. It looked outside and said with a worried look on its face,
Who's here so late?
When he saw a big wolf dog lying on the ground, he became so angry that he roared loudly.
Why are you yelling like that?
It makes me, your grandpa, feel very nervous. The man then closed the window.
Lin Haotian and his group came to the second floor.
They approached the door of a room on the second floor and eavesdropped on several people talking inside. One of the men sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked condescending.
How's it going? Chapter 103. A good show.
Brother Wang, a group of us went to their completion site to make trouble, and suddenly a young man came. Even Zhang Yong on the side followed him.
It seems that this young man is not easy to deal with. Ha ha, a young man, look how scared I am of you, you useless fellow, who have I ever been afraid of? How can I be afraid of him, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair?
The man in black at the side said in a flattering manner.
Brother Wang, you are right. He is just a young boy.
We are many in number. We are not afraid of him.
You should also persuade those 50-odd households not to split up or cause internal strife. If they are not united, then all your efforts will end in vain. Wang Mozi said thoughtfully. Yes, I understand.
At this moment, a lot of people came into the yard. They surrounded the yard and seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, the man in black opened the window on the second floor again and looked out.
He saw a lot of people in the yard.
He looked and found that they were the representatives of the more than 50 households. The man in black quickly said to Wang Mozi, Brother Wang, these 50-plus families have sent representatives here, probably to ask about compensation.
Why don't we go down and talk to them to calm them down so they don't split up? Well, you make sense. Let's go down now.
When Lin Haotian heard that they were going downstairs, he hurriedly pulled the two sisters and Zhang Yong to hide in another door. At this time, the door was opened, and a man in black and a short man with pockmarks on his face walked out. The two people went downstairs and walked into the courtyard, which immediately became quiet.
The pockmarked man looked ferocious and impatient. What are you guys arguing about?
Today, everyone is here, and I will make it clear to everyone. Now we are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Please rest assured that I will definitely strive for the greatest interests for you. A village representative said in a tearful voice.
Brother Wang, it's not that we don't trust you. It's that my mother is in the hospital and urgently needs the money to save her life. Didn't we negotiate with them for triple compensation? I think that's enough. Why are we going back on our word now? I'm waiting for this money to save my mother's life. If I keep dragging it out like this, when will I get the money? Yes, Brother Wang, I'm still waiting for the money to get married. My wife is waiting anxiously. Otherwise, if she runs away by then, I'll be left without a wife and be a bachelor. Yes, Brother Wang, I think triple compensation is enough. Why don't we just take this and get the money and move out sooner? I've had enough of this place. Yes, this place has no water and electricity. It's not easy to take a shower here, let alone cook. It's too hot to sleep at night and there are mosquitoes. I can't stay here for a day. No, we have finally completed the demolition, so we will definitely need more money. We have finally embarked on this demolition path. If we don't make some money, when will we have such a good opportunity again? Yes, I think you are right. We have lived here for most of our lives. Now that we have finally waited for the demolition, we should demand more benefits. Everyone in the yard was talking at once, and everyone had a different opinion. At this moment, Wang Matzi spoke. Everyone stop and listen to me. I know that every household has something urgent to deal with, but please wait for 2 days. I promise that I can get 5 times the compensation for everyone present. What? 5 times the compensation. When everyone in the yard heard the 5-fold compensation, they were stunned and stood there speechless for a moment. Just think about it, they would get so much more after waiting for 2 days, and it was a huge sum of money. But just now, a village representative was crying, obviously couldn't wait any longer, and spoke directly. Brother Wang, my mother is still lying in the hospital waiting for money to save her life. Anyway, there are so many of you, and it won't be a big deal if I'm missing. I just want the 3 times compensation we agreed on before. At this time, when Wang Matzi heard this, his face instantly turned red like a pig liver. He kicked the villager directly and said fiercely, "You have king think this is a game? I just told you that we are all on the same side. If you withdraw now, that would only cause trouble. They would think we have internal problems and try to dismantle us. They would then offer triple compensation. Do you want more? They would then take the initiative and we would be passive. By then, you will have harmed all of us because of you alone, and you will lose the triple compensation you had before, you fool." When everyone heard that if he withdrew, it would harm everyone and damage everyone's interests, everyone turned their attention to this villager. It's okay for you to not want the money, but you can't be so selfish as to hurt everyone. You are such a selfish person. Our brother Wang has helped us so much, but all this hard work has gone to waste just because of you. What are you thinking? You ungrateful, selfish bastard, if you quit, I will beat you to death. This villager was attacked by everyone and could only speak with tears in his eyes, feeling aggrieved. Brother Wang, I was just worried about my mother's condition, so I said the wrong thing. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't quit. Standing on the 2nd floor, Lin Haotian watched the good show downstairs with a smile on his face. Let's go downstairs and take a look. Lin Haotian and the others walked down the stairs. After arriving on the 1st floor, Lin Haotian came out and said to the applause, "Ah, it's really lively here today. I got to watch a good show for free." At this time, Wang Matzi looked at Lin Haotian and the people behind him with a puzzled look. Where on earth did they come from? Who are you and why are you in my house? The man in black at the side was stunned when he saw Lin Haotian and the 3 people behind him, wondering why they came here. So the man in black said in Wang Matzi's ear, "Brother Wang, he is the young man I just told you about, who was at the completion ceremony today." When Wang Matzi heard this, he let down his guard and smiled cunningly. "Ha, it turns out to be you, little brat. Why are you hiding in my house like a thief?" Wang Matzi looked Lin Haotian up and down and felt that Lin Haotian was just a young boy and posed no threat to him. He thought that the 5 times compensation just mentioned was not enough and he should ask for a little more. At this time, Lin Haotian looked coldly at Wang Matzi beside him. Since Wang Matzi had just been so polite to him, it was time to teach him a lesson. So he ordered Yi Hanbing. "Hanbing, teach him a lesson." Yi Hanbing received Lin Haotian's order and flashed in front of Wang Matzi. He was so fast that before anyone noticed, he slapped him several times. Then he flashed to Lin Haotian's side. At this time, Wang Matzi only felt a burning pain on his face, and there were 5 red palm prints. Damn it, you dare to hit me, do you know who I am? Chapter 104, A Catastrophe? I don't care who you are. You just showed me great respect and you deserve a beating.
Lin Haotian said calmly with a stern face. Wang Matzi covered his face with his right hand and said with a fierce look on his face.
You hit me just now, and I regret it now.
I don't want 5 times the compensation, I want 8 times.
If you don't satisfy me, we will all stay here and not leave. I want to see how you start the work. Really? Have you ever thought about the fact that you won't get any compensation for this house? Lin Haotian asked back.
If you don't give us 8 times the compensation, we will stay here and not go anywhere else.
Think carefully, is your house an illegal building? The law has already stipulated that illegal buildings will not be compensated at all. Do you understand?
When Wang Matzi heard this, he collapsed to the ground. Not a penny of compensation, not a penny of compensation.
Lin Haotian turned around and said to the villagers in the yard. Everyone should know clearly whether their home is an illegal building or not. I will forgive you for what you did before. If you move out now, you will still enjoy the highest compensation. If you are still like Wang Matzi, I'm sorry, I can only act according to the law. In principle, there will be no compensation for illegal buildings. When Lin Haotian finished saying these words, the yard suddenly became quiet. The villagers looked at each other, with horror in their eyes. Because only they knew that since the government issued the plan for the development of Wuchang North District, their land was also included and the word demolition was written in big red on the wall. In order to get more compensation for the demolition, they frantically built up the originally small bungalow into a 7 or 8-story building in just 1 month. These houses were built in a hurry, so the quality is very poor, and they are called dilapidated houses. The villagers' faces were all red, they knew very well what they had done, so when Lin Haotian said that if they moved out now, he would forgive them for their past mistakes and give them the highest compensation. I will move out immediately.
I don't want the 5 times compensation I received.
I just want to follow the rules. I'm moving out too. I don't want to live here anymore. There's no water and no electricity. I'm moving too. We were all led astray by Wang Matzi. Now we've come to our senses. It's wrong for us to block something that would benefit future generations. I'm moving out too. I just want to get the compensation as soon as possible.
The villagers in the yard shouted in unison.
Move away, I am willing.
At this time, Lin Haotian saw that the man in black and Wang Matzi were still unmoved, so he walked up to the man in black and asked,
You don't want to move away?
The man in black shook his head and said flatteringly,
Mr. Lin, I am actually willing to move away. I was willing to do so before. This is a big deal that benefits the people. I was also deceived by Wang Matzi before.
Okay, got it. Lin Haotian said lightly. At this time, Zhang Yong took out the demolition contract consent form and shouted loudly. For villagers who are willing to move, as long as you put your fingerprints on this contract today, we will still give you the highest compensation.
Tomorrow, it may not be the same.
As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers in the yard rushed to take the contract from Zhang Yong and put their fingerprints on it. Lin Haotian then picked up the phone and called the police, telling them everything about the jewelry that Wang Matzi had robbed from the gold jewelry store in recent days, including the location where the jewelry was hidden.
Zhang Yong had almost signed the demolition contract, and Lin Haotian and others were ready to leave.
Before leaving, he said to the villagers in the yard,
Everyone, please go away today.
The compensation will be paid according to the contract and will be distributed to you tomorrow.
Please hurry up and move out. We cannot live here anymore.
If something unexpected happens, it will be more trouble than gain. When the villagers in the yard heard that the compensation would be paid tomorrow, long-lost smiles appeared on their faces. You have to know that this incident happened more than a month ago.
If Wang Matzi hadn't interfered, the compensation might have arrived long ago.
Now the dust has finally settled.
We no longer have to live in this dilapidated house and suffer all day long.
When the villagers thought of this, they all cheered in unison.
Lin Haotian waved his hand and said to the villagers, That's it, we'll be leaving first. When Lin Haotian and the twin sisters were getting ready to get in the car, Yi Jingxue asked in confusion. Brother Haotian, are we just going to let this Wang Matzi go?
Ha, the police will be here soon.
He's a burglar.
The iron gate is waiting for him.
Let's go. Lin Haotian got into the Audi R8.
Yi Hanbing was driving again, and Yi Jingxue sat in the back seat with Lin Haotian.
Zhang Yong was driving his car on a dilapidated road.
At this moment, a police car also arrived and passed by their car.
Lin Haotian saw through the rearview mirror that the police car was driving towards Wang Mozi's yard, and he said silently with a smile on his face, "Evil will be punished by evil."
It seems that Wang Mozi will have to spend some time in prison. Just at this moment, the radio station in the car interrupted a news broadcast. A passenger plane of Brazil's Volpes Airlines crashed in the southeastern state of São Paulo at 10 p.m. on November 13, killing all passengers on board. The cause of the crash was a problem with the check-in system.
Lin Haotian was no longer surprised to hear this, because he had already predicted these things long before.
At this moment, Lin Haotian's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Haotian picked it up and saw that it was Wang Xikong calling.
"Boss Wang, what's the matter with the call?"
Lin Haotian said with a slight smile.
"Brother Haotian, I am grateful for your kindness. I, Wang, will keep it in my heart."
At this moment, Wang Xikong felt as if his heart was hit by a raging wave, and the feeling of fear surged into his heart like a tide. His eyes widened and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, as if he had just experienced a thrilling, life-threatening horrific incident. The feeling of fear wrapped around him tightly, making his breathing rapid, and his heartbeat seemed particularly clear and heavy in the silent atmosphere.
"Don't say these things.
You and Zhang Yong are good friends, and Zhang Yong is like my younger brother."
"Brother Haotian, don't hang up the phone yet."
Wang Xikong hesitated for a while, then asked what he wanted to ask.
"I want to know now, if I get on this plane, will I be on the death list?" "Go to bed early. We can get together sometime and invite Zhang Yong and the others."
Lin Haotian did not directly answer Wang Xikong's question, but he had already told Wang Xikong the answer in disguise. Because when they were gathered together, Lin Haotian said in front of everyone that Wang Xikong's first disaster would be a plane crash. If Wang Xikong could board that plane and come back safe and sound, how could it be called a disaster?
After Lin Haotian finished his phone call with Wang Xikong, Lin Haotian brought the twin sisters back to the villa.
Zhang Yong returned to the Zhang family compound.
Chapter 105. You Keep Pretending. Brazil.
Inside the hotel's presidential room, Wang Xikong sat on the sofa, shaking his red wine glass leisurely. As his eyes looked around the house, he found that every corner was filled with pinhole cameras. Although he cancelled the flight and came to Brazil in advance and asked his Brazilian lover to book a hotel for him, he wanted to see if this Brazilian woman was really a spy around him, as Lin Haotian said. The moment he saw the pinhole camera, Wang Xikong felt furious. He had been so good to this Brazilian lover, but she actually betrayed him. At this moment, he didn't care about his anger and could only pretend to be calm to see what this Brazilian lover was up to. 10 minutes later, a woman wrapped in a bathrobe came out of the bathroom. Her face was flushed, she had a standard oval face, big blue eyes, and a curvy figure.
"Brother Wang, are you getting impatient?"
The woman cried out shyly, then hooked one hand around Wang Xikong's neck and walked towards the room. Wang Xikong tore off the woman's bathrobe, revealing her naked white body. The woman shouted loudly with a shy and surprised expression on her face.
"Brother Wang, please don't."
Wang Xikong ignored her and threw her onto the bed.
The woman cooperated and lay down on the bed.
At this time, the woman called out Brother Wang, but Wang Xikong felt that her voice was so insincere and disgusting. Wang Xikong walked to the bed and lay down beside the woman. The woman had never been treated like this before and thought that Wang Xikong and he were looking for another exciting game. The woman cooperated by performing various movements, looking shy and charming. And Wang Xikong said lightly, "You are like this now, and others will think I am forcing you to do something." The woman sat up in panic, wrapped the quilt around herself, and asked in confusion,
"Brother Wang, what do you mean by this?"
Wang Xikong fiercely pulled the quilt off her and said coldly,
"Have I been bad to you? Why did you treat me like this? Why did you team up with Huang Zitao to deal with me?"
The woman rolled her eyes and her panicked expression slowly returned to calm.
"Brother Wang, I really don't understand what you mean by this." "Ha, you don't understand? I think you are pretending to be confused even though you know the truth. Keep pretending." Wang Xikong sneered. The woman quickly grabbed Wang Xikong's hand and spoke innocently. "Brother Wang, I really don't understand what you are talking about. Besides, I don't know Huang Zitao you are talking about. You don't know him, right? You won't stop pretending unless I show you evidence, right?"
So Wang Xikong took out a notebook from the woman's bag, opened it, and motioned for the woman to enter the password. The woman entered the password slowly, her eyes still looking around.
5 minutes later, the notebook was opened.
There was a screen recording everything in the room, and there were also some videos of the two of them being together before. After watching these videos, Wang Xikong shook his head helplessly. Now the facts are before us. Tell me, when did you hook up with Huang Zitao?
What benefits did he give you? Did you have ulterior motives when you approached me from the beginning? Brother Wang, I was forced into this. I didn't want to be like this.
I started to get close to you probably because of his instructions, but after getting to know you better, I found that I couldn't control myself anymore.
I've fallen in love with you.
Don't say such hypocritical words like you're in love with me.
It makes me want to vomit. Don't pretend to be affectionate to me.
We're both 1,000-year-old foxes.
What are you talking about with me? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I have copied all the videos in your computer. I want you to trick Huang Zitao. If you can't make him notorious, I will be the only one who will appreciate your pornographic photos. Think carefully. November 14th. 9 o'clock in the morning.
The driverless car malfunctioned, causing a 9-car collision on the highway, in which the owner also died. The main cause of the accident was a malfunction of the speeding car. Various news, leg-shaking video and other websites are publishing this news. You should know that there has never been any negative news about fast cars, and driverless cars are a new technological advancement they have developed. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Once this negative news came out, some problems that were not exposed before were also exposed. What kind of unfair after sales terms and so on? Maybe it's because Mercedes-Benz hasn't had any negative news for many years, so their public relations department doesn't know how to handle this sudden incident. Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Feipao Automobile had not made any public relations, as if they did not take the matter seriously at all. Causeway Bay Community, Wucheng. Zhang Yong sat cross-legged on the sofa, brushing his legs and looking at the difficulties faced by Feipao Automobile with a smile on his face. Wang Jin, the trader sitting next to him, asked puzzledly.
Zhang Yong, tell me the truth. Did you know what was going to happen to Feipao car and what problems it would face? Did you even know in advance that the car owner was going to have an accident? Brother, I really don't know.
You think too highly of me. I'm sorry about the death of that car owner.
There's nothing I can do.
If the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, you won't survive past 5 o'clock. Wang Jin glanced at Zhang Yong, like looking at a gorilla in the zoo, looking left and right, without saying anything. At 8 o'clock that evening, Nasdaq opened.
Feipao Automobile encountered the limit down for the first time since its listing. Brother, I didn't expect that you guessed it right. You made some money, but it's not much at the moment.
Wang Jin spoke up.
I asked you to be with me, but you refused. I think you will regret it sooner or later. Not making much money now is just the beginning, the best is yet to come.
Zhang Yong said confidently. He was fully confident about all this, because his brother Lin Haotian didn't ask him to stop now, which proved that he would make more money.
Just at this time, Lin Haotian called Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, what are you doing?
Brother Haotian, I'm keeping an eye on the stock market of Feipao Automobile.
Oh, then do you have time tomorrow? Let's go to Disneyland and invite Wang Xikong and the others.
Zhang Yong was stunned for a moment.
Disneyland? I have acquired the Disneyland in Dehua country. How about we go there and have some fun while I investigate?
I can go, but Wang Xikong is still abroad, so he probably can't go.
How about I ask Li Cici and Lu Chuchu to go with us? Sure. Inside the Manor Villa. After Lin Haotian hung up the phone with Zhang Yong, he called Zhou Chong, the person in charge of Disneyland in Dehua district. Hello, is this Zhou Chong? Well, now I need some tickets to Disneyland.
Zhou Chong said respectfully.
Okay, Mr. Lin, where do you live? I'll arrange for someone to mail it to you right away. Villa number 1, Jiangcheng Water Dream Manor.
After saying that, Lin Haotian hung up the phone.
Chapter 106, Drive Away? The next morning, Lin Haotian drove to pick up Yi Mingyue from Wucheng, and Zhang Yong also set off for Jiangcheng Disneyland.
Zhang Yong contacted Li Cici and Lu Chuchu, but unfortunately, they had already made plans to go abroad for fun.
Because today is the weekend, there was a long queue at Disneyland and everyone was waiting to get their tickets checked and enter. Lin Haotian, Yi Mingyue, and Zhang Yang were queuing. After waiting for about 30 minutes, it was Lin Haotian and his friend's turn. Lin Haotian took out the tickets and gave them to the staff. The staff didn't even look at them and asked directly, "Do you have any prohibited items?" Lin Haotian looked at himself, then looked at the two people next to him, shook his head and said, "I didn't bring it." The staff member looked several people up and down and said unhappily, "You guys should still be careful with your words and actions? You really didn't bring it with you? If you did, take it out and don't waste the time of the people in line behind you." "Really not. What are these prohibited items you're talking about?" The staff member glanced at the fruits and other food in Lin Haotian's hands and said with contempt, "Have you never been here before? At least make a plan. We don't allow food to be brought in here. You can only eat your food here or throw it in the trash can next to you before you can enter. Otherwise, you will not be allowed in." As the staff member spoke, he pointed with his right hand to the green trash can next to him, where a lot of food brought by tourists was discarded. "We can't bring these foods in? We bring these so that we can replenish them whenever we get hungry while playing. Why can't we bring them in? I don't understand." Zhang Yang also said doubtfully, "I'm sorry, this is the rule, please abide by it. If you insist on bringing it, you can't go in. Please don't make it difficult for me." The staff stopped them with their hands and spoke nonchalantly. The tourists in the back line whispered a reminder. "I guess this is your first time here too. We already have this rule. You can't bring food with you. You can only buy it inside. And the prices inside are so high. It's like a free meal. We have a whole day to play inside. We can't go hungry." Yes, we were originally having fun here, but the staff inside felt like we were begging them, and they treated us with a condescending attitude. There are Disney parks abroad, but people there can bring food in. I don't know why we can't bring food in Dahua. Isn't this disgusting? I really don't know what the owner of the Disneyland in this country is thinking. He is making money in such a dishonest way. It's supposed to be fun, but the quality of the employees is not good, and the rules are weird. People in the queue were all complaining. Perhaps these regulations of Disneyland have aroused public outrage. Lin Haotian seemed to have been tagged as well. He didn't expect that the Disneyland he took over would be like this. It seems that it needs to be cleaned up. You, go call the person in charge here. I need to talk to him about something. The staff member next to him looked confused. He looked up at Lin Haotian, then ignored him and watched the leg-shaking video on his mobile phone. The staff was thinking, is this guy crazy? He even called us supervisor. He is just a poor loser who came here to play and can't even afford the food inside, so he has to bring his own food. Lin Haotian looked at the staff who were unmoved and had extremely bad and cold attitudes. I'll give you 5 minutes to get your leader to show up in front of me, or you and him will pack up and leave. The people queuing behind gave a warm reminder. Young man, calm down. The park has always had this attitude. It's better for us to stay out of trouble. It's more important to have fun. Why bother with them? When the staff member heard Lin Haotian say that he and the person in charge here should pack up and leave, he threw his phone aside, then looked Lin Haotian up and down, with contempt and ridicule in his eyes. Ha ha, you are going to make me laugh to death. Have you read too many domineering CEOs and novels? How dare you threaten me and ask me and the person in charge here to pack up and leave? I ask you and your friend to leave now. Sorry, you have been blacklisted from Disneyland and cannot enter. You are such a poor bastard, what are you pretending to be here for? You came out to play and act crazy and stupid, don't come out to play. The staff slapped their thighs and couldn't help laughing, and there was a hint of mockery in their laughter. Zhang Yang stretched out his hand, ready to hit the staff member, but was stopped by Lin Haotian, who said coldly, Don't bother with him. Just wait and see. I'll make him apologize to me in person, and then we can go in and take our food with us. Hurry up, you guys, why are you still dawdling? I told you that you have been blacklisted, don't disturb the people in line behind you. Lin Haotian took out his phone and called Zhou Chong, the person in charge of Disneyland in Dahua District. Hey, I'm at the gate of Jiangqing Disneyland right now, and your staff is stopping me from entering. 5 minutes later, let the person in charge here handle this matter. Otherwise, you will also be implicated. You decide what to do. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The other side. Inside the Disneyland office. After Lin Haotian hung up the phone, Zhou Chong was sweating profusely and his head was exploding. He didn't expect that the boss came to Jiangqing Disneyland for inspection but didn't let him in.
Without time to think about it, he quickly called the person in charge of Jiangqing Disneyland and said in a very angry tone,
"Chen Hao, how do you do things? Our new boss is here, but he is locked outside by your employees and not allowed to come in?" "Ah, what did you say, our new boss is here? I didn't know that," Chen Hao said tremblingly, feeling extremely scared.
"I received a notice a few days ago that Dahua Disneyland was acquired by a man named Lin, but he has not shown up. I didn't expect that he would come to my territory and receive such treatment.
If I don't handle this matter well, my official position will definitely be in jeopardy. Think about how difficult it is for me to get this position. 5 minutes, go meet Mr. Lin at the gate, or you can decide for yourself."
After saying that, Zhou Chong hung up the phone, and Chen Hao stood there in a daze, unable to calm down for a long time. It was not until he heard a beeping sound on the other end of the phone that he came back to his senses, and he was extremely panicked. I thought to myself that all of my employees had worked here for many years and were old hands. Their arrogant and domineering attitudes must have caused trouble again. Without time to think, Chen Hao quickly ran to the gate of Disneyland. When the staff saw that Lin Haotian and his group had not left yet, they directly called a few security guards.
Security, drive them away quickly. You are a bunch of poor losers. If you can't afford to play, then don't come out to play. You even want to bring food in. Don't you see whose territory this is? The rule is that you can't bring food. Even the emperor can't bring food. Drive them away."
Immediately, 10 security guards, all of them 1.8 meters tall and strong, surrounded Lin Haotian and his group, holding sticks in their hands, and if they didn't leave, they would use the sticks to beat them away.
Lin Haotian looked at all this with a grim and terrifying expression on his face. "Ah, I want to see how you guys drive us away? What a joke! Don't you see whose territory this is? It's as easy as stepping on an ant to drive you away or even beat you up. I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to leave on your own, or do we beat you up with the weapons we have before you leave? Brothers, let's beat them up today and teach them a lesson. They are so ignorant that they dare to challenge me here. What the hell are you talking about?"
After receiving the instructions from the staff, 10 tall and strong security guards, waving sticks in their hands, walked towards Lin Haotian and his group. Then at this moment, when a security guard was about to hit someone, a man shouted loudly,
Stop it. Chapter 107, A Stray Dog.
At this time, the security guard and Lin Haotian looked up towards the place where the sound came from. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie rushed over. This man was none other than Chen Hao, the person in charge of Jiangqing Disneyland. He hurried to the arrogant staff member and slapped him down. The staff member touched his burning face with his right hand, and 5 red palm marks were clearly visible. The staff member rolled up and crawled up and asked in panic,
Mr. Chen, why are you here? If I hadn't come, you would have been lawless. Do you know who you just stopped?"
Chen Hao put away his hand that had just hit the staff member, stared at him fiercely and cursed. "They are just a bunch of poor losers.
They just asked me not to bring food, but they insisted on bringing it.
They also acted like a boss and asked me to ask you to come to see him within 5 minutes, otherwise we will pack up and leave." As the staff member spoke, he pointed at Lin Haotian. When Chen Hao heard the staff member say this, his expression changed from vicious to disbelief. He thought that this staff member was usually arrogant and domineering, but today he was so unreasonable to the new boss.
It was simply stupid.
Chen Hao immediately came in front of Lin Haotian, nodded and bowed, and spoke respectfully.
"Boss Lin, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were coming today. My men were so rude to you. I will definitely deal with it properly. I hope Boss Lin can forgive me for this neglect."
Lin Haotian looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of him. Although his voice was very young, his temples were already full of white hair.
"Are you the person in charge here?" "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Chen Hao. You can just call me Xiao Chun. I really didn't know that you were coming today, Mr. Lin. If you had known, we could have prepared and welcomed you properly." Ready?
I came here this time just to see how your management is going.
Now I find that there are big problems in management, especially the quality of your employees. Manager Chen, are you responsible for this?"
Lin Haotian said coldly. But what Chen Hao heard was a warning. He was so scared that his clothes on the back were soaked with sweat and beads of cold sweat the size of beans were running down his forehead. "Boss Lin, don't worry, I will handle this matter now. Please give me another chance, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Lin Haotian listened and nodded. At this time, the staff finally realized that they had kicked a steel plate today, which was made of titanium steel. They were doomed today. He had not expected that he would offend this young man who was treated with great respect by the person in charge. It seems that the young man just now is not simple. Anyone who can make the person in charge treat him with such respect must be in a higher position than him. Thinking of this, the staff member wanted to die. He really didn't want to lose this job. This job was easy, paid well, and was close to home. Chen Hao turned around and looked at the staff with vicious eyes, wanting to kill them. He didn't expect his employees to be so arrogant and domineering. He didn't discipline them well, which led to the consequences today. It seems that it's time to clean up the mess today. Did you want to kick Mr. Lin out just now? No, that's not the case. I was just following the company's rules. No food can be brought in, but he brought it in, so I didn't let him in. The staff member explained in panic that he wanted the job so badly. Then why didn't you call me when Mr. Lin asked you to? Chen Hao asked. I just can't believe that he knows you, Manager Chen. I thought he was just a poor loser, so I made things difficult for him. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Manager Chen, considering that I have worked in this park for so many years, you won't fire me, right? As the staff member was talking, he slapped his big mouth with his hands. Both of his faces were slapped like pigs, but he did not stop and continued to slap. You offended Mr. Lin today, the new boss who just acquired our Dahua district. Do you still want to stay? Even I work for him. You offended such a big shot. Our entire park has been implicated by you. You are really a dog-eyed person who doesn't know how to live or die. After hearing these words, the staff member couldn't calm down for a moment, and his burning face became even more angry. He didn't expect that he would offend such a big shot. Before he could come to his senses, he was carried away by the security guards and thrown out, like a dog that had lost its home. When the tourists in the park saw the staff member being carried out with his face swollen like a pig, they all breathed a sigh of relief. This staff member was too arrogant and it was time to teach him a lesson. Chen Hao, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Haotian hurriedly and said respectfully, Boss Lin, are you satisfied with this? I will definitely train our employees well in the future and help them correct their bad habits. Well, when I was queuing just now, I found that we tourists are queuing outside in the hot summer and cold winter, suffering from both heat and cold. I suggest building a waiting room here with air conditioning. In this way, the tourists' experience will be much better. Also, don't you have a rule that prohibits bringing food in? From today on, this rule will be abolished and food can be brought in. Also, you and your staff will be evaluated by the tourists here. If any tourist complains about your service 3 or more times, you will be fired directly, and you are no exception. Do you understand? I heard that the food charges inside are very high. Is that true? I heard that it is several times higher than outside. We are doing business, and we can't make black money like this. I suggest that the food inside be the same price as outside. I will also explain this to your general manager Zhou Chong. Your park here is a pilot project, and it will also start from today. Okay, I understand. Mr. Lin's suggestion is very pertinent. I will implement it immediately. Does Mr. Lin have any other instructions? Chen Hao said this respectfully. He couldn't make any mistakes now. No, you can go now. Lin Haotian waved his hand. He kept Chen Hao temporarily and did not fire him for 2 reasons. The first reason was that Chen Hao did not make any big mistakes and repented now, so he gave him another 3 months to see how the park was doing. The second reason was that the park was large after all, with a complex staff, and Chen Hao handled problems quickly and wisely, so keeping him would be very useful in the future. Okay, Mr. Lin, you and your friends have fun here. If you need anything from me, just let me know. I won't bother you anymore. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he left quietly. Chapter 108, Encountering a Big Star. Because Jiangcheng Disneyland has a wide variety of facilities, many young people come here. There are internet celebrities and some stars. In Lin Haotian's eyes, these people are really no different, they just look a little better. Brother Haotian, look, it's Fan Chengcheng. Wow, there's Koen Koen too. Hu Chujing, it's Hu Chujing. Zhang Yong and Yi Mingyue screamed in surprise when they saw the star. Zhang Yong was looking at Hu Chujing in the distance, who was surrounded by a lot of people.
Hu Chujing is indeed the national goddess. Look at her appearance and figure. She is really breathtaking.
She is already very beautiful when I see her in TV dramas. I didn't expect that she is even more beautiful in real life.
You are the most famous young master in Wuching City. Have you never seen a star? Look at how useless you are.
Lin Haotian said speechlessly. I have seen her before, but this is the first time I have seen the goddess in my heart, Hu Chujing, in real life.
She is really beautiful. But Brother Haotian, I heard online that Hu Chujing is full of technology and vitality. Can you tell? Is she like that?
Yi Mingyue said with a smile. It seems that Zhang Yong likes this type. Sister-in-law, she really suits my taste.
Both her figure and looks are what I like.
When my new store opens, I will definitely invite her to be our store's advertising spokesperson. Zhang Yong said with a smile.
Then you'll have to talk to me then.
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Brother Haotian, what do you mean? I don't understand. Zhang Yang asked doubtfully. Didn't I acquire a Tencent entertainment company some time ago? I can recruit her to my company when the time comes.
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Oh?
Then you have to pay a huge price to poach her, and you may not be able to get her. She is very popular now, so you have to pay a high price to get her.
And I don't think it is necessary. After all, celebrities are young, so how many years can she last?
Do you believe she can live another 15 years?
15 years in the fire? Brother Haotian, is this what you predicted?
Well, I wanted to talk to her after I acquired Tencent Entertainment some time ago. Now that I happen to meet her here, I might as well go and test her opinion and see what she thinks.
Don't you like her very much? Do you want to go over and take a photo with her?
Sure. Zhang Yong said happily. He liked Hu Chujing because of a man's liking for a woman, but it was just superficial liking and he never considered her as a partner.
Because Zhang Yong's family, a family of officials, would never allow a daughter-in-law to be exposed to the public.
So Zhang Yong did not consider a marriage partner. Lin Haotian brought Yi Mingyue and Zhang Yong to Hu Chujing and found that Hu Chujing was doing an interview, so he stopped and waited until the interview was over before walking towards Hu Chujing. Hu Chujing wore a runaway princess's dress, which made her delicate face look even more charming. With a pair of crystal high heels, her whole temperament made her look more like an aristocratic princess. There were many bodyguards and assistants around her. A tall woman was showing a tablet to Hu Chujing, and they seemed to be discussing something.
This tall woman is Hu Chujing's agent Yang Tianjin. Yang Tianjin is a well-known gold medal agent in the entertainment industry, and the artists under her management are all top-tier stars who are very popular nowadays. Ms. Hu, please stay.
When Lin Haotian saw Hu Chujing was about to leave, he stopped her and Yang Tianjin said to her. Our Chujing is going to change clothes backstage. If you need an autograph or a photo, please wait until she comes out.
Sorry. I'm not here for a photo or autograph. I'm here to discuss cooperation with her.
Lin Haotian said calmly.
Cooperate?
Yang Tianjin looked up and down at Lin Haotian and Zhang Yong and Yi Mingyue beside him. The look of contempt made Zhang Yong feel very uncomfortable.
After taking a look, Yang Tianjin asked directly. Cooperation? Which company are you from? Tencent Entertainment.
I am Lin Haotian, the chairman of this company.
Tencent Entertainment ranks among the top 10 entertainment companies.
When Yang Tianjin learned about Lin Haotian's identity, the contemptuous expression on her face immediately changed.
It turns out to be Mr. Lin. I have heard a lot about you.
Yang Tianjin walked forward with a smile, stretched out her hand and shook hands with Lin Haotian, Zhang Yong, and Yi Mingyue.
Does Mr. Lin want us, Chujing, to be the spokesperson?
No, I want Ms. Hu to join Tencent Entertainment directly. When Yang Tianjin heard this, she was stunned for a moment.
This was too unexpected.
They were poaching right in front of her agent, and so blatantly so. Boss Lin, our Chujing is doing well in her current company.
For the time being.
Without waiting for Yang Tianjin to finish, Lin Haotian spoke directly.
Wait for Miss Hu to come out later. I want to talk to her alone.
Hu Chujing was changing clothes inside, and she could hear everything happening outside clearly. After changing clothes, Hu Chujing wore a hip skirt and a shirt, with a pair of straight white legs exposed.
Hu Chujing came out and took the initiative to speak after hearing what Lin Haotian had just said. "Boss Lin, I heard everything you said just now.
My contract has not expired yet, so I can't go to other companies for the time being."
"I'm sorry."
Hu Chujing is gentle and speaks very nicely.
"This is my phone number. Please remember it. I believe you will need it in the future." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll remember that.
When the time comes, come find me and we will definitely have a pleasant cooperation," Lin Haotian said with a smile.
Hu Chujing nodded politely. "Thank you very much for Mr. Lin's invitation. I will definitely consider it carefully."
She said some polite words to Lin Haotian and was about to leave when she was suddenly stopped by Zhang Yong.
"Ms. Hu, can we take a photo together?"
Hu Chujing stopped and responded with a smile.
"Good."
Zhang Yong handed the phone to Lin Haotian and said, "Brother Haotian, please take a photo for us."
Lin Haotian was speechless when he saw how anxious Zhang Yong was.
He didn't expect that the most handsome young man in Wucheng would actually be a fan of a star. Fortunately, Hu Chujing didn't know his identity.
If she knew, she would be horrified.
Yang Tianjin, who came over, said to Lin Haotian,
"Boss Lin, did you come here just now to ask for an autographed photo with this handsome guy?" "Haha, do you know who this handsome guy is?"
Lin Haotian said with a smile.
"Oh? He is a senior executive of your Tencent Entertainment?" Lin Haotian shook his head and said,
"His name is Zhang Yong. He is the son of the mayor of Wucheng."
At this moment, Hu Chujing and Zhang Yong had already posed, and Lin Haotian took a few photos. Yang Tianjin on the side opened her mouth wide. After Lin Haotian and the others took the photos, they said hello to Hu Chujing and Yang Tianjin and left. Yang Tianjin kept frowning, as if something was on her mind. "Sister Tianjin, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about?" Hu Chujing asked. Yang Tianjin recovered and said in disbelief, "Guess who was the person you just took a photo with?" "My fans."
Hu Chujing said disapprovingly.
"Mr. Lin next to me just told me that his name is Zhang Yong." "Well, what's wrong with Zhang Yong? He's my fan."
Zhang Yong, the son of the mayor of Wucheng. Hu Chujing just took a sip of water and sprayed it out. Her face also became unnatural. You know, when she took the photo just now, she was so arrogant. She didn't expect that he was actually the #1 young master in Wucheng City.
"No way, he doesn't look like that to me, my usual fans are like that too." "Then do you think Mr. Lin looks like the company's CEO?"
Hu Chujing stood there in a daze, not saying a word.
No matter how you look at them, they don't look alike. Chapter 109 Female Ghost. Why did Mr. Lin say that you would look for him in the future? Is something big going to happen to you? Yang Tianjin expressed the doubts in her heart. "Sister Tianjin, you are a top agent. You can handle anything. I believe in you,"
Hu Chujing said with a smile on her face. She didn't know that in a few days, she would fall to the bottom of her life because of one thing, and even the company would give up on her and put her on ice.
Even several top brokers cannot reverse this situation. On the other side, Lin Haotian took Yi Mingyue and Zhang Yong to continue visiting Disneyland.
Because it was the weekend, the park was packed with tourists, and everyone was wearing a Disney-themed headband. There are also some people pretending to be Snow White and the 7 dwarfs from the fairy tale, as well as some other characters. They parade on the road and greet the tourists enthusiastically. You feel like you are in a fairy tale world. At this time, Lin Haotian and the others were in a relaxed mood, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. The adult world is full of pressure, desire, and intrigue. Coming here, I become a child again, running around in this fairy tale world without worries, and reminiscing about the fun things in my childhood. Wow, there's a haunted house ahead. Let's go to the haunted house. Yi Mingyue pulled Lin Haotian and wanted to go. Aren't you afraid? Lin Haotian asked calmly. Don't be afraid, it's exciting, let's go and experience it. Yi Mingyue replied easily. Go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Yong also advised. Okay, how about we go to the haunted house first, and then try some more exciting activities? Great, great. Lin Haotian brought Yi Mingyue and Zhang Yong to the outside of the haunted house. There were many people queuing outside the haunted house. After about 10 minutes, they were allowed to go in. Before entering, a staff member smiled and reminded them with a loudspeaker.
Attention, tourists. Our haunted house is a bit exciting.
People with high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol are not allowed to enter.
Minors can only enter when accompanied by their parents. Please be mentally prepared. Thank you for your cooperation.
After several people entered the haunted house, their vision suddenly became dim, the air became chilly, and a cloud of smoky smoke drifted towards them. They took every step carefully. Suddenly, a female ghost with scattered hair and wearing a bright red dress came up behind them, touched Yi Mingyue's head with her hand, and said in a grim voice,
"Come with me now, I will take you to the underworld."
Yi Mingyue turned around and saw two people with bloodshot eyes and pale faces staring at her. She screamed in fear and went straight into Lin Haotian's arms. There is a ghost, a female ghost. Her eyes are bleeding, her face is pale, very scary, and her tongue is long. Lin Haotian hugged Yi Mingyue tightly in his arms and said comfortingly,
"This female ghost is a human, it's all fake, Mingyue, don't be afraid, I will protect you."
At this moment, a white shadow floated around and shouted,
"I want revenge, I want to kill you."
The music in the haunted house also sounds like crying, the crying is so miserable, and the laughing is so scary. Zhang Yong grabbed the woman in white who was dressed as a ghost and said,
"Ha, you dare to scare me, you are looking for death." Lin Haotian reminded Zhang Yong.
"Zhang Yong, we are here to have fun, it would be bad if we hurt anyone."
"Oh, I see. I was reckless."
So Zhang Yong let go of his hand, and the female ghost in white ran away. Zhang Yong said with a smile,
"Sister-in-law, you see, it's not that scary. Look, this ghost guy is afraid of me, ha ha ha. Zhang Yong, you are already quite old. How can you please girls like this? Do you have any favorites? I will introduce one to you."
Lin Haotian said jokingly.
"Brother Haotian, are you serious? Do you really want to introduce me?"
"Yes, that's true, but the other party is just an ordinary person."
"I wonder if you think highly of him." "Yeah, why not? I don't care about family background or anything like that. As long as two people like each other, that's enough." "Okay, then go out and I'll introduce you." The two of them were talking and laughing, completely forgetting that Yi Mingyue was beside them.
Yi Mingyue had calmed down her fear at this moment and was no longer in Lin Haotian's arms.
As the three of them walked, they encountered a group of female ghosts. One of the female ghosts directly grabbed Yi Mingyue's legs with her hands.
Yi Mingyue was so scared that he fell to the ground and sprained his foot. Yi Mingyue fell to the ground and couldn't get up for the time being. Seeing this, Lin Haotian immediately squatted down, gently rubbed her ankle, and took off Yi Mingyue's shoes, revealing one of her jade feet. "Your muscles and bones are not injured, just sprained.
I will help you massage it and it will be fine."
Since Lin Haotian received medical skills as a reward from the system, he only needs to talk about the sprain once. Lin Haotian gently rubbed Yi Mingyue's ankle and said comfortingly,
"Just bear with it for a while. I'm going to twist it later, so it will be a little painful. I have some candy here. Hold it in your mouth first. After I twist it, you can move freely."
Lin Haotian took out a piece of candy from his pocket and fed it into Yi Mingyue's mouth, then told her not to be nervous. At the beginning, the pain was bearable.
Although it was a little bit painful, it was bearable, and Lin Haotian's movements were also very gentle.
But later, Lin Haotian made a click, and Yi Mingyue couldn't help but screamed out in pain. After the massage, Lin Haotian asked Yi Mingyue to try walking around, and then carefully helped her up.
Yi Mingyue was afraid to take a step at first, and Lin Haotian encouraged her to take a step.
She tried to take a step, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and then she was able to walk directly without Lin Haotian's support.
She was very happy. "Brother Haotian, you are amazing. Last time you cured my dad's leg at my house, and now you cured my sprained foot in just a few strokes. I can't even imagine it. There is nothing you can't do." Yi Mingyue looked at Lin Haotian with admiration. "Let's go out first. We've almost finished playing in the haunted house anyway." "Good."
Lin Haotian, Yi Mingyue, Zhang Yong, and their group came out of the haunted house and lined up at the bungee jumping machine.
"Let's go play bungee jumping." Everyone said yes in unison. In fact, it was Lin Haotian's first time to play the bungee jumping machine, and he was quite looking forward to it. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. Several people sat on chairs, and as the machine started, they were slowly taken to a height of 30 meters. Looking down from above, everything seemed tiny. "Brother Haotian, I'm a little scared."
Yi Mingyue sat next to Lin Haotian, holding Lin Haotian's hand, her hands covered in cold sweat.
Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Zhang Yong, who was standing by, was out of character and was so scared that he held Lin Haotian's hand. Lin Haotian looked at Zhang Yong hesitantly.
Zhang Yong, that's not right, you're not usually like this, right? Brother Haotian, I'm afraid of heights.
Zhang Yong spoke tremblingly, with his eyes closed, as if waiting to be slaughtered. Just then, the machine suddenly started. The bungee jumping machine fell instantly and they fell directly from a height of 300 meters.
In just 20 seconds, it seems as if a person's entire life appears before their eyes. Chapter 110. Yi Mingyue's childhood friend was cheated. Brother Haotian, this is so exciting.
Yi Mingyue held Lin Haotian's hand and spoke excitedly. Zhang Yong on the side was so scared that he kept his eyes closed until the game was over. Then he opened his eyes and said to Lin Haotian in horror.
Brother Haotian, this is too scary. I will never play this again next time.
Time passed little by little, and the day was coming to an end. After trying almost all the projects here, they felt a little tired. When Lin Haotian and the others were about to leave, Yi Mingyue suddenly received a call from her childhood friend. There was a crying tone on the other end of the phone.
Mingyue, what should I do? I've been cheated. Yi Mingyue showed an expression of disbelief. This childhood friend was Yi Mingyue's friend since childhood.
Even Lin Haotian knew him.
After all, Wuqing was very small and he was also Lin Haotian's classmate. Yuan, take your time and don't be in a hurry. Yi Mingyue said comfortingly. Zhang Yuan told Yi Mingyue the whole story.
At this time, Zhang Yuan was already crying on the other end of the phone.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Mingyue was obviously absent-minded. She was thinking about Zhang Yuan and worried about it.
Lin Haotian on the side also heard some of it, but he didn't know what happened specifically. He only knew that Zhang Yuan had been cheated and had lost her glory.
Yi Mingyue took the initiative to speak. Brother Haotian, do you still remember Zhang Yuan?
Yes, I remember she played very well with you.
She has played with you since you were little.
Yes, she was deceived. When Yi Mingyue said this, there was a slight hint of anger at the corner of her mouth.
Cheated? Who cheated you?
Lin Haotian frowned and said.
Her boyfriend Li Yundi.
Her boyfriend used Yuan's dowry to find a mistress outside, and he hung out with her every day. He also cheated Yuan's salary to support the mistress outside, and kept it a secret from Yuan for several months. Until one day, Yuan came back early from a business trip and caught her boyfriend and the mistress in bed. Only then did she know that her boyfriend had a mistress outside.
Now Yuan can't get her dowry back. Yi Mingyue angrily explained the whole story. Get lost, you're spending a woman's money to hook up with a mistress.
Zhang Yong also spoke up to defend himself.
Is there something wrong with your brain?
Lin Haotian said subconsciously.
You said there's something wrong with your brain, is it her boyfriend Li Yundi?
Yi Mingyue subconsciously thought that Lin Haotian was talking about Zhang Yuan's boyfriend. She hasn't even gotten married yet, but she's giving her dowry money to her boyfriend.
Do her parents agree? Lin Haotian asked doubtfully.
Her parents didn't agree at first, but Yuan was determined to marry her boyfriend Li Yundi. No matter how much her parents said, she wouldn't listen. There was no way to persuade her, so we had to give her the dowry. And her boyfriend is so good at disguising himself.
I've met him a few times and he was very humble and polite. He looked honest, but I didn't expect he would be having an affair with a mistress.
And her boyfriend said they were just short of 200,000 yuan to buy a wedding house. Yuan thought it was for them to buy it for themselves anyway, so it didn't matter if she took it out earlier or later. She just happened to need it, so she took it out. And the 200,000 yuan was scraped together by Yuan's parents.
Yuan's parents also borrowed some from relatives and friends to make up the total.
I didn't expect her boyfriend to be such a person.
Yuan is under a lot of pressure now.
Not only has she been betrayed by her boyfriend, but her parents have also been dragged into this.
Yuan also has a brother.
After his sister-in-law found out about this, she threatened to divorce her brother if he didn't get the money back.
Yuan couldn't eat or sleep every day.
She was neither human nor ghost. She had no choice but to tell me.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have said this. Brother Haotian, you are so powerful now, can you help her? She is my only good friend, not a relative, but a relative.
She has locked herself up at home all day. If she continues like this, she will be ruined.
Yi Mingyue said earnestly.
But the person who tied the bell must untie it. I don't know if she still has feelings for her boyfriend or just wants the money back.
If you still have feelings for your boyfriend, how can I help you? If you don't have feelings for him and just want to get the money back and teach him a lesson, maybe I can help you with that. After all, who can say for sure about feelings?
Lin Haotian said. We must get the dowry back, and then teach that guy a lesson. He deceived Yuan so badly, and he also hooked up with a mistress outside.
Yuan would not want such a man. She has misophobia and looks dirty. He wasted Yuan's 5 years of love. If I catch him, I will give him a good slap in the face. And if the money is not returned, Yuan's brother's family will have a hard time, so the money must be returned. Otherwise, how can Yuan live?
She will always live in guilt towards her parents and brother. Then call the police and let them handle these matters. Lin Haotian said. I've called the police, but they said it was a civil dispute and it would take a long time to process. When Yuan gave the money to that scumbag, she paid in cash, and there was no record of the transfer, so the police couldn't make a decision. Lin Haotian was speechless when listening to all this, thinking that this woman was also a love-brain person, and she was so not on guard against her boyfriend.
When Yuan talked to me just now, I could tell she was heartbroken.
Some of her sentences sounded like she was explaining her last wishes.
I really want her to be upset. She is my only best friend. Brother Haotian, I beg you to help her. Otherwise, if Yuan is really upset and something happens to her, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Mingyue, Yuan is also my classmate. I will help her. Are you free now? She really doesn't dare to wait any longer. I'm afraid she will really become depressed and die in an instant.
When Yi Mingyue finished speaking, tears flowed from her eyes, and Lin Haotian felt distressed. Yi Mingyue was indeed anxious, especially after receiving Zhang Yuan's call. She didn't want to play anymore and wanted to fly to Zhang Yuan's side to accompany her immediately.
She was really afraid that Zhang Yuan would be upset, so she was not too polite when she talked to Lin Haotian.
After all, this was a matter of life and death. Lin Haotian said calmly.
Let's go now. Zhang Yong, are you coming with us or going back first? Of course I'm going with you.
I want to see how my brother Haotian handles this matter.
Ha ha ha.
As the three of them were talking, they hurriedly left Disneyland and headed for Wuchang Garden Community. Since they are now in Haicheng, it is about an hour and a half drive from Wuchang. At this moment, Yi Mingyue received another call.
Auntie, don't cry. Speak slowly. What happened to Yuan? Wow, warm her up, her hair is disheveled, get ready. Chapter 111 Freed? Auntie, please speak slower.
Although Yi Mingyue was very worried, she still tried to comfort Zhang Yuan's mother. After all, the person involved was more fragile.
Yuan is already on the rooftop balcony.
Her father, her brother, and I are trying to persuade her, but she is in a very bad mental state.
She keeps saying sorry to all of us. I really have no other choice. It's so late, so I'm calling you. I hope you can persuade her.
As Zhang Yuan's mother spoke, she choked up unconsciously.
Auntie, I'm already on my way to your house. Please talk to Yuan and ask her to calm down.
There's no need for her to get herself into this state for this scumbag.
Okay, then you drive slowly and I'll steady her first. Thank you for your help, Mingyue.
Zhang Yuan's mother said gratefully, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Well, Auntie, I'll hang up first.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Mingyue poked his palms nervously and anxiously.
Brother Haotian, can you drive faster? Yuan's mother just called and said that Yuan is standing on the balcony on the top floor and is about to jump down. I'm really worried that she will be unable to make it. If that happens, I will lose her forever.
As Yi Mingyue spoke, tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes.
Is it really that serious for a scumbag?
Lin Haotian said in confusion, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Wuchang. Yuan didn't do it for that scumbag, but she was unwilling to accept that 5 years of her youth had ended like this for no reason. The 200,000 yuan was the hard-earned money of Yuan's parents, which they saved bit by bit and also borrowed from foreign debts.
If the scumbag doesn't pay it back, Yuan will feel guilty towards her parents and brother.
She felt that she was too stupid at the time, but it was useless to regret.
Time could not be reversed, and she could not make a new choice. She was powerless to do anything about it.
Although her parents did not blame her, she could not get over the guilt in her heart. She blamed herself for being too stupid and naive, being deceived, and causing trouble for her parents and brother.
The other side. Wuching Garden Community.
On the rooftop balcony.
Silly girl, don't do anything stupid. If you jump down for the $200,000 and get yourself free, how can I and mom live? My dear daughter, come down. Your father and I are still young. At most we can go out and make money. You just need to be well. Sister, don't be upset. You are my only sister. Is it worth it for you to be with that scumbag? You are still as beautiful as a flower, and you haven't enjoyed any good things. If you jump, will you be worthy of us?
It's not easy for us to raise you with so much effort.
If you really jump down, we, the old people, will be the ones to help you. Then we will go with you.
Sister-in-law said those days in anger. She shouldn't have said that. We worked together as a family to earn the 200,000 yuan. We earned it back in 1 year.
Don't think too hard, sister.
Zhang Yuan stood on the rooftop balcony with disheveled hair, eager to end her life.
She thought about her life and her 5 years of relationship and felt like a joke.
I took my parents' pension and gave it to that scumbag, but he actually used my money to live a life of luxury with his mistress. Thinking about my parents' hard-earned money, which is now given to a scumbag to enjoy himself with his mistress, I feel that I am so stupid. I hate myself for being fooled by the scumbag's sweet words.
Just then Yi Mingyue, Lin Haotian, and Zhang Yang arrived at the top floor.
The journey would normally take an hour and a half, but Lin Haotian stepped on the accelerator and got here in just half an hour. Xiang Yuan's mother's eyes were red, and it was obvious that she had been crying. The tired figure could no longer hold back when she saw Yi Mingyue and the others coming. Thinking about how her daughter had the same thoughts as Yi Mingyue and the others, and how her daughter had been tortured beyond recognition and tried to commit suicide for the sake of a scumbag and the 200,000 yuan, she felt particularly uncomfortable.
Mingyue, you guys are here, Yuan, she.
Zhang Yuan's mother choked up as she spoke, and Yi Mingyue hurriedly held her hand and spoke kindly.
Auntie, don't worry, Yuan is just upset for the moment, I'll try to persuade her.
Zhang Yuan's mother's eyes suddenly brightened as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Mingyue, go and try to persuade her. She's very emotional right now. I'm really afraid she'll do something stupid.
At this time, Zhang Yuan's brother and father have been persuading her, but she remained unmoved.
She is unwilling now, but what can she do? She can only let the scumbag go unpunished and blame herself for being too stupid.
Thinking of this, she was ready to jump down again. She had already stretched out 1 foot, but at this moment, Lin Haotian took quick steps and pulled her up.
Did Lin Haotian just put her in a safe place?
At this time, Zhang Yuan was still in shock, her whole little face was still stunned, and she hadn't reacted at all to what had just happened. She only knew that she really closed her eyes and wanted to end her life.
Yuan, open your eyes and look, I am Mingyue.
Yi Mingyue saw that Zhang Yuan, who was rescued, looked strange and closed her eyes. She shook Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan opened her eyes, looking confused.
Yuan, don't scare me. I'm fine.
Zhang Yuan spoke in a low voice as if she had done something wrong.
Yuan, don't worry. Do you still remember Lin Haotian?
I told you before that we have been classmates for so many years.
He is my boyfriend now. He is very capable now. I remember, but what can I do? Can he solve the problem that the police can't solve? Zhang Yuan said with a desperate look on her face.
The police couldn't solve it because you gave them cash. There was no evidence to prove that the money was yours.
I was able to solve it because I solved it my way.
Lin Haotian said seriously.
Give me this scumbag's address, and I'll deal with it my way.
Now Lin Haotian is Zhang Yuan's only hope, so she quickly gave the address to Lin Haotian.
After receiving the address, Lin Haotian called Zhang Kai, chairman of Huawei Group. Hey, Lao Zhang, I want to eat fish.
I have an address here, just bring this person over.
Okay, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian said confidently.
Wait, I'll bring the person here soon.
At this time, Zhang Yuan's family looked at each other, muttering in disbelief.
Will Li Yundi send me the 200,000 yuan?
I don't know whether he will bring the money or not, but this man will definitely bring it today. Lin Haotian said.
Hearing Lin Haotian say this, Zhang Yuanyuan's brother hurried over to ask, Haotian, what business are you doing now?
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Brother, I'm doing a decent business, but Yuanyuan's scumbag boyfriend needs to be beaten up by a wicked man. After hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan's brother didn't say anything more. What else could he say?
These things happened to his sister, and as a brother he couldn't do anything to help, while others did. But he still doubted this and that. It was really not very kind of him.
Zhang Yuanyuan held Yi Mingyue's hand tightly.
Sometimes, one's sensitive thoughts can only be fully released when one is with good friends.
Chapter 112, Chase a Stinky Mosquito.
Zhang Yuanyuan had been looking absent-mindedly into the distance with dull eyes. At this moment, she had been helped down the stairs by Yi Mingyue, her mother and sister-in-law, and came to room 401 of Wucheng Garden Community.
Zhang Yuanyuan's father quickly made tea for Lin Haotian and the others and asked them to sit down.
Looking at Zhang Yuanyuan's family all sighing and groaning, as the problem was not solved, they always felt uncomfortable and talked less, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Yi Mingyue originally wanted to say a few words to lighten the atmosphere, but she opened her mouth and then closed it again. Seeing her former best friend wasting her time in such a mess, and looking at the current situation, she decided not to say anything. In the silent atmosphere, Lin Haotian's cell phone suddenly rang at this moment, breaking the silence.
Hey, have you found the person?
Lin Haotian replied.
Yes, Mr. Lin, the person has been found now. Where should he be sent now? Zhang Kai said.
Wucheng Garden Community, room 401. Lin Haotian said.
Okay, I'll send it over right away.
It will be here in about 10 minutes.
Zhang Kai said. At this time Lin Haotian hung up the phone. Everyone looked at Lin Haotian, trying to find the answer from his face.
Lin Haotian said confidently, Don't worry, there are still 10 minutes before this scumbag will be brought here.
You can beat him or scold him as you like. Zhang Yuanyuan looked at Lin Haotian in disbelief. She really didn't expect that Lin Haotian would bring him here. Moreover, she hadn't seen Li Wendy for a few days. Now Zhang Yuanyuan only had hatred for him and not a bit of love.
When she heard his name, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily, revealing an expression of fear and uneasiness.
Yi Mingyue carefully observed Zhang Yuanyuan's every move.
She stroked Zhang Yuanyuan's hair comfortingly and said gently, Yuanyuan, don't be afraid.
With us here, that scumbag can't get away today.
Not only will we get the money back, but we will also teach that scumbag a lesson.
If you dare to bully my sister, you should ask me if you can. Mingyue, how can a person change so quickly? How could I be so stupid that I didn't realize he was such a person in 5 years? I really can't understand why I was deceived for 5 whole years. I was so stupid that I didn't see a person clearly in 5 years. Zhang Yuanyuan said while sobbing.
She felt unwilling, sad, and more aggrieved.
Yuanyuan, this is not your fault. It's because that scumbag is good at disguising himself.
You see, I met him a few times before, but I couldn't tell why he was such a person.
Maybe he has been disguising himself around you since the beginning. Yi Mingyue said. But Yuanyuan, let's stop the loss in time. Fortunately, we are not married yet. It's not too late to find out these things before marriage. I'm afraid that they will be discovered after marriage. If there is a child, it will be even more difficult to escape. It's okay, I'm here, I will accompany you. Now the main thing is to get the 200,000 yuan back.
Time passed little by little, and soon 10 minutes had passed.
There was a knock on the door of room 401.
Zhang Yuanyuan's heartbeat quickened at this time, and her body began to stagger because she had not eaten for several days. At this time, Zhang's father went to open the door, only to see a tall man about 1.8 meters tall coming to the door, holding Li Wendy's clothes by the collar in his hand. At this time, there were slap marks and scars of unknown origin on Li Wendy's handsome face, and his face looked full of fear. And at this time he was only wearing a thin pair of pajamas.
Hello, uncle. Zhang Kai greeted Zhang's father politely. Hello. Zhang's father responded with forced calmness.
Father Zhang looked at the two people at the door, his eyes were stunned for a moment, but he soon came to his senses.
At this time, Lin Haotian also walked towards the door. Old Zhang, I'm here. Bring this kid in. Lin Haotian waved to Zhang Kai and asked him to come in. Zhang Kai dragged Li Wendy in.
At this time, Li Wendy entered and knelt down consciously. Just 10 minutes ago, Zhang Kai brought a group of more than 10 people to a residential area to arrest someone, and they happened to see Li Wendy and his mistress lying naked on the bed performing a blockbuster action scene. When they were getting to the point, a dozen sturdy guys suddenly rushed in.
I guess Li Wendy still has a psychological trauma from that incident. After entering, they beat Li Wendy.
He was confused and thought to himself that he had offended someone by lying at home. It was not until he entered the house and saw Zhang Yuan that he completely understood why he was beaten today. At this moment, he was extremely afraid of Zhang Kai and his men's methods.
Yuan, it's all my fault. Please, let me go. I really love you.
Li Wendy begged with a look of horror on his face. Zhang Yuan just looked at him without saying a word. She no longer had any hope for him and no longer believed his lies.
At this time, Lin Haotian walked up to Li Wendy and said, "Are you Li Wendy?"
Yes. Lin Haotian smiled and looked at Li Wendy beside him, then he went up and slapped him 5 times, causing Li Wendy to fall to the ground.
The 5 finger marks on his face became more obvious, red and burning.
You love Zhang Yuan, but why are you spending the hard-earned money her parents saved for her?
Don't you feel guilty about spending it?
Lin Haotian asked. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't. Before Li Wendy could finish speaking, Lin Haotian kicked Li Wendy again.
Aren't you very arrogant? You think Zhang Yuan's family is very honest and easy to bully.
You are a dog who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Zhang Yuan looked at Li Wendy in front of him, thinking it was shameful for a man to spend a woman's money.
He picked up the kitchen knife and walked out angrily.
At this time, Li Wendy was kneeling on the ground and saw Zhang Yuan coming out of the kitchen with a kitchen knife. He was so scared that he collapsed to the ground.
No, I won't dare to do it again.
Please let me go, please.
Li Wendy said while kowtowing.
Zhang Kai, hold his hand.
Lin Haotian said as he snatched the knife from Zhang Yuan. Tell me, which hand do you want to drop first? Lin Haotian said fiercely.
Brother, please let me go.
I want both hands.
Li Wendy said with tears in his eyes.
Why didn't you think about this when you were spending money to support your mistress? Do you think Zhang Yuan's family is honest, so you can bully her so unscrupulously? Now you beg me, you know you are wrong, but it's too late.
I just found a mistress, but I haven't touched a penny of the 200,000 yuan gave me.
I can transfer the money to her now. Please let me go. Li Wenwen pleaded. If you had said you would pay me back earlier, wouldn't this have happened?
Lin Haotian said as he threw the kitchen knife aside. Li Wendy saw that there was room for a turnaround, so he quickly knelt down and said, "Let me go first, I'll turn around right away."
Then transfer it quickly.
We are not taking advantage of you. Transfer the 200,000 to Zhang Yuan. Lin Haotian signaled Zhang Kai to let go of Li Wendy. Li Wendy quickly picked up his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Zhang Yuan as quickly as possible.
Turn around.
Li Wendy said tremblingly.
When Zhang Yuan received the 200,000 yuan, she broke down and cried, hugging Yi Mingyue.
The grievance, unwillingness, and anger turned into tears, which flowed out at this moment and were released. The emotions that had been suppressed for several days finally had an outlet.
If you dare to harass Zhang Yuan and her family again, watch out for your life. Get out of here and stop getting in the way.
Lin Haotian waved his hand and drove Li Wendy away like a stinky mosquito.
Thank you so much. Li Wendy ran away crawling. Chapter 113 Like Men? After Li Wendy left,
Lin Haotian walked towards Zhang Kai. Old Zhang, thank you.
Mr. Lin, this is what I should do.
Zhang Kai said respectfully.
Well, Lao Zhang, there's nothing to do here, you should go back first.
Lin Haotian said.
Okay, then Mr. Lin, I'll go back first. Call me if you need anything.
Zhang Kai and Zhang Yan left one after another.
Brother Haotian, thank you. If it weren't for you, Yuan really doesn't know what to do. Yi Mingyue said gratefully.
Zhang's mother also said excitedly, if it weren't for you, we really don't know what to do. Yes, even though we worked so hard to save this money, if anything happens to Yuan, we as parents won't want to live any longer. Uncle, aunt, these are all small matters.
As long as the money is returned, Yuan is fine now.
Lin Haotian said.
You guys have been busy and haven't had dinner yet, how about we go out for dinner tonight? The house is a mess, and we didn't buy any vegetables because of this.
said Zhang's mother.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Lin Haotian said.
Thank you so much.
At this time, Zhang Yuan stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Haotian and Yi Ningyue. At this moment, she had no way to express her gratitude and could only bow silently.
The problem has been resolved, and Zhang Yuan's mood has now stabilized. Several people went to a restaurant and had dinner together. After the meal, Lin Haotian took Yi Ningyue to the hotel to stay.
It was too late, so they did not return to the villa.
In the evening, Lin Haotian prepared for today's sign-in.
At this time, the system suddenly displayed because the system is being upgraded, the daily sign-in is stopped and will be restored after the system is upgraded.
A night in silence.
The next day, Lin Haotian suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number.
Mr. Lin, right? I want to know why the company wants to terminate my contract? The other party was a female voice, asking with confusion.
Ha?
Who are you?
Lin Haotian asked. I am Li Xiaotong, a contracted artist of Tencent Entertainment. Only then did Lin Haotian realize that this person was the celebrity Li Xiaotong who had an improper relationship with Tencent Entertainment chairman Zhou Chong. I'm sorry, Miss Li, the decision about the termination of the contract was made by the former chairman Zhou Chong.
Didn't he tell you what happened?
Lin Haotian said lightly. It's like this, my contract was terminated suddenly.
No one told me about this.
I only received the news this morning and I'm on my way back now.
I won't shoot any commercials anymore. Now I just want to talk.
Why? Li Xiaotong said.
That's very strange. Didn't anyone tell you? Mr. Zhou said he would explain everything to you. Didn't he contact you? Lin Haotian asked in disbelief.
No, I can't get through to him on the phone, so I can only call you to ask. Li Xiaotong said. Don't worry, I'll call Zhou Chong and ask him what's going on. However, Lin Haotian made several calls, but Zhou Chong did not answer.
As a last resort, Lin Haotian brought Yi Hanbing and Yi Jingxue to Tencent Entertainment Company. There were several police cars parked downstairs at Tencent Entertainment, and Lin Haotian immediately felt something was wrong.
He hurried upstairs to check what was going on. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw several law enforcement officers following Zhou Chong, and Zhou Chang's hands were handcuffed. After seeing this scene, Lin Haotian finally understood why Zhou Chong didn't answer his call and why Li Xiaotong called him early in the morning. It turned out that he had handed the evidence of Zhou Chang's crime to Leng Feng, asking him to handle it as soon as possible and close the net.
Unexpectedly, the efficiency was so high.
The police directly investigated and found that Zhou Chong was involved in not only one case, but several at the same time, all of which involved the murder of young girls. The police chief directly ordered the arrest of Zhou Chong, who was sleeping. As a result, Zhou Chong was arrested before he had time to comfort Li Xiaotong, allowing Li Xiaotong to kill him directly.
Zhou Chong and Lin Haotian walked towards each other. Although this matter was arranged by Lin Haotian did not want to show it. He could only pretend to be shocked and looked at Zhou Chong puzzledly and asked, Mr. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Mr. Lin, I didn't expect that I was so unlucky. They discovered more of my secrets. Now I am relieved.
I finally don't have to dream every night about those girls asking for my life.
Ha 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 ha. It's all my own fault. Zhou Chong said.
Mr. Zhou, please cooperate with our investigation.
Let's go quickly. The law enforcement officer interrupted the conversation between the two and said coldly.
At this time, Li Xiaotong also appeared in the company. She was surprised to see her former lover being taken away by the police. She didn't know what mistake her old lover had made. Although the two had an abnormal relationship between a man and a woman, Zhou Chong would not easily tell her his secret. Ms. Li, you have seen that Zhou is now in a difficult situation, so he can't take care of you now.
Lin Haotian walked to Li Xiaotong and said.
So, Miss Li, a man of insight is a wise man. Please don't dwell on this any longer and find the next buyer as soon as possible, said Lin Haotian.
Mr. Lin, are you so heartless? Li Xiaotong said as she moved closer to Lin Haotian, trying to use her beauty to seduce Lin Haotian into submission.
At this time, Li Xiaotong also understood that her former lover could no longer protect himself, so she looked for another backer and set her sights on Lin Haotian.
Lin Haotian has seen too many stunning beauties, and he has developed an immune system to Li Xiaotong's looks. Ms. Li, it's not that I'm heartless, but the termination of the contract was personally carried out by Mr. Zhou.
But you are the boss of the largest company now, so of course you have the right to make this decision. Li Xiaotong said as she stroked Lin Haotian's body with her hand and slowly approached him.
What do you mean?
Lin Haotian said coldly.
Mr. Lin, don't you want to try me? Li Xiaotong's seductive eyes seemed to want to devour Lin Haotian whole. I'm sorry, I don't like you like this.
I hope you won't spend too much energy on me. Lin Haotian quickly stood up and pushed Li Xiaotong out.
Mr. Lin, do you really not want to try me? Or do you have some concerns now? Li Xiaotong refused to give up. I know a lot, but how do you know it won't work if you don't try? Lin Haotian looked at Li Xiaotong seducing him and instantly lost interest and asked back. Is this the case in the entertainment industry? I'm sorry, Miss Li, I'm really not interested in you. You should find another way out.
Hearing Lin Haotian's rejection, Li Xiaotong was furious and thought to herself, I have done this, so blatantly, but he still refuses to take the bait. Is there something wrong with him?
Is he attracted to men? Mr. Lin, I'm asking something I shouldn't ask. Do you have a problem with your sexual orientation? Li Xiaotong asked back. Lin Haotian frowned. Let me put it another way, Mr. Lin, do you dislike women? Do you like men?
Lin Haotian's face was filled with black lines.
Chapter 114 Recruiting the Executive President.
Lin Haotian said coldly after looking at Li Xiaotong.
Ms. Li, that's all I have to say. Please go away.
In fact, it is not Li Xiaotong's fault. She really has no other choice. Her former lover was arrested for unknown reasons, and now her reputation has been ruined.
If she goes to an entertainment company outside, how many companies will be willing to hire her?
Therefore, in order to stay in this company and to find a better backer, Li Xiaotong can only sell her body to seek a new way out. After all, the entertainment industry is changing rapidly now, and she is no longer young. Compared with those who have just debuted, she can't stand the toss. Seeing that Lin Haotian ignored her, Li Xiaotong finally took out her trump card.
Boss Lin, have you really decided whether to sign me or not?
Yes, judging from the current development of the company, we don't need too many stars for the time being. I'm sorry, Miss Li, please find another way out. Lin Haotian said lightly.
Don't regret it, I have the leverage over your company in my hand.
If I disclose it now, it will definitely cause a stir in the company and bring irreparable losses. You must think it through carefully, Li Xiaotong said threateningly.
What do you mean? Do you want to do something desperate?
Lin Haotian looked at Li Xiaotong and said word by word.
Mr. Lin, you can't let me go out to beg for food. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. How can you say that I am desperate?
Li Xiaotong smiled contemptuously.
Ha, you are really showing off your power on the tiger's butt.
Lin Haotian said.
Mr. Lin, don't be angry.
If you sign a contract with me, I promise that these negative materials will not be leaked. After saying this, Li Xiaotong walked closer to Lin Haotian and continued to seduce Lin Haotian. At this moment, Li Xiaotong collapsed completely in Lin Haotian's arms, pressing Lin Haotian so hard that he couldn't breathe. He didn't feel any enjoyment, but felt a great deal of pressure.
He wouldn't want anything less than a woman like this.
Yi Hanbing, who was standing next to him, was about to teach Li Xiaotong a lesson, but was stopped by Lin Haotian, who waved his hand.
Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts? Do you want to continue signing the contract with me? I can let you enjoy the happiness of being a superior person. This is my exclusive secret.
Li Xiaotong teased Lin Haotian and looked at Yi Hanbing with contempt.
Yi Hanbing stared at Li Xiaotong ferociously.
If looks could kill, he would have killed Li Xiaotong 8 times already.
Ms. Li, are you threatening me? Lin Haotian said as he pushed Li Xiaotong, who was on top of him, away.
At this moment, Li Xiaotong lost her balance and fell directly to the ground.
Mr. Lin, please pull me up. Li Xiaotong's coquettish tone could melt anyone's heart, but it was a pity that Lin Haotian didn't buy it. Listening to her coquettish tone made him want to vomit as if he had eaten a fly.
Li Xiaotong realized that Lin Haotian not only didn't like her, but also made a vomiting expression.
She was instantly furious. After all, she was a superstar in the past, how could she endure such an insult today? But she still said, Boss Lin, are you not going to sign me today? That's right, I don't plan to sign.
If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. If you still want to pester me, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Haotian said thoughtfully that the former chairman of the company had been arrested and many colleagues were talking about it in the company. They had to stabilize the situation first before they could think of anything else.
Haha, what if I continue to pester him? Seeing Lin Haotian like this, Li Xiaotong was ready to throw the jar into chaos. Ms. Li, do you think that you are the only one who has the leverage, but I don't have any leverage over you?
Lin Haotian said lightly. Li Xiaotong naturally knows that after being in the entertainment industry for a long time, there are many scandals about her.
If someone really wants to mess with her, she will not be able to survive in this big vat of the entertainment industry. Mr. Lin, since you have said so, there is no need for me to say anything more.
Li Xiaotong said, and left Lin Haotian's office angrily.
Lin Haotian looked at Li Xiaotong's back as she left, with a thoughtful expression on his face. At this time, Yi Hanbing walked up to Lin Haotian and said, "Brother Haotian, do you want me to deal with her?" "Okay, go and solve it. Remember not to leave any traces,"
Lin Haotian said coldly.
Just at this moment, a job applicant came and waited at the front desk.
At this time, the receptionist came to Lin Haotian's office and knocked on the door.
"Mr. Lin, there is an interviewee here. Would you like to meet him?"
The receptionist said cautiously.
"Okay, let him in."
Lin Haotian knew that Zhou Chong would not be able to work for long, and the company needed a president to help handle things, so he posted the recruitment information very early.
Boom boom boom. "Come in." "Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Wu Kuan, and I'm here to apply for the position of executive president of your company. Here is my resume,"
Wu Kuan said as he handed the resume to Lin Haotian with both hands.
Lin Haotian looked up at Wu Kuan in front of him.
He was a young man in his early 35s, full of vigor and vitality. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, was tall, about 185 centimeters tall, and had a gentle and refined appearance. Flipping through his resume and looking at the jobs he had previously held, Lin Haotian suddenly paused and asked directly.
"Mr. Wu, I see on your resume that your last job was as president of Fangda Group. Why did you leave?"
"This is a long story, but to put it simply, my philosophy did not match that of my previous company, so I resigned," Wu Kuan said truthfully.
"After all, it's the same industry, there is no need to falsify information, a background check will reveal it." "Oh? It's different from the company's philosophy. I want to ask what philosophy is different?"
Lin Haotian asked puzzledly. After all, the concept of philosophy is too broad.
The company has too many connections, and there are many unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. I don't like it.
I mentioned this to my previous company, but they still do the same thing, so I resigned,"
Wu Kuan said. "But this is generally the case in this industry. Think about it, the entertainment industry is a circle, a big dye vat. No matter if you are black or white, everyone who enters it will be dyed colorfully. Since you have entered this circle, you must blend in, otherwise it will be very difficult. I know the entertainment industry is a big melting pot.
Although I am the president of this company, I am just a senior employee in the end. But people always have to have dreams and their own ideal plans.
I still want to keep my original intention. But now that you are in this industry, you have to abide by the rules of this industry. If you want to abide by your ideals, then you will be in a difficult situation. So does this mean I failed the interview today?" Wu Kuan looked disappointed. "Failure? Why do you say that?"
"Because you also said that with my personality, it would be difficult for me to work in this industry."
"This means that you also recognize this unspoken rule," Wu Kuan said. Lin Haotian looked at Wu Kuan in front of him, thoughtfully, and then stood up. Chapter 115 Executive President. Wu Kuan thought Lin Haotian stood up to see him off, so he also stood up hurriedly and said with a gloomy look, "Boss Lin, please stay." "Goodbye." Lin Haotian looked confused and shouted, "Mr. Wu, please stay. Can we talk more?" Didn't you let me go?"
Wu Kuan scratched his hair, looking at a loss. "No, I just stood up and stretched my muscles," Lin Haotian said lightly.
"Then if I let you manage my company, I would like to hear how you manage it?" Lin Haotian sat down and said to him.
Wu Kuan thought that he had failed the job anyway, so he just said it all out. "If I were managing your company, I would hope that there wouldn't be so many connections and hidden rules in the company.
The company's workplace would be a fair competition, with capable people taking the top positions and incapable people giving way.
Only in this way can the company develop in the long run. Otherwise, the company will be eaten clean by a group of termites sooner or later. Those who sell their bodies or money for a position or even for an announcement are the most shameful. They can speak with their own abilities, but this is how the circle is now, so people just follow the crowd. When Wu Kuan said this, he looked so confident and united in his hatred of the enemy, which made Lin Haotian feel that Wu Kuan was the kind of person who hated people who relied on connections to get promoted and admired people with abilities. After all, Wu Kuan also came from a farming family and worked his way up to this position step by step. He knew very well how difficult it was to get fairness for poor people. There were too many people with connections, or the unspoken rules of selling one's body, which squeezed out those capable and talented people.
Ha ha ha, you said it very well. I admire you very much.
Lin Haotian smiled and clapped his hands.
Mr. Lin, I have said everything I wanted to say. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say everything I want to say.
I know that this industry is still like this, but I will not change. I also know that Mr. Lin will not change your philosophy, so I will take my leave first. After Wu Kuan finished speaking, he took his briefcase and prepared to move forward. Lin Haotian stood up and stopped him, saying, "Mr. Wu, wait a minute.
Weren't we just chatting happily? Why are you leaving so suddenly? Mr. Lin, I have just expressed my own ideas. It is obvious that you and I have different ideas, so there is no need for us to continue chatting. Wouldn't it be better for me to go home and lie down and sleep instead of spending this time?" Wu Kuan said. Ha ha, Mr. Wu, have I ever told you that you speak very directly? You are simply a steely straight man.
Lin Haotian said with a smile. Indeed, many people have said that, but that's just who I am and I can't change, Wu Kuan said.
Ha ha, let's sit down and talk. I think what you just said is the same as mine. I also hate people with connections.
When Wu Kuan heard Lin Haotian say that he agreed with what he said, and he also hated people with connections, he instantly became interested. He turned his head, walked back, and sat down on the chair he had just been sitting on.
Boss Lin, what you just said is true. Do you agree with my management philosophy? I agree. I think today's society is very impetuous. There are really not many people like you,
Lin Haotian said.
But I also feel that there are not many big bosses like you, Mr. Lin.
The bosses I have met or worked with before are all profit-driven. As long as it does not harm their interests, no matter how busy they are or whether it goes against their moral wishes, it does not matter. I feel that this is not the attitude that a businessman should have.
Wu Kuan said. You are very contradictory. You think I am not a businessman. But why do you, a CEO, have this attitude? I have ideals. I don't want to be the kind of person who only cares about money and has no bottom line. Wu Kuan said. Yes, I am the kind of person you described, so I admire you. I also have my own morals and bottom line.
And not all businessmen are profit-driven and have no bottom line.
For example, I am not like that.
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Well, Mr. Lin, I can see that you are really different from other businessmen I know. I can feel that there is a sense of justice in you. Wu Kuan said. So can you come to our company and work under me? Lin Haotian asked back.
I can come, but if Mr. Lin becomes the kind of businessman I hate and goes against my philosophy, I think I will leave.
Wu Kuan said bluntly.
In fact, it can be seen that Wu Kuan is indeed a simple-minded, honest and straight man, and his words are not at all likable. After all, he said such words in front of the boss before he even started working, which made others feel a little uncomfortable. Apparently Lin Haotian didn't care about Wu Kuan's sharp words but put a job contract in front of him and spoke directly.
This is an application form and a job application form.
It says the monthly salary for the probation period is 80,000 yuan, and after becoming a regular employee, it will be 200,000 yuan.
Take a look first.
In addition, your previous company position was vice president. If you become a regular employee in our company, you will be directly the executive president.
If you have no objection, just sign here.
Lin Haotian said. Wu Kuan took the contract handed to him by Lin Haotian, looked at it carefully, and after finding no problems, he signed on it.
Congratulations on joining Tencent Entertainment. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Haotian stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wu Kuan. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely live up to your expectations and take the company to a higher level.
Wu Kuan shook hands with Lin Haotian and said excitedly.
Then I'll take you to visit the company. If you have nothing to do tomorrow, you can come to work.
Lin Haotian said.
Lin Haotian took Wu Kuan to visit the entire company.
After the tour, he asked the front desk to clean up the president's office and handed Wu Kuan the information of the company's employees and contracted stars.
This is the information of all the employees of the company. Take a closer look. You will be the CEO of this company in the future. I will announce you at the meeting in a moment. Wu Kuan nodded, took the information and started reading it.
After all, he will be in charge of the company in the future, so he needs to look through the information of all employees and have some understanding of them so that he can better manage them, especially some senior executives. While watching, Wu Kuan put forward some of his own insights on managing the company, and these insights also solved some of the problems currently faced by the company.
At this time, Lin Haotian looked at Wu Kuan, who was standing aside seriously.
Although he spoke very directly, some of his ways and methods of managing the company were really good. He felt like he had found a treasure. Wu Kuan was watching intently at this time. Lin Haotian suddenly interrupted him and said, "Let's go and have a meal together. People are made of iron and rice is made of steel. It's not too late to watch after we finish eating."
Chapter 116 Confess and Be Lenient. Lin Haotian took Wu Kuan to a restaurant for dinner. This restaurant happened to be next to Tencent Entertainment, and the two walked over.
The waiter invited the two to sit down, then politely handed Lin Haotian the menu.
Lin Haotian handed the menu to Wu Kuan and said, "Today's meal is a welcome treat for you.
Welcome to join our big group.
Just order whatever you like." "Well, thank you, Mr. Lin, for your hospitality. I'm fine with anything. I want this, this, and this."
Lin Haotian pointed to the dishes on the menu and said to the waiter, then asked Wu Kuan warmly if he had any food taboos, and then asked the waiter to prepare them quickly.
Not long after, the delicious dishes were served on the table.
Since Lin Haotian was in a hurry to go out, he did not have time to eat breakfast, so at noon, he was very hungry. In front of Wu Kuan, he directly served himself a bowl of rice and started to eat it with big mouthfuls of food.
"Mr. Wu, you're welcome. I was in a hurry to go out this morning and didn't have breakfast, so now I'm so hungry that I can't even eat as much as a cow,"
Lin Haotian said while eating.
"Ha, Mr. Lin, you are really casual and easy to get along with. I also didn't eat breakfast, so I'm very hungry now,"
Wu Kuan said, and quickly served a bowl of rice and started eating it in big mouthfuls.
"How about after we finish our meal, I'll call a meeting of employees this afternoon and formally introduce you to them,"
Lin Haotian said as he picked up a chicken leg and handed it to Wu Kuan.
"Okay, Mr. Lin."
The two finished their meal quickly. Lin Haotian paid the bill, and the two walked back to the company. Lin Haotian arranged for someone to notify the executives to prepare for an emergency meeting.
"Let's go, this will be your home court soon,"
Lin Haotian said jokingly.
"Mr. Lin, please stop making fun of me." The two of them talked as they walked, and soon they arrived at the meeting room.
Within 5 minutes, the executives who received the notice came to the conference room.
Everyone looked at Lin Haotian and spoke to him with nods and bows. "Hello, Mr. Lin." After greeting Lin Haotian, every executive looked at the tall Wu Kuan beside Lin Haotian in surprise.
Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing who this mysterious person was and how he could sit next to General Lin and be so close to him.
After everyone arrived, Lin Haotian remained silent.
The entire conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop.
The depressing atmosphere made all the executives look panicked. They didn't know what this impromptu meeting was for.
Previously, the former president was arrested and imprisoned, and now Mr. Lin was mysterious and silent.
No one dared to say a word.
They were all trying to figure out whether they had made any mistakes recently or offended anyone. At this time, beads of sweat covered the faces of the executives in the conference room. "I called everyone here today because I have something to announce, but before I announce it, I have something to say to you all,"
Lin Haotian said with a serious face.
The silent air was filled with high pressure. Every executive sat upright and did not dare to show any negligence. Some people were calm, but some were so scared that their legs were shaking and there were beads of sweat on their faces.
Lin Haotian looked at each of the executives and took in everyone's expressions.
"I believe everyone knows that the president was arrested last week, and now the company has no president. I don't know how President Joe managed the company, and I don't know if anyone here has made the same mistakes as him, but from now on, I will not allow anyone to abuse their power for personal gain, use hidden rules, or rely on connections under my nose. I don't want anyone who fishes in troubled waters or has no ability. If you made a mistake before and you can correct it, I can still accept it, but you must confess and I will treat you leniently. If you resist, I will treat you severely. Come to my office and tell me within tomorrow." I can still forgive you, but I will not wait for you after that time.
If you don't explain after tomorrow, then I will not be polite. When Lin Haotian said these words, he saw everyone's expressions and kept them in mind. He spoke passionately and even majestically.
The executives sitting in the conference room listened with trembling hearts.
Okay, I'm announcing the next thing.
Lin Haotian said.
This is our company's newly appointed CEO, Wu Kuan.
At this time, Wu Kuan stood up and introduced himself.
Hello everyone, my name is Wu Kuan.
I am very happy to join this big family and work with you all.
I hope that our Tencent entertainment will get better and better.
Please give me more advice in the future.
Hello, Mr. Wu. The executives also stood up and greeted Wu Kuan. I believe everyone is familiar with Mr. Wu. We are all in the same industry. To be the president of Fangda Group, he must be an extraordinary person.
So I hope that Tencent Entertainment can reach the top of the Greater China market under the leadership of President Wu.
Wu Kuan quickly stood up and said,
Boss Lin, please rest assured that I will live up to your expectations. The executives also stood up and spoke passionately.
Boss Lin, we will definitely live up to your expectations. We will also fully cooperate with Boss Wu, please rest assured.
Good, very good.
I am very happy to hear you say this.
I hope that in the near future, I can see the company's performance reach a higher level. Lin Haotian also stood up excitedly.
Okay, today's meeting ends here, let's adjourn. Lin Haotian said this and took Wu Kuan out of the meeting room. As soon as Lin Haotian and Wu Kuan left, the executives in the conference room began to talk. What did Mr. Lin mean just now? Asking us to admit our mistakes? Yes, and have you heard of this Wu Kuan?
He is just like Bo Gong, a hard rock that won't respond to any persuasion. It was because he didn't like that the chairman of Fangda Group couldn't stand his behavior and kept making things difficult for him. He couldn't stand it anymore and was forced to resign. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin would accept us and come here to manage us.
What should we do? Our future life will definitely be difficult. It makes me feel dizzy just thinking about it. I don't know what Mr. Lin was thinking. Why did he hire such a person to manage us? Our good days are really over. Don't you understand this? A savvy executive asked back. Lao Gao, can you please tell me why this is happening? Give us some advice. You are the best at this.
When a new official takes office, he will start with 3 fires. Think about it, our former president has just been arrested, and we are now leaderless.
Mr. Lin has now hired Bo Gong to manage us. This is equivalent to him not trusting us.
After all, we are not Mr. Lin's confidants. After all, we grew up with the former president. Also, President Lin asked us to go to his office and explain to him if we made mistakes before, and he will forgive us for the past mistakes.
The other executives listened and nodded silently. Then Lao Gao, what should we do now? Should we go and admit our mistakes?
Of course.
If we don't go now, when will we go? After tomorrow? What if we admit our mistake but Mr. Lin still fires us?
The shrewd executive shook his head speechlessly.
Chapter 117 Confession Bureau. Mr. Gao, tell me, what should we do? An executive asked quickly.
I told you, if you're wrong, admit it immediately, the savvy executive said with a look of disgust.
But I'm afraid that I've made a mistake and Mr. Lin doesn't keep his word. What should I do? I really admire you. With your IQ, you can be laid off now, said an executive. Lao Gao, what do you mean? The executive asked. Mr. Lin just left, and you said in front of so many people that Mr. Lin was not trustworthy. Tell me, do you have a low IQ? Do you think you should be laid off? Explained an executive. Thank you, Mr. Gao. I understand now.
I will admit my mistake now and sincerely. The executive said with a smile on his face. Then he hurried out and went straight to General Manager Lin's office. As the other executives watched this, those who made mistakes hurriedly left the meeting room and prepared to head towards Lin Haotian's office.
At this time, Lin Haotian and Wu Kuan were both sitting in the office, and Lin Haotian and Wu Kuan were talking. There will definitely be many executives coming to confess soon. You will handle these matters. I will just watch from the sidelines.
Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will take care of it.
Wu Kuan said. Boom boom boom. Come in. Boss Lin, Boss Wu. A man with a big belly walked in.
He was Yang Yang, the general manager of the purchasing department.
This person was the one who had deep doubts about whether Lin Haotian could keep his promise.
He secretly speculated on Lin Haotian's past words and deeds, trying to find clues from those subtle details that might indicate that he was not trustworthy. Perhaps it was because he had been deceived before, or it was just out of an instinctive vigilance. In short, this person always had a half-believing and half-doubting attitude towards what Lin Haotian said.
"Excuse me, do you have any help?" Lin Haotian broke the deadlock and asked kindly. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Wu, I'm here to confess," Yang Yang said. "What do you want to confess?"
Lin Haotian said to the man.
I took the company's funds for personal use," Yang Yang said. "How much did you take?" "I got a total of 1 million in 5 years." "What are you going to do with this money?" I used the money to buy a house in the school district." "After I carefully checked your personal information, I couldn't help but feel very surprised. Because from this information, your salary is actually not low. So the question is, if that's the case, why did you embezzle the company's money? This is really incredible. Is it because there are some unspeakable hardships in life? Or have you been overwhelmed by the temptation of the outside world and lost your reason and moral bottom line? Or do you feel that your efforts are not proportional to what you get, and want to gain more benefits through such improper means?"
No matter what the reason is, embezzling the company's money is a serious violation of the law and unethical behavior, which will ultimately only bring endless troubles and bad consequences to yourself.
Mr. Lin asked back. "Boss Lin, I have my reasons."
"I believe that everyone who makes a mistake will say that he has his own reasons."
"What are your reasons that make you embezzle?"
Lin Haotian asked. "Although I have a high salary in the company, 500,000 yuan a year, but apart from family expenses, I am the only one supporting a family of 5, my wife has a second child, and my son is about to go to elementary school. Without a school district house, he can't go to school at all. My wife has her eyes on a school district house, so she can go to high school without worrying about not having a school, but the house prices here are too expensive, and we can't afford such a high down payment. The house price is 10 million, and the down payment is 3 million. My annual salary is 500,000, and it will take me 6 years without eating or drinking, but I am responsible for all the expenses of the family, so I came up with this idea."
But have you ever thought about the limit of a person's ability? He cannot consume beyond his capacity.
"Once you open this door, it will be like walking on a tightrope," Wu Kuan began.
"I also understand that you are the backbone of the family and the only source of income for the family, but if you do something wrong, you will always have to pay a price. You stole the company's money, so you must be punished. The country has its laws and the family has its rules." Wu Kuan continued. "Mr. Wu, I beg you not to call the police. My family, young and old, is relying on me. If I go to jail, what will happen to them? They will lose their source of income, and how will they survive?" Yang Yang pleaded bitterly.
"You can punish me however you want, but you must not call the police, otherwise my family really doesn't know what to do."
Wu Kuan looked at Yang Yang standing aside, feeling sorry for him.
Then he looked at Lin Haotian. At this time, Lin Haotian had already delegated power to him. He didn't say a word, but just watched how he handled the matter. At this time, the office was silent. Wu Kuan was also thinking about how to deal with this matter. Yang Yang was nervous and his back was full of sweat, and beads of sweat were sliding down his forehead from time to time. Waiting anxiously, as if waiting for a death sentence, time passed very slowly, as if a century had passed.
Just at this moment, Wu Kuan spoke.
"How about this? Since you have confessed everything, I will not pursue your legal responsibility for the time being, and I will not call the police, but there will still be a punishment. The 1 million will be deducted from your salary, and you will set aside money for your family's living expenses and mortgage payments every month.
The rest will be withheld by the company until it is paid off.
But during this period, you must work wholeheartedly, otherwise the company will not only fire you, but also report the 1 million you embezzled directly to the police."
Yang Yang said with tears in his eyes, thank you, Mr. Lin, thank you Mr. Wu for giving me this opportunity to make a fresh start. I will devote myself to the company wholeheartedly and go through fire and water without hesitation." "But you did something wrong."
"It is definitely not enough for the company to just take back the 1 million yuan you embezzled. You will still be punished by the company and fined 200,000 yuan.
Do you accept it?" Wu Kuan said. "Mr. Wu, I can accept 200,000. It is a great favor for me that you don't send me to the police station. Now I really thank you so much."
Yang Yang said gratefully.
Okay, if you can accept it, go back and write some documents and sign them. If you make the same mistake again, I won't be so polite then. Wu Kuan said coldly. Okay, I'll go back right away.
I also promise you and Mr. Lin that I will never make this kind of mistake again.
Thank you, Mr. Lin, and thank you, Mr. Wu. Yang Yang bowed deeply to Lin Haotian and Wu Kuan and left the office.
At this time Wu Kuan said to Lin Haotian.
Boss Lin, is it okay for me to handle this way?
That's right. This way, Yang Yang has devoted himself to the company and is very grateful to us.
I think this is the best solution.
After Yang Yang went out, a group of executives surrounded him.
What's going on, Lao Yang? How did Mr. Lin and the others deal with you?
I'm quite satisfied with the result.
What President Lin said is true.
Those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will be treated severely.
If you have made any mistakes, just tell us. Otherwise, there will be no chance of getting this chance again.
Yang Yang said and left. After hearing this, everyone rushed to knock on the door.
Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Chapter 118 Boss? How many people are outside? Lin Haotian asked an executive who walked in. There are still 7 or 8, Mr. Lin.
The executive said cautiously. Lin Haotian thought to himself that there were still people who were trying to get away with it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it, so don't blame me for being rude.
The executive looked at Lin Haotian and Wu Kuan cautiously.
Beads of sweat the size of beans on his forehead ran down his cheeks.
He wiped the dripping sweat and spoke. Boss Lin, Boss Wu, I'm here to admit the mistakes I made. Oh? What mistake did you make? Lin Haotian glanced at the executive and said jokingly.
I took advantage of my position in the company and arranged for some of my relatives to hold positions in the company, said the executive. At this time, Lin Haotian closed his eyes and did not speak.
Oh, tell me, which positions have you been assigned to? Wu Kuan looked at Lin Haotian like this and knew that Lin Haotian was delegating power to him, so he asked.
There is one person in the finance department, one in the purchasing department, and one in the warehousing department. But I will clear these people out, so please rest assured, Mr. Wu.
The executive said immediately.
He is now in a state of difficulty crossing the river and has no time to care about his relatives.
Do you think they are capable of doing these jobs? Wu Kuan asked.
They are competent. They needed guidance before, but now they have achieved results in each position. Moreover, the 3 of them cherish this job and do a good job. And they also know that if it weren't for my relationship, they wouldn't be able to come here at all, so they cherish it very much, and everyone works very hard,
said the executive.
Okay, I get it. But you said yourself that these people are competent. We still need to investigate to see if they are really capable of this job. If they are really competent as you said, we will forgive you for your past arrangements.
If they are not competent, then our company will not keep idle people, let alone parasites. You and all of them will leave our company and will never be hired again. Wu Kuan glanced at the executives and said coldly.
Boss Wu, please rest assured. I can guarantee that they are now fully capable of doing their job, and I will never abuse my power again in the future.
Okay, there's nothing else, you can leave. Wu Kuan said. Okay, Mr. Wu. Mr. Lin, I'll be out first. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
When the man left, he bowed to Lin Haotian and Wu Kuan before slowly opening the door and going out.
At this time, Wu Kuan looked at Lin Haotian and asked puzzledly. Boss Lin, what do you think of the way I handled this? Not bad.
Lin Haotian summed it up simply and clearly in 2 words. At this time, Wu Kuan finally felt relieved and a satisfied smile appeared on his face.
Boom, boom, boom.
At this time, there was another knock on the door. Several senior executives came to the office one after another to admit their mistakes, including those who had mistresses, those who had unspoken rules, and so on.
Soon it was time to get off work. Lin Haotian stretched and said to Wu Kuan. Mr. Wu, thank you for your hard work. It's time for us to leave today. Well, today is indeed a bit tricky.
I didn't expect these executives to make so many mistakes, but I think some of them are still waiting and watching.
Wu Kuan said. Yes, anyway, we have given them the chance.
If some people are still stubborn before the end of get off work tomorrow, how will you deal with it, Mr. Wu?
Lin Haotian asked back. Mr. Lin, are you really going to leave this matter to me? Wu Kuan said.
I have given you the position of executive president, so of course this matter is for you to handle. I hope that through this action, Tencent Entertainment can undergo a blood transfusion, so that those who are shady in the workplace, those who rely on connections, etc. will no longer exist in my company.
Can you do it? Lin Haotian asked back.
Yes, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I can do it. Since you chose me, then trust me. I will definitely make a big change in the company within a month and I won't let you down.
Okay, I feel relieved when you say that.
I'll leave first.
Lin Haotian said and left the office.
It's really stressful to work for General Manager Lin.
Wu Kuan muttered to himself as he watched Lin Haotian's back walking away.
Besides, Lin Haotian just walked out of the office when he received a call from his eldest brother.
Lin Haotian answered the call and said, "Hello, who are you?" "Youngest, I don't even recognize you anymore?"
A roar came from the other end of the phone.
It was only then that Lin Haotian recognized the voice on the other end of the phone.
The voice was so familiar. Although they hadn't been in contact for several months, he would never forget this voice.
"Boss!"
Lin Haotian shouted. The four people in college were of similar age, but Lin Haotian's birthday was later, so he was ranked third.
Zhu Yong is the eldest, Li Wen is the second, Zhang Jun is the third, and Lin Haotian is the youngest.
During college, they often took care of Lin Haotian.
Lin Haotian's family was not well off, so they also took care of each other. "Don't call me boss, I don't deserve it."
"Why did you cut off contact with us?"
Zhu Yong asked. "Boss, I changed my phone.
My previous phone was broken and all my previous contact information is gone."
Lin Haotian explained aggrievedly. Lin Haotian's phone did fall. "If Mingyue hadn't given you the phone number, I wouldn't have known where you were." "Boss, didn't Mingyue tell you about me?"
Lin Haotian asked.
"What are you talking about?" Zhu Yong asked back.
Lin Haotian thought to himself that he must not have said it, otherwise Zhu Yong would not have reacted like this.
Neither side spoke. At this time, Zhu Yong said, "This is your WeChat ID, right? I'll add you later and transfer some money to you."
"You just graduated and your family conditions are not good, so you must not have much money."
"I'll transfer some money to you now so that you can have money." Zhu Yong was like this in the dormitory.
He treated Lin Haotian like his own brother or his own son, and gave him all the good things, food and daily necessities.
"Boss, no need. I have plenty of money now." Lin Haotian couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard the boss giving him money to spend. "Get out of here. How can you have any money when you just graduated? Just take the money I give you." Zhu Yong said and added Lin Haotian's WeChat.
When Lin Haotian agreed to the friend request, Zhu Yong directly transferred 5,000 yuan to Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian returned the money directly. For him, he was no longer short of money, but he also knew that Zhu Yong was just an ordinary person. He was very touched that Zhu Yong took out 5,000 yuan to give to him, who was not related to him by blood.
When Lin Haotian retreated, Zhu Yong cursed directly on the phone. "Boy, what do you mean by this?" "Boss, I really am not short of money.
I own several companies now, as well as luxury cars and villas.
I am very rich." Lin Haotian explained.
"Keep it, youngest brother.
Just think of it as a loan from me. You just need to pay the interest later." "Boss, that's really not necessary. Hurry up and take it.
I am now the director of Huaping Technology Company.
I just got promoted, so this 5,000 is nothing to me. Just take it." Huaping Technology Company? Lin Haotian thought to himself, isn't this his own company? Chapter 119 What happened to Hu Chujing? But Lin Haotian also knew Zhu Yong's temper. If he didn't accept the money, he would definitely nag him endlessly.
Moreover, some of the things I have experienced in the past few months would be hard to convince people just by talking about them over the phone.
I can only explain them in person or find an opportunity to do so.
Boss, when you have time, call the second and third brothers to come together. We brothers haven't gotten together for a long time. Lin Haotian said.
Ha, it's been a long time since we last got together.
Let me contact the second and third brothers and see if they have time.
Zhu Yong said. Okay.
Lin Haotian said.
Well, let me put it this way first. I called you today just to want to know how you were doing. Now it seems that you are doing well, so I feel relieved. Zhu Yong said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Haotian returned to the villa area, thinking about the 4 years of brotherhood in college, with a look of endless aftertaste on his face. River City. Hitler Hotel. Room 602. Yang Tianjin paced back and forth in the room anxiously, stamping her feet in anxiety. As Hu Chujing's agent, and an ace agent at that, Hu Chujing is embroiled in scandals. Hu Chujing's father kept making a fuss at the company gate and even went on a TV program to find relatives, cursing his daughter for being unfilial and how miserable his life was in his rural hometown, while his daughter ignored him. Now, whether it is the leg-shaking video or the hot searches on Weibo, all the news are unfavorable to Hu Chujing, and the company has not done anything to resolve the public pressure and has put Hu Chujing on ice. At this time, the only person who stayed by Hu Chujing's side was Yang Tianjin. It was Yang Tianjin who brought Hu Chujing into the entertainment industry 5 years ago. The two of them already had a deep relationship. Even though the company has given up on Hu Chujing and put her on ice, Yang Tianjin still stayed by her side, thinking about solving this problem for her. However, there are only statements from Hu Chujing's father on the internet. Hu Chujing has never spoken out, and keyboard warriors on the internet have also directed their spearheads at Hu Chujing. Before the truth is clear, keyboard warriors will only follow the crowd. At this time, Yang Tianjin looked at Hu Chujing, who looked haggard, and felt very distressed, but there was nothing she could do because Hu Chujing never said what was going on. After returning from Wocheng, Hu Chujing locked herself in the room and didn't say a word. Yang Tianjin had been with her for 5 years and knew nothing about her family. Chujing, let me say something. I've known you for so many years, and I know what kind of person you are. You can't be like what people say on the internet. You have to speak out so that I can solve your problem. Yang Tianjin said anxiously, stamping her feet. If you hadn't said anything and let things ferment, all your 5 years of hard work would have been wasted. Yang Tianjin continued with a look of regret. Hu Chujing was still sitting on the bed, not saying a word, her lips bitten. If you don't speak, how can I help you? Yang Tian said angrily, shaking. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. Thinking that the takeaway they ordered had arrived, Yang Tianjin went to open the door. Sure enough, the takeaway arrived, and she brought it in. After placing the food on the table, he called Hu Chujing out and said with a look of grievance. Chujing, we've been eating this takeaway for a few days in a row, and our figures have changed. Look, I've gained weight again. She saw that Hu Chujing still hadn't come out. Chujing, people are made of iron and food is made of steel, why don't you come out and have something to eat? But Yang Tianjin looked at Hu Chujing's thin back, looking out the window lonely with empty eyes. She felt more and more distressed for this strong-willed girl, but she also felt that this girl was too stubborn. Yang Tianjin has been with Hu Chujing for so many years, and she knows her character very well. She is definitely not as ungrateful and unfilial as people say on the internet. It's a pity that Hu Chujing refused to say a word, causing the anxious Yang Tianjin to suffer internal injuries. Sister Tianjin. Hu Chujing called Yang Tianjin weakly. You said that all parents love their children? Why do some parents treat me like I'm not their own child? Yang Tianjin stared at Hu Chujing with wide eyes. It was obvious that Hu Chujing's parents were the latter. She knew that Hu Chujing had been silent these days and hadn't said a word. Now he suddenly said these things. She was slightly stunned and felt that there would be a breakthrough in this matter soon. Chujing, how could you think like that? I think my parents only gave birth to me, and they didn't treat me like their own child. When I was young, I even suspected that I was just their adopted child, but unfortunately I was wrong. After I became an adult, I did a DNA test and it turned out that I was indeed their biological child. But I cannot accept having such parents. After they had my brother when I was 7, they beat and scolded me. There was even one time when I was sick, my parents didn't even think of finding a doctor for me, but thought about how to get rid of me. My father even dug the pit. They were ready to bury me alive before I died. When Hu Chujing finished saying this, tears streamed down her face. Seeing Hu Chujing so excited, Yang Tianjin quickly hugged her. The two of them hugged each other, and Hu Chujing burst into tears in her arms, releasing all the grievances and unwillingness she had felt over the years. These words finally made Yang Tianjin understand why Hu Chujing's father asked her for money and ruined her reputation in order to lure Hu Chujing out, but she did not come out and did not want to see her so-called biological parents. It turns out that there really are parents in this world who are worse than pigs and dogs, and there really are parents who are greedy for money. Today, Yang Tianjin has witnessed it. Okay, Chujing, don't cry, let's not cry, I'm by your side and will always be with you. Yang Tianjin stroked Hu Chujing's back,
with a complex expression of anger, sympathy, and regret on her face.
Yang Tianjin and Hu Chujing have been working together for 5 years.
During these 5 years, the two have been inseparable. She has always felt that Hu Chujing is a well-behaved and sensible girl, and she handles problems very calmly. Although she is not very old, she is calm and neither humble nor arrogant.
This kind of child should come from a well-off family, but I never expected that her parents would be such scum.
Yang Tianjin said with gritted teeth after seeing that Hu Chujing had recovered a little.
How could they treat you like that?
You are their own flesh and blood. You almost died in their hands.
Now that you are rich, they want your money. This is shameless. This is shameless.
If my parents were like this, let alone wanting my money, I would kill them for treating me like this.
Yang Tianjin looked at Hu Chujing without saying anything and continued.
Chujing, the most urgent thing now is to redeem your bad influence on the public. Your future is the most important thing. You can't destroy the image you have worked so hard to build for these people. Chujing, we are brave cockroaches.
We can't be beaten, right? If someone bullies you, you have to fight back.
You can't just sit there and do nothing.
Sister Tianjin, I didn't want this to happen. Now the company has given up on me. What should I do? Although I look very glamorous to outsiders, I am actually just an employee of the company. Now that the company has given up on me, how can I fight them? Chapter 120. It's over. Sister Tianjin, I'm completely finished, do you know that? Hu Chujing said, grabbing Yang Tianjin's hand.
Chujing, please speak slower and explain things clearly.
There is always a solution, right? Yang Tianjin asked doubtfully. Hu Chujing picked up her mobile phone, took out the WeChat chat history between Li Wenyan and herself and said,
Sister Tianjin, you see, Mr. Li threatened me that if I accompany him once, he will come forward to solve this matter, otherwise the company will directly hide me.
The Li Wenyan they are talking about is the top boss of Shigua Media Company.
This person's status in the entertainment industry of Greater China cannot be underestimated, and he is almost on par with the Xiang family of Hong Kong. When Yang Tianjin saw the chat history on the phone, her face changed immediately. Boss Li has always had his eyes on me, but I have been very careful in this circle over the past few years and don't have any evidence against him. But this time my parents couldn't get any money from me and wanted to completely destroy me, so Boss Li is now threatening me with this and asking me to accompany him, otherwise I'm done. At this time, Yang Tianjin stared at Hu Chujing blankly, completely at a loss, like a deflated ball. She knew that Li Wenyan was using this to threaten Hu Chujing, and Hu Chujing had no choice.
Hu Chujing didn't want to be Li Wenyan's lover at all. If it happened once, there would be a second time. She has always been clean in this circle. Once someone has something on you, you have no control over how you will act. You are like a puppet, you have to do whatever others tell you to do. Hu Chujing grabbed Yang Tianjin's hand and said, Sister Tianjin, since my life is over no matter what I choose, why should I go to see those cruel parents? I hate them so much now. They hurt me when I was a child. Now that I'm an adult and have left them, they still won't let me go.
Yang Tianjin looked at Hu Chujing with sympathy and was speechless for a long time. Sister Tianjin, since I'm like this, I think if you follow me, your future will definitely not see the light of day. In this case, you should go back to the company first. When the company sees that you are not with me anymore, they will definitely not let my affairs affect you.
I won't go back. How can I abandon you? Now that I'm gone, who do you think I am? We've been together for 5 years and we have feelings for each other. Sister Tianjin. I told you I'll always be with you.
At this time, Hu Chujing hugged Yang Tianjin and broke down crying about her parents whom she couldn't get rid of, crying about how Sister Tianjin treated her. There are only true friends in the entertainment industry, and now the only one left by her side is Yang Tianjin. On Yang Tianjin's side, while comforting Hu Chujing in her arms, she was thinking about how to deal with this difficult matter. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what happened in Disneyland.
Her eyes suddenly lit up and she jumped up. Chujing, I have come up with a good idea. Do you still remember Mr. Lin Haoyan whom we met at Disneyland?
When we first met, Mr. Lin told you to call him if you have any problems.
He seems to have an entertainment company and wants you to go there. I was a little confused at the time, wondering what would happen to you. Now that we have problems, let's call him and see if he can help us.
When Hu Chujing heard her say this, he suddenly seemed to see hope. But after half a minute, that eager hope turned dim again, and his pupils had no color anymore.
Is it feasible for us to go looking for someone like this rashly?
Of course, Mr. Lin seems to be a very generous person.
Besides, he has invited you to his company before. I can see that he admires you very much.
Hu Chujing first showed hope on her face, and then wanted to refute, but was stopped by her own thoughts. But at this moment, Yang Tianjin still said excitedly,
Xu Jing, you can't stay in our current company any longer. CEO Li is eyeing you covetously and wants to hide you. If nothing else, you should consider your future.
Besides, a big shot like Mr. Lin can easily solve our problems, and he also admires you very much.
But I suddenly thought, is his admiration for you the same as Mr. Li's, and he wants to get you?
When Hu Chujing heard Yang Tianjin's analysis, her body trembled slightly, and she thought to herself that all men in the world are the same. But when she recalled Lin Haotian's handsome face that day, if she really had to choose between Mr. Li and Lin Haotian, she would rather choose Lin Haotian, who was of the same age as her. After all, Mr. Li is old enough to be his father, and he is bald, extremely ugly, and has a mouth full of buck teeth. At this time, Yang Tianjin continued speaking.
Xu Jing, I know what kind of person you are and what your principles are.
You hate unspoken rules the most, but I was just daydreaming.
What if Mr. Lin is not that kind of person? He just admires you and wants you to become a member of his company.
At this time, Hu Chujing listened to Yang Tianjin's words, and suddenly felt the light of hope shining in her heart, and she was no longer as discouraged as before. But when she thought about whether a rich man would be so kind to help her, she had seen too many people and things in this circle, and she thought it was impossible. No one would help her for no reason.
The light of hope in her heart was extinguished again. Men seem to have the same character. Once they have money, they become bad.
If the only reason why Lin Haotian helped me was because he liked my body, and I am just a weak woman, what can I do if I still want to stay in this circle?
I will just be at the mercy of others. What else can I do?
Thinking that I might fall from this wolf's den into another tiger's den, I felt even more helpless. I wondered why my fate was so unstable, and how could it be so difficult to live a stable life?
Sister Tianjin, I don't want to think about it anymore. My mind is in a mess right now. I want to calm down.
Hu Chu couldn't stop holding his head with his hands and hitting his head with his hands. Yang Tianjin hurried forward to stop her at this time, and gently massaged her Tianyang acupoint with both hands and said,
Xu Jing, now is not the time for you to be upset. We need to find a good next employer now. If you find a good next employer, even if our company hides you or Mr. Li threatens you, then what can it do? You don't have to worry at all. This matter will be resolved. All you have to do now is make the call. Your future should be in your hands. No one can threaten you.
At this time, Hu Chujing gradually accepted Yang Tianjin's advice. Yes, destiny can only be controlled by one's own hands. If it is in the hands of others, like today, when others threaten oneself, one will be in trouble. Hu Chujing picked up the phone and called Lin Haotian.
But I called once and no one answered.
At this time, Hu Chujing and Yang Tianjin looked at each other, and Yang Tianjin said,
Xu Jing, don't be anxious, fight again. I called 3 times and still no one answered.
Hu Chujing had a look of despair on her face.
Sister Tianjin, do you think Lin Haotian has blocked me, so he didn't answer my call? Xu Jing, you can't think like that.
Yang Tianjin comforted her, but she couldn't explain it clearly and was very worried. Hu Chujing's current situation is indeed worrying, but there is no other way. Just when Hu Chujing was about to put her phone aside, it suddenly rang.
Chapter 121 Above Board.
Hu Chujing looked at the screen of her mobile phone and saw that it was Lin Haotian calling.
Xu Jing, what are you still hesitating about? Answer it quickly. Yang Tianjin said anxiously.
At this time, Hu Chujing stroked his chest with his hand, took a long breath, and then pressed the answer button. A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone.
I'm so sorry, Miss Hu.
I was taking a shower just now and left my phone outside. When I saw your number, I called you back immediately.
What can I do for you?
At this time, Hu Chujing was extremely nervous, and her heart was beating in her throat.
Hello, Mr. Lin. I hope I am not disturbing you. No, I told you that you would call me. Ms. Hu, can I ask you again? Can I join Tencent Entertainment?
When Hu Chujing heard this, she was stunned. The phone was on speaker, so Yang Tianjin could hear the conversation between the two clearly.
At this time, Yang Tianjin was a little excited and very happy.
This was what she had thought. If Hu Chujing could change companies now, then all her troubles would be gone. At this time, Yang Tianjin quickly gave Hu Chujing a look, asking her to agree to Lin Haotian's proposal. But Hu Chujing became pretentious and stammered.
Boss Lin, I need to think about it.
Yang Tianjin patted her thigh and thought to herself, if she were Hu Chujing, she would definitely agree without hesitation. Why is she still hesitating? Is now the time to consider it.
Doesn't she know her current situation? She is already on the chopping block.
Ms. Hu, I remember when we first met, I invited you to our company.
You may have thought I was joking at the time, but I wasn't joking. I just want to know, Miss Hu, what are you hesitating about? Miss Hu's current situation does not allow you to hesitate about these things, right?
Lin Haotian asked coldly. When Hu Chujing heard Lin Haotian's question, she was suddenly pulled into a reality.
Now she really had no choice.
But she still wanted to know what Lin Haotian's purpose was in accepting her at this time.
She couldn't just agree to it without knowing the answer.
Although she had no choice now, she still had to ask clearly.
Boss Lin, you should know my current situation very well. I just want to know why you want to help me and what your purpose is. Maybe you think I'm being direct, but I just want to know. Ha, you are really direct in your words. Rather than saying that I'm helping you, it's better to say that we are in a win-win cooperation. You are already a top star now, and I believe that you are not as bad as your parents say. So when I help you, I am actually helping myself, because our company also needs top stars like you, and it will only benefit me and not harm me.
Lin Haotian said with a smile.
But now I have been ruined by my parents. Public opinion is on my side. My top popularity has been pulled down. Many people have believed what my parents said and think that I am that kind of person. They have begun to dislike me and to resist me. I may never make big waves in this circle again.
Hu Chujing said dejectedly.
I think you are not as your parents say. You should be honest and tell the public the truth.
This will be a responsibility for you and your fans.
You don't want your fans to feel regretful and be kept in the dark.
Lin Haotian said.
Hearing Lin Haotian say this, Hu Chujing could no longer hold back. The current company did not give her any chance and directly gave up on her and put her on ice. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will give the public an explanation.
When Yang Tianjin heard Hu Chujing thinking this, she was really happy for her. She had been persuading Hu Chujing to speak out for herself, to consider her own future and to speak clearly, but Hu Chujing still had concerns and did not say it out. It might be because the executives of the current company threatened her.
Even if she spoke clearly, what would happen?
The company would not give her resources, continue to ban her, and continue to hide her, then she would be a useless person. Boss Lin, I have a contract with Xinhua Media for 10 years. If I quit now and join your company, I will have to pay a high penalty.
I know this. First of all, I took the initiative to recruit you.
Don't worry, I will help you deal with the penalty for breach of contract.
You can leave without any worries.
Lin Haotian said. But no artist can get away with it intact, especially at Xinhua Media where I work now. Once an artist signs a long contract, even if they pay a high penalty, the company will still find ways to prevent them from leaving.
Don't worry about these.
If Xinhua Media really doesn't let you go, I will go meet with your executives to see what they want. Our company will also ask lawyers to help.
You can rest assured.
From Lin Haotian's words, Hu Chujing and Yang Tianjin heard the sense of security of having a big boss backing them up and not having to worry about anything, and their worries flashed away.
Even if Mr. Li from Xinhua Media wants to fight back now, can he fight against the law? Lin Haotian's gentlemanly determination to stick with him to the end made Hu Chujing feel at ease. But Hu Chujing quickly thought, she had only met Lin Haotian once, why was Lin Haotian so nice to her? Was he just like Mr. Li, who was just greedy for her body? Mr. Lin, I still have a question. We have only met once. Why are you so nice to me? Why do you believe that I can become popular again? After all, I have been ruined by my parents. Hu Chujing said. Lin Haotian thought to himself that it was of course his ability to predict the future. Hu Chujing would be popular for at least another 20 years and would become a household name. But he couldn't say it out loud like that, so he could only say it in a tactful way. Ms. Hu, I just said that if you can join Tencent Entertainment, it will help Tencent Entertainment reach a higher level. As for why I trust you, I have been in business for so long, and I have a good eye for people. If I think you can do it, then you will definitely do it. Hu Chujing herself doesn't know how powerful she is, but Lin Haotian knows that now he only has to pay some liquidated damages, and Hu Chujing will earn it back later. Mr. Lin, do you have any feelings for me too? Hu Chujing asked.
At this moment, young Tianjin looked at Hu Chujing as if he was a fool, thinking that it was not easy for Mr. Lin to agree, and he was the one to pay the penalty. It meant that all the problems were transferred to Lin Haotian.
A smart person would definitely quit while he was ahead. But since Hu Chujing asked Lin Haotian so directly, how could anyone answer? Ha, Miss Hu, don't worry. I just poached you here for the company's considerations. I don't have any improper thoughts about you,
Lin Haotian said lightly.
Lin Haotian's answer made young Tianjin, whose heart was already in her throat, completely worried.
If I want you, I will do it openly and honestly, and I will not take advantage of someone's misfortune.
I will not do such ungentlemanly behavior.
To be honest, I only admire Miss Hu, and I have no other intentions.
Please put your heart at ease, Miss Hu.
At this time, Hu Chujing finally smiled. The previous speculation had made her worried for a long time.
Fortunately, Lin Haotian was a gentleman, and her heart finally settled down. Chapter 122 Good Brothers Get Together. Saturday. 5:30 p.m. The food street on Xinghua Road.
Old Street Barbecue.
This is the meeting place agreed with Zhu Yong and others.
Lin Haotian arrived here early in his Audi R8.
He is looking forward to meeting everyone.
This Old Street Barbecue restaurant was one they frequented when they were in college.
The food was delicious.
Although it was small, only 100 square meters, there were many customers coming and going, all for the taste.
Lin Haotian thought that the food here tasted good and the price was affordable.
The reason why Zhu Yong and the others made arrangements here must be to save money for Lin Haotian, thinking about how much money Lin Haotian could have as a recent college graduate. Although I haven't seen them for several months, their faces are still clearly visible in my mind.
When I think of them, I can't help but smile.
He had originally planned to ask Yi Mingyue to come over. After all, Yi Mingyue knew them and they were all from the same hometown. But he thought that today was a brotherly gathering and they would definitely have to drink. If there were girls around, he was afraid that they would not be able to relax, so he did not ask her and came alone. Lin Haotian also parked his car in the parking space outside the barbecue restaurant, attracting the attention of countless people. After all, the people who come to this food street are ordinary people, and there are very few luxury cars.
Wow, isn't this an Audi R8? It's really luxurious. That rich second generation actually came to our alley to eat? I think it's the driver. Rich people like them are used to eating delicacies from land and sea. How can they eat our food?
That's right, he might be the driver, just showing off here.
I want to be a driver, too. Ha ha ha. This car is so nice. It must be fun to drive.
There were chattering sounds. Sitting in the barbecue restaurant not far from the discussion, it was hard for Lin Haotian not to hear it. But listening to them saying this in their hearts, he felt quite comfortable. After all, the owner of the car was here, ha ha ha.
Xiao Lin?
A fat man from the barbecue restaurant walked up from behind Lin Haotian, and when he saw Lin Haotian just getting out of the Audi R8, he couldn't help but rubbed his eyes, fearing that he had seen it wrong.
Uncle Fatty, long time no see, how come you have gained a lot of weight?
The fat uncle widened his eyes and asked in surprise, I just saw you get out of the Audi R8.
What are you doing now? Are you being a driver for someone? Uncle Fat, can I only be a driver for others? Can't this car be mine? Lin Haotian asked back.
He hated it most when others treated him as a driver.
Can't young people drive a good car? Ah, don't tell me this is your car? The fat uncle looked at Lin Haotian in disbelief. Yeah, don't you believe it? Ah. The fat uncle opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Haotian with a puzzled look.
Unexpectedly, Lin Haotian, who was penniless before, now looks at such a nice luxury car.
In an instant, he stopped what he was doing.
He used to think that he ran this barbecue restaurant, business was booming every day, and his savings must be in the 7 figures. He was still complacent. But now, he is full of worries. Compared with the young man in front of him, he really has nothing to brag about.
Lin Haotian took the meat tendon brought by the fat uncle and started to eat it.
It tasted delicious.
10 minutes later, a white Volkswagen drove over. When the person came out, Lin Haotian took a closer look and found that it was the boss Zhu Yong. Zhu Yong is a little fat, but he is about 1.85 meters tall, so he looks big.
He has a shaggy hairstyle and dark skin. When Zhu Yong got off the car, he saw Lin Haotian standing at the Old Street Barbecue.
Zhu Yong's eyes flashed with joy. You kids still remember to come?
Zhu Yong then turned into a serious expression. Boss, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a long time. Lin Haotian hugged Zhu Yong and started to chew on him.
Miss you, sister?
Even if you miss me, don't contact me.
I'm not gay with you. I have a wife. I'm married.
Zhu Yong said, stretching out his finger to show off his wedding ring to Lin Haotian.
When we got married, I couldn't get through to you on the phone.
Boss, my phone was broken during the graduation days, and I lost all your contact information.
Where are the eldest, second, and third brothers?
I just called them, they're almost here.
Let's get together, brothers, and talk about some happy things, said Zhu Yong. Well, boss, I listened to you. I told you on the phone the other day that you got a promotion. Congratulations. Zhu Yong said with an unhappy look on his face. Well, it's a long story. This position is just a nominal one.
Not only do I have no say, but I also suffer bullying everywhere.
And I only got this position because of connections. As long as wages go up, that is fine. Alas, the current environment is not good. It's good enough if the salary is not reduced, and there is no possibility of salary increase. Boss, you're having a hard time yourself. Why did you transfer 5,000 yuan to me? Lin Haotian asked in a low voice. My life is not easy, but at least I have a stable job, a house, and a car. What do you have? I am the boss and I must protect you. Boss, actually Lin Haotian was about to say something when he was interrupted by the ringing of Zhu Yong's cell phone. He thought it was a call from the second or third brother, but it was obviously not the case.
After Zhu Yong answered the call, a woman's voice came from the other end.
Zhu Yong, did you steal the money again?
That's the money I used to enroll my child in a painting class.
The voice came through the microphone. Although Zhu Yong did not press the amplification button, Lin Haotian could still hear it clearly. Is it my sister-in-law? Zhu Yong nodded to Lin Haotian with an embarrassed look on his face.
Then he said into the microphone, I took the money because the company needed money for a business trip some time ago, and the money hasn't been reimbursed yet, so we paid some of it in advance.
I will take it back after the reimbursement comes.
Don't lie to me, I asked your colleagues, you were not on a business trip at all.
What did you do with the money? What did that woman do with the 5,000 yuan?
I gave birth to children for you, but you treated me like this?
Are you a man?
The woman on the other end of the phone said while crying in grievance.
The money is for my child's painting class.
If you take it, how can I pay for my child's class?
And we have to pay off our mortgage. You have to know the importance of this.
Although Zhu Yong had turned the volume down to the lowest setting, Lin Haotian could still hear what was said inside. Zhu Yong's face turned red with embarrassment, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Zhu Yong hung up the phone and lied to Lin Haotian. Just now your sister-in-law asked me if I had arrived and told me to drive carefully because she was concerned about me.
Well, sister-in-law is such a virtuous woman, boss, you must cherish her.
Lin Haotian said with a smile.
Zhu Yong's old face turned even redder. He lowered his head in embarrassment without saying another word. Chapter 123. It's difficult for all the brothers. Life is already difficult, so it's better not to expose some things.
At this time, if Lin Haotian exposed Zhu Yong would only be more embarrassed, and his quarrel with his sister-in-law was also caused by himself.
Lin Haotian's heart skipped a beat at this moment.
The boss was living in such a tight financial situation, yet he still wanted to give him 5,000 yuan.
Just thinking about it made him inexplicably moved. Boss, you and your sister-in-law have already given birth to a baby? Lin Haotian asked back. Yes, it's a son. I have a son. Your sister-in-law is so awesome.
Zhu Yong said excitedly. In the hall of Laojia barbecue, Zhu Yong's cheerful voice can be heard, as he speaks with emotion.
Congratulations, boss, on the birth of your baby.
Lin Haotian congratulated them, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. He thought that everyone had just graduated, and Zhu Yong must be under a lot of pressure in life every month.
Boss, I want to ask, do you still have to pay off your mortgage or something? I want to learn from you.
I will get married and have children in the future, so I want to know in advance.
House prices are very high now and have been rising.
The total price of the house I bought is 5 million yuan. I paid a small down payment and the rest is loan.
I have to pay back nearly 20,000 yuan every month. The pressure is really huge.
Zhu Yong said bitterly.
Is my sister-in-law at work now? Lin Haotian asked. She didn't. She's at home taking care of the baby. My parents can't come to our place for a while, so they can't go to work. But I won't say anything else now. The salary is enough to support them, so your sister-in-law doesn't have to go to work. Zhu Yang said. As they were talking, a white Haval H6 stopped on the street and two men got out of the car. Lin Haotian took a closer look and found that it was the second and third brothers who came. However, the second brother was wearing a hat. When he was in college, his hair was still thick. Could it be that he was bald now? Lin Haotian was thinking in his mind, looking at the two people coming from the opposite side. The second and third brothers also came forward and hugged each other warmly when they saw Lin Haotian. At this time, the third brother spoke. Youngest, you are such a rare guest. It's not easy to find you. Third brother, the boss just scolded me. I already know I was wrong. Why are you doing it again now? Lin Haotian said with a pursed mouth. Ha ha ha, did he beat you up or just talk about you? Second brother, third brother, I have just talked to him and he knows he is wrong. Now that we brothers are meeting, let's have a good chat and let's let bygones be bygones. Xu Yong said immediately. Okay, since the eldest brother has spoken, you, the youngest brother, have escaped this disaster today, said the third brother. At this time, Lin Haotian saw that the second brother had not spoken, and he felt very strange, because when the four of them were in college, the second brother was the most lively and talkative person. Why was he so abnormal today? Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. The second brother must be hiding something, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Since the second brother refused to speak, Lin Haotian took the initiative to ask, Second brother, why are you wearing a hat? Have you lost your hair? I'll take him if I want to, what's it to you? The second brother said as he raised his head to look at Lin Haotian, but when he raised his head, his face was already exposed in front of Lin Haotian. I saw handprints on the second brother's face, and there were red wounds at the corners of his eyes as if he had been hit. Second brother, what's going on with your face? Lin Haotian asked with a frown. It's none of your business. I'm starving. Let's order some food. I'll order a lot so we can have a good meal. You're treating me today, so I'll treat you well. The second brother quickly changed the subject. Lin Haotian turned his head to look at the eldest and the third brother, wanting to get an answer from them, but they didn't respond at all. Their eyes seemed to be dodging, as if they were avoiding something. They must know what happened to the second brother, but they just didn't want to tell him now, at least not to Lin Haotian. Although Lin Haotian has the ability to predict the future, after all, what happened to the second brother is a thing of the past, and he is not reborn, so he has no idea what exactly happened to the second brother in the past. But it doesn't matter if he doesn't know now, he will definitely know in the future. Uncle Fatty, bring the menu. We're going to order. The four of them ordered a lot of barbecue and drinks, thinking that today was Saturday and they didn't have to go to work tomorrow, Sunday, so they just got together as brothers today and got drunk, and didn't plan to go home. Friends walk together for a lifetime, one word for a lifetime. The four of them drank, ate, and sang. The eldest, second, and third oldest are curious about what Lin Haotian is doing now. So the second brother asked. Youngest, I heard from the eldest that you are doing very well now, what are you doing now? Start a company and do practical things. Lin Haotian replied. Oh? The second brother said in disbelief. The others also said in disbelief, Youngest, you can't brag like this, you're still running a company? I really run a company, don't you believe it? Lin Haotian said, taking out the key of the Audi R8, pressing a button, and the car next to him lit up. Look, I drive a luxury car and run a company now. We don't believe it. You must be the driver for that big boss, said the boss. Lin Haotian thought that there was a long time to come, and he would slowly tell them later. If he told them now, they would definitely not believe it. Who would believe that a person with no background, no connections, and no money at home could start a company and drive a luxury car less than a year after graduation? The four of them continued to eat and drink, when suddenly a gust of wind blew the second brother's hat away. The second brother wanted to go down to pick it up, but the wind had already blown the hat onto the road. The second brother cursed in Chinese quintessence, fuck, now even drinking cold water will get stuck in your teeth. At this moment, Lin Haotian looked at the second brother, who still had a piece of gauze on his head, which was stained with blood. The three men stared at the second brother, and he couldn't help but look embarrassed at this moment. What was covered by the hat before was now completely exposed. Second brother, what's going on with you? Lin Haotian asked anxiously. Second brother, look at me. I have no secrets from you. What is this matter? How long are you going to hide it from me? Now I have seen it, why don't you tell me?
The second brother was silent for a while, then picked up a bottle of beer and started drinking. Alcohol gives cowards courage. The drunken second brother started talking at this time. A few months ago, I borrowed some high-interest loans and now I haven't paid it back, so I was beaten like this. Lin Haotian listened and thought to himself that the second brother wasn't doing very well now. At this time, Zhu Yong sighed and said, a few months ago, my second sister suddenly felt uncomfortable with her heart. She went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor directly said that she needed a heart bypass surgery, which would cost more than 100,000 yuan. As you know, my second sister's family is just an ordinary farmer. They didn't have any money to begin with, and suddenly they needed the money urgently. My second sister had no choice but to seek a loan from a loan shark. However, this loan cannot be repaid all at once, so now the loan shark is chasing her to pay back the money all day long. When Zhu Yong said this, an awkward look appeared on his face. He clenched and unclenched his hands. When something like this happened in the second brother's family, they also wanted to lend a hand to help. However, they had to pay nearly 20,000 yuan in mortgage every month, and they had a son and a wife to support. They really were powerless. Lin Haotian looked at his brothers and his heart trembled slightly. It turned out that his brothers were not living a very happy life. Chapter 124. Friends walk together for a lifetime. One sentence, a lifetime. Boss, when you called me and told me this, I thought you and the second and third brothers were doing well. Lin Haotian said. When the three people sitting in the hall heard these words, each of them thought of the mess in their lives and their eyes instantly became red. Although men don't shed tears easily, life may seem harmonious and beautiful on the surface, but when you peel off the essence of life, it's all a mess. Adults, whether they have formed a new family or not, will be forced to grow up by life, and there will always be hardships on the road to growth. In school, we live a carefree life, but when we enter society, our edges have been smoothed out by society. Aren't we four gathered together to have fun? Let's not talk about those unhappy things and get drunk tonight. Zhu Yong said, raising his glass. Come on, brothers, let's have a toast. Screw the bad mood, screw the boss, let's have fun tonight until dawn. Cheers. I want to roast leeks. Boss, did you not tell my sister-in-law about the 5,000 yuan you transferred to me? Lin Haotian said. Tell shit. I earn my own money, I can spend it however I want, why should I tell her? She is comfortable at home all day long, while I work outside every day and am treated like a grandson, scolded by my boss and stabbed in the back by my colleagues. I finally come back and want to relax, but she keeps nagging in my ear. I don't fool around outside and I devote myself to the family. What is she dissatisfied with? She always treats me with disdain. What's the matter? The drunk Zhu Yong complained a lot. Lin Haotian listened to what the boss said inside in his heart. It was all because of money. He knew that the boss was always a good man and was very good to his girlfriend. The four of them drank until midnight and were all staggering from drinking. When they saw Lin Haotian going to the bathroom, the eldest brother tugged at the third brother's clothes and said, Third brother, you are the only one who is doing well among us, so you can treat me to dinner today. I don't think the youngest brother is like he said, and he doesn't have much money either. Boss, when I went to pay the bill just now, the youngest one had already paid. I have no chance. The third brother waved his hands and said helplessly, Boss, I'm not having a good time either. I was supposed to be working overtime at the company today, but I skipped work to come here. Just now, that damn old woman called me and told me to hurry back home. If I have to work, I should just do it. I dare not get out of here so soon. I've had enough of that old witch. She's my immediate superior, and she makes things difficult for me every day. She also steals my credit for the work I do. If the current environment wasn't so bad, I would have quit there long ago. Not only do I have to work overtime every day, but I also have to endure the humiliation. After the four of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they walked together, shoulder to shoulder, staggering as they walked, and singing. Friends walk together for a lifetime, one word, a lifetime. Their loud singing attracted many people to turn their heads and look at them as if they were a group of lunatics. Everyone stayed far away, fearing that they would go crazy. The four of them were walking on the street, and it was obvious that three of them were so drunk that they didn't know who they were. Lin Haotian, however, had a good alcohol tolerance because of the system, so he didn't get drunk. He didn't think about driving back, so he called Wang Xikong and asked him to arrange for someone to drive the car back and take them to Wang Xizong's hotel, Baihajin Hotel. 4 grown men stayed in the presidential suite. The suite was large enough to accommodate 4 people, but 3 of them were completely unconscious, leaving only Lin Haotian still awake. He listened to the 3 people who had quickly fallen asleep and heard their snoring, and recalled the 4 people in the dormitory when he was in college. At that time, college life was truly carefree, without intrigue, without pressure or worries, and everyone was happy all day long. Looking at the people now, the eldest has a mortgage, the second one is borrowing high-interest loans, and the third one is not doing well at work. If I don't have a system, I will be like them and be deeply hurt by real life. Thinking about it, is this life, the ups and downs that life gives, is this what life should be like? No, now I have become the chosen one of the system. I can't let my brothers live such a life. Before, they protected me when I was in college, and now I can finally protect them. As he was thinking, Lin Haotian closed his eyes tightly and fell asleep unknowingly. A night in silence. When Lin Haotian woke up, he found that the 3 people on the bed had disappeared. Lin Haotian sat up, wondering, why did these 3 guys leave without waking me up? Where did they go? Lin Haotian thought about it, then picked up the phone and called Zhu Yong. At this time, Zhu Yong also quickly received a call. Are you awake? Boss, why did you leave? Lin Haotian asked. Oh, it's like this. Your sister-in-law just called me and said that my son's milk powder is out of stock. I'm going to buy some and send it back now. Zhu Yong said. Ha ha ha, who said that yesterday? You complained about your wife nagging you. Lin Haotian said with a smile. Ha, what I said yesterday was just drunken talk. Your sister-in-law also cares about me. But you still remember what I said yesterday and are still making fun of me. Zhu Yong said. Well, boss, you can go back with peace of mind. Lin Haotian said. Youngest, wait a minute. The second and third oldest brothers, I have already paid for yesterday's room. At this time, Lin Haotian was a little confused and muttered to himself. He had clearly already talked to Wang Xikong last night, and Wang Xikong should have informed the front desk. What was going on? Youngest, are you listening to me? And you paid for last night's barbecue, right? Originally, the second and third brothers and I had agreed that last night's meal cost more than 2,000 yuan, and we would transfer it to you later. However, the hotel we stayed in last night was too expensive, costing 10,000 yuan, so we spent it on the room fee. Zhu Yong said. Boss, I now know your situation. You protected me before, now let me protect you. Lin Haotian said. Take care of yourself first. It's not easy to find a job after graduation now, said Zhu Yong. Boss, I haven't met my nephew yet. Can you give me your home address? I'll go visit my sister-in-law and nephew soon. Lin Haotian said. Okay. I'll send you the address on WeChat later. Zhu Yong said. Ha ha ha, welcome. I'll let your sister-in-law cook your favorite food in a while. You're in luck. The food your sister-in-law cooks is absolutely delicious. It's better than those in restaurants outside. Boss, you are really boasting about your own products. I want to try my sister-in-law's cooking skills. After they finished talking, they hung up the phone. This was when Lin Haotian was about to finish washing up and set off for Zhu Yong's house. Suddenly a phone call came. Lin Haotian took a look and found that it was Wang Xikong calling, so he picked up the phone. Brother Haotian, are you still in the hotel? I'm going to admit my mistake to you now. Last night I clearly told the front desk not to collect money, but when they changed shifts during the day, they didn't do the handover, so they collected money. I originally wanted to return the room fee, but the front desk said that your brothers paid in cash and couldn't return it. I really didn't mean it, so you can scold me. Chapter 126 The Boss's Dilemma. Mr. Lin, how much cash do you want to withdraw? Zhang Jian said, pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Not much. After paying off Zhu Yong's mortgage with a check of 5 million, I took out the rest. 1.5 million. The mortgage information about Zhu Yong was immediately taken out. Lin Haotian also helped him pay off the mortgage. At this time, Zhang Jian handed the mortgage settlement form to Lin Haotian and said, Boss Lin, this is the mortgage settlement form. You just need the buyer to sign it. Lin Haotian took the mortgage settlement statement in his hand, and at this time 1.5 million in cash was also withdrawn. Lin Haotian put the cash in the trunk of the car, and then walked to the Audi R8 with Lu Dong.
Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Lu Dong asked in surprise.
Oh, let's go to Zhu Yong's house,
Lin Haotian said as he opened the car door and asked Lu Dong to go with him.
After Lu Dong got on the bus and fastened his seatbelt, he asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Boss Lin, are you taking so much cash to prepare for this?" Lin Haotian looked at the car and the road ahead, and said without any expression on his face, "Zhu Yong is my brother. I didn't go to his wedding in childbirth.
This is not a gift to him." What? Gift money?
Lu Dong said in surprise, thinking to himself, rich people are rich people, they can even get so much gift money.
1.5 million, what a concept.
In fact, only Lin Haotian knew that the 1.5 million was not for Zhu Yong alone, but for his three brothers, 500,000 each for the eldest, second and third brothers. Soon the two arrived at the community where Zhu Yong lived. The gate guard at the community entrance required outsiders to register before entering. After Lin Haotian registered, he quickly parked his car in the underground parking lot. While Lin Haotian and Lu Dong were walking under the building where Zhu Yong was, holding things in their hands. Suddenly, he saw two familiar figures wandering downstairs. Lin Haotian walked closer and took a closer look. It turned out to be the second and third brothers, who were also waiting downstairs with gifts in their hands. Lin Haotian came closer and called their names, and the two people came over. Lin Haotian looked at them with confusion, wondering why the two people didn't go upstairs after they came.
Are they waiting for him? Why didn't you go up, second and third brother? Lin Haotian asked with a puzzled smile.
He looked at the second and third brothers who had an unspeakable look on their faces and then asked, "Second and third brothers, what's going on?"
"Actually, we too just went up, but should we wait downstairs before going up?"
the second brother said with a sigh.
"But what?" Lin Haotian asked the second brother in confusion.
"The boss was arguing with his sister-in-law, so we didn't dare go up there. We were afraid that the boss would be embarrassed, and so would we."
"What quarrel?" Lin Haotian immediately thought of something at this moment. Could it be about the 5,000 yuan incident when his sister-in-law called the eldest brother last night? I know why the boss quarreled with my sister-in-law. It must be because of me. Did you know that the boss transferred 5,000 yuan to me before? I think it was because of this.
My sister-in-law also told the boss about this on the phone last night, but the boss kept lying and said he was on a business trip. As Lin Haotian said this, he strode towards Zhu Yong's home. At this time, the second brother stopped Lin Haotian and said, "Youngest brother, the eldest brother and his wife are arguing fiercely right now.
It's not a good idea for us to go.
Besides, when two people quarrel, it is inevitable that they will say all kinds of unpleasant things.
We will be very uncomfortable when they say something to us. It's better not to listen. Yes, now is the time when they are losing their rationality. I think we should come next time. Let's forget about it today and let the eldest brother and sister-in-law calm down."
The third brother also stopped Lin Haotian and said, "Youngest, don't blame your sister-in-law for being stingy.
This is all caused by life. Your sister-in-law is the most gentle, virtuous, and considerate person I have ever met.
It's just that the eldest brother is too good to us brothers. He always gives us the best things.
Now the eldest brother has children and a wife, and the pressure of life is great, so..."
"Yes, so youngest, don't be suspicious and think that sister-in-law is targeting us.
In fact, it is not like that. This is also forced by life." Lin Haotian looked at the second and third brothers and said, "The eldest brother is not doing well, so do you think you are doing well?"
The second and third brothers looked at each other and stopped talking. In fact, only they themselves knew how they were doing. "Second brother, third brother, stop stopping me, let's go up together. We can't hide just because the eldest brother and sister-in-law are quarreling.
I must have this meal with sister-in-law today,"
Lin Haotian said, and signaled with his eyes.
The second and third brothers didn't stop them anymore, and they took the elevator together and went to the 11th floor. When they reached the 11th floor, they heard a quarrel between a man and a woman in room 1101. The door was ajar, so the noise from inside could be heard clearly from outside. "My brother is here today, can't you give me some face? What's the point of quarreling all day long? Li Xiaoli, I don't know why you have become like this today. Am I not working hard for this family? I have handed over all my salary to you. Are you short of food or clothes? What's wrong with cooking a meal? Don't you know what kind of occasion it is today? It would be fine if you quarreled before,
But you are quarreling today too. It would be so embarrassing if my brothers heard or saw it.
They would think you don't like me. Zhu Yang said. What have I become? Isn't it you who caused me to become like this?
Although you said that you gave me all your salary, the children, household expenses, everything, don't ask for money. Don't I know that you work hard? But do you understand how hard I work to take care of the children? Do you understand how hard I work for the family? You can't see all these, you just think that you are the one who makes money, you support us. But how is the house clean? How do the meals smell delicious in your mouth?
Do you think that I am comfortable at home when I don't go to work every day? Am I enjoying life at home?
Although I am not at work, I am on call 24 hours a day.
I don't know how much harder it is than for you to work. You have a time to get off work, but I don't. You can still take a break, but can I?
All the big and small things at home depend on me. Even the clothes you wear are saved by me by living frugally. You use your salary to pay off the loan, and there is not much left after household expenses.
Li Xiaoli said aggrievedly. Every time I have a headache or a fever, I just force myself to get through it. Every time I want to tell you, but what's the point of telling you? You just tell me to drink more water and buy medicine, but doesn't buying medicine cost money? And you, every time you go out to eat with your friends, you pay for them, and it costs hundreds of dollars. Although this money is earned by you, have you ever thought about your children? Have you ever thought about me? Our family is rich, so I won't say anything.
But you also know our family situation. We have a mortgage and children to raise. Lin Haotian and others were listening outside and remained silent.
Chapter 127 I'm your boss. Lin Haotian was the first to knock on the door. Boss, we are here.
The quarreling sound immediately stopped from inside room 1101. Lin Haotian and others who were standing outside the door waited for a full 5 minutes before the door was opened. There were children's toys scattered around the living room, and some broken glass on the floor. Just now when Lin Haotian and the others knocked on the door, Zhu Yong and Li Xiaoli in the room looked at each other, awkwardly standing aside, ready to clean up the mess of plates and other things that had been thrown when they were arguing. They also cleaned up temporarily. When Lin Haotian and the others came in, they only found Zhu Yong preparing tea leaves and water in the living room, but his wife Li Xiaoli was no longer there. Perhaps she was hiding in the bathroom to tidy up her face after crying, or perhaps she didn't want others to see her cry. Zhu Yong's 3-year-old child was still drawing in the living room. When he saw a stranger coming, he took the initiative to step forward and say hello, not shy at all.
Ha, you're here.
Zhu Yong smiled awkwardly, then picked up the tea and motioned for them to sit on the sofa. When Lin Haotian and the others were about to enter the house, they looked around and asked, "Where's my sister-in-law?" Zhu Yong smiled and said, "Your sister-in-law went inside to change her clothes, huh?" When Lin Haotian and the others entered the room, Lu Dong followed in as well.
Zhu Yong happened to meet Lu Dong's eyes. He stood there in confusion. Lu Dong? Why are you here? Ha, it was Mr. Lin who asked me to come alone. Mr. Zhu wouldn't be unwelcome to me, right?
Lu Dong said, pointing at Lin Haotian standing aside.
Zhu Yong looked at Lin Haotian in surprise and said, "Youngest, Mr. Lin?
Since Mr. Zhu doesn't welcome me, I won't go in."
Lu Dong said, standing at the door. Of course you are welcome. I am so happy that Mr. Lu is here. How can I say I am not welcome? Come in.
Zhu Yong saw Lin Haotian and Lu Dong come in, and the second and third brothers following behind them, and looked at them in surprise. The two smiled awkwardly and said, "We just happened to meet downstairs, so we came together." Zhu Yong then understood that they must have seen him and his wife quarreling just now, otherwise they would not have come together by chance. Thinking of this, he felt more and more embarrassed and annoyed.
He did not want to explain more.
The more he explained, the more he tried to cover up. However, what puzzled him most was why Mr. Lu from the company came today, and why he came with Lin Haotian.
What is his relationship with Lu Dong? Boss Lu, you just called the youngest boss Lin? What does that mean?
At this time, Lu Dong looked at Zhu Yong, then looked at Lin Haotian, smiled playfully and said nothing.
Lin Haotian sat on the sofa and said calmly, "Boss, didn't I tell you that I have opened a company now? You still don't believe it? Do you believe it now?"
At this moment, the eldest, second and third brothers were stunned where they were, mouths wide open, staring in disbelief at Lin Haotian who looked calm and composed. After a long while, a whooshing sound was heard in the living room.
Zhu Yong looked at Lin Haotian and then at Lu Dong.
If the youngest brother was bragging, then the head of Huaping Technology Company directly called the youngest brother Mr. Lin, so it couldn't be false.
You said you opened a company?
Zhu Yong nodded and asked with a surprised look on his face.
Yes, I opened a company. You should believe it now, right? And I opened more than one company.
When Zhu Yong heard him say several, he felt dizzy. He thought to himself, when I first called him, he told me that he had started a company and had money.
But he didn't believe it.
When Lin Haotian was chatting about life in the hotel last night, Lin Haotian also said that he now lives a wealthy life, driving a luxury car and living in a mansion.
They, the brothers, just regarded what Lin Haotian said as drunken bragging and didn't take it seriously.
But now, the head of Huaping Technology Company is standing here, supporting Lin Haotian.
Zhu Yong didn't believe Lin Haotian, but how could he not believe this living person standing right here? In fact, the reason why Lin Haotian asked Lu Donglai today was for this purpose, to make Lu Donglai more convincing.
Otherwise, if he came alone today, no matter what he said, his brothers would not believe it. Moreover, he came alone, brought so much cash, and helped Zhu Yong pay off the mortgage. So those brothers would only think that Lin Haotian's money came from unknown sources, and they might even say that he got it through fraud.
Huaping Technology Company? The market value is 800 billion renminbi. This company is yours? Youngest, are you sure? It's really yours? Boss, it is indeed mine.
I also have hotels, large shopping malls, private jets, villas, luxury cars, etc. But I have all these, although in terms of money, I have achieved this. Lin Haotian said, giving a thumbs up. But, boss, in front of you, I am still the youngest. Zhu Yong looked at Lin Haotian's calm face with an expression of disbelief on his face. He really couldn't imagine that his brothers were chatting and laughing together yesterday, and he even transferred 5,000 yuan to him. He even calls himself the eldest in front of him and wants to help the youngest one. In fact, the youngest one does not need any help at all. He should be the one to be helped. The hotel room where we stayed together last night, where 4 people slept together, was worth 10,000 yuan.
This must have been arranged by Lin Haotian.
Lin Haotian felt like 4 pairs of eyes were staring at him.
Lin Haotian, you are really
big brother, second brother, third brother, I have already told you, but you just don't believe me, so what can I do? No, we didn't expect you to develop so quickly.
You're not as fast as a rocket. You've graduated for only a few months and you're already living in a mansion and driving a luxury car. We didn't even dare to think of anything else. Yeah, youngest brother, don't blame us. No one would think that way.
Just at this moment, Zhu Yong's wife, Li Xiaoli, came out of the bathroom. It was obvious that she did not change her clothes. Instead, she was fixing her makeup after crying. She just didn't want Lin Haotian and the others to see that she had cried. But the reason she came out was that she just heard Zhu Yong yelling outside the bathroom, and she thought something big had happened.
Sister-in-law.
Lin Haotian and the second and third brothers shouted in unison.
Li Xiaoli responded with embarrassment, hey.
Lin Haotian smiled and said, sister-in-law, I haven't eaten your cooking for a long time. I still remember when I was a sophomore in college, we went to play together in the farmyard and ate the sweet and sour pork ribs you made.
I want to eat it now. Can I have it for lunch today?
Okay, I'll go buy some groceries now and I'll make sure you guys have something to eat at noon, Li Xiaoli said with an awkward smile.
Chapter 128 Final chapter end. The house is a little messy, don't mind. Let Zhu Yong chat with you.
I'll go buy some groceries first, said Li Xiaoli, and walked outside. It was not what the second and third brothers thought.
Li Xiaoli would say something very unpleasant, and she spoke very calmly.
Even though Zhu Yong gave 5,000 yuan to Lin Haotian without her knowledge, she was not happy about it, but she could not lose her temper in front of Lin Haotian and the others.
At least she had to save face for Zhu Yong.
And also save face for herself.
In fact, Li Xiaoli is not a mean woman, she has just been smoothed over by life.
She used to be very gentle.
If she had money, who would quarrel over money? Sister-in-law, wait a moment.
Lin Haotian stepped forward and stopped her.
Lin Haotian looked at Li Xiaoli who walked out the door, immediately stood up and shouted. Li Xiaoli turned around and looked at Lin Haotian in surprise and asked, what's wrong?
Lin Haotian took out a contract-like thing from his briefcase, handed it to her and said, you can leave only after you sign it.
What?
Zhu Yong also walked up to Lin Haotian and looked at the thing in his hand and asked in confusion.
Lin Haotian did not answer, but remained silent for a long time.
Zhu Yong saw a few big words written on it, mortgage settlement certificate.
What is this?
Li Xiaoli asked puzzledly. At this time, Lu Dong said, "Before coming to you, Mr. Lin went to the bank and settled the remaining amount of your mortgage. You and Zhu Yong just need to sign on it, and the matter will be completed." After hearing this, Zhu Yong and Li Xiaoli's minds went blank. They couldn't believe that the huge mountain of pressure on them, the mortgage, was paid off in such a way without anyone knowing. And the person who paid it off was their good brother. Shock, excitement, and helplessness changed across his face. "So many mortgages have been paid off, that's a huge number," said Zhu Yong. "I don't think it's much, and I also think this is what brothers should do." "Do you remember the steamed bun you bought for me when we were in school?" Lin Haotian said to Zhu Yong. Zhu Yong suddenly felt as if he was hit by a pie in the sky and was a little dazed. Lin Haotian recalled that when he was in college, he was raised by his master alone, and he didn't have much money. His living expenses were never enough, and he was too embarrassed to ask his master for more when he had spent all, so he had to go hungry day after day. On that day, Zhu Yong saw Lin Haotian's thin body staggering, so he went straight to the cafeteria to get a lot of food, brought it back to the dormitory and put it on Lin Haotian's table. At that time, Lin Haotian looked at these delicacies. He had been hungry for several days, so he thought everything was good and ate them up in ravenous mouths. From then on, whenever Lin Haotian had no food, Zhu Yong would buy it for him. Although Zhu Yong didn't give much at that time, Lin Haotian felt that if it weren't for Zhu Yong, he would have been malnourished in college, resulting in incomplete physical development, and he wouldn't have grown into the tall and handsome boy he is now. So he thinks Zhu Yong is his lifelong good brother. Such things, one by one, are still vivid in Lin Haotian's mind. Every time he thinks of them, he is moved to tears. In addition to Zhu Yong, the second and third brothers also take good care of him, either by providing food or clothes. When they give themselves things, they also give them without hurting their dignity, allowing themselves to have these good brothers during their college years and live a fulfilling and happy life. After all, I lived without my parents, and my relatives were the kind of people who would eat people without leaving any bones. Only my master gave me warmth in this world. And during my university years, the three of them accompanied me in my growth, just like my own brothers. At that moment, I felt how happy it was to have these brothers. Zhu Yong sighed and said, "That's just a small amount of money. You have helped me pay off my mortgage today, which is thousands or even tens of thousands times more than what it was back then. I feel like this is incomparable. That was the warmth you gave me during my college years. Lin Haotian, how come you are so rich? Your money didn't come from the wind. I can't take it for free." Zhu Yong said. "And your companies will definitely need money to operate, so Xiaoli and I will take care of the mortgage ourselves." Lin Haotian already knew what kind of character Zhu Yong was, so he turned around and asked Li Xiaoli, who was standing beside him. "Sister-in-law, what do you think? Li Xiaoli is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others." "Yes, your boss and I have the same idea. We should find a way to solve this mortgage problem ourselves. No one's money comes from the wind. We absolutely cannot use your money. Moreover, this is a large sum of money, but it is a favor to a great man. When can I pay it back?" "Boss, just accept it. Although my money didn't come from the wind, I have the ability now, so I want to help my good brother." "Good brothers, don't you help me, and I help you. Besides, you still cared about me and gave me 5,000 yuan when you had no money. Now I have money. If I don't help you, how can I be your brother?" "Brother, I really can't take it. I can't take your money for nothing, you know? Brother, as long as money and interests are linked, everything will change. I don't want the relationship we have had for so many years to change, you know? I know, but I have money now. You gave me money in the beginning, so why can't I give you money? You just think that you are the boss and should help those of us who are younger than you, but now I have the ability, I also want to help you. You worry about my food and drink when your own life is a mess, so you have to take this money. When you have money, you spend it on me. When I have money, I spend it on you. Isn't this how brothers should get along?" Lin Haotian said calmly. "You helped me back then and gave me food when I was the most hungry. You are my benefactor. Now that he is in trouble, can't I help him? Shouldn't I help him? Boy, I'm a little touched by what you said." Zhu Yong patted Lin Haotian on the shoulder and said, "Then accept it and don't say anything else. Just sign this contract quickly." At this time Lu Dong also came over and said, "Yes, this contract will only be completed if you two sign it. If you don't sign it, Mr. Lin has already paid the money, and the bank will not return the money." "Sister-in-law, you sign it too." Zhu Yong took a pen and signed the contract, and Li Xiaoli also signed.
Soon 2 people signed the contract.
He gave 2 bundles of money to the second and third sons, who also accepted them.
3 months later, Lin Haotian and his women were living a shameless life in the villa.